I was seen as trash by my family, forced to watch helplessly as my only loved one was sacrificed to the void realm to suffer endless torment. The world of slaughter has descended, everything has been digitized. They thought I was surely doomed, but they didn't know I had awakened the heaven-defying SSS-level talent. Advance the future. While others are still crying from being bullied by G-level ferocious beasts in the beginner's village, I slash and kill an E-level ferocious beast with a single strike, plunder all-round skills, and dominate with an overwhelming gap in combat power. Blood debts must be settled in the cruelest way. I will avenge my loved ones' souls with the blood of my enemies. My name is Lu Guan, an awakened being born for revenge in a world of slaughter. I can't die yet. Lu Guan endured the intense pain, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. For his deceased sister Lu Yao, his only family, he swore to make the clan that sacrificed her soul pay in blood. To awaken his talent, he must first kill the Thorn Beast, Grade E, combat power, 420, before him. The difficulty level of this ferocious beast trial far exceeds the norm. Most others encounter Class F creatures with combat power around 200. For Lu Guan, it was like starting in hell. The killing world descended upon Blue Star months ago, a place where despair and hope coexist as all things are digitized. People are forced to participate, but everything gained here can be taken back to reality. Lu Guan mustered all his strength and finally pierced the weakened Thorn Beast's only vulnerable spot, its throat, with his tattered short blade. Congratulations to Lu Guan for successfully slaying the Thorn Beast and gaining the opportunity to awaken his innate talent. He was teleported to the safe house for quick recovery. Inside the wooden cabin, Lu Guan had only one thought in his mind, to find a way to bring Lu Yao back to life. At the same time, the woman in the black dress behind the boulder, Xiao Yanling, reported to the person in the earpiece, Lu Guan has successfully killed the Thorn Beast. A chilling male voice came through the wireless earbuds. I never thought he'd actually manage to kill him. Test his talent. If he has no value, just eliminate him. A system announcement echoed over the beginner's village. The talent trial for beginner's village number 917 has been fully completed. Congratulations, survivors. You are about to unlock your data panel and awaken your talents. The light pillar enveloped Lu Guan, awakening his talent. Name, Lu Guan %% combat power, 230% talent. Borrow future talent description, SSS grade talent, capable of borrowing limitless future opportunities to manifest in the present. Note, after activating the talent, the harvested energy will first be used to repay the karmic debt. Any unpaid balance will attract unpredictable misfortune. Skill 1, Omnipotent Plunder skill description, a level less skill capable of plundering all opportunities from the slain. Skill 2, Meteor Impact, Grade E. Lu Guan was shocked. There are only 2 people in the entire Dragon Kingdom with an SSS level awakened talent, and I never expected to become the third. This ability allows him to instantly possess everything from the future, as long as he carefully repays the energy. He decided to give it a try first, aiming to rapidly enhance his strength to settle accounts with his cousin Lu Jie, the one who caused his sister's death. Resolutely activate the talent and advance the future. Combat power, 950 skill 2. Shattered Star Phantom Blade, F grade. Lu Guan's combat power directly surged from 230 to 950, and his innate skill was also enhanced. He was very satisfied with the result. Announcement, all gifted individuals in Novice Village number 917 have now awakened. The list of talent rankings is as follows. G level, 724 people, F level, 21 people, E level, 13 people, D level, 5 people, B level, 2 people, SSS level, 1 person. The communication channels were buzzing with discussions about the might of the SSS ranked expert, but Lu Guan remained silent. He understood all too well that human nature couldn't withstand temptation, and his SSS-tier talent must never be revealed. Warning, a D-class ferocious beast, the Phantom Beast, has been spotted in the Novice Village. Combat power 720. All gifted individuals, please be cautious and avoid it. Lu Guan's eyes narrowed as he was just looking for an opportunity to test his strength. He caught a glimpse of Xiao Yanling's figure flashing by and realized, this Phantom Beast was deliberately lured to his side by Lu Jie's people. The Phantom Beast, combat power 720, had a semi-transparent body, pouncing like an invisible gust of wind. After dodging, Lu Guan immediately activated the shattering Star Phantom Blade. Countless pale blue fragments of starlight shot out like lightning, while simultaneously the Phantom Beast struck Lu Guan squarely in the chest. Amidst the sharp, piercing howls, the Phantom Beast's body was penetrated by shards, completely severing its life force. Lu Guanza staggered unsteadily, appearing severely injured. Rewards obtained, Bone Shadow Blade X1, Medium Grade Energy Crystal X1. Energy gained, 520 points. The energy has been absorbed by future opportunities, repayment progress, 61%. Lu Guan pondered thoughtfully, feeling that this repayment price was entirely acceptable. He knelt on one knee and activated the Omnipotent Plunder, plundering the Phantom Beast's talent, Phantom. E-rank talent, allows the body to become transparent, enabling instant acceleration. As expected of the all-round plunder, even talents can be taken. Lu Guan was overjoyed. Percent, it seems you're quite severely injured. Behind him came the icy voice of Xiao Yanling. Lu Guan gave a strange smile. You've finally shown yourself. Xiao Yanling said indifferently, it doesn't matter. You're already severely injured by the phantom beast, so what if you've guessed it? Did Lu Jie send you to kill me? Lu Guan asked. If you honestly tell me about the awakened talent you possess, I might consider sparing you, Xiao Yanling said. If you want to know my awakened talent, you can test it yourself. As soon as the words fell, the severely wounded and weak Lu Guan suddenly sprang up from the ground. You were never injured at all, Xiao Yanling exclaimed in shock. You guessed right. Now, I'll give you one chance, one sentence to leave your last words. Xiao Yanling panicked. Just as he shouted, how dare you kill me? Young Master Lu Jie won't let you off. He saw a flash of purple light before his eyes. Blood gushed from his neck, extinguishing all signs of life. Lu Guan sheathed his bone shadow blade. Rest assured, I won't spare Lu Jie either. He immediately activated the omnipotent plunder. Plunder Xiao Yanling's talent, teleportation, degrade talent, capable of short-distance space-time traversal, instantly appearing at designated locations. Obtained item, Night Assassin Dagger. Announcement, D-Class Ferocious Beast has been successfully slain. The communication channels erupted in excitement again, all convinced it was the doing of an SSS-ranked expert. Lu Guan was currently searching for ferocious beasts, but nearly all of them near the safe house had been wiped out. The future karma repayment rate had only increased by 5%. He sighed, realizing he must find more E-Class or higher beasts. At last, he spotted a clearing ahead where 15 or 16 flame beasts, grade F, combat power around 300, had gathered. A group of 5, consisting of 4 men and 1 woman, is fighting against them. The leader, Brother Chuan, is a D-level talent with a combat power of 400. He invited Lu Guan to join the team. Hey man, are you alone? Want to join our squad? Percent thanks, but I'm not used to teaming up with others. Lu Guan refused. These fire beasts weren't even enough for him to kill alone. The buzzcut young man Li Song from the group of 5 muttered, what a damn show-off. Buddy, I'd advise you to stick with us. Our Brother Chuan is a D-grade talent with combat power reaching 400. Brother Chuan was also slightly displeased, feeling that Lu Guan had failed to recognize his goodwill by rejecting the invitation. At that moment, the pretty girl's expression changed. Oh no, these flame demonic beasts seem to be mutating. When ferocious beasts mutate, their combat power multiplies. Once flame demonic beasts mutate, their level will rise to E-grade, with combat power reaching as high as 600. Even Brother Chuan would be no match for them. Li Song said in terror, Brother Chuan, don't scare me, is there still time for us to run? Brother Chuan, unwilling to flee in front of Lu Guan for the sake of his own pride and dignity, gritted his teeth and said, don't worry, as long as you cooperate with me properly, killing an E-class beast won't be too difficult. Just as Li Song hesitated, a flame demon beast spewed fire from its eyes and let out a long roar to the sky. A violet aura rapidly spread toward the other flame beasts. What are you standing around for? Run! Li Song panicked. Just as the group of 5 was about to flee, they realized it was already too late. The mutated flame beasts, with their enhanced senses, quickly formed an encirclement. The 5 individuals were so terrified they nearly collapsed to the ground. However, upon witnessing this scene, Lu Guan's furrowed brows relaxed. After searching far and wide with no success, the solution came effortlessly. With so many ferocious beasts of E rank or higher, it should be enough to repay the future opportunities 1-0. Chapter 4, Soloing the Mutated Flame Beast. A heat wave swept across the open field. Things took an unexpected turn. The frenzied, overwhelming aura of over a dozen flame beasts made the chubby kid's legs shake like a sieve. Brother Chuan, what do we do now? I'm only 19, I don't want to die. His name was Wang Rui, a freshman in college. After a heated argument with his parents, he impulsively entered the world of slaughter, awakening an F-rank skill, physical enhancement. Meeting Brother Chuan, he thought his luck had finally turned. He'd thought he'd stumbled upon a benefactor in this unfamiliar environment. Little did he know. Brother Chuan was also clenching his fists tightly, his palms drenched in sweat. He had indeed been clinging to a sliver of hope. He figured that even if he couldn't defeat the mutated fire beasts, he could always flee in time. But he hadn't anticipated so many flame fiends mutating simultaneously and all attacking the 5-person team at once. Don't panic. Though these fire beasts' combat power has surged, we don't need to kill them. If we can break through their encirclement, we'll have a chance to escape. After forcing himself to calm down, Brother Chuan came up with this plan. Li Song gritted his back teeth so hard they ground together. Bull. These are mutated fire demons. We might not even stand a chance against a single one, and now there are over a dozen. This is all your fault. If I die here today, I'll haunt you from beyond the grave. The chubby kid and the other middle-aged man both nodded in agreement. Shenhua Chuan, I trusted you when I joined this team to fight the flame beasts. You can't just throw my life away here. If I'd known this would happen, we should have fled the moment we saw the mutated fire beasts. At least then we'd have had a glimmer of hope. Listening to his teammates' complaints, Brother Chuan's face darkened. Truth be told, he was deeply regretting it now. But deep down, he felt a lingering sense of resentment. When they worked together, he always divided the rewards as fairly as possible. Now that danger struck, the blame fell squarely on his shoulders. Stop arguing. Look, the flame beast is preparing to attack. The only girl in the group had been vigilantly scanning their surroundings, and now fear flickered in her eyes. The other four dropped their argument and noticed several flame fiends already stirring restlessly. Suddenly, one directly opposite the group began snarling and lunging forward. Its tail, thick as a human thigh, whipped through the air with a hissing sound. We can talk about any issues later if we survive. Counterattack with me now. Brother Chuan swiftly readied himself, unleashing his thunder talent before his words had even faded. Sparks of lightning crackled wildly across his arms. The flame beast closed the distance in an instant, its massive tail gathering immense force as it charged. Before Brother Chuan, it executed a lightning-fast spin, its colossal tail sweeping out with the force to cleave mountains. Fortunately, from his previous battle with the fire fiend beast, Brother Chuan had already mastered its attack patterns. His fists, crackling with electric sparks, struck out with full force, colliding head-on with the fire demon beast's massive tail. A thunderous crash echoed. The collision of two immense forces seemed to tear the air apart. A visible shockwave radiated outward in all directions. Kawa's face twisted into a grimace. He felt as though he hadn't struck the tail of a ferocious beast, but a moving train. The next second, he was sent flying backward over 2 meters. Witnessing this, all four men froze in shock. Beyond astonishment, fear gripped them more intensely. Brother Chuan, with his 400 attack power and D-rank talent, couldn't withstand a single strike from the mutant flame beast? This was utter annihilation. It seemed their fates were sealed here today. The chubby kid froze in terror, unable to move. Li Song shouted, "Wang Rui, what are you waiting for? Activate your talent." Only then did the little chubby guy snap out of it. With his physique doubled, perhaps he could withstand a few more attacks from the flaming beast. Li Song wasted no time either. Using his fire control talent, he condensed a watermelon-sized fireball and hurled it at the flame demon beast. But unexpectedly, for the mutated flame fiend, the fireball truly behaved like a watermelon, shattering upon impact with its body, utterly harmless. The 5 of them were utterly devastated. The pretty girl retreated to Brother Chuan's side and activated her D-rank talent, Healing Aura, to treat his injuries. "How are you? Can you hold on?" Brother Chuan shook his head, his eyes vacant. "It's useless. We can't defeat the mutated flame fiend. My recklessness has doomed you all. If there's a next life, I'll make it up to you." The chubby boy's voice trembled with tears. "I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have defied my parents. They're still waiting for me at home." But the beasts knew no mercy. Their hearts were filled with savagery and cruelty. The flame fiend raised its massive claw once more, sweeping it toward the 3. Even with the strongest physical attributes, little Fatty couldn't block it, getting smashed until he spat blood. Next, Li Song and the other middle-aged man, who possessed the G-rank perception enhancement awakening talent, were simultaneously sent flying by the flame demon beast's claw. Thud! They crashed heavily to the ground. Li Song felt as if his entire body was about to shatter. As for the middle-aged man, he didn't even wait for the healing aura to reach him before his life slipped away. Dead? He was truly dead. Life on Blue Star, that harmonious and beautiful planet. Most people had only heard of it, never truly witnessed what it meant for life to be as worthless as grass. The middle-aged man died just like that, leaving the remaining 4 with an overwhelming sense of unreality. In this world of slaughter, whether Blue Star humans or the countless races that had descended upon it, life was equally fragile. Here, everything was like a dream, a bubble, a shadow. Only survival was real. Beyond the encirclement, the mournful howls of several flame fiend beasts echoed in succession. The 4 looked in the direction of the sounds. There, a figure flickered in and out of sight, wielding a purple longsword as it darted between several flame fiends like a bolt of lightning. His movements were graceful yet fierce. With every swing of the blade, the violet edge drew a trail of blood. The fire beast's thick, hard hide seemed to lose all defensive capability. In the blink of an eye, one fell to the ground, its life extinguished. The beautiful girl caught a clear glimpse of the figure and exclaimed in surprise, "It's him." Li Song looked puzzled. Wasn't he supposed to have fled? Why is he still here? Quan's injuries were now mostly healed, and he scrambled to his feet. His eyes widened when he recognized the figure as Lu Guan, the very man who had refused his party invitation moments ago. He had single-handedly slain 3 mutated fire beasts. How was that possible? How had he managed it? Wang Rui finally glimpsed a sliver of hope for survival. Anyone with that kind of power must have at least B-tier talent. "Let's go beg the big shot to save us." This remark suddenly struck Li Song. No wonder that person refused to team up with them earlier. A mutated fire beast that 5 of them combined couldn't handle, yet he dispatched it as easily as slicing through a melon. Turns out he was a big shot who didn't need any dead weight. Now he recalled his own boastful claim that teaming up with Brother Chuan was the other guy's good fortune. Li Song was so ashamed he wanted to crawl into a hole. What were they waiting for? If they didn't latch onto that big shot's coattails, they'd all die here today. Li Song shot a glance at the fiery beast still glaring menacingly. Survival came first. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, he scrambled to his feet and sprinted away. Wang Rui and the pretty girl, seeing a glimmer of hope for survival, naturally didn't want to die either. They followed Li Song closely. Only brother Chuan hesitated. His pride and self-respect refused to let him bow to anyone. But when he saw the gruesome corpse of the middle-aged man on the ground, his heart gave a start. Compared to ending up like that, pride and self-respect suddenly seemed less important. Meanwhile, Lu Guan had already successfully slain 3 more flame fiends. Notifications kept popping up on the interface. Reward obtained, low-grade energy crystal X1. Energy gained, 40. Plundered flame demon beast attributes, constitution, 1, strength, 1. Energy absorbed by future destiny. Repayment progress, 74. Repayment progress, 93. Repayment progress, 100. Notice, future destiny has been fully repaid. Your next destiny will arrive as normal. Finally paid off. Seeing this message, Lu Guan felt a surge of secret delight. Simultaneously, his attribute panel underwent a transformation. Name, Lu Guan. Level, Tier 1, Level 2. Strength, 36. Speed, 22. Spirit, 31. Constitution, 24. Combat power, 990. Chapter 5, Boss. Help! Boss, please save us. These flame fiends are way too powerful, we just can't fight them off. Though little fatty's speed wasn't exceptional, with the flame fiends closing in behind him. He was the first to reach Lu Guan and cry out for help. Lu Guan didn't even glance at him. Avenging his sister was the heaviest burden weighing on Lu Guan's heart. As far as he knew, Lu Jia had already reached Tier 2, boasting a combat power of 1500. With his current strength, victory was virtually impossible. How could he possibly spare the energy to save others? Li Song followed closely behind the chubby boy. Seeing Lu Guan's attitude toward the little fatty, Li Song, desperate to save his own skin, didn't think twice. Big shot, we're really about to die. If you're willing to save me, I'll swear allegiance to you as my boss. I'll follow you through fire and water. With that, he lunged forward and clung to Lu Guan's leg. Just as Lu Guan was about to launch his attack, he suddenly felt a heavy weight on his leg. Glancing down, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Get out of the way. Lu Guan gave his calf a sharp jerk, flinging Li Song aside like a fly. This wasn't because he was heartless. Rather, he knew all too well that in the Blue Star world, there were still scum like Lu Jiamen who would turn on their own kin for personal gain. This was a world of slaughter. Mercy rarely brings any benefit, it only hastens one's own demise. Are you hurt? The beautiful girl saw 4 bloody gashes on Lu Guan's chest, neither deep nor shallow, yet deeply unsettling. Without a word, she activated her healing aura, enveloping Lu Guan's head. The wounds weren't inflicted by the flame demon beast. Instead, Lu Guan had deliberately allowed himself to be clawed by the phantom beast to lure out Xiao Yanling. Still, Lu Guan didn't refuse the beautiful girl's kindness. After all, continuously activating his phantom talent had already drained a significant amount of his stamina and energy. The healing aura would greatly accelerate his recovery. Thanks, Lu Guan said softly. You're welcome. The beautiful girl flushed for no apparent reason. Now that she was closer, she suddenly realized this man was actually quite handsome. You can follow behind me. With that, Lu Guan wasted no more words and raised his bone shadow blade once more. The pretty girl paused, then realized Lu Guan had agreed to protect her. The other 3 exchanged glances and quietly followed behind the girl. Lu Guan naturally noticed, but his focus had already shifted to the next flame demon beast. Activating his phantom talent, his body became nearly transparent in an instant. When Lu Guan reappeared, he held the bone shadow blade high in both hands, aiming directly for the flame demon beast's neck. Under the sharp blade and the power boost from phantom speed, the fire demon's resilient body crumpled like paper. With a sharp hiss, the blade sliced through, a purple glow flashing. The beast's head was instantly severed from its body, a spray of blood erupting and instantly staining the surrounding air crimson. The 4 followers behind him gasped in shock. Witnessing Lu Guan dispatch an E-rank beast in the blink of an eye at such close range was utterly staggering. They had assumed Lu Guan relied on some powerful awakened talent or skill. Little did they know he had done it with just himself and his blade. And so, one after another, the flame fiends fell. Lu Guan's level rapidly increased. Name, Lu Guan. Level, Tier 1, Level 5. Strength, 36. Speed, 22. Spirit, 31. Constitution, 24. Combat power, 1020. Sis Yao, did you see that? My combat power finally broke 1,000. Lu Guan opened his attribute panel, feeling a slight surge of excitement. Because now he finally had a fighting chance against Lu Jia. A gentle breeze swept across the open field, dispersing the heat waves. Every single flame demon beast had been slain by Lu Guan alone. The little chubby kid, having narrowly escaped death, collapsed onto the ground. Only now did I realize this world of slaughter wasn't nearly as wonderful as I'd imagined. Big shot, thank you for saving my life today. I'll repay you when the chance comes. Though the group had survived only by following the beautiful girl. The little fatty knew that if Lu Guan hadn't agreed, they would still have died here today. Li Song even showed a rare hint of awkwardness. I was blind to your greatness before, boss. You saved my life. From this day forward, you're my leader. He was utterly awed by Lu Guan's power. Lu Guan sat cross-legged on the ground, resting, but offered no reply. Because aside from that girl, the other three had only been lucky. After all, if they had truly been attacked by the flame demon beast, Lu Guan had no intention of intervening. The girl stole a glance at Lu Guan. Recalling how he'd shielded her from danger moments ago, her heart began to race wildly. Big shot, my name is Zhang Yinan. Lu Guan nodded. Lu Guan. Zhang Yinan silently committed the name to memory. Sir, what are you planning to do next? Can I follow you? As she spoke, her eyes brimmed with anticipation. Lu Guan, however, replied without hesitation, I don't like teaming up with people. Zhang Yinan could only respond with a faint oh, a hint of disappointment in her voice. She understood her skills simply weren't strong enough yet to catch the attention of the big shots. Lu Guan stood up and said, but thank you for the healing today. Zhang Yinan's face flushed slightly as she hurriedly replied, you're welcome. I should be thanking you. Lu Guan gave her a rare, faint smile, we'll meet again someday. With that, he wasted no more time and turned to leave. Zhang Yinan watched Lu Guan's receding figure and murmured, if only such a powerful yet gentle man could belong to me. Li Song was thoroughly puzzled. My boss is indeed powerful, but where exactly did you see him being gentle? Chuan snorted lightly, it's just an E-rank phantom talent. He's no SSS-tier big shot, what's so impressive about that? If it weren't for that purple longsword, I'd say he's nothing special. Li Song immediately retorted, Shenbu Chuan, what do you mean by that? Without our boss, none of us would be alive right now. Anyone who dares insult him again, I'll fight them to the death. Notice, due to the intrusion of external energy turbulence, the village has activated the secret realm to prevent the emergence of massive numbers of mutated beasts. Notice, the secret realm has absorbed the energy turbulence. Extreme danger exists within this space. We advise weaker-powered individuals to exercise caution and avoid entering. Energy turbulence intrusion? No wonder so many flame fiends mutated simultaneously earlier. Seeing the announcement, Lu Guan finally understood the cause. As far as he knew, the formation of the Realm of Carnage stemmed from a super-civilization race's excessive abuse of energy, causing the world's energy to become chaotic. The gods sealed these energy disturbances here to save all races. As for why the gods then forced the slaying world to descend upon other realms, that remains a secret. The insignificant myriad races could never hope to know. In short, the power of these chaotic energy currents not only mutates beasts. If completely unleashed, they could shatter the very order of an entire world. As he walked, Lu Guan pondered these matters. Suddenly, he noticed the light before him had grown significantly dimmer than before. Looking around, he saw mist rising in the air, though he couldn't tell when it had appeared. Lu Guan frowned. The newbie village had no seasons or day-night cycles, how could fog possibly form here? Just as he was puzzling over this, the sound of a struggle reached his ears from nearby. Lu Guan walked over, his curiosity piqued. There, a young man and woman were locked in combat with a half-human height Earthcracker hound. Though only an F-rank creature, the Earth Splitter was exceptionally ferocious. It lunged repeatedly with its gaping maw. The two had almost no chance to fight back, forced to dodge instead. Just then, the man turned and spotted Lu Guan. His eyes lit up instantly. Friend, he called out. What talent did you awaken? Could you lend a hand? Chapter 6, instantly slaying the earth-splitting hound, astonishing the siblings. The man had regular features and a complexion like jade, clearly born into wealth. But unlike brother Chuan, this man carried only an air of nobility, without a trace of arrogance. Lu Guan formed a favorable first impression of him. Unfortunately, having advanced to Tier 1, Level 5, he now held no interest in low-tier beasts like the Earth Splitter Hound. He was about to pretend not to hear and keep walking. The woman suddenly called out, young man, wait. If you can hold this beast off for us until our reinforcements arrive, this item is yours. As she spoke, she seized a moment to pull a palm-sized triangular cloth talisman from her pocket. Lu Guan couldn't help but glance over and froze instantly. The broken Calamity Ancient Talisman. Hearing this, the woman's face lit up with surprise. Young man, you're quite knowledgeable. You know what this is? Of course Lu Guan knew. Ever since Sister Yao had fallen victim to the sacrificial curse by trusting Lu Jia too easily, Lu Guan had been relentlessly searching for a way to lift the curse. Among the clues he'd uncovered was the ancient curse-breaking talisman. It was an F-grade artifact. Its sole function is to dispel calamities and curses, making it virtually useless to most. Thus, it's extremely rare to find one on the trading market. Where did you get this thing? Human hearts are unpredictable. Especially in this world steeped in cruelty and slaughter, Lu Guan had to be extra cautious. The woman answered without hesitation, to be honest. Before meeting you, I didn't know what this was either. But it seems you need it badly? Lu Guan nodded honestly. Though the broken ego rune was merely an F-grade item, using it to lift Sister Yao's sacrificial curse seemed unlikely. But even a sliver of hope was better than none at all. The woman hesitated for a moment before tossing the broken curse ancient talisman directly to him. "Since you need it, I'll give it to you." Lu Guan snatched it up, surprised by her unexpected generosity. "Aren't you afraid I'll take your things and leave immediately?" The woman sighed helplessly. "My brother and I have been entangled with this earth-splitting hound for over 10 minutes now. We've exhausted most of our strength and can't hold out much longer. If you don't help us, we'll die here anyway. Might as well get it over with." Lu Guan fell silent. He thought to himself, this woman is clever. He certainly wasn't the type to renege on a promise after receiving a favor. Once he gave his word, he would not break it. Lu Guan stepped forward. While dodging the Earth Splitter Hound's lunges, the man asked, "Friend, how can we assist you?" Lu Guan, however, stared impassively at the Earth Splitter. "Stay back." Hearing this, the man froze. Without further hesitation, he retreated several steps. The Earth Splitter, seeing a new target before it, immediately flashed a vicious glint in its eyes. Baring its sharp fangs, it turned toward Lu Guan. Lu Guan drew the bone shadow blade from his storage space. The Earth Splitter crouched low, clearly gathering strength. The woman warned from the side, "Careful. It's preparing to attack." No sooner had the words left her mouth than the Earth Splitter dog thrust its hind legs forward with explosive force, launching itself forward at blinding speed. An ordinary person would never have had time to dodge. Unfortunately for the wretched beast, it had encountered Lu Guan. The disparity in their mental fortitude and speed was simply too great. In the blink of an eye, Lu Guan first sidestepped to the left, then swiftly raised the bone shadow blade, delivering a powerful vertical strike. The blade traced a crescent of purple light through the air. Before the Earth Splitter's body even hit the ground, it was cleaved clean in two. This scene left both siblings dumbstruck. That's it? It's over. A sudden thought flashed through the woman's mind, like paying $100 for a locksmith to open a door. Only to find the locksmith had no fancy tools, just a small card. 5 seconds later, the door swung open. "Alright, I've fulfilled my promise to you. I'll take the broken Egu talisman. Good luck." Lu Guan stowed the bone shadow blade back into his storage space, left that statement, and was about to walk away. He needed to make the most of his time to hunt for higher tier beasts. "Wait!" The woman suddenly called out to him. Lu Guan halted in his tracks. "Is there something else?" The woman spoke plainly, "Big shot, can my brother and I team up with you?" Lu Guan shook his head. "I don't like teaming up." The woman hurriedly offered, "I can pay. Name your price." It was clear that this brother and sister, both in demeanor and attire, were quite particular about their style. Evidently, they were likely more than just children of wealthy families. Truthfully, the siblings already had a powerful protector here, though they were temporarily separated. Thus, the woman's request for Lu Guan to join her party was primarily motivated by a desire to make connections. But Lu Guan still shook his head, "I don't need the money either." With that, he turned and walked away. The woman called after him urgently, "Then could you at least tell me your name?" Lu Guan offered no reply, his figure swiftly vanishing into the mist. After all, his immediate priority was to seize every moment. In the little over 2 days remaining before the 3-day deadline, he must focus on boosting his combat strength. With just over 2 days left, he had to maximize his combat strength. Only then could he gain a sliver more confidence to return to Blue Star and avenge Sister Yao. Watching Lu Guan's figure vanish completely, the woman stamped her foot in frustration. "Brother, why is that man acting like that?" The man sighed helplessly. "Perhaps all powerful individuals have peculiar tempers. All this blood on the ground will attract other beasts. Uncle Lin is waiting for us up ahead. We should hurry. Over here." Lu Guan regarded his encounter with the siblings as merely a minor detour. After traveling some distance further, the surrounding mist grew increasingly dense. Yet above, the sun hung bright and high in the sky. Lu Guan couldn't fathom why such a phenomenon would occur in this weather. Suddenly, Lu Guan spotted 3 figures ahead. A man, a woman, and an elder. The clothing of the man and woman looked familiar. Lu Guan quickly realized, wasn't that the brother and sister? The elder among them seemed to sense something. He suddenly let out a sharp cry and turned around. "Who's there?" At the same time, the brother and sister also turned to look. "It's you!" Recognizing Lu Guan, the woman's expression flickered between delight and bewilderment. "Weren't you supposed to leave before us? When did you end up behind us?" Lu Guan was even more puzzled than they were. He had been walking in one direction the entire time. Even if the siblings had walked faster than him, they should have caught up from behind. How could he possibly be trailing behind them? Before Lu Guan could speak, the old man suddenly drew a gleaming silver longsword from his storage space, his eyes brimming with alertness. "You've been secretly following us?" The woman hurriedly explained, "Uncle Lin, this is the big shot I just told you about, the one who saved our lives." "No need to be so tense." Uncle Lin sheathed his sword upon hearing this. "So it was you. Young man, for someone so young and newly awakened, you do possess some skill. Slaying a ground splitter alone is no small feat. But since you saved my young master and mistress, I'll give you a word of warning. There are many E-rank and above beasts in this area. If I were you, I'd turn around immediately and head back to the safety house. Chapter 7, The Weakness of the Malignant Plant. The siblings were none other than Su Haokai and Su Yuaning from the Su family of Xingqiang City. They hailed from a prominent family. Originally, they had frequent dealings with the Lu family of Bright Moon City, though their relationship was more competitive than anything else. However, Lu Guan never participated in family affairs, which is why he had never met the two. Uncle Lin, whose real name was Lin Han, was a specially hired martial arts master who had been supported by the Su family for many years. Even before the world of carnage descended upon Blue Star, he had already become one of the top martial artists in the civilian world. His already formidable strength allowed him to awaken exceptionally high four-dimensional attributes when his talents manifested. Combined with his C-grade talent, multi-dimensional enhancement. This allowed Uncle Lin to quickly rise above the crowd of other talent-awakened individuals. No one questioned his counsel. But Lu Guan's eyes lit up. Hadn't he traveled all this way from the safe house specifically to seek out E-rank or higher beasts? Thanks for the heads up. Could you tell me which direction the beasts are heading? Uncle Lin was momentarily speechless. Kid, did you not understand what I said? At your current level, if you encounter a beast of E-rank or higher, you won't even have a chance to escape. You'd be wise to leave this place immediately. Lu Guan shook his head. This is my own business. Just tell me which direction the beast is heading. With his current combat prowess, he wouldn't even flinch if he encountered a D-rank beast, let alone an E-rank one. Su Yuaning had finally gotten a taste of this big shot's peculiar temperament. When he gets stubborn, he won't even care about his own life. Young man, I think you should join our team. Uncle Lin is a tier 1, level 9 talent with combat power over 900. With him around, we'd at least be safer. Lu Guan recognized the goodwill in the offer, but he had no patience to linger here. Since he couldn't get the answers he wanted, he might as well find them himself. The Su siblings pleaded behind him. Lu Guan seemed oblivious, walking away resolutely. Watching his figure vanish completely into the mist. Uncle Lin sighed, that young man is far too reckless. If he's determined to throw himself into danger, no one can stop him. Su Yueying voiced her concern, Uncle Lin, shouldn't we go help him? Uncle Lin shook his head at her words. If it were only E-rank beasts, it might be manageable. But if we encounter a D-rank beast, even with my strength, I could only protect the young master and young lady. Su Yueying sighed with disappointment. Is there truly no other way? Su Haokai sighed helplessly, let's hope the young master gets lucky. We've done everything we can. Though he had witnessed Lu Guan cleaving the earth splitter dog in two with a single terrifying blow. But truthfully, he placed greater trust in Uncle Lin's judgment. After leaving the three behind, Lu Guan strode onward for several miles. Along the way, he didn't encounter a single E-rank beast. He didn't even encounter a single F or G-rank beast. Could the old man be deliberately playing hard to get? Lu Guan couldn't help but harbor such doubts. After all, if things were truly as he claimed, he should have encountered at least some signs of life after traveling this far. But now, as he looked around, all he saw were trees, nothing but trees. The mist in the forest was growing thicker and thicker. At this moment, the bright sun was barely discernible as a mere circle of light. The surroundings were as quiet as the dead of night, not even a whisper of wind stirred. This eerie sensation was enough to stir an inexplicable restlessness even in someone as steadfast as Lu Guan. Lu Guan decided to halt his progress, casually selecting a large tree to rest beneath. Yet the moment his back touched the trunk, Lu Guan suddenly sensed something was off. That tree trunk seemed to have shifted. He quickly straightened up and glanced back. But everything appeared unchanged. Ha? Was it just my imagination? Lu Guan shook his head, dismissing the fleeting doubt. This place is eeriness everywhere, yet not a single ferocious beast was in sight. He decided that once he'd rested enough, it would be best to move on quickly. Lu Guan was just about to adjust his posture. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his left palm, which was braced against the ground. He quickly looked down to see a tiny hole pierced through the center of his palm by something unseen. Blood was slowly seeping out. Lu Guan instantly realized something was wrong and sprang up from the ground. But when he looked back at the spot where he had been sitting, there was nothing there. What the hell? With Lu Guan's current physical constitution, ordinary sharp objects simply couldn't pierce his skin so easily. At that very moment, a single drop of blood silently trickled down the lines of Lu Guan's palm. Just as it was about to hit the ground. Suddenly, a vine as thick as a thumb burst forth from the soil. Lu Guan reacted instantly. This was the thing that had pierced his palm. He swiftly sidestepped 2 paces while simultaneously drawing the bone shadow blade from his storage space. Lu Guan watched helplessly as the vine, seemingly starved for nourishment, instantly absorbed his single drop of blood. Next, the vine slithered like a snake toward his still bleeding left hand. Facing the eerie vine, Lu Guan showed no signs of panic. Instead, his face lit up with delight. Finally found at the E-grade malevolent plant, the bloodthirsty vine. In the world of slaughter, besides ferocious and brutal beasts, there also existed malignant plants mutated by chaotic energy currents. Typically, these evil plants absorb energy but cannot utilize it. Upon slaying them, one could actually gain more energy rewards. Of course, in return, evil plants of the same level are far more troublesome than beasts. Lu Guan dared not take them lightly. Though his combat power now exceeded 1,000, making E-rank malevolent plants a piece of cake in theory. But these things had no brains. Their attacks were purely instinctive, devoid of any logic. Lu Guan gripped the bone shadow blade tightly in one hand, his eyes fixed intently on the vine's trajectory. Just as the vine was about to touch his left hand, he abruptly yanked it back. Simultaneously, he raised his right hand high, bringing the bone shadow blade down in a vertical slash with its razor-sharp edge. With a thud, he effortlessly severed a long section of the vine. Bright red, foul-smelling blood splattered across the ground. Could it be that not even a single ferocious beast could be found nearby? Seeing this, Lu Guan finally understood. It turned out that old man from the Su family hadn't been making things up. This malignant plant was called the bloodthirsty vine precisely because it craved blood intensely. When other species were scarce, they preyed upon beasts of prey. Who knows how many beasts have been devoured by this thing? The bloodthirsty vine felt no pain. Yet its survival instinct compelled it to swiftly retract that vine. Lu Guan knew that even an E-rank beast couldn't be killed so easily by him. Sure enough. The next second, countless vines, each as thick as the original, erupted from the ground like bamboo shoots after rain. They twisted and intertwined chaotically, creating a dizzying spectacle. Lu Guan took a deep breath. Every malevolent plant shares one common weakness. That is the root system. Lu Guan understood that unless he found the bloodthirsty vine's root system, severing countless vines would be futile. Chapter 8, Successfully Eliminating the Bloodthirsty Vine. The bloodthirsty vines writhed like a swarm of frenzied snakes, their tendrils flickering like forked tongues as they stalked their prey. Lu Guan kept his wits about him while carefully observing his surroundings, a truly headache-inducing task. Several vines suddenly launched an attack from behind. Like slithering serpents, they lunged toward Lu Guan. They craved blood. They sought to pierce his flesh and drink freely. But Lu Guan wasn't a wooden statue, how could he possibly let them have their way? Lu Guan raised his bone shadow blade high in his right hand, delivering a flurry of horizontal and vertical slashes. Several vines snapped like cucumbers, utterly defenseless. Yet as the bloodthirsty vine retracted a few tendrils, several more burst forth anew from the earth. In the nutrient-rich soil of the newbie village, its tendrils seemed to be endless. He couldn't just stand there and take the beating. Lu Guan thought to himself. If he didn't take the offensive, he feared he'd exhaust all his stamina here without ever finding the vine's root system. With that thought, Lu Guan tensed his muscles and leapt into the air, landing on a nearby tree. He intended to survey the area from above, where he could see more clearly and evade the bloodthirsty vine's attacks. But Lu Guan had forgotten one crucial thing. He could climb trees, but so could the vines. Countless tendrils swiftly followed Lu Guan's movements, climbing the tree trunk with effortless agility. Lu Guan felt utterly helpless. Realizing his miscalculation, it was now too late to jump down. Countless vines were already reaching out to catch him. With no other choice, Lu Guan leapt once more, landing on another tree. The bloodthirsty vines followed close behind, climbing the tree in pursuit. Thus, Lu Guan leapt continuously, the bloodthirsty vines pursuing relentlessly. Before long, Lu Guan suddenly noticed that the vines on the ground were actually growing fewer and fewer. Most were now wrapped around the trees. Though troublesome, the bloodthirsty vines were, after all, mindless creatures. Why hadn't I thought of this brilliant solution earlier? Lu Guan's mind raced. Leaping onto a nearby tree once more, he peered down carefully. By tracing the convergence of the vines, Lu Guan could at least pinpoint several likely locations where the bloodthirsty vine's roots might be concealed. This made things much easier. With Lu Guan's strength, once he pinpointed the general area, he could simply hack through each spot one by one. It was entirely feasible. With that thought, he hesitated no longer. With a light leap forward, Lu Guan plunged from the tree in a prone position. A dozen vines swiftly converged, drawn by the scent of blood. They glared at their prey with predatory eyes. They waited only for Lu Guan to descend to a certain height before springing upward to pierce his body and feast. Lu Guan, of course, was prepared. Seizing the moment, he swung his bone shadow blade several times, slicing the dozen vines into several segments. The moment he touched down, he activated his phantom talent, his form darting like an arrow toward the first suspected root system. The ground beneath him was already nearly covered in vines. Using the bone shadow blade to chop through them one by one would clearly be too time-consuming. Fortunately, there was no one around, and Lu Guan hesitated no longer. Shattered Star Blade. He immediately activated this F-rank skill. Shards of a sharp starlit sky swirled around him. Combining it with his phantom talent, Lu Guan transformed into a veritable meat grinder, leaving a trail of vine-wrapped flesh and blood in his wake. The roots of the bloodthirsty vine must be buried deep in the earth. But they couldn't be too deep. Reaching the convergence point of the vines, Lu Guan thrust his bone shadow blade downward with all his might. The earth beneath his feet shifted abruptly. Soon, a vine as thick as a thigh burst through the earth. Lu Guan activated his shuttle talent and flashed aside. Too bad, just the stem of a bloodthirsty vine. He shook his head. Continuing to channel his skill, he flashed toward the next convergence point and repeated the process. And so it went. Lu Guan severed 3 stalks of the bloodthirsty vine in succession, depleting most of his stamina and energy. Until he reached the 4th convergence point. Hope this time brings better luck. Lu Guan silently prayed. Then he plunged the blade downward once more with all his might. Put! This time, what burst forth from the earth was not vines. Instead, a foul-smelling stream of blood gushed forth. Immediately after, the notification finally popped up. Successful kill, bloodthirsty vine. Reward obtained, medium-grade energy crystal X1. Energy gained, 600 points. 600 points. Seeing this message, Lu Guan, who had been feeling slightly fatigued, perked up instantly. Indeed, it was more than the energy reward from phantom beasts. Still, it was a pity that aside from energy and crystals, there was nothing else. Lu Guan felt a slight disappointment. After all, dealing with this evil plant was far more taxing than fighting a phantom beast. He then activated Plunder. Plunder Bloodvine Talent, Bloodlust, Tier 1. Talent description, F-rank talent, upgradable. Connects oneself to an enemy using a vine, rapidly restoring one's own condition. Lu Guan paused for a moment before comprehending. So this talent's primary ability is bloodsucking? Though the talent level was low, it held immense importance for Lu Guan. In combat, the more powerful the skill, the greater the drain on stamina and energy. With the Bloodlust talent, he'd essentially gain half a healing ability. Predatory Bloodthirsty Vine Skill, Vine Entanglement, Tier 1. Skill description, F-tier skill, upgradable. Generates a small number of vines to entangle opponents. Both talents and skills can be upgraded. Lu Guan also possesses an SSS-tier talent that allows him to preempt future opportunities. It's hard to imagine what would happen if one day all these talents and skills were upgraded to Tier 9. Perhaps he could instantly drain the blood of all nearby enemies from afar? Just the thought is brutal. As expected, Lu Guanyo had leveled up again. He opened his attribute panel to check. Name, Lu Guan. Level, Tier 1, Level 7. Strength, 44. Speed, 28. Spirit, 41. Constitution, 30. Combat power, 1190. Lu Guan felt quite pleased with the pace of his combat power's improvement. Sister Yao, I know it must be you protecting me in the Void Realm. He looked up at the sky and murmured. Not far away. I really can't run anymore, brother. Haven't we escaped far enough by now? Su Yuaning, dragged along by her brother, had sprinted here in one breath, her stamina nearly depleted. Her awakened ability was essentially an E-grade water manipulation talent, offering no enhancement to her physical attributes. Alright, let's rest here for now and wait for Uncle Lin. Su Haokai was also panting heavily. In fact, his talent rank was even lower than Su Yuaning's. An F-rank talent specializing in throwing. The reason he pushed himself to run this far was to avoid wasting Uncle Lin's earnest efforts. Not long ago. Not long after Lu Guan had departed. The 3 of them encountered a bloodvine as well. Uncle Lin risked his life to escort the siblings to safety. He remained behind, held fast by the bloodthirsty vine. The Su siblings initially refused to leave. After all, they had grown up under Uncle Lin's care and guidance since childhood, regarding him as family. But Uncle Lin insisted, staying here won't help. Only when you're safe can I fight with all my strength. Good children, trust me. Uncle Lin may be old, but these bones still pack a punch. The bloodvine won't get the better of me. Su Haokai remained worried, yet he knew Uncle Lin spoke the truth. If all 3 stayed, none would escape. Only with the 2 of them safe could Uncle Lin focus on confronting the bloodvine and seize an opportunity to escape. At that moment, a foul, bloody stench suddenly filled their nostrils. Su Yuaning turned her head. Brother, look over there. Why is the ground covered in blood and withered vines? At the word vines, Su Haokai froze. Following the direction, he gasped in shock, there are bloodthirsty vines here too? But seeing the vines had already turned yellow and withered, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it seemed this bloodthirsty vine had perished, though he wondered who might have cut it down. Who would have thought this newbie village hid a powerhouse even stronger than Uncle Lin? Amidst the scattered vines and pools of blood, Su Yuning glimpsed a familiar figure in the shadows. Bro, there seems to be another person over there. It's that big shot. Chapter 9, The Life-Saving Deal. Despite the several meters of distance and the thick, heavy fog, Su Yuaning recognized Lu Guan. Su Haokai was initially incredulous. If that person was Lu Guan, didn't that mean he was also responsible for killing this bloodthirsty vine? How could that be possible? Uncle Lin, currently a Tier 1, Level 9, would only flee upon encountering the bloodthirsty vine. Lu Guan was indeed powerful, but he was still just a novice talent who had awakened alongside them. And based on his assessment, The true powerhouse who slew this bloodthirsty vine must be at least tier 2 or above. But before he could speak, Lu Guan had already detected the sound and activated his shuttle talent. In an instant, he materialized beside the brother and sister. Why is it always you two? Upon seeing the brother and sister's faces clearly, Lu Guan was at a loss for words. What strange twist of fate had led him to encounter this brother and sister time and again in such a short span? So it was you, big shot. Did you kill that blood vine? The moment Su Yuaning saw Lu Guan, the gloom that had weighed on her heart lifted considerably. Perhaps it was because Lu Guan's display of power during the battle with the earth-splitting hound had genuinely impressed her, making her feel a sense of security. Lu Guan nodded. There was no need to hide this. Sooner or later, his extraordinary combat prowess would be noticed anyway. What difference did these two siblings make? As long as his SSS-tier skill remained undiscovered until he developed sufficient self-defense capabilities, he wouldn't attract too much trouble. Su Haokai had just been thinking that the powerful individual must be at least tier 2 or higher. Seeing this, he blurted out in shock, "How is that possible? How did you do it?" His question wasn't entirely born of doubt, but rather a deep sense of bewilderment. According to the data he possessed, the highest recorded level for a novice talent after leaving the newbie village on the entire Blue Star was merely tier 1, level 7. Even if Lu Guan leveled up exceptionally fast, there was no reason for him to be this absurdly powerful. Indeed, if Su Haokai were to learn that Lu Guan had already matched the highest recorded level, he might even lose faith in his own future. Lu Guan didn't respond. Instead, he asked, "Why are only the two of you here? Where's your Uncle Lin?" At this, the siblings' expressions darkened instantly. Uncle Lin still hadn't come to find them. It was likely he was in grave danger. Su Yueying suddenly thought of something. "Big shot, since you can kill this blood vine, could you help us save Uncle Lin?" As she finished speaking, she briefly recounted the siblings' ordeal. Lu Guan had only asked casually, never expecting that Uncle Lin had actually gotten into trouble. "Sorry, I don't have time." He refused without hesitation once more. A flicker of hope flickered in Su Haokai's eyes. "Big shot, hold on. The Su family won't ask you to help for nothing. If you're willing to help us rescue Uncle Lin, name your terms, anything you want." He deliberately emphasized his Su family background, hoping Lu Guan would take him more seriously. "Sure enough. The Su family?" Lu Guan murmured the name, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Su Haokai hurriedly interjected, "You've surely heard of the Su family of Starry Sky City, right? With our family's influence, whatever you need, as long as it's within my power, we can work something out." Lu Guan certainly knew the Su family. Sister Yao had mentioned them to him more than once. The Su family had two siblings, both young yet exceptional talents. Though they're rivals to the Lu family, Sister Yao holds them in high regard. Now it seemed this brother and sister were at least loyal and principled. They were far superior to his own siblings of the same generation. Still, this was hardly reason enough to prompt Lu Guan to intervene. He still carried the weight of Sister Yao's blood feud on his shoulders. How could he possibly care about others? Su Yuaning understood the situation at a glance from Lu Guan's expression. Even the Su family's favor couldn't sway this big shot. She sighed with frustration. "I know you're not short on money. You just don't want to help because you're eager to level up, right? How about this? I'll give you 100 energy crystals. What do you say? 100 energy crystals." Slaying a fierce beast usually yielded 1 or 2 low to mid-grade energy crystals as reward if luck was on your side. The primary use of these crystals is to absorb their energy and advance your rank when you're not in the killing world slaying beasts. If he really had 100 even low-grade ones, it would be enough for Lu Guan to leapfrog 3 ranks. To be honest, Lu Guan was tempted. Seeing him silent, Su Yuning thought he found the offer insufficient. 200. Lu Guan still didn't respond. Su Haokai beside him, however, flashed a quick look of interest. 200 energy crystals even for the Su family, that was no small sum. But then, Su Yuaning saw that Lu Guan still seemed unsatisfied. She gritted her teeth. 500. No more than that, any higher, and even our Su family couldn't afford it. Su Haokai's eyes widened in shock. He thought to himself, even 500 is beyond our means, isn't it? Lu Guan finally stopped hesitating and spoke directly, "Agreed. Deal." Su Yuning instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Guan asked, "Where is the location? Lead the way." An inexplicable surge of irritation flared in Su Yueying. She snapped, "Follow me." With that, she turned and walked back the way they had come. Her heart was heavy with concern for Uncle Lin's safety. The three quickened their pace and soon reached the scene. From a distance, Lu Guan saw the ground ahead covered in foul-smelling bloodstains and withered vines and broken branches. But more numerous were the living vines, woven into a dense, impenetrable web that hid the interior from outside view. Listening intently, they found the area eerily quiet. A sense of foreboding simultaneously gripped all three. No sounds of struggle. Could it be that Uncle Lin had already been drained dry by the bloodthirsty vines? "Uncle Lin!" Su Yueying couldn't hold back and shouted. You're back. Fortunately, Uncle Lin's faint, weak voice soon echoed from within the heavenly net. He's still alive. Su Haokai's heart leapt with joy, and he felt greatly relieved. Uncle Lin, we've found people to rescue you. You must hold on. This is an E-class malignant plant, the bloodthirsty vine. In this beginner's village, who could possibly save him now? Uncle Lin wasn't fooled by this childish trick. Don't try to save me. This bloodthirsty vine is no ordinary foe. You'll only throw your lives away. Whether this old man lives or dies matters little. But you, children, are still young. You must live on. Hearing this, Su Yuaning felt a mix of emotion, whether it was deep gratitude or profound sadness, and tears nearly welled up in her eyes. Uncle Lin, believe me, the boss just successfully killed a bloodthirsty vine. He can definitely save you. Uncle Lin couldn't tell if Su Yuaning was telling the truth. Nor could he fathom what rank this boss might hold. He could only sigh, it's too late. This bloodthirsty vine has absorbed half my energy and blood, further amplifying its combat power. It's beyond what any human can oppose. Chapter 10, Don't overthink it, I'm just here for the crystals. The Su siblings felt a chill run through their hearts at these words. The bloodthirsty vine was already terrifyingly powerful on its own, and now it had devoured half of Uncle Lin's combat strength. Didn't that mean even the big shots couldn't stand a chance? Su Yuaning was utterly at a loss, her tear-filled eyes turning to Su Haokai. Brother, what do we do now? Su Haokai was equally torn. He could tell from Lu Guan's slightly weary appearance. Even for a veteran like him, dealing with the unenhanced bloodthirsty vines wasn't exactly a walk in the park. He desperately wanted to save Uncle Lin, but could he really disregard others' lives for that? After a moment of deep thought, Su Haokai made his decision. He wanted to discuss it with Lu Guan. If Lu Guan was willing to take the risk and try, that would be ideal. But if Lu Guan chose to abandon the attempt, Su Haokai wouldn't press the matter and this favor would still be owed. Just as Su Haokai was about to speak, Lu Guan had already retrieved the bone shadow blade from his storage space. Su Haokai's worry instantly turned to joy. Big shot, you've decided to help us after all? Lu Guan gave him a faint glance before striding away. Su Yuning, however, worried aloud, please don't try to be a hero. Lu Guan offered no reply. In his view, the Bloodvine's enhanced combat power merely meant it offered greater energy rewards. But evil plants remained evil plants. Don't forget they possess no intellect. As long as he employed the correct combat tactics, Lu Guan could still dispatch them with ease. The purple cold light of the bone shadow blade was swallowed by the thick fog. This only made its aura seem more restrained and mysterious. Countless vines had been slowly writhing, seemingly reveling in the blood and energy they were now draining from the human elder's body. Suddenly, the vines at the very edge seemed to be stimulated by something, becoming agitated. From afar, the scene resembled a chaotic dance of demons. Su Yuning worried, brother, do you think the boss really has the ability to save Uncle Lin? Su Haokai took a deep breath and sighed. He must at least have confidence in his own safety to attempt this. Let's hope everything goes smoothly. Clearly, he didn't hold much hope. And if he knew Lu Guan's true purpose wasn't merely to rescue Uncle Lin, but to eliminate the enhanced bloodthirsty vine, he probably wouldn't have let Lu Guan take such a risk. As Lu Guan drew nearer, the intense stench of blood emanating from him caused the seemingly endless vines to writhe even more violently. Uncle Lin, tightly bound by a dozen vines at the center, sensed the commotion and slowly opened his weary eyes. Finally, through a gap between the vines, he recognized the so-called big shot as none other than Lu Guan. Young man, you must leave. An old man like me is of little consequence. Now is not the time for bravado. You still have your whole life ahead of you. Don't throw it all away trying to save me. If it weren't for those 500 energy crystals, Lu Guan wouldn't have wasted his time here. Save your breath, Lin Shu replied. Conserve your strength. Hold on until I get you out. He could clearly hear Uncle Lin's voice growing weaker than before. At this rate of consumption, he'd likely be drained dry within 10 minutes. At that moment, a vine detected the source of the intense blood aura, realizing it had entered its attack range. Like a beggar who'd struck gold, it slithered toward Lu Guan. Its speed was indeed faster than that of an unmodified bloodthirsty vine. Lu Guan keenly noticed this difference. But even so, what good did it do? This speed was still far inferior to what Lu Guan could achieve after activating his phantom talent. Lu Guan's form suddenly faded, instantly becoming transparent. Just before the vines could touch his body, Lu Guan effortlessly darted to the side. The vine lashed out, striking only empty air. Devoid of reason, it needed no thought. Sensing the source of the blood scent had shifted, it immediately changed direction. Lu Guan had anticipated this and had already solidified back into physical form. He raised the bone shadow blade high above his head and with a single, effortless swing, severed the vine. The wounded vine retreated swiftly back into the earth. Immediately, countless others surged forth from all directions. Lu Guan was dazzled by the swarm, so he chose to ignore them entirely, weaving through several in quick succession to leap right over them. After all, Uncle Lin couldn't hold out much longer. It was best to rescue him as quickly as possible. In the blink of an eye, Lu Guan materialized at the very center of the tangled mass of vines. Suspended mid-air, Uncle Lin's limbs were tightly bound by vines. A vine as thick as a thigh had completely pierced through his abdomen. It greedily and rapidly absorbed Uncle Lin's blood and energy, not a single drop spilling to the ground. Perhaps sensing something amiss, Uncle Lin slowly turned his head, his face already deathly pale. Lu Guan surveyed the situation, then without a word, activated his phantom talent once more, charging forward like lightning. The bloodthirsty vine likely sensed the danger too. Nearby vines surged toward them in a relentless wave. But at their speed, how could they possibly catch up to Lu Guan in his phantom state? In the blink of an eye, Lu Guan materialized beneath Uncle Lin. Without hesitation, he swung his blade in a horizontal slash. The vine, thick as a thigh, was instantly severed in two and retracted back into the ground. Immediately after, Lu Guan activated his shuttle talent, severing the 4 vines entangling Uncle Lin one by one. Without the vine's support, Uncle Lin felt his body suddenly grow light, then plummeted in freefall. Lu Guan caught him before he hit the ground. With a powerful leap from his legs, he landed on a tree branch. All this happened in the blink of an eye. Whether from excessive blood loss or not, Uncle Lin stood unsteadily on the branch, dazed for a moment before a wave of bitter regret washed over him. I told you not to come save me. Why did you come anyway? I've already tried hiding in the trees, it's useless. Now we'll both die here. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the vine seemed to answer a call, climbing up the tree trunk. Lu Guan wasted no time, grabbing Uncle Lin's shoulders and leaping to the next tree. He intended to repeat his earlier tactic, seeking out the roots of the blood vine. After regaining his footing, Uncle Lin sighed. I'm just an old man. If I die, I die. Young man, why must you? As he spoke, he drew a gleaming silver longsword from his storage space. Lu Guan watched and asked, you still have the strength to fight? Uncle Lin took a deep breath. Young man, I don't care for your recklessness. But your willingness to rescue me shows you're a man of justice. I can't just stand by and watch you die with me. In a moment, I'll muster my last ounce of strength to hack a path through these vines for you. You must seize that chance and escape. Hearing Uncle Lin's words, Lu Guan felt speechless. He knew Uncle Lin still doubted his combat abilities. As for having a sense of justice? Perhaps. Lu Guan replied flatly, you're overthinking it. I wouldn't risk my life on something uncertain. I came to rescue you because Su Yueying promised to pay 500 energy crystals. So all you need to do is cooperate properly, and neither of us will die. Chapter 11, that's it? You call that enhancement? Regardless of whether Uncle Lin believed it or not, Lu Guan leapt from tree to tree in rapid succession. He paused briefly on each one, waiting until vines had fully wrapped around it before moving to the next. The Su siblings nearby couldn't make heads or tails of his baffling maneuvers. Still, seeing Uncle Lin alive brought them some relief. Bro, what do you think that guy's doing? Could it be that the vines are too dense, trapping him and Uncle Lin? Su Yueying furrowed her brows in deep concern. Su Haokai shook his head. No, look, even though he's been dodging, he's not just reacting. Perhaps he has another plan in mind. Su Yueying wondered aloud, since he's already rescued Uncle Lin, why isn't he seizing the chance to escape? What else could he possibly be planning? Recalling Lu Guan's modus operandi, Su Haokai observed him closely for a moment longer. He suddenly realized, could it be, he intends to destroy this bloodthirsty vine? Su Yueying gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Are you out of your mind? This is the enhanced bloodthirsty vine that absorbed half of Uncle Lin's energy. Its combat power has increased by at least a third. It's not the one he killed. No, I have to warn him. If this drags on, both he and Uncle Lin will be drained to death. With that thought, Su Yueying took a few steps forward, intending to call out to Lu Guan. But the moment she entered the bloodvine's attack range, a tendril shot toward her at lightning speed. Su Haokai reacted swiftly, yanking his sister back several steps. Even so, the vine still pierced a bloody hole in Su Yueying's calf. Meanwhile, Uncle Lin, caught in the fray, was being tossed around the treetops by Lu Guan, who had already flung him back and forth between several large trees several times. Gradually, he began to discern the pattern. He observed that nearly half of the vines had become entangled with each other, coiling around the tree trunks where they had stood. The converging paths of the vines clearly pointed toward the central intersection point. There lay the root system of the bloodthirsty vine. A sharp gleam flashed in Uncle Lin's eyes. Kid, so all this time you've been searching for the bloodvine's roots? Lu Guan shot him a glance, not too dumb. Uncle Lin felt a pang in his chest. At his age, being judged like this by a junior was truly stifling. Yet he couldn't very well say anything. After all, the boy had saved his life. And he himself had just admitted he disliked the young man's overconfidence. Now it seemed he'd been the one overestimating himself. Now that he'd essentially pinpointed the location of the bloodvine's roots, Lu Guan hesitated no longer. He resorted to his old trick. He leapt down from the tree, then whirled his bone shadow blade in a blindingly fast dance. Any vine that dared to approach was instantly severed into several pieces. With others present, he dared not reveal his shattered star phantom blade skill, so he had no choice but to resort to this more laborious method. Combining this with his shuttle talent, Lu Guan swiftly reached the center point. He thrust the bone shadow blade downward, its tip pointing straight down. In an instant, the overwhelming sea of vines froze in place. Soon, they slumped to the ground like rotten flesh stripped of its bones, making a sloshing sound. Thick fog mingled with dust swirled upward, plunging the area into sudden darkness not a hand's breadth could be seen. Successfully defeated the enhanced bloodthirsty vine. Reward, medium-grade energy crystals x2. Energy gained, 800 points. Attributes of the enhanced bloodthirsty vine: Constitution 5, Strength 3. Successfully obtained the Secret Realm Energy Core Junior Guild Order. Basic Guild Order description: the user becomes Guild Leader, gaining +3 to all 4 attributes. 1 Vice President, increases all 4 attributes by 2. 100 core members, +1 to all 4 attributes. Numerous regular members. After reading this message, Lu Guan's heart remained unsettled for a long time. No wonder he'd always felt the thick fog's appearance was eerie. He'd been trapped within a secret realm all along. This also explained why he kept encountering the Su siblings time and again. Because a secret realm is a finite, self-contained space. To prevent energy turbulence from escaping, the divine beings naturally designed the secret realm as a looping space. Thus, when Lu Guan walked in one direction, passing the endpoint meant returning to the starting point. Would you like to create a guild immediately? Yes, no. Another message popped up, snapping Lu Guan back to reality. Create guild. Lu Guan didn't hesitate. Guild orders were divided into 4 tiers: basic, intermediate, advanced, and legendary. They could be upgraded sequentially based on members' energy contributions to the guild. As the leader of a basic guild, the 4-stat boost of +3 was modest. But for him at this stage, it was still incredibly important. Moreover, as far as Lu Guan knew, only a little over 20 guilds existed across the entire Blue Star. This alone demonstrates how rare such an entity truly is. Please set a name for your guild. Lu Guan pondered for a moment. Future Guild it is. Future Guild created successfully. After the notification, Lu Guan opened the Attributes panel. Name, Lu Guan. Level, Tier 1, Level 8. Strength, 59. Speed, 40. Spirit, 53. Constitution, 47. Combat Power, 1310. Affiliation, Future Guild President. The dust gradually settled. The dense fog dissipated as the announcement declared the Secret Realm's energy core had been absorbed. Sunlight once again filtered through the dense foliage, casting dappled patterns across the ground. Uncle Lin had somehow leaped back to the ground. Uncle Lin, are you alright? The Su siblings ran over together. I'm fine. Not dead yet. Unable to support his weight, Uncle Lin sat on the ground as he spoke. Seeing Uncle Lin struggling, Su Haokai hurried forward to help him up. You're so badly injured, what are you trying to do? Yet Uncle Lin, blood still flowing from his abdomen, gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain and moved with great difficulty to Lu Guan's side. Young master, you saved 3 lives of the Su family. We can never repay such a great debt. Earlier, this old fool spoke out of turn. I hope you'll be magnanimous and not hold it against me. From now on, the Su family owes you a great debt of gratitude. Whatever you require, we will spare no effort to fulfill it. The brother and sister both bowed deeply to Lu Guan. Indeed, had they not encountered Lu Guan today, all 3 would have perished here. Lu Guan was their family's benefactor. Still pondering the future of the guild, Lu Guan casually replied, no need to thank me. After speaking, he added as a reminder, but don't forget the 500 energy crystals you promised. Uncle Lin now dared not underestimate this young man before him in the slightest. He hastily replied, of course not. Su Yueying inquired, but we still don't know your name. Once we return to Blue Star, how will we find you? Lu Guan replied indifferently, Lu family. Hearing this, the 3 members of the Su family froze in surprise. Lu family? Su Haokai was the quickest to react. You mean the Lu family of Hao US City? Lu Guan nodded. Su Yuning pondered for a moment before asking, you wouldn't happen to be that Lu Guan, would you? Chapter 12, The Trial Begins. The Su family of Starry Sky City had long maintained business ties with the Lu family of Bright Moon City. The Su siblings had interacted with several key figures in charge of the Lu family. Only the heir to the Lu family was said to have been expelled from the clan for committing some heinous act. They left behind only one child, who became the family's outcast. And that most ostracized child was none other than Lu Guan. Lu Guan wasn't the least bit surprised they could guess his identity. The astonishment and surprise of the Su siblings had long been anticipated. After giving his affirmative answer, he departed without further ado. His combat power had now reached 1300. Just 2 more levels and he would match Lu Jie's strength. He had to hurry. Unless absolutely necessary, Lu Guan decided he should minimize using his talent that borrowed from the future. First, the gap between his level and combat power was too conspicuous, easily arousing suspicion. Uncle Lin was a prime example. By all accounts, Uncle Lin's assessment of his own strength was accurate. He simply didn't know that Lu Guan had achieved strength surpassing even the first wave of awakened talent users by borrowing from the future. Secondly, this SSS-tier talent is indeed powerful. The cost was truly exorbitant. This time, he had likely only drawn upon a small portion of the opportunities he would have gained in the future. It cost him an immense amount of effort to finally repay it. What if he advances a greater opportunity next time? And the next opportunity arrives soon after, wouldn't he be completely screwed? Still, I can try to seize as many talents as possible. In the world of slaughter, besides relying on talents to awaken skills, one could also acquire talent manuals by absorbing the energy cores of secret realms or through other serendipitous events. But these are exceedingly rare. If placed on the trading market, they would be instantly swept up by Blue Star's major clans, regardless of the asking price. Lu Guan, however, had no such worries. For his first pre-awakened future talent skill was Omnipotent Plunder. He could plunder everything from ferocious beasts and myriad races to even the gods themselves. My current talents and skills are still too few. Lu Guan shook his head silently, fully aware of his weaknesses. Just as he had concluded from the battle to save Uncle Lin. Once the star-shattering blade became unusable, he could only rely on brute force. Thinking of this, in the days that followed, Lu Guan continued to roam the newbie village. Whenever he encountered a ferocious beast, regardless of its level, he swung his blade and killed it. Upon reaching Tier 1, Level 8, beasts below E rank offered him virtually no growth. Even the four-dimensional attributes gained from plundering offered negligible combat enhancements. In the newbie village, other newbie talent holders were initially puzzled. Guys, isn't it weird how few beasts there are in this newbie village? Exactly. I'm only at Tier 1, Level 2 now, and I've been searching the entire village for beasts to hunt, still can't find any. But this newbie village has had its share of weird stuff like that SSS-tier powerhouse who even created a secret realm. Speaking of which, that SSS-tier player has some serious patience, he hasn't popped up once yet. Half a day later. Folks, I ran into a pro down south today. He's wielding a purple longsword, and he's taking down beasts one by one with every swing. I saw him too, on the east side of the village. What do you think, could he be that SSS-tier powerhouse? What a coincidence. I saw that master in the northwest part of the village too. You guys aren't joking, right? If he's that good, couldn't he wipe out every beast in the newbie village by himself? They weren't joking. It's true. Until a day and a half later. After tonight, Newbie Village 917 would officially begin its trials. The public communication channel was filled with wails and complaints. They finally confirmed it. It wasn't that this batch of newbie villages had issues. Instead, there was a madman in the village who, acting entirely alone, had nearly slaughtered every single beast within its borders. The sun gradually sank below the western horizon. The moon over the newbie village shone exceptionally bright. Lu Guan finally halted his solitary slaughter. 2 days and 1 night of non-stop killing left him utterly exhausted. Though he hadn't looted anything worthwhile, his efforts hadn't been in vain. He had advanced to Tier 1, Level 8, with a combat power of 1400. He randomly found an unoccupied safe house nearby. Lu Guan opened the door and went straight inside to rest. Even as a gifted one, going 3 full days and nights without sleep had finally taken its toll. He lay down on the wooden bed. Sister Yao. He murmured softly before quickly drifting off into sleep. Lu family mansion. Lu Jie's bedroom. At that moment, Lu Guan was sleeping soundly in the newbie village. Lu Jie, however, couldn't sleep a wink. Since the day before yesterday, he had completely lost contact with Xiao Yanling. He had no idea what had gone wrong on her end. A young woman, clad in a seductive crimson gown, floated above Lu Jie's bed, striking alluring poses. Young Master Lu, after midnight, the trial in Newbie Village 917 will commence. Are you worried that Xiao Yanling really got killed by Lu Guan? Her name was Zhang Yuton. An awakened D-rank magnetic field controller. Like Xiao Yanling, she was also one of Lu Jie's personal assistants. But compared to Xiao Yanling, Lu Jie clearly showed more sexual interest in this woman. After all, Xiao Yanling was merely pretty, wore a perpetually cold expression, and acted almost like a machine. Zhang Yuton, however, was entirely different. After all, how many men could resist a woman with magnetic charm who was willing to explore new positions beyond ordinary limits? Lu Guan? All these years, he's been nothing but a lapdog within the family, a useless piece of trash. Do you really think he'd dare lay a finger on Xiao Yanling? Lu Jie found Zhang Yuton's question laughable. He continued, but this time, that kid suddenly decided to enter the world of slaughter. It's highly likely he's already uncovered the truth behind Lu Yao's death. Back then, I personally sent Lu Yao into the sacrificial formation, exchanging it for a blessing of innate talent bestowed upon the entire Lu bloodline. This means Lu Guan's awakened talent will at least be grade or higher. I am genuinely concerned if he refuses to cooperate, things could get complicated. Zhang Yuton's face lit up with surprise. Young master, you found the soul capture book? Lu Jie nodded, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Unfortunately, to use this item to extract another's innate talent, the target must willingly cooperate. So if Xiao Yanling's mission fails, Yutong, it will be up to you next. Zhang Yutong immediately withdrew his talent and floated back down to land beside Lu Jie. Rest assured, young master. I'm no butcher like Xiao Yanling, with nothing but bloodlust in my mind. I have far better methods to ensure Lu Guan obeys without question. Then, young master, you will surely become an even more powerful dual talent user. Lu Jie's eyes flashed with excitement, likely already envisioning the outcome. He swept his arm around Zhang Yutong's slender waist. Once I grow stronger, you'll certainly reap your rewards. Then I'll taste just how sweet it is right now. Zhang Yutong purred softly. She then took the initiative to push Lu Jie onto the bed. Newbie Village. Night had deepened, moonlight frosting the air. Beyond the village's protective barrier, a flash of skylight suddenly appeared. Immediately after, a rumbling sound grew louder as it approached. Inside the safe house. Lu Guan had no idea how long he'd been asleep. He rubbed his bleary eyes and finally felt his body grow lighter. Ha! What's that sound? Chapter 13, Monsters? Kill them offhand. Jolted awake by the deafening roar outside, Lu Guan was momentarily disoriented. But when he hurried to the window and saw the dark mass outside the village by moonlight, only then did he remember he'd clearly overslept. He nearly forgot that the trial for novice gifted individuals was about to begin. Announcement: the newcomer village trial has officially commenced. The first wave of beasts is about to attack the village. All gifted ones, please be on high alert. The communication channel was already in complete chaos. What do I do? The trial started so fast and I'm only a tier 1, level 3 with a combat power of just over 200. Am I going to die here? As far as I know, the beast wave has 3 waves. The first wave is all G-rank beasts. If we team up and coordinate, we should be able to hold out. But what's the point of just surviving the first wave? There's still the second wave of F-rank beasts and the third wave of E-rank beasts. What are we supposed to do? Sigh, if that big shot hadn't slaughtered every beast in the newbie village alone, we wouldn't be in such a bind now. Exactly. That big shot should take responsibility. I'll chip in 1 million gold coins, please let me join your team. I'll put up 5 million. I'm broke, but I've awakened healing talents. I'm gorgeous with killer legs, any position is fair game. Just let me stay with you for one night. At that moment, a user named Chen Buchuan chimed in. I know the big shot you're talking about. Truth is, he only awakened an E-rank phantom talent, nothing like the power you imagine. I, on the other hand, have awakened a D-rank thunder talent with 500 combat power. Anyone wanting to team up, hurry to the village center. The channel erupted with questions. Seriously? An E-rank talent can wipe out all the beasts in the newbie village? You're not just trying to trick people into joining your team, are you? Chen Buchuan replied, of course it's true. Remember the Inferno Beast mutation 2 days ago? The so-called big shot you're talking about was actually in my party at the time. Without me, he'd have been dead already. The mutated flame demon beast incident, many had indeed heard about it. Who would have thought it was this Chen Buchuan who took it down? Soon after, the channel was flooded with countless messages begging for party invites and protection. Seeing this, Lu Guan merely gave a faint snort. He couldn't be bothered to expose Chen Buchuan, nor did he wish to reveal himself. Yet amidst the flood of messages, one line from Li Song caught his attention. Boss. Me, Little Fatty, and Zhang Yan'an are all at the west end of the village. Where are you? Reply if you see this, and we'll come find you. Clearly, they weren't with Chen Baichuan this time. Lu Guan didn't know the reason, but he didn't bother to respond. After all, he'd merely saved those 3 lives on a whim, no real connection existed between them. He'd rather spend that time slaying more beasts and boosting his combat prowess. Lu Guan had just closed the communication interface. A thunderous thud suddenly echoed from above the safe house. It sounded like something heavy had fallen. Immediately afterward, a massive black claw burst through the roof and reached down. From the moment the beast-tide attack announcement was issued, the safe house had lost its protective purpose. At this very moment, there was no longer a single safe place left in the entire newbie village. The black claw was about to tear the small wooden hut apart. Lu Guan teleported outside in an instant. Boom! Crash! The moment Lu Guan vanished from his spot, the cabin seemed to have been detonated, instantly reduced to rubble. That was fast. Lu Guan turned his head. It was a G-rank Black Claw Wolf, with combat power under 200. After destroying the safe house, the Black Claw Wolf realized its prey had already fled. It tilted its head back and let out a howl. Lu Guan knew this was how they communicated with their own kind. He made no attempt to stop it. After all, beasts of this level were now completely beneath his notice. The more that came, the better. Free energy delivered to his doorstep was not to be missed. Sure enough. In less than a minute, dozens of dark shadows darted in from all directions, densely lining up behind the Black Claw wolves. Their eyes glowed like ghostly flames in the night, sending chills down one's spine. Lu Guan calmly retrieved the bone shadow blade from his storage space. Are you all here? As if understanding the question, the Black Claw Wolf let out another howl. Its companions instantly grew restless. Lu Guan gave the bone shadow blade a light flick in his hand, its blade appearing even more ghostly under the moonlight. A Black Claw Wolf lunged first, its blood-stained jaws and fangs bared, aiming straight for Lu Guan's throat. The next second. Thud. Without even shifting his stance, Lu Guan merely raised his blade. The black-clawed wolf impaled its own throat onto the blade. Lu Guan shook his head, too slow. Not even as fast as a ground splitter. With a swift pull of his blade, the Black Claw Wolf's life ended instantly. Beasts possess no fear, but they do possess intelligence. Seeing their comrade fall so easily, the remaining Black Claw Wolves let out a howl and decided to attack en masse. Lu Guan didn't want to waste too much time. Seeing the pack stirring with intent, he charged headlong into their midst. Even without activating his phantom technique, Lu Guan's speed far surpassed that of these G-rank beasts. His form darted like a shadow, weaving through the pack. With each swing of the bone shadow blade, a life was taken. Blood spattered everywhere. The black-clawed wolves didn't even have time to react before they fell like scythe-cut leaks, dropping in small patches. Within 3 minutes, dozens of Black Claw Wolves lay slain. Lu Guan stood amidst the fallen pack, wiping the blood from his blade. He opened the attribute panel for a glance, then shook his head inside. Almost no change. It seemed that slaying countless G-rank beasts held no real meaning. So from then on, he idly slaughtered beasts that stubbornly charged him while glancing at the communication channel filled with others' complaints, curses, and cries for help. About half an hour passed like this. Announcement: the first wave of the beast tide attacking the village has ended. Total deaths in Newbie Village 917-12. Announcement: all newly initiated gifted individuals, please prepare yourselves. The second wave of the beast tide is about to begin. Compared to previous Newbie Village trials, the double-digit death toll from the first wave was relatively high. After all, these were G-rank beasts. Talent holders above Tier 1, Level 2 had a high probability of surviving. It seems many haven't even reached Tier 1, Level 3. Lu Guan reflected inwardly. At the same time, he understood that this situation was partly related to his actions over the past 2 days clearing every beast from the village. However, the primary responsibility doesn't lie with him. After all, on his very first day in the Newbie Village, he wasn't that eager to venture out. Many players were too scared to leave the safe house and level up. This is a world of slaughter. If you don't even have the courage for that, why come here in the first place? Of course, this isn't to say those people deserve to die. Even without Lu Guan, they wouldn't have lasted long in this world. After the announcement ended, the newly minted gifted had 10 minutes to adjust and rest. 10 minutes later, the sky outside the village flashed with light once more. Rumble. This time, accompanied by the trembling of the ground, countless ferocious beasts charged forth with the momentum of 1,000 galloping horses. Chapter 14, just can't stand that kind of person. The F-rank beast tide's momentum was indeed far more powerful than the G-rank one. Over the communication channel, the quasi-gifted individuals were wailing in despair. We're done for. I was already badly injured fighting the G-rank wave. Luckily our team had a healing talent. But this is F-rank? We're dead meat. If you don't think you can survive the second wave, hurry to the center of the Newbie Village. Chuan, the big shot, takes down G-rank beasts with a single punch. Holy crap, that's strong? Boss, I regret it. Is it too late to join your team now? No wonder he can take down mutated fire beasts. I want him too. Seeing these messages, Chuan wore a smug smile. Earlier, I told you to form a team, but you didn't come. Now you want to join? Find 10 low-grade energy crystals per person. On Blue Star, a single low-grade energy crystal currently fetches over 10,000 credits. Many here risked death entering the killing world precisely because they couldn't resist the lure of such profit. Now Chuan was demanding 10 low-grade energy crystals outright. Someone immediately protested, 10 low-grade energy crystals? That's outrageously greedy. I've slain so many G-rank beasts and only got 2 crystals, and that was with good luck. What about those who haven't gotten a single one? Are they just supposed to wait to die? Those already teamed up with Chuan replied haughtily. Brother Chuan gave you guys a chance before. You just didn't appreciate it. Now you're whining over 10 low-grade energy crystals? What's more important, crystals or your lives? If you must blame someone, why not blame that big shot? If he hadn't single-handedly slaughtered every beast in the village, would you be in this mess? The man was instantly speechless. Indeed. Many can attest that when they teamed up with Chuan earlier, he didn't ask for a single penny. Now that they're filled with regret, they have no grounds to accuse Chuan of abandoning them in their hour of need. As for that big shot, many did harbor resentment. But since the big shot hadn't uttered a single word on the communication channel, what else could they do besides vent their frustrations? Even so, quite a few could still afford the 10 energy crystals. Desperate to survive, they gathered in the village center. Chuan collected the crystals, promising to ensure everyone would leave the Newbie Village alive. Trusting his proven strength, the group chose to follow him. East of the village, Lu Guan stood alone beside the ruins of a small wooden hut. This wave of F-rank beasts still failed to pique his interest. So Lu Guan stayed there, casually dispatching the beasts that attacked him while glancing at the group chat. He found it rather amusing. When life is truly threatened, people desperately cling to any straw that might offer hope. But could that straw truly save their lives? Not far away, the roar of another beast echoed. Lu Guan remained calm and alert, blade raised. But then, a voice shouted, "Batso, hang on a bit longer. My boss should be right around here. Once we find him and follow him, we'll be completely safe." Lu Guan couldn't help but feel speechless. He turned his head to look. Under the bright moon, 3 distinct figures were clearly visible. Who else could it be but Li Song, Wang Rui, and Jiang Yenan? He never imagined they would find their way here. Lu Guan stood rooted to the spot. He observed the 3 figures approaching. Li Song led the charge, Jiang Yenan followed in the middle, and the chubby kid gifted with enhanced physical prowess broke up the rear. As he ran, Li Song would occasionally turn around and hurl a fireball. The fireball struck a dozen F-rank beasts pursuing the trio. Those struck were instantly engulfed in flames. Those with high physical attributes, unable to be burned to death in an instant, charged forward in a rage, their attacks landing on the last person. The chubby kid naturally became the beast's punching bag for venting their rage. At that moment, a silver-horned beast engulfed in flames let out a piercing shriek. In its final moments, it charged forward, slamming its horn into the little chubby's lower back before burning to ashes where it stood. Even with his physique-enhancing talent, the little chubby guy still yelped from the impact. His body lurched forward, and he crashed to the ground. "Are you okay?" Jiang Yenan proved highly competent, swiftly enveloping the chubby kid in a healing aura. "You useless piece of trash, get up!" Li Song watched as the ferocious beast rapidly closed the distance between itself and the 3 of them. He helped the little guy up while urgently shouting. The chubby kid retorted irritably, "Calling me useless? Why don't you try tanking it from the back then?" Li Song argued back, "I don't have the physique enhancement talent." Lu Guan watched them silently, feeling thoroughly exasperated. The chubby kid gritted his teeth against the kidney pain, scrambled to his feet, and finally spotted the spectator beside the ruined cabin. "Brother Li, look! Isn't that the big shot over there?" Li Song followed the direction of the shout and instantly lit up with excitement. Without another word, the 3 of them charged straight toward Lu Guan. "Boss, we finally found you." As soon as they reached Lu Guan, Li Song began to sob. "Boss, you have no idea. Ever since the first wave of beasts attacked the village, we've been running from the west to the south, then to the north. Why didn't you even respond on the communication channel?" Lu Guan had no intention of acknowledging him. How could he possibly respond? Seeing the beasts drawn by the 3 about to attack, he might as well transform into a phantom first, activating his synchronous shuttle talent. His form darted through the beast horde like the wind. The bone shadow blade sliced through the night sky, its purple glow flashing like lightning. Each strike found the beast's vital points, blood splattering everywhere. Within mere breaths, over a dozen beasts lay dead. The 3 watched in stunned silence. Returning to their presence, Lu Guan showed no signs of exertion, as if nothing had transpired. "What do you want with me? Isn't Chen Buchuan assembling a team at the village center? With his strength and so many others working together, dealing with these F-rank beasts shouldn't be too difficult, right?" Li Song was now even more certain that coming to Lu Guan had been the right choice. "Boss, the truth is, ever since you saved us from that mutant flame beast, we've completely broken ties with Chen Buchuan." Lu Guan was slightly taken aback by this and asked, "Why?" After all, Chen Buchuan is a D-rank talent. Moreover, after parting ways with the 5-man team that day, he recalled something. The Chen family, from which Chen Buchuan hailed, seemed to hold considerable influence within Bright Moon City. How could a small-time crook like Li Song dare to cross him? Li Song stammered, as if hesitant to voice something. Jiang Yenan stepped forward with unexpected boldness. "Boss, we only found out after transforming into the mutated flame fiend. Chen Buchuan is nothing but a vain, selfish hypocrite. If you hadn't stepped in, we'd all be dead by now." The chubby kid clutched his waist and chimed in, "Exactly. And that day, it was clearly you who saved us. Not only was he ungrateful, but he even badmouthed you. Brother Li nearly got into a fight with him over it." Hearing this, Lu Guan shot Li Song a surprised glance. "Is that so? Who'd have thought this rough and tumble Li Song actually had a sense of loyalty?" Li Song replied with a hint of resentment. "Truth be told, I wouldn't dare actually fight him. Chen Buchuan is a D-tier talent. But I just can't stand people like that." Chapter 15, The Cruel Trial. Lu Guan said nothing. Truthfully, he didn't care what kind of person Chen Buchuan was. As for Li Song and his 2 companions, he held no particular ill will toward them. Since they insisted on tagging along, so be it. As long as they didn't get in the way, it didn't matter. Before long, the bloody carnage in the newbie village finally began to subside. Announcement: the second wave of beasts attacking the village has ended. Total deaths in newbie village 917, 136. Announcement: all newly awakened talent bearers, prepare yourselves. The third wave of beasts will attack the village in 20 minutes. The entire newbie village had fewer than 1,000 residents. Who would have thought that over 100 people would die in just the second wave of beasts attacking the village? The communication channel was filled with cries of despair. I thought entering the killing world to awaken my talent would be a blessing, but I never imagined it would be this brutal. I just want to go home right now. The second wave already ended like this and the third wave is an E-rank beast tide. What are we supposed to do? Brother Chuan's side is holding up okay, only a dozen or so brothers and sisters have fallen. I really don't want to die, Brother Chuan. I'll pay 20 energy crystals, please let me join your team. As soon as he spoke, many others chimed in with agreement. Truthfully, some among them weren't afraid of death to begin with. But when they actually witnessed their living comrades torn to shreds by ferocious beasts right before their eyes, fear began to grow wildly deep within their hearts. Those who wouldn't even part with 10 crystals before now seemed willing to accept 20. Those wishing to form a party could still come to the center of the newbie village, but this time, I'd need 30 low-grade energy crystals. Chen Buchuan felt deeply satisfied as he watched them plead to join his party. He knew full well that many simply couldn't afford that many energy crystals. He added, those lacking energy crystals can make up the difference at 20,000 gold coins per crystal. Low-grade energy crystals in the trading market usually cost just over 10,000 gold coins. Chen Buchuan was asking for 20,000? 20,000 gold coins per crystal? 30 crystals would cost 600,000 gold coins, that's outrageous. Someone complained in the channel. Chen Buchuan immediately replied, with my Chen family's influence in Bright Moon City, do you really think I care about a measly 600,000 gold coins? If you find it too expensive, fine, then you can forget about joining my team. What he truly coveted, of course, were the energy crystals. With these, he could continue cultivating on Blue Star unless forced to descend into the realm of carnage. Seeing this, the man instantly flared up, I just think your price is unreasonable. Why should you bar me from joining the team? Chen Buchuan pretended not to notice. After this incident, no one dared question Chen Buchuan again. Those with spirit stones contributed spirit stones, those without offered gold coins. If they had neither, well, then there was nothing left to do but wait for death. After all, most of them couldn't even handle a single E-rank beast, let alone a beast tide? 20 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Outside the newbie village, daylight once again flooded the sky. Countless E-rank beasts surged toward these newly gifted individuals from every direction. The air itself seemed thick with the scent of blood and murder, sending a chill down the spine. Lu Guan, positioned east of the village, soon found himself face to face with the blastwind beasts, creatures known for their superior speed. This time, he finally perked up. E-rank beasts, if he could slay enough of them, he should be able to advance to tier 2. The slender blastwind beast was covered in blue-gray scales, its 4 hooves churning up whirlwinds as it charged. The 3 others hid not far behind Lu Guan. The little chubby boy was utterly gobsmacked. What incredible speed! If I recall correctly, blast beasts have a combat power of 300. If it were me, I'd struggle to take down even one. He'd been grinding monsters relentlessly these past 2 days and had now reached tier 1, level 3. In terms of raw combat power alone, the chubby kid was on par with the blast beast. But the blast beast's speed advantage made the little chubby kid feel utterly helpless. With so many blast beasts, might the boss be struggling? Should we go help him out? Zhang Yan'an was genuinely worried. Of course, she knew that with Lu Guan's strength, he could easily handle even a dozen E-rank beasts at once. But she couldn't shake the worry. Didn't the boss say as long as we don't get in his way? Relax, these trash beasts aren't even enough to fill my boss's teeth. Li Song spoke with a clear note of pride in his voice. As if Lu Guan had truly agreed to take him on as a subordinate. At that moment, the blastwind beasts charged forward, their agile forms streaking like flashes of blue-gray lightning. Lu Guan's eyes narrowed as he swiftly drew the bone shadow blade from his storage space. One blast beast charged straight at his face. He timed his move perfectly, sidestepping and swinging his blade. The purple blade traced an arc through the air, cleaving the blast beast clean into mid-flight. Nice! That strike was fast, precise, and deadly. Li Song couldn't help but praise aloud. Truth be told, with his current combat prowess, taking down a blastwind beast was fairly straightforward. The problem was, it definitely wouldn't be as cool as Lu Guan's. Lu Guan had no time to acknowledge him. He instantly transformed into a phantom on the spot and charged into the swarm of blast beasts. Though the blast beasts were swift, they were still no match for Lu Guan's speed. To the 3 observers watching from the sidelines, the scene ahead in the night seemed like a ghostly battlefield, filled only with crisscrossing phantom shadows. Only that purple phantom light seemed tangible each time it flickered, several more bluish-gray shadows vanished. Lu Guan was indeed formidable. Thus, not a single ferocious beast remained at the eastern edge of the village. But the would-be gifted ones in the other directions were in for a world of hurt. Swept away by the storm of exploding wind beasts. Those of lower rank and weaker innate abilities were treated like mere straw. They didn't even have a chance to flee. Once caught by the explosive wind beast herd, they were instantly swallowed whole. In the distance, their bodies could be seen torn apart, some crushed, others ripped to shreds. The entire battlefield was littered with severed limbs and shattered remains. At the village center, Before the beast tide assaulted the village, Chen Buchuan had ordered over 200 men to form a large triangular formation. He himself, along with the two most combat proficient gifted individuals, guarded the three corners respectively. The outer perimeter was also manned by gifted individuals with either higher combat prowess or superior physical constitution. They surrounded those who had awakened support or healing abilities in the center. It was a simple yet practical solution. It doesn't overly rely on teamwork between members while still effectively leveraging each individual's abilities. Facing the blast beast horde's assault, the Triangle Squadron was struggling but still holding their ground. "Brother Chuan, look! So many of them are heading this way. What should we do?" At that moment, a bespectacled boy with a student-like appearance beside Chen Buchuan spoke urgently. He noticed a large group of refugees being chased by ferocious beasts, running towards them from a short distance away. Chen Buchuan's arms crackled with electric light as his fists sent a blast beast flying. He glanced in the direction the bespectacled student had pointed. "We only need to protect ourselves. Don't bother with them. Most of these people are trash with low talent levels and no gold coins, they'll only slow us down." Hearing this, the bespectacled student hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement. Truthfully, witnessing so many people swallowed by the beast tide had stirred a pang of reluctance in his heart. But he understood that Brother Chuan had a point. At that moment, an awakened talent with rank fire control stepped forward. Placing his hands before his chest, he swiftly conjured a fireball and hurled it at the beast hot on his heels. The flames swiftly transformed into a fiery cloak enveloping him, illuminating the surrounding area. Yet the beast did not die immediately. Instead, it roared, charged forward, and extended its massive claws. The fire control talent didn't even have time to react before his chest was pierced. Witnessing this, those around him were terrified out of their wits. They could only accelerate their pace toward the Triangle Brigade. Some fell to their knees before Chen Buchuan. "Brother Chuan, I beg you. Let me join your team. I'll work my fingers to the bone for you. Brother Chuan, I have no gold coins or crystals, but if you'll let me join, I'll do anything you ask." Men, women, even those with elderly parents and young children, they were all ordinary people from the Blue Star world. Chen Buchuan didn't even bother to glance at them. "Get lost. Bunch of trash." With that, he kicked the woman clinging to his leg away. Chapter 16, The True Strong. Chen Buchuan delivered that kick with no mercy whatsoever. The woman's body flew through the air like a cannonball, crashing into the swarm of beasts. A pack of blast beasts swarmed in, instantly sending blood spraying everywhere. Many couldn't bear to watch, yet dared not say much. What if they angered the formidable Chen Buchuan and found themselves kicked out as well? Chen Buchuan unleashed his innate ability once more. Electric sparks erupted from his arms, causing ripples to surge through the surrounding air. Ever since witnessing Lu Guan effortlessly obliterate a mutated fire demon beast, he'd been silently competing with himself. As a D-rank talent user, how could he be so far behind? That's why he hadn't dared slack off these past 2 days, grinding monsters relentlessly to level up. He now reached Tier 1, Level 5, with his combat power soaring to 600. Just then, a blast beast charged straight at Chen Buchuan. "Trash!" Chen Buchuan cursed under his breath, then leaped into the air, slamming his fist downwards. Boom! His fist struck the blast beast's head with blinding speed and precision. A cloud of dust erupted. To many, this E-rank beast seemed utterly invincible. Had its skull shattered with such ease, leaving a shallow crater beneath its feet. Everyone's faces froze in shock. Holy, is this even human? Brother Chuan is a god of war. This combat prowess must far surpass that village slaughtering big shot, right? No kidding. Even that big shot couldn't kill an E-rank beast with a single punch. With Brother Chuan here, I'm sure we can survive the third wave of beasts. Listening to the flattery, Chen Buchuan felt a surge of pride. It made him think of Lu Guan again. "Kid, your rank is at best equal to mine, but I possess D-grade talent while you're merely E-grade. Now, let's see what grounds you have left to show off in front of me." The earth trembled. The rumbling sound echoed like 1,000 horses galloping. How could there be more ferocious beasts? The bespectacled student looked up, his expression turning pale. Everyone turned their gaze toward the village entrance, their hearts sinking further. It was a thorn beast, the strongest in physical attributes among E-rank beasts. No way, are we this unlucky? First we hit an energy turbulence, now we're facing this troublesome beast. How can there be so many? Brother Chuan, what should we do? Chen Buchuan's expression was equally grim. He hadn't expected this trial to pit them against the most formidable E-rank beast. With such varied combat strength across the 100-man squad, a head-on clash with these thorn beasts would only lead to total annihilation. Everyone, maintain formation. Retreat toward the eastern village while fighting. Observing the situation, Chen Buchuan noted that only a handful of beasts were surging from the village's eastern flank. He had no time to ponder the reason behind this, his only concern was being cut off by the beast tide. Following Chen Buchuan's orders, the entire group slowly advanced toward the village's eastern edge in a large triangular formation. Meanwhile, the thorn beasts quickly closed in. Compared to the blast beasts, they lacked speed and agility. During the attack, however, many found themselves unable to even break through the thorn beast's defenses. Instead, the thorn beast's spiked bodies forced the triangular formation to twist and deform with every charge. Brother Chuan, what should we do? We can't even scratch these thorn beasts. As the beasts behind them grew ever more numerous, someone shouted in desperation. Shenbo Chuan was also deeply troubled. The thorn beast not only possessed high physical attributes but was also covered in sharp spines. One careless move could easily injure them. It took him 3 full power punches to take down just one, yet more thorns kept surging forward. He had no time to worry about others now. Just then, commotion erupted at the center of the large triangular formation. It turned out a thorn beast had finally breached the defensive line. It leapt into the air, curling its body into a spiked ball mid-flight, and slammed it down hard among the less capable gifted, who offered little resistance. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere, instantly throwing the large triangular formation into chaos. Damn it, Brother Chuan, the formation's broken. The bespectacled classmate urgently warned. Shenbo Chuan paid him no mind. It wasn't that he hadn't noticed the situation over there. What could he possibly do now? Having successfully disrupted the large triangle formation, the thorn beast launched into a brutal slaughter. Most people didn't even have the strength to fight back. In mere moments, the moon seemed drenched in crimson. Screams and wails mingled together. Hope and light were being swallowed whole by the tide of beasts. Terrified and screaming, they could do nothing. At that very moment, a fireball the size of a watermelon lit up the night sky. Beneath the fireball, a figure followed, streaking across the sky like a meteor. Agile and swift, he plunged straight into the thorn beast horde. Purple light traced irregular curves on either side of him. Wherever he passed, the thorn beasts fell like straw swept by a scythe, dying one after another. Everyone was stunned. Even the formidable Chen Buchuan needed 3 punches to kill a thorn beast. Were they really this fragile? Finally, a talent with awakened G-grade night vision keenly caught sight of the man's attire and recognized him. It was the village slaughtering lord. The moment those words were spoken, it was like a drop of ice-cold water splashing into hot oil. The entire crowd erupted instantly. Though they didn't know if the village slaughterer's arrival could turn the tide, he was at least their only hope. Chen Buchuan was fighting the thorn beast with all his might, while the bespectacled student behind him continuously restored his health. Hearing the commotion, he turned his head and instantly recognized Lu Guan's use of the phantom talent. At first, he was utterly stunned. He had assumed his combat prowess now surpassed Lu Guan's. But now, while he was taking down the thorn beasts one by one with 3 punches each, Lu Guan was slaughtering them by the dozen. Is this even human? Next, he heard the startled cries of his own team members, the gifted ones. Shen Baichuan was seething with rage. Stealing my thunder again. A fireball landed on the head of a thorn beast, instantly transforming into a fiery cloak. Lu Guan's figure twisted, darting off in another direction. He activated his phantom talent, moving so fast it was impossible to follow. One moment he appeared before a thorn beast, purple light flashing like lightning as it pierced its heart. In the blink of an eye, he materialized amidst the horde, his bone shadow blade tracing a circle as several thorn beasts fell instantly. At the same time, boom, boom, boom. Li Son, positioned in relative safety, unleashed his talent. Fireballs rained down relentlessly. Though they didn't incinerate many thorn beasts, it was better than nothing. As the number of thorn beasts visibly dwindled, the crowd snapped out of their daze as if awakening from a dream. It's too shocking. Who said Brother Chuan's combat power surpassed the village slaughterer? They're worlds apart. He's incredibly powerful. I thought Brother Chuan was already formidable, but this is the real deal. I recall Brother Chuan himself mentioning in the communication channel that he handled all the mutant flame fiends. Now it seems Brother Chuan was just showing off. With village cleaner this powerful, why would he need him? Each cutting remark pierced Chen Buchuan's ears, turning his face an even deeper shade of crimson. He fixed his gaze on Lu Guan's figure across the way, his eyes flickering with envy and resentment. Kid, once we're back on Blue Star, don't let me find out who you are. Chapter 17, The Beauty's Temptation. Led by Lu Guan. Many gifted individuals with slightly stronger abilities joined the fight against the thorn beasts. Though Lu Guan hadn't uttered a single word from start to finish. Nor was he specifically here to save these people. He had merely cleared the thorn beasts east of the village and now needed just a bit more energy to advance to Tier 2. Yet Lu Guan's actions and formidable strength undoubtedly brought hope to those who had been despairing. Before long, the fighting gradually subsided. Announcement: the third wave of beasts attacking the village has ended. Total casualties in Rookie Village 917, 530. Announcement: congratulations to all gifted ones for successfully passing the newbie village trial. You now possess the authority to return to the Blue Star world at any time. The moment the notification appeared, every survivor felt a wave of relief wash over them. It was over. It was finally over. Lu Guan sheathed his bone shadow blade, standing amidst mountains of beast carcasses and the bones of his fallen comrades. People looked at him with gratitude and admiration. Lu Guan's expression, however, remained utterly calm. In this world of slaughter, he hunted beasts solely to level up. Lu Guan opened his attribute panel. Name, Lu Guan. Level, Tier 2, Level 1. Strength, 59. Speed, 72. Spirit, 81. Constitution, 79. Combat power, 1620. Affiliation, Future Guild. Talents, Future Advance, Phantom, Shuttle, Bloodlust. Skills, Omni Plunder, Star-Shattering Phantom Blade, Vine Entanglement. Return to Blue Star World, yes. Yes. He made his choice without a moment's hesitation. Blue Star. Lu Guan abruptly sat up in bed. Suddenly returning from the bloody battlefield to his familiar bedroom made these past 3 days feel like a dream. Lu Guan's first action was to open his storage space. Thankfully, the broken curse ancient symbol was still there. This was the crucial item needed to lift Sister Yao's curse. It absolutely couldn't be lost. Lu Guan breathed a sigh of relief. He had expended considerable stamina and energy during the newbie village trials. In his haste to return to Blue Star, he hadn't had the chance to find a healing talent to restore his condition. Now, with his guard down, a wave of exhaustion washed over him. Thump, thump, thump. A sudden knock sounded at the door. Lu Guan couldn't help but frown. Time in the killing world was synchronized with Blue Star, which meant it was already the middle of the night. Who would come looking for him at this hour? Lu Guan got out of bed and activated his burst fire mode. He assumed the person outside was most likely Lu Jie. After all, aside from him, no one else would care so much about him. But to his surprise, it was a woman dressed in a vibrant red gown, radiating sensual charm. Jian Yutong? What brings you here? Lu Guan was slightly taken aback, his tone icy. He recognized this woman. She was his cousin's other personal assistant. I've been waiting here for quite some time. Young Master Lu Guan, aren't you going to invite me in for a moment? Jiang Yutong's voice carried a hint of melancholy, yet it was strangely evocative, leaving endless room for imagination. Any ordinary man would have been utterly captivated by her words. How could he possibly refuse her request? But Lu Guan could. Whatever you need to say, just say it here. If you have no business, my room is not welcoming to you. Lu Guan harbored no affection whatsoever for this woman, though he didn't know much about her. But from what Lu Guan knew, Lu Jie had pulled off plenty of shady deals over the years, and this woman had been the mastermind behind them all. Truly, she was as bewitching as a fox, yet as venomous as a scorpion. Jiang Yutong saw that her usual tricks, which always worked on ordinary men, had almost no effect on Lu Guan. She simply pushed Lu Guan aside and walked straight into the room. Rest assured, she said. You killed Xiao Yanling. I'm not on her level, so I wouldn't dare do anything to you. Lu Guan recognized her attempt to probe whether Xiao Yanling had been killed by him, but remained non-committal. Jiang Yutong pressed on, aren't you even curious about why I came to see you? Lu Guan gave a light snort. Spit it out. What exactly is Lu Jie trying to find out about me? Jiang Yutong chuckled softly. Everyone in the Lu family says you're a fool, a good-for-nothing. I say only those who truly believe that are the real fools in this world. You guessed right, Lu Jie did send me. He wants to know what talent you've awakened. Lu Guan remembers before she took down Xiao Yanling in the newbie village, she'd asked herself the same question. Why should I tell you? Lu Guan retorted. Rest assured, young Master Lu Guan. If you're willing to tell me, I promise you won't lose out. As she spoke, Jiang Yutong sat down beside Lu Guan's bed. She crossed her long, snow-white legs, her eyes narrowing seductively. Simultaneously, she patted the space beside her, her intent to seduce as clear as day. But a flash of murderous intent flickered in Lu Guan's eyes. No woman besides Lu Yao had ever dared to sit on his bed without permission. Yet he didn't explode on the spot. Instead, he walked over with a smile. Tell me, he demanded, what is Lu Jie trying to accomplish by probing this? Jiang Yutong thought Lu Guan had finally taken the bait, a flicker of delight crossing her eyes. She knew it, no man in this world could resist her charms. Jiang Yutong deliberately loosened the neckline of her long gown, revealing a glimpse of snow-white skin. If Lu Guan touched her, she was absolutely confident she could make him do her bidding. These irrelevant matters, we can discuss later. Right now. But before she could finish her sentence, a flash of purple light suddenly filled her vision. Immediately afterward, a bone-chilling coldness spread from her neck throughout her entire body. You. Jiang Yutong's alluring demeanor vanished instantly, her body stiffening. Can we talk properly now? Lu Guan stood towering above her, bone shadow blade in hand, his gaze icy and piercing. Jiang Yutong sensed genuine murderous intent in his eyes. Hold your temper. You just want to know why Lu Jie tested your talent, right? Put down the blade first, and I'll tell you. In Lu Guan's mind, she was already as good as dead. You have no right to negotiate with me. If you won't tell me, I can go ask Lu Jie directly. As he spoke, he tightened his grip slightly. Jiang Yutong felt a sharp sting at her throat, as if blood was trickling out. Her face instantly drained of color. Fine, I'll tell you. Do you know about the soul-capturing book? Jiang Yutong wasn't like Xiao Yanling, cold-hearted and loyal to a fault. The moment she realized Lu Guan was truly prepared to kill her, she chose without hesitation to betray Lu Jie. The soul-capturing book? Hearing this, Lu Guan froze in surprise. Then it quickly dawned on him this was a notoriously vicious artifact from the realm of carnage. The soul-capturing book could extract others' innate talents and skills. However, the victim's soul would suffer trauma, severing all future opportunities. In the worst cases, they might even be reduced to complete idiocy. So Lu Jie had actually obtained such a thing. No wonder he'd been determined to eliminate this threat once and for all, yet hesitated to take decisive action. Even in the beginner village, such a prime opportunity, he only sent Xiao Yanling to test the waters. Now that I've told you everything, can you put down the knife? Jiang Yutong asked softly, believing that once she confessed, Lu Guan would spare her. Very well. Lu Guan nodded. With that, he swiftly drew his blade without hesitation. The sharp purple blade instantly sliced through her tender white neck with effortless ease. Jiang Yutong managed only a muffled groan before sliding off the bed, her eyes still wide with disbelief. Chapter 18, Breaking the Ancient Seal, Awakening Lu Yao. Jiang Yutong never dreamed in her wildest dreams that in this world there truly existed a man who cared not a whit for her famed beauty. That man was Lu Guan. Seized Jiang Yutong's talent, magnetic field control. Talent description, D-rank talent. Allows manipulation of magnetic fields near objects to influence their direction. Acquired item, magnetic crystal core. Magnetic crystal core description, infusing energy enhances perception of magnetic fields. He plundered Jiang Yutong's talent without a flicker of emotion. Lu Guan cast a disgusted glance at his own bed. Blood pooled across the floor. Seems like proper rest is out of the question today. Stowing the bone shadow blade into his storage space, Lu Guan simply stepped out the door. Dawn had broken. Haoyue City, a bustling metropolis, was already abuzz with traffic and scattered pedestrians. At the Starlight Group building, part of the Lu family's holdings, employees were already coming and going. 21st floor. Inside the president's office. Lu Jie sat back in his executive chair, eyes closed, absorbing energy from a top-grade energy crystal clutched in his hand. Yesterday's events involving Lu Guan had drained his mental energy, leaving him sleepless through the night. Even with his current physical condition at Tier 2, Level 5, he couldn't help but feel some fatigue. Knock, knock, knock. A very polite knock sounded at the door. Lu Jie slowly opened his eyes. Come in. He knew this visitor couldn't possibly be Jiang Yutong. Because that woman never treated him like an outsider in his presence, she'd simply push the door open and walk in. Still, he held onto a sliver of hope. Sure enough, the door opened. A female secretary in a business suit stood there. Lu Jie felt a pang of disappointment. Have you found anything regarding the matter I asked you to look into? Hearing this, the secretary finally glided over. Mr. Lu, we've located the energy stone sarcophagus you requested. A flicker of joy crossed Lu Jie's eyes. Though the matter of him becoming a dual talent user remained unresolved. Finding the energy stone coffin was still an exciting development. After all, this artifact was as crucial as the sacrificial needle, an item capable of altering the entire fate of the Lu family. Lu Jie hummed an acknowledgement before cutting straight to the point. What terms did they propose? The female secretary paused briefly before replying slowly. He wants 100 million gold coins. Lu Jie frowned immediately. What? An E-grade item, and he wants 100 million gold coins? That's an enormous appetite. While the Lu family was indeed among the top aristocratic families in Bright Moon City, producing 100 million gold coins wasn't difficult. But that didn't mean Lu Jie was a sucker. Mr. Lu, energy stone coffins are exceptionally rare. After extensive searches, this individual is the only one willing to part with one. I've already brought him here. Would you like to meet him first? The female secretary hurriedly explained. Lu Jie pondered for a moment. Bring him in. The secretary nodded and turned to leave. Soon, she ushered in a young man dressed plainly, with a fair complexion. The moment he saw Lu Jie, the young man extended his hand with remarkable ease. I've long admired your reputation, Mr. Lu. You are one of the few Tier 2 gifted individuals on Blue Star today. It's an honor to meet you. Lu Jie merely glanced at the outstretched hand before cutting straight to the point. You want 100 million? The young man felt slightly awkward, but quickly regained his composure. The price is negotiable. I know this item is important to you, Mr. Lu, so I brought it with me today. With that, the young man wasted no time, retrieving a golden yellow, translucent stone coffin from his storage space. Lu Jie's eyes lit up. Yes, this was the very item he sought. With this, he could tap into the energy of the void realm through Lu Yao's incorruptible body. Lu Jie strode swiftly toward the energy sarcophagus and couldn't resist reaching out to touch it. Instantly, an energy akin to that from another world began to ripple faintly. Suddenly, a thought struck Lu Jie. No matter how he looked at this young man, he didn't seem like an ordinary, brainless fool. How could he not understand the value of the energy stone coffin? It was merely a mid-tier item, worth no more than 10 million gold coins at most. Moreover, the other party knew this item was crucial to him. Clearly, they came prepared. Speak up. 100 million gold coins is just a decoy. What are your real terms? Sure enough, under Lu Jia's piercing gaze, the young man merely smiled faintly. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Chen Buchuan. I could easily gift this energy stone coffin to Mr. Lu without asking for a single coin. But I have one condition. I hope Mr. Lu will help me take down Lu Guan. Hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Lu Jia's eyes. Who would have thought that his useless cousin had actually offended someone? Outskirts of Bright Moon City. The Lu family mausoleum stood in a tranquil, picturesque setting of mountains and clear waters. Here lay the remains of countless Lu family ancestors and distinguished figures. Lu Guan pushed open the heavy bluestone gate, yet he did not linger before any of the tombstones. Instead, he walked straight to an inconspicuous corner and slowly knelt before a tombstone inscribed with the words, Tomb of Lu Yao. Sister Yao, I've come to see you. I wonder how you're faring in the Void Realm now. Look, I've found the ancient symbol of breaking calamity. Soon I'll be able to lift the sacrifice curse binding you. As he spoke, Lu Guan retrieved the palm-sized triangular cloth talisman from his storage space. He took a deep breath, stood up, walked onto the tomb platform, and then pressed both hands firmly against the stone, pushing with all his might. As the tombstone slowly shifted, it revealed a space beneath just large enough for one person. Lu Yao lay there, still and silent. Due to the sacrifice curse, her body neither decayed nor perished. Her eyes were simply closed, as if she had fallen into an eternal slumber. Gazing upon that gentle, familiar face, Lu Guan felt as though his sister had never truly left him. The ancient talisman seemed to sense the power of the curse. Suddenly, it flickered with a faint yellow light. Lu Guan glanced down and swiftly channeled a surge of energy into the talisman. Instantly, the ancient rune of breaking misfortune ignited like a candle. The faint yellow light flowed like water, slowly enveloping Lu Yao's body. Lu Guan stood up, took a step back, and watched the scene with intense nervousness. It must succeed. Wisp after wisp of gray smoke was forced out of Lu Yao's body by the yellow light. Lu Guan rejoiced. Could the ancient breaking curse symbol truly lift the sacrifice curse? Sister Yao, I can finally see you again. Suddenly, the gray smoke began to coalesce into a hazy projection. It revealed countless souls drifting aimlessly within a chaotic abyss. They writhed in agony, struggling, contorted, and utterly lost. Lu Guan recognized one figure among them at a glance. Though he couldn't make out her features or discern her form, Lu Guan was certain. Sister Yao, is that you? Yet that soul seemed oblivious to everything, continuing its frantic writhing and struggle. Sister Yao, it's Lu Guan. The breaking curse ancient symbol has lifted your sacrificial curse. You can come back now. Lu Guan called out with growing urgency. Finally, the soul gradually calmed. Chaotic mist seemed to be swept aside by an invisible force. A face identical to the one beneath the tombstone gradually came into focus. Only her expression was utterly bizarre. One half of her face appeared normal, while the other half was twisted into a hideous grimace. It was as if two people coexisted within a single body. Chapter 19, The Battle of Revenge. The Void Realm. A realm where divine power and malevolent energies intertwined. Souls trap their wrist, having their wills eroded by both energies at the slightest misstep. Thus they become fallen spirits, entities possessing emotions and memories, yet consumed by extreme obsession and resentment. Lu Guan saw. Lu Yao's eyes were now completely bloodshot, a terrifying crimson. This was clearly the hallmark of being consumed by both energies. Sister Yao, hold on just a little longer. I'll get you out of that place immediately. Speaking, Lu Guan reached out, attempting to touch Lu Yao's soul through the chaotic mist. But the moment he moved, the projection suddenly rippled. The image rapidly blurred, vanishing completely in the blink of an eye. Lu Guan stared blankly as the gray mist seeped back into Lu Yao's body. But the sacrificial curse was already lifted. How could this happen? At that very moment, a contemptuous snort echoed through the air. Lifted the sacrificial curse? You can't seriously believe a low-tier artifact from a world of slaughter could stand against a curse bestowed by the gods? Behind him, Lu Jia and his female secretary had appeared there at some unknown moment. Looks like you've already taken care of Jian Yutan. I'm growing more and more curious, just what level of talent have you awakened? As Lu Guan slowly turned around, Lu Jia immediately noticed the splattered bloodstains on his new clothes. Recalling the multiple messages he'd sent Jian Yutan that went unanswered, the answer was all too obvious. Lu Guan made no denial, nor did he conceal the killing intent radiating from his body. After returning to Blue Star, he had already resolved to seek revenge against Lu Jia, he just hadn't gotten around to it yet. Unbelievably, the other party had now come right to him. What are you doing here? Lu Guan didn't rush to attack. In his mind, this cousin was already as good as dead. Lu Jia, however, was slightly taken aback. After all, Jiang Yutan was a Tier 1, Level 7 talent. He possessed a D-rank magnetic domain control talent, boasting a combat power of 800. Yet he wasn't a match for Lu Guan? Of course, he merely felt a touch of curiosity. At that moment, Lu Jia beckoned. The female secretary beside him exchanged a glance with him and nodded. She then walked toward Lu Yao's tombstone. Lu Guan immediately stepped in front of her without a word. How could he possibly let Lu Jie's people touch Lu Yao's body? Without further ado, the secretary retrieved a golden, translucent stone coffin from her storage space and placed it beside the tombstone. An energy sarcophagus. Feeling the unfamiliar energy fluctuations emanating from the object, Lu Guan recognized it at a glance. Before entering the world of slaughter, he had already thoroughly studied all available information about that realm. The energy stone coffin primarily served to amplify energy links. Typically, gifted individuals use this artifact to rapidly convert crystal energy, thereby accelerating their advancement speed. But why had Lu Jie brought this item here now? Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Lu Guan's mind. Amplify the energy link. You intend to use Lu Yao's body to absorb energy from the void realm? Lu Guan's expression darkened instantly. Lu Jie paid no heed to the murderous glare directed his way. After all, how could a family-recognized failure dare to lay a finger on him? True, Lu Yao was now dead, but her body still held one last shred of value. As long as her soul hadn't completely degenerated into a fallen spirit within the void realm. Our Lu family could harness this energy stone coffin to access an endless supply of void realm energy. Your cousin here is doing this for the entire Lu family's future. Hearing this, Lu Guan's heart surged with even greater murderous intent. First, he deceived Lu Yao into the sacrificial formation to secure divine blessings for the Lu bloodline, condemning her soul to eternal damnation in the void realm. Now, to seize the void realm's energy, he wouldn't even spare Lu Yao's body. He constantly claims to act for the Lu family's progress. But who has considered Lu Yao? Do you realize that by doing this, you're accelerating the speed at which my sister becomes a fallen spirit in the void realm? Lu Guan asked coldly. To everyone's surprise, Lu Jie shrugged indifferently. It's inevitable anyway. What difference does it make if it happens sooner or later? I know you and Lu Yao are close, but you must understand, the world of carnage has descended upon Blue Star, and the world order will inevitably shift. For our Lu family to stand firm in this new world, we must possess overwhelming strength. Ultimately, they were still striving to maintain or even surpass their current standing in the new world. Lu Guan couldn't care less about such a Lu family. It seems avenging Lu Yao was indeed the right choice. Lu Jie froze upon hearing this. Then he reacted as if he'd heard some unbelievable joke. What? Are you implying you still want to kill me? Lu Guan, do you think becoming a gifted one and taking down Jian Yutong means you're finally my equal? Lu Jie pointed a finger at his own nose. In his eyes, if not for his own pursuit of dual giftedness, Lu Guan would have been dead long ago. Lu Guan, however, merely let out a cold chuckle, no longer bothering with words. He directly retrieved the bone shadow blade from his storage space. The female secretary standing closest to him felt the bone-chilling aura emanating from the blade, causing her expression to shift slightly. Young Master Lu Guan, I advise you to reconsider. Mr. Lu is currently one of the top-tier gifted individuals in terms of combat strength across the entire Blue Star. Her warning, of course, wasn't born of genuine concern. She knew every detail of Lu Jie's plans. Now, from his words, the secretary deduced that both Qiao Yanling and Jian Yutong were already dead. Perhaps she too could become Lu Jie's new personal assistant. Little did she know, the moment the words left her mouth, the secretary felt a sudden chill in her abdomen, followed by excruciating pain shooting straight to her head. She looked down in disbelief. A purple dagger was embedded in her abdomen, blood gushing out in a steady stream. When she looked up again, Lu Guan's eyes held nothing but cold indifference. You! Lu Jie was utterly taken aback. Never did he expect his cousin, whom he had always regarded as a good-for-nothing, to strike with such ruthless ferocity. Daring to attack my men right before my eyes? Fine. Very well. I had intended to spare you out of brotherly consideration, letting you live after I extracted your talents with the soul-capturing book. But your actions have disappointed me. With a thud, Lu Guan withdrew the bone shadow blade from the female secretary's abdomen. Not a single drop of blood remained on the blade. His expression remained impassive. Finished with your nonsense? As the secretary's body slowly collapsed to the floor. A cold, ruthless gleam flashed in Lu Jie's eyes. In that case, it's only fitting I see just how powerful your awakened talent truly is. Without hesitation, Lu Jie activated his unranked talent, the curse skill, weakness. Chapter 20, Shattered Starblade, Desperate Counterattack. A gray, chaotic mist shot straight into his chest. Lu Guan felt as if a massive boulder had been pressed into his body. At least half his energy was rendered unusable. Was this the power of an awakened unranked talent? It was indeed quite powerful. Indeed. When facing an enemy, before the fight even begins, half of your combat power is suppressed. And at your rank, evasion is completely impossible. This is an extremely dangerous situation. Lu Guan gripped the bone shadow blade tightly in his hand. He knew Lu Jie's rank far surpassed his own, making him even more cautious. Lu Jie also retrieved weapons from his storage space. It was a pair of Tier 2, Level 1 energy gauntlets that could directly boost all 4 attributes by 10%. A faint blue glow flickered across the gauntlets, radiating a powerful aura of energy. "Come on, let me see what you're made of now." His tone carried a hint of flippancy and disdain, making it clear Lu Jia held no regard for his cousin. Lu Guan hesitated no longer. He readied himself and flicked a vine out with a flick of his wrist. Since plundering the bloodthirsty vine's innate abilities and skills, he had yet to truly test them in combat. The vine rapidly extended through the air, twisting like a nimble little snake, its speed undeniable. Yet upon seeing this, a flash of disappointment crossed Lu Jia's eyes. As a talent who had repeatedly ventured into and out of the killing world, he instantly recognized the level of talent awakening behind this skill. Trash is trash, even his awakened talent was merely an F-rank bloodlust. Lu Jia spoke as he raised both hands. The pale blue aura on his energy gauntlets instantly flared. Just as the vine was about to coil around his waist, he grabbed it barehanded and effortlessly snapped it in two. Like the bloodthirsty vine, any tendril that suffered damage would swiftly retract back into Lu Guan's palm. "Is that all you've got?" Lu Jia taunted. He didn't rush to attack again, for in his eyes, a newly minted gifted individual fresh out of the beginner's village, no matter how exceptionally talented, was unlikely to surpass even half his own combat strength. He posed absolutely no threat. Lu Guan's first move was naturally just a test. But he had to admit, without the Bone Shadow Blade, he would never have defeated the bloodthirsty vine as effortlessly as Lu Jia had. And now he was cursed. Lu Guan took a deep breath, his expression growing even more solemn. It seemed his probing attack wouldn't even scratch Lu Jia. With that thought settled, Lu Guan hesitated no longer. A teleportation skill flashed him before Lu Jia. The Bone Shadow Blade swept sideways. Its eerie glow seemed to contain boundless mystical energy. If this strike connected, it wouldn't just shatter Lu Jia's second-tier defenses. Even a third-tier talent's physical attributes would be breached. Yet though taken aback, Lu Jia's reflexes were swift. The instant Lu Guan vanished, he was already poised to evade. As the purple beam sliced through the air, Lu Jia took a quick step back, easily evading it. Shuttle talent. You're a dual talent user. Lu Jia steadied himself, his eyes suddenly brightening. Hadn't he always yearned to become a dual talent user? Who would have thought his own cousin was one? No wonder you dared challenge me. Now your luck has been surprisingly good. It's just a pity that one talent is F grade, and the other is only E grade. Lu Jia shook his head regretfully. Even so, it was still enviable enough. The reason dual-talented individuals are powerful lies mainly in their access to a wider variety of skills. Moreover, these skills themselves can continuously upgrade their tiers through opportunities. Currently, the highest-ranked talent on the entire Blue Star has broken through to Tier 3. As everyone knows, at that level and beyond, unless facing opponents from a different tier, talents, skills, and combat techniques become increasingly crucial. Dual talents? A cold smile curled at the corner of Lu Guan's lips. Lu Jia was puzzled. But in the next instant, the figure vanished from where he stood. Lu Jia instinctively tensed his body. He assumed Lu Guan had activated his teleportation ability again and was ready to react at any moment. But after scanning the surroundings, he saw no one. Had that bastard actually escaped? Just as this doubt crossed Lu Jia's mind, a chilling, malevolent wind suddenly swept up behind him. He spun around just in time to see a purple blade slashing toward his head. Lu Jia had no time to dodge, forcing him to clasp his arms in front to block. Clang! A crisp metallic clang echoed. The Bone Shadow Blade scraped against the energy gauntlet, sparks flying brilliantly. Lu Guan's figure reappeared, blade held in both hands, his palms throbbing painfully from the impact. The immense force of the clash forced him to stumble back 2 steps. Lu Jia, however, stood perfectly still where he was, not a scratch on him. When did you get behind me? His mind couldn't process it, leaving him stunned. Lu Jia knew of the existence of dual-talented individuals. The time since the world of slaughter descended upon Blue Star was still too brief. He couldn't possibly comprehend that Lu Guan hadn't vanished. He'd activated his third talent, Phantom. You no longer need to know. Immediately after, Lu Guan let out a cold snort before bellowing. Star-shattering phantom blades. Shards of stars, flickering with cold light, swirled and floated around him. Lu Jia's eyes widened. He could feel the razor-sharp edge of those stellar fragments. But what kind of innate skill is this? Shock flashed in Lu Jia's eyes. With his knowledge, aside from the mysterious SSS-tier talents, there was almost nothing he didn't know. Could it be that Lu Guan had awakened an SSS-tier talent? At this thought, instead of fear, Lu Jia's eyes blazed with intense brilliance. If this were true, and he could successfully absorb this talent, wouldn't he become invincible under heaven? A whistling sound echoed in his ears. As Lu Guan raised his hand, countless fragments of stardust, reflecting sunlight, soared high into the air. Like falling meteors, they crashed down toward Lu Jia's head. Their speed was so swift that in the blink of an eye, they struck his face. Amidst his excitement, Lu Jia didn't forget he was in the midst of combat. This time, however, he set aside his arrogance and grew serious. Lu Jie crossed his hands and raised them high above his head. His energy gauntlets formed a small umbrella-like barrier. The meteor struck the barrier, sending ripples across its surface, yet it couldn't breach it in the slightest. Seeing this, Lu Guan leapt forward. Holding the bone shadow blades high, he channeled the remaining stardust fragments around him and slashed directly at the energy barrier above Lu Jie's head. Yet just as the purple blade was about to descend, Lu Jie seized the moment, planting one foot firmly on the ground while lifting the other, landing a solid kick squarely on Lu Guan's chest. Chapter 21, Borrowing from the Future Once More. Lu Jie's kick was powerful and forceful. It sent Lu Guan flying backward over 2 meters. After landing, he stumbled back 2 more steps before finally regaining his footing. As Lu Guan was struck, the shattered star illusion blades disintegrated into dust, scattering into the air. Lu Jie remained standing firmly in place, though beads of sweat glistened on his forehead and temples. Is this really your most powerful attack? Nothing to write home about. Though he said this with his mouth, Lu Jie was actually struggling. Both his arms felt numb and weak. At the same time, he was secretly shocked. Lu Guan had been struck by his own weakness curse, yet still possessed such formidable combat prowess. He dared not imagine what might have happened if he hadn't activated his innate skill first due to carelessness earlier. The one injured now would likely have been himself. Give up, Lu Guan. I admit, your combat prowess has genuinely surpassed my expectations. But it's useless. You'll never be my match. Hearing this, Lu Guan's expression remained impassive and cold. Do you really think that means I can't kill you? Lu Jie didn't know where he found the confidence, but he snorted coldly. If it weren't for absorbing your talent, do you really think you'd still be standing here unscathed? Zhang Yutong should have already told you everything that needed to be said, right? Lu Guan, I can give you one more chance now. If you willingly transfer your talent to me, I guarantee not only will I spare your life, but from this day forward, Starlight Group will be yours. With that, he retrieved a document directly from his storage space. Clearly, this had been prepared long ago. Lu Guan narrowed his eyes slightly, offering no reply. Starlight Group? Before Lu Yao was sacrificed, that was already her asset. Are you still not satisfied? Seeing Lu Guan's silence, Lu Jie swiftly retrieved another document from his storage space. I can add the Tianqi Group to the deal. Just nod your head, and both these conglomerates will be yours. Think about it, with these 2 conglomerates under your control, wouldn't that be far better than your current situation? You possess talent, yet you're merely an obscure nobody within the Lu family. Lu Jie patiently coaxed him with gentle persuasion. Lu Guan, however, grew even colder. Besides Starlight and Apocalypse, he asked, is there anything else? His true intent was to ascertain how much of the Lu family's assets, originally belonging to Lu Yao, remained under Lu Jie's control. But Lu Jie misunderstood. Aren't 2 major conglomerates enough? I advise you not to get too greedy. Lu Jie cursed inwardly. If it weren't for the fact that the soul-capturing book could only successfully extract talents with the other party's active cooperation, he'd have truly lost all patience by now. I want all your assets. Lu Guan's words left Lu Jie momentarily stunned. What did you say? Then he laughed bitterly. Lu Guan, you really have no shame. Do you really think you can handle all those businesses I've handed over to you? A cold gleam flashed in Lu Guan's eyes. You won't have the chance to worry about these matters anymore. Before Lu Jie could grasp the meaning behind his words, Lu Guan casually thrust the bone shadow blade into the ground. The next instant, a powerful surge of energy erupted from Lu Guan's body. Preempt the future. Future advance successful. Name, Lu Guan. Level, Tier 2, Level 1. Strength, 88. Speed, 96. Mental, 101. Constitution, 97. Talent 1, Future Anticipation. Skill 2, Starfall, E rank. Talent 3, Shuttle. Awakening skill, Blitz. Skill description, a G rank skill that triggers a critical hit upon exiting warp by harnessing spatial inertia. Combat power, 2190. Second use of the Future Advance talent. Lu Guan's 4-dimensional attribute boosts weren't significantly different from the first time. However, he unexpectedly awakened a new talent skill, and his star-shattering phantom blade upgraded to an E-rank Starfall Scar. Simultaneously, due to the arrival of future opportunities, the curse upon Lu Guan has been automatically lifted. Lu Jie sensed that Lu Guan had undergone a profound transformation in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura radiated from Lu Guan, like a sovereign slowly awakening from slumber to survey his subjects. It made Lu Jie feel inexplicably uneasy. Now, is there anything else you wish to say? Lu Guan stepped forward, his voice calm. Yet to Lu Jie's ears, it boomed like a great bell. What have you done? Lu Jie's eyes widened as he demanded incredulously. You have 10 seconds to make your final statement. Lu Guan spoke as if issuing a command. Cousin, we're family. You wouldn't really want to hurt me, would you? I've been holding back on you this whole time. You just want all my assets, right? I'll give them to you. Lu Jie watched as the murderous intent in Lu Guan's eyes grew stronger, his legs growing weak beneath him. Even though his rank and combat strength were clearly superior to Lu Guan's, he couldn't fathom what he was afraid of. 5 seconds left. Lu Guan didn't respond, instead drawing the bone shadow blade from the ground. What do you think you're doing? You refused the wine offered, so you'll have to drink the punishment wine. Lu Jia forced himself to sound calm, though beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. 3 seconds. The bone shadow blade glowed an eerie purple in the sunlight, while Lu Guan's pupils seemed to hold swirling stars. Lu Guan, you forced my hand. Don't blame me, your cousin, for showing no mercy. Lu Jia's fear turned to fury as he raised his fists. Lu Guan counted the final second, time's up. The moment his words fell, Lu Jia had already planted his back foot, driving a punch straight toward Lu Guan's face. Die. Fueled by fear and rage, this punch unleashed nearly all his strength. Yet at that very moment, 7 meteors, radiating blue-white light, appeared on Lu Guan's chest, outshining the sun. Starfall. With a thunderous roar, 7 meteors streaked across the sky in rapid succession. Boom! The first meteor collided with Lu Jia's fist, erupting in a blinding burst of blue-white sparks. Lu Jia felt as though his fist had struck the hardest rock. Then the second meteor. Lu Jia couldn't withstand the immense force, halting his forward momentum. The third. Numbness began to spread through Lu Jia's entire arm. But as the fourth meteor streaked toward him, he dared not pull his hand back, forcing himself to stumble back 2 steps. Then the fifth and sixth. Lu Jia's gauntlet shattered with a loud crack, half his arm torn open by the meteor's impact. Ah! Lu Jia let out a pained scream. Boom! The 7th meteor slammed into Lu Jia's chest. His entire body flew backward like a rag doll. Mid-air, blood gushed from his mouth. Thud! After crashing heavily to the ground, Lu Jia's face was frozen in terror and utter disbelief. Impossible! Why do you possess such formidable skills? Could this be an S-class talent? Lu Guan didn't answer his question, merely raising the bone shadow blade slowly. Flash strike! In the next instant, Lu Guan materialized before Lu Jia, his blade darting forward in a single fluid motion. The blade's tip pierced cleanly through Lu Jia's throat. Gurgle! Finally! Lu Jia uttered only 2 syllables of resentment before his body collapsed to the ground. You don't need to know about the skill I've awakened. Lu Guan stared at his cousin lying on the ground, his eyes devoid of any emotion. Only relief remained. After 3 grueling days of training in the world's beginner village, all his hard work had finally paid off. He had succeeded. Lu Guan crouched down and placed his hand on Lu Jia's corpse. Total plunder. Plunder Lu Jia's skills, failed. Attempt to loot Lu Jia's talent, failed. Plunder failed? Seeing the notification, Lu Guan couldn't help but feel puzzled. Wasn't it supposed to be that any living being he killed could have everything looted? Yet after reactivating the skill, the outcome remained unchanged. Lu Guan stood up, unable to fathom why. He pushed the thought aside, lamenting the loss of an A-grade talent. He shook his head and walked over to Lu Yao's tombstone, first pushing the base back into place. Then, in a gentle voice, he said, Sister Yao, I have avenged you. I wonder if seeing all this from the Void Realm brings you any comfort? Rest assured, no matter what happens, I will never give up hope of bringing you back to life. Chapter 22, Memory Pearl. Lu Family Mansion. Returning to his bedroom, Lu Guan found his bed freshly made. Even the bloodstained scent had been replaced by the aroma of expensive incense. Lu Jia was dead. A heavy weight lifted from his heart. But another troublesome matter arose. To counter Lu Jia, he had once again preempted future opportunities. This sudden surge in combat power had even awakened new skills. Who knew how much energy he'd have to repay? This was going to be a real handful. Lu Guan couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, the gains from this battle were quite substantial. Beyond enhancing his own combat prowess. Before leaving the Lu family mausoleum, Lu Guan also took away the transfer documents for the Starlight and Apocalypse conglomerates. And that intermediate grade item, the Energy Stone Coffin. As for the other assets that rightfully belonged to Lu Yao, there was still time. He could take it slow. In any case, before reviving Sister Yao, I must reclaim it all. Lost in thought, Lu Guan lay on the bed and unconsciously closed his eyes. He was utterly exhausted. He had slept briefly back in the newbie village of the Killing World. But the safe house could only restore a talent's stamina and physical strength. The mental toll of constantly plotting revenge and reviving Lu Yao was something no energy could compensate for. Lu Guan slept straight through until nightfall. He was roused by voices outside the door. The voices sounded somewhat familiar, yet in his dazed state, he couldn't place the owners of the male and female voices. After stretching briefly in bed, Lu Guan stepped out of the room. Young Master Lu Guan, you're awake? The one who approached to greet him was Sun Dihao, the long-serving butler of the Lu family estate. This old steward had been with the Lu family since they first acquired this estate. Who were you speaking with just now? Lu Guan asked gently. He felt a certain warmth towards Sun Dihao. After all, when Lu Yao was still here, the old steward had taken great care of the siblings. 2 guests arrived at the house this evening. They said they were friends of young Master Lu Guan, so I invited them in to sit. Then, we chatted about some of your past memories with Miss Lu Yao. Sun Dihao replied with a smile. It seemed he had enjoyed chatting with those two quite a bit. Lu Guan, however, was puzzled. Claiming to be his friends? But the question was, where were these friends who didn't even know his own past? Where were they? Doubts began to swirl in Lu Guan's mind. Sun Dihao also noticed the young master's expression was off. Right there on the sofa in the hall. Young Master Lu Guan, did I say something wrong? Lu Guan glanced at him. It's fine. I'll go see who it is. With that, Lu Guan got up and walked out. Sun Dihao was also deeply worried had he been tricked into revealing information by someone with ulterior motives, potentially causing trouble for the young master? Upon entering the hall. Sure enough, a handsome man and a beautiful woman were seated on the sofa, sipping tea. Su Yueying, Su Haokai, why is it you two? But the moment Lu Guan saw them, it all clicked. It was the Su siblings. Su Yuening immediately broke into a delighted smile and stood up. Big brother Lu Guan, we meet again. The old butler finally breathed a sigh of relief at this sight. Thank goodness. It seems they truly are friends. Lu Guan walked over. You just left the newbie village yesterday. How come you're here today? Su Haokai shot his sister a helpless glance. After all, we owe you something. It's been weighing on our minds, so we wanted to deliver the energy crystals to you as soon as possible. That's what he said. But in reality, if Su Yuning hadn't insisted on dragging him to find Lu Guan, he'd have at least planned to rest properly at home for 3 days. Soon, a notification appeared in Lu Guan's storage space. Su Haokai is initiating an item transfer request. Do you accept? Yes, no. Lu Guan didn't hesitate. 500 energy crystals, not a single one less. He accepted them all. After all, it was what he deserved. That's enough. Now that we're done, it's getting late. Let's head home. Su Haokai turned to his sister. Su Yuning immediately protested, why are you always in such a hurry to go home? We practically slept through the entire day. I'm not the least bit sleepy now. I heard that Haoyue City only holds its trading market once a month and it just happens to be open today. Since we're here, why don't we go explore it together? Seeing his sister's eyes sparkling with excitement, Su Haokai couldn't bring himself to refuse. But before he could agree, Lu Guan interjected, I'm not interested. His primary concern now was how to repay his future opportunity. After all, according to the talent description, if he failed to repay it before the next opportunity arose, the consequences would be unimaginably terrifying. Hearing this, Su Yuening fell silent. After a moment, she murmured faintly, don't you want to revive Lu Yao? Su Haokai hurriedly pulled his sister back. Through their conversation with the old butler, they learned of Lu Yao's experiences and the bond between Lu Yao and Lu Guan. But in the current situation, it was clearly not for outsiders like them to pry. Lu Guan frowned. What did you say? Earlier that day, he had failed to revive Lu Yao using the ruin-breaking ancient symbol. Su Yueying's words felt like reopening his wounds. But Su Yueying couldn't care less about that. Have you ever heard of an item called the memory pearl? This thing can extract the most crucial memories from any living being's body, including beasts and corpses. Though it couldn't revive Lu Yao, perhaps through her memories, we might uncover something. Lu Guan knew exactly what a memory pearl was. He was solely focused on reviving Lu Yao, never considering that he could start by tapping into her memories. Seeing his resolve waver, Su Yuening immediately coaxed, such items aren't exactly rare. I believe you should be able to find it at the trading market in Bright Moon City. Brother, don't you agree? Su Haokai could only nod. He truly had no way to deal with this sister of his. On the way to the trading market in Bright Moon City, Su Haokai was driving. Su Yuening sat in the passenger seat. Oh, right, something just occurred to me. Back in the secret realm, what item did you get from the energy core, boss? As far as she knew, secret realms created by deities typically contain an energy core to sustain the space. And an item capable of serving as an energy core naturally couldn't be an ordinary object. Su Yuening raised this question. Was purely out of genuine curiosity. Would a figure like Lu Guan gain some extraordinary opportunity? Lu Guan saw no reason to conceal this matter. Nothing much, just a guild token. Chapter 23, Guessing Heads or Tails. Lu Guan's tone was perfectly calm. But to the Su siblings, it struck like thunder. What? A guild order? Su Yueying couldn't contain herself and gasped aloud. Su Haokai was so stunned that he nearly drifted into the left lane, driving against traffic. Lu Guan could understand the Su siblings' overreaction. Though in his current assessment, the rudimentary guild he'd established didn't seem to significantly boost the four-dimensional attributes. But in reality, the true significance of the guild token lay not in its combat power enhancement. To be precise, a sufficiently powerful guild could even influence the stability of an entire nation. Boss, did you successfully establish the guild? Su Yuening snapped back to reality and asked eagerly. Lu Guan nodded. Su Yueying immediately asked, "Does that mean we can join your guild too?" Lu Guan shook his head again. "With your Su family standing in Starry Sky City, finding a guild above beginner level shouldn't be difficult. But mine is just a newly established beginner level guild with no members yet. It offers very limited benefits for enhancing your 4-dimensional attributes." Su Yueying furrowed her delicate brows. "Big shot, you seem to misunderstand what a guild token actually is. Not just in Starry Sky City, across the entire Dragon Nation, there are fewer than 3 established guilds. Rather than joining another guild as an ordinary member, it's better to join yours and become a core member." She was absolutely right. Even the few high-level guilds currently existing across the entire Blue Star offer no benefits whatsoever to ordinary members. "But why should I give you a core member position?" Lu Guan asked indifferently. Su Yuning replied without hesitation, "We can buy it with energy crystals." Lu Guan didn't mince words. "How many?" Su Yueying held up 5 fingers. "How about 500 energy crystals?" At this, Su Haokai's expression twisted in disbelief. The Su family was indeed considered one of the top aristocratic families in Starry Sky City. But energy crystals? They simply weren't that well off. Fortunately, Lu Guan hadn't truly intended to take them. Truthfully, he could see that the siblings' character was beyond reproach. Otherwise, they wouldn't have earned Lu Yao's praise. Out of respect for Lu Yao, since they wished to join, Lu Guan had no objections. He'd consider them 2 extra hands contributing to his future guild. As they chatted along the way, the carriage soon arrived near the trading market of Bright Moon City. Of course, that was mainly because Su Yuaning's chatterbox mouth hadn't stopped practically the entire journey. Lost in his own thoughts, Lu Guan couldn't be bothered to engage her. So she ended up dragging her brother, Su Haokai, into a never-ending conversation. Though the trading market lay on the city's outskirts. Beyond the last stretch of darkness, it was ablaze with lights. The clamor outside the carriage window grew steadily clearer. The intertwined sounds of vendors hawking their wares and customers haggling created an extraordinary bustle. Stepping out of the carriage, Su Yuaning's eyes sparkled with excitement. So this is how lively the trading market in Haoyue City is. Our Xingqiang City doesn't have such a great place. A great place? To Lu Guan, however, it felt nothing but noisy. If not for the memory pearls, he genuinely disliked being in such an environment. Stepping into the market, the crowd was bustling and crowded. Stalls were laden with all manner of strange and curious items, most of which were brought back from the killing worlds by the gifted ones. Su Yueying seemed to have entered paradise, gazing left and right with wide eyes. Lu Guan, however, never forgot why he was here. The memory pearls. Big shot, Lu Guan, why do you look so preoccupied? Since we're here, why not just relax and enjoy yourself? Besides memory pearls, look at all these other things. Isn't there anything you want? Noticing the persistent gravity in Lu Guan's eyes, Su Yuaning couldn't help but offer gentle encouragement. Lu Guan shook his head with a hint of disappointment. "I only seek the memory pearls." They had already passed several stalls. In this vast marketplace, even such a commonplace item was nowhere to be found. Just then, Su Haokai spotted a crowd gathered around a stall ahead. "Look over there." The other 2 turned to look simultaneously. Su Yuaning's eyes lit up instantly, her interest piqued. "So many people, I wonder what they're selling? Let's go check it out." Without waiting for their response, she grabbed Lu Guan's sleeve and practically shoved her way through the crowd. The 3 arrived at the stall. It turned out they were also selling items from the world of slaughter. But what set them apart was that every single item was priced significantly lower than the normal market rate. Take that top-grade energy crystal, for instance. If it were put up for auction, it could easily fetch a 9-digit sum. Yet here, it was being sold for a mere 1 million gold coins. The stall owner was a plain-clothed old man. He sat on a folding stool, looking somewhat disheveled. Before him sat a dice cup, alongside a small illuminated board displaying the purchase rules. The gist was this. All customers wishing to purchase items must win them by guessing the outcome of a dice roll against him. Lu Guan paid little attention to the other items. His eyes remained fixed on a corner, where a transparent glass bottle stood. Inside lay a pearl, milky white throughout, its surface shimmering with a luminous halo. This was the memory pearl. Finally found it. Before Lu Guan could speak, a bald man with a menacing expression suddenly stepped forward from the crowd. "Old man, I see you're selling this prophet's mirror for 500,000 gold coins. Is it real or fake?" The little old man shot him a glance and tapped the small glowing panel beside him. The bald man stroked his chin. "No need to guess high or low anymore. How about this? I'll give you 5 million gold coins outright. Sell it to me, how does that sound?" The Oracle Mirror is an intermediate grade artifact. Its primary function is to display images bearing prophetic meanings. Even at 5 million gold coins, the bald man wouldn't be losing out on this item. But the little old man seemed impatient. He frowned and said, "If you want it, follow the rules. Otherwise, I won't sell." Seeing the other party's stubborn attitude, the bald man had no choice. He directly traded 50 gold coins through the interface. Fine. Here you go." Only after receiving the payment did the old man bend down and pick up the dice cup. With practiced ease, he gave it a few shakes before setting it on the ground. Guess. The bald man declared without hesitation, I'll bet on high. Without another word, the old man flipped open the cup. 2, 2, 3 small. You lose. The bald man froze for a moment, then protested, let me try again. Saying this, he paid another 500,000 gold coins. The old man shook the cup and dropped it. The bald man guessed, I bet on high. The dice cup was lifted. 1, 2, 3 small. The crowd erupted in an uproar. Could this old man be cheating? He hasn't guessed right twice? I say, with this stall owner selling things so cheaply and setting up such a rule, he's definitely trying to rip people off. These kinds of scams have been around for ages. I just can't understand how anyone still falls for them. But to be fair, he does have some unique treasures you won't find anywhere else. Hearing the crowd's chatter, even the bald man began to doubt. Though he could tell. He just casually shelled out 200,000 gold coins without batting an eye, obviously loaded. But no matter how rich he is, he shouldn't be getting ripped off like this. Hey, old man, is there something fishy going on with this dice cup? Are you trying to trick me? The little old man immediately wore a look of disdain and handed over the dice cup. Feel free to inspect it. If you still don't trust it, you shake it and I'll guess. The bald man, half convinced, took the cup and examined it closely. The dice felt solid and heavy, but he couldn't find any tricks. He gave it a few shakes, then set it on the ground. You guess. The little old man spoke slowly, I'll bet on big. The bald man opened the cup. Sure enough. He guessed right again. Damn, that's just unlucky. The bald man was utterly baffled. Lu Guan, however, couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. Stepping forward, he said, let me try. Chapter 24, Luck? No, I rely on skill. Having lost 1.5 million, the bald man could only swallow this bitter pill in silence. After all, the rules were crystal clear, transactions were voluntary. And he had checked the dice and the cup were both fine. Could it really be that his luck was just that bad? Just then, Lu Guan suddenly stepped forward, instantly perking him up. If this kid was just like him, only losing, never winning, then it would prove the little old man was definitely up to something. Whispers erupted among the crowd. Bald brother had just lost 15 million, how dare this youngster step forward? But honestly, anyone could see this stall owner was up to something. Otherwise, with the prices of his goods, wouldn't he be losing his shirt? My guess is that old man must have awakened some special talent that lets him influence the dice rolls. This should be entertaining. That kid's probably about to get ripped off big time. Listening to the cacophony of chatter, the Su siblings couldn't help but frown. Truth be told, they'd noticed earlier that every time the little old man gambled with the bald man, he carried himself with absolute confidence. Clearly, he knew the outcome. Su Yuaning approached the stall and whispered, big guy, are you sure you want to try this? I think something's off about this stall. If you really want to sell something, why don't we just share a stall? Lu Guan shook his head. Don't worry, I've got this under control. He wasn't stupid, how could he not see through it? Ordinary people might not notice. But as someone gifted with magnetic domain control, he'd long understood what was going on. The moment the little old man shook the dice cup just now, Lu Guan distinctly sensed a fluctuation of magnetic energy. If all goes as expected, the old man has awakened the talent for magnetic field control too. What do you want to buy? The old man asked lazily, still looking utterly unmotivated. Lu Guan pointed to the memory pearl he'd been eyeing for a while. I'll take this one. After a moment's thought, Lu Guan added, and the oracle mirror too. How much gold coins in total? 55,000. The little old man replied immediately. Lu Guan nodded. At market rates, a single memory pearl alone would cost nearly that much. Without a moment's hesitation, he transferred the 550,000 gold coins through the interface. The little old man promptly picked up the dice cup from the ground. Just like before, he began shaking it with practiced ease. Guess. The dice cup tapped lightly against the floor, emitting a crisp thud. The crowd around them instantly held their breath, fearing their own voices might drown out Lu Guan's answer. I bet on big. Lu Guan spoke calmly. But no sooner had the words left his lips. He sensed a powerful magnetic field energy reappear. No doubt about it, the little old man was up to his tricks again, exploiting his special gift. To obtain the memory pearl, how could Lu Guan let him succeed? Lu Guan immediately activated his own innate ability. Two magnetic forces clashed within the dice cup. The next second, the little old man lifted the dice cup. 4, 5, 6 big. Seeing the result, the little old man was stunned. What just happened? The onlookers erupted in gasps. Holy crap, that kid actually guessed it right. 550,000 credits, 1 memory pearl, 1 oracle mirror. His luck is off the charts. He totally won big time. So jealous. Looks like bald guy really is cursed. After seeing him pull that off, I'm getting itchy fingers myself. Su Yuaning stared at Lu Guan in utter astonishment. Dude, you're unreal. You actually pulled it off. Su Yuaning stared in utter astonishment at the scene unfolding before her. Dude, you're just too amazing, it really was luck. She certainly didn't share the onlookers' belief that Lu Guan's victory was purely down to luck. The little old man stood dumbfounded for a moment before seeming to grasp something. He shot Lu Guan a resentful glance. With everyone watching, he certainly wouldn't try to back out. He handed over the memory pearl and the oracle mirror to Lu Guan, his expression painfully reluctant. "Young man, what is your name?" the old man asked meaningfully. Lu Guan accepted the 2 items, stowed them away in his storage space, offered a simple thank you, and then led the Su siblings away. Pushing through the crowd, Su Yueying was clearly intrigued by the incident. "Big shot, what exactly just happened? How did you beat that old man?" Su Haokai was equally baffled, looking at Lu Guan with a puzzled expression. He'd spent only 55,000 gold coins to acquire 2 items that were well worth the price. Lu Guan's mood was surprisingly decent for once. He briefly recounted the events that had just unfolded. After hearing it, the Su siblings finally understood. At that moment, Su Haokai keenly picked up on another crucial piece of information hidden within Lu Guan's words. "So you're saying you're also a magnetic domain control talent, big shot? But I distinctly remember you using an illusion talent back in the newbie village? Could it be you've awakened dual talents?" Hearing this, Su Yuning also realized the implication, covering her mouth in surprise. Lu Guan remained non-committal. He certainly couldn't tell the Su siblings he was an SSS-tier talent. But since they were already core members of the future guild, the truth about his multiple talents would inevitably come out sooner or later. Su Yueying excitedly slapped her brother's shoulder. "I knew it. Joining the Big Shots Guild was the right move. No wonder he was so powerful back in the newbie village." Su Haokai smiled silently on the surface. But inwardly, he was also relieved his and his sister's luck really was pretty good. The 3 then wandered around the trading market for a while. After checking out most of the stalls, Su Yueying gradually lost interest. After all, the Su family was considered one of the top aristocratic clans in Xinghan City. How many truly remarkable items here could be unfamiliar to her? After casually picking up 2 items she liked, the trio left the trading market. As they approached Su Haokai's vehicle, ready to get in. At that moment, over a dozen figures suddenly sprinted toward them from all directions. Each armed with weapons, they encircled the trio. Su Haokai instinctively stepped in front of his sister, demanding nervously, "What do you want?" Su Yuning immediately ducked behind Lu Guan. "They can't be trying to rob us, can they?" Only Lu Guan remained calm and composed, his gaze sweeping over the group. Finally, they've shown up. In truth, the moment the 3 entered the trading market gates, he had sensed someone following him. But since Lu Guan hadn't discerned their intentions, he hadn't wanted to tip them off. "Which one of you 3 is Lu Guan?" A man clad in black, his face contorted with brutish features, stepped forward from the group. Lu Guan asked coldly, "Who are you?" The man eyed him up and down before breaking into a vicious grin. "Who we are doesn't matter. Kid, someone paid 50 energy crystals to have me teach you a lesson. Teach you a lesson in how to behave properly from now on. Keep a low profile." Chapter 25, Plunder. Teach me a lesson? Hearing the man's words, Lu Guan's suspicions were confirmed. The only place he'd been drawing attention lately was in the newbie village. But what puzzled him was that, aside from slaying monsters and leveling up, he hadn't offended anyone in the village. Who on earth would be willing to spend 50 energy crystals just to cause trouble for him? "Kid, I suggest you cooperate. I might go easy on you. Otherwise, my brothers won't hold back when they come for you." Seeing Lu Guan's silence, the burly man assumed fear had taken hold, his tone growing even more arrogant. Lu Guan snorted coldly, "With a bunch of minions like you, how exactly do you expect me to cooperate?" The man nearly thought he'd misheard. "What did you say? Small fry?" He was an awakened E-rank fire elemental control user at Tier 1, Level 7, with combat power soaring to 800. Across the entire Brightmoon City, few dared speak to him like this. And according to the intel he had, Lu Guan was just a greenhorn fresh out of the newbie village. And he dared call him a shrimp soldier and crab general? Looks like you need a lesson to learn your place. With that, the man swung his steel broadsword. "Brothers, charge! Cripple this brat!" At his command, over a dozen men behind him charged forward with a deafening roar. But facing this trash, Lu Guan didn't even bother drawing his bone shadow blade. Standing perfectly still, he activated his magnetic domain control talent. The next second, dust swirled up from the parking lot floor without a breath of wind. Su Haokai watched in shock as his brand new luxury car seemed to be lifted slowly by an invisible giant hand. Then, it was hurled straight toward the charging mob. The charging mob instantly fell into disarray, scattering frantically to either side. 3 of them couldn't dodge in time and were smashed squarely by the luxury car, flying backward over 2 meters. Holy! What kind of talent is this? A pink-haired punk-looking guy couldn't help but gasp in shock. Magnetic field control talents weren't particularly rare. But he never imagined how powerful a newly awakened talent could be. Unless it was an A rank or higher talent, it was simply impossible to control a car from a distance like a remote-controlled toy. "Get out of the way!" At that moment, a person across from the pink-haired youth suddenly shouted in alarm. He watched as the luxury car, after consecutively knocking several people flying, didn't crash to the ground. Instead, it abruptly spun mid-air and flew right back. Unfortunately, his warning came a split second too late. By the time the pink-haired man turned his head, the luxury car was already bearing down on him. A loud thud echoed. The car smashed his skull open like a gourd. Next, Lu Guan continued to control the luxury car, sending it careening wildly across the entire parking lot. The crowd scattered like rats fleeing a street, utterly defenseless. But how could their speed possibly match that of the luxury car, controlled by Lu Guan's magnetic field talent? Within a minute, they were all sent flying like kites with broken strings, crashing far away. Watching this scene unfold, the burly man with the rugged features was utterly dumbfounded. He began to question his own reality. Could a newly ascended talent be this powerful? Was this kid really just an E-ranked talent fresh out of the newbie village? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The thought barely formed when the man's vision blurred, followed by a sudden chill across his neck. You get one chance. Tell me who sent you to cause trouble for me. Lu Guan had activated his teleportation talent unnoticed, materializing before the burly man with an icy glare. The bone shadow blade was pressed against the bulky man's shoulders. Alright, I'll talk. Could you put the knife down first? Meeting Lu Guan's gaze, the burly man felt a chill pierce his very soul, his voice trembling uncontrollably. If he'd known this young man wasn't some newly minted gifted talent, he should have hired a real expert. You have no right to negotiate with me. Instead of sheathing the bone shadow blade, Lu Guan pressed it deeper. The razor-sharp blade instantly sliced through a layer of greasy skin on the man's neck. How could the man dare to say another word? I'll talk. I'll talk right now. The one who hired us to cause you trouble is young Master Chen. Lu Guan pondered. He couldn't recall ever crossing such a person? Which young Master Chen? The burly man hurriedly interjected, his name is Chen Buchuan. Lu Guan finally recalled the guy who'd invited him to join a party in the newbie village and been flatly rejected. Lu Guan snorted lightly. So it was that clown. I've told you everything you wanted to know. Can you let me go now? The burly man begged repeatedly. Lu Guan nearly gave him a cold glance before tightening his grip. The bone shadow blade flashed, and blood instantly gushed from the man's throat. The man's eyes widened in disbelief. He opened his mouth, but only gurgling sounds escaped before he drew his last breath. Lu Guan crouched down, placing his hand on the corpse of the burly man. Total plunder. Plunder Wu Jiangon's talent, fire element manipulation. The 4 surviving henchmen who had accompanied the man saw this and dared not linger. They turned and fled. Lu Guan immediately activated his newly acquired talent, hurling 4 fireballs in quick succession. The 4 instantly became human torches, screaming in agony as they were burned to charcoal. They were nothing but insignificant social scum. Their deaths were no loss. Boss, are you okay? Seeing the danger had passed, Su Yueying hurried over to ask. Lu Guan shook his head. Squashing a few ants? What could possibly be wrong? This is the first time I've seen it. Who knew the magnetic domain talent could be this powerful? Boss, you're absolutely incredible. After a quick glance, she saw Lu Guan hadn't even suffered a scratch. Su Yuning couldn't help but admire him from the bottom of her heart. Lu Guan, however, remained expressionless. Let's go. Hearing this, Su Haokai shrugged helplessly. How are we supposed to get back now? Boss, honestly, you really should have used someone else's car as a weapon just now. Yeah, Lu Guan finally realized. No way around it. The 3 young masters and ladies from wealthy families could only walk to the highway and hail a cab. Persuaded by Su Yueying's relentless pestering, the siblings accompanied Lu Guan to the Lu family mausoleum. At the site of the daytime battle, Lu Jie's body was already gone. Only a dried, darkened pool of blood remained on the ground. Lu Guan didn't dwell on it. After all, it wasn't unusual for carnivorous wild dogs to roam the outskirts of the city. The 3 walked straight to Lu Yao's grave. Lu Guan pushed aside the tombstone. Su Yuning covered her mouth in shock upon seeing Lu Yao's incorruptible body lying still beneath. Lu Yao stopped mid-sentence, unsure what to say next. Lu Guan retrieved a glass vial from his storage space and poured out the memory pearl inside. A surge of energy flowed into them. He then placed the pearl upon Lu Yao's forehead. Soon, a milky white halo slowly enveloped Lu Yao's body. Lu Guan held his breath, focusing intently on the flow of energy. As the white light gradually softened, Lu Guan suddenly detected a faint ripple of consciousness. Lu Guan closed his eyes, willingly immersing his own consciousness within it. Suddenly, the authoritative voice of his second uncle, Lu Sanyan, echoed in his ears. Lu Yao, do you remember? When you were a child, begging by the roadside, enduring the scorn and contempt of the world, it was I who brought you back from your loneliness to the Lu family? Do you recall how you clung to my robe, vowing that from that day forward, you would live as a member of the Lu family and die as its spirit? Yet today, when the Lu family needs you to make the slightest sacrifice, you choose to retreat. Yao Yao, your choice has truly disappointed me. Chapter 26, The Strongmen's Trial Ground. Hearing that voice, Lu Guan snapped out of his daze. He knew this wasn't Lu Sanyan truly speaking to him. Rather, his consciousness had successfully infiltrated Lu Yao's memories. Slowly opening his eyes, Lu Guan found himself in a familiar setting. It was unmistakably the study of the Lu family mansion. Second uncle Lu Sanyan sat on a single sofa, his eyes sharp and focused. Before him, Lu Yao stood with her head bowed, looking utterly dejected. Sister Yao! Lu Guan opened his mouth to call out, only to realize. In Lu Yao's memory, he had no physical form and could not produce any sound. He could only remain a silent observer. At that moment, Lu Jia, standing beside Lu Sanyan, wore a carefree smile. Lu Yao, I've already told you. Although our Lu family's sacrificial formation was destroyed by that traitor Lu Jincheng back then, it has now been completely restored. There's absolutely no risk of your soul being cast into the void realm. Hearing these words, Lu Guan finally understood how Lu Yao had been deceived into the sacrificial array. Unbelievably, even second uncle was involved in this affair. Moreover, the Lu Jincheng mentioned in their conversation was none other than Lu Guan's biological father. Lu Guan had never understood why his parents were expelled from the family. Who would have thought it was also connected to the sacrificial array? Lu Yao was clearly shaken by the two men's back and forth. But Lu Sanyan snapped impatiently, what else could it be? Lu Jia knew she didn't believe his words. Rest assured, even if you fall under the sacrifice curse, it will only send you into a deep slumber. Moreover, the world of slaughter is about to descend upon Blue Star. I've already discovered the location of the tears of the shepherd god. All you need to do is get some good sleep. Once we find the tears of the shepherd god, we can lift the sacrificial curse for you. Tears of the shepherd god? Before entering the killing world, Lu Guan had memorized every piece of information he could find. Yet he had no knowledge of this particular artifact. Lu Yao fell silent. The two on the sofa didn't press her further. After a long pause, she finally bit her lip. If I enter the sacrificial array, will everyone with Lu family blood awaken a rank or higher talents? Including Lu Guan. Lu Jia replied matter-of-factly, of course. Lu Guan is also blood of our Lu family. With good fortune, he might even awaken an SSS-tier talent someday. Lu Yao paused, as if finally gathering the resolve to speak. I hope you're not lying to me. Otherwise, even as a ghost, I won't rest in peace. Lu Jia's eyes lit up. So you're in? At that moment, Lu Guan desperately wanted to stop Lu Yao. Don't agree to him. But this was merely the world within Lu Yao's memories. In the end, she nodded. After that, the three discussed a few other matters. The most shocking revelation for Lu Guan was this. It turned out that long before the killing world completely engulfed Blue Star, many individuals, families, and even factions had already established connections with the world of slaughter. Even without formally becoming gifted ones, they had acquired extraordinary abilities through their own means. As the energy within the memory pearl gradually depleted, Lu Guan's consciousness slowly detached from Lu Yao's memory world. He stood before the tombstone, unable to snap out of his daze for a long time. Su Yuning waited impatiently by his side. She was genuinely curious what exactly had Lu Guan seen within Lu Yao's memories. Finally, seeing Lu Guan's eyes clear, she hurriedly asked, Big shot, how'd it go? Did you get any useful information? Seeing Lu Guan deep in thought, Su Haokai quickly tugged his sister aside, signaling her to give him space. Another moment passed. Lu Guan suddenly asked, have you ever heard of the tears of the shepherd god? Hearing this, the siblings exchanged a glance. Clearly, Su Yuaning had no idea what it was. Su Haokai slapped his forehead. I remember now. I once read a legend that mentioned it. It spoke of a dark moon goddess named Lilith who wore a pendant around her neck called the tears of the shepherd god. What? The sacrificial curse is connected to this tear of Pan? Lu Guan nodded. Yeah, I saw Lu Jia in Lu Yao's memories. He mentioned that the tears of Pan might be able to lift the sacrificial curse. Su Yuning curled her lip in disdain. Lu Jia? That man is a complete scoundrel. Can we trust anything he says? Lu Guan shook his head. He couldn't be certain either. But since we have this lead, we should at least try. I need your help. Su Yuing responded promptly, Boss, you're our club president now. Just tell us what you need, no need to talk about favors. Lu Guan decided to cut the formalities. I need you to keep an eye out for any news related to the tears of the shepherd god. When the time comes. No problem. Before Lu Guan could finish, Su Yuaning eagerly agreed. Rest assured, President. Your business is my business. Dawn was breaking. Since Su Haokai's car had already been wrecked by Lu Guan using it as a weapon. At this hour, how could Lu Guan possibly treat them poorly? He could only have the old butler arrange for the siblings to stay in the guest quarters. The next day, the old butler personally drove the Su siblings back to Starry Sky City. As for Lu Guan himself, he had no shortage of tasks ahead. But the most urgent matter at hand was undoubtedly repaying the borrowed future's opportunity energy. After all, no one could predict when the next opportunity in life might suddenly arise. Moreover, it was only through Lu Yao's memories that Lu Guan learned. Long before the slaughter world descended upon Blue Star, many individuals had already broken through the spatial constraints of the Blue Star world and successfully obtained energy from the slaughter world. In the early days, these individuals were also known as cultivators or psychics. Lu Guan understood clearly. Despite possessing an SSS-tier talent, he was still far from the level of power he aspired to. He also considered the imminent future when the killing world would fully merge with Blue Star. At that time, with conflicts erupting among countless races, how would the weak possibly survive? It turned out he had only reached the starting point of a gifted individual. Breaking free from all constraints would prove far from easy. As Lu Guan understood. Within the killing world, there exists a realm most suited for newly gifted individuals to slay monsters and level up. That realm is the Void Insect Nest. Records indicate this realm is no less dangerous. Its widespread recognition stems from the rapid energy acquisition it offers. And what Lu Guan needed most right now was energy. The Void Bug Nest, a graveyard for novices, a testing ground for the strong. The insect beasts there surge like an endless tide. Lu Guan knew that only there could he swiftly repay the energy he had borrowed. That very night, he opened his attribute panel in his bedroom. Enter the Void Insect Nest? Yes, no. Enter. Lu Guan hesitated not a moment. The next instant, everything before his eyes blurred, and the surrounding scenery rapidly transformed. Chapter 27, The Void Insect Nest. When his vision finally stabilized, Lu Guan found himself standing upon a barren, cracked expanse of land. The sky was gloomy, the entire world shrouded in a thick, heavy gray haze. In this realm, sunlight was absent, creating a stifling, oppressive atmosphere. Yet it was a paradise for the only species inhabiting this realm, the insectoid beasts. As far as the eye could see, colossal insect nests towered like mountain ranges. Occasionally, dark shadows would crawl out from nearby. The air was thick with a putrid, foul stench that made one want to vomit. The records were indeed accurate. In this realm, no other species besides the insect beasts could survive for long. Lu Guan furrowed his brow slightly. Even he found it somewhat difficult to adjust. Lu Guan retrieved the bone shadow blade from his storage space and scanned his surroundings. No other humans were present in this area, which at least afforded him some peace and quiet. The reason the Void Insect Nest upgraded so rapidly wasn't due to the abundance of energy from the insect beasts. Rather, it was because they tended to cluster together in large numbers, possessing weak power attributes. The only real headache was that some of these creatures possessed deadly venom. Some D rank or higher insects could even kill with a single touch of their venom. However, with Lu Guan's combat prowess now approaching Tier 3, he naturally had little to fear. Of course, better safe than sorry. Not far ahead lay the entrance to an insect nest cavern. Lu Guan was about to head in that direction. Suddenly, a rustling sound reached his ears. Lu Guan immediately grew alert. The ground beneath his feet was soft and loose, making it ideal for insect-like creatures to launch surprise attacks from underground. Sure enough, the next second, a small pit suddenly caved in before Lu Guan. Immediately after, 3 corrosive ground scorpions, each about the size of a rabbit, burst violently from the earth. Their venomous tail hooks glowed with a sinister light as they swiftly surrounded Lu Guan in a triangular formation. F-rank insectoid? The moment he recognized them, Lu Guan lost all interest. Corrosive ground scorpions possessed exceptional speed and their tail hooks contained potent venom. Unfortunately, their overall combat strength was simply too weak to be worth his time. Oh well, consider this a warm-up. With that thought, Lu Guan finally held the bone shadow blade horizontally across his chest. One corrosive ground scorpion, seeing this, lunged forward violently. Lu Guan's eyes sharpened as the bone shadow in his hand transformed into a purple lightning bolt. Swish! The blade's light flashed, and the charging corrosive ground scorpion was cleaved clean in two. Energy gained, 210 points. Energy absorbed by future destiny. Repayment progress, 0-1. Seeing this message, Lu Guan couldn't help but feel a slight disappointment. The corrosive ground scorpion's level was far too low. At this rate, even killing them for 3 days and nights wouldn't repay the debt. The remaining 2 corrosive ground scorpions, seeing this, simultaneously took half a step back. Lu Guan felt a hint of puzzlement. But he quickly understood. Insect beasts were different from ferocious beasts, they possessed the emotion of fear. So you do know fear after all? With a sneer, Lu Guan slowly raised his left hand. 2 vines shot out from his palm like living serpents. Before the corrosive earth scorpions could burrow into the ground, they were tightly bound, unable to break free. Lu Guan clenched his left fist, and the vines tightened abruptly. 2 sharp snaps echoed through the air. Energy gained, 420. Future opportunity repayment progress, 0-4. The energy from these low-level insect beasts is too meager. It seems I must enter the insect nest caverns and slay higher-level creatures. Lu Guan shook his head and continued forward. Just as he neared the entrance to a bug nest cave. Whoosh! Suddenly, a faint blue glow flashed ahead, shooting straight toward Lu Guan. Without hesitation, Lu Guan instinctively swung his bone shadow blade. Clang! The glowing object was knocked to the ground. Lu Guan looked down to see it was a sharp spike. To effortlessly block my piercing spike impressive. It seems you truly are a tier 2 talent. A deep, resonant voice echoed from the entrance of the insect nest. Lu Guan frowned, focusing his gaze. 3 figures cloaked in silver hooded robes slowly emerged from the shadows. Who are you? Lu Guan didn't rush to attack, instead coldly demanding an answer. He sensed they had no intention of harming him. Even the direction of that spiked attack deliberately avoided his vital points. Young man, we meet again. The old man at the head of the group replied, then pulled back the hood of his cloak. Seeing the man's face clearly, Lu Guan couldn't help but feel slightly surprised. You? It turned out to be the very same vendor who ran the guessing game stall at the trading market, that little old man. The little old man smiled gently, revealing a kind and approachable face. It was a stark contrast to his aloof demeanor at the trading market that day. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Jia Tianlu, commander of the 9th Battle Regiment of the Dragon Ascension Guild. As he spoke, Jia Tianlu casually lifted the hem of his cloak. Only then did Lu Guan notice the silver Dragon Ascension emblem pinned to the man's chest. This emblem confirmed his status as a battalion commander within the guild. Across the entire Dragon Nation, fewer than 10 factions held official guild charters. The Dragon Ascension Guild was the sole officially recognized guild. It was also one of the few guilds on the entire Blue Star to have elevated its status to the advanced tier. So you're from the Dragon Ascension Guild? Lu Guan felt a twinge of surprise. He never imagined that the unassuming little old man at the trading market was actually the battalion commander of the Dragon Ascension Guild. He didn't let it show, though. Jia Tianlu straightened his back, though his posture remained somewhat stooped. That's right. The fact that you beat me at the trading market yesterday proves you're no ordinary person. I never expected we'd meet again so soon. If I'm not mistaken, you've also awakened a D-rank talent magnetic domain control, right? Lu Guan didn't respond, but a flicker of wariness crossed his eyes. He had no desire to engage in lengthy exchanges with anyone from the Dragon Ascension Guild. If his SSS-tier talent were exposed, trouble would be inevitable. Jia Tianlu could clearly see Lu Guan's distrust. Young man, don't misunderstand, we mean you no harm. The Dragon Ascension Guild has always been dedicated to helping talented individuals with potential grow. I see great potential in your talent and combat prowess, and I'd like to invite you to join us. Lu Guan narrowed his eyes. He glanced at the spike he'd just knocked down. Suddenly, he flicked the bone shadow blade with his finger. Whoosh! The spike shot straight toward Jia Tianlu. Is this the sincerity of your Dragon Ascension Guild ambushes? The young man to Jia Tianlu's left reacted with lightning speed, stepping forward to catch the spike. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Jia Tianlu stopped the young man, his smile still intact. That sneak attack was merely to test your strength. It was my rashness, I apologize. But Xiao Yu possesses healing talents. If you were truly injured, she can tend to your wounds. Jia Tianlu turned his gaze to the other side, where a young girl with a rather delicate and gentle appearance stood. Lu Guan wasn't buying his act. First injuring someone, then healing them, what does he think he is? No need for healing. I have no interest in your Dragon Ascension Guild. With that, he continued toward the entrance of the insect nest cavern. He himself was the future guild leader. Joining the Dragon Ascension Guild, even as a core member, wouldn't enhance his 4-dimensional attributes in the slightest. Instead, he'd be bound by the Dragon Ascension Guild's restrictions, a losing proposition. The young man beside Jia Tianlu couldn't help but interject, "Kid. Just a heads up, our Dragon Ascension Guild is currently the only high-tier guild in Dragon Nation. Our leader doesn't invite just anyone. You'd better think this through carefully. Joining an elite guild means your 4 core attributes instantly increase by 3% once you become a core member." He couldn't believe any talented individual wouldn't be tempted by that. Lu Guan merely snorted coldly, not even glancing at him. Hey! Looks like you're really getting cocky. The young man felt disrespected and instantly grew displeased. Jia Tianlu sighed helplessly, whether they join or not is their choice. We have no right to interfere. But young man, if you ever change your mind, feel free to come find me anytime. Chapter 28, Dual Talents, Astonishing the Three. Lu Guan didn't wait for anyone, striding straight toward the depths of the cave. Until his figure vanished completely into the shadows. The young man stamped his foot in frustration. Old Jia, that brat is way too arrogant. Doesn't he even respect our Dragon Ascension Guild? And why did you stop me just now? Why not let me teach him a lesson and knock some sense into him? Before Jia Tianlu could respond, the girl called Xiao Yu sighed. What else could it be? Didn't you hear what old Jia said? That person has already reached tier 2. He's a D-rank magnetic domain controller, just like old Jia. If it came to blows, who knows who'd be teaching whom a lesson? The young man pondered for a moment, then scoffed dismissively. Just because that kid can knock out old Jia's piercing spear? With my current strength, it wouldn't be a problem. Jia Tianlu shook his head. Shuofei Yang, remember this, true masters inevitably possess a measure of pride. I can't shake the feeling that this young man's true strength runs deeper than meets the eye. If we cross paths with him again, you must not act impulsively. Zhuo Feiyang scoffed. I refused to believe he could be that extraordinary. Jia Tianlu gave him a long, searching look. Alright, based on our earlier reconnaissance, we can now confirm that the 1,000-faced worms are located deep within this insect nest cavern. But judging by the timing, the spirit-devouring insect eggs near the entrance will hatch soon. We must be extra cautious when we go in. Both men's expressions turned serious. After all, this was no joke. While spirit-devouring insects themselves weren't particularly powerful in combat, they were still E-rank insect beasts. And the most troublesome aspect is their extraordinary reproductive capacity. Typically, once encountered, their numbers rarely fell below 100. Even Jia Tianlu, with his Tier 2, Level 7 combat prowess, found them a headache. The three followed closely behind Lu Guan as they entered the cave together. Meanwhile, Lu Guan had already ventured 100 meters deep into the cavern alone. The surroundings grew increasingly dark and damp, the rock walls above covered in insect eggs that emitted a foul stench. Dense and terrifying to behold. Lu Guan fixed his gaze ahead and activated his fire control talent, condensing a small fireball in his palm. It served as illumination while also dispelling most of the foul odors and toxic mist. At that very moment, buzz. The rapid flapping of wings echoed overhead. Lu Guan looked up. He saw cracks continuously appearing on the surface of the insect eggs that had been attached to the cave walls. Viscous liquids seeped from the fissures. Accompanied by a hissing crackling sound, one after another, fist-sized, eerily green insect beasts burst forth from their shells. Witnessing this scene, even Lu Guan, who had endured countless encounters with hideously grotesque beasts, couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Such disgusting creatures, he had never witnessed anything like this before. Soul-devouring insects. Lu Guan quickly retrieved relevant information about these insect beasts from his memory. Spirit-devouring insects, renowned for their extraordinary reproductive capacity, were the most common insectoid creatures within the void insect nest realm. They were drawn to light and thrived in heat. Therefore, these soul-devouring insects, which should still be in the incubation stage, were. Lu Guan glanced down at the fireball in his hand. So it was actually Ni who caused them to emerge prematurely? But he didn't dwell on it. Since you love fire, I'll send them all your way. With that, Lu Guan didn't wait for these newly born soul-devouring insects to complete their metamorphosis. Whoosh! Several fireballs were hurled from his left hand, striking precisely at the densest clusters of soul-devouring insects. The fireballs swiftly spread throughout the cavern. The searing flames surged like a tidal wave, swiftly engulfing the newborn soul-devouring insects. Under the scorching heat, their bodies crackled and popped, a sound that made one's teeth ache. Lu Guan retrieved the magnetic crystal heart from his storage space. Simultaneously, he activated his magnetic domain talent, erecting an energy barrier. Spirit-devouring insects that hadn't managed to spread their wings before being charred to cinders fell from above, only to be repelled by the force field. The interface screen flashed with continuous updates. Energy gained, 210. Future opportunity repayment progress, 0.5. Energy gained, 210. Future opportunity repayment progress, 16. At first, Lu Guan glanced at the data, still feeling the energy gained from slaying these undeveloped soul-devouring insects was too meager. But as the flames gradually died down, the entire cave was swept clean of soul-devouring insects by just a few fireballs. The interface information finally settled. Energy gained, 210 points. Future opportunity repayment progress, 12. Lu Guan's eyes finally lit up. This void insect nest truly lived up to its reputation as a sacred ground for newly ascended gifted ones to slay monsters and level up. Unlike ferocious beasts, most insectoid creatures require cooperative group living. Leveling up here was all about overwhelming them with sheer numbers. Darkness returned to the cavern. After stowing the magnetic crystal core in his storage space, a flame once again ignited in Lu Guan's palm. He stepped over the charred corpses of soul-devouring insects littering the floor as he pressed onward. Not long after Lu Guan departed, Jia Tianlu and his two companions arrived at the same spot. The cave walls still retained the lingering heat from the recent conflagration. Xiaoyu held a flashlight in one hand while instinctively covering her nose with the other. What a pungent smell! What had just happened here? Zhuo Feiyang also frowned deeply. It smelled like something had been burned to a crisp. Suddenly, Xiaoyu stared ahead, her face frozen in shock. Look ahead! As she spoke, her flashlight beam illuminated the ground ahead. Zhuo Feiyang looked over, equally incredulous. Jia Tianlu slowly crouched down, pinching up a piece of ash from the ground. This seemed to be the remains of a soul-devouring insect. After speaking, he glanced upward. Sure enough, where they had found so many eggs during their previous exploration of this insect nest, now only a patch of pitch-black darkness remained. Unexpectedly, the soul-devouring insect eggs that had caused them the most headaches had now vanished entirely. Xiaoyu couldn't help but exclaim in shock, could all these on the ground really be the corpses of soul-devouring insects? Even old Jiao was helpless. Who could have done this? They must be incredibly powerful. Zhuo Feiyang was equally astonished, but he quickly realized. It was obvious someone had used a fire-controlling talent to burn every last one of these damn things to ashes. Right. Since they're eggs, fire would work perfectly. How did I not think of such a good solution? Xiaoyu didn't even glance at him, instead asking curiously, but who could have done this? Could it be that guy we just ran into outside? Zhuo Feiyang immediately denied it. No way. Old Xiao already said that kid awakened a magnetic field control talent. Where would he get fire control abilities? Unless he's a dual talent user. This remark struck a chord with Jia Tianlu. His tone turned grave. It's not impossible. After all, the three of them had spent an entire day exploring this insect nest to kill the 1,000-face bug. During that time, aside from Lu Guan, they hadn't encountered anyone else. Zhuo Feiyang sneered with disdain. Just him? Some self-important, arrogant brat? I just don't buy it. Xiaoyu sighed. Awakening dual talents is a matter of fate. It has nothing to do with personality. Jia Tianlu pondered for a moment before saying solemnly, enough of this. If that young man truly possesses dual talents in magnetic fields and fire control, it would be a blessing for our dragon nation. Chapter 29, The Prophecy Mirror fulfills its vision. With a single swing of the bone shadow blade, Lu Guan successfully slays another E-rank insect beast. Energy gained, 640 points. Future opportunity repayment progress, 37. Seeing that the repayment progress had surpassed 1/3, Lu Guan felt quite gratified. He had reached the deepest part of the cavern. He had barely rested at all while slaying beasts along the way. Though his energy and stamina were significantly depleted, one must not forget that Lu Guan possessed the bloodlust talent. Whenever he sensed his condition deteriorating, he need only summon a vine to absorb the energy of insects and beasts to replenish himself. Now, two paths diverged before Lu Guan. The left path was narrow, the right path wide. For Lu Guan, choosing either path made little difference. His goal was simply to slay more ferocious beasts and gather energy. He was about to choose the wider path when, at that moment, Lu Guan suddenly sensed an unusual disturbance emanating from his storage space. The Oracle Mirror? Indeed. He opened his storage space. Lu Guan discovered that the Oracle Mirror, which had always lain quietly among the other items, was now slowly flickering with a white light for some unknown reason. Lu Guan took it out. What did this mean? On the mirror, no larger than a dinner plate, an image suddenly appeared. A broken blade. More precisely, it was the bone shadow blade, its tip missing standing upright, its meaning unknown. But Lu Guan understood clearly. Since this object was called the Oracle Mirror, it naturally possessed the function of foretelling the future. Yet after careful consideration, Lu Guan remained utterly baffled. Suddenly, as he stared at the blade tilted to the left in the image, a flash of insight struck Lu Guan. Could this angle be hinting that he should take the left path? With that thought, Lu Guan turned the prophetic mirror sideways. Sure enough, the direction pointed by the vanished half of the blade tip was precisely the narrower path to the left. Lu Guan pondered for a moment. He decided to trust the Oracle Mirror this once. The instant he stepped into the left passageway, the white light of the Oracle Mirror abruptly extinguished. The passage was eerily quiet, broken only by the sound of Lu Guan's shoes scraping against the sticky ground. On both sides of the passageway, dark red, unidentifiable filamentous substances stirred faintly, as if breathing. Something's wrong. Lu Guan noticed the flame in his palm flickering far more violently than before. Yet upon closer inspection, there was no wind. Only the free-floating energy within the space was growing increasingly chaotic. A bend appeared not far ahead. Lu Guan focused his gaze. Whether it was the air currents stirred by the flames or an actual distortion in the space itself, he slowed his pace. At that moment, a dark figure suddenly darted out from the corner. Without a second thought, Lu Guan sidestepped. As he brushed past the dark figure, through the glow of the fireball, Lu Guan finally saw what it was. A 6-armed clawed insect. Lu Guan's eyes narrowed. This was a rare D-class insect beast, boasting a staggering combat power of 1900. While Lu Guan rejoiced at finally encountering a high-level insect beast, he also instantly heightened his vigilance. The 6-armed clawed insect, as large as a tiger, missed its strike and immediately crouched low. Its 12 compound eyes glowed eerily in the darkness, and its 6 scythe-like forelimbs were coated in slime. Lu Guan flipped his right hand, instantly drawing the bone shadow blade across his chest. Confident in its superior combat prowess, the 6-armed clawed insect paid Lu Guan no mind. Then, all 6 of its scythe-like claws opened simultaneously. With a slight movement, its joints creaked like rubbing porcelain tiles. The 6-armed clawed insect suddenly lunged forward. 6 icy gleams simultaneously stabbed toward Lu Guan's vital points. Lu Guan's eyes narrowed sharply. The bone shadow blade traced a purple arc before him. Clang! The metallic clang echoed through the narrow passageway. Lu Guan used the force to step back, a flicker of alarm crossing his mind. This was the first time the bone shadow blade sharp enough to cut through anything had failed to sever its target. The 6-armed clawed insect emitted a shrill hiss, offering Lu Guan no respite whatsoever. 6 scythe claws swung toward him once more. Lu Guan dared not lose focus, immediately activating his phantom step. He leapt upward, his back nearly brushing the rock wall above, barely skimming over the six-armed clawed insect's head. Landing on his feet, Lu Guan wasted no time. Flash attack. His figure vanished instantly from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already swinging his blade at the six-armed clawed insect. But at that very moment, the six-armed clawed insect executed an eerily parallel sidestep. Lu Guan's blade sliced through empty air. But then came a sharp crack. One of the six-armed clawed insect's scythe-like claws snapped clean off, immediately emitting a pained wail. Lu Guan froze in shock at the sight. What was happening? His blade had clearly struck empty air, so how had the six-armed clawed insect been hit? This was an energy turbulence. As Lu Guan pondered this, he suddenly noticed a small spatial vortex formed by the energy turbulence right before his eyes. So that's it. No wonder, in his memory, the six-armed clawed insect never possessed such an unnatural ability to move parallel. It seems the air disturbance I sensed around the corner earlier was caused by energy turbulence. Though insect beasts possess slightly higher intelligence than ferocious beasts, they still couldn't comprehend what energy turbulence actually was. Having just lost one of its vital scythe claws, the six-armed clawed insect mistakenly attributed this to Lu Guan's actions and hesitated to attack again. Lu Guan now attempted to raise the bone shadow blade once more to strike at the six-armed clawed insect. But he felt a sudden heaviness in his right arm. He turned his head. The energy turbulence had suddenly shifted position, swallowing half the tip of his bone shadow blade. Lu Guan was horrified and quickly pulled the bone shadow blade back. But no matter how hard he pulled, the blade seemed firmly anchored in place, refusing to budge an inch. Witnessing this scene before him, Lu Guan's mind flashed back to the image that had just appeared in the oracle mirror. Could it be that the severed blade wasn't guiding him at all, but foretelling this very crisis? The six-armed clawed insect seemed to sense Lu Guan's distraction and erupted into action. It suddenly swung its remaining 5 scythe claws, all lunging toward Lu Guan simultaneously. At that very moment, the bone shadow blade, engulfed in energy, suddenly trembled. Lu Guan distinctly felt a powerful energy being absorbed by the bone shadow blade. Immediately, the purple blade began to gradually transform into a bloodthirsty crimson. Acquired weapon, Void Blade. Void Blade description, 3-dimensional attributes 5, speed 75. Void Blade trait, Spatial Slash. When attacking, infuses the strike with spatial energy. As a rainbow flash erupted, Lu Guan felt his arm grow light. The turbulent energy was gradually absorbed entirely by the Void Blade. The missing half of the blade tip reappeared once more, gripping the new weapon tempered by the energy turbulence. Lu Guan felt a surging, overwhelming power radiating outwards. The six-armed clawed insect instinctively felt fear and suddenly turned to flee. Lu Guan, however, let out a cold laugh. Chapter 30, Reaping the Benefits of a Plan. The six-armed clawed insect not only possessed exceptional combat prowess among D-rank insect beasts, its speed was also one of its strengths. Yet at this moment, Lu Guan sensed the void blade in his hand seemed to possess a spirit of its own. The crimson blade trembled incessantly, as if the powerful energy surging within it demanded release, leaving it restless and unsettled. Trying to run? Then I'll use your life to test the power of my bone shadow blade after its tempering. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Lu Guan didn't activate his phantom talent, yet his form shot forward like lightning. This was the speed enhancement granted by the bone shadow's refinement into the void blade. The six-armed clawed insect had already lunged forward, only to suddenly see a blur before its eyes. Its instinctive instincts made it halt instantly. A cold, piercing glint flashed in Lu Guan's eyes. The void blade, seemingly sensing its master's killing intent, radiated an almost exuberant energy. As Lu Guan advanced step by step, the six-armed clawed insect retreated warily. Backing all the way to the wall at the bend, it suddenly emitted a shrill chirp that echoed through the cavern. It seemed to know full well that today, its fate was sealed. Who knows if, given speech, the insectoid would now admit regret for provoking Lu Guan. The void blade's crimson glow surged, its blade trembling slightly. The crimson patterns etched upon the blade by the unpredictable energy turbulence now seemed to come alive. Lu Guan wasted no more words. If he was going to test its power, he would unleash a full force strike. Blitz! Lu Guan roared, activating his skill. In a flash, his figure darted forward, appearing before the six-armed clawed insect in the blink of an eye. The six-armed clawed insect had no time to react. Swish! As the blade sliced through, the very fabric of space rippled from the force of the strike. 2 of its scythe claws hadn't even risen to defend before its entire body froze rigid. The next second, a fine line of blood appeared at the center of its carapace. Its entire body slowly split apart along that line, cleaved clean in 2 by a single stroke. Killed six-armed clawed insect, gained energy, 150,000 points. Energy absorbed by future destiny. Repayment progress, 45. Reward obtained, mid-grade energy crystals x2. Reward, 6-armed clawed insect scythe claws x5. Plundered flame beast attributes, constitution, 10. Strength, 10. Speed, 15. As the six-armed clawed insect's corpse collapsed, dark brown blood mixed with the ground slime and splattered. Upon reaching Lu Guan, it was repelled by the energy fluctuations emitted from the void blade. Witnessing this, Lu Guan felt an even greater shock. So this was the power of spatial disintegration? And this was merely the residual force of the void blade. It was truly beyond expectation. What had once been merely a decent weapon had been tempered by the energy turbulence, transforming it into something truly formidable. It seems the Oracle Mirror truly is a treasure. I've been underestimating it all along. At this thought, Lu Guan felt a surge of delight. Hiss. From deeper within the cavern, a long, mournful wail echoed once more. The sound was shrill and piercing, seemingly laden with countless emotions. Grief, rage, and utter disbelief. Lu Guan felt a slight chill in his heart. There was another insect beast inside with even greater combat prowess. A D-rank 6-armed clawed insect already possessed such formidable power. Had he not drawn upon future opportunities through Lu Jia, he might well have met his end here today. A bug beast even stronger than the 6-armed clawed bug? How terrifying would that be? Lu Guan suddenly thought of something and retrieved the Oracle Mirror from his storage space once more. This time, however, the Oracle Mirror appeared no different from an ordinary mirror. Aside from his own reflection, it displayed no images whatsoever. It seemed the Oracle's abilities could only be triggered passively. Lu Guan shook his head. But it didn't matter. No matter how terrifying the insect beasts were, could they truly rival the dread of unforeseen calamity descending? He sensed the energy of the void blade still pulsing faintly within him, as if reluctant to be fully spent. Lu Guan glanced down. Besides, with the void blade now in his possession, even a C-rank insect beast shouldn't pose much of a problem. With that thought, Lu Guan hesitated no longer and strode deeper into the darkness. The moment Lu Guan's figure vanished into the darkness, Jia Tianlu and the other two immediately followed. Along the way, they encountered no obstacles whatsoever. It could only be said that Lu Guan had indeed cleared the insect beasts thoroughly. Only when they saw the corpse of the 6-armed clawed insect, cleaved cleanly in two, did the trio halt in their tracks. Xiao Yu shone her flashlight upon it and gasped in shock. A 6-armed clawed insect. This was a D-rank insect beast, and it was missing one of its scythe claws. Old Jia, you can't possibly claim that person killed this one single-handedly too. Jia Tianlu stepped forward to inspect it, his brow furrowing. Zhuo Feiyang said with a hint of smugness, see? What did I tell you? There must be others in this insect nest and probably more than one. Because even though the 6-armed clawed insect is only a D rank, its actual combat power combined with its inherent advantages make it impossible for a talent below tier 2, level 5 to take down alone. Old Jia, you've overestimated that kid's abilities. He's nowhere near that strong. With his talent, ranking in the upper middle tier of the Dragon Ascension Guild already placed him among the elite of ordinary people. He simply refused to believe Lu Guan could surpass him. So the more Jia Tianlu and Xiao Yu looked at Lu Guan with newfound respect, the more resentful Zhuo Feiyang felt. And now, he's finally found proof. Even Jia Tianlu couldn't help but begin doubting his own judgment. It made sense, after all. Never mind Lu Guan. This even made Jia Tianlu start to doubt his own judgment. Exactly. Let alone Lu Guan. Even he, a gifted individual who had already mastered the skill, couldn't guarantee an easy kill against a D-rank insect beast like the 6-armed clawed insect. Moreover, the three of them had been following Lu Guan the entire time, yet they still hadn't managed to catch up. This could only mean that he was taking no more than 2 minutes to kill each insect beast. How could that be possible? Jia Tianlu buried his doubts deep within. That matter could be set aside for now. That mournful cry must have been the thousand-face insect responding to the dying call of the 6-armed clawed insect. Judging by the sound, it shouldn't be too far from here. Whoever that person is, we must try to get there before them and find the thousand-face bug. Xiao Yu hurriedly said, then let's hurry. Zhuo Feiyang gave a slight scoff. He knew Jia Tianlu still didn't fully agree with his theory. But it didn't matter. They were bound to run into that person soon enough. Then they'd see he was right. Old Jia, don't worry. Though that opponent can kill the 6-armed clawed insect. But the thousand-face insect was, after all, a C-rank insect beast. Moreover, it could transform into whatever form its opponent imagined, making it far from easy to deal with. By the time we arrive, we might just reap the benefits of their struggle. Chapter 31, The Person I Refuse to Face. Along the path deeper into the cavern, Lu Guan casually dispatched countless low-tier insect beasts. He felt the power of the void blade was worlds apart from the bone shadow knife. Under the force that sliced through space, the bodies of the insect beasts dissolved like bubbles, shattering at the slightest touch. Energy absorbed by future opportunities. Repayment progress, 453. Repayment progress, 486. Repayment progress, 511. As Lu Guan rounded another cave corner, the repayment progress finally stabilized at 55. At that moment, within his storage space, the Oracle Mirror suddenly flickered once more. Recalling how the Mirror of Prophecy had brought him such immense benefit last time, Lu Guan couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. He hastily retrieved the prophecy mirror. A milky white halo swirled across its surface, and soon, an image slowly materialized on the mirror's surface. In a dimly lit space, two blurred figures, a man and a woman, stood facing each other. The man appeared frozen in place, as if under a petrification spell, standing utterly still. The woman, however, was shrouded in faint green mist, her features somewhat grotesque, yet strangely familiar. Her right hand formed a claw as she reached toward the man's chest. Lu Guan frowned as he watched. What was this? Judging by his figure and attire, that man was clearly himself. Lu Guan realized the greatest flaw of this prophecy mirror was its penchant for riddles. If not for the blurred image, he was certain he would recognize that woman. Unable to guess, Lu Guan reluctantly stowed the oracle mirror back into his storage space. Gripping the void blade, he proceeded with heightened caution. Upon rounding the corner, the scene before Lu Guan suddenly opened up. The narrow cave gave way to a slightly more open space. A constant rustling sound reached his ears. Lu Guan enlarged the fireball in his hand slightly, and its light instantly illuminated the surroundings. He looked toward the source of the sound. In the corner, a woman crouched on the ground, her back to him, shoulders heaving. Lu Guan took a step forward and demanded, "Who are you?" The woman clearly startled at the sound. She gasped softly and turned around. "Lu Guan, you dare show your face before me?" But when he recognized her face, Lu Guan couldn't help but feel quite surprised. "Lu Qi? What are you doing here?" This woman was none other than the youngest daughter of Lu Guan's uncle, Lu Tsang, and Lu Jie's own sister. As the most cherished member of the family, Lu Qi naturally developed a spoiled and arrogant disposition. However, she and Lu Jie shared a remarkably close sibling bond. Now she was suddenly confronting me. Could it be that my killing of Lu Jie had already been exposed? That possibility couldn't be ruled out. After all, Lu Jie was the son of the acting head of the family and held considerable influence within the Lu household. Sure enough, Lu Qi slowly rose to her feet, her eyes brimming with resentment. "You killed my brother, and you have the nerve to ask why I'm here?" Killing Lu Jie was merely to avenge Lu Yao. It was only right and proper. Lu Guan, with a clear conscience, returned her icy glare. "Then why don't you ask me why I killed him?" Lu Qi retorted with righteous fury. "Regardless of the reason, we are all members of the Lu family. Lu Jie was your cousin. How could you be so ruthless?" Hearing this, Lu Guan nearly laughed out loud. "All members of the Lu family?" "Yes." To awaken his high-level talent, Lu Jie deceived his own sister into the sacrificial array, condemning her soul to eternal torment in the Void Realm. Then, to become a dual talent user, he resorted to any means necessary to target his own cousin and eliminate any potential threats along the way. If we're talking about ruthlessness, Lu Jie truly deserves the title. Ha! If I hadn't witnessed that scene with my own eyes and Lu Yao's memories, I might have actually believed we were all Lu family members. And now you speak to me of blood ties? Lu Guan's lips curled into a cold smile. From childhood to adulthood, he never felt like a part of the Lu family. Lu Qi clenched her teeth. "But you can't." Lu Guan couldn't be bothered to hear more. "Since you've come willingly, go down and keep your beastly brother company." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Lu Guan raised the void blade in his hand. With a flash of movement, he appeared directly before Lu Qi and swung the blade down in a vertical strike. Lu Qi gasped in shock. As the crimson blade descended toward her head, she instantly flickered aside to evade it. "You actually intend to kill me?" Lu Guan couldn't help but feel a slight sense of astonishment. As far as he knew, Lu Qi had awakened an A-grade talent, Dark Devour. Her rank is only tier 2, level 3. Her combat power doesn't even match Lu Jie's. How could she possibly dodge my attack? What the hell? Just then, Jia Tianlu's voice suddenly rang out behind Lu Guan. "Young man, be careful. That's not human." Hearing the warning, Lu Guan turned just as Lu Qi lunged at him, claws extended. Seeing her distorted face and frenzied movements, a sudden realization struck Lu Guan. He suddenly recalled that this scene bore a striking resemblance to the vision in the oracle mirror. Combined with Jia Tianlu's warning, Lu Guan instantly understood. No way, how could Lu Qi possibly appear here out of nowhere? Sure enough, the next second, Lu Qi's fingernails violently extended over 10 centimeters, their tips razor-sharp and edges gleaming with a deadly glint. Lu Guan watched the ghastly white nails lunge toward him and darted sideways. Though he avoided the vital areas, his shoulder still suffered a shallow cut from the razor-sharp claws. What a formidable insect beast! Lu Guan finally remembered. In the void insect nest, there existed a creature called the Thousand-Face Insect. It possessed the innate ability to transform its soft tissue at will, altering its form in countless ways. Simultaneously, the Thousand-Face Insect could peer into the human heart. Typically, it would choose to transform into the person you dreaded facing most, striking with its deadliest attack when your guard was down. Unfortunately, this particular Thousand-Face Worm encountered Lu Guan and chose to transform into Lu Qi. Lu Guan's reluctance to face Lu Qi stemmed more from his loathing for the Lu family than from fear or guilt. The shape-shifting insect itself likely never imagined this strike would be dodged. After its attack missed, it immediately turned around and glared at Lu Guan. Its originally pitch-black human pupils began to gradually transform into the distinctive bluish-gray compound eyes characteristic of insectoid beasts. Knowing its disguise was exposed, the thousand-faced insect abandoned all pretense. Its body began to twist and deform, its once smooth, delicate skin cracking inch by inch. Suddenly, Lu Qi's body collapsed like melted wax, viscous bodily fluids dripping onto the floor. Seeing the disgusting slime about to touch him, Lu Guan recoiled in disgust. At that moment, the thousand-faced worm's body suddenly swelled to over twice a person's height. It transformed into a liquid-like wave, engulfing Lu Guan. Careful! The thousand-faced bug's fluids are highly toxic, don't let it touch your wounds. Young man, let me lend a hand. With that, Jia Tianlu launched a piercing dart. With a sharp whistling sound, a streak of deep blue light pierced through the wave and embedded itself into the stone wall behind. The thousand-faced insect instantly emitted a pained chirp. Immediately, Jia Tianlu retrieved a pair of grappling hooks from his storage space, preparing to assist Lu Guan. Zhuo Feiyang, however, held a brown staff and stopped him. Old Jia, let me handle this. Chapter 32, Slaying the Thousand-Faced Insect. Zhuo Feiyang had been secretly competing with the young man all along. How could Jia Tianlu fail to see through his little scheme? Yet he didn't particularly dislike the lad's pride. After all, that was precisely how a young man should be. So after only a moment's hesitation, Jia Tianlu reminded him, then you must be extremely careful. Zhuo Feiyang, however, wore a smile on his lips, his demeanor relaxed. Don't worry, old Jia. It's just a lowly worm. Piece of cake. Jia Tianlu remained silent, keeping his guard up nearby. Because he knew full well. At Zhuo Feiyang's level, facing the thousand-faced worm alone, he likely wouldn't last 3 rounds. At that moment, the thousand-faced worm healed the wounds freshly inflicted by the innovation strike at a visible speed. Jia Tianlu's strike had merely bought Lu Guan a little more time. It had inflicted no real damage whatsoever. But it was enough. Lu Guan swiftly gathered his focus and readjusted his stance. He spun on his heel, swinging his blade in a horizontal slash. An invisible blade of energy surged toward the thousand-faced worm's body. The thousand-faced worm sensed the energy fluctuations. Its massive body deflated like a balloon, effortlessly evading the strike. Just then, Zhuo Feiyang arrived, staff raised. He held the staff horizontally across his chest with both hands, channeling its power. Wind blade attack. A wind blade, seemingly solidified into substance, slowly took shape. Just as he was about to channel his power to unleash it. Suddenly, the thousand-faced insect emitted a chirp, and its shrunken body abruptly swelled. Zhuo Feiyang saw this but was already too late to recall the skill. Everyone watched as the soft, gelatinous body of the thousand-faced bug enveloped the wind blade entirely, then dissolved into nothingness. Immediately afterward, it darted sideways. Zhuo Feiyang stared as what seemed like a flesh and blood wall barreled straight toward him. A pained cry of ouch escaped his lips. His body was sent flying by the impact, landing with a thud on the ground. Xiaoyu couldn't help but freeze in shock. She knew full well that Zhuo Feiyang's combat prowess against the thousand-faced insects was like trying to crack a nut with an egg. But her teammate was just a bit too weak, wasn't he? Wind blade attack was Zhuo Feiyang's most proficient skill. That skill book had been specially sought out for him by his clan, who had invested considerable effort in obtaining it. Who would have thought it couldn't even scratch a single hair on a thousand-faced bug? What are you standing around for? Go heal him. Jia Tianlu stared at Zhuo Feiyang lying in a pool of slime, dazed and disoriented from the fall. It was almost too painful to watch. He wasn't even hurt, what's there to heal? Xiaoyu muttered her disdain, yet her hand still sent a healing light sphere his way. Zhuo Feiyang was enveloped in a green glow, finally ceasing his grimacing. Rising to his feet, he glared defiantly at the thousand-faced bug, which had already exchanged several blows with Lu Guan. Raising his staff once more, Xiaoyu sneered, give it up. You're no match for the thousand-faced bug. Her words weren't born of concern for Zhuo Feiyang. Rather, she feared he'd get hurt again, forcing her to waste her energy healing him. Zhuo Feiyang stubbornly retorted, I was just careless earlier. As fellow Tier 2 masters, if that kid can handle the thousand-faced insect, so can I. Of course, if he knew that Lu Guan's combat power factoring in the Void Blade and his numerous skills and talents had already reached 3,000. He wouldn't have been so confident. Fury of the Wind. This time, Zhuo Feiyang didn't get so close to the thousand-faced worm. He unleashed his most devastating skill directly. With a thunderous roar, a whirlwind erupted around him, forming a tornado. Countless tiny wind needles rained down upon the thousand-faced bug like a torrential downpour. The thousand-faced bug, trembling in combat with Lu Guan, suddenly sensed the pressure closing in from behind. Its massive body shuddered violently. Though tiny, the wind needles were overwhelming in number. In an instant, they pierced its back with a dense network of holes, from which deep green bodily fluid seeped out. The thousand-faced worm let out a painful shriek, but its wounds quickly closed once more. It turned angrily to face Zhuo Feiyang. Its compound eyes emitted a chilling green glow. Zhuo Feiyang was equally surprised. He hadn't expected that his most powerful strike hadn't inflicted any substantial damage on the thousand-faced insect. Instead, it had only enraged its opponent. Under the creature's intense stare, a thread of fear began to stir deep within Zhuo Feiyang. It was that feeling. Like a person with a fear of heights standing at the edge of an abyss, with a pair of hands behind him poised to push him over at any moment. Fortunately, Lu Guan seized the moment, launching a lightning-fast strike that made his figure vanish instantly. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared beside the thousand-faced insect. The thousand-faced insect sensed the threat and turned to confront it. But it was too late. Thud! The void blade, radiating a dark crimson glow and wielding the power to slice through space itself, plunged viciously into the thousand-faced worm's body. SSSH. The thousand-faced worm let out a piercing shriek. Its massive body convulsed violently. Where the void blade pierced, space began to warp, shredding its flesh like a meat grinder. No matter how wildly the thousand-faced worm thrashed, Lu Guan would not give it another chance to escape. Vines coiled around it, bloodthirsty. Several vines shot out from Lu Guan's left hand, swiftly binding the thousand-faced worm in a death grip. One vine burrowed deep into the creature's body, voraciously draining its life force. Before long, the massive thousand-faced insect deflated like a punctured balloon, shriveling away. Finally, Lu Guan's vines retracted completely into his body, and the thousand-face insect's corpse crashed to the ground. Killed thousand-face insect, gained energy, 30,000 points. Energy absorbed by future destiny. Repayment progress, 86%. Reward obtained, mid-grade energy crystals x3. Reward obtained, venom of the thousand-faced insect x1. Reward, compound eye lens x1. Plundered thousand-face worm attributes, constitution, 20. Strength, 15. Spirit, 20. Plundered thousand-face insect talent, metamorphosis. Talent description, G rank talent. Allows arbitrary adjustment of the appearance and shape of malleable body parts. Lu Guan watched the long string of information scroll across the interface. His gaze finally settled on the predatory thousand-face insect's talent. The talent description was clear. Plastic parts naturally referred to the flesh and blood of his body, excluding bones. In other words, although he couldn't transform into any form he desired like the thousand-face worm, but as long as someone's build and height were similar to his own, he could transform into their appearance? Although this talent is only G rank and offers little offensive capability, but possessing this talent would make so many things much easier in the future. For instance, he could take on Lu Jie's appearance. Lu Guan's eyes grew deep, as if he had thought of something. Meanwhile, the three spectators stood stunned for a long while, unable to recover. Jia Tianlu felt particularly shaken. Before arriving, he had meticulously studied the data on the thousand-face worms. He had assumed that with the combined combat prowess of their trio, eliminating them should pose no problem. But he truly hadn't expected the thousand-face insect to be this formidable. Jia Tianlu asked himself, even if they teamed up, they could only hope for a 50-50 chance against it. Even with the three of them working together, they could only hope for a 50-50 chance against it. And that young man, where on earth did that freak come from? Chapter 33, The Sanctuary Ring. After successfully slaying the thousand-faced worm, Lu Guan prepared to depart. He still needed to repay 14 points of future karma, and he had to hurry. Young man, please wait a moment. At that moment, Jia Tianlu called out to him. This time, he deliberately added the honorific please when addressing Lu Guan. After all, in the world of slaughter, might reigns supreme. Lu Guan's strength commanded Jia Tianlu's respect. Jia Tianlu finally understood why the other party didn't even regard the Dragon Ascension Guild with much respect. With such formidable power, boundless horizons lay ahead. This young man was destined to soar through the heavens. How could he ever be content to be shackled by a guild? Anything else? Lu Guan halted in his tracks. Jia Tianlu's piercing strike earlier had actually done him a considerable favor. Without that brief moment to catch his breath and adjust, he would have sustained at least minor injuries. Now, he felt less aversion toward this little old man. Jia Tianlu didn't speak immediately, instead shooting a glance at Xiaoyu beside him. Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow, then understood. She swiftly activated her healing ability. But the moment the faint healing light in her hands was directed toward Lu Guan, it quickly extinguished. Xiaoyu exclaimed in surprise, "Your energy and stamina are both at maximum levels." Hearing this, Jia Tianlu felt genuine confusion, then plunged into shock once more. Could it be, you're a triple talent? He remembered. Ever since witnessing Lu Guan's battle against the thousand-face worm, Lu Guan had employed his fire elemental control talent. The final blow that killed the thousand-face bug must have been delivered with the bloodless talent. Add to that their first encounter at the trading market, where Lu Guan had employed the word control talent. That meant this young man possessed at least 3 talents. No wonder he possessed such monstrous strength despite being only at the early 2nd tier. Got anything to say? If not, I'm outta here. Lu Guan didn't deny it, but he couldn't be bothered to explain. Besides, the more he spoke about his talents, the more likely he was to reveal too much. Only then did Jia Tianlu realize his earlier question might have been a bit abrupt. He quickly shifted his tone and stated plainly, there is indeed a minor matter. The real reason our Dragon Ascension Guild came here was for this 1,000-face worm. Now you've killed it. Lu Guan observed the old man's hesitant manner and began to form suspicions. He didn't state it outright, instead countering with a question, so what? Jia Tianlu paused for a moment before finally saying, therefore, I hope you will relinquish the compound eye pupil. Having likely gauged Lu Guan's temperament, Jia Tianlu feared he might refuse. Of course, this isn't for personal gain, but for the greater good of the entire Dragon Nation. The compound eye pupil was a multifunctional artifact, its greatest utility being the ability to discern disguises and illusions. For Lu Guan, this artifact held little practical value for him personally. With sufficient strength, what threat could any disguise or illusion possibly pose to him? But was the Dragon Nation's interest worth the sacrifice? Take Lu Yao's case, for instance. His sister was deceived by Lu Jia into entering the sacrificial formation. If he hadn't taken revenge himself and instead reported it to the Dragon Ascension Guild, do you think the Dragon Ascension Guild would have sought justice for Lu Yao? The answer was obvious. No way. The Dragon Ascension Guild's duty is to uphold stability and order. They wouldn't risk antagonizing a powerful family like the Lu clan over a single life. After all, as an official force, should they take such action, other major families would develop resistance out of fear for their own development. This would undermine overall stability. Of course, Lu Guan understood that the Dragon Ascension Guild's neutral stance was both necessary and correct. This world knows no absolute justice. But precisely because of this, he refused to accept such selfless devotion. Sorry, I don't want to give it up, Lu Guan said indifferently. Seeing him shake his head, Shuo Feiyang, who had been hanging his head, couldn't help but lift it. Kid, I advise you not to push your luck. I admit you're quite skilled, but the compound eye pupil is an item involving national security. What right do you have to claim it as your own? Though his words were blunt, compared to before, his demeanor resembled a dejected stray dog, stripped of all pride. Zhuo Feiyang finally realized the gap between himself and Lu Guan was far greater than he'd imagined. Were it not for the stakes involving the Dragon Nation's interests, he'd have wanted to crawl into a hole right then and there. Lu Guan, however, shot him a glare. Because this item was obtained through my own means. That single glance sent Zhuo Feiyang plummeting into an icy abyss. A chill rose from his feet, shooting straight to his head. You! He dared say no more after uttering that single word. You're right, this item truly belongs to you. Even as representatives of the Dragon Nation, we have no right to seize another's property by force. This is what we propose, young man. If you're willing, we'll exchange it for an item of equal value. Lu Guan considered it and decided the proposal was acceptable. He recalled seeing many fine items displayed at the old man's stall at the trading market that day. Agreed. Jia Tianlu's heart leapt with joy upon Lu Guan's agreement. So what do you think would be a suitable trade for your compound eye? Lu Guan recalled the items he'd seen at the stall that day. I recall you had a protection ring, right? Jia Tianlu's expression darkened instantly at the mention. The protection ring was his most cherished possession, even more important than the oracle mirror. With it, it was like carrying a beginner's village hut with you. Not only could it rapidly restore stamina and energy, but it also offered protection against attacks from beasts below E rank. The sanctuary ring is a high-tier item, while your compound eye pupil is only mid-tier. This trade is unfair. Jia Tianlu shook his head repeatedly. Lu Guan didn't care about fairness. I only want the shelter ring. Since you refuse, forget it. With that, he turned to leave. Jia Tianlu grabbed his arm. Young man, don't be so hasty. The protection ring is my personal possession, so naturally it's not suitable for exchange. If you offer something else, we can discuss it. Lu Guan's tone, however, brooked no argument, no deal. Jia Tianlu's face twisted with distress at the words. Xiao Yu beside him couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. It was rare to see old Jia so thoroughly flummoxed. Fine, we'll swap. After a moment's hesitation, Jia Tianlu gritted his teeth and made the decision. After all, for the sake of the Dragon Nation, a little personal sacrifice was nothing. Lu Guan wasted no words, directly retrieving the compound eye from his storage space. Jia Tianlu lingered reluctantly. Can't we reconsider this? Lu Guan's expression remained impassive as he snatched it away. No. With that, he stowed the ring back into his storage space and turned to leave. Young man, what is your name? Watching the young man's retreating figure, Jia Tianlu felt his heart bleed. Lu Guan. Chapter 34, Blood Moon Plan. That simple name echoed through the cavern for a long time. Jia Tianlu stood rooted to the spot, his heart a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. Old Jia, are you alright? Xiao Yu waved her hand in front of Jia Tianlu's face, asking with concern. It's just a high-grade item. I'm fine. Though he said this, anyone could see the sorrow in Jia Tianlu's eyes. Xiao Yu sighed. I wonder if my group healing talent could mend old Master Jia's heartache. Shuo Feiyang remained silent beside them. He had always looked down on Lu Guan. Now he realized that the person he had looked down upon was actually so much stronger than himself. This realization struck a deep blow to Zhuo Feiyang's heart. Feiyang, remember this, beyond every mountain lies another mountain, beyond every person lies another person. While your talent is undeniable and you work diligently, there will always be those in this world blessed with extraordinary talent and unique opportunities who surpass you. Jia Tianlu offered a comforting smile at this moment. Zhou Feiyang looked up and asked, Master Jia, do you think I have a chance to surpass that Lu Guan? Jia Tianlu hesitated. Well, as long as you're brave and diligent enough, nothing is impossible. Let's go. Since the mission is complete, there's no need for us to linger here any longer. With that, he waved his hand. Zhou Feiyang and Xiaoyu followed closely behind. Emerging from the insect nest cavern, Lu Guan kept the fireball in his palm burning. He entered the next insect nest nearby without delay. Just as he had anticipated. Insect beasts of the six-armed clawed insect and thousand-faced insect caliber were rare finds. Most of the insect beasts he encountered afterward were below E rank. Fortunately, his karmic debt repayment progress was nearly complete. After roughly 5 or 6 hours, having cleared 3 more insect nests, he finally received the notification. Defeated soul-devouring insect, gained energy 210. Energy absorbed by future fate. Repayment progress 100. Notice, future fate has been fully repaid. Your next fate event will occur normally. At that moment, Lu Guan felt as though a mountain had been lifted from his shoulders. Though his physical strength and stamina could be restored through the bloodlust talent, the ordeal still left him utterly drained. Time to rest. He recalled how he had just traded a mid-tier item for the sanctuary ring. Lu Guan decided this was the perfect opportunity to test it out. After all, he had no immediate plans to return to Blue Star. He intended to level up at least one more time before doing so. He retrieved the shelter ring from his storage space. Lu Guan found a secluded spot where few others would wander and channeled energy into it. Soon, a small wooden hut identical to those in the newbie village flew out of the ring and landed gently on the ground. Lu Guan's eyes lit up at the sight. What a marvelous treasure! Stepping inside, the air finally felt clear, unlike the murky atmosphere outside. Lu Guan could feel the cabin frantically absorbing energy from the outside world, nourishing his mind and spirit. Before long, a wave of drowsiness washed over him. He hadn't gotten proper rest in days. Lu Guan decided it would be best to simply sleep here. But just as he closed his eyes, an unusual disturbance suddenly emanated from his storage space. For some unknown reason, the oracle mirror began to vibrate once more. He had just defeated the six-armed clawed insect and the thousand-faced insect. What could be happening now? Lu Guan sat up on the bed and retrieved the oracle mirror. The mirror's surface immediately shimmered with a swirling halo of light. Soon, a horrifying scene materialized on its surface. Upon a colossal altar, hundreds of humans bound by chains wailed in agony. Above their heads, what seemed to be their souls had already emerged from their bodies. As if being pulled by an invisible giant hand toward the blood-red sky. At the altar center, a middle-aged man bearing a striking resemblance to Lu Xingyan stood with arms raised high, seemingly conducting some sinister ritual. Even more terrifying was the sight above. A massive crimson eye appeared above the altar, gazing greedily upon those souls. The backdrop, did that look like Lu family manor? That man who looked so much like second uncle, it must be Lu Jinchang. No doubt about it. In Lu Guan's memory, his father, Lu Jinchang, did indeed look like this. But in his recollection, the Lu family estate never had such an altar. What could this image revealed by the prophet's mirror possibly mean? And why had Lu Jinchang, missing for so many years, never once looked upon his own flesh and blood son? Why would he appear there? Capital City. Jia Tianlu and his 2 companions returned to the Dragon Ascension Guild headquarters and headed straight for the vice president's office. Old Jia, how did it go? Did you complete the mission smoothly? Lu Xiao sat in a wooden chair, observing Jia Tianlu standing by the desk, looking somewhat dazed and disoriented. Yet his eyes were filled with amusement. Though he asked this with his words, he knew full well in his heart. When it came to missions involving treasure hunting, this 9th Battalion Commander Jia never failed to deliver. Sure enough, upon hearing the question, Jia Tianlu immediately retrieved the compound eye from his storage space and tossed it onto the table. The round, smooth compound eye of the thousand-faced insect rolled down the curve of the tabletop with a soft clunk. Seeing this, Instructor Lu quickly caught it in his hand. Be careful with that. This item is crucial to our Dragon Nation. Don't you fear breaking it? Of course, he knew that items originating from the realm of carnage weren't easily shattered. But Lu Xiao sensed that Jia Tianlu seemed a bit down, so he tried to lighten the mood. The mission's already complete. Why the long face? Did you encounter some major incident during the mission? Hearing this, Jia Tianlu's gaze drifted to the playground outside the window. It was a very serious incident. Lu Xiao's expression immediately turned serious. What kind of incident? Tell me the details. Jia Tianlu stated concisely, my protection ring is gone. Indeed, it's very serious. Given Vice President Lu's understanding of Jia Tianlu, those precious items were as vital to him as his own life. Especially that protection ring, he wouldn't even let anyone touch it normally. And now it's gone. What happened? Principal Lu couldn't help but feel curious. Jia Tianlu recounted his experiences in detail from the trading market to the killing world and his encounter with Lu Guan. As he listened, Lu Xiao's expression grew increasingly grave. Finally, he slammed his fist on the table and stood up. You're telling me that in our dragon nation, a young man has simultaneously awakened 3 talents? Lu Guan? Could it be that Lu family member from Bright Moon City? Jia Tianlu nodded earnestly. Principal Lu pressed on, have we attempted to recruit him into the Dragon Ascension Guild? Jia Tianlu sighed. Alas, he showed no interest in us. Just then, a knock sounded at the office door, followed by someone entering. Report. News just arrived from Bright Moon City. The Lu family has initiated the Blood Moon Plan. Chapter 35, disguised as Lu Jia, venturing into the lion's den. Lu family manor. Lu Guan stood outside the door, retrieving the oracle mirror from his storage space to examine his own face. The 1000 transformations talent worked quite well. In the mirror's reflection, his appearance had completely transformed into Lu Jia. Young Master Lu Jia, you're back. The doorbell had barely rung when, within a minute, the estate's butler arrived to open the door. He greeted Lu Guan with utmost respect. Where are they all? Lu Guan imitated Lu Jia's tone as he asked. In the main hall. The butler answered honestly, completely unaware of anything unusual. Lu Guan inquired curiously, what are they doing in the hall? The butler bowed his head slightly. They're discussing the Blood Moon Plan. The Blood Moon Plan? What does that mean? Lu Guan had never even heard of it. But it made sense. After all, he was essentially an outsider within the Lu family. Whether it was major events or minor affairs, almost nothing within the clan concerned him. Once he met those people, he'd naturally figure it out. He crossed a lawn. Lu Guan soon arrived at the manor's main hall. Many Lu family members were gathered here, their chatter creating a lively, bustling atmosphere. Brother, you're finally back. We've all been waiting here for you. The moment she spotted Lu Guan, Luchi rushed over with a beaming smile. She instinctively reached to link her arm through his. After all, the siblings were always this affectionate. But the sight of her pretty, adorable little face instantly reminded Lu Guan of the disgusting form of the 1000-faced worm. He felt a deep-seated repulsion toward this sister of his arm involuntarily swinging behind his back. Luchi immediately asked in surprise, brother, what's wrong? Lu Guan froze for a moment, then remembered he was currently playing the role of Lu Jia. He instantly adjusted his demeanor, his gaze carrying a hint of disdain toward anyone he looked at. Oh, nothing. Just a minor injury to my arm yesterday. Luchi pressed urgently, you're injured? How could you not seek treatment from a healing talent? Lu Guan shrugged indifferently. Just sparred a few moves with your brother yesterday. Besides, didn't I rush back as soon as I got your message? This little scratch isn't worth the trouble. Lu Jia had an arrogant and domineering personality, so Lu Guan mimicked his tone and mannerisms, speaking in a similarly loud voice. Luchi pulled him over to sit on the sofa. Beside them sat Lu Guan's aunt, Lu Yakan, and her son, their eldest cousin, Lu Guan. This mother-son pair held the most substantial power and resources within the Lu family, second only to the acting head, Lu Tsangyan. Seeing Lu Guan sit beside her, Lu Yakan perked up. I heard you got injured sparring with Lu Guan. What happened? You're a mid-stage tier 2 talent, how could some trash possibly hurt you? Without asking for the full story, she blurted out without restraint. Lu Guan's face darkened. Calling him trash right to his face? Well, he was used to hearing that anyway. Lu Guan, however, felt a bit awkward. Mom, don't say that. Third brother must have been too careless. You know his temperament has always been like this. Otherwise, with his rank, that good-for-nothing wouldn't even have a chance to fight back. Hearing this, Lu Guan couldn't help but sneer inwardly. I wonder what they'd think if they knew the real Lu Jia had already been killed by me. But outwardly, he maintained his sinister smile. You truly understand me, cousin. With that good-for-nothing's combat prowess, how could he possibly be my match? I took a few scrapes, but I ended up breaking 3 of that good-for-nothing's ribs. Lu Yakan clapped her hands at once. Well done. That's the kind of child our Lu family deserves. Back in the day, if it weren't for his father Lu Jincheng sabotaging the sacrificial formation, our Lu family wouldn't be stuck as a second-rate clan in Dragon Nation. As for Lu Guan, the scion of a family full of traitors, he deserves to be beaten to death. Others nearby overheard and chimed in agreement. Bah! That trash! Young Master Lu Jia should have beaten him to death on the spot. Thank goodness old Master Lu had already been preparing the Blood Moon Plan. Otherwise, our entire Lu family would have been destroyed by Lu Jincheng. Exactly. Next time I see that piece of trash, I'll teach him a lesson he won't forget. A loser is a loser, what good is it if he improves? Sacrificing Lu Yao has given our Lu family plenty of tier 2 talent now. Exactly. Listening to their conversation, Lu Guan smiled smugly on the surface, but his heart grew colder by the second. Though his father had once disrupted the sacrificial formation, severing the Lu family's descendants from the opportunity to awaken their talents early, he never believed it was wrong. After all, if not for that wicked formation, how could Lu Yao have become what she is today? Hearing mention of the Blood Moon plan again, Lu Guan finally remembered to inquire. By the way, Aunt, how are preparations for the Blood Moon plan coming along? Lu Yakin replied with a hint of puzzlement. The altar rites will commence precisely at midnight tonight. With something this crucial, shouldn't Lu Qi have already explained everything to you? Facing Lu Yakin's questioning gaze, Lu Guan's mind raced and he blurted out, I remember now. I was so caught up in leveling up in the killing world today that I didn't pay close attention. Lu Yakin sighed, speechless, this kid. Next. Lu Guan chatted casually with the others while carefully listening to their conversation. He had a general understanding of the situation. It turned out that long ago, old master Lu Jingxiu had already known the fact that the killing world was about to descend upon Blue Star. That was why, over a decade ago, he had arranged the sacrificial array to draw energy from the Void Realm and help the Lu family awaken their talents early. Unfortunately, the chosen sacrificial offering was none other than Lu Guan's mother, Tu Xiulian. Lu Jincheng could not stand idly by and watch his wife make such a sacrifice for the Lu family, so he secretly destroyed the sacrificial array. Left with no other option, Lu Jingxiu remained undeterred in his ambition to ensure the Lu family's swift rise. Thus, over a year ago, he began preparing this Blood Moon plan. When the Blood Moon hung overhead, the realm of slaughter overlapped with the mortal world. Using the blood of 100 living sacrifices as the catalyst and the hearts of their closest kin as the key, the Void Corridor opens, granting divine blessings. Should it succeed, the Lu family would directly produce a 5th tier talent. 5th tier. That tier is said to possess power capable of moving mountains and filling seas. Currently, the strongest known being on the entire Blue Star hasn't surpassed mid-4th tier. If the Lu family truly produces someone who breaks through to the 5th tier, the entire landscape of Bright Moon City, indeed, the entire Dragon Nation, would be forever altered. Learning these truths, Lu Guan now felt a complex mix of emotions. So it was for the Lu family's strength first sacrificing my mother, then sacrificing Sister Yao? Lu Jingxiu, to fulfill your own ambitions, you've become utterly ruthless. Lu Guan could choose not to save 100 lives. But if a Lu family like this truly ascended to the pinnacle of Blue Star, it would spell disaster for the entire world. How could he possibly allow this plan to proceed smoothly? So the sacrifices are already prepared? Lu Guan asked calmly on the surface. Of course. We're just waiting for the clock to strike 12, then the ritual begins. Lu Jia, I hope you become the one blessed by the gods. Become the first 5th tier powerhouse in the Dragon Nation. Lu Tsangyan approached with a smile at that moment. A flash of hatred flickered in Lu Guan's eyes. Rest assured, among all the clan members present, only my cousin's rank and fortune can rival mine. The Lu family members shot Lu Guan disdainful glances. Though his words stung, they couldn't deny the truth. Lu Tsangyan, however, seemed quite satisfied. It's good that you have this level of confidence. At that moment, the clock struck 8. All eyes in the hall turned toward the window. The sky's originally bright and gentle moonlight was gradually turning red, as if it were being stained drop by drop with blood. Chapter 36, Disrupting the Ritual. The Blood Moon plan was, in fact, something Lu Jingxiu had been secretly executing all along. Within the Lu family, fewer than 5 people knew of its existence. So don't even mention Lu Guan. The vast majority of clan members present had only received word yesterday. Upon learning that any Lu bloodline member possessing innate talent could receive divine blessing and leap to become a 5th tier talent, they were all excited as if they'd won the lottery. Naturally, they rushed over to try their luck. As for whether this violated any heavenly principles or moral norms, they couldn't care less. The time has come. Everyone, follow me immediately to the altar. The moment Lu Tsangyan heard the bell toll, his expression turned solemn as he rose to his feet and declared. It was clear his voice, too, was straining to contain his own excitement. The Lu clan members erupted into a clamor, rising to their feet as excitement and greed flashed in their eyes. Outside the hall, someone shouted, "Look! It really is a blood moon!" All heads turned skyward in unison. The entire Lu family estate was bathed in a crimson glow. That moon, as if flowing with blood. This scene brought to Lu Guan's mind the images from the prophet's mirror. It was indeed identical, but where was that enormous circular altar? It wasn't until Lu Tsangyan and Lu Yakin led the group through the dense forest behind the estate that a massive circular altar came into view. Lu Guan finally understood. Who would have thought the Lu Manor actually had such a place? Having visited the estate only a handful of times since childhood, this was naturally his first time entering the back courtyard. At the altar's center stood a jet-black stone pillar, its surface engraved with incomprehensible runes. Countless chains, their surfaces glossy black, extended from the top of the pillar straight down to its base, then vanished deep into the earth. Lu Guan instantly understood. If he wasn't mistaken, the 100 living souls destined to sacrifice themselves for the Blood Moon project were imprisoned beneath. Lu Guan recalled the vision from the oracle mirror. There should have been another person on the altar? But as he scanned the area, he found no trace of Lu Jincheng. Lu Qi, standing beside him, noticed his distraction and asked with concern, "Brother, what's wrong?" Are you nervous because the ritual is about to begin? Lu Guan glanced at his sister. Is there anyone missing from the Blood Moon plan? Lu Qi shook her head in confusion. No one. Brother, why do you ask? As Lu Jia's closest sister, she had sensed something was off the moment Lu Guan entered the hall. But she couldn't quite put her finger on what it was. And why do I keep feeling like you're acting weird today? Are you hiding something from me? Lu Qi couldn't help but confront him. Lu Guan felt a slight disappointment. It seemed Lu Jincheng truly wasn't here. He had still harbored some hope of meeting this father who had been missing for years. At the very least, he wanted to know why he'd been so miserable all these years in the Lu family. Was his father's absence due to some unspoken hardship, or was it for his own selfish reasons? What are you thinking? What could I possibly hide from you? Lu Guanxin responded distractedly to Lu Qi. Whether Lu Jincheng was present or not, his mission today was clear: sabotage the Blood Moon project without alerting a single soul. Right now. The moon above the Lu family estate was now completely drenched in crimson. Lu Canyan leapt to the center of the altar, facing the assembled Lu family members. Members of the Lu family, tonight marks the moment our clan rewrites history. 30 years ago, our late patriarch foresaw this day's arrival. The advent of the world of slaughter is not a calamity, but an opportunity for the rise of our Lu family. Though throughout this journey, treacherous traitors have always sought to obstruct our path. But I believe no one can halt the true ascent of a mighty clan. This impassioned speech ignited a fervent gleam in the eyes of every Lu clan member present. Yet to Lu Guan, the crimson moonlight cast upon their faces only made them appear all the more monstrous. Lu Guan did not consider himself a good man, nor could he claim to be righteous. But he knew this: should the Lu family's Blood Moon plan succeed, it would spell disaster not only for himself, but for the entire world. The chains surrounding the altar suddenly began to tremble violently. They emitted a bone-chilling clang of metal against metal. Lu Canyan glanced back. The sacrificial ritual is about to commence. All clan members, please prepare yourselves. Lu Guan, however, suddenly turned to Lu Qi beside him and said, I have something to attend to. I'll be leaving for a moment. Lu Qi exclaimed anxiously, Brother, why are you leaving at such a crucial moment? Lu Guanli paid her no mind, activating his phantom talent to slip away from the crowd without a sound. Under the blood-stained moonlight, he swiftly circled around to the rear of the altar. There, Lu Guan discovered a metal gate. It seemed the altar's energy core must lie beneath it. He retrieved the void blade from his storage space. Whatever material the lock was made of, under the might of spatial energy, it was severed with ease. Beyond the door lay a spiral staircase descending downward. A thick, foul stench hung heavy in the air. Lu Guan cautiously descended the stairs, intermittent muffled moans echoing in his ears. Only when he reached the bottom of the stairs did Lu Guan see clearly. Over 100 filthy, living people filled the cavernous underground space. Some wandered aimlessly, others rested wherever they could. Each had 1 foot chained to the stone pillars of the altar above, their eyes hollow and vacant. Clearly, some curse had suppressed their consciousness. Who would have thought that behind the Lu family's outward splendor, they would secretly engage in such deeds? A deep loathing flashed in Lu Guan's eyes. Just then, the chains suddenly emitted a shrill, grating sound. All the imprisoned sacrifices let out another wave of muffled, agonized moans. Evidently, Lu Canyan above had commenced the sacrificial ritual. The chains now resembled bloodthirsty vines, slowly draining the life force from the sacrifices. Lu Guan sensed a faint blue glow flickering overhead. He glanced upward. He discovered that directly beneath the stone pillar, identical chains dangled a translucent energy stone box. Inside it lay a beating heart. Lu Guan's eyes widened instantly. Could this be the heart of the beloved? Lu Guan never imagined that the blood of 100 living sacrifices would serve as the catalyst, and the heart of the beloved as the key, and that it actually required a real heart. With each beat of the heart, a crimson energy was drawn from the sacrificial offerings, flowing through the chains into the energy stone box. Lu Guan gripped the void blade in his hand. He must sever the energy supply to the sacrifices immediately. With that resolve, he hesitated no longer, swiftly transforming into a phantom and materializing before one of the victims. The void blade swept lightly, and with a swift motion, the chain snapped. Next came the second, then the third, each freed in the same manner. Within 3 minutes, Lu Guan had freed all the sacrifices from their chains. Yet the curse upon them remained intact, leaving them still shuffling about like the walking dead. Lu Guan paid them no further mind, instead glancing up at the energy stone box. Sure enough, deprived of energy, the heartbeat gradually ceased. Just then, a startled female voice rang out from above. Brother, what are you doing? Lu Guan looked in the direction of the voice. Who else could it be but Lu Qi? How did you follow me here? Lu Guan asked, slightly taken aback. Lu Qi, however, stared at the broken chains scattered across the ground, completely dumbfounded. This was the sacrificial ritual their Lu family had spent over a year preparing for. Why would brother do this? Just as Lu Qi was about to confront him, Lu Guan suddenly leaped into the air. With a forceful swing of the void blade in his hand, the chain suspending the energy stone casket snapped cleanly. Chapter 37, The Heart of a Beloved. You're not my brother. You're actually Lu Guan. Lu Qi screamed in utter horror. Lu Guan cradled the energy stone box in his arms and landed lightly. As he removed the energy stone case, he had already restored his true appearance. His mission accomplished, there was no need for him to keep up the pretense. Step aside. Just as he was about to leave, Lu Guan coldly barked at Lu Qi, who was blocking the staircase entrance. But instead of stepping aside, Lu Qi decisively retrieved a black energy sphere from her storage space. This was the exclusive weapon of those who had awakened the Dark Devourer talent. Hand over the heart of the beloved. Lu Guan sneered at her demand. You want to fight me? Fierce anger flared in Lu Qi's eyes. No wonder she'd felt something off about her brother all day. So this worthless scum had somehow transformed into Lu Jie's form. You despicable scoundrel, daring to deceive me by taking my brother's form. If you don't hand over the heart of the beloved, you won't be leaving here alive. A murderous intent flashed in Lu Guan's eyes. You? Trying to stop me? Lu Qi detected the contempt in his tone, wondering where this good-for-nothing found the nerve. What? Don't believe me? Try it. Lu Guan snorted lightly and stepped forward. Lu Qi didn't hold back either, raising the black energy sphere and immediately activating his innate ability. A dense black mist shot straight toward Lu Guan's heart. The Dark Devourer's ability bore some resemblance to Lu Jie's curse. Lu Guan knew that if struck, his physical strength and stamina would be severely depleted. Fortunately, Lu Qi's rank was a full 3 levels below Lu Jie's. With his current combat prowess, he didn't even consider her a threat. Lu Guan shifted his stance, effortlessly evading the black mist's assault. Immediately following, he activated his shuttle talent. Blitz. In the blink of an eye, he materialized before Lu Qi. He swung his blade in a sweeping arc. The void blade, carrying the power to slice through space itself, struck toward Lu Qi's hand. With a loud clatter. To Lu Qi's stunned gaze, her black energy sphere shattered. How could this be? You. When did you become this strong? She had assumed that having reached the second tier herself, defeating Lu Guan, who had only recently awakened his talent, would be a breeze. Yet this good-for-nothing had shattered her most cherished weapon with a single strike. I gave you a chance, but you chose to throw it away. Since that's the case, then go join Lu Jie down there. Lu Guan had uttered these words once before, back in the void nest. But this time, he truly made it happen. Before Lu Qi could even comprehend the meaning behind Lu Guan's words, a crimson blade pierced through her abdomen. Even as life completely drained from her, her eyes remained wide with disbelief. Lu Guan was about to bend down to plunder Lu Qi's innate talent. At that very moment, a sudden clamor of chaos and curses erupted overhead. Lu Guan knew he had disrupted the sacrificial ritual and had undoubtedly been discovered. He could only temporarily abandon the plunder and hasten to leave this place. But only after dashing outside. Lu Guan realized the commotion and curses weren't directed at him at all. Before the stone pillar at the altar's center, a middle-aged man clad in black robes hung suspended in midair, his arms raised high above his head. A swirling cloud of black smoke swirled around him. Lu Jinchang. Even before Lu Guan could clearly see the man's face, he knew. Even after years apart, that bone-deep familiarity could never deceive him. A sudden flash of insight struck Lu Guan. He recalled the vision from the oracle mirror. It turned out Lu Jincheng's appearance here had nothing to do with participating in the ritual. His purpose was likely the same as his own, to sabotage the Blood Moon plan. Lu Jincheng. You've been hiding all these years, and yet you dare show your face at the Lu Manor today. Lu Zhangyi clutched his chest, kneeling on one knee with a look of intense fury. Clearly, he had just clashed with Lu Jincheng and suffered severe injuries. Lu Yakin stepped forward immediately. You traitor to our family. It was because of you over a decade ago that the Lu family nearly fell into ruin. And now you come to ruin our grand plans again. Beneath the altar, a group of Lu family members were equally filled with righteous indignation. The son is a good-for-nothing, and the father is a thankless wretch. You were nurtured by the Lu family, only to turn on us in the end. Such scum doesn't deserve to live in this world. Why waste words with him? Let's charge together and tear him limb from limb. Lu Jincheng listened to the accusations and curses, his rage turning to laughter. It's been over a decade. Back then, when you tried to lure Xiaolian into the sacrificial formation, I destroyed it. Now you want to use my wife's heart as the stepping stone for the Lu family's rise to power? I won't let you succeed. His voice was hoarse and sharp. Lu Yakin activated her rank talent, the source of holy light. The moment a faint golden light enveloped Lu Zhangyan, he felt his severe injuries completely heal. He slowly rose to his feet. Lu Jincheng, I know your combat prowess surpasses mine, but don't forget the old man is still here. And with so many clan members here today, even if you've reached the 3rd tier, you won't escape. If you leave now, I might let you off for the time being. As the blood moon began to fade, Lu Zhangyan was merely playing a tactical game. What he truly desired was for the Lu family to produce a 5th tier talent. Whether Lu Jincheng lived or died was of lesser importance. Beneath the altar, Lu Guan heard Lu Jincheng's words and couldn't help but glance at the energy stone box in his embrace. He never imagined that the so-called heart of a close relative would actually be his mother's heart. Shock surged through Lu Guan, igniting a raging inferno of fury. He leapt onto the altar in a single bound, clutching the energy stone box to his chest. It's too late. The energy core for the ritual is in my possession. The crowd gasped in horror at the sight. Lu Guan. Wasn't he injured by Lu Jie? How did he get here? And when did he arrive? I never noticed him. Lu Tsangyan's pupils contracted sharply as he fixed his gaze on the energy stone box in Lu Guan's hand. Lu Yakin shouted, impossible. Even a tier 2 talent couldn't break the altar's chains. How did you, a worthless, manage to remove them? Lu Guan gave a cold laugh, offering no reply. He turned to face Lu Jincheng suspended mid-air. Father and son's gazes met mid-air, each seeing the complex emotions reflected in the other's eyes. At that moment, Lu Tsangyan roared, suddenly pointing a finger at Lu Guan. His awakened talent was an A-rank ability domain. Its function was similar to magnetic field control, only vastly more powerful. He can manipulate any object within a certain range. The closer the distance, the stronger the energy. At that moment, he was only about 3 steps away from Lu Guan. Lu Guan momentarily lost his guard and felt a tremendous force surge through him. The energy stone box in his hand flew out of his grasp. Chapter 38, Searching for Zhou Manglin. Both father and son paled instantly. Neither had anticipated Lu Tsangyan launching a surprise attack at this moment. Fortunately, Lu Guan activated his flash strike skill the instant the energy stone box left his grasp. Just a split second before the box could be seized by Lu Tsangyan. He swung his blade with all his might. The void blade, carrying unmatched might, struck directly toward Lu Tsangyan's head. What everyone witnessed. As that crimson light sliced through, space itself warped violently. Lu Tsangyan had always believed Lu Guan to be nothing but a worthless, a newly awakened talent. In his view, even if the sacrificial formation had awakened Lu Guan's advanced talent, Lu Guan could only possess at most a tier 1, level 6 strength. But what was this strike? Sensing the aura of death, Lu Tsangyan dared not take it lightly. With the energy stone box within his grasp, he could only flash backward to evade. Even so, his speed still fell short of Lu Guan's. A gash over 10 centimeters long, torn open by the blade's wind, now gaped across his chest. The Lu family members watched in shock. What was happening? The Lu family's most useless brat, a newly awakened talent, had actually wounded Lu Tsangyan? He was a tier 2, level 9 talent. A powerhouse standing but a hair's breadth away from joining the elite ranks of Blue Star's strongest. How could this be? Lu Tsangyan must have let his guard down just now. While everyone stood frozen in shock, Lu Guan snatched the energy stone box that nearly fell to the ground, then turned and shouted. Let's go! Lu Jincheng, seeing his objective achieved, saw no reason to linger. But how could Lu Tsangyan simply let this father and son pair go? He touched the wound on his chest, his eyes blazing with terrifying murderous intent. Stop them! Don't let them escape! At his command, the others snapped back to reality. Dozens of Lu family members simultaneously unleashed their innate abilities. Icicles, lightning bolts, sonic waves, psychic blasts, a barrage of energy forms and blinding light descended upon Lu Jincheng and Lu Guan. Magnetic field. Lu Guan roared, instantly forming an invisible barrier before him. Yet this D-rank talent ultimately paled in comparison to Lu Tsangyan's A-rank domain. Attacks like ice spikes, wind blades, and water spheres were manageable. But intangible assaults like lightning and sonic waves proved utterly unblockable, forcing Lu Guan to dodge. By now, numerous Lu clan members had already stormed the altar. Knowing Lu Jincheng had unexpectedly become a third-tier powerhouse, they dared not lay a hand on him. Instead, they surrounded Lu Guan in the center. You can't escape now. Hand over the energy stone box and I won't kill you. Lu Yakin stepped forward, her voice laced with menace. But Lu Guan merely curled the corner of his mouth. Don't even think about it. At that moment, a Lu family member who had awakened a B-rank confinement talent couldn't stand Lu Guan's continued contemptuous attitude toward everyone. He cursed under his breath. Relying on his second tier, level 3 strength, he intended to teach Lu Guan a lesson. With a flick of his wrist, a ribbon shimmering with a dusky purple-gray glow coiled toward Lu Guan. For an ordinary person, being entangled by this ribbon would instantly rob them of their ability to move. The so-called restraint did not merely bind limbs. It also prevented the use of energy. Lu Guan wasn't about to stand there like a fool waiting to die. Flash attack. The next instant, his figure materialized before the tribesman. Before the others could react, Lu Guan swung his blade in a horizontal slash. A flash of crimson light streaked before their eyes, and the void blade had already sliced clean through the tribesman's throat. Dealing with a talent that binds is never as simple as dealing with the one who unleashes it. You managed only to utter those 2 words before collapsing to the ground. Now, everyone was stunned. At first, they believed Lu Guan had only managed to wound Lu Tsangyan because the latter had been too careless. But now it seemed as though Lu Guan's combat prowess surpassed even that of his father, Lu Jincheng. Wasn't he just a good-for-nothing freeloader in the Lu family? Why did he kill his own kin without even blinking an eye? At that moment, several agonized screams pierced the crowd. All eyes turned to the source. There stood Lu Jincheng, his eyes bloodshot and terrifying, radiating a murderous aura as he charged forward. Anyone who dared to stand in his path was easily knocked down with a few swift punches and kicks. Lu Guan witnessed this. He immediately realized that Lu Jincheng had activated his A-class talent, Berserker's Blood, to save him. This talent could instantly multiply his 4 core attributes several times over, dull his pain receptors, and transform him into a killing machine. However, it also clouded his rationality. Lu Jincheng was already a formidable powerhouse who had broken through to the 3rd tier. Now, with his talent activated, how could the Lu family members dare to confront him? They all took a step back. You must leave immediately. Lu Jincheng managed to say to Lu Guan with his last shred of sanity, though it came with great difficulty. Lu Guan opened his mouth. But he didn't know how to address Lu Jincheng. In that moment, his heart was filled with emotion. Though they'd only been apart for over a decade, the word father simply wouldn't come out. Let's go together. With that, he grabbed Lu Jincheng's shoulders and activated his phantom talent. Behind them, Lu Tsangyan's command echoed, "Stop him." But having witnessed Lu Guan's combat prowess and his ability to kill without batting an eye, who in their right mind would dare to block him? In the blink of an eye, the father and son vanished without a trace. Out of the Lu family estate, Lu Guan led Lu Jincheng further into the woods, deep into a dense forest. Having activated the Blood of Fury talent, Lu Jincheng had grown increasingly volatile, his entire body surging with chaotic energy. "How are you?" Finally halting his pace, Lu Guan set Lu Jincheng down and asked. Lu Jincheng struggled to control his emotions, his eyes flickering with pain and turmoil. I'm fine. After a moment's pause, he added, "You, take the energy stone box to Starry Sky City and find Zhou Menglin." With that, his form dissolved into a streak of lightning and vanished at incredible speed. His speed was scarcely slower than Lu Guan's phantom form. Lu Guan watched Lu Jincheng's vanishing figure, left utterly speechless. Actually, he still had some questions he wanted to ask. At the very least, shouldn't she tell him who Zhou Menglin was first? But Lu Guan could understand. The Berserker Blood talent was powerful, but it had a fatal flaw. Once activated, it would cause him to completely lose his senses for a period of time, attacking every living thing around him. Lu Jincheng was simply afraid of hurting himself. Sigh. Who knew when they'd meet again? Lu Guan shook his head. Starry Sky City. The first light of dawn was breaking. A thin mist enveloped the old city's blue-gray tiles and bricks. Lu Guan arrived at the gate of a quaint courtyard, surrounded by green trees and bathed in serene tranquility. A plaque hung above the gate, inscribed with the words Menglin Tea Pavilion. This place had been recommended to him by the Su siblings. Lu Guan had only asked them out of curiosity. To his surprise, Zhou Menglin turned out to be a second-tier talent as well. In Xingqiang City, she was no unknown figure. Clang! Lu Guan politely knocked on the courtyard gate. Soon, a woman dressed in plain clothes emerged from inside. The moment they met, she asked directly, "You must be Lu Guan, right?" Lu Guan paused in surprise. "You know me?" Without further explanation, the woman simply said, "Please follow me." Chapter 39, The Starlight Clan. Lu Guan, filled with confusion, followed the plain-clothed woman through the quiet courtyard. Entering the reception hall, he found several tea tables arranged within, giving off an undeniably simple and elegant vibe. Since Lu Jincheng had instructed him to come, Lu Guan didn't harbor much suspicion. He was simply curious, how did this person know him? "Mr. Zhou is waiting for you in the back courtyard?" At that moment, the woman leading the way stopped before an intricately carved wooden door and gestured for him to enter. "Waiting for me?" Lu Guan's confusion deepened at the question. It seemed the other party not only recognized him, but also knew he would be coming. What kind of extraordinary talent is this? It's practically like a seer's mirror. With a hint of anticipation, Lu Guan pushed open the wooden door. Beyond the door lay a square courtyard. A lush, ancient tree stood in the center, beneath which a tea table was set. A woman in a moon-white chipa was arranging tea utensils with tweezers. The clinking of teacups produced a pleasant, tinkling sound. The moment Lu Guan saw the woman, his breath caught. She appeared to be around 35 or 36, exuding an indescribable familiarity that stirred something within him. Her amber-colored pupils were faintly rimmed with silver. A single glance felt like an illusion, as if one's consciousness might sink into them. "Are you Zhou Menglin?" Lu Guan snapped back to reality and asked politely. "Sit. Would you like to try my tea?" The woman offered no response, simply gesturing for him to sit. Her voice was as soothing as a spring breeze, making one irresistibly inclined to comply with her wishes. Lu Guan paused slightly. Yet he sensed no energy fluctuations emanating from her. In other words, she hadn't activated any innate abilities or skills against him. "What kind of tea is this? I don't think I've ever seen it before." As soon as Lu Guan approached the tea table and took the cup, he caught a whiff of a peculiar, refreshing fragrance. He himself came from a prominent family like the Lu clan of Bright Moon City. Even after enduring the ostracism of his own kin, he had still sampled all manner of fine teas. But the cup in his hand. Zhou Menglin smiled faintly as she gently lifted her own teacup to her nose, clearly savoring the aroma. It's no wonder you haven't seen it before, since you grew up on Blue Star. Lu Guan raised an eyebrow at this, puzzled. What do you mean I grew up on Blue Star? The term aliens had indeed been heard occasionally even before the descent of the world of slaughter. But people had only ever heard about them, never seen them. Could it be that the woman before him was one? This is moonlight tea, a specialty of the Starlight clan. But since the world of carnage descended upon Blue Star, it can now be found in certain realms as well. Zhou Menglin took a sip of the tea before explaining slowly. After the world of carnage descended, it became common knowledge. In this vast universe, Blue Star was but a speck of dust among countless worlds. Even the gods, in truth, are merely one of the races that have mastered more powerful forces. But Lu Guan knew little about this star spirit race. You suddenly mention the star spirit race. It seems this race has some connection to me? Hearing this, Zhou Menglin couldn't help but cast an admiring glance at Lu Guan. Her gaze seemed to pierce straight through to the heart. You're far more astute than your father, Lu Jincheng. Lu Guan agreed wholeheartedly. At least he wouldn't recklessly confront the entire Lu family head-on without a solid plan, like Lu Jincheng had done yesterday. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm the person your father sent you to find, Zhou Menglin. Additionally, my other role is as the commander of the 3rd Battalion of the Dragon Ascension Guild. Hearing the name Dragon Ascension Guild again, a flash of insight struck Lu Guan's mind. The 3rd Battle Group? If he remembered correctly, that battalion primarily handled intelligence operations. No wonder they didn't ask a single question about his presence here. They seemed to know everything already. The power of an official guild was truly formidable. But right now, Lu Guan had no time to ponder these matters. Watching the jade-like hand extended toward him, Lu Guan gently clasped it. Commander Zhou, so you know why Lu Jincheng sent me to find you? Facing such a sharp mind, Zhou Menglin didn't beat around the bush. It's about your mother's heart. That's why I mentioned the Star Spirit clan earlier. It's connected to this matter. Lu Guan frowned in confusion. What do you mean? Zhou Menglin offered no further explanation, instead pointing her slender jade-like finger toward Lu Guan's forehead. Don't resist. Only then did Lu Guan understand. It turned out the other party had awakened a C-rank talent, Mirror Flower, Watermoon. The ability to create illusions. Besides deceiving enemies, it could also recreate scenes from memory for others. Lu Guan relaxed his mind. Everything before his eyes vanished abruptly. In its place stretched an endless expanse of grassland. The sky was a deep blue, and countless bright yellow specks flickered in the air. This was. Lu Guan looked around. He could sense that this was clearly not the Blue Star world. This is the homeland of the Protoss. It is also the birthplace of your mother, Tu Xiaolian. Zhou Menglin's voice echoed in her ears. What did you say? My mother is a member of the Star Spirit tribe. Lu Guan heard this and found it utterly unbelievable. When he was young, his mother had never left him. Yet Lu Guan had never heard of this. Zhou Menglin offered no further explanation, abruptly shifting the phantom vision. Lu Guan then witnessed Tu Xiaolian imprisoned beneath the altar of the Lu family estate, bound by chains and looking utterly dejected. Mother! Why would they do this? Lu Guan felt a surge of anger. As a child, he had always believed his parents had truly done something wrong, leading to their expulsion from the Lu clan. Little did he know the truth was nothing like that. Zhou Menglin's voice sounded again. For the Blood Moon Project. 18 years ago, Lu Jingxiu obtained this method from who knows where. By nurturing the heart of a star spirit and sacrificing 100 human lives. This would summon the Lord of Carnage, granting him malevolent power. So after tricking your mother into the sacrificial formation, he discovered she was a star spirit and initiated the Blood Moon Project. Hearing this, Lu Guan finally understood. Lu Tsangyan's so-called divine blessings were merely a glamorous facade for dark energy. One must understand that while those truly invaded by this dark energy could achieve instant rank advancement, they would inevitably lose their sense of self, gradually becoming puppets of the Slaughter Monarch. To gain power, Lu Jingxiu truly stopped at nothing. Lu Guan gritted his teeth in fury. Next, the scene shifted once more. Beneath the tombstone in the Lu family mausoleum lay a secret chamber unknown to Lu Guan. Upon a pile of bleached bones lay a single energy stone box. Lu Guan recognized it. This very energy stone box lay within his storage space. Zhou Menglin's voice stated, "This is the method to nurture the hearts of the Star Spirit tribe. When the time comes, a 100-person blood sacrifice will refine the heart into a void key, enabling the opening of the void corridor." It was a forbidden passage connecting different realms. Once activated on Blue Star, beings lost within the corridor might break through into this world. Chapter 40, Entering the Abyss of Blood Prison. It's not hard to imagine. If an immensely powerful monstrous beast were to enter Blue Star through the void corridor, it would spell utter doom for all of Blue Star's inhabitants. Of course, beyond that, There are also cases like 2 Shalians, where someone accidentally strayed from the Star Spirit Race's world into the corridor and ultimately ended up on Blue Star. Zhou Menglin withdrew her jade-like hand. The illusion quickly vanished. But Lu Guan remained in a daze for a long time. He had believed Lu Jia was the only irredeemable member of the Lu family. Now it seemed that under the guidance of the old patriarch, Lu Jingxiu, they had all been blinded by power. Lu Guan muttered to himself. A Lu family like this no longer had any reason to exist. Zhou Menglin understood his feelings at that moment, but there was a more urgent matter at hand. That energy stone box, I assume it's in your possession now? Lu Guan made no attempt to conceal it, nodding in acknowledgement. For within the illusion, he had also seen that his mother had been a member of the official intelligence organization even before the Longting Guild was established. Moreover, she had once served as Zhou Menglin's teacher. Their relationship was both mentor and friend, deeply bonded. Her body is at the Dragon Ascension Guild. I can take you there. But first, you must hand over the energy stone case to me. Lu Guan was confused. Zhou Menglin explained, the reason the hearts of the Star Spirit tribe can cultivate the Void Key is due to the energy of the Star Spirit world. Before the realm of carnage fully assimilates all races, I don't want this unique energy to vanish. Since you are her child, I believe the energy of the Star Spirit world should be transferred to you. Lu Guan pondered. In that case, it seemed like there were only benefits, no drawbacks. Though he could never refine his own heart into a Void Key. But who knows? Under some fortuitous circumstances, this energy might grant him the chance to enter the Void Corridor. Without hesitation, Lu Guan retrieved the energy stone box from his storage space and handed it to Zhou Menglin. Upon receiving it, Zhou Menglin's eyes brimmed with genuine emotion. Both sorrow and heartache filled her gaze. What do I need to do? Lu Guan asked at that moment. Zhou Menglin remained silent for a moment. To extract and infuse energy, another item is required, blood marrow essence. This item can only be found in the Blood Prison Abyss realm. I'll send someone to retrieve it now, but it will take some time. Upon hearing the name of this realm, Lu Guan finally understood why she had fallen silent. The Blood Prison Abyss, dubbed the Hell for newly awakened gifted ones. Beyond the ferocious beasts, it harbors blood demons capable of infinite rebirth, possessing formidable combat prowess. Even a Tier 2 talent entering the Blood Prison Abyss couldn't guarantee survival. This was far too dangerous. Lu Guan knew that the Dragon Ascension Guild's 3rd battle group primarily handled intelligence operations. Naturally, most of its members possessed talents unrelated to combat prowess. Even Zhou Menglin, a Tier 2, Level 6 talent holder, had only awakened the Mirror Flower, Water Moon talent. Though its rank was high C class, it only worked against highly intelligent creatures. Against ferocious beasts like the Blood Demon, it was utterly useless. Zhou Menglin smiled faintly. It is indeed somewhat dangerous, but it's fine. Our 3rd battle group has experienced, highly combat-capable gifted individuals. Nothing major will go wrong. Lu Guan shook his head. What I mean is, I can handle this alone. As someone who mastered the illusion talent, Zhou Menglin could see the absolute confidence in Lu Guan's eyes. She could clearly see the absolute confidence in Lu Guan's eyes. You? Sorry, I don't mean to underestimate you. But as far as I know, you've only just awakened your abilities a few days ago, right? If I'm not mistaken, you're currently a Tier 2, Level 1? Lu Guan wasn't surprised at all that she knew his rank and nodded. Zhou Menglin affirmed, you truly possess extraordinary talent. But did you know? The Blood Fiends in the Blood Prison Abyss, though only rank D, possess combat power as high as 1800. Moreover, they can draw upon the energy of the realm to resurrect endlessly. To ensure your safety in that realm, you'll need at least Tier 2, Level 1. Lu Guan declared with certainty, I can do it. Zhou Menglin could see he was stubborn to the core. After a long moment of contemplation, she could only sigh softly. Fine. If you insist on going, you must team up with the people I assign. Lu Guan found this situation downright troublesome. With his current combat power of 2,500, boosted by the Void Blade, the Blood Prison Abyss posed no real threat. Teaming up with others would only add unnecessary burdens. But Zhou Menglin seemed utterly determined. Lu Guan sighed and reluctantly agreed. Soon, Zhou Menglin summoned the only 2 Tier 2 talent holders in her battalion. One was a tall, imposing man in his 30s named Zhang Ning. He held the highest rank among the 3, a Tier 2, Level 2 talent with an awakened F rank ability, Speed Enhancement. After hearing the mission Zhou Menglin assigned him, he voiced his displeasure. Heading down to the Blood Prison Abyss isn't the issue. But I have one question, isn't this kid the notorious good-for-nothing from the Lu family? Taking him along is pure deadweight. I refuse. Zhou Menglin's brows immediately furrowed. This is in order. Besides, Lu Guan is already a Tier 2 talent. I trust his abilities, he won't slow us down. Zhang Ning was about to protest. Beside him, a young man who looked somewhat earnest interjected, forget it, Brother Ning. A Tier 2, Level 1 should have enough ability to protect himself. Once we're inside the domain, if he really can't handle it, we can always ask him to withdraw. Zhou Menglin chimed in, I agree on that point. Zhang Ning reluctantly agreed. But immediately after, he turned his head. Kid, don't say I didn't warn you. If you really can't handle it, you'd better know when to quit. Don't end up in danger. Once we're inside the domain, no one will have time to save you, and you'll just lose your life. Lu Guan gave him a cool glance. In truth, he had already made up his mind. Once inside the realm, he would part ways with the three and go solo. At that moment, the only girl in the group, appearing to be in her early 20s with a petite frame, cheerfully said, "Don't mind that arrogant jerk. Hello, I'm Bai Xiaocha. Like you, I'm a tier 2, level 1 talent." Lu Guan maintained his expressionless face, merely replying politely, "Hello." Bai Xiaocha chuckled softly. Zhou Menglin said gently, "Alright, if you're all ready, go quickly and return swiftly." After speaking, she turned to Lu Guan and added privately, "Be extremely careful. If you encounter any danger you can't handle, you must immediately withdraw from the realm." Lu Guan didn't want to explain further, so he simply nodded. He opened the interface. The four formed a party. Soon, the courtyard of Manglin Tea House was enveloped by another world. 2 dark crimson moons hung high in the sky. The air thickened with the scent of blood. But for Lu Guan, who had just endured the baptism of the void insect nest, this was child's play. The air in this realm is so polluted, and the environment is terrifying. Bai Xiaocha covered her nose, unable to suppress a look of disgust as she muttered her complaint. Zhang Ning heard this and couldn't help but sneer coldly, "Terrifying? This is nothing. Wait until you encounter the blood demon, then you'll know what true terror is." Chapter 41, I have my own plans. The ground beneath their feet was a rusty brown. Stepping on it felt like treading on a thin layer of sponge, an odd sensation. Bai Xiaocha seemed startled by Zhang Ning's deliberately sinister tone and instinctively moved closer to Lu Guan. Zhou Qing sighed helplessly. "Brother Ning, you shouldn't scare Xiaocha like that. Though blood demons boast combat power as high as 1800, they prefer to operate alone. With you here, we just need to be a little more careful. How could there possibly be any danger?" He knew Zhang Ning had deliberately said that to provoke Lu Guan. Yet the universally recognized useless kid showed no sign of flinching. Instead, he'd made Bai Xiaocha worry. Zhang Ning pursed his lips, though inwardly, Zhou Qing's words had struck a chord. After all, he himself had once been looked down upon by others for awakening a mere F-rank talent. But in reality, Zhang Ning possessed an innate physique far stronger than ordinary people. After awakening, each level he gained brought far greater increases to his 4 core attributes than those with ordinary talents. When Zhang Ning first reached Tier 2, his combat power had already approached 1900. And now, it had soared to 2000. This had always been a point of pride for him. The blood demon is no real threat to me. What worries me is having another useless teammate that's the real danger. As Zhang Ning spoke, his gaze carried a hint of contempt directed at Lu Guan, the implication crystal clear. Hearing this, Bai Xiaocha crossed her arms. During that mission investigating the Sakura Nation spy, some hothead nearly blew our Dragon Ascension Guild's cover and alerted the enemy. Could the deadweight be referring to that person? Zhang Ning was instantly choked into silence. His biggest flaw was his hot-headed temper. Were it not for his unique constitution and the awakening of his speed-enhancing talent, the third battle group, primarily responsible for intelligence work, was simply unsuitable for him. Seeing Zhang Ning's face flush crimson with frustration, Zhou Cheng stepped in to smooth things over once more. "You two should stop bickering. Our mission is to locate the blood marrow essence. The drop rate for this item from ordinary blood fiends is extremely low. Who knows how long it'll take to get one? We should make the most of our time and press forward, right?" At that moment, Lu Guan suddenly spoke up, "You guys go ahead. I'm going to check out another area." After a brief observation, he had already gained a general understanding of the situation here. Lu Guan noticed a peculiar plant growing on both the left and right hillsides. Pale petals were dotted with speckles of gray, while the stamens resembled skulls. If memory served him correctly, this plant was called bone ash orchid. Its fruit could awaken the latent potential of gifted individuals. For certain types of gifted individuals, it could even trigger the instant awakening of innate abilities. However, upon hearing this, the other three froze in surprise. Bai Xiaocha exclaimed in surprise, "You want to go alone? That's impossible. Besides the blood demons, there are many other races here. If you encounter danger, we might not even have time to save you." Lu Guan remained calm as he reassured them, "Don't worry. The races in this realm can't harm me." Zhang Ning scoffed at this. "I reckon he knows he's just deadweight, so he wants to hide somewhere safe, right? Fine by me. A weakling like him just slows us down anyway." Bai Xiaocha snapped irritably, "Shut up. This is a world of slaughter. Where could there possibly be a safe place to hide?" She feared Lu Guan might actually entertain such thoughts. "Lu Guan, since the captain assigned us to your team, we have a duty to ensure your safety. If it's because you dislike Zhang Ning, I'll shut him up. I've got something on him anyway." Hearing this, Zhang Ning's expression instantly darkened. "Bai Xiaocha, what do you mean? Are you threatening me?" Bai Xiaocha lifted her chin defiantly. "I am threatening you. So what?" Lu Guan really didn't want to waste time here. "I have my own plans. You don't need to worry. If anything really happens, I'll come find you. If I can't find them, I can always return to Blue Star. It's not yet time for the world of slaughter to forcefully descend. As long as gifted ones aren't instantly killed, they usually won't lose their lives. Then you must be extremely careful. Bai Xiaocha thought this approach wasn't unreasonable, so she could only offer a final reminder. Lu Guan nodded, turned without hesitation, and walked away. Only after his figure vanished completely behind the earthen mound did Zhang Ning snort in disdain. Such a weakling, unable to take a little mockery. A good for nothing is a good for nothing. He remained convinced that Lu Guan had left the group only to find a place to hide. Bai Xiaocha grumbled, "It's all your fault. If you hadn't been so aggressive, why would Lu Guan have left? If something really happens to him, I'll see how you explain it to the captain." Zhang Ning wore a smug yet innocent expression. "I didn't say anything wrong." Truthfully, he never intended to drive Lu Guan away, he simply looked down on a loser. Just then, a notification suddenly appeared simultaneously on all three of their interfaces. Party members successfully defeated Bone Ash Orchid. Energy gained 800 points. All three froze, exchanging stunned glances. Lu Guan had only just left the party when he encountered a bone ash lawn, one of the evil plants? After all, malevolent plants weren't ferocious beasts. Their innate advantages often far surpass those of ferocious beasts. To have slain such a formidable evil plant, Lu Guan's combat prowess must be no slouch. Bai Xiaocha praised him with genuine surprise. The way she acted, it was as if that bone ash orchid had been killed specifically for her. It's just a D-rank evil plant, not some blood demon. With a combat rating of 1500, even the weakest tier 2 talent should handle it with ease, right? What's so surprising about that? Zhang Ning curled his lip in disdain. He was completely shifting the focus, comparing a malignant plant to a ferocious beast. Zhou Qing voiced his concern, "Should we go check it out? What if he really is in danger?" No sooner had he spoken. A notification popped up on all three of their interfaces. Party members successfully defeated Bone Ash Orchid, gaining 800 energy points. Immediately after, a second and third identical message popped up in rapid succession. Zhou Qing was startled. What was going on? Could he have stumbled upon a plant colony? Bai Xiaocha immediately grew tense. What are we waiting for? Let's go help them. With that, she dashed straight toward the direction where Lu Guan had vanished. But when the three of them reached the top of the mound and scanned the distance, all they found was a small pile of withered branches and leaves from the bone ash orchid already evolved into a malevolent plant not far ahead. Lu Guan's figure had vanished without a trace. Something was off. Malignant plants were notoriously difficult to form. How could so many bone ash orchid malevolent plants appear in one place at the same time? Zhou Qing suddenly grasped this question, his face filled with bewilderment. The other two heard this and froze in unison. They couldn't possibly have guessed. Lu Guan was currently chaining his shuttle and phantom talents, traversing this realm at superhuman speed. Chapter 42, Soloing the Blood Demon. Uncertain how far he'd strayed from the group, Lu Guan's communication interface received a message. It was from Bai Xiaocha. "Lu Guan, where are you now? Report your location so we can find you." After reading it, he closed the communication interface. Before Lu Guan stood a bone ash orchid, a malevolent plant towering nearly 2 people tall. Its branches were as thick as an adult's thigh. The flower buds, originally resembling skulls, had evolved into monstrous plants, now appearing exceptionally grotesque. He had already slain over 30 bone ash orchids, yet only one had yielded a fruit reward. No wonder this thing could fetch tens of millions of gold coins on the trading market, yet remained as rare as hen's teeth. Even so, Lu Guan had no intention of giving up. Because up until now, his phantom, magnetic domain, and fire control talents had yet to awaken any skills. Which meant that with a stroke of luck, he would still need at least 2 more bone ash orchid fruits. Any other talent user would surely be troubled by the skeletal creature now lunging at them. The bone ash orchid attacks differently from the blood vine. Rooted deep underground and immobile, they spew spore mist from their mouths to assault enemies. These spores rapidly devour everything they envelop. But this attack method was precisely what Lu Guan feared least. As the bone ash orchid sensed an approaching enemy, its petals suddenly unfurled. A small cloud of spore mist erupted from its cavity, rapidly expanding in the air. Lu Guan watched the mist enveloping him, yet calmly activated his phantom talent. With a swift sidestep, he easily evaded it. Immediately after, Starfall. With no one around, Lu Guan unleashed his most powerful skill. With a thunderous roar, 7 dazzling silver beams erupted before him. The bone ash orchid seemed to sense the deadly threat. Its petals trembled violently as it once again sprayed a massive cloud of spores to envelop itself. Yet all this was futile. Lu Guan swept his hand forward, and the 7 silver beams pierced straight through the spore mist. Like red-hot iron balls plunging into ice water, they instantly caused the mist to boil. The silver beams continued their relentless charge, piercing straight through the bone ash orchid's thick branches. Snap! Snap! 7 crisp snaps echoed in succession as the bone ash orchid shattered into several segments, its life force utterly extinguished. Defeated Bone Ash Orchid, gained energy, 800. Reward, Bone Ash Orchid Fruit X1. A thumb-sized gray fruit appeared in his storage space. Lu Guan's face lit up at the sight. The second one. Lu Guan intended to keep the first Bone Ash Orchid fruit for future use. This second one, however, he retrieved directly from his storage space and swallowed without hesitation. The fruit had little taste. But the instant it slid down his throat, he felt a searing power surge through his body, flowing from his throat to his lower abdomen. Talent, Fire Elemental Control, E rank. Awakening Skill, Inferno Blast. Skill Description, G rank skill. Releases high-density flame energy, causing area of effect explosive damage. Name, Lu Guan. Level, Tier 2, Level 2. Strength, 140. Speed, 200. Mental, 190. Constitution, 130. Combat Power, 3210. A single Bone Ash Orchid fruit not only awakened an area of effect damage skill, but it actually upgraded. Seems like luck's on my side. Feeling the surging power within him, Lu Guan felt extremely satisfied. Just as he was about to continue searching for Bone Ash Orchids, the communication channel flashed again. Lu Guan opened the panel. Lu Guan, are you in danger? It was still from Bai Xiucha. Lu Guan sighed helplessly. He hesitated to reply, fearing they might actually come looking for him. With others around, he couldn't freely use the Starfall skill, it was just too useful. Don't worry, I'm safe. Lu Guan could only reply with that. But what was that about you killing so many Bone Ash Orchids just now? Before he could close the communication channel, Bai Xiaochai's follow-up question came rushing in. Lu Guan was momentarily at a loss for words. How should he answer that? Just that I killed that many, I guess? Just then, Lu Guan suddenly heard a strange snoring sound coming from his left. He quickly looked up. A massive creature, 2 meters tall, covered in dark red skin cracked with blood-crusted fissures, was slowly slithering toward him. The blood demon reeked of a thick, pungent stench of blood, making Lu Guan wrinkle his brow in disgust. This was the first blood demon he'd encountered since entering the blood prison abyss. Could it possibly drop blood marrow essence? He harbored a glimmer of hope. But Lu Guan was also well aware. If blood marrow essence were truly that easy to obtain, even a massive organization like the Dragon Ascension Guild wouldn't be without it. The blood demon's crimson vertical pupils locked onto Lu Guan. Corrosive crimson saliva dripped from its gaping maw, stretched wide to its ears. It slowly raised its long arm, which nearly dragged along the ground. Roar! Following the furious roar, it lunged forward with sudden ferocity. The blood demon's thick hind legs erupted with astonishing power, instantly covering several meters. Its crimson claws aimed straight for Lu Guan's throat. Fire blast! Lu Guan teleported, his figure instantly appearing in the open space to the side. An orange-yellow fireball materialized before him as his skill activated, its energy contained and ready to unleash. With a flick of his wrist, the fireball detonated like a bomb, landing precisely atop the blood demon's head. Boom! The violent explosion tore the blood demon's entire body to shreds. Like a water-filled balloon punctured, the blood instantly vaporized from the intense heat. Blood demon slain. Energy gained, 900. The pyroblast skill was quite powerful, though it consumed a fair amount of stamina and energy. Lu Guan estimated that the energy cost of one pyroblast equaled launching 2 starfall attacks. Still, the advantage was that as an E-rank talent awakening skill, he could use it without restraint. After the blood demon was blown to pieces, the blood scabs did not evaporate along with the blood. Instead, they slowly wriggled and began to coalesce once more. Immediately after, a pillar of blood rose from the ground, completely enveloping the massive scabs. Soon, the blood demon's body was reborn. Indeed, it could resurrect endlessly. Witnessing this, Lu Guan finally understood. As long as the crimson liquid beneath this realm's surface remained inexhaustible, the blood demon would remain an invincible force. But so what? Without hesitation, Lu Guan unleashed another fire blast. Blood demon successfully slain. Energy gained, 900 points. Meanwhile, the 3-person team continued searching aimlessly in the direction Lu Guan had vanished. Bai Xiaochai never closed the communication channel interface. But after sending the last message, she received no reply from Lu Guan. Just as she was considering whether to follow up, when a notification suddenly popped up on her panel, teammate had killed the blood demon. Bai Xiaochai froze. What was going on? Lu Guan had actually succeeded in killing the blood demon. Chapter 43, Zhang Ning's Achilles heel. Zhang Ning abruptly halted his steps. Hearing Bai Xiaochai's words, his first reaction was disbelief. But seeing the astonished look on her face, he opened the interface. How could it be possible? That widely known good-for-nothing from the Lu family had actually single-handedly taken down the blood demon? But immediately afterward, he questioned, could that kid have teamed up with someone else? Zhou Qing pondered this. It wasn't entirely impossible. But the energy gained from slaying the blood demon was substantial. Who would willingly hand over such a massive amount of energy? Bai Xiaochai's lips curled slightly. I actually think Lu Guan might genuinely possess that level of strength. She couldn't quite explain why, but she sensed Lu Guan was far more formidable than his outward appearance suggested. Moreover, standing beside this man always gave Bai Xiaochai an inexplicable sense of security. Zhang Ning remained dismissive. If he can single-handedly take down the blood demon, I'll perform a handstand eating for you. Even if that kid didn't team up with anyone, it was definitely just a fluke. Bai Xiaochai retorted defiantly, those are your words. Just wait and see me eat upside down. No sooner had Bai Xiaochai finished speaking than the interface popped up again. Party members successfully defeated Blood Demon. Energy gained 900 points. Immediately after, the third and fourth notifications followed. Each notification appeared at intervals nearly matching the Blood Demon's respawn time. Zhou Qing's mouth twitched. Suddenly, I think Brother Ning's theory makes sense. Even if Lu Guan is that skilled, he couldn't possibly one-shot the Blood Demon, right? Zhang Ning couldn't help but flash a triumphant smile. See? I told you so. To take down the Blood Demon solo, you'd need at least a Tier 2, Level 2 talent user. As for an instant kill? Without Tier 3 combat power, it's simply impossible. Now even Bai Xiaochai began to doubt. Could Lu Guan have really teamed up with someone else? Still, she decided to send Lu Guan another message to ask about the situation. Just then, the ground suddenly shook violently. Not far from the three of them, a deafening roar echoed. A crimson pillar of light shot skyward. The Blood General was about to awaken. Zhou Qing gazed into the distance, his expression abruptly darkening. As a member of the Dragon Ascension Guild's 3rd Battle Corps, he naturally had the vast majority of the Slaughter World's domain information memorized. The scene before him was the very precursor to the Blood General's imminent awakening. Blood General, C rank, combat power 2500, possessing 1D rank talent, Blood Slaughter. This talent normally consumed double the physical and mental energy, slightly boosting all 4 core attributes. But within the Blood Prison Abyss, stamina and energy were practically infinite for the Blood General. This meant his actual combat power could consistently reach 3,100. A combat power exceeding 3,000, how terrifying is that? That's the level of someone possessing at least a Tier 3 talent. Across the entire Blue Star, there are few individuals possessing such formidable combat prowess. What should we do? Should we go check it out? Bai Xiaochai didn't even bother to message Lu Guan. At this moment, she needed to consult Zhang Ning, the strongest fighter in the team. Let's go check it out. Though with just the three of them, they stood almost no chance against the Blood General. But what if there was a chance? After all, this was the most powerful being in the entire Blood Prison Abyss. If they could succeed in slaying it, who knows what opportunities might arise. A gifted individual's strength primarily comes from slaying monsters, and leveling up that much is true. But to become a top-tier powerhouse? That relies on opportunity. Those who cower in fear and refuse to take risks are destined to remain at the very bottom, no matter the world. The three rushed swiftly toward the crimson pillar of light. As they drew nearer, the stench of blood in the air grew increasingly thick. The ground beneath their feet grew increasingly sticky, each step accompanied by a squelching sound. Until they reached the base of the crimson pillar. Ha! So it's just a few rookies from the Dragon Ascension Guild. This Blood General is ours. The moment the three halted, a brazen laugh echoed from the side. 5 gifted individuals clad in black combat suits approached from the other side. The leader sported a mohawk and wore a tactical visor over his right eye. A dagger glinting with blue light bounced between his fingers. It was Yamamoto Ruji, elite member of Sakura Nation's Dark Cherry Guild. Recognizing him, Zhang Ning immediately gritted his teeth. Yamamoto, how dare you appear in our Dragon Nation's domain? The world of slaughter descended upon Blue Star, and realms originally transcended national borders. However, to prevent conflicts over resource and other disputes, the International Convention Organization designated portions of the Killing World as exclusive domains for various nations. The Blood Prison Abyss was one such exclusive domain belonging to the Dragon Nation. Yet upon hearing this, Yamamoto Ruji merely flicked his dagger dismissively. Your Dragon Nation's domain? When did the Blood Prison Abyss become exclusive to your Dragon Nation? Zhang Ning immediately retorted, bull. The Dragon Nation has long applied for exclusive rights to it through the International Convention Organization. Without approval from the Dragon Ascension Guild, Sakura Nation citizens are forbidden to set foot there. Yamamoto Ruji swept a dismissive glance over the three of them and sneered, with just the three of you greenhorns? He spread his hands. Now that the 5 of us are standing right here, what are you going to do about it? A wave of arrogant laughter erupted from the figures behind Yamamoto Ruji. As elite members of the Dark Sakura Guild, all 5 possessed at least Tier 2, Level 3 abilities. And Yamamoto Ruji himself was a genius tier talent at Tier 2, Level 6. If it came to a fight, he alone could easily hold his own against Zhang Ning and his 2 companions for 300 rounds. Zhou Qing grabbed Zhang Ning, who was about to lose control. Don't be impulsive. Let's send a message to the guild leader first and report what's happening here. Bai Xiaochai might be indecisive by nature. But when faced with such a situation, she couldn't help but feel the same. Report what? According to international conventions, unauthorized entry into another nation's exclusive territory justifies lethal force. Clearly, Zhou Chang wasn't even considering the question of guilt or innocence. The real issue was that the three of them were no match for their opponents. A female team member with twin ponytails behind Yamamoto Ruji sneered coldly. 3 weaklings? Especially you couldn't even withstand a single blow from Lord Yamamoto, yet you dare challenge us? The words struck Zhang Ning like a needle piercing his heart. That's right. He had already clashed with that Yamamoto Ruji before. He'd been hit by the ghost release technique. Had Bai Xiaocha not arrived in time, Zhang Ning would now be nothing but a corpse. Afterward, Zhang Ning felt utterly humiliated by that battle. He begged Bai Xiaocha never to tell anyone. Thus, this incident became a leverage Bai Xiaocha repeatedly used to blackmail Zhang Ning. Chapter 44, Killing 2 Cherry Blossom Nation talents without a second thought. The raw wound in his heart was being torn open so brutally. Zhang Ning roared with fury, activating his speed-enhancing talent and charging toward Yamamoto Ruji. He might be unable to defeat his enemy, but he absolutely couldn't stand this humiliation. Yet as Zhang Ning charged forward with fierce momentum, Yamamoto Ruji didn't even acknowledge him, not even shifting his stance. Instead, a burly man beside him stepped forward. He immediately activated his talent, his arms hardening instantly. A punch was aimed straight at Zhang Ning's chest. This man was clearly only a Tier 2, Level 3 talent user. However, he possessed a D-rank talent, body hardening. This talent was entirely different from simple physical enhancement. Once activated, the hardened body became impervious to blades and bullets, and could even use limbs as weapons to attack enemies. Zhang Ning was struck by the burly man's punch, sent flying backward instantly, and crashed heavily to the ground. Zhang Ning. Bai Xiaocha rushed over to check on him, only to find Zhang Ning's chest caved in from the blow, blood spilling from his mouth. Fortunately, she had awakened the healing talent. A white glow enveloped Zhang Ning's upper body. Seems you haven't improved at all. Yamamoto Ruji curled his lips, letting out 2 disapproving clicks of his tongue as he looked down on him with contempt. Has your dragon nation run out of masters? How dare they send a rookie like you into the blood prison abyss, such a dangerous realm? Now, what right do you have to compete with us for the blood general? Zhang Ning tried to warn Yamamoto Ruji. But as soon as he opened his mouth, another mouthful of blood spurted out. They have no right, and neither do you. I'll give you one chance. If you withdraw from this realm now, I'll let you go. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed from behind the 5 members of the Dark Sakura Guild. The 5 hadn't even noticed. Turning toward the sound, they discovered a very young man standing there, seemingly out of nowhere. The look in this man's eyes made Yamamoto Ruji instinctively sense danger. Lu Guan. Bai Xiaocha recognized the man and cried out in surprise. But her excitement quickly turned to tension. Lu Guan, you must leave. These people are far too powerful, even Zhang Ning can't defeat them. Zhang Ning felt another sharp pain in his chest. He hadn't expected to be instantly defeated by a single punch again. Yet Lu Guan ignored Bai Xiaochai's warning, his eyes still fixed intently on Yamamoto Ruji. He harbored no affection for the land of cherry blossoms and had no desire to meddle in conflicts between realms and nations. But Lu Guan knew one thing for certain: the blood general absolutely must not fall to these cherry blossom countrymen. Because he had slain that blood demon no fewer than a dozen times. Not only did he fail to obtain any blood marrow essence, but he didn't even receive a single energy crystal as a reward. Such mid-tier items naturally had a lower drop rate than even the fruits of the bone ash orchid. As for defeating the blood general, even without the blood marrow essence, he was certain to receive other valuable rewards. Lu Guan certainly wouldn't let it pass. Young man, who are you? Yamamoto Ruji narrowed his eyes, locking gazes with the stranger. Lu Guan replied flatly, who I am is irrelevant. You have 3 seconds. If you don't leave, I'll take you out. 1. Yamamoto Ruji froze at the words. As a Tier 2, Level 6 talent user, he'd rarely encountered anyone so brazenly defiant. 2. 1, 2, 3, 4 people. To me, your appearance is nothing more than another rookie. You pose absolutely no threat. Yamamoto Ruji sneered with contempt. 3. Lu Guan wasn't like those masters from the land of cherry blossoms who liked to spout so much nonsense before fighting. No sooner had he finished checking the 3rd number than he drew the void blade from his storage space. Yamamoto Ruji saw that his opponent seemed genuinely intent on fighting, yet he paid it no mind whatsoever. The next second, Lu Guan vanished from his original position. Yamamoto Ruji's pupils instantly contracted. His tactical goggles flashed frantically, yet failed to capture any movement trajectory. Behind us, the twin ponytail female team member spotted Lu Guan and let out a startled scream. But it was too late. By the time Yamamoto Ruji turned his head at the cry, Lu Guan had already raised the void blade. All Yamamoto Ruji felt was a flash of crimson before his eyes. Then, a sudden chill gripped his neck. He instinctively reached to touch it. A gush of blood spurted forth. You. He managed to utter only that single word before his body slowly collapsed to the ground. Dead silence fell over the scene. The remaining 4 members of the Dark Cherry Guild stood frozen in shock. Their strongest combatant, the esteemed captain, had been instantly killed without even a chance to react? On the other side, the 3 members of the third battle group wore equally incredulous expressions. Wasn't Lu Guan a tier 2, level 1 talent user? How could he have taken down Yamamoto Ruji so effortlessly? What about you? Do you want to die too? Lu Guan turned his cold gaze toward the 4 members of the Dark Cherry Guild. You actually killed Lord Yamamoto. The Dark Cherry Guild won't let you off the hook. The burly man issued a threat while activating his innate ability, hardening his entire body. Lu Guan snorted derisively. Blah blah. With that, he struck again. He didn't even activate any innate abilities or skills. Merely wielding the void blade, harnessing its power to slice through space itself, he effortlessly severed the burly man's entire head. The round head hit the ground and rolled with a gurgle to the feet of the girl with twin ponytails. Let's go. Seeing this, who among the Dark Cherry Guild members dared utter another word? They immediately activated their panels and vanished in an instant. Bai Xiaochai's mouth dropped wide open. Lu Guan, how did you do that? Zhou Qing was equally stunned. That was a tier 2 talent user. This so-called useless waste of the Lu family, slicing through them like cutting melons and vegetables, one after another? He must be a demon. Zhang Ning's expression was utterly priceless. Half reclining on the ground, his chest still stained with large patches of blood, his eyes were wide as copper bells. Suddenly, he began to question the very meaning of life. This kid's level is definitely tier 2, level 1, but his combat prowess. Could those previous kills of bone ash orchids and blood demons really be his? Zhang Ning thought, utterly stunned. Lu Guan's gaze fell upon the several-meter-tall pillar of blood. He didn't even glance at the other 3. Just then, the ground suddenly shook violently. The crimson pillar of light exploded with a thunderous roar. A colossal figure nearly 3 meters tall fully materialized. Its entire body was covered in dark red crystal and armor. 6 crimson eyes simultaneously locked onto everyone present. Her tentacles writhed like living creatures, emanating an oppressive aura that threatened to suffocate all within its grasp. Only then did Zhou Qing snap back to his senses. The Blood General has fully awakened. Everyone, be careful. Bai Xiaochai's face drained of color as she instinctively took a step back. What do we do? Zhang Ning scrambled to his feet. The Blood Generals might far exceeded anything he had imagined. Only Lu Guan. His robes fluttered in the wind, yet he stood firmly rooted to the spot. His expression remained calm as he watched the Blood General. Chapter 45, Talented Beyond Measure, steals the show. Roar! The Blood General's deep, furious roar reverberated, making everyone's eardrums ache. Run! Zhang Ning barked the order without hesitation. Though he'd witnessed Lu Guan dispatch 2 Dark Cherry Guild masters with ease, 1 strike each, this did not mean he possessed sufficient strength to confront the Blood General. As for the 3 of them, they likely couldn't even withstand a single blow from the Blood General. Lu Guan, what are you standing there for? Once the Blood General fully regains his senses, we won't be able to escape. Bai Xiaochai was about to follow the other 2 in fleeing the area. As for blood marrow essence, it could also be obtained by slaying ordinary blood demons, though the probability was lower. But after taking only a few steps, Bai Xiaochai noticed Lu Guan still standing rooted to the spot, as if petrified by the blood demon's overwhelming presence. She was just about to go back and pull him along. Lu Guan suddenly moved. Energy surged around his body, and a bright yellow fireball suddenly appeared on his chest. It was the Pyroblast skill. Bai Xiaochai gasped in surprise. Although the Dragon Ascension Guild's 3rd battle group had basic intelligence on major clans like the Lu family, Lu Guan had only recently awakened his abilities. Combined with his deliberate concealment, few were aware that Lu Guan possessed multiple talents. So he's a dual talent user. Zhou Cheng wore an equally stunned expression. He had long recognized that Lu Guan's talent was shuttle. But he hadn't expected there to be a fire elemental control as well. No wonder he could slash Yamamoto Ruji to death with a single blow despite being only a tier 2, level 1. Zhang Ning finally understood. Dual-talented individuals possessed far more than just an extra talent compared to ordinary single-talented ones. They were favored by fate, their very origins fundamentally different from ordinary people. Thus, any unexpected outcome was hardly surprising. But even for a dual-talent user, facing the Blood General, a foe not even a tier 3 talent user could defeat with certainty. To actually consider fighting the Blood General, wasn't that just courting death? Hearing Zhang Ning's words, Bai Xiaochai felt her heart race even faster. She was about to stop Lu Guan's reckless actions. But at that very moment, boom! The massive fireball before Lu Guan hurtled toward the Blood General's head. A deafening explosion erupted as flames shot skyward, instantly engulfing everything around them in a blinding, searing light. The Blood General's massive form was completely engulfed in flames. The sight left the 3 of them utterly speechless. As members of the 3rd battle group, they were no strangers to such spectacles. Numerous individuals on Blue Star possess the innate talent to control fire elements, and they had certainly witnessed the flaming explosion skill before. But others' pyroblast effects were, at most, comparable to a powerful bomb. What was this Lu Guan unleashing? Zhang Ning was particularly stunned at that moment. He never imagined that the rookie talent he'd always dismissed would possess such a formidable skill. A sudden chill ran down his spine. If Bai Xiaochai hadn't been blocking him all this time, he truly would have pushed Lu Guan too far. That fiery fireball would have landed squarely on his head. Roar! An even angrier roar erupted from within the flames. If the Blood General had been merely awakening earlier, still in a state of muddled consciousness. Now, after Lu Guan's inferno blast, he was finally fully awake. The Blood General wasn't dead after all. Zhou Qing's expression instantly turned grim. Even Lu Guan's devastating strike hadn't managed to kill the Blood General. Just how monstrously resilient was this Blood General's constitution? Lu Guan, however, remained remarkably composed. He hadn't expected this strike to instantly kill the Blood General in the first place. As the flames faded, sure enough, that massive frame still stood in place. Only now, its crystalline armor was riddled with cracks, and the wounds from the fiery explosion were healing at a visible pace. Roar! The Blood General roared again in fury. No! It's unleashing blood slaughter. Lu Guan, be careful. The blood slaughter will amplify the Blood General's overall combat power. Zhang Ning now dared not underestimate Lu Guan in the slightest. Forgetting their earlier conflict, he shouted the warning. Lu Guan paid him no mind. Instead, he gripped the void blade in his hand, focusing his entire being, ready to launch an attack at any moment. At that moment, a crimson mist swirled around the Blood General. Even from over 10 meters away, the three members of the Dragon Ascension Guild could feel the overwhelming aura of power, far more ferocious than before. Suddenly, the Blood General opened its gaping maw. A blood sphere, condensed to its absolute limit, formed within its maw. The surrounding air began to warp under the force of this concentrated energy. Zhang Ning felt every hair on his body stand on end under the gaze of those three pairs of blood-red eyes. It's targeting us. Get out of the way. With that, without hesitation, he grabbed Bai Xiaochai and Zhou Chang and leaped aside. The moment their feet left the ground, the blood sphere landed precisely where they had stood. Blood splattered from the impact, a droplet landing on Zhou Qing's boot. Those boots were crafted from special materials by the Dragon Ascension Guild. Yet the moment the droplet touched them, it vanished into a wisp of black smoke. It wasn't hard to imagine what would happen if that drop of blood landed on a person. Simultaneously, Lu Guan activated his shuttle talent, instantly appearing above the Blood General. Blitz! He raised his void blade overhead. A crimson arc of light sliced through the air, striking the damaged crystal armor on the Blood General's shoulder with brutal force. Swish! The strike nearly severed the Blood General's tentacle. Alas, the blade collided with the crystal armor, erupting in blinding sparks. This crystal armor, not even the void blade could cut through it. Lu Guan's eyes lit up at the sight. For the void blade, when infused with energy, unleashed the power to cleave through space itself. Clearly, the material of the Blood General's crystal armor was anything but ordinary. The Blood General roared in pain, his four tentacles flailing wildly. As one tentacle lashed toward him, Lu Guan remained unhurried, executing another teleportation. In the blink of an eye, he materialized on the Blood General's opposite side. Blitz! A flash of crimson. The crystal armor on the Blood General's shoulder was severely damaged. This strike severed one tentacle cleanly. The three members of the Dragon Ascension Guild had just landed back on the ground and regained their footing. Witnessing this, their spirits soared. Lu Guan was simply too incredible. He actually managed to wound the Blood General. And judging by his demeanor, he seemed to be handling it with such ease. What kind of demonic talent is this? What followed left all three of them gaping in astonishment. The moment Lu Guan's figure touched the ground, he suddenly transformed into a phantom. Immediately, crimson blades flashed repeatedly around the Blood General's unprotected lower limbs. Bai Xiaochai was stunned. This was the phantom talent. Zhou Qing's mind seemed to short-circuit for a moment. He actually possessed three talents. How could this be? Dual talent individuals were already extremely rare on Blue Star. A triple talent? He'd only heard of such a thing, never witnessed it firsthand. Chapter 46, Successfully Eliminating the Blood General. Lu Guan had no time to spare for the trio's astonishment. His figure flickered incessantly around the Blood General. Each flash brought a crimson blade of light, slashing at the Blood General's lower limbs. The Blood General roared in fury, its remaining four intact tentacles lashing wildly at the air around it, yet failing to even graze Lu Guan's robe. He's so strong. Bai Xiaochai couldn't help but utter in admiration. Just then, the Blood General abruptly halted its futile assault. Three pairs of blood-red eyes lit up simultaneously. Its massive body began to tremble violently, and the blood mist released by the blood fiend around it gradually thickened. This was the second-tier blood demon. Zhou Qing's expression changed drastically. Clearly, the Blood General had now been completely enraged by Lu Guan, prompting him to unleash the blood demon skill once more. Its combat power, already at 3100, doubled once more. Roar! This time, the blood general's roar seemed to shake the entire earth into trembling. The violent sound waves stirred up a wave of blood-scented wind. Beneath the ground, the crimson fluid sustaining the blood general surged toward his lower body at an even more frenzied pace. Bai Xiaocha watched in horror. The blood general's combat power had now reached at least 3,400. Only a third-tier, second-level talent could possibly stand against him. Lu Guan, retreat immediately. She knew full well that even if Lu Guan possessed multiple talents, he could never possibly wield such overwhelming combat power. Indeed. Lu Guan's current combat power was only 3,210 points. But don't forget. He still had the Void Blade's enhancement. He might just have a fighting chance against the Blood General. No, I can't just stand by and watch him walk into certain death. I have to go pull him back. Seeing Lu Guan seemingly set on his course, Bai Xiaocha anxiously shouted this warning before sprinting off. Originally, she was the most indecisive and timid among the three. Neither Zhang Ning nor Zhou Qing had anticipated such courage from her at this moment. A moment's inattention meant it was too late to stop her when they finally realized. Lu Guan's gaze grew intense, his knuckles turning slightly white as he gripped the Void Blade. He had intended to use his shuttle talent to stall the Blood General while slowly draining its energy with his Phantom technique. After all, once the Blood Slaughter talent was activated, the Blood General's absorption of subterranean energy could only match its consumption. But now, it seemed his plan was no longer viable. After all, the full activation of his talent had taken a significant toll on both his physical and mental reserves. With the Blood General's combat power surging once more, Lu Guan would inevitably shift from offensive to defensive tactics. He simply couldn't outlast the Blood General. Lu Guan was rethinking his strategy. Just then, Bai Xiaochai's voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Lu Guan, retreat with me now. Simultaneously, a white light enveloped Lu Guan, rapidly restoring his stamina and energy. This place is dangerous. Why did you come here? Lu Guan asked sternly. I can't just watch you die. Bai Xiaochai replied matter-of-factly. Lu Guan remained silent. He couldn't possibly give up this opportunity to become the Blood General. Even if not for the Blood Marrow Essence. Lu Guan was determined to master the Blood General's Blood Slaughter skill. With this skill, he could instantly boost his combat power whenever facing stronger foes in the future. Combined with his lightning strike, the sheer power was almost unimaginable. Moreover, he possessed the Bloodlust talent. Even the energy consumed by the Blood Slaughter's burning state could be replenished by draining his enemies. Feeling his energy and stamina recover by 80 to 90% with each breath, his resolve to slay the Blood General only hardened further. At that moment, the Blood General's four limbs suddenly swelled. Like crimson lightning, they lashed out toward Lu Guan and Bai Xiaocha. So fast. Startled, Lu Guan immediately activated his Phantom Step, dragging Bai Xiaochai out of the way. Boom! The ground where they had stood erupted, sending chunks of earth and crimson liquid flying. The Blood General's strike missed, and he opened his gaping maw once more. Two blood orbs appeared simultaneously within its maw, violently erupting outward. This time, the rear and both flanks were simultaneously sealed off. Lu Guan had no choice but to grab Bai Xiaocha once more and charge head-on toward the Blood General. As they drew ever closer to that terrifying crimson creature, Bai Xiaocha shut her eyes in terror, shrieking wildly. Lu Guan paid no heed, accelerating to blinding speed. As they passed each other, he swung his blade, striking the Blood General below the waist. The two watching nearby held their breath in dread. They feared Lu Guan would crash headlong into the Blood General with Bai Xiaochai in tow, only to be smashed into mincemeat by one of its tentacles. The Blood General spun around in fury. A thick tentacle swept toward them, its gust powerful enough to blow an ordinary person away. Lu Guan had barely regained his footing when he saw this, feeling helpless. Without hesitation, he gripped his blade in his right hand, wrapped his left arm around Bai Xiaochai's waist, and leapt upward. You! Bai Xiaocha, still shaken, opened her eyes to find herself pressed against Lu Guan's chest. Her face flushed crimson instantly. Lu Guan remained silent. He was merely repaying Zhou Menglin's favor. He couldn't very well let her good intentions go to waste. She'd sent her most capable lieutenant to help him find the Blood Marrow Essence. And he certainly couldn't stand by and do nothing when he clearly had the ability to help, right? Then, a flash of inspiration struck Lu Guan's mind. Flame blast. His gaze turned cold as a fireball coalesced before him once more. Boom! This time, the fireball exploded against the Blood General's chest. The force of the explosion sent the Blood General reeling back 2 steps. Immediately after, Lu Guan retrieved 5 sickle claws from the 6-armed clawed insect and the venom of the 1,000-faced insect from his storage space. Who would have thought this stuff would come in handy here? Whoosh! 5 gleaming sickle claws shot forth like meteors, each targeting one of the Blood General's 4 tentacles and its waist. The dull thuds of blades severing flesh echoed in quick succession. The scythe claws, no less sharp than the bone shadow blade, severed the Blood General's limbs with ease. Roar! The Blood General let out a scream of agony unlike any before. His entire body gradually shifted from crimson to a deep emerald green. Bai Xiaocha stared in shock at Lu Guan. Those were the scythe claws of the six-armed clawed insect. Lu Guan nodded. The scythe claws of the six-armed scythe claw insect carried a deadly venom. He hadn't been certain if this would work on the blood general, but decided to give it a shot. To his surprise, it worked. Lu Guan set Bai Xiaocha back on the ground and swiftly activated his innate ability. Blitz. The next instant, his figure appeared above the blood general, swinging his blade down with all his might. Die. The void blade, carrying the power to slice through anything, came down in a vertical strike. The blood general, now utterly defenseless, could only struggle frantically as his head split cleanly in two like a watermelon. Party members successfully defeated the blood general, earning 5,000 energy points. Rewards obtained: Blood Marrow Essence X1, Blood Soul Crystal X1, High Grade Energy Crystal X1, Blood General's Eye X6. Blood Soul Crystal Description: High Grade Item. Absorbs and stores residual combat energy, amplifying skill power when activated. Blood General's Eye, Intermediate Item. Used to scan the stats panel of any living being. Dead? Dead? The Blood General has actually been slain. Chapter 47, Xiao Cha, You're Acting Strange. The three stared in stunned silence as the blood general's body crashed to the ground. Slowly dissolving into a pool of crimson liquid, it was reabsorbed by the dark red earth beneath, leaving only a skeleton behind. Unbelievable. Even within the entire Dragon Ascension Guild, there were likely few gifted individuals capable of slaying the blood general single-handedly in such a short span. Lu Guan paid no heed to the trio's shock, striding directly toward the blood general's remains. He reached out. Plundered blood general skill, Blood Slaughter. Skill description: D rank skill. Accelerates the burning of physical and mental energy to enhance combat power. Repeated activation stacks effects. After reading the skill description, Lu Guan nodded with satisfaction. With this skill, the next steps would be much easier. Just then, Zhou Chang, who had been in shock, suddenly let out a cheer. I leveled up. I actually leveled up. He was the first to snap out of it, only then noticing the panel notification he'd received. In truth, he had only half the energy required to reach Tier 2, Level 2. Based on his usual pace of entering realms to slay monsters and level up, it would have taken at least 2 days. Unexpectedly. Simply by teaming up with Lu Guan, he'd managed to level up in just over 2 hours. And he had barely lifted a finger. Amidst his excitement, he couldn't help but marvel. Lu Guan, this multi-talented individual, was truly a prodigy. Bai Xiaocha and Jiang Ning overheard this and simultaneously checked their own character panels. They were just like Zhou Qing. Bai Xiaocha had advanced to Tier 2, Level 2. Jiang Ning had already reached Tier 2, Level 3. I've leveled up too. But Jiang Ning wasn't as excited as Zhou Qing. Instead, he walked over to Lu Guan with a hint of resentment and called out softly, Lu Guan. Lu Guan had already stowed the blood general's shattered crystal armor into his storage space. He was picking up scattered fragments from the ground. Hearing Jiang Ning's voice, he asked coldly, What? You need something? Jiang Ning, unusually self-conscious, stammered, I want to apologize. I looked down on you before and repeatedly spoke against you. I was blind. I had no idea you possessed such formidable strength. Lu Guan picked up the last crystal armor fragment from the ground and gave him a faint glance. We've got the blood marrow essence. Let's go. Truthfully, he never cared what Jiang Ning thought of him. Why should a giant bird apologize to a mere mayfly? The group activated their panels and simultaneously returned from the killing world to Blue Star. Back in the rear courtyard, Zhou Menglin was still leisurely sipping her tea, though her expression clearly betrayed a distracted mind. After all, she knew full well how perilous the blood prison abyss was. Given the levels of her three subordinates and Lu Guan, they must be struggling terribly right now. Just then, four figures suddenly materialized. Zhou Menglin's heart leapt with relief at the sight, her worries finally easing. But soon, she couldn't help but frown slightly. She saw Jiang Ning looking utterly dejected. Zhou Chang was barefoot on one side, even his specially made boots gone. Bai Xiaochai's face was flushed red, completely lacking her usual cheerful and lively spirit. Clearly, they had encountered danger and failed to complete their mission. Less than 2 hours had passed. How could they be back so soon? Zhou Menglin refrained from immediate blame. She had already prepared herself mentally. If the four failed to obtain the blood marrow essence, she would seek assistance from the 9th Battle Regiment. After all, specialization had its place. At worst, she could sacrifice another high-grade item to trade with that old geezer. The other three remained silent. Only Lu Guan, who seemed the most composed, stepped forward. I've already obtained the blood marrow essence. Zhou Menglin's teacup trembled, spilling tea onto her snow-white hand. What? She could scarcely believe it. Only when Lu Guan actually retrieved the blood marrow essence from his storage space and handed it to her did she realize it was true. How did you manage to get the blood marrow essence so quickly? Zhou Menglin was utterly baffled. Even if the 9th battle group had been sent, it would have taken at least half a day, right? How could Lu Guan and his team have done it so quickly? Bai Xiaocha finally spoke up, stammering out an explanation. Commander, we encountered the Blood General in the Blood Prison Abyss. Lu Guan successfully defeated the Blood General, so we received the reward directly. Hearing this, Zhou Menglin's eyes widened instantly. Blood General. He's the absolute pinnacle of combat power in the entire Blood Prison Abyss realm. Given the levels of these four little ones, encountering him was one thing, let alone defeating him. Surviving the encounter was already a major challenge. Neither Zhang Ning nor Zhou Qing had any objections. Zhou Menglin knew Bai Xiaochai hadn't lied. After a long moment of silence, Zhou Menglin finally suppressed the bewilderment and shock welling up inside her. Since we've obtained the blood marrow essence, Lu Guan, come with me. She didn't press further. Instead, she rose and led Lu Guan into a secluded room. Next, I will transfer the purest energy of the Starlight Clan, contained within your mother's heart, into you. This process won't take long. Are you ready? Lu Guan lay down on the bed of his own accord. Consider it a favor owed to you. Zhou Menglin smiled gently. I'm doing this out of personal affection for your mother. You owe me nothing. Lu Guan nodded. He wasn't one to express his feelings through words anyway, so he decided to say no more. Next, Zhou Menglin retrieved the energy stone case and placed it beside Lu Guan. She channeled a surge of energy into the blood marrow essence. A faint crimson mist, like a red thread, connected the heart within the stone box to Lu Guan's chest. Soon, Lu Guan slowly closed his eyes. He distinctly felt the silver-white energy of the Star Spirit Clan was profoundly harmonious with him, as if his mother were truly caressing him with tenderness. He lost track of time. When Lu Guan finally emerged from his trance, Zhou Menglin had already departed. He opened his attribute panel. Name, Lu Guan. Level, Tier 2, Level 3. Strength, 151. Speed, 215. Mental, 203. Constitution, 140. Combat power, 3390. Lu Guan was quite pleased. Moreover, he discovered that after absorbing the Xingling tribe's energy, not only had his level increased by 1. What was even stranger was that he now felt an unusual sense of inner peace. This Xingling energy seemed to make one more resistant to psychic skill attacks. Lu Guan couldn't help but feel a surge of joy, a sliver of silver light flashing in his pupils. Perhaps this was the final gift his mother had left him. As soon as he stepped out of the room, Lu Guan saw Bai Xiaochai waiting outside. She had been looking bored out of her mind, but upon hearing the door open, she suddenly stiffened like a startled rabbit. Seeing Lu Guan made her even more flustered, her face flushing crimson instantly. Lu Guan found this highly unusual. What's wrong? What are you doing here? Bai Xiaochai fidgeted with the hem of her shirt. The captain told me to wait here for you. Once you come out, I'll take you to the backyard to find her. Lu Guan finally understood and nodded. Oh, then let's go. But as he spoke, he saw Bai Xiaochai still standing frozen in place, not moving. Lu Guan turned back and couldn't help asking, you look like you still have something to say? Chapter 48, The Dragon Patterned Badge. Bai Xiaochai hung her head, her palms sweaty with nervousness. Fortunately, she wasn't one to beat around the bush. After a moment's silence, she finally gathered her courage, lifted her head, and said, thank you for saving me. Back in the Blood Prison Abyss, if not for you, I might have been killed by the Blood General. Lu Guan assumed her awkwardness stemmed from some embarrassing secret. It was no trouble. After all, you entered the Blood Prison Abyss for my sake. He replied indifferently and started to walk away. Wait. Bai Xiaochai called out again. Immediately after, she retrieved a bracelet engraved with auspicious cloud patterns from her storage space. This is for you. Lu Guan frowned in confusion. What is this? The Killing World held countless items, and he wasn't familiar with every single one. It's just a low-grade item, but it stores my healing energy. You can use it when there's no one with healing abilities nearby. Bai Xiaochai gazed at Lu Guan with eyes brimming with tears, as if afraid he might reject it. Thank you. Fortunately, Lu Guan accepted it. Bai Xiaochai instantly relaxed, a surge of joy filling her heart. Then let's go. Truthfully, this auspicious cloud bracelet held some practical value for Lu Guan. Though he possessed the bloodlust talent, allowing him to absorb his enemy's life force to replenish his own. This talent came with significant limitations. For instance, when facing opponents of comparable strength, the vine coils were nearly useless. After all, they wouldn't be foolish enough to stand still and let him drain them dry. The two quickly reached the rear courtyard. During this time, Zhou Menglin had already reviewed the complete video record of Zhang Ning's ordeal in the Blood Prison Abyss. She had uploaded this footage to the Dragon Ascension Guild headquarters. Throughout the entire ordeal, Zhang Ning kept his head bowed, looking like a defeated man. Zhou Menglin finally understood why those three had returned to Blue Star in such a wretched state. This outcome was truly astonishing, even to her. Seeing Lu Guan approach, Zhou Menglin first asked softly, how are you feeling now? Lu Guan answered honestly, I feel great, thank you. Zhou Menglin shook her head, signaling that there was no need to be polite. Then her expression turned slightly serious as she asked, how many talents do you possess? Why didn't you tell me about this before? Lu Guan thought for a moment. You never asked. He replied matter-of-factly. Zhou Manglin was momentarily speechless. Who in their right mind would think to ask about this? Talented individuals are few and far between across the entire Blue Star. Do you know what that means? Zhou Manglin could only let it go for now. It meant that, at the same level, my combat prowess would far surpass that of an ordinary gifted individual. Lu Guan remained calm. But that's not all. As far as we know, the bodies of multi-talented individuals, harboring multiple distinct energies, also attract far richer opportunities. Zhou Manglin said solemnly. Lu Guan was well aware of this fact. For ordinary people entering the blood prison abyss, 9 times out of 10, nothing untoward would happen. But his own entry triggered the awakening of the blood general. This was precisely why Lu Jia had gone to such lengths to become a dual-talented individual. Lu Guan cut straight to the point. So what? Zhou Manglin's eyes suddenly blazed with intensity. She knew Lu Guan wasn't one for beating around the bush. I've already transmitted the footage of you defeating the Blood General to the Dragon Ascension Guild headquarters. Lu Guan, you should know that our Dragon Ascension Guild is the only officially recognized guild in Dragon Nation. Your multiple talents are exceptionally rare and shouldn't be wasted. Therefore, I hope you'll join us. Lu Guan remained silent. The 3 figures standing behind him, however, lit up at the prospect. They had witnessed firsthand just how terrifying Lu Guan's strength truly was. If they could team up with such a formidable fighter in the future. Especially Bai Xiaocha felt immense anticipation. But Lu Guan spoke indifferently. Sorry, I'm not interested. Zhou Manglin fell silent for a moment. This response, of course, came as no surprise to her. After all, if Lu Guan were willing, no organization would refuse him now. At that moment, Zhou Manglin retrieved a dark gold badge from her storage space. The 3 people behind Lu Guan saw this and simultaneously sucked in their breath. Zhang Ning realized something. A second-class dragon emblem. Could it be for that kid? This was the most coveted honor among all Dragon Ascension Guild members. Exactly. The Dragon Crest badge symbolized contribution and privilege. With this badge, even the warband captain of the Dragon Ascendant Guild would look upon you with respect. What does this mean? Lu Guan looked puzzled. He certainly understood what possessing the Dragon Crest badge entailed. But he had already made it clear he had no desire to join the Dragon Ascension Guild. Zhou Manglin saw the wariness in his eyes. This is the headquarters way of honoring you for slaying the Blood General and successfully obtaining the Blood Marrow Essence. Rest assured, this Dragon Crest badge is merely a symbol of honor. It does not imply any affiliation with the Dragon Ascendant Guild. Upon hearing this, Lu Guan finally understood. His contribution in slaying the Blood General and offering the Blood Marrow Essence was indeed significant, but it still fell short of earning a second-class dragon-patterned badge. To put it plainly, the Dragon Ascension Guild's motive was easy to grasp. Since he wasn't willing to join, making friends should be no problem, right? Lu Guan grasped this point and, without hesitation, placed the badge into his storage space. The 3 behind him watched with envy. Zhang Ning especially regretted it. If he'd gone over to help Lu Guan back then, even if he hadn't gotten the badge, he might have earned some other honor. If you ever change your mind and decide to join us, be sure to let me know anytime. Seeing Lu Guan's firm stance, Zhou Manglin could only make one last attempt. Lu Guan gave a faint smile. All right. He trusted Zhou Manglin completely. But he still couldn't accept being bound by any organization. Lu Family Manor. In the main hall. A sharp slap echoed. Lu Yakin slammed her hand down on the coffee table with a hiss of fury. The Blood Moon plan, meticulously orchestrated by the old patriarch over a decade, had been sabotaged last night by a worthless brat from the Lu family. Lu Tsangyan, how could you be so careless? All the clan members are waiting outside now. I'll see how you explain this. Lu Tsangyan sat on the sofa, his eyes bloodshot and his expression dark and terrifying. Enough! He finally couldn't hold back and slammed his hand on the table. Lu Qi's body was found beneath the altar. Barring any surprises, that little bastard must have been behind it. Don't let me catch him again. If I do, I'll tear him limb from limb. Lu Yakin's fiery temper cooled slightly at the mention of Lu Qi's death. But isn't this all your own fault? You spoiled that silly girl rotten and never pushed her to level up properly. If it had been our Lu Guan, at his current level, this would never have happened. Both Lu Guan and Lu Jia awakened to tier talents. Only Lu Jia awakened a cursed talent, while he became the source of holy light. Mom, don't say that. Cousin Lu Jia is still very capable, he's only 2 levels below me. Second uncle, don't be too upset. Since that good-for-nothing disrupted the ritual, he's declared war on our entire Lu family. If we encounter him, we'll join you in avenging our cousin. At that moment, Lu Guan suddenly remembered something. By the way, with such a major incident at home, why haven't we seen cousin around? Lu Tsangyan's brow immediately furrowed at the mention. He was about to speak. At that moment, the main hall doors were suddenly pushed open. Were you looking for me? Chapter 49, The Sinister Truth. The abrupt voice cut through the conversations in the hall. All eyes turned toward the doorway. There stood none other than Lu Jie. The moment Lu Yakin saw him, a look of displeasure immediately flashed across her face. Well, speak of the devil. Where on earth had he been hiding after yesterday's major family incident? The bitterness in her tone was unmistakable to anyone with half a brain. Lu Tsangyan's expression was equally grim. He glared at his son and demanded, Lu Jie, where were you last night when the altar incident occurred? Do you realize that just last night, your sister died at the hands of that good-for-nothing? Lu Tsangyan hadn't intended to blame his son. But the moment Lu Qi's name was mentioned, his tone grew uncontrollably harsh. Just as Lu Yakin had said. He had always doted on this daughter excessively, even more so than Lu Jie. Now, having just lost his beloved daughter, how could he possibly remain calm? Lu Jie, however, didn't grow angry upon hearing his words. Instead, he gave a cold laugh. Of course I know. But I believe Lu Qi brought this upon herself. The crowd in the main hall froze upon hearing this. They even wondered if their ears had deceived them. Lu Yakin's face immediately turned pale. Lu Jie, that's your own sister. How can you speak like that? Lu Jie shot her a dismissive glance. What did I say that was wrong? Lu Qi is indeed my biological sister, but isn't Lu Jincheng your biological brother too? Yet for your own interests, didn't you drive him out of the Lu family without a second thought? These words left Lu Yakin and Lu Tsangyan both choking on their words, unable to utter a single rebuttal. Lu Guan found this odd. Usually, Lu Jie despised Lu Guan the most and got along best with Lu Qi. Why had his attitude shifted so dramatically now? Cousin, it was grandfather who expelled Lu Jincheng from the family. You really shouldn't blame us for that. Did something happen to you last night? Ha? You're not Lu Jie. Before he could finish speaking, Lu Jie's face suddenly contorted in an eerie way. Lu Tsangyan's eyes widened in shock as he watched his son gradually transform. Until he was completely transformed into Lu Guan's likeness. The atmosphere in the hall instantly froze. Everyone seemed unable to believe their eyes. So the person last night wasn't Lu Jie at all, it was you. Lu Yakin was the first to comprehend. She finally understood how Lu Guan had managed to sabotage the sacrificial ritual without a sound last night. Who would have thought that useless good-for-nothing actually possessed the ability to change his face? Lu Guan let out a mocking snort. It all made sense now. Since he dared to show himself, he must have been thoroughly prepared. After absorbing the star spirit energy from his mother's heart, his combat prowess now truly rivaled that of a third-tier talent. Even Lu Tsangyan, an A-tier talent at stage 2, level 9, was utterly no match for him. Since you've become Lu Jie and no one has discovered it. Why did you do this? Why sabotage the Blood Moon plan? What Lu Yakin found even harder to accept was the disruption of the ritual, which had cost her that once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to ascend to the heavens. Why? You'd better ask him about this. Lu Guan pointed at Lu Tsangyan, his eyes flashing with cold fury. Lu Yakin was baffled, her questioning gaze turning to her younger brother. In truth, she had indeed been one of the key participants in the Blood Moon project. But she remained unaware of the many dirty deeds Lu Jingxiu had orchestrated behind the scenes all those years ago. After all, attempting to open the Void Corridor to summon the Lord of Slaughter to Blue Star was an act of such outrageous audacity that the fewer people who knew about it, the better. Had it not been for Lu Jincheng's involvement as an insider, everyone would likely still be kept in the dark to this day. Lu Tsangyan fixed Lu Guan with a gaze that could kill. Lu Guan, undaunted, revealed the entire truth. The hall fell into a deathly silence. The Lu family members never imagined they were merely pawns in an evil conspiracy. They never considered it. How could sacrificing 100 souls possibly earn divine favor? As Lu Guan had stated, if the slaughtering sovereign truly descended upon Blue Star, indiscriminate slaughter might indeed grant the Lu clan members dark energy, rapidly elevating them to 5th tier gifted. But at the same time, they would forever become the Slayer King's slaves. After all you've said, why should we believe you? Besides, what's wrong with becoming the Slayer King's servants? As long as I possess sufficient power, I can obtain everything I desire. Lu Guan, if you're smart, you'd better hand over the energy stone box voluntarily. Otherwise, you won't be leaving the Lu family compound alive today. Lu Yakin seemed to have come to some realization. Evidently, her reasoning now aligned perfectly with Lu Jingxiu's original thoughts. Lu Guan could only say, like father, like daughter. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Today, I've come on my mother's behalf to demand repayment for this blood debt. If anyone wants to die alongside Lu Tsangyan, step forward. With that, Lu Guan drew the void blade from her storage space. A surging wave of energy radiated outward, causing his clothes to flutter without a breeze. Simultaneously, Lu Guan unleashed his blood slaughter talent, enveloping himself in a faint, blood-red mist. This sudden burst of overwhelming might instilled an inexplicable dread in many present. Scenes began to flash through the minds of the Lu family members. Last night, that worthless scum of the Lu family wielded this very blade, moving like a ghostly apparition. With a flick of his wrist, he could slay a man in the blink of an eye. At this moment, who dared utter a single word? I have only one question. What have you done to my son? Finally, Lu Guan, who had remained silent throughout, asked, his eyes bloodshot, his tone flat yet laced with hidden menace. Lu Guan knew this was the question he would ask. After all, his second uncle was no fool. He must have noticed something amiss when I so brazenly impersonated Lu Jia. Lu Jia? I took care of him days ago. Lu Guan replied indifferently. As if he'd merely strangled some stray cat or dog, utterly nonchalant. No matter how ruthless Lu Guan might be, he was still a father. Hearing this, his heart twisted in agony. Both his son and daughter had died at the hands of the man standing before him. How could he possibly accept this? You deserve to die. Lu Guan gritted his teeth, his voice thick with rage, then slammed his fist on the table and leapt to his feet. In an instant, he channeled nearly all his strength into activating his domain talent. An invisible force seized the tea table before him, hurling every cup and saucer upon it toward Lu Guan. A petty trick. Had this been last night, Lu Guan might still have held some reservations toward him. But now, with a single vertical slash of his blade, the void blade effortlessly cleaved the fragile coffee table in two. Yet immediately afterward, Lu Guan sensed something amiss. A sudden pressure enveloped him, making his movements feel as though he were submerged in deep water. Even when exerting maximum effort, his movements appeared to others as if performed in slow motion. Oomph. You're still too green to challenge me. Lu Guan growled fiercely. This was his newly awakened domain talent skill, Gravity Bind. Had it not been for Lu Guan, he never intended to reveal it. Now, I'll make you pay with your life for Lu Qi and Lu Jia. As he finished speaking, a 3-foot-long jet-black spike materialized in Lu Guan's hand. He thrust his left foot against the ground and shot forward. But Lu Guan remained unruffled, letting out a cold laugh instead. Do you truly believe Gravity Bind will work on me? Chapter 50, Blood Demon, Double Overlay. Lu Guan's combat prowess and innate talent were unquestionable not only within the Lu family but throughout Bright Moon City. Apart from the rumored patriarch Lu, who was said to be breaking through to the third stage, second rank in some special realm, Lu Guan was the undisputed top-tier powerhouse. Yet Lu Guan, whose very mobility was now restricted, maintained an air of calm composure. This perplexed the entire Lu family gathered in the hall. What gave him the confidence? Suddenly, Lu Guan swiftly retrieved an object from his storage space. The magnetic crystal core. Just as Lu Guan's spikes were about to pierce his chest, Lu Guan activated his magnetic domain control talent. In the next instant, he transformed into a phantom and vanished to the side. Lu Guan, who had been confident in landing a fatal strike, never expected the spikes to miss their mark. Unable to halt his attack in time, he was suddenly seized by alarm. What was happening? How could Lu Guan vanish under his gravity bind skill? But his extensive combat experience told him. The moment an enemy vanished, the most dangerous place was behind you. Without a second thought, Lu Guan violently twisted his upper body, instinctively whipping around to thrust his blade. Sure enough, a sharp clang rang out. The sharp spike collided mid-air with the void blade, erupting in dazzling sparks. Lu Guan was astonished to find Lu Guan's movements swift and fluid. Ha! What's going on? Only then did he notice the magnetic crystal heart suspended before Lu Guan's chest. Suddenly, it all made sense. The gravitational restraints granted by his magnetic domain control talent and Lu Guan's innate abilities were fundamentally the same. No wonder his skills had no effect on Lu Guan. But, you're a multi-talent. Lu Guan finally understood why Lu Guan, despite having awakened his abilities only recently, dared to confront him. But even so, at your level, you still stand no chance against me. Lu Guan had to admit that Lu Guan's combat awareness alone far surpassed that of his son, Lu Jia. But what did that matter? A cold gleam flashed in Lu Guan's eyes as the void blade in his hand suddenly erupted with a blinding silver light. Blitz! He unleashed his most proficient attack. Foolish! But Lu Guan was no mindless beast or insectoid. The instant Lu Guan made his move, Lu Guan swiftly activated his domain talent. Within a 10-meter radius, no living creature's movement could escape his perception. Lu Guan suddenly thrust his spiked staff forward with force. The next second, Lu Guan materialized before the spikes. His void blade, raised high, was poised to strike down. A sudden gust of foul wind slammed into his face. A flash of steel appeared before his eyes. Fortunately, Lu Guan possessed superior speed attributes and quick reflexes. He swiftly retracted his blade and sidestepped. Only then did he narrowly evade the strike. This was the first time Lu Guan had ever used the blitz skill, and he nearly got hurt himself. This was the weakness of the flash strike skill. Lu Guan felt not anger but delight. He understood well that no matter how useful a skill might be, it would always have weaknesses. The shuttle talent offered exceptional mobility, enabling both offensive and defensive maneuvers. But once an enemy anticipates his landing point, they could counterattack. Interesting. Lu Guan swiftly adjusted his breathing rhythm, his gaze growing even more intense. He'd thought a multi-talent would be formidable, but it turns out they only have 3 tricks up their sleeve. Lu Guan sneered coldly. With that, he unleashed his domain talent at full power. Every object in the entire hall began to float mid-air. Several people who had been seated on the sofa leaped to the floor in terror. Watching the chaotic jumble of objects swirling and drifting in spirals through the air, they were utterly horrified. So this was the terrifying power of an A-rank domain talent. I'll see how you dodge this time. With a furious roar from Lu Guan, all the objects simultaneously hurtled toward Lu Guan. Though the magnetic crystal core allowed him to resist the gravitational constraints entirely. But a D-rank talent simply couldn't compare to an A-rank one. Watching the chaotic barrage of objects hurtle toward him, Lu Guan could only swing his blade repeatedly to block. Flash after flash of dark crimson light erupted, filling the hall with a deafening clatter. Lu Guan knew these ordinary objects couldn't harm Lu Guan. He had been biding his time. Suddenly, seizing the moment, Lu Guan stomped the ground and launched himself toward Lu Guan like a cannonball. The sharp spikes in his hand thrust forward, aiming straight for Lu Guan. Blood slaughter, double overlay. A crimson mist erupted violently around Lu Guan. His four-dimensional attributes surged once more, propelling his combat power to a staggering 3,800 points. This figure had even reached the level of an ordinary third-tier, second-grade talent. Clang! The deafening clang of metal colliding filled the air. Just as the spikes were about to pierce his chest, Lu Guan had already gathered his strength. With a swift turn, he swung his blade in a horizontal slash. The void blade, carrying the power to slice through space itself, even carved a gap within Lu Guan's domain space. Lu Guan felt a tremendous impact surge through the spike. He was knocked back several steps, his palm split open, blood dripping down the spike. How can you be this strong? He stared at Lu Guan in disbelief. But Lu Guan gave him no time to react, flicking several vines from his left hand. Lu Guan frantically swung his spike to block. At that moment, one vine seized the opening and pierced deep into Lu Guan's thigh. Bloodlust. Lu Guan let out a piercing scream. He swiftly reversed his grip on the spikes and thrust them downward with all his might. Though his reaction wasn't exactly slow. In that brief moment, Lu Guan, in his dual blood slaughter state, had already drained a full third of his life force. Lu Guan felt his body grow weak, unable even to sustain his domain space. Countless objects suspended mid-air plummeted to the floor, leaving the entire hall in utter disarray. The hall fell instantly silent. So quiet you could hear a pin drop. Lu Guan. Defeated? It seemed to happen too quickly for anyone to process. Indeed. Lu Guan still possessed the strength to fight. But clearly, he could no longer pose a threat to Lu Guan. The void blade pointed at Lu Guan across the void. Lu Guan spoke coldly, "When you and Lu Jingxiu laid hands on my mother all those years ago, did you ever imagine this day would come?" Lu Guan remained silent for a long moment. He seemed to be consumed only by his own frustration at being unable to avenge Lu Qi and Lu Jia. Then he raised his head, his face twisted into a savage grin. "Even if I die, you've ruined the Blood Moon plan. When the old man returns, he won't spare you." Lu Guan snorted lightly. "Then let him come. Now, it's time to pay for your sins." Flash strike. Lu Guan unleashed his skill, the void blade piercing straight toward Lu Guan's chest. Just as the blade was about to pierce his heart, the hall doors burst open with a kick. A dozen figures clad in silver robes streamed in one after another. Clearly, they were from the Dragon Ascension Guild. "Halt! Spare his life." The leader, a man in his 30s, saw Lu Guan's action and immediately barked the order. Unfortunately, he was too late. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a wet thud echoed through the air. Lu Guan, wielding the void blade, had already thrust it into Lu Guan's left chest. Under the power of the spatial cut, Lu Guan let out a muffled groan of agony before closing his eyes forever. Chapter 51, Repaying Sins. Time seemed to freeze. The hall fell deathly silent. Everyone watched this scene unfold, utterly speechless. Lu Guan was widely acknowledged as the strongest combatant in the Lu family, second only to the old Master Lu. Even across the entire Blue Star, few possessed the talent to reach Tier 2, Level 9. Yet he had actually been killed by the very person they had always called a good-for-nothing. And no one knew when this so-called good-for-nothing had become so decisive and ruthless. Lu Guan slowly withdrew the void blade. It was still stained with Lu Guan's blood. But with a flick of his wrist, the energy that sliced through space effortlessly flicked away the clinging droplets. Lu Guan's gaze swept across the entire crowd. Every Lu family member who met his gaze flinched away. Who else wants to die? I'm right here, come out now. Are you kidding me? A murderous aura now swirled around him, making him resemble a god of slaughter. Even Lu Guan couldn't stand against him who would dare show their face now? I killed your own brother, don't you intend to avenge him? Lu Guan turned his gaze toward Lu Yakan. His voice seemed to echo from the deepest caverns of a 1,000-year-old ice cave. Lu Yakan felt a bone-chilling coldness wash over her. Her legs buckled, and if not for Lu Guan supporting her, she would have collapsed to the ground. No. No revenge. Lu Guan deceived us all, he deserved to die. Clearly, Lu Yakan's words were spoken against her true feelings. Whether Lu Guan lived or died was indeed unimportant, but she craved the power bestowed by the Lord of Slaughter. Lu Guan, however, couldn't care less. Very well. He interrupted the blood slaughter skill and the blood mist surrounding him dissipated. Since the target had been eliminated, there was no reason for him to linger any longer. Lu Guan was about to leave. Hold on, you can't leave. At that moment, the leader of the Dragon Ascension Guild made a gesture, and several members behind him immediately blocked the doorway. Lu Guan halted, his expression darkening. He had seen Jia Tianlu wearing this silver robe in the void bug nest and knew exactly who they were. What? Has the Dragon Ascension Guild now begun meddling in other clans' affairs? Lu Guan spoke with a sharp edge to his voice. While most would bow and scrape before the Dragon Ascension Guild, he certainly wouldn't. He hadn't settled the score with them yet for trying to stop him from killing Lu Xiangyan earlier. The leader's expression immediately hardened upon hearing this. Since its founding, few within the Dragon Nation remained unaware that the Dragon Ascension Guild represented the official guardian forces. Even if commoners didn't fawn over them, they'd at least show basic courtesy, right? What was this young man's attitude? We're the rapid response unit of the Dragon Ascension Guild's second battle group. I'm the leader, Xiu Zhenxian. Though the leader felt a twinge of displeasure, he gave little outward sign of it. He simply stated his identity in a stern tone. However, upon hearing this, the Lu family members gathered in the hall were instantly filled with astonishment. What? So these people were from the second battle group. What were they doing at the Lu family? The Dragon Ascension Guild comprised 11 battalions, each with distinct primary functions. For instance, the 3rd battle group handles intelligence. The 9th battle group specializes in treasure hunting. The 2nd battle group, however, is the true backbone of the Dragon Ascension Guild, primarily responsible for combat. As for the rapid response team, they are the elite of the elite within the 2nd combat group. No wonder the Lu family members were making such a fuss. Lu Guan's expression, however, remained utterly unchanged, even showing a hint of impatience. Oh, and then? Xiu Zhenxian paused silently for a moment before continuing. We came to the Lu family today intending to escort Mr. Lu Xiangyan back with us. But now that you've killed him, we have no choice but to request your cooperation in accompanying us. Upon hearing this, Lu Guan immediately understood. These men were most likely here to investigate the Lu family's Blood Moon project. Since Zhou Menglin knew this plan inside out, how could the Dragon Ascension Guild, as the official guardian force, not take it seriously? After all, if the Lord of Slaughter descended upon Blue Star, it would be an event affecting the fate of all humanity. But the rapid response team's actions were a bit too slow, weren't they? If not for Lu Guan, the Slaughter Lord would likely be sitting right in front of them sipping tea by now. Sorry, I'm busy. If you have nothing else, I'm heading back to rest. Lu Guan spoke, then began to push past the rapid action team's cordon. Behind him, the Lu family members couldn't help but gasp in shock. He actually dared to refuse cooperation with the Dragon Ascension Guild? Has this guy lost his mind? Does he think killing Lu Xiangyan makes him invincible? I heard there's a powerhouse in the 2nd Battle Regiment dubbed the Battlefield God of Death. He awakened an S-rank talent and has already reached Tier 3, Level 4. Oh no, oh no. By defying someone from the 2nd Battle Corps like this, will Lu Guan drag our entire clan down with him? The clan members' worries weren't entirely unfounded. After all, the Dragon Ascension Guild is an official organization of the entire nation. It naturally carries the legacy of the Dragon Nation's original official guardian forces. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible for them to rise from a low-tier guild to a high-tier one in such a short time. At that moment, Lin Wuying, the deputy captain standing beside Xiu Zhenxian, stepped forward. Unlike the captain's steady temperament, he was a hot-blooded youth in his early 20s. Seeing Lu Guan repeatedly refuse to cooperate, he instantly lost his temper. Kid, who do you think you are, talking back to the Dragon Ascension Guild like that? Let me tell you, when we say please, we're being polite. You'd better cooperate and not be ungrateful. Lu Guan halted in his tracks and slowly turned around. His gaze swept coldly toward Lin Wuying. What if I refuse to cooperate? What can you do about it? Lin Wuying felt a chill run down his spine under that gaze. But as the deputy leader of the rapid action team, he couldn't possibly show fear. Quickly regaining his composure, Lin Wuying snapped, "Then don't blame me for being impolite." The words barely left his mouth when Lin Wuying lunged forward, intent on subduing Lu Guan by force. But the moment he moved, a flash of crimson streaked past his vision. Immediately afterward, Lin Wuying felt a sharp pain in his neck. The same dark red blade that had just pierced Lu Xiangyan's heart was now pressed against his own shoulder. How do you intend to be impolite? Lu Guan held the void blade in his hand, his voice cold and accusatory. Though he had just endured a fierce battle, sustaining the dual blood slaughter had drained most of his stamina and energy. Activating his shuttle talent posed no difficulty. Lin Wuying froze instantly, his neck sliced by the sharp crimson blade, blood trickling down. You? His eyes widened in shock, speechless. Truthfully, he too had been overcome by anger and carelessness just now. How could he possibly stand a chance against someone powerful enough to kill Lu Xiangyan? Chapter 52, Apologizing to Mr. Lu. Lin Wuying's Adam's apple moved cautiously as cold sweat trickled down his temples. He was already a tier 2, level 6 talent. Yet under Lu Guan's overwhelming pressure, he felt utterly powerless to resist. Just how powerful was this young man? Every member of the rapid response team was stunned. As bystanders, they too had no idea how Lu Guan had countered their deputy team leader's attack. Xiao Xinxian's expression darkened as he hurried forward to intercede. Mr. Lu, please don't act impulsively. We mean you no harm. We simply wish to request your cooperation in investigating certain matters. Lu Guan frowned at the words. No ill intent? Indeed. He could tell that although Lin Wuying's attack had been fierce, he hadn't intended to take his life. But so what? He had avenged half of his mother's wrongs, finally lifting a heavy burden from his heart. Yet these people had to show up at this very moment to cross his path, leaving Lu Guan in a foul mood. He snorted lightly. Your invitation from the Dragon Ascension Guild? I'm afraid I can't accept it. Xiao Xinxian took a deep breath. It was clear this young man wasn't someone to be trifled with. Xiao Xinxian pondered for a moment before lowering his voice. Mr. Lu, our headquarters received word yesterday that the Lu family has initiated the Blood Moon Plan. This matter concerns the safety of all humanity on Blue Star, so we must proceed with caution. That's why we'd like to invite you back to understand the specifics. From the perspective of the Dragon Ascension Guild, it was inconvenient for him to discuss such matters in public. After all, no one could guarantee there weren't individuals with ulterior motives present. Once information that could easily cause social unrest was disseminated, many issues that were actually quite simple to resolve would become incredibly difficult. That's why the Dragon Ascension Guild has always prioritized stability above all else. Team leader, we don't need to say this much to him. Kid, if you've got the guts, kill me. At that moment, Lin Wuying, who had seemed to regain his composure, suddenly spoke with unexpected defiance. Lu Guan raised an eyebrow. You think I won't? Lin Wuying closed his eyes resolutely. Lu Guan flipped his left hand, retrieving a dark gold badge from his storage space. The Dragon Ascension Guild members erupted into a stir at the sight. Xiao Xinxian's face turned ashen. A second-class dragon emblem. As the leader of the Rapid Action Squad in the Dragon Ascension Guild's second battle group, how could he not recognize this? It was the symbol of the Dragon Ascension Guild's highest honor. Only those who had made monumental contributions to the guild and to the Dragon Nation were awarded it. Xiao Xinxian suddenly remembered something and exclaimed in shock, so you're the monstrously powerful individual who single-handedly killed the Blood General. Lu Guan frowned upon hearing this. He had indeed single-handedly slain the Blood General yesterday. But what did demonically gifted powerhouse mean? In truth, just yesterday, news had suddenly arrived at the Dragon Ascension Guild headquarters. It stated that a prodigiously talented demonic powerhouse had emerged in the Dragon Nation. Not only did he instantly eliminate 2 Dark Cherry Guild experts who had illegally trespassed into the Blood Prison Abyss, but also single-handedly defeated the Blood General without a scratch. The mid-tier item he obtained, Blood Marrow Essence, was also donated to the Dragon Nation without compensation. Lu Xiao, vice president of the Dragon Ascension Guild, immediately decided to bestow upon this formidable figure a second-class dragon emblem. Though none knew the prodigy's name at the time. But the fact that he could kill Yamamoto Ruji without a second thought was enough to make all the Dragon Nation citizens cheer with satisfaction. As for the other 2 incidents, most were still reeling from the sheer combat prowess of the multi-talented fighter. You really are. Lin Wuying opened his eyes wide upon hearing Xiao Xinxian's words. Seeing the dark gold badge, his expression instantly grew complex. He recalled how just yesterday he had joked. If I ever get the chance to meet that demonic powerhouse, I'll bow down to him. Damn it, those bastards from the land of cherry blossoms are too sneaky. Too bad I wasn't at the Blood Prison Abyss. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let those other 3 get away. Lin Wuying never imagined they'd meet under such circumstances today. Mr. Lu, it turns out we're all on the same side. Xiao Xinxian quickly seized the moment to interject, his stern expression instantly shifting to earnestness. Apologize to Mr. Lu immediately. He knew that with this second-class dragon patterned badge, it wouldn't just be a deputy team leader he could kill. Even as the head of the group, as long as there were sufficient grounds, headquarters might not be able to do anything to Lu Guan. Lin Wuying's expression at that moment was truly something to behold. Shock, regret, and shame all mingled together, leaving him utterly devoid of any trace of his usual temper. Mr. Lu, I was the one who overstepped earlier. I'm just a hot-headed person, please don't hold it against me. Lu Guan snorted coldly at the words. Truthfully, he never intended to truly punish Lin Wuying. He simply didn't want to join the Dragon Ascension Guild. But ultimately, that was merely a personal choice. The Dragon Ascension Guild housed all sorts of people. Aside from a few foreign spies infiltrated into its ranks, the vast majority of its members were contributors who sacrificed their personal interests to uphold the fundamental stability of the Dragon Nation. If someone provoked him, Lu Guan might mete out a small punishment to serve as a warning. But to kill someone over this? That was going too far. I dislike being forced into anything. Lu Guan withdrew the void blade and said indifferently. Seeing the sharp blade finally withdraw from Lin Wuying's throat, Xiao Zhenxian finally exhaled in relief. Mr. Lu, we understand. Since you have other matters to attend to, we won't disturb you further today. However, regarding the Lu family's Blood Moon project, we still hope you can find time to visit the Longting Guild headquarters. This time, Lu Guan did not refuse. He gave a slight nod, acknowledging Xiao Zhenxian's request. The rapid action team members stepped aside to let him pass. Watching Lu Guan's retreating figure, they no longer carried the spirited vigor they had upon arrival. Look at that. What defines a true powerhouse? Facing tyranny without fear, meeting an enemy nation's provocation with a swift, decisive strike. That is strength. Inside the Grand Hall, the Lu family members exchanged glances. They were unaware of Lu Guan's achievements within the blood prison abyss. But that second-class dragon-patterned badge was unmistakable. Who would have thought that the good-for-nothing they had always looked down upon had now become a figure they must look up to, both in strength and status? The Lu family mansion. After returning, Lu Guan immediately locked himself in his room. All the debts of vengeance had been settled, only one person remained. When Lu Jingxiu entered the world of slaughter, he had already reached Tier 3, Level 2. No one knew what innate talent he had awakened. Seems I need to hurry up and level up. Barring any surprises, Lu Jingxiu's current combat strength was at least around 3,500. Lu Guan understood he was still no match for him. With that thought, Lu Guan retrieved the energy stone coffin from his storage space. So far, he had gathered nearly 1,000 low-grade energy crystals and 100 mid-grade energy crystals. With this quantity, combined with the energy stone coffin, it should be enough to level up within 2 days. Chapter 53, Entering the Eternal Night Wilderness. For the time that followed, Lu Guan was almost entirely immersed in the process of absorbing energy. He lay within the energy stone coffin. As the seemingly endless crystals filling the chamber were consumed one by one, Lu Guan could feel his power growing stronger and stronger. If an ordinary person were to absorb energy at a normal rate, it would take at least 1 or 2 months to fully absorb such a quantity of crystals. It must be said, this energy sarcophagus was truly a remarkable thing. 2 days later, only when the very last crystal stone vanished completely did Lu Guan slowly open his eyes. Name, Lu Guan. Level, Tier 2, Level 4. Strength, 164. Speed, 228. Spirit, 219. Constitution, 153. Combat power, 3438. Sure enough, I've leveled up again. But looking at his combat power, Lu Guan realized that his normal 4-stat increases were having an increasingly negligible impact on this value. Perhaps this was one of the side effects of borrowing from the future? After all, a gifted individual's true strength doesn't depend solely on their 4 core attributes, it's also tied to how much energy they absorb. He drew upon future opportunities to enhance his 4-dimensional attributes and innate skills. The energy deficit will eventually be replenished. Big shot, reply when you see this message. No sooner had he closed the attribute panel than the communication interface flashed with a new message alert. Lu Guan opened it to find it was from Su Yueying. Why contact me now? Could it be a lead on the tears of the shepherd god? Lu Guan pondered as he casually replied to Su Yueying. 1. Less than a minute later, another message notification popped up. Why just a 1? You're so aloof, boss. But I like it. Lu Guan was a bit speechless. Get to the point. If you have nothing to say, I'm heading into the killing world to hunt monsters. He knew full well that with his current strength, facing Lu Jingxiu would leave him with less than a 50-50 chance of victory. Who had time for idle chatter with Su Yueying? Man, you really are working hard. But since you're heading into the killing world, then it's perfect, let's head to the Eternal Night Wastes together. Su Yueying suggested. The Eternal Night Wastes? Why? Lu Guan pondered thoughtfully. If I recall correctly, it's a realm completely shrouded in the dark moon. In that world, there is no distinction between day and night, inhabited solely by creatures that thrive in darkness. Among them, the most unique were the Eternal Night Specters. They possess no physical form, relying primarily on energy and psychic attacks against other races. Conversely, all physical attacks were utterly ineffective against them. For instance, a Void Blade would be utterly powerless against a Nightshade. Fortunately, the Eternal Night Specters are only E rank. Of course, it's related to the task the guild leader assigned. Su Yueying's words seemed to radiate smug satisfaction. Lu Guan's eyes lit up. Tell me more. Su Yueying immediately replied, this information was actually disclosed to me by someone voluntarily. They said the Dark Moon Goddess Lilith would descend upon the Eternal Night Wastes, and the tears of the Shepherd God are upon Lilith herself. Lu Guan pondered for a moment, sensing something odd. Who would voluntarily share this information with Su Yueying? Come to think of it, it's quite a coincidence that person awakened in the same newbie village as us. Ah, never mind overthinking it. It's not exactly a dangerous realm anyway, we'll find out once we get there. I can't wait to meet the big shot. Su Yueying urged. Lu Guan pondered for a moment. That makes sense. Without another word, he opened the interface and selected the Eternal Night Wilderness realm. The scene before him flickered. Lu Guan found himself standing on pitch-black ground. The sky hung heavy and murky, devoid of stars, save for a dark green moon larger than the sun itself. The air was thick with dampness, as if the entire world had been submerged in eternal night. President! As Lu Guan surveyed his surroundings, Su Yueying's voice drifted from nearby. Turning toward the sound, he saw her standing beside a broken stone monument. The convenience of joining the same guild lay precisely in this. They didn't even need to form a party as long as they entered the same realm, they could appear in close proximity. Lu Guan walked over on his own. Su Yueying still wore the same bright and beautiful outfit as before. Her eyes sparkled, as if bringing a glimmer of light to this dark world. But when he glanced behind her, there was no one there. Lu Guan couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Why are you alone? Where's Su Haokai?" Usually, the siblings appeared together before him, and Lu Guan had grown accustomed to it. The sudden absence of one felt oddly unsettling. Su Yueying immediately gave a disapproving little snort. "After so long apart, President, why ask about my brother the moment we meet? Didn't you miss me at all?" She felt comfortable enough to tease him like this only because she'd grown genuinely close to Lu Guan. Lu Guan, however, was utterly baffled. What was there to miss? He felt they'd only been apart for a short while. What was there to miss? A flicker of disappointment immediately crossed Su Yueying's eyes. "Never mind then. My brother awakened an F-rank talent, throwing expertise. That kind of pure physical attack talent would be too dangerous to use in the wasteland, so I didn't bring him alone." Lu Guan nodded in sudden understanding. It wasn't that Su Haokai deliberately concealed his talent. It was simply that, while with Lu Guan, he never had the chance to demonstrate it. "Then let's go." With that, Lu Guan saw no point in lingering. To this day, information about the Eternal Night Wasteland on Blue Star remains extremely limited. This realm was simply too bizarre. No one knows the origin of that dark moon in the sky, only that it ceaselessly drains and corrupts the spiritual essence of every living being that ventures here. Simply put, those with high mental attributes would lose their sanity if they lingered too long in this realm, while those with low mental attributes might become fools. In either case, it directly prevents explorers from ever returning to Blue Star. This characteristic seemed somewhat similar to the Void Realm. The two walked aimlessly forward. Lu Guan suddenly asked, "Regarding the Eternal Night Wasteland, it seems even the Dragon Ascension Guild doesn't possess much information. Do you know where that informant got their information?" Su Yueying thought carefully. "I don't actually know the person's specific identity. I only remember he was a bit shorter than you, wore a mask, and was very mysterious. He only told us the Dark Moon Goddess would descend upon this realm, nothing else." Lu Guan pondered for a moment. "So you don't know anything either?" Su Yueying's eyes darted nervously before she nodded hesitantly. Lu Guan was speechless. If he'd known it would be like this, he really should have prepared more before coming in. "Oh dear, President, you're so capable. A mere eternal night wasteland? Nothing dangerous about it." Su Yueying knew it was all her own carelessness. She pouted playfully. Lu Guandu shot her a sidelong glance. "So you secretly invited me in behind your brother's back, didn't you? It's obvious." With Su Haokai's cautious and steady personality, he'd never do something so reckless. Su Yueying flushed crimson, lowering her head in silence. Lu Guan took a deep breath, deciding it wasn't worth pursuing further. At that moment, a shadowy figure drifted toward them from the distance ahead. Its form resembled smoke stirred by a gentle breeze, gathering and dispersing intermittently. The light throughout the entire realm was extremely dim. Had Lu Guan not remained vigilant, he likely would not have noticed it at all. Chapter 54, The Dispute in the Stonehouse. Seeing Lu Guan remain silent, she quietly lifted her head and saw Lu Guan staring straight ahead. Following his gaze, Su Yueying gasped in horror. "It's a ghost." She was so frightened she nearly threw herself into Lu Guan's arms. Lu Guan sighed helplessly. "That must be the Eternal Night Spectre. You're a gifted one, how could you be afraid of ghosts?" As he spoke, he habitually retrieved the Void Blade from his storage space. But he quickly remembered that the Void Blade was utterly powerless against this entity. A flicker of awkwardness crossed Su Yueying's eyes. Her body instinctively sought shelter behind Lu Guan. Even if she was a gifted one, she was still a girl. What was so unusual about being afraid of ghosts? Lu Guan could only reassure her, "Don't be afraid. The Eternal Night Spectre is only E rank. Your water manipulation talent is more than enough to handle it." Su Yueying knew perfectly well that her water manipulation talent could harm the Eternal Night Spectre. But as a citizen of Dragon Nation, reverence for spirits and ghosts was ingrained in her, something she couldn't control. And that thing kept drifting in the air, sometimes a dark mist, sometimes a human form. It was exactly like the ghosts described in the stories she heard as a child. Su Yueying even wondered, could this very thing be what people in the past referred to as a ghost? The Eternal Night Spectre's movement wasn't particularly swift. Yet now it was only a few steps away from the two of them. Lu Guan saw Su Yuaning's fingers turning white as she gripped his sleeve, knowing she was too terrified to act. Without a word, he conjured a ball of fire before his chest. Even under the shroud of the dark moon, the flames burned with a blinding brilliance. Lu Guan could sense his innate skill had been weakened by the dark moon by at least a third. Still, it would be more than enough to slay the eternal night specter. With a flick of his wrist, the fireball shot forward. The moment it struck the dark mist, the eternal night specter ignited with a whoosh like gasoline set ablaze by a spark. Within a breath, a notification popped up on his interface. Successful kill, Eternal Night Specter. Energy gained, 400 points. Guild leader, how is your fireball so incredibly powerful? Su Yuaning asked, somewhat stunned. She knew Lu Guan was a multi-talent, so casting a fireball was perfectly normal. But the issue was, she'd seen other Tier 2, Level 1 fire elemental controllers, none of them could possibly one-shot the Eternal Night Specter so effortlessly. Lu Guan replied expressionlessly, this is merely the standard power of a Level 2, Tier 4 talent user wielding fire control. Su Yuaning was puzzled. If she remembered correctly, the last time she parted ways with Lu Guan, he was only a Tier 2, Level 1. Level 4, Tier 2. You mean you're already a Tier 2, Level 4? President, you're not pulling my leg, are you? Even if a god forced energy into your head, you couldn't possibly level up that fast. Su Yuaning's expression now was even more exaggerated than when she'd just seen a ghost. Come to think of it. For someone with normal talent, even with relentless effort, reaching Tier 2 requires grinding monsters for at least 1 or 2 months to gain a single level. Yet Lu Guan had managed to leapfrog 3 levels in such a short span. It was nothing short of defying the heavens. Yet in reality, Lu Guan's experience was remarkably similar to having divine energy forcibly poured into his mind. His initial 3-tier advancement stemmed from absorbing energy from his mother's star spirit tribe. His 4th-tier advancement came from using massive quantities of energy crystals, amplified by the energy stone coffin. But Lu Guan felt explaining this to Su Yuaning would only lead to more questions. Clearly, now was not the time. He simply smiled faintly and said nothing. A sudden disturbance erupted within his storage space. Lu Guan immediately retrieved the oracle mirror. Su Yuaning had been curious about this item ever since the trading market in Bright Moon City. Yet it seemed the oracle mirror held no power outside the realm of slaughter. Seeing Lu Guan take it out now, she hurriedly leaned in to get a closer look. A hazy, gray-green mist slowly materialized on the mirror's surface. Within the mist, a faint, greenish dark moon hung in the sky, half of it seemingly devoured by something. At the mirror's edge, crimson light swirled like a warning. The two exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. Lu Guan knew this thing sometimes liked to show abstract images. For instance, the crimson glow of the starry eyes usually signaled danger. Su Yuaning frowned and asked, "What does this mean, President? Can you make sense of it?" In the past, when things were calm, Su Yuaning had actually enjoyed puzzles and deductions. But now, this oracle mirror had her thoroughly baffled. Lu Guan shook his head as well. Uncertain. But based on past experience, perhaps it wouldn't be long before the moon truly underwent some strange transformation. Su Yuaning couldn't help but glance up at the dark moon overhead, feeling a chill run down her spine. "President, I can't help but feel, the moon seems to have gotten smaller." Lu Guan glanced up as well, and he too had the same feeling. "Whatever happens, we should be cautious. Let's get out of here first." Su Yuaning hurriedly chimed in, "Let's go. Let's go." With that, the two continued on their way. They had no idea how long they'd been walking. The two could only feel that the eternal night wasteland truly lived up to its name. In this realm, aside from withered plants and crumbling structures built from massive boulders, they found nothing else. Along the way, Lu Guan slayed several more eternal night specters. This godforsaken place was barren not only in its landscape but in its very life forms. Each eternal night specter yielded nothing but a paltry 400 energy points as reward. "Guild leader, look! There's an intact stone hut up ahead, and it seems to have a fire burning inside." Su Yuaning suddenly pointed ahead, her voice tinged with excitement. After lingering too long in this gloomy, oppressive, lifeless place, even the slightest hint of novelty could bring a surge of delight. Lu Guanchuan turned to look in that direction, while faint voices of several people speaking reached his ears. Two of those voices, in particular, sounded strangely familiar to him. Su Yuaning's interest piqued, she blurted out without waiting for a response. "Let's go check it out." She grabbed Lu Guanchuan's arm and pulled him along. Only when they drew closer did the two hear clearly that the people inside the room were arguing. A woman's voice was filled with rage. "Damn it all! I told you the eternal night wasteland was dangerous, but you insisted on choosing this cursed realm. Now look at us, none of our interfaces will open. We're all going to be trapped and die in this godforsaken place." As she finished speaking, a male voice, dripping with venom, cut the crap. "When I said we could get soul crystals here, you weren't acting like this. Now you're playing innocent with me." The woman's voice suddenly shot up. "It's all because of you. If you hadn't sworn up and down that your fire control talent could handle the eternal night specters with ease, How could I have agreed otherwise? At that moment, a slightly more earnest male voice interjected, "Stop arguing. This bickering serves no purpose. We should focus on figuring out how to open the panel and return to Blue Star." Chapter 55, So You're the Big Shot. Suddenly, the shattering sound of glass echoed through the quiet, eerie environment, crisp and piercing. Clearly, someone had thrown something in anger. Su Yuaning, who had just approached the massive stone door, was startled by the sudden commotion. She turned her head and glanced at Lu Guan. "Chairman, should we still go in?" Lu Guan's eyes sparkled with amusement. Without a word, he stepped forward and pushed the stone door open. Su Yuaning felt a bit helpless. Truth be told, she'd have liked to eavesdrop a little longer. What exactly were those people arguing about inside? The chairman's actions were rather abrupt. The two entered the stone chamber. In the center sat a crudely made brazier. Though devoid of any fuel, flames blazed fiercely within. Beside the brazier, a large square stone table seated 4 men and 2 women, 6 people in total. Su Yuaning and Lu Guan's sudden intrusion immediately halted their argument, all eyes turning toward them. A woman with almond-shaped eyes and a high nose wore an expression of obvious wariness. "Who are you?" The moment she spoke, Su Yuaning recognized the voice instantly. This woman was the one who had shouted in anger. "Everyone, please don't be nervous. We just want to come in and rest. We mean no harm," Su Yuaning hurriedly explained. "Boss." Suddenly, a harsh male voice cut in. Immediately, a man with a buzz cut among the 6 stood up swiftly. Su Yuaning's impression was still frozen on the scene of these people arguing moments ago. Seeing this buzz-cut man with a rather fierce appearance, she instinctively grew wary and stepped in front of Lu Guan. Though she knew Lu Guan's combat prowess meant he didn't need her protection. But it was simply an instinctive reaction. The man with the crew cut walked straight over, his eyes brimming with excitement as he exclaimed, "Boss, it's so great to see you here." Su Yuaning froze at his words. His demeanor clearly didn't suggest he intended to fight. "President, do you two know each other?" Lu Guan nodded with a smile. "Li Song, what are you doing here?" "That's right. Who else but Li Song would constantly call Lu Guan boss?" As Li Song stepped closer, he naturally noticed Su Yuaning shielding Lu Guan just now. He scratched his head. "It's a long story. Hey, boss, is this lady your wife?" "That's the way it is on the streets. Regardless of age, once you acknowledge the boss, his woman is naturally called the boss's wife." Su Yuaning's pretty face flushed instantly at the title. "What nonsense are you spouting? Who says I'm your sister-in-law?" Only then did she realize she was still standing between them. She quickly stepped aside. Despite Li Song's rough and tumble appearance, he was actually quite observant. Seeing his sister-in-law's reaction, how could he not figure it out? He thought to himself, the boss's combat skills and character are unmatched, but his skills with women leave much to be desired. Clearly, he hadn't won her over yet. "Whoops, look at me blabbing away. Boss, let me introduce you to my teammates." He chuckled awkwardly, quickly changing the subject. With Lu Guan's arrival, the tense atmosphere inside the stone hut inexplicably eased considerably. Everyone's attention was now focused entirely on Lu Guan and Su Yuaning, and for a moment, they didn't even notice their own emotions gradually calming down. Li Song pulled Lu Guan over to the square table. Besides him, Jiang Yan, whom they'd met twice in the newbie village, and the chubby Wang Roy were naturally present too. Their excitement at seeing Lu Guan was no less than Li Song's. After all, these two had witnessed firsthand just how formidable Lu Guan's strength was. They had actually been in the eternal night wilderness for over 24 hours now. For some inexplicable reason, they felt increasingly panicked and angry. Later, the 6 decided it was best to temporarily exit this realm. But unexpectedly, the interface panel wouldn't open. This was the primary reason the 6-person squad had acted impulsively before Lu Guan and Su Yuaning appeared. Now, the emergence of Lu Guan, this formidable figure, was nothing short of a lifeline for them. "Everyone, allow me to introduce you. This is the legendary figure from Newbie Village 917 I've told you about. Lu Guan, the man who single-handedly slaughtered every beast in the village during the 3-day trial, then single-handedly turned the tide against the beast tide with his blade, saving 100 lives. He's my boss. See? I didn't exaggerate, did I?" Li Song clapped his hands, pushing Lu Guan forward with a look of pride. The way he acted, if he hadn't mentioned Lu Guan's name, everyone would have thought he was the one who did it. Then Li Song turned sideways, bowing and scraping as he said, "Boss, this is Luo Hongyang." He pointed to the burly man beside the chubby kid, a figure similar in build to Zhang Ning, though with darker skin. Luo Hongyang merely gave Lu Guan a faint glance and said nothing. In truth, he and Li Song had known each other for some time. Lu Guan was a strength enhancement talent. Among the 6-member team, both he and Li Song had reached Tier 2, though Luo Hongyang's combat prowess actually slightly surpassed Li Song's. Ever since his awakening, Luo Hongyang had often heard Li Song mention his boss how terrifyingly powerful he was. But knowing Li Song, he simply couldn't believe such a monstrously powerful person existed in this world. This indirect perception also led him to harbor little fondness for Lu Guan. This girl was named by Lu, who had awakened the life contract talent. Li Song read the room and, seeing Lu Guan showed little interest in Luo Hongyang, moved on to introduce the next person. Life contract? This time, Lu Guan's expression shifted slightly. Life contract, that was a rare E-rank talent. Its function is the exact opposite of the bloodlust talent. It transfers one's own physical strength and spirit to the contracted partner. It's the type that burns itself to illuminate others. Hello. Bai Lu offered a polite smile. Once her emotions settled, this woman's temperament revealed itself to be less fiery than expected, instead carrying a certain aloof elegance. Lu Guan returned the smile. Li Song was about to introduce the third person. A slender teenager about 5 feet 7 inches tall. Beneath his messy chestnut brown short hair was a baby face, making him appear only around 20 years old. Greetings, Master Lu Guan. I've heard of you. You're the formidable warrior who successfully slayed the 1,000-faced worm in the void nest, aren't you? Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Duan Xingqian, and I possess an E-class overload talent. It's an honor to meet you. Ever since Li Song addressed Lu Guan as boss, Duan Xingqian had been watching him with intense focus. Now that it was finally his turn to introduce himself, he could barely contain his excitement. However, upon hearing his words, both Luo Hongyang and Bai Lu couldn't help but feel slightly surprised. The 1,000-faced insects of the void nest were creatures even tier 2, level 5 or higher talent holders dared not provoke lightly. How could Lu Guan possibly possess the strength to slay a 1,000-faced insect? Chapter 56, Devouring the Dark Moon. It wasn't just Luo Hongyang and Bai Lu, who had never truly believed in Lu Guan's strength. Even Li Song and the other two couldn't help but look stunned. Boss, he's not actually serious, is he? You actually took down a 1,000-face worm. Li Song stared wide-eyed, asking in disbelief. As far as he knew, not long ago, a 7-member squad with members nearing tier 2 had banded together to ambush that C-rank ferocious beast. In the end, 5 suffered minor injuries, 1 was critically wounded. And 1 person was lost forever in the void insect nest realm. Lu Guan remained non-committal to Li Song's shock. But he was more curious about how Duan Xingqian had learned of this incident. Besides himself, only 3 members of the 9th battle group had been present that day. Could this young man have some connection to the Dragon Ascension Guild? Sure enough, before Lu Guan could ask, Duan Xingqian spoke to Li Song with evident excitement. Of course it's true. You know Zhuo Feiyan from the 9th battle group of the Dragon Ascension Guild, right? He's a good friend of mine, and he witnessed this with his own eyes. Upon hearing this, Luo Hongyang immediately fell deep in thought. After a moment, he said, so it was killed alongside the Dragon Ascension Guild. That explains it. Anyone could detect the tinge of sourness in his tone. The Dragon Ascension Guild recruits only the most exceptionally talented individuals. Luo Hongyang thought to himself, if he teamed up with them, he could have taken down the 1,000-faced worm just as easily. What's there to brag about? Lu Guan didn't argue. After all, Jia Tianlu's piercing strike through the heart had truly been a huge help to him. Calling it a cooperative kill wouldn't be inaccurate. Without further explanation from Lu Guan, the others accepted Luo Hongyang's interpretation and let the matter drop. Only Duan Xingqian understood the truth. How proud and stubborn was his good friend? The fact that he'd been completely crushed by this incident for days only proved that Lu Guan's strength had left him utterly stunned and despairing. Lu Guan disliked excessive attention, so he changed the subject. Now I can ask, how did you all end up here? The Eternal Night Wastes weren't like other realms. Either teeming with life or rich in resources. But this place lived up to its name. The entire realm was likely nothing but endless wasteland, yielding pitifully little energy even from slaying eternal night specters. Li Song held nothing back from Lu Guan. Boss, this matter isn't actually complicated. It all started 2 days ago when we received a tip. A major foreign guild is actively buying up spectral crystals, offering extremely high prices. They claim this material can only be obtained in the Eternal Night Wastes. So we figured, since the Eternal Night Ghosts aren't that high level anyway, we might as well give it a shot. At this point, Li Song scratched his head. But it's strange, I'd never heard of soul crystals before. I only managed to find out that guild apparently wants to use this material to craft weapons and equipment. Lu Guan racked his brain over the information he possessed, yet couldn't recall a single detail. Turning his head, he saw a similarly bewildered look in Su Yueying's eyes. The Eternal Night Wasteland was one of the exclusive territories explicitly designated for the Dragon Nation by the International Convention Organization. If even he and Su Yueying hadn't heard of it, where on earth did that foreign guild get the information? Have you found this material yet? Lu Guan asked directly. Before Li Song could answer, Bai Lu suddenly snorted in annoyance. We've been exploring this godforsaken place for a full day and night. Forget about ghost crystals, we haven't found a damn thing. Everyone could hear the clear resentment toward Li Song in Bai Lu's words. Jiang Yan'an, fearing another argument between the two, quickly interjected, actually, I've been wondering, could it be that these so-called ghost crystals don't even exist? Su Yueying's eyes twinkled as she declared with certainty, absolutely. Just like you said, the Eternal Night Ghost isn't that high level, and that foreign guild is offering a huge price for it. Such a golden opportunity would surely attract a flood of competitors. Yet in reality, despite Su Yuaning and Lu Guan having been in the realm for so long, apart from the 6-person team, they hadn't encountered a single other soul. After Su Yuaning laid out the reasoning, Li Song felt a sudden flash of insight, slapping his forehead. You're absolutely right, sis-in-law. How could I have missed that? Su Yuaning flushed again at being called big sister-in-law, glaring fiercely at Li Song. Lu Guan paid no attention, merely shaking his head inwardly. How could they not have thought of such a simple thing? The 6-person team was clearly driven by self-interest and hadn't considered this angle at all. But what exactly was the motive of the person who led them astray? Lu Guan was deep in thought. Chubby Wang Rui spoke up, Big brother Lu Guan, there's another strange thing. At some point, the interface for the killing world suddenly stopped opening. Can you guys still open yours? Only then did Su Yuaning recall that before she and Lu Guan entered the stone chamber, Bai Lu had mentioned something about the interface not opening. The Slaughter World interface was a product of divine energy. How could it suddenly stop working? Impossible. Su Yuaning muttered under her breath before immediately attempting to summon her interface within her consciousness. To her astonishment, after several consecutive attempts, it truly showed no response whatsoever. What the hell is going on? President, try yours. Is your interface still working? Su Yuaning's eyes widened in utter bewilderment. Lu Guan looked at her and shook his head. The little chubby guy immediately scowled and said, Even you, big shot, can't open your interface? What do we do now? Are we really going to be trapped in this realm forever? Lu Guan's expression grew increasingly grave. After a long silence, suddenly, he recalled the vision from the oracle mirror. That ring of red light might not be a warning of danger at all. Could it possibly symbolize some kind of energy? With that thought, Lu Guan swiftly stood up and stepped out of the stone hut. The others, unsure of his intentions, followed him out. Lu Guan looked up at the sky. The dark moon, which had resembled a disk, now visibly lacked a portion of its disk. Looking around, the already gray world seemed even more gloomy. Bai Lu exclaimed in surprise, Look, everyone! The moon isn't the same as before. Everyone turned to look in the direction she pointed. Luo Hongyang scoffed, It's just a lunar eclipse. What's the big deal? Hearing this, even his close friend Li Song felt embarrassed for him. Lunar eclipses only occur on Blue Star. This is the world of slaughter, how could there possibly be a lunar eclipse here? Su Yuaning couldn't help but recall the images that had appeared in the oracle mirror. She pondered for a long while before suddenly realizing something. That wasn't a lunar eclipse. It was some kind of energy devouring the dark moon. Chapter 57, That bull was spot on. After Su Yuaning spoke, everyone present except Lu Guan looked utterly bewildered. Truthfully, the killing world had only recently descended upon Blue Star. Most gifted individuals still possessed limited understanding of concepts like energy and realms. Becoming a gifted individual meant entering various realms to slay monsters, level up, and obtain magical rewards, right? Energy devouring? What the hell was that? Energy devouring the dark moon? That's quite an imaginative concept. Luo Hongyang found Su Yuaning's explanation rather far-fetched. Though like the other 5 in his team, he knew little about this eternal night wasteland. But this was, after all, a world ruled by deities. Wasn't it perfectly normal for strange things to happen here? What a waste of time scaring yourself for no reason. With that, he waved dismissively and turned back toward the stone hut. Yet upon hearing Luo Hongyang's words, the others secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Human nature being what it was, when faced with the incomprehensible, they instinctively clung to hope. After all, if Su Yuaning's prediction came true and the dark moon was completely swallowed, who could foresee the horrors that might follow? Don't mind that, okay? Luo Hongyang was that kind of person, muscular but not the sharpest tool in the shed, with a blunt, straightforward temperament. Seeing Su Yuaning's furrowed brows, Jiang Yan'an stepped forward to offer a comforting word. She also stole a glance at Lu Guan standing beside her. As the eldest daughter of the Su family in Starry Sky City, what kind of people hadn't Su Yuaning seen? Lu Guanhan was hardly worth her attention. The realm of carnage was a testing ground for all races. Unexpected events usually only led to greater peril. They returned to the stone hut. The faint glow from the brazier barely helped dispel the gloom weighing on everyone's hearts. A heavy silence hung over the stone hut for a long while. Li Song, usually the most talkative, finally couldn't hold back. Damn it all to hell, the interface still won't open. Boss, have you thought of any way to get me out of this godforsaken place? I'm dying to see the son of Blue Star right now. What the hell is he thinking? Lu Guan might be powerful, but he's still just a gifted individual. How could he possibly resist the power of the realm? Besides, there are restrictions on who can enter the realm. The same realm can only be entered once every 7 days. Lu Guan hasn't even obtained the tears of the shepherd god yet. How could he possibly withdraw so easily? Su Yuning sighed helplessly. To traverse realms without using the interface, you'd need at least a god-tier item's functionality. To date, no one across the entire Blue Star has ever been heard to have found a god-tier item. Li Song visibly deflated upon hearing this. Lu Guan surveyed the mental states of the 4 around him and suddenly thought of another question. You've been in this realm for so long, haven't you suffered any mental corruption? According to the data he possessed, normally, individuals with talent below Tier 2 would exhibit abnormal emotional states within 6 hours of entering the Eternal Night Wasteland. 12 hours was the absolute limit for maintaining conscious awareness. Moreover, this mental corruption can only be slightly alleviated by psychic or purification-type talent skills. Yet judging by the appearance of these 6 individuals, aside from seeming somewhat emotionally unstable, everything else about them appeared perfectly normal. Li Song and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Clearly, they knew nothing about what Lu Guan had mentioned. Mental pollution? What does that even mean? The chubby Wang Rui asked with a blank expression. Su Yueying stared wide-eyed. You don't know that the dark moon energy of the Eternal Night Wasteland contaminates the minds of all creatures that enter? Everyone shook their heads in confusion. This matter, however, wasn't difficult to comprehend. After all, Lu Guan and Su Yueying came from wealthy noble families. Obtaining information was naturally much easier for them than for ordinary people. But what puzzled Lu Guan most was this. What possible motive could the person spreading the false information have for deliberately luring these 6 individuals who knew absolutely nothing about the Eternal Night Wasteland into the realm? Su Yueying outlined the information she possessed to the group. After listening, Li Song suddenly slapped the stone table in realization. No wonder my temper's been getting worse ever since we entered this place. It was all due to the influence of the Dark Moon's energy. Bai Lu still remembered the earlier quarrel between the two. She retorted coldly, fire-wielding talents are naturally hot-tempered. This remark wasn't entirely without basis. What kind of talent a person awakens, and their aptitude after awakening, is indeed tied to their genetics. At that moment, Duan Xingxian seemed to grasp something. By your logic, Lu Guan, a normal talent's mental resilience would last no more than 12 hours here. But we've already endured a full day and night. Could it be that the reason we haven't suffered significant mental corruption is because the dark moon energy is being devoured? Hearing this, Luo Hongyang snorted dismissively. Mental pollution? I haven't felt a thing. You can't solve a single problem, yet you sit here spreading alarmist nonsense and you call yourself a big shot. Lu Guan never held Luo Hongyang in high regard to begin with. But seeing the other repeatedly targeting him and Su Yueying, he wasn't entirely without temper. If you don't believe what we're saying, you can choose not to listen. Besides, I never claimed to be a big shot. But if we're talking about strength, I am indeed stronger than you. Lu Guan's persistent lack of retaliation had Luo Hongyang convinced he was a pushover. Hearing him speak now, though, piqued his interest. Then why don't you tell everyone here what level are you now? Luo Hongyang snorted with disdain. He surmised that Lu Guan and Li Song were both awakened talents from the same beginner village. Given that Li Song kept calling him big shot, Lu Guan was probably only around tier 2, level 3 at most. Luo Hongyang had just advanced to tier 2, level 1. But thanks to awakening a strength-enhancing talent skill and his own exceptional aptitude, his combat prowess was barely sufficient to exchange blows with an ordinary tier 2, level 3 talent user. This was the confidence that allowed him to consistently disregard Lu Guan. Tier 2, level 4. Lu Guan stated matter-of-factly, speaking the truth. This outcome did surprise Luo Hongyang slightly. But in everyone's understanding, a big shot should at least be at stage 2, level 7 or above, right? Only tier 2, level 4? Li Song, is this the big shot you've been following? Luo Hongyang made no effort to hide his contempt as he turned his gaze toward Li Song. As a brother, I have to give you a heads up. My boss may only be a tier 2, level 4, but his combat prowess has long matched that of an ordinary tier 3 talent. Li Song retorted defiantly. Of course, this statement still contains some exaggeration on his part to boast about Lu Guan. After all, how could he possibly know Lu Guan's true combat strength? But as luck would have it, his boast turned out to be spot on. Chapter 58, I'll let you take 3 moves. Li Song didn't know if Lu Guan's strength had reached the absurd level of stage 3. He knew that if Lu Guan truly wanted to teach that self-important Luo Hongyang a lesson, it would be no problem at all. Everyone froze upon hearing this, then silently rolled their eyes inwardly. Only a fool would believe his nonsense. Even Zhang Yan'an and the chubby kid thought Li Song's claim that a tier 2, level 4 fighter could match a tier 3 was utterly preposterous. Luo Hongyang simply snorted derisively and burst out laughing. A tier 2, level 4 matching tier 3? Li Song, are you still asleep? If your boss is really that good, I'd be down on my knees calling him boss right now. Hearing this, Li Song shot back with a sarcastic tone. Well, I guess I should remind you I already warned you, bro. Let me give you one more piece of advice, don't act on impulse. Luo Hongyang couldn't stand that goading. His eyes flashed with defiance as he turned to Lu Guan. Kid, if you've got the guts, let's settle this in a spar. Give everyone here a show. Let's see just how strong your third-tier combat power really is. Lu Guan remained expressionless, replying calmly, as you wish. Truthfully, under normal circumstances, he wouldn't have bothered responding to Luo Hongyang's provocation. But this time, he accepted the challenge partly because of Su Yueying. Lu Guan couldn't care less about Luo Hongyang's attitude toward him, but Su Yueying was, after all, a future core member of the guild. Being targeted repeatedly like this? Lu Guan couldn't stand for it. Fine. Seeing Lu Guan's swift agreement, Luo Hongyang conceded that at least he respected him as a man. He rose and started walking toward the stone hut. Lu Guan said indifferently, "No need. It'll only take a few moves. Let's settle this right here." Luo Hongyang froze. But he quickly realized Lu Guan didn't hold him in any regard at all. "Kid, you really are arrogant." Lu Guan gave a cold laugh. "Don't forget what you just promised." Seeing the two of them about to fight in such a confined space, Zhang Yan'an felt a pang of worry. Just as she moved to intervene, Su Yueying swiftly pulled her aside. "Don't worry, the chairman knows his limits." Bai Lu and Duan Xingchen, however, were filled with anticipation. They were also deeply curious just how formidable was this person Li Song had been hyping up so much. Since it was a sparring match, neither drew their weapons. Lu Guan was at a slight disadvantage. After all, Luo Hongyang was merely a strength enhancement talent. His reliance on weapons was nowhere near as great as Lu Guan's. "I'll let you have the first 3 moves. You may begin." Lu Guan stood his ground, hands clasped behind his back, his posture calm and composed. Luo Hongyang was thoroughly enraged by this attitude. "Kid, you've successfully pissed me off." The moment the words left his mouth, a palpable killing intent erupted from Luo Hongyang's entire body. Without further pretense, he activated his power-enhancing talent, striding forward and unleashing a direct punch straight at Lu Guan's face. Lu Guanhan was indeed skilled. Despite being only a Tier 2, Level 1, the punch he unleashed carried such force it tore through the air with a piercing whistle. Lu Guan had said he'd let him have 3 moves. As the massive fist closed in on his face, instead of countering, he slid lightly on his feet, sensing the opponent's fist wind as he dodged past. Luo Hongyang's punch landed in empty air, yet his momentum remained unbroken. He spun instantly and unleashed 2 rapid punches, driving straight for Lu Guan's chest. That reflex, that momentum, the onlookers couldn't help but marvel. No wonder this guy dared to challenge an opponent he knew was higher ranked. Yet despite Lu Guan's fierce assault, his speed seemed painfully slow to Lu Guan's eyes. His current speed attribute stood at 228, and that was without the Void Blade's enhancement. Even if Luo Hongyang gave it his all, his speed likely wouldn't surpass 180. The two were simply not on the same tier. Lu Guan didn't even need to activate his talents. Relying solely on his own abilities, he effortlessly dodged Luo Hongyang's punches time after time, moving with ease and grace. Luo Hongyang unleashed 3 consecutive punches, only to find all his strength striking nothing but air. A surge of frustration welled up inside him. "Kid, is dodging all you've got? Show us what you're really made of. Give us something to see." Lu Guan remained utterly composed, uttering only a single, calm sentence, "1 move left." At those words, Luo Hongyang's eyes flashed with a sharp, sword-like glint. "Just you wait and see how long you can keep dodging." With a furious shout, a powerful energy erupted from Luo Hongyang's body. The force was savage. The sparring had barely begun, yet he had already unleashed his only skill. Everyone could clearly sense that after activating his skill, Luo Hongyang's power had surged even further. This time, he didn't throw a direct punch. Instead, he spun toward Lu Guan, swinging his arm in a wide arc. After all, he was certain his current strength was more than enough to severely injure any talent below the 3rd tier. To prevent Lu Guan from dodging again, he opted for this wide area attack. His strategy was sound. Lu Guan did not choose to dodge this time. Instead, he waited until Luo Hongyang's devastating punch was about to smash into his chest. He suddenly struck like lightning, his right arm firmly seizing Luo Hongyang's wrist. Under the immense force of the impact, Lu Guan stood immovable as a mountain. Lu Guanghong, however, hadn't even registered what was happening. It felt as though his wrist had collided with solid steel. You. Luo Hongyang was so stunned he could barely speak. How could this be? Even late-stage Tier 2 talent users wouldn't dare block his punch head-on. This kid. Lu Guan ignored his astonished expression, lifting the corner of his mouth slightly. 3 moves have passed. Now it's my turn. The moment the words left his mouth, Luo Hongyang sensed trouble. The moment Lu Guan released his wrist, Luo Hongyang swiftly retreated step after step. Blitz. To the onlookers, Lu Guan vanished from his spot in an instant. The next second, he materialized behind Luo Hongyang out of thin air. Lu Guan raised his right foot, unhurried and deliberate. Lu Guanghong, however, remained completely unaware, still instinctively retreating. Seeing this, Lu Guan showed no mercy. He aimed the sole of his large shoe squarely at Luo Hongyang's backside and delivered a powerful kick. A cry of ouch rang out. Luo Hongyang lost his balance and lunged forward in a crouching position. Just as his head was about to smash into the stone table, Lu Guan activated another shuttle talent, materializing before him. He raised his left knee, driving it squarely into Luo Hongyang's chest. Put! The blow nearly forced all the air from Luo Hongyang's lungs. His vision darkened, his legs buckled, and he collapsed to his knees. Luo Hongyang clutched his chest in agony, his head and knees propping up his body, his face contorted in pain. The entire stone room fell silent, broken only by the gurgling sounds rising from his throat. Everyone stared in stunned silence, mouths agape at the scene before them. What was going on? Even a late-stage Tier 2 fighter couldn't possibly have beaten Luo Hongyang into such a state so effortlessly. Even Li Song hadn't anticipated this. He'd only been bragging offhand, never expecting the boss to actually be this formidable. Chapter 59, The Dark Moon Temple. Su Yueying was the first to snap out of it, walking back to Lu Guan's side. You must have someone with healing abilities. If you don't treat him soon, he might die. Lu Guan's blow had been heavy, yet he'd held back somewhat. After all, had he gone all out, Luo Hongyang wouldn't even have a chance to be healed now. Only then did Zhang Yan'an snap into action, hastily activating his innate ability. Under the energy of the healing aura, Luo Hongyang's breathing slowly returned. Lu Guan looked down on him from above. Want to try again? Again? Just moments ago, Lu Guan had effortlessly blocked his full power strike. Luo Hongyang knew the gulf in combat prowess between them. He was impulsive, but he wasn't stupid. No more. Your strength leaves me in awe, brother Lu Guan. Luo Hongyang gritted his teeth as he spoke. Yet his current posture perfectly fulfilled the promise he'd made before the duel. Li San's lips curled into a smirk as he sneered. Well, Luo Hongyang, did my boss's near Tier 3 strength disappoint you? Luo Hongyang's face turned a purplish red. Fortunately, his face was buried in the dirt, so no one could tell. It took over 5 more minutes before the white glow emanating from the healing aura finally began to fade. This signaled that Luo Hongyang's injuries had been completely healed. He stood up, his expression now tinged with resentment. Facing Li Song's smug expression, he couldn't help but feel frustrated, yet he couldn't utter a single word. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from outside the stone hut. As if a meteorite had crashed from the heavens. The earth trembled. Stone debris rained down from the ceiling. Everyone was startled. What on earth happened? The timid little chubby boy, startled out of his wits, immediately activated his physique enhancement talent and cowered in the corner, shouting his question. Fortunately, the tremor lasted only a few seconds. Soon after, the realm returned to stillness. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances. Could it be an earthquake? Li Song stared wide-eyed, his expression horrified as he speculated. But the others dismissed his words as nonsense. This realm isn't Blue Star, it doesn't have such complex terrain. How could an earthquake possibly occur here? Let's go outside and check. Lu Guan said calmly, striding toward the entrance. The others felt uneasy inside. They were uncertain what awaited them beyond that stone door. But having just witnessed Lu Guan's formidable strength firsthand, they instinctively chose to trust him. As the stone door creaked open inch by inch, a strange, creaking sound reached their ears. Su Yuaning was terrified too. She knew that staying close behind Lu Guan was the safest course of action at that moment. Stepping out of the stone chamber, Su Yueying's pretty little face couldn't help but show utter astonishment. The dark moon had vanished completely. Hearing this, the others inside the house also gathered curiously. At that very moment, darkness enveloped the entire domain like thick ink. Were it not for the fire basin illuminating the space within 3 feet of their eyes, they would have thought themselves blind. A bone-chilling sensation gripped every heart. Even Lu Guan, faced with this situation, couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. We're done for, we're done for. We're really going to die now. The little chubby boy's voice trembled with the edge of tears. Su Yuaning and Xianzi steadied their nerves. Everyone, try again. See if the interface can still be opened? Hearing this, everyone hurriedly tried to summon their panels in their minds. As expected, there was still no response. Li Song exclaimed in despair, Boss, what do we do now? It's pitch black outside. We can't just sit here and wait to die. Lu Guan pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he unleashed a burst of energy, causing a massive fireball nearly half a meter in diameter to slowly coalesce before him. He then hurled it forcefully toward the sky. The fireball hung in midair like a miniature sun. Though the light wasn't particularly strong, it was enough to illuminate the surroundings. As a fire elementalist, Li Song was utterly dumbfounded. This is the pyroblast skill. Boss, how could you possibly possess a fire controlling skill? Before Lu Guan could speak, Su Yuning answered for him, what's so surprising about that? The guild leader is a multi-talented individual. Hearing this, the crowd fell silent once more, stunned. To them, dual-talented individuals were merely rumored to be powerful, they'd never actually seen one exist. A multi-talented individual. Luo Hongyang finally understood where he had gone wrong. Relying on his decent aptitude, he'd been blinded by his narrow perspective. Getting a lesson like this was no injustice at all. Alright, now that we have light, let's move forward. Something must have landed here earlier. Lu Guan remarked calmly. Though puzzled, the others followed Lu Guan out of the stone chamber. The blazing light of Yanbao tore a gap in the darkness, following Lu Guan's footsteps as it moved, constantly illuminating the surrounding area for nearly 100 meters. The panic among the group gradually subsided as a result. Not long after, Jiang Nianen suddenly pointed ahead. There seemed to be a structure over there. Lu Guan followed the direction of her gaze. Sure enough, not far ahead, a structure stood abruptly. Its entire body was gray-green, shaped like an irregular hexagon. It looked like a palace. Su Yuaning remarked after a careful observation. Duan Xingchen hesitated before speaking up. Should we go check it out? Perhaps our panel won't open because it's connected to this palace. He sensed a mysterious force emanating from the palace, drawing him in. All eyes turned to Lu Guan. Unconsciously, they had come to regard Lu Guan as their anchor. Let's go, Lu Guan said expressionlessly. As they drew nearer, the palace's details gradually came into focus. The entire structure, made of some unknown material, appeared neither stone nor jade. At its center was a massive oval entrance, its edges lined with jagged protrusions, resembling the gaping maw of a monstrous beast. As they ascended a few steps, they looked up to see several large characters carved above the entrance. Dark Moon Temple. Lu Guan's heart stirred. He recalled the news Su Yueying had received earlier, stating that the Dark Moon Goddess would descend upon the eternal night wastes. Could this Dark Moon Temple be the very palace of Lilith, the Dark Moon Goddess? At this thought, Lu Guan couldn't help but feel a surge of secret delight. Finding Lilith meant obtaining the Tears of Pan. Without another word, Lu Guan withdrew the Inferno Blast. A fiery orb surged from his palm as he strode toward the entrance. The others followed closely behind. Stepping into the temple, a mysterious and ancient aura washed over them. The interior was vast and empty. The light from the fireballs held by Lu Guan and Li Song illuminated the walls, casting bizarre, distorted shadows. The intricate runes and patterns carved into the walls seemed to whisper ancient legends. Chapter 60, Encounter with the Dark Moon Night Owl. An eerie silence hung in the air, broken only by the echoing footsteps within the temple. Led by Lu Guan, the group cautiously explored forward. The three girls and the chubby Wang Rui wore expressions of alert vigilance, holding their breath in tense silence. Duan Xingchen suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. Brother Lu Guan, do you sense some kind of energy contained within these runes? His voice sounded jarringly abrupt in the vast, empty temple, startling the already tense quartet. Su Yueying grabbed Lu Guan's sleeve and refused to let go. Fortunately, Duan Xingchen's voice didn't seem to disturb any terrifying presence. Lu Guan was unaccustomed to being held like this. He tried to quietly pull his arm free from Su Yueying's grasp, but failed. Apart from those runes on the wall looking a bit off, I don't sense any energy fluctuations here. Lu Guan shook his head helplessly. Duan Xingchen turned his gaze to the others. What about you? But the others looked just as bewildered. This is truly baffling. Duan Xingchen couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Ever since Jiang Nianen first discovered this temple, I've sensed some kind of energy drawing me here. After arriving here, under the influence of those runes, this sensation has become even more pronounced. But why don't you guys feel anything at all? Luo Hongyang opened his mouth to speak, but the moment his peripheral vision caught sight of Lu Guan, a sharp pang of pain shot through his chest. This wasn't an old injury flaring up, it was the lingering dread from Lu Guan's gut punch earlier. In the end, he kept his mouth shut. But Li Song, who knew him somewhat, had already guessed. This guy was probably about to pour cold water on things again out of habit. After all, none of them could decipher the meaning of the runes on the wall. Perhaps it was just Duan Xingchen's illusion. Since you can sense the energy fluctuations, then tell me exactly which direction is that pull coming from? Duan Xingchen simply closed his eyes and concentrated on sensing it. Less than a minute later, he pointed toward the left front. Right over there. Everyone followed his pointing finger. In the faint glow of the firelight, they could barely make out the end of that direction. Indeed, a pitch-black corridor stretched ahead. At that very moment, squeak, squeak, squeak. A series of strange sounds reached their ears once more. They had first heard this sound when they first emerged from the stone house. Now they realized the source of the sound was this very Dark Moon Temple. Guild leader, does it sound like some kind of bird call to you? Su Yuning listened intently, then turned to look at Lu Guan. On Blue Star, this kind of call was distinctly common. Lu Guan pondered for a moment. Indeed, it was. Let's go take a look. Gazing down the pitch-black corridor, it resembled a tunnel leading into the abyss, instinctively repelling anyone from venturing deeper. But as the old saying goes, since we're already here. In this world of slaughter, danger often meant opportunity. Besides, with a powerhouse like Lu Guan possessing combat strength comparable to a tier 3, what was there to fear? Lu Guan dragged Su Yueying into the corridor with him. The space here was much narrower than outside, and the firelight instantly illuminated the surroundings. As if sensing the light, a squeaking sound echoed from the far end of the corridor, no longer sporadic but growing increasingly urgent and chaotic. The walls on both sides were still carved with incomprehensible runes. What on earth did these things mean? Li Song couldn't hold back any longer and finally asked aloud. Even though he knew his question would never be answered. Perhaps it was the language of the gods. Su Yuning speculated. After all, this was the Dark Moon Temple, the dwelling place of Lilith, the Dark Moon Goddess. Having attained godhood, couldn't they find a more sophisticated way to communicate? Why must they insist on all this messy nonsense? Li Song grumbled. Hearing this, the others were left speechless. Suddenly, the rustling sound of wings flapping through the air grew louder as it approached. Lu Guan halted first. Su Yueying's eyes widened as she warned, "That thing is flying this way. Everyone, be careful." Everyone instantly went on high alert. In the blink of an eye, a massive black shadow burst out from deep within the corridor. "What is that thing? It's so fast." As the little chubby boy spoke, he activated his physique enhancement talent, ready for battle at any moment. "That looks like an owl? And there's more than one." Luo Hongyang recognized the creature's form. It bore a striking resemblance to owls on Blue Star, only several times larger. At the mention of owls, Su Yuning quickly caught on. This was the world of carnage. How could such friendly creatures from Blue Star possibly exist here? Not owls. That was a D-rank flying beast, the Dark Moon Night Owl. A D-rank beast. Given Luo Hongyang's current combat prowess, taking on one or two ordinary D-rank beasts shouldn't be too difficult. Li Song isn't far behind him either. But the most troublesome aspect of flying beasts is that they can fly. It's like the difference between a bloodvine and a flame beast. And judging by the sounds, there were quite a few Dark Moon Night Owls. What now? Before the group could devise a countermeasure, the leader, a Dark Moon Night Owl with a wingspan exceeding a meter, had already appeared in the glow of the firelight. Its eyes blazed crimson as blood, feathers along its neck stood on end like steel needles, and its claws gleamed with a metallic sheen. Everyone, back to back. This was the only defensive strategy Li Song could devise in such a short time. Since the Dark Moon Night Owls could fly, they had to eliminate any blind spots to prevent aerial ambushes. There was no time for further thought. With exactly 8 of them, they had no choice but to follow this plan. Once they were all back to back and ready for battle, Lu Guan and Su Yuening remained standing in place. Su Yueying hid behind Lu Guan. Lu Guan retrieved a dark crimson longsword from his storage space. "Brother Lu Guan, there are too many Dark Moon Night Owls. We can't handle them." Duan Xingchen could clearly see that Lu Guan didn't even consider these Dark Moon Night Owls a threat. He knew that big shot Lu Guan could even kill a 1,000-faced insect. But this was a swarm of over a dozen, perhaps even 20 D-rank flying beasts. It was like comparing an adult to a group of elementary school students. Elementary students certainly couldn't defeat an adult, but what if they all threw stones at the adult together? Would that be the same? Lu Guan remained unmoved by Duan Xingchen's warning. He merely gave a faint, cold chuckle, his gaze fixed intently on the swarm of Dark Moon Night Owls diving toward them. Chapter 61, I don't care, I just want it. Lu Guan remained motionless. Though Su Yueying felt a flicker of fear, she chose to trust that with Lu Guan by her side, she would be safe. Just as the first Dark Moon Night Owl lunged forward, its claws poised to strike Lu Guan's face. Lu Guan suddenly swung his blade. A crimson blade slashed through the darkness. The charging Dark Moon Night Owl had no time to react before being cleaved clean in two. Blood and feathers splattered through the air. Unfortunately, everyone's interface panels remained inaccessible. No kill notifications or reward information could be seen. So powerful. Li Song's eyes widened as he couldn't help but exclaim. But Lu Guan's ability to dispatch a ferocious beast with a single casual slash no longer surprised him. Though the boss's moves now seemed even more damn cool than back in the newbie village. Yet, more Dark Moon Nighthawks swarmed in after his gasp of awe. Squeak! This time, their previously subdued cries transformed into piercing screeches. Zhang Yenan, a healing-type talent with virtually no offensive capabilities, instantly turned pale with fear. Li Song, standing back-to-back with her, also pushed his talent to its absolute limit. The fireball between his hands rapidly expanded by a full circle, poised to be hurled into battle at any moment. Lu Guan was indeed absurdly powerful. He could single-handedly eliminate all the Dark Moon Night Owls. But he was still just one man with a single blade. If they let their guard down and missed even a few, they certainly didn't possess the same formidable power as the big shot. Lu Guan's eyes flashed coldly as he suddenly leapt over a meter into the air, swinging his void blade repeatedly. Fireball in one hand, lightning-fast blade flashes in the other. 2 more Dark Moon Night Owls fell instantly. Even without using any innate skills, his movements were so swift they were nearly impossible to follow. Each strike landed with pinpoint precision on the Nightstalker's vital points, or simply sliced them clean in two. He danced through the darkness like the Grim Reaper himself. The scene left the others utterly dumbfounded. Those were D-rank flying beasts. How could big shot Lu Guan make it look as effortless as playing Fruit Ninja? And at this rate, barring any surprises, he should still pull off a perfect score. The aloofness in Bai Lu's eyes vanished completely. He was simply too cool. Lu Guan's charm wasn't just in his handsome, resolute features, it was in his gaze and his bold, powerful aura. Bai Lu had never encountered anyone who stirred her heart so deeply, especially not a man. In the blink of an eye, Lu Guan had already taken down over a dozen Dark Moon Nighthawks. Looking ahead, a dense swarm of shadowy figures surged forward endlessly. Their numbers were truly formidable. Lu Guan suddenly transformed into a phantom. With a light thrust from his feet, his entire body shot forward like an arrow released from its string, charging toward the densest cluster of night hawks. Fireball! With a low growl, a bright little fireball slowly coalesced in front of Lu Guan's chest. Then, boom! Blinding flames instantly illuminated the entire corridor. In an instant, over 20 Dark Moon Night Stalkers plummeted from the sky like dumplings dropped into boiling water. Before they even hit the ground, they had been scorched into charcoal by the intense heat. There was no way around it. The corridor was too narrow. Lu Guan dared not unleash a powerful pyroblast, lest he accidentally harm his allies. Even so, the blast left Luo Hong struggling to speak coherently. This is the power of combat strength on par with the third tier. Earlier, Luo Hongyang had thought Lu Guan was deliberately insulting him when he said he could defeat him in 3 moves during their sparring session. Only now did he finally understand. It turned out the other party had genuinely been giving him a chance to see his true strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to land a single strike. As the last few Dark Moon Night Owls were effortlessly dispatched by Lu Guan, the corridor finally fell silent. Everyone breathed a long sigh of relief, though the air was thick with the acrid smell of burnt night hawks. Finally dealt with. Li Song wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. But no sooner had the words left his mouth than a flapping sound erupted once more. A dark shadow suddenly swept past Lu Guan's head. Another had slipped through the net. This Dark Moon Night Owl had been lurking atop a nearby wall during Lu Guan's heroic display. Now, seizing the moment when everyone's guard was down, it lunged straight at Su Yuaning standing at the edge. Ah! Su Yuaning gasped in alarm, her pupils constricting sharply. The Dark Moon Night Owl's speed was simply too swift, it didn't even give her a chance to activate her water control talent. Of course, without awakened skills, the water control talent possessed almost no offensive power. Even if activated, it would be useless. Su Yuaning instinctively raised her arm to block. But how could her delicate arm possibly withstand the Dark Moon Night Owl's razor-sharp talons? Su Yuaning could only watch helplessly as the claws, gleaming coldly in the firelight, were about to tear her apart. Blitz! In the blink of an eye, a towering figure suddenly materialized. At that critical moment, the crimson blade flashed, piercing through the Dark Moon Nightstalker's entire body. Put! The ambushing Nightstalker was cleanly cleaved in 2 mid-air, spraying blood all over Su Yuaning's body and face. Are you okay? Lu Guan spoke calmly, looking at Su Yuaning, who was still shaken. Phew! Su Yuaning, who had been waiting for darkness to descend, recognized the familiar voice and realized she wasn't dead after all. She hastily wiped the blood from her lips, spitting several times. Seeing this, the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. They all crowded around. President, if you'd been a second later, you'd never have seen the only 2 members of your future guild again. Su Yuaning's legs had gone weak from the shock. Fortunately, this heiress from a wealthy family had surprisingly strong nerves and didn't make a complete fool of herself. Thank goodness you weren't seriously hurt. Lu Guan couldn't help but smile faintly, offering her a rare word of comfort. But that comfort was better left unsaid. Li Song, however, caught a crucial detail in Su Yuaning's words. Big sister, you just said you're one of only 2 members of the top guild? Seeing Su Yuaning didn't deny it. Li Song turned in surprise and exclaimed, Boss, you actually started a guild. That's not right. I'm your little brother, how could you start a guild without inviting me to join? Lu Guan frowned and said indifferently, when did I ever acknowledge you as my little brother? Li Song fell silent. Hearing this, the others froze in shock for a moment before suddenly seeming to grasp something. They'd always felt something was off about the idea of Lu Guan being Li Song's boss. No wonder. A powerhouse whose combat prowess ranked among the absolute elite of the entire Blue Star, how could such a figure possibly take a small fry like Li Song as his subordinate? So that was the truth. The expressions on everyone's faces grew deeply meaningful. I don't care, I'm joining your guild, boss. Fortunately, Li Song had thick enough skin. If it were anyone with even a shred of dignity, they'd be mortified beyond belief by now. Chapter 62, I'll decide for the guild leader. The only high-level guild currently in Longwei is the state-affiliated Dragon Ascension Guild. Non-official members are barred from joining. Among the few other relatively well-known guilds, the majority of guild orders are controlled by prominent clans. Without special connections or becoming a talent affiliated with those families, outsiders are rarely permitted to join. Beyond these, only the Dawn Union remains, founded by the former grassroots charity Dawn Society, which is open to all gifted individuals across the Dragon Nation. It's easy to imagine that the core membership slots in such a guild have long been filled. What difference would joining as an ordinary member make compared to not joining at all? Core members of a basic guild can enhance their 4 primary attributes by 2%. It may not sound like much, but for many, that 2% increase in combat power could mean the difference between surviving encounters with beasts beyond their level or being slaughtered. After all, few possess Lu Guan's extraordinary talent, where boosting combat power comes as easily as breathing. So when they learned that big shot Lu Guan already possessed a guild token, not just Li Song, but the rest of the group couldn't help but get ideas. Lu Guan ignored Li Song's words. But Su Yuaning noticed the covetous glances in everyone's eyes. She shot Lu Guan a glance. President, with you included, the future guild currently has only 3 members. I think it's time to recruit more members. Otherwise, at this rate, when will we ever be able to level up the guild? Lu Guan didn't place much importance on guild leveling at the moment. But he understood that when the future slaughter world forcibly descended upon Blue Star, guild power would hold advantages no individual strength could ever match. Just like in ancient times, whenever chaos erupted across the land and feudal lords rose from all corners, no hero with extraordinary skills ever dominated a region through solitary combat alone. Li Song immediately chimed in with Su Yueying's words, big sister-in-law is absolutely right. Boss, while your personal strength is formidable, 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. A hero can't withstand a horde of women. With just the 3 of you, how long do you think it'll take the guild to level up? Until the cows come home. Hearing this analogy, the entire group fell silent. Lu Guan couldn't figure out how Su Yueying had become big sister when he and she were perfectly innocent. His gaze, sharp as a sword, flashed toward Li Song. Su Yuaning's gaze was murderous enough to kill. Li Song slapped himself twice across the face. Just a slip of the tongue, just a slip of the tongue. Su Yueying finally rolled her eyes. But right now, none of our panels are accessible. Even if we wanted to join, we'd have to wait until we're back on Blue Star. Haven't any of you joined a guild yet? She turned her gaze to the other 5 and asked. Chubby replied, I've actually applied to a few major family guilds. But my level is too low, they won't even accept me as a regular member. At this point, the chubby kid hesitated, then gathered his courage and looked at Lu Guan. Big shot, can I join your guild too? The chubby kid was only a tier 1, level 6, indeed quite low. He often carried himself with a timid, meek demeanor, lacking even the confidence to speak up. Anyone with discernment could see this boy lacked ambition and was timid as a mouse. Naturally, those family guilds would reserve their spots for more useful members. Yet Lu Guan pondered for a moment before nodding. All right. The chubby kid had braced himself for another rejection, mentally prepared for the worst. Unexpectedly, Lu Guan's 2 simple words instantly lit up his face with surprise. Really? The chubby kid could hardly believe it. Big shot Lu Guan, rest assured once I join the guild, I'll work twice as hard to contribute. Lu Guan smiled faintly. I believe you. Of course, Lu Guan's decision to accept the chubby kid wasn't out of sympathy, nor was it based on friendship. Rather, it was because of one particular quality he valued. Despite his many flaws, this little fatty possessed one major advantage. Endurance. Back in the newbie village, don't be fooled by how the little fatty would chicken out at the slightest danger, cowering and refusing to move forward. But in reality, whether facing the flame fiends or the later wave of trial beasts, he consistently pushed himself forward, confronting his fear while simultaneously overcoming it. Without this trait, he wouldn't have been able to join Li Song and Jiang Nianen on their journey into the Eternal Night Wasteland today. With Lu Guan's promise secured, the chubby kid was overjoyed. Seeing this, the others couldn't help but feel a spark of eagerness ignite within them. Duan Xingqian spoke up directly, big shot Lu Guan, since little fatty can join your guild, can I join too? He was currently a tier 1, level 9, and had awakened an E-grade overload talent. Both in strength and potential, he far surpassed the little chubby guy. Lu Guan naturally didn't refuse, merely nodding indifferently. Accepted. Duan Xingqian's face lit up with joy. What delighted him most wasn't gaining a guild, but the mere opportunity to draw closer to a powerhouse like Lu Guan, an occasion worthy of genuine celebration. Since that's the case, I'll make the decision for the president. Once we return to Blue Star, we'll all join the future guild together. President, you wouldn't object, would you? Su Yueying declared outright. Then, she feigned caution as she looked at Lu Guan, though inwardly she was quite pleased with her decision. The remaining 4 would undoubtedly welcome it. Especially Luo Hongyang, he'd been considering it, but hesitated to speak up due to his previous conflict with Lu Guan. Now he eagerly agreed without hesitation. Lu Guan was only momentarily taken aback. You're the vice president. From now on, these matters are yours to decide. With that, he continued walking forward. Su Yuaning froze upon hearing this. Once she processed it, her heart burst with joy. The temple corridor stretched on for quite some distance. Fortunately, no further incidents occurred along the way. As they discussed joining the guild, they reached the end of the corridor. Before them stood a massive door with a deep blue metallic sheen, its material unknown. Engraved upon its surface were runes similar to those adorning the surrounding walls. Duan Xingqian instinctively stepped forward to the front. These runes. Duan Xingqian had barely uttered 4 words when he reached out to touch the door. Suddenly, his hand jerked back as if electrocuted. Su Yueying hurriedly asked, what's wrong? Duan Xingqian stared at the runes on the gate, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. I see it, these runes seem to be flowing. Hearing this, everyone immediately turned their gaze toward the door. Li Song asked with a strange look, bro, you're seeing things, right? Take another look, the door looks perfectly normal. Boss, did you actually see runes moving? Lu Guan frowned deeply and shook his head. Just then, the gate suddenly emitted a heavy, muffled thud. Lu Guan swiftly drew his void blade across his chest. Simultaneously, he pulled Su Yueying behind him, watching the front with vigilance. Immediately after, accompanied by a rumbling roar, the gate slowly swung open on its own. Chapter 63, Gravity Disruption. The moment the doors swung wide, a bone-chilling cold wind swept in. The wind caused the flames in Lu Guan and Li Song's hands to flicker violently. Beyond the doors lay a vast, cavernous hall. Looking up, the height of the dome was impossible to gauge. The faint light of their flames couldn't reach its end. At the hall's center stood a statue of a goddess, entirely grayish-blue in hue. The group stepped forward. The goddess appeared tall and elegant, her form slender and graceful. Several translucent pink and blue gemstones were embedded beneath her lower eyelids, shimmering in the firelight and lending the entire statue a vibrant, beautiful quality. How beautiful! Even Su Yueying, a girl herself, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration as she stared at the vividly lifelike goddess statue. Several boys were completely mesmerized. Lu Guan, however, maintained his composure. Is this Lilith, the dark moon goddess? Li Song grinned. Wonder if there's really a woman this beautiful in the world. If I could catch just one glimpse of the real thing, my life would be worth it. Bai Lu was equally stunned by the statue's beauty. But upon hearing Li Song's words, she felt deep contempt from the bottom of her heart. What a pathetic little man. Li Song retorted defiantly, what? Are you jealous of my goddess's beauty? Bai Lu rolled her eyes, not even bothering to respond. Dark moon goddess, Lilith? Duan Xingqian murmured suddenly, his feet carrying him forward without conscious thought. He felt the energy within his body stirring restlessly, as if beyond his control. Be careful. Su Yuning cautioned. Ever since entering the Eternal Night Wasteland, they hadn't encountered any powerful beings. Every corner of this realm exuded an eerie, unsettling atmosphere. This temple, moreover, had descended from who knew where. The moment Duan Xingqian touched the statue's leg, Lu Guan keenly noticed the runes on the statue's pedestal seemed to flicker. The light was faint, however. Just as he moved to stop Duan Xingqian, a muffled groan suddenly reached his ears from Luo Hongyang. Immediately after, Luo Hongyang's massive frame began to float in midair. No! Back off! Lu Guan had no idea what was happening. But he could distinctly sense a terrifying energy erupting from the point where the goddess statue's base met its pedestal. Without hesitation, he grabbed Su Yueying's arm and instantly transformed into a phantom, retreating 2 meters away in an instant. The others weren't as fortunate as Su Yueying. By the time they reacted, their feet were already slowly lifting off the ground. Any attempt to retreat now was utterly futile. What the hell was happening? Li Song felt his body growing light as a feather, terror spreading across his face. Boss, save me. Suspended mid-air, he instinctively flailed his limbs while turning his head to plead for help from Lu Guan. But the moment the words left his mouth, his body suddenly plummeted downward. Thud! He crashed heavily onto the ground. Even as a stage 2 talent, the impact knocked the wind out of him, leaving him dazed and seeing stars. Next, the little chubby's body seemed to be hung on a swing, swaying back and forth, the amplitude growing larger and larger. Terrified, the little chubby boy wasted no time and immediately activated his talent. The moment his physique was fortified, his body was violently flung forward as if by an invisible giant hand. He slammed hard into the right wall of the grand hall. Put! The little chubby kid even spat out some saliva from the impact. This blow was even harder than Li Song's earlier throw. Had he not anticipated it, he would likely have been knocked unconscious. Meanwhile, the others fared differently. Zhang Nian hung upside down in midair, his long hair trailing behind him like a bat suspended by its feet. Luo Hongyang spun horizontally, his body whirling at breakneck speed. He felt like he was about to throw up from the spinning. Only Duan Xingqian remained standing before the goddess statue, transfixed as if under a spell. His palm pressed against the statue's knee, seemingly oblivious to everything unfolding behind him. President, what on earth is going on? Su Yueying stared in utter horror at the bizarre scene before her. But no sooner had she spoken than she let out a startled cry. Her feet began to slowly lift off the ground. Lu Guan immediately activated his shuttle talent, pulling himself back a safe distance. Simultaneously, a vine shot from his palm, wrapping around Su Yueying's slender waist. With a powerful tug, he pulled her toward him. In that fleeting instant, Lu Guan also sensed the energy emanating from the goddess statue spreading toward them. He took a moment to absorb it. A sudden flash of insight lit up Lu Guan's mind. Duan Xingqian, stop your overload talent immediately. If he hadn't misjudged, the moment Duan Xingqian touched the goddess statue, the runes on its pedestal must have unleashed their energy through his overload talent, causing the entire hall's gravitational field to go haywire. If this continued, as the gravitational force intensified, its power would rival that of an energy vortex, tearing everyone apart. Lu Guan shouted, but Duan Xingqian showed no reaction. His eyes were veiled in a white light, as if his soul had already departed from his body. President, what should we do? Su Yueying was frantic. She watched as the unfortunately Song was violently tossed up and down by the gravitational field, puking blood. This was a guild member she, as vice president, had just recruited. She wanted to rush over and help, but she was powerless to do so. Lu Guan pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he activated his magnetic domain talent, creating a small magnetic field around himself. Seeing this, Su Yuaning worriedly called out, "President, it's dangerous." Lu Guan reassured her calmly, "Don't worry. I have the teleportation talent. Should things turn dire, he could instantly teleport to safety." Lu Guan tentatively took a few steps forward. Immediately, he felt a force repelling his magnetic domain. It was indeed gravitational field disruption. Now Lu Guan was absolutely certain. He steadied his magnetic domain and advanced step by step. As he drew nearer to the goddess statue, the pressure he felt intensified. Fortunately, at his current level, this pressure posed little problem. Lu Guan rushed to Duan Xingqian's side as swiftly as possible. Viewing her from the front, he noticed a white haze shrouding Duan Xingqian's eyes. Her soul seemed to have already departed her body. Lu Guan called softly, "Duan Xingqian?" There was no response. Lu Guan hesitated for a moment before deciding to forcibly pull him away from the goddess statue. But the instant Lu Guan's hand touched Duan Xingqian, a sudden swirl of light and shadow filled his vision. The next instant, Lu Guan found himself back in the eternal night wasteland. The dark moon temple he had been standing in had vanished without a trace. At that moment, Duan Xingqian's voice echoed behind Lu Guan. "They shot Lu Guan? Where did you all go? I've been looking for you for ages." Chapter 64, Guardian Beast of the Dark Moon Temple. The cold wind swept across the eternal night wastes. An indescribable wailing echoed from the distance. In the sky, the dark green moon had reappeared, though no one knew when. Lu Guan heard the voice behind him and immediately turned around. Duan Xingqian stood 5 paces away, his face radiant with joy. He had been alone in this eerie place for who knew how long. The panel remained stubbornly locked, and he couldn't find any companions. Left utterly alone, he felt he was on the verge of losing his mind. "Brother Lu Guan, what happened? Where are the others?" Duan Xingqian hurried over and blurted out his question. Lu Guan didn't rush to answer, instead scanning his surroundings first. The Dark Moon Temple was gone. This place, save for the faint breeze and the whispers of the wind, was identical to the eternal night wilderness he had first entered. "Only myself. Do you know why you're here?" Hearing this counter-question, Duan Xingqian felt equally bewildered. He furrowed his brow, trying to recall what had happened before he ended up here. "I remember I only touched that dark moon goddess statue, then suddenly felt like something had yanked me. When I came to my senses, I was already here." Lu Guan pondered for a moment. That description matched his own experience quite closely. If that's the case, Lu Guan gradually formed an answer in his mind. Duan Xingqian pressed, "Big shot Lu Guan, what the hell is this place? I've searched the entire vicinity and haven't even caught a glimpse of a single eternal night specter." He was the first to have his consciousness pulled into the goddess statue, so it was only natural he knew nothing. But Lu Guan saw him standing there, as if his soul had been stolen. Clearly, both his and Duan Xingqian's physical bodies were still within the Dark Moon Temple. Only their consciousnesses had been pulled here by the goddess statue. Lu Guan shared his theories and the situation inside the temple. Duan Xingqian listened in utter shock. "You mean our bodies are still in the temple, and only our consciousnesses are here now?" Lu Guan nodded. "We must find a way out immediately. Otherwise, before the energy causing the gravitational disruption fully erupts, Li Song and Little Fatty will be smashed into mincemeat." Duan Xingqian immediately grew anxious. "Then what do we do now?" Lu Guan didn't know either. But just then, a raspy sound like rusted iron scraping echoed in their ears. "Once you've entered the Dark Moon Goddess's domain, there's no escaping." The voice seemed to emanate from all directions, making it impossible to pinpoint its origin. "Who's there?" Duan Xingqian immediately grew wary, scanning his surroundings but seeing nothing. As if answering Duan Xingqian's question, the ground suddenly began to tremble. In the distance, the earth's surface bulged upward as if boiling. Without hesitation, Lu Guan drew the void blade from his storage space and gripped it firmly. A massive bone claw burst through the earth. Then a second, a third, until finally, a bone dragon over 10 meters long crawled completely out of the ground. Its entire skeleton glowed a blood-red hue, while its hollow eye sockets flickered with an eerie green light. How dare these insignificant ants desecrate the temple of the goddess Lilith? Duan Xingqian stumbled back in terror. What kind of monstrous beast was this? He had actually awakened much earlier than Lu Guan and had entered the realm many times before. He had seen his share of monstrous beasts, yet never had he encountered one of such colossal proportions. This is no beast. It was the guardian beast of the Dark Moon Temple, a bone dragon. Lu Guan's expression turned extremely grave. Hearing the bone dragon speak, he recalled Su Haokai mentioning this detail when recounting the legend of the Dark Moon Goddess. The bone dragon now opened its massive jaws, unleashing a deafening roar. The eerie green glow in its eye sockets locked onto the two of them. Duan Xingqian's face instantly drained of color. "Brother Lu Guan, this monster's aura, it's at least C rank or higher. If only it were C rank." Lu Guan had slain C-rank 1000 faceworms before. But the bone dragon gave them no time to discuss. It suddenly raised its massive right claw high. "Get out of the way!" Lu Guan bellowed, kicking Duan Xingqian hard in the hip bone as he stood to his right without a moment's hesitation. Simultaneously, he used the momentum to slide a distance to his left. Before Duan Xingqian could react, excruciating pain shot through his hip bone as his body flew backward. Immediately afterward, the bone dragon's massive claw slammed down like a colossal gate, sending a cloud of sand and dust flying. The ground where the two had stood was gouged by 3 deep trenches from the impact. When Duan Xingqian finally regained his footing and turned to witness the scene, he was utterly stunned. This bone dragon's sheer size and power were utterly overwhelming. It made you lose all desire to fight. "This is just insane. Activate your overload talent." Lu Guan, facing such a formidable creature, felt utterly powerless. But he knew that if he didn't fight back, there was only one possible outcome: death. Lu Guan wasn't afraid of death, but he still had unfinished business. Therefore, no matter how formidable his opponent, surrender was never his first thought. Fortunately, upon hearing Lu Guan's warning, Duan Xingqian also scrambled to his feet, clutching his injured hip. Energy overload. Soon, a yellowish-white energy orb formed before his chest. With a wave of his hand, he hurled it at the bone dragon. The bone dragon likely never imagined this insignificant species would dare to fight back. It raised its massive claw, and the energy orb struck its palm, exploding instantly. The bone dragon staggered slightly from the blast's force. But clearly, it suffered no substantial damage. Duan Xingqian instantly felt despair. "Brother Lu Guan, it actually blocked my innate skill." Yet at that very moment, Lu Guan's expression relaxed considerably. Duan Xingqian was only a tier 1, level 9, with just one talent skill. His combat power likely didn't even reach 2000. Even his skill could affect the bone dragon. Seems this big guy is all bark and no bite. Its actual combat power is probably on par with 1000 faceworm. "Let's try this again." Fire blast. With a loud shout, Lu Guan leapt into the air. A fireball, its energy condensed, shot straight toward the bone dragon. Given the bone dragon's massive frame, evading such a ranged attack was exceedingly difficult. The flame burst struck the bone dragon squarely in the chest. Boom! A towering burst of flames erupted instantly. Roar! Lu Guan's flamethrower was no mere energy orb like Duan Xingqian's. The bone dragon let out a furious roar, its chest bones already cracked from the blast. "Holy, Lu Guan, you're so strong." Duan Xingqian was stunned by the sheer power of that single flame blast, hope reigniting in his eyes. Lu Guan shouted as he landed, "Don't just stand there. Keep attacking its joints." Chapter 65, Blood Demon shatters the bone dragon. Facing such a formidable creature, Duan Xingqian had believed this would be the final chapter of his life. He bitterly regretted choosing to team up with Li Song and the others to enter this eternal night wasteland for that measly sum of money. What good was it to meet the legendary Lu Guan he'd admired and join his guild? He was on the brink of death. But to his astonishment, his admiration had not been misplaced. Master Lu Guan's first strike shattered the bone dragon's ribcage. Hope instantly reignited in Duan Xingqian's eyes. Good. Nodding firmly, Duan Xingqian hesitated no longer. Following Lu Guan's instructions, he unleashed energy orbs one after another, pelting the bone dragon's limb joints as if they were worthless. Though these energy spheres couldn't inflict actual damage on the bone dragon, they severely hampered its movement. Lu Guan seized the moment to activate his shuttle talent, appearing before the bone dragon in the blink of an eye. Discovering this insignificant creature had dared to come so close, the bone dragon roared in fury. It had long since grown impatient with the relentless barrage of energy orbs. It immediately raised its claws and swiped down toward Lu Guan's position. Blitz! Without hesitation, Lu Guan activated his most proficient skill, vanishing from his original position in an instant. With the bone dragon's speed attributes, it had no time to dodge or counterattack. The void blade, propelled by spatial energy, struck the bone dragon's skull with ruthless precision. Crack! A crisp, sharp sound echoed. The dragon's skull split open like a brittle gourd, revealing a deep, jagged fracture. Its massive claws hadn't even hit the ground before its entire body froze rigid. Behind it, Duan Xingqian stared wide-eyed in shock, as if he'd seen a ghost. It was dead. The battle hadn't even lasted 3 minutes. Was Lu Guan's power this absurdly overpowered? Yet just as Lu Guan himself wondered how this guardian beast of the goddess could be so fragile, the bone dragon's eyes suddenly blazed with an intense emerald glow. Suddenly enraged, it threw its head back and roared at the heavens, then swung its massive tail with fury. He continued to unleash his skills. Fortunately, Lu Guan was mentally prepared. He knew this imposing creature couldn't possibly be so easily slain by him. "Brother Lu Guan, how did it come back to life?" Duan Xingqian asked as he listened to Lu Guan's instructions and continued hurling energy orbs at the bone dragon. Clearly, the previous strike had only wounded the bone dragon. Its entire body was made of bone. It wasn't dead at all. Its weak point is in its head. Lu Guan replied, then instantly transformed into a phantom, leaping several meters into the air. At the same moment, the bone dragon's massive tail flashed with a sharp, icy glint as it swept horizontally toward Lu Guan. "Watch out, boss." Duan Xingchen called out a warning from behind. He clearly noticed the bone dragon's speed seemed significantly faster than before. Indeed, this was no illusion. Enraged, the bone dragon's speed attribute had increased. After dodging a tail swipe by transforming into a phantom, Lu Guan immediately raised its claws again. Lu Guan's body was still suspended midair. As a vast shadow loomed overhead, he thought, "This is bad," and instantly raised the void blade above his head to block. Crack! The bone dragon's massive claw was no match for the void blade's sharp edge. The crimson bones were pierced effortlessly. Yet precisely because its entire body was nothing but bone, it felt no pain whatsoever. The claw pressed down relentlessly along the blade's edge. Lu Guan felt an immense pressure crushing down from above, so overwhelming it shattered his ability to maintain his phantom form. With a thunderous crash, Lu Guan's body was slammed into the ground by the giant claw, leaving only the tip of his blade protruding. "Lu Guan, you bastard!" Duan Xingchen cried out in alarm at the sight. At the critical moment, a spray of blood erupted from beneath the giant claw. Double blood slaughter. Lu Guan's deep voice echoed from beneath the earth. The exposed blade tip suddenly began violently trembling, as if drawn by some mysterious force. A flicker of relief crossed Duan Xingchen's face. "Big brother Lu Guan, you're okay?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than he saw a figure shrouded in crimson mist leap from the ground, a long blade pointing skyward. The bone dragon's eye sockets pulsed with frantic emerald green light. "You're still alive?" It was clearly taken aback too. Such a weak creature, it had been smashed into the ground by its own strike. How could it possibly still be alive? But then it suddenly understood. The blood slaughter skill, so that was it. The instant Lu Guan was forced back into his phantom talent, he unleashed a double blood slaughter. With his four-dimensional attributes amplified by blood slaughter, he had somehow withstood the bone dragon's strike. "Now, it's your turn to die." Lu Guan gripped his long sword tightly. The void blade, sensing its master's fury, flashed with crimson light. Blitz! Without a word, Lu Guan activated the skill. This time, he blinked in front of the bone dragon's right eye. Without giving the bone dragon any chance to react, he thrust his blade forward. The bone dragon, which had shown no reaction even when its skull shattered earlier, suddenly seemed to endure immense agony. It rolled backward, its right eye socket's eerie green glow fading rapidly. Roar! The bone dragon's roar was particularly piercing this time. Duan Xingchen suddenly realized. So the bone dragon's weakness was its eyes. Exactly. The moment Lu Guan was slammed into the ground, he suddenly realized. The entire skeleton dragon was made of nothing but red bone. This meant that no matter how he attacked, he couldn't inflict fatal damage. The only way to control the bone dragon's mind was through those eyes, glowing with an eerie green light. Lu Guan struck his target. Blitz! He activated his skill again, materializing directly before the bone dragon's left eye. This time, the bone dragon truly felt fear. It opened its jawbone, attempting to make a sound. But Lu Guan wouldn't give it that chance. The long blade thrust straight in. With the dragon's final, piercing howl, its massive skeleton began to shatter. The entire body crashed to the ground. This time, it was truly dead, wasn't it? Duan Xingchen limped over, his face still etched with disbelief. Of course, piecing together these bones now would be harder than stacking blocks. Clearly, the bone dragon was dead as a doornail. Lu Guan withdrew the blood slaughter skill without responding, feeling a wave of weakness wash over his body. This double blood slaughter skill truly couldn't be used lightly. It drained both spirit and physical strength far too much. Just then, the dark moon in the sky suddenly rippled. A woman's face slowly materialized on its previously smooth surface. Her features were like a snow rose carved from ice blades, her brow and eyes holding the cold of eternal night. Her gaze held clear reproach and displeasure as she watched the two. Duan Xingchen's mouth fell open as he pointed a finger. But before he could speak, the surrounding scene shattered like glass. In the blink of an eye, the two found themselves back within the Dark Moon Temple. Chapter 66, The Dark Moonstone Bell. Clatter! Inside the Grand Hall. A crisp shattering sound rang out. The energy causing the gravitational disturbance vanished instantly. The four individuals who had lost control of their bodies crashed down one after another with several thuds, finally regaining command of their physical forms. The goddess statue shattered without warning. Fragments of an unknown material, resembling jade yet not quite jade, scattered across the floor. Guh! Luo Hongyang landed headfirst and immediately began vomiting uncontrollably. Under the chaotic gravitational forces, he had no idea how many times he'd been spun upside down. Even a Tier 2 gifted individual couldn't endure this. Phew, finally stopped. If it had lasted any longer, I'd have been smashed to bits. The complaint came from the corner of the room. It was the chubby kid. He'd activated his physique enhancement talent, yet still ended up with a black eye and swollen face. But his plight was nothing compared to the worse fate that befell another. Li Song, lying peacefully on the ground, had been knocked unconscious. Lu Guan, whose consciousness had finally returned to his body, scanned the surroundings. One word described everyone's state: pitiful. Yet he remained silent, still recalling the face that had appeared in the dark moon and the gaze she had directed at him. Was that Lilith, the dark moon goddess? Indeed, she bore a striking resemblance to the shattered goddess 7 or 8 parts alike, yet she was 2 or 3 parts more breathtaking. Seeing Lu Guan finally move, Su Yuaning hurried over. President, are you okay? You froze just like Duan Xingqian did earlier. I was scared out of my wits. Seeing the genuine concern in her eyes, Lu Guan knew she genuinely worried for him. The crisis is completely over. I'm fine. Su Yuaning exhaled in relief. So, President, what exactly happened to you just now? Why were you standing there frozen like that? Lu Guan gave a concise account of the incident, omitting the specifics of the danger. Even so, Su Yuaning was left utterly dumbfounded. You actually encountered a bone dragon? That's a guardian beast of god-tier power. President, are you hurt? Su Yuaning circled Lu Guan, scrutinizing him closely. Lu Guan had only entered the space with his consciousness, not his physical body. Even if he had been injured, how could it possibly show? Beside them, Duan Xingqian crouched down, puzzled. What is this thing? He discovered a pocket watch-like object on the pedestal where the goddess statue had shattered. Its material resembled the wall, still engraved with incomprehensible runes and featuring hands like an ordinary clock. This time, Duan Xingqian dared not reach out to touch it. Lu Guan and Su Yuaning's gazes shifted toward it simultaneously. A dark moonstone clock. It's a dark moonstone clock. Su Yuaning's excitement surged as she rushed forward and pried the pocket watch-like object free. This was a high-level artifact. Whenever the dark moonstone clock's hands spun counterclockwise, it disrupted the flow of time for everything within its energy's reach. President, for you. Without a second thought, Su Yuaning handed this crucial item directly to Lu Guan. Lu Guan accepted it without hesitation, feeling its substantial weight in his hand. Moreover, it seemed to contain a vast, latent energy, hidden yet potent. Meanwhile, the others who had been whimpering incessantly realized an important item had been discovered. Ignoring their pain and discomfort, they all huddled closer. Except for Li Son, of course. He remained lying alone on the ground, unnoticed. Could it be that this very object was the source of the gravitational disturbance earlier? Luo Hongyan's eyes flashed with excitement as he asked in astonishment. This artifact is incredibly powerful, isn't it? Jiang Yan'an marveled. I was thrown around like that earlier, completely helpless, and that was just when this thing was uncontrolled. If wielded by someone with innate talent, I can't even imagine what it would be like. The little chubby guy, however, didn't show much emotion. He simply felt a sense of dread. So who should this artifact belong to? Bai Lu's single remark instantly drew everyone's attention. Truth be told, no one could resist the temptation of such a powerful high-level item. Even the chubby kid, who knew full well this item could never be his, couldn't help but swallow hard. Of course, it should belong to the guild leader. If not for him, every single one of us here would have died today. Besides, we're all future guild members now. Prioritizing resources for the guild leader makes perfect sense. Su Yuaning seemed afraid others might compete with Lu Guan, blurting out several sentences in quick succession. Bai Lu, however, dismissed the notion. While we are all members of the future guild, shouldn't those with lower combat strength be the ones most in need of protection? With the president's current strength, he doesn't need that many powerful items. Duan Xingqian pondered for a moment before speaking. I also believe the Dark Moonstone Bell should belong to Brother Lu Guan. He single-handedly defeated both the Dark Moon Night Owl and the Bone Dragon. We've already gained immense power from teaming up with the guild leader. There's no reason for one person to bear all the burden while giving away every benefit to others. Bai Lu didn't argue. Truthfully, she had always agreed with this outcome, though she felt Su Yuaning's words were rather biased. The others remained silent. Luo Hongyang eyed the Dark Moon Bell covetously, yet he genuinely admired and harbored a hint of fear toward Lu Guan. Lu Guan's devastating blow to the solar plexus had left a profound psychological scar. Alright, since we're all guild members. Here's what I propose. This item will be stored in the guild's inventory space. Core members and above can claim it for use as needed. However, I will set a time limit for its use no longer than 7 days. Failure to return it within that period will result in immediate expulsion from the guild. Lu Guan hadn't originally intended to listen to anyone's opinion. If he simply took the item himself, no one could really say anything. At worst, they might harbor some resentment toward him. But so what? Lu Guan couldn't care less. But Bai Lu's words made a lot of sense. Since we're all part of the same guild, the guild itself is a unified whole. As the guild leader, he truly needed to consider many matters thoroughly. Whether it's an organization or a clan, countless historical examples prove it. Acting solely on one's own will only make one a lone hero, never achieving true greatness. When the world of slaughter forced its way onto Blue Star, lone heroes lacked the capacity to stand firm amidst that chaotic catastrophe. Upon hearing Lu Guan's decision, everyone's eyes lit up. Really? Does that mean I can use this Dark Moonstone Bell too? The chubby kid asked timidly, his voice trembling with excitement. Jiang Yan'an beamed with joy. Of course. Big shot Lu Guan has placed the item in the guild storage space. This way, each of us can use it whenever we need it. Chapter 67, The World of Carnage Descends Upon Blue Star? Apart from Su Yueying, these individuals were actually quite talented ordinary gifted individuals who simply lacked resources and connections. Relying solely on themselves, unless they got incredibly lucky, they'd likely never come into contact with high-level items in their entire lives. High-level items. Before the descent of the killing world, such items were akin to powerful firearms. Excessive personal possession of such items would undoubtedly spell disaster for national security and order. That's precisely why the Dragon Ascension Guild established the 9th Battalion dedicated to sweeping up items and resources across all realms. This initiative not only strengthens their own capabilities but also serves to curb the ambitions of other groups or individuals. To date, the exclusive realms assigned to the Dragon Nation by the International Convention Organization have been largely explored by the Dragon Ascension Guild and the major clans. As a result, even for ordinary gifted individuals, the probability of obtaining mid-tier items is not particularly high. That Lu Guan would willingly share such powerful items with the group. This made everyone feel that joining Big Shot Lu Guan's guild was an exceptionally wise choice. And Li Song? The group was still basking in the ease they envisioned for future realm explorations. Lu Guan suddenly realized someone was missing. He turned to look. Li Song was now barely breathing. If he wasn't treated soon, he'd likely pass away. Good heavens, how did he faint? Zhang Yan'an gasped softly, swiftly activating her innate ability and casting a healing aura over him. Bathed in the pale blue glow, Li Song's ashen complexion gradually returned to normal. A full 5 minutes passed. Cough. Cough. Li Song's eyes snapped open as he began coughing violently. He scrambled to sit up, coughing up another mouthful of blood before finally catching his breath. He looked around blankly, seemingly still not fully awake from his unconscious state. Where am I? Zhang Yan'an grimaced with concern. He hasn't hit his head too hard, has he? Duan Xingqian felt a pang of guilt at the sight. If I hadn't touched that goddess statue, none of this would have happened. Su Yueying comforted him, it's not your fault. Besides, we got the Dark Moonstone Bell, it's a blessing in disguise. As the future guild's vice president-elect, she did her best to console her members. Duan Xingqian managed a faint smile. Just then, the little chubby guy suddenly shouted, my interface is working again. Check it out, did everyone's interface return to normal? Hearing this, everyone tried to summon their own panels in their minds. Sure enough. Seeing that familiar interface brought them a sense of relief unlike any they had ever felt before. Future Guild Notice, Su Yueying has been appointed as Vice President of the Guild. Future Guild Notice, Dark Moonstone Bell stored in Guild Inventory. The moment Su Yueying opened her interface, these two notifications popped up. An involuntary smile immediately spread across her lips. As previously discussed, she promptly added the other 6 members to the guild. Future Guild Notice, Li Song has become a core member of the guild. Future Guild Notice, Zhang Yan'an has become a core guild member. Once everyone was gathered, Su Yueying declared with satisfaction, this is perfect. From now on, it'll be much easier to coordinate and form teams for any future actions. The 6 others were equally delighted. For them, though this expedition to the Eternal Night Wastes hadn't yielded any ghost crystals, the gains were undeniably immense. Bai Lu stepped before Lu Guan. President, now that the realm exploration is complete, I'll be heading back to Blue Star first. I can't stand to stay in this godforsaken place a moment longer. My home is in Galaxy City. When you have time, you absolutely must come find me. But before Lu Guan could respond, Su Yuning said in a peculiar tone, you're all leaving already? Well, I suppose so. You've been in the realm for quite a while now. Go on, go on. Su Yueying was usually warm and outgoing, loving lively gatherings, yet now she seemed to be practically shooing them away. Seeing her like this, everyone couldn't help but exchange meaningful glances. Zhang Yan'an, who had intended to approach Lu Guan for farewells, now felt awkward about saying more. Soon, the 6 of them each activated their panels and exited the realm. Until the entire hall was left with only Lu Guan and Su Yueying. Chairman, are you feeling a bit down? Su Yueying keenly sensed Lu Guan's mood. Lu Guan didn't hide it from her and nodded. Su Yueying continued, because you haven't found the tears of the shepherd god? Only she knew that Lu Guan had ventured into the Eternal Night Wasteland not for high-level items. But now it seemed the so-called descent of the Dark Moon Goddess was nothing but a hoax. I'm sorry. Su Yueying lowered her head. Why are you apologizing? Lu Guan froze, puzzled. It's all my fault for rushing to call you over before thoroughly verifying the information. Su Yueying thought that if she hadn't been so reckless, she wouldn't have given Lu Guan hope only to dash it. But at first, she'd only wanted to see Lu Guan as soon as possible, without considering the consequences. It's not your fault. As you said, we've obtained the Dark Moonstone Bell. And my guild has gained a vice president as intelligent and approachable as you. That's quite a gain. Exactly, that was precisely why Lu Guan decided to appoint Su Yueying as the guild's future vice president. And he genuinely didn't believe this incident was Su Yueying's fault. He had asked the Su siblings to keep an eye out for news of the tears of the shepherd god, and they had already been very diligent. What more could he possibly ask for? Really? Su Yueying lifted her head again. Earning Lu Guan's praise was no small feat. Those 2 sentences alone were enough to keep Su Yueying happy for a whole week. Lu Guan quickly composed his slightly downcast mood. Shall we head back too? We'll have plenty of time to talk once we're back on Blue Star. Both of them opened the interface simultaneously. Return to Blue Star World? Yes, no. The instant they selected yes, a blinding white light surged from beneath their feet. Suddenly, snap! A crisp sound like shattering porcelain exploded in the void. The entire sky over the eternal night wastes became covered in a web of fine threads. As the 2 vanished into the boundary realm, the entire net seemed to be pulled by a single rope, folding and collapsing. Blue Star World. Recently, a headline titled "The World of Carnage" has forcibly descended upon reality. Xiangyang City becomes a death zone overnight, surged to the top of the news charts. Its popularity remained high. On the first day the news was released, the overwhelming majority of commenters were skeptical. Definitely another clickbait headline. The guy who spread rumors about Kyoto falling last time is already living off the government now. Hey, editor, wanna try that life too? Folks, this news is real. I'm on a business trip in Xiangyang City, and last night I actually saw bone dragons flying in the sky. Finally put to use after stockpiling canned goods for 3 years. I'm waiting for you all in the northern suburb air raid shelter. The comment with the most likes read. This is definitely some half-baked expert scheme to force those who haven't awakened their talents to do so. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Ascension Guild headquarters conference room, Lu Xiao, vice president of the Dragon Ascension Guild, sat at the center of the conference room, his expression grave. Zhou Manglin, what's the status? Has Lu Guan responded yet? Chapter 68, Reply upon receipt. The atmosphere in the conference room was heavy. All eyes turned to Zhou Manglin as the vice president posed his question. As the sole female battalion commander present, she felt awkward under the intense scrutiny of so many eyes. Not yet. Of course, her discomfort wasn't due to being stared at by so many people. Rather, it was the fact that this was the 3rd time Principal Lu had asked her this question in just over half an hour. It was clear that even someone as steady as Principal Lu was genuinely anxious now. What the hell is that brat doing, vanishing at such a crucial moment? Zhou Manglin inwardly complained. Even though most netizens didn't believe it. The top trending news story was actually true. 2 days ago, at noon, the sky over Xiangyang City should have been bright and sunny, not a cloud in sight. Yet in the next instant, the entire sky abruptly darkened, as if torn apart by some invisible force. Pedestrians on the streets stopped in their tracks, stunned by this sudden transformation. A massive dark moon hung in the sky without warning. The entire city plunged into bloom in an instant. Such a distinctive dark moon instantly reminded many gifted individuals of the eternal night wasteland. Now, even those gifted individuals who had yet to awaken knew this signaled the true beginning of the world of slaughter forcibly descending upon Blue Star. Members of the local Dragon Ascension Guild sprang into action immediately. But Xiangyang City was merely a 3rd-tier small town, and the official members stationed here were generally not very high level. For Lu Guan, the eternal night specters he could effortlessly eliminate proved exceptionally difficult for them to handle. Headquarters wanted to send reinforcements, but they couldn't even enter Xiangyang City now. The area enveloped by the boundary seemed to form an independent space, completely isolating the inside from the outside. This was the first time the Dragon Ascension Guild had to deal with the arrival of the killing world on Blue Star. Their intelligence on the eternal night wasteland was equally inadequate. It was Zhuo Feiyang, standing behind Jia Tianlu, who spoke up, Vice President. I have a friend who happened to enter the eternal night wasteland with Lu Guan just 2 days ago. Moreover, they obtained a high-level item. Should we consult them? The moment Lu Xiao heard the name Lu Guan, his interest was piqued. This prompted Zhou Manglin to contact him. But Lu Guan's prolonged silence left the Dragon Ascension Guild's leadership increasingly frustrated. Gu Chuan, commander of the 8th Battle Regiment, was a middle-aged man with sharp eyebrows and piercing eyes. His slightly flushed complexion hinted at a short temper. Now, slamming his fist on the conference table, he grumbled, Vice President, a kid who just reached Tier 2, Level 4? I don't see much point in even summoning him. We'd be better off sending more powerful fighters to try breaking through the barrier by brute force. Behind Gu Chuan stood 5 elite members of the 8th Battalion. One young member, with sharply defined features and a high, straight nose, nodded in agreement. Commander Gu is right. The situation is urgent, we can't afford to wait any longer. Vice President, I request to be sent to Xiangyang City. His name was Huang Zixuan, originally Gu Chuan's nephew. Yet in such a public setting, he still addressed his own uncle as Commander Gu. The 8th Battle Corps was established by the Dragon Ascension Guild specifically for selecting and training prospective members. After all, as the most crucial official organization, it must prioritize structure and discipline. Even the most gifted talent could bring catastrophic consequences to a team if they refuse to follow orders. To transfer from the 8th battle group to any other official battle group, one needed contributions or meritorious deeds. Huang Zixuan understood clearly that resolving this descent of the Eternal Night Wasteland would be a major achievement. Therefore, he must strive to secure it. Gu Chuan was highly satisfied with his nephew's performance. His persistent urging of the vice president to issue the order stemmed precisely from his desire to witness this very outcome. Jia Tianlu shot Huang Zixuan a sidelong glance. Less than half of Shangyang City's gifted individuals had made it out, leaving over 500,000 civilians trapped there. To recklessly force a breach through the barrier, setting aside whether it could even be done. If any unforeseen circumstances arise, or if creatures from the barrier escape, can you bear the responsibility? Old but still sharp. How could Jia Tianlu fail to see Huang Zixuan's eagerness to claim credit? He didn't oppose the young man's drive, on the contrary, it was a good sign. But if one disregards consequences solely for glory, that's clearly a warped mindset. Huang Zixuan's face flushed crimson, utterly unable to retort. Just then, Zhou Manglin suddenly exclaimed excitedly. Lu Guan replied. At the news, all eyes instantly turned toward the screen. After waiting so long, even Principal Lu couldn't help but feel a flicker of anticipation. What did he say? Yet as Zhou Manglin stared at Lu Guan's reply on the communication interface, her expression turned strangely peculiar. Lu family mansion. Inside the bedroom, Lu Guan finally opened his eyes slowly within the energy stone coffin. Indeed, ever since returning from the Eternal Night Wastes, he had been relentlessly leveling up. The remaining high-grade energy crystals from his previous session, combined with his original reserves, were now completely depleted after this training session. Had it not been for Lu Jingxiu's existence, he wouldn't have felt such an intense sense of urgency. He had intended to save these high-grade energy crystals. Opening his attribute panel, Lu Guan shook his head. Unfortunately, he was still just short of reaching Tier 2, Level 5. Immediately after, he noticed the communication interface flash violently. He quickly switched over, expecting some major incident to have occurred. But upon checking, he realized all the messages were from the future guild. The first guild message, sent 2 days prior, was from Bai Lu. Finally home, President. Don't forget our agreement. The second message was from Li Song. Can someone tell me what the hell happened while I was unconscious? The third message was from Duan Qingshan, explaining what happened after he and Lu Guan's consciousnesses left their bodies. Fourth message, Zhang Yan'an said, so you guys went through such a dangerous ordeal. Fifth is still Zhang Yan'an, is the president okay? Duan Qingshan replies, the president is that powerful, how could anything happen to him? The rest was mostly idle chatter. Lu Guan watched with exasperation. Are these people treating the guild's communication channel like a chat group? Don't they level up at all? However, one exchange caught Lu Guan's attention. It was from Li Song. Everyone, check the trending headlines. The realm of carnage has forcibly descended upon Shangyang City. And from the description, the realm that descended seems to be the Eternal Night Wasteland we just explored. Several replied they'd seen it, but their reactions mirrored most netizens. They didn't quite believe it. After all, they'd seen enough of these baseless rumors to develop immunity. It wasn't until scrolling to the very end that Lu Guan spotted 2 messages from Zhou Manglin. Lu Guan, the Eternal Night Wasteland realm has descended upon Blue Star. We need your help. Reply upon receipt. Chapter 69, Borrowing the Dark Moonstone Bell. The 2 messages were sent less than 10 minutes apart. Zhou Manglin's urgency was palpable. Could the news Li Song and the others mentioned actually be true? But why had the Eternal Night Wasteland descended? As this question crossed his mind, Lu Guan suddenly recalled hearing a peculiar sound the very second before he exited the Eternal Night Wasteland's domain. He hadn't paid it much mind at the time. Now it seemed that strange sound might be connected. Staring at the message Zhou Manglin had sent on his panel, Lu Guan furrowed his brow slightly. At first, he couldn't understand. After all, it was just the Eternal Night Wilderness, a place teeming with talent from the Dragon Ascension Guild. What possible contribution could he make? Then it dawned on him. Barring any surprises, they must have already discovered that the Dark Moonstone Bell was in his possession. What good could come of them seeking him out at this moment? That's why Lu Guan's guiding principle had always been, steer clear of anything official if you can avoid it. Lu Guan wasn't afraid of trouble, but he certainly didn't seek it out. And so, sorry, I'm still leveling up. No time. He didn't even bother asking what it was about, a flat refusal sufficed. In truth, if this message hadn't come from Zhou Manglin, Lu Guan wouldn't have bothered replying at all. Just as he was about to close the communication panel, the interface flickered again. It won't take long. This is a tricky situation right now. Consider it a personal request from me. Can you do it? Zhou Manglin put it that way, and Lu Guan couldn't just ignore it. After all, he still owed her a favor. Lu Guan could only sigh softly, all right. Not long after replying, a video window connected to the Longteng Guild headquarters conference room popped up on the panel. The moment the connection was established, Lu Guan heard murmurs of discussion. It wasn't until he saw every face clearly through the floating image before him that the clamor abruptly ceased. Immediately, over a dozen pairs of eyes turned toward him simultaneously. Lu Guan blinked twice, wide-eyed. This was his first time using the panel's video function. He saw everyone sitting stiffly around a conference table. In the seat of honor sat a middle-aged man with a stern expression and wheat-colored skin. Clearly, this was none other than the renowned Principal Lu. Lu Guan, we meet again. Jia Tianlu was the first to speak, greeting Lu Guan with apparent warmth. Behind him, Zhuo Feiyang's eyes held a complex mix of emotions. Lu Guan, where on earth are you? Zhou Menglin noticed the golden-orange glow behind Lu Guan and asked with concern. Only then did Lu Guan remember he was still lying inside the energy stone coffin. He expressionlessly lifted the stone coffin's lid and sat up. He feigned nonchalance. I told you, I'm leveling up. Zhou Menglin was speechless. Hello, Lu Guan. This is our first formal exchange, though I've seen you before. Principal Lu's greeting carried an air that was both official and warm. Yet his extraordinary aura alone made it clear this man was no ordinary figure. Lu Guan couldn't help but grow more wary inwardly, replying directly, Hello, President Lu. Let's get straight to the point. I need to get back to leveling up. The distance in Lu Guan's tone was unmistakable. So clear, in fact, that it felt a bit uncomfortable. Inviting a true god was indeed no easy feat. We kept the entire Dragon Ascension Guild's leadership waiting for over 40 minutes. In the end, we'd still wasted his leveling time. Gu Chuan never held much regard for Lu Guan to begin with, and with his blunt temperament, his words inevitably carried a sting. Lu Guan frowned. He hadn't kept them waiting. Is this how the Dragon Ascension Guild treats those who seek their help? Jia Tianlu sneered sarcastically, You're actually right about that. That kid really is a god, don't let his low rank fool you, he can solo 1,000 faceworm. He was clearly smiling on the outside while stabbing you in the back. Truth be told, the 8th battle group had no real grasp of Lu Guan's true strength. But the news that headquarters had bestowed a second-class dragon patterned badge upon Lu Guan had already spread far and wide. Where there's recognition, there's bound to be discontent. So what if he killed a blood general and 1,000 faceworm? And donating 2 items to the state without compensation? At best, that shows some skill and merit, right? If second-class dragon emblem badges were that easy to come by, every member of their 8th battle regiment should have one. As the commander of the 1st regiment, Gu Chuan understood the gravity of the situation. He merely shrugged it off with a dismissive curl of his lip, unwilling to escalate matters at this moment. His nephew, Huang Zixuan, however, was young and impetuous. He retorted defiantly, Commander Jia seems to misunderstand the term true god. He's just a 2nd tier, 4th grade kid, what real power could he possibly wield? Any elite member of our 8th regiment is stronger than him. Huang Zixuan was currently a tier 2, level 6 talent who had awakened AB rank psychic shock. Such talent was exceptionally superior. He was confident he could go toe-to-toe with even an ordinary tier 2, level 9 talent, so why would he give Lu Guan a second thought? Yet upon hearing those words, Zhuo Feiyang immediately shot him a meaningful look. Before encountering Lu Guan, he had been just as arrogant as that kid across from him. But what was the outcome? So now the elite of your 8th regiment are handling the issues in Xiangyang City? Lu Guan delivered a sudden, cutting remark. Wei. Huang Zixuan was instantly choked, unable to utter a word. Zhuo Feiyang, however, felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Lu Xiao's fingers tapped lightly on the tabletop as he turned his gaze to the screen. Lu Guan, since you know we sought you out regarding Xiangyang City, let's proceed as you suggested. We'll speak plainly. Unfortunately, since the first forced descent of the Blue Star's boundary occurred in the Dragon Nation, we have no prior experience to draw upon. The situation we face now is that the area shrouded by the Eternal Night Wasteland appears completely isolated from the real world. We've tried numerous methods, but none have succeeded in breaching the barrier of the realm. Hearing this, Lu Guan felt a sense of foreboding. If even your Dragon Ascension Guild can't handle this, what use is it to involve me? Before Lu Xiao could continue, Jia Tianlu spoke slowly. We heard you entered the Eternal Night Wastes a couple of days ago? Lu Guan nodded cautiously. What? Jia Tianlu chuckled. We also heard you acquired a high-level item, right? Lu Guan knew it. The moment they mention the Eternal Night Wastes, they'll likely set their sights on the Dark Moonstone Bell. This high-level item now belongs to all members of the future guild. He couldn't possibly hand it over. Lu Xiao's gaze seemed to pierce straight through one's soul. Rest assured, we won't demand you donate the item to the state. Lu Guan hadn't considered that option either. Jia Tianlu interjected, we have a theory perhaps only items originating from the Eternal Night Wasteland can breach the dimensional barrier. Lu Guan questioned doubtfully, and? Jia Tianlu replied, we'd like to borrow your items to test this theory. Lu Guan cut him off flatly, no way. Chapter 70, Reunion. The conference room fell instantly silent. No one had expected that the Longting Guild's simple request to borrow an item would be refused so bluntly. Jia Tianlu, however, maintained his composure. Lu Guan's response didn't surprise him in the least. After all, he had long witnessed how the compound eye pupil came to be. While others might be unaware, he and Principal Lu knew the truth all too well. It had been obtained by sacrificing his most cherished high-grade item, the sanctuary ring. Gu Chuan was the first to lose his composure and stand up. Lu Guan, do you have any idea how many ordinary citizens in Xiangyang City are trapped right now, their latent talents still unexplored? 500,000. That's 500,000 lives. Lu Guan nodded indifferently. So what? What does that have to do with me? Gu Chuan was momentarily at a loss for words. Exactly. Saving people is the Dragon Ascension Guild's business. What does it have to do with Lu Guan? Huang Zixuan, who already harbored resentment toward him, retorted angrily, don't you think your behavior is incredibly selfish? If you were the one trapped in Xiangyang City, would you still say that? The others agreed, their faces showing surprise and displeasure. Lu Guan remained unruffled. First, the Dark Moonstone Bell is now our guild's shared resource. It's not just my decision. Second, I don't believe your Dragon Ascension Guild doesn't possess a single item from the Eternal Night Wastes. Why must you borrow mine? Third, you only mentioned borrowing it, but haven't addressed who would be responsible if anything happened to my item. Finally, he turned his cold gaze toward Huang Zixuan. As for your question, the answer is simple. First, I won't be trapped in Sunlight City. Second, even if I were trapped, I possess sufficient ability to protect myself. Lu Guan possessed this confidence not merely because of his current strength, but because from the moment he stepped into the newbie village until now, through all the trials he'd endured, he'd always relied solely on himself. The three questions struck like three heavy hammers, silencing the conference room completely. Everyone fell silent except for Principal Lu and Jia Tianlu. Zhou Menglin even began to doubt whether pressuring Lu Guan to accept the connection with headquarters using personal favors had been a mistake. She hadn't anticipated so many complications at the outset. I can guarantee it. Lu Guan, if any items are damaged, I will personally compensate you with high-end items of equal value. Zhou Menglin spoke these words, clearly feeling that placing Lu Guan in such an awkward position was entirely her responsibility. But Lu Guan remained level-headed. This was a request made to him by the Dragon Ascension Guild. Captain Zhou, there's no need for this. Just as Gu Chuan was about to speak, Principal Lu raised his hand, signaling him to sit down. Lu Guan is right. Making such a request without preparation was indeed our mistake. But the crisis in Xiangyang City cannot be delayed. It seems we must explore other options. Jia Tianlu interjected, we've tried everything possible. What else could we do? Lu Xiao pondered for a moment, if all else fails, we'll have to forcibly breach the dimensional barrier. Jia Tianlu immediately voiced his concern, that's unwise. Setting aside whether such a forced breach could succeed. What if, upon success, the energy core sustaining the domain is damaged? Our 9th battle group has speculated that the energy core of the Eternal Night Wasteland is likely a tremendously powerful artifact. Are we certain we can afford such a loss? At the mention of energy core, Lu Guan's eyes lit up. Where did his guild token come from? Wasn't it the energy core from the secret realm established by the gods, obtained back in the newbie village? So could the energy core of the Eternal Night Wastes be the tears of the shepherd god? Lu Guan couldn't help but speculate. Principal Lu tapped lightly on the desk. Losses be damned. Upholding order and protecting the people is the Dragon Ascendant Union's foremost principle. Compared to the lives of millions of citizens, these losses are something we must bear. These two sentences struck a solemn note throughout the meeting room. Lu Guan, however, watched the two men with a cold gaze. Suddenly, it struck him that their conversations seemed to be playing off each other. Does the energy core of the Eternal Night Wasteland belong to whoever claims it? Lu Guan probed cautiously. Jia Tianlu answered directly, of course it is. We're not bandits, after all. Why would we just go around stealing other people's stuff? Kid, you're not seriously planning to go there yourself, are you? Had he not asked that final question, Lu Guan wouldn't have been certain. Now it clicked instantly. That entire exchange between those two was meant for his ears. The moment Lu Xiao saw the flash of realization in Lu Guan's eyes, he knew their little scheme had been exposed. He decided to lay his cards on the table. Lu Guan, if you're willing to take action, I can guarantee this. Not only will the energy hub be yours to own personally, but the Dragon Ascension Guild will fully support your actions. Truthfully, Lu Guan couldn't care less whether the Dragon Ascension Guild cooperated or not. But he absolutely must obtain the energy hub of the Eternal Night Wasteland. Lu Guan declined Lu Xiao's offer to deploy Dragon Ascension Guild members to assist his operation. He didn't believe it would offer much assistance, and if trouble arose, their presence would only hinder his mobility. In the guild communication channel, Lu Guan still felt he should inform everyone of the situation. Li Song replied almost immediately, shock. After vanishing for 2 days, the boss finally surfaces. Lu Guan skipped right over it. Bai Lu, guild leader, are you saying the Eternal Night Wasteland has truly forced its way into Xiangyang City? Su Yueying, I'm going too. Wang Rui, take me with you. Zhang Yan and Li Song, what about you guys? Li Song, no question. We're one guild. Whenever the boss moves, we all move together. Duan Xingchen, guild leader, just tell us when do we depart. Lu Guan, there's no time to waste, the sooner the better. Su Yueying replied instantly, no problem. Xiangyang City isn't far from Xinjiang City. I'll be there in no time. Outskirts of Xiangyang City. The sky cast an eerie greenish-blue hue under the reflection of the eternal night wilderness barrier. The closer one approached the barrier, the darker the sky grew. As far as the eye could see, the entire city of Xiangyang seemed shrouded in a layer of grayish mist, as if separated into two distinct layers by some invisible force. President, I'm here. Su Yuaning's clear voice rang out from nearby. Lu Guan turned his head to see her standing atop a high slope, waving at him. Beside her stood Li Song, Little Fatty, Zhang Yan'an, and Duan Xingqian. How did you get here so fast? Lu Guan walked over, asking with a hint of surprise. I never thought I'd be the last one here. Li Song chuckled. Boss, the moment you gave the order, I didn't hesitate, just grabbed Fatty and Zhang Yan'an and rushed straight over. But Bai Lu and Luo Hongyang said we'd have to wait another 10 or so minutes. Lu Guan nodded. They were already at the location, so waiting a little longer didn't matter. Just then, a loud, wild roar of engines echoed from the distance. Everyone turned to look in unison, watching as a dust-churning SUV sped toward them. Chapter 71, Entering Xiangyang City. Holy crap, whose car is that? It's so flashy. Li Song stared blankly at the speeding SUV, his eyes brimming with envy. Just by the sound of it, he knew the price tag on this thing had to be as jaw-dropping as its roar. But everyone was present now, except for Luo Hongyang and Bai Lu. As far as Li Song knew, both of those guys came from pretty average backgrounds, right? Suddenly, the SUV slammed on its brakes and came to a halt in front of the group. The doors swung open. To everyone's surprise, Huang Zixuan stepped out, accompanied by 4 elite members of the 8th Battle Group. Lastly, Zhuo Feiyang emerged, strolling out leisurely. The members of the Future Guild exchanged bewildered glances. None of them recognized these men. Only Lu Guan frowned, stepping forward to demand loudly, "Didn't I say we don't need the Dragon Ascension Guild's cooperation? Why are you here?" Huang Zixuan ordered his men to close the doors as he replied, "We didn't want to either. The leader was worried your strength wasn't enough, so he sent us to reinforce the team." His gaze swept over the Future Guild members. "This is your team?" Looking at them, some were fat, some were skinny, men and women mixed together, and Li Song, whose demeanor and attire made him look like a street thug. Like a makeshift troop. This caused obvious contempt to cloud Huang Zixuan's eyes. Seeing this, Su Yuaning stepped forward and said, "Our president has already stated that we don't need your support. You can leave now." Behind Huang Zixuan, a dark-skinned young man snorted derisively. "Sweetheart, don't be so sure of yourself. The situation in Xiangyang City isn't something a few of you can handle with your petty squabbles. If I'm not mistaken, Lu Guan's Tier 2, Level 4 is the highest among you, right?" When the Dragon Ascension Guild headquarters connected with Lu Guan, these individuals were all present. Lu Guan's behavior had left them all deeply unsettled. They couldn't fathom why someone as brilliant and formidable as Principal Lu would treat Lu Guan so favorably. So while annoyed, they also felt deeply resentful. Li Song exploded the moment he heard those words. "Who the hell do you think you're calling a small-time player? My boss's combat prowess is..." Lu Guan swiftly raised his hand to stop Li Song from launching into another boastful tirade, then turned his cold gaze toward Huang Zixuan. "Since you're here, I'll let you tag along into Xiangyang City. But I'll warn you, don't slow us down." Lu Guan had long suspected these men weren't here to provide backup. If Principal Lu didn't trust his own strength, he wouldn't have gone to the trouble of staging that little charade with Jia Tianlu to lure me to Xiangyang City. Huang Zixuan wasn't stupid either. The moment Lu Guan spoke, he knew his lies had been seen through. His expression darkened. Us holding you back? Rest assured, we're all elite members of the 8th Battle Regiment, not a single one of us ranks below you. For ordinary gifted individuals, rank truly is the most direct proof of strength. But before Lu Guan, that rule held no sway. Lu Guan couldn't be bothered to argue further. Shuo Feiyang approached Lu Guan then, first greeting his good friend Duan Xingqian. "Chairman Lu, when do we begin our operation?" He observed everything silently, yet remained exceptionally courteous toward Lu Guan. In the past, he would have been the one mocking the future union members alongside Huang Zixuan. Another sedan approached from the distance, swiftly pulling up before the group. Bai Lu and Luo Hongyang came down together. "Sorry, President, we're late. We didn't keep you waiting too long, did we?" Bai Lu apologized. His gaze swept over the members of the Dragon Ascension Guild, his expression clearly showing confusion. Luo Hongyang asked directly, "President, what exactly are these people doing here?" Lu Guan replied indifferently, "They're irrelevant. Now that everyone's here, let's head to Xiangyang City." Huang Zixuan felt the cold indifference and his expression darkened instantly. If it weren't for needing Lu Guan to enter Xiangyang City and earn merit, he'd have given that guy a proper lesson. As they drew nearer to Xiangyang City, the sky gradually grew darker. An unsettling aura permeated the air. The group stood before the boundary barrier. Before them lay only a hazy, gray mist, obscuring any view of what lay within. Lu Guan reached out, touching the edge of the fog where it was blocked. Sure enough, it felt like an invisible wall of air. No matter how hard he pushed, he couldn't get through. Quick, try using that high-level item? Huang Zixuan turned to Lu Guan. Without being prompted, Lu Guan retrieved the Dark Moonstone Bell from his storage space. Instantly, a restless energy began to surge. Lu Guan attempted to bring the Dark Moonstone Bell close to the barrier. Soon, a faint glow shot from the Dark Moonstone Bell, tearing open a crack in the barrier large enough for one person to pass through. This method actually worked. Huang Zixuan's eyes lit up. Let's go. Lu Guan addressed the members of the future guild, then led the way through the crack. Within Xiangyang City, the once bustling streets were now shrouded in an eerie, ghostly green moonlight. The streets were deserted, shop windows shattered on both sides, cars overturned haphazardly along the roadside. The Dragon Ascension Guild members, having never entered the Eternal Night Wastes before, were particularly intrigued by the dark moon in the sky. Is this the dark moon of the Eternal Night Wastes? The dark-skinned youth inquired curiously. It does look rather terrifying. A girl in the group remarked. The records say the dark moon can corrupt the mind, but it doesn't seem that bad. As an awakened talent specializing in mental shock, Huang Zixuan possessed exceptionally high mental attributes. Ha! Li Song sneered contemptuously. Having just returned to Blue Star from the Eternal Night Wastes a couple of days ago, he listened to their discussions with a sense of superiority, as if observing country bumpkins. What are you laughing at? Huang Zixuan caught the look in his eyes and felt a surge of irritation. Nothing. Li Song merely shook his head with disdain. What's so funny? Huang Zixuan snapped irritably. Lu Guan suddenly raised his hand. Silence. Huang Zixuan retorted unconcernedly, why should we be quiet just because you tell us to? Before Lu Guan could respond, a fluttering sound answered for Lu Guan. 3 Dark Moon Night Owls suddenly burst from the shadows around the street corner. Their size was twice that of the creatures found in the Eternal Night Wastes. Their feathers glowed with an eerie metallic sheen. Their sharp beaks flashed with a cold gleam. Back in the newbie village, Li Song had encountered mutated fire beasts. He knew them all too well. Watch out. The owls here have mutated. Huang Zixuan turned his head to look, remaining unhurried as he activated his innate ability, Mental Shock. Yet the invisible energy colliding with the Dark Moon Night Owls only caused their flight to falter slightly. How is that possible? Huang Zixuan's eyes widened. His psychic shock could even severely wound a Tier 2, Level A talent user. How could it be ineffective against the Dark Moon Night Owls? Fortunately, Huang Zixuan's reflexes were quick. As Dark Moon Night Owl lunged with claws like steel hooks, he darted aside several times, narrowly evading the attack. Chapter 72, An Old Acquaintance? It wasn't just Huang Zixuan, even Lu Guan's group was genuinely surprised. Mental Shock was an exceptionally potent talent. It bypassed physical attributes and conventional defenses, instantly plunging victims into mental chaos upon impact. Yet against the mutated Dark Moon Night Owl, it seemed almost ineffective? But they quickly realized why. Creatures like the Dark Moon Night Owls could survive long-term in the Eternal Night Wastes. If they weren't even afraid of the Dark Moon's mental corruption, how could they possibly fear a mental shock? Huang Zixuan paid the price for his inexperience. He rolled awkwardly on the spot, his silver robe now dusty, a flicker of irritation in his heart. Careless. The 3 Night Owls, their first strike missed, didn't even pause. They charged straight ahead, attacking relentlessly. Why are they charging at us again? Li Song was still looking forward to the show. Dark Moon Night Owls were D-rank flying beasts. Mutated ones were at least C-rank, maybe even B-rank. While they certainly couldn't harm the Dragon Ascension Guild members, it still caused him a flurry of frantic activity. But in the blink of an eye, they switched targets utterly unethical. Fortunately, Lu Guan had already retrieved the Void Blade from his storage space. A mutated owl dove down at breakneck speed. Lu Guan remained unflustered, leaping upward with a swift turn and sweeping his blade. Swish! Under the spatial power of the Void Blade, any solid object was as fragile as a cloud. The Dark Moon Night Owl's watermelon-sized head rolled gurgling to the ground without a moment's hesitation. Its plump body crashed straight down like a small cannonball. Blitz! After instantly eliminating one mutated Night Owl, Lu Guan's figure vanished mid-air. The next second, he materialized before another mutated Night Owl. The same slash came down, a crimson blade flash streaking through the air. Before this mutated Night Owl could even spurt blood from its severed neck, it slammed straight into the building ahead. As for the last mutated Night Owl, it was slightly farther away. Lu Guan simply teleported back, landing steadily in his original position. Looking up, he saw the mutant owl opening its long beak, about to cry out. Lu Guan immediately fired a small fireball at it. With a loud boom. Mid-air, the mutant owl suddenly burst into a ball of flame. The intense heat instantly incinerated its body into charcoal, while fragments of feathers scattered like willow fluff. 3 C-class or higher flying beasts were all turned into energy nutrients for the future guild within less than 5 seconds. Holy! Is this even human? The 6 members of the Dragon Ascension Guild stared upward, utterly dumbfounded. Though for them, dealing with the mutant Night Owl wasn't particularly difficult either. Lu Guan was taking them down one by one, and then he blew one up. That's downright insane. The Future Guild, on the other hand, remained far more composed than the Dragon Ascension Guild. This was just standard procedure for their guild leader still looking as cool as ever. Let's go. Lu Guan remained expressionless, as calm as if he'd just casually crushed 3 ants. Watching the Future Guild members, led by Lu Guan, stride away with triumphant steps. The Dragon Ascension Guild members exchanged bewildered glances. It must have been a coincidence. The weapon in Lu Guan's hand was clearly no ordinary blade. Without that crimson blade, he'd be nothing. That was the only conclusion they could reach. Follow him. Huang Zixuan brushed the dust off his silver robe, his eyes filled with defiance. As they traversed several desolate streets, the air grew thicker with the scent of blood. Along the way, all they saw were heavily damaged public facilities and crumbling buildings. Occasional bloodstains marked the ground, yet not a single corpse was in sight. It seemed likely that members of the Dragon Ascension Guild within the city had taken the risk to clean it up. The group couldn't help but sigh. Was this the scene after the world of slaughter had forcibly descended upon Blue Star? It was undeniably bleak. Chairman Lu, which way should we go next? At a crossroads, Lu Guan halted his steps. Zhuo Feiyang, who had somehow ended up with the Future Guild, asked casually. Li Song frowned. Aren't you with the Dragon Ascension Guild? Why did you come over to our side? What else could it be? With Zhuo Feiyang's abilities, he probably couldn't even take down a single mutated night owl. It's just safer sticking with Lu Guan. Duan Xingchen smiled at Li Song and said, he's the friend I told you about from the Dragon Ascension Guild. Li Song instantly remembered. Oh, so it's you, you bastard. Zhuo Feiyang was a bit speechless. But he could tell there was no malice in Li Song's tone. Huang Zixuan shot Zhuo Feiyang a glare. Who couldn't see through Zhuo Feiyang's intentions? What a disgrace. But since they weren't members of the same battle group, he couldn't really say much. I suggest we first contact the Longtum Guild's Xiangyang City branch and verify this information with them. Huang Zixuan turned to say. Having witnessed Lu Guan's monstrous strength, he no longer dared to boss him around like before. Luo Hongyang asked in confusion, what's there to coordinate? We came here to find the energy hub. Once we locate it, we just take it, right? Why make things so complicated? The dark-skinned youth beside Huang Zixuan grumbled, if we wander aimlessly like this, what if we run into a pack of mutated night owls? Bai Lu replied coldly, our leader will eliminate any that cross our path. The dark-skinned youth was instantly speechless. Huang Zixuan also felt deeply frustrated. Lu Guan was merely a Tier 2, level 4D ranked talent. If not for the advantages of this domain and his weapon, how could he possibly be stealing the spotlight? But do any of you even know where the energy hub is? Huang Zixuan could only work to suppress the resentment churning within him. There would be opportunities to show his true strength. His words weren't without merit. Establishing contact with the local Dragon Ascension Guild first would indeed save a lot of effort. Let's go. We'll head over and take a look first. Not long after, the group arrived at a building with a solemn and imposing style. From the outside, the windows on the first and second floors appeared almost entirely shattered. Is this the Xiangyang City branch? Li Song asked in surprise. In truth, it wasn't just him. Even Huang Zixuan and the others couldn't help but feel a slight sense of bewilderment. What was going on? Could it be that even the Dragon Ascension Guild had been attacked? Without a word, Huang Zixuan charged into the building first to investigate. The other Dragon Ascendant Guild members cautiously followed behind. Suddenly, Huang Zixuan's sharp shout echoed through the lobby. Who goes there? Halt! Immediately afterward, Lu Guan, who hadn't yet entered the building, caught sight of a figure darting past the shattered window. Ha! Though the figure moved swiftly, Lu Guan managed to catch a glimpse of his face. Chen Buchuan? Chapter 73, The Masked Man Appears. Chen Baichuan had repeatedly sought to cause trouble for Lu Guan. But Lu Guan had never had the time to deal with him. After all, Lu Guan had far more important matters to attend to. In his eyes, Chen Buchuan was nothing more than a clownish figure. He never expected to run into him here. Li Song froze for a moment before asking, Boss, you mentioned Chen Buchuan? Where is he? The chubby kid and Jiang Yanan, both from the same newbie village 917, also turned their heads to look at Lu Guan. That guy who just ran over there, that's him. Lu Guan replied indifferently. Jiang Yanan frowned in confusion. No way. I remember he wasn't from Xiangyang City. That makes it even stranger. But Lu Guan was certain his memory and eyesight were always sharp. He shouldn't have misidentified him. Let's follow him and see. With that, he simply leaped out the window. Huang Zixuan chased after Chen Buchuan, who vanished just as they reached the corner staircase at the end of the corridor. The other 4 members of the 8th battle group followed closely behind. Though the staircase was narrow, the 4 instinctively fell into orderly formation, avoiding any jostling. In this regard, the Longting Guild members' teamwork was truly impressive. They ran on 2 legs. Lu Guan, however, possessed a talent for teleportation and instantly materialized behind the 4. Another phantom followed, leaping directly onto the 2nd floor. The dark-skinned youth spotted Lu Guan and instantly lost his composure, stumbling in his ascent. Damn it! For the first time, he felt his awakened C-rank talent, multi-dimensional attribute enhancement, was absolute garbage. Look at that guy, even though his talent was only D rank, he was damn cool. Lu Guan's figure merely flashed across the second floor before swiftly ascending to the third, catching up to Huang Zixuan. Huang Zixuan had stopped in front of a double wooden door. Behind the doors lay what appeared to be a conference hall or similar space. Where's everyone? Lu Guan called out from behind. Huang Zixuan was slightly out of breath. Turning around, he felt a hint of surprise. But then he remembered Lu Guan possessed the talent to teleport and his mind cleared. He was gone by the time I caught up, but he must be inside here somewhere. Huang Zixuan gave a sharp nod toward the double wooden doors. Without a word, Lu Guan raised the void blade and brought it down in a single strike. With a loud clang, the massive wooden door shattered into splinters. Behind the door lay a large conference room spanning nearly 100 square meters. About 30 people, men, women, young, and old, sat cross-legged on the floor. They formed a circle, all facing the man in the white mask at the center. The deafening crash startled many, and they all turned toward the doorway. Lu Guan and Huang Zixuan slowly walked in. Lu Guan's gaze immediately locked onto the masked man in the center. For some reason, he sensed an intense wave of resentment and murderous intent. But it lasted only about 2 seconds before the sensation vanished. Who are you people? Why are you in the Dragon Ascension Guild's branch building? Huang Zixuan stepped forward and demanded sharply. He could tell these were just ordinary civilians. Just then, a figure emerged from the corner. Just as he was about to speak, he recognized Lu Guan's face and froze in shock. You're still alive. Indeed, this man was none other than Shen Buchuan. Hearing this, Lu Guan's lips curled slightly. Turning his gaze back to the masked man, he seemed to connect the dots. Seeing me, you're disappointed, aren't you? Huang Zixuan turned to Lu Guan in surprise. You two know each other? Lu Guan sneered coldly. We know each other and then some. Huang Zixuan was baffled. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed down the corridor. The rest of the group finally caught up, dragging their feet. Li Song immediately started complaining. Boss, you ran way too fast. We couldn't catch up at all. Then he saw the scene inside the conference room. What the hell? Shen Buchuan? It really is you, you bastard. Shen Buchuan frowned at the remark. I hate your filthy mouth the most. Li Song retorted indignantly. What's that supposed to mean? Got a problem? Let's settle this with a fight. Though he said this, Li Song wasn't foolish enough to actually fight Shen Buchuan. Su Yueying slipped from behind the crowd to stand beside Lu Guan. She stared at the masked figure in surprise. He couldn't possibly be. Before she could finish, Lu Guan had already guessed. He's the one who tipped us off about the Dark Moon Goddess descending upon the Eternal Night Wasteland? Recalling Su Yueying's description that day, the masked man, shrouded in mystery. Who else could it be? Su Yueying nodded repeatedly. Yes, it was him. Lu Guan's eyes narrowed instantly. He genuinely wanted to know who this masked man truly was, and what purpose he served in deceiving him into entering the Eternal Night Wasteland. Just as Lu Guan prepared to activate his shuttle talent for a surprise attack, the masked man suddenly flicked his wrist. Whoosh! 3 small spherical projectiles shot straight toward Lu Guan's face. Lu Guan reacted swiftly, swinging his void blade repeatedly. The moment the spatial energy touched the spheres, they exploded with a loud bang. A cloud of white smoke instantly dispersed. Immediately after, a shattering sound of glass echoed in his ears. Without hesitation, Lu Guan activated his shuttle talent and burst out of the smoke. But when he reached the spot where the masked man had been seated, only a circle of ordinary civilians remained, staring at each other in bewilderment. Lu Guan flashed over to the shattered window and looked outside. In less than a second, the masked man had vanished without a trace. Ah! Suddenly, a piercing scream pierced the air. Lu Guan spun around to see Huang Zixuan's figure flying backward through the lingering white smoke. Mid-air, he coughed up blood, a flash of lightning streaking across his chest. Clearly, he'd been struck by the lightning fist. Shen Buchuan was still here. Though this could be considered a successful ambush, Lu Guan had witnessed Huang Zixuan's strength before. He was still far weaker than himself. How could he possibly be so severely injured by a single strike from Shen Buchuan? If memory served correctly, back in the newbie village, Shen Buchuan was only tier 1, level 5, with a combat power of 600. When did he become this powerful? Just as Lu Guan was puzzling over this. Put! The dark-skinned youth spewed a torrent of blood from his mouth as his body flew backward out of the smoke. Immediately after, Li Song's voice cried out, Boss, help me! Lu Guan frowned. He could ignore those from the Dragon Ascension Guild. But he couldn't stand idly by when his own guild members were in danger. Without a second thought for the masked man's whereabouts, Lu Guan vanished into the smoke with a flash of movement. Shen Buchuan suddenly appeared before him. Lu Guan, back in the newbie village, you stole my thunder at every turn. Now I've advanced to tier 2, level 5, with combat power exceeding 2,500. Do you really think you can still be my opponent? Lu Guan stared at him, his body crackling with electricity, his eyes whites a sickly blue-gray, clearly not normal. He replied coldly, "You can try." Chapter 74, Eliminating Steward Chen. No wonder Chen Buchuan managed to ambush Huang Zixuan successfully. Who would have thought he'd already reached Tier 2, Level 5? This leveling speed was even faster than his own SSS-tier talent combined with multiple talent opportunities. But to Lu Guan, it still meant absolutely nothing. After all, his combat prowess still far surpassed the others. Chen Buchuan sneered, "Lu Guan, even now, you still love putting on airs." In his eyes, Lu Guan's current coldness was merely a mask for inner unease. "Say whatever you want." Lu Guan replied indifferently. Chen Buchuan let out a savage laugh. Thunderstorm Fist. With a low shout, a dense cluster of lightning coalesced around Chen Buchuan's fists. Lu Guan was slightly taken aback this time. So not only had this guy rapidly leveled up, but even his most prized G-rank skill, Lightning Flash Fist, had been upgraded to F rank. Die! Chen Buchuan cursed under his breath as he lunged forward. He knew Lu Guan possessed multiple talents, one of which phantom speed was exceptionally swift. He held back 3/10 of his power as he threw the punch. Even so, the crackling thunderclaps erupting from the fist's edge sent shivers down the spine. Lu Guan, however, remained perfectly calm. "Is that all?" With a sneer, he sidestepped effortlessly. Chen Buchuan's punch missed its mark, but he maintained his balance, spun on his heel, and unleashed a sweeping second strike. Lu Guan took a step back, evading it effortlessly once more. Only then did Chen Buchuan realize something was off. He was now a Tier 2, Level 5. His speed attribute should theoretically far surpass Lu Guan's. Yet Lu Guan had dodged his full speed strike without even activating his phantom talent? What the hell? Too slow. Chen Buchuan was still reeling from the shock when Lu Guan suddenly spoke up, his tone calm. Hearing this, Chen Buchuan felt a surge of blood rushing to his head. Looking for death. He roared in fury, lightning surging across his body as he unleashed a punch. This time, he unleashed 80% of his power. Lu Guan wasn't here to play games with him. After just these two exchanges, he had already seen through Chen Buchuan's true capabilities. He had indeed improved significantly since their days in the newbie village. Blitz. Lu Guan's figure flickered behind Chen Buchuan, his legs shooting out in a swift kick. Chen Buchuan felt a tremendous force slam into his lower back. He grunted, stumbled forward, and staggered several steps before regaining his balance. "You're no match for me," Lu Guan said indifferently. Chen Buchuan's face was etched with utter disbelief. Refusing to believe it, he paused only briefly before charging forward again, fists raised. By now, the white smoke had completely dissipated. The thunderstorm fist, crackling with blinding lightning, slammed toward Lu Guan's face. Su Yuning knew the president was exceptionally powerful. But seeing Chen Buchuan's fist strike like a thunder dragon plunging into the sea, she couldn't help but warn him. "President, be careful." Lu Guan, however, kept his eyes fixed on Chen Buchuan's right arm. Just as the dense sparks of lightning were about to touch his nose. Swish! The void blade left only a crimson arc in the air as it sliced across Chen Buchuan's shoulder. Ah! Chen Buchuan let out a piercing scream. His entire right arm was severed at the shoulder, blood gushing forth. Chen Buchuan staggered backward several steps, clutching his severed limb. Pain and shock contorted his face beyond recognition. How could this be? He couldn't believe it. He had sacrificed so much for that level 2, grade 5 advancement. Why? Even before Lu Guan, he remained utterly defenseless. Only now did the members of the Dragon Ascension Guild truly grasp the terrifying extent of Lu Guan's power. Among them, aside from Huang Zixuan, no one dared claim they could handle Chen Buchuan. Yet Lu Guan had severed his opponent's arm in fewer than 3 moves. "Boss, you nailed it," Li Song shouted excitedly. Just moments ago, in the white smoke, he'd nearly been caught and beaten senseless by Chen Buchuan. Fortunately, Lu Guan arrived just in time. Otherwise, who knows how badly he might have been injured. "I'll kill you." Chen Buchuan suddenly erupted. Ignoring the blood still gushing from his right shoulder, he channeled even more intense lightning energy into his remaining left fist. Like a raging demon, he charged toward Lu Guan. Lu Guan's eyes turned cold. His body shifted slightly, effortlessly evading the strike. He swung his backhand, slamming the void blade hard into Chen Buchuan's back. Chen Buchuan let out a muffled groan and collapsed face first onto the ground. Only then did Huang Zixuan react. Forcing himself to stand despite his severe injuries, he shouted, "Don't kill him. If you truly intend to kill." Lu Guan's blade, the same one that had severed his arm moments ago, now slashed directly toward Chen Buchuan's throat. "Tell me who that masked man is, and why he deliberately lured us into the eternal night wasteland. I might spare your life." Lu Guan pressed the tip of the void blade against Chen Buchuan's throat. A slight pressure would end his life instantly. Yet Chen Buchuan, sprawled on the ground, held only vicious hatred in his eyes. He spat out a mouthful of blood. "Lu Guan, you got lucky this time, you bastard. But mark my words, even as a ghost, I'll find a way to kill you." With that, he thrust himself forward. With a sharp hiss, The tip of the void blade pierced his skin. A gurgling sound rose from Chen Buchuan's throat before his breathing ceased. This scene was completely unexpected by everyone. Huang Zixuan stared in shock, glancing from Chen Buchuan's lifeless body to Lu Guan. He couldn't comprehend why Chen Baichuan would do this when Lu Guan had clearly promised to spare his life. Why did you still kill him? Now, the whereabouts of the Dragon Ascension Guild members from the Shangyang City branch were unknown, and the location of the Dimensional Energy Hub remained a mystery. Keeping Chen Buchuan alive could have yielded valuable information. Were your eyes just for decoration? Didn't you see that bastard stick his neck right under my boss's blade? Li Song immediately snapped in displeasure. Huang Zixuan felt a sharp pang of anger in his chest. He had no desire to argue with someone like Li Song, whose mouth was always full of profanity. Lu Guan paid no attention to their quarrel. Instead, he stared thoughtfully at a notification on the panel before him. Attempt to steal Chen Buchuan's skill, failed. Attempt to steal Chen Buchuan's talent, failed. What was going on? Lu Guan recalled that the last time this had happened was when he attempted to plunder Lu Jia. And now he was encountering the same situation again. Among the civilians sitting in a circle, someone suddenly shouted, You actually killed Steward Chen. Steward? That sounded like some kind of organizational title. Huang Zixuan caught his breath and struggled to his feet. Who is Chen the steward? Hearing the question, a gray-haired old man rose from the crowd. The supreme ruler of the divine realm sent Steward Chen to save us devout refugees. Yet you killed him. You will surely face divine retribution. Chapter 75, Well done. The old man's words left everyone present from the future guild utterly baffled. Divine realm? Devout refugees? Li Song scratched his head in confusion. Somehow, this way of speaking felt strangely familiar. What nonsense is this old man spouting? Sui Weiing, however, sensed something keenly and whispered, Chairman, these people feel so strange. It wasn't just her. Lu Guan also sensed that these were clearly ordinary people, some without even awakened talents. Yet their bodies seemed to be emitting some peculiar energy. Huang Zixuan and the dark-skinned youth had recovered most of their injuries under the healing aura of a beautiful female member. At that moment, Huang Zixuan stepped forward and asked, Are you members of the Dawn Guild? The old man nodded. That's right. We were all spiritually corrupted by the dark moon, nearly becoming slaves to the void fallen spirits. Fortunately, Steward Chen brought the masked sage to bestow blessings upon us, allowing us to regain our normal human consciousness. But now, you've driven away the masked sage and killed Steward Chen. You must pay the price for this. The old man clearly meant the masked man when he spoke of the masked sage. The dark moon's mental corruption is something even gifted ones cannot resist. Though the eternal night wastes have descended upon Blue Star, dark moon's power has been significantly weakened. But for ordinary people, it remains deadly. Who would have thought Chen Buchuan was actually doing good deeds? Li Song found it utterly perplexing. He knew Chen Buchuan's character selfish, cold-blooded, and ruthless. Li Song simply couldn't fathom how such a man could possibly be a good person. Not necessarily. Maybe this is just how the Dawn Union recruits members. Su Yueying wasn't as naive as Li Song. She hadn't forgotten that it was the masked man who had revealed the news of the Dark Moon Goddess descending upon the Eternal Night Wasteland. It was even possible that the Eternal Night Wasteland's forced arrival on Blue Star was connected to this Dawn Guild. Lu Guan couldn't be bothered with such matters. As for some supreme divine ruler punishing him, he didn't believe a single word of it. If the gods were truly so enlightened and fond of hands-on intervention, why would they allow the endless expansion of the killing world? Why choose instead to create opportunities for all races to grow step by step? Since the Dragon Ascension Guild isn't here, let's leave first. Lu Guan was about to turn away. The old man lunged forward in a single stride, grabbing Lu Guan by the arm. You've taken a life and haven't paid the price. You cannot leave. Immediately, the dozens of ordinary citizens sitting in a circle began crowding around as well. They blocked the gate with their bodies, leaving no room to pass. Yes, you must pay the price. What kind of bull is this Dragon Ascension Guild? In my eyes, it's nothing but an organization that can't tell right from wrong. Brothers and sisters, we must use their blood to beg forgiveness from the Divine Sovereign. But they're gifted ones, what if we can't defeat them? What is there to fear? Steward Chen said that whether in life or death, the Divine will never abandon any member of the Dawn Guild. Listening to this chaotic clamor, Huang Zixuan felt both furious and helpless. His silver robes were already wrinkled and torn from being pounded and tugged by this emotionally charged crowd. Everyone, please calm down. We're right here, any issues can be discussed properly. The dark-skinned young man couldn't stand it any longer. He yanked away a middle-aged woman who was spitting at Huang Zixuan. What's the point of negotiating with these brainwashed lunatics? They're completely unreasonable. Captain, we should just charge out now. Huang Zixuan desperately wanted to do just that, but he couldn't. Don't fight back. As members of the Dragon Ascension Guild, protecting the people was their creed. Even if these citizens, deceived by the Dawn Guild, sought to harm them, they remained the very people they were sworn to protect. Everyone, listen to me. We are members of the Dragon Ascension Guild's 8th Battle Regiment. According to our intelligence, the Dawn Guild you've joined is likely not a righteous organization. They have been operating covertly within the Dragon Nation, plotting to bring a terrifying entity to Blue Star. Please trust us, the official authorities do not be deceived by the Dawn Guild. Upon hearing these words, the crowd's emotions not only failed to calm but grew even more agitated. You claim the Dawn Union is plotting to bring terrifying entities to Blue Star. Do you have any proof? Exactly. The authorities always just deceive us ordinary people who know nothing. What good deeds have you ever done? At least when the killing world descended upon Shangyang City, it was the Dawn Guild that saved us. Where were you Longting Guild members back then? They bickered and shoved, jostling for words. Even if Huang Zixuan wanted to intervene, he couldn't get a word in edgewise. Just as Lu Guan prepared to take another step, the old man clamped down on his wrist, refusing to let go. You can't leave. Lu Guan's voice was cold. Let go. The old man's dim eyes burned with unwavering resolve. Even if you kill me, I will not fear. Su Yueying frowned, wanting to say a few words to the old man. Lu Guan shook his head. Huang Zixuan had already tried. Clearly, reason was useless with these people. Without hesitation, he flicked his void blade. A crimson-hued flash streaked through the air, and the old man's right hand flew away. The speed was so swift that even the old man himself hadn't had time to react. By the time blood splattered, spraying those nearby from head to toe. Only then did the old man feel a bone-piercing agony surge through his entire body. Ah! Ah! His left hand clutched the severed stump of his right arm. A feeble yet agonized cry echoed throughout the entire conference room. Everyone was utterly stunned. Who dares to stop me now? Lu Guan barked. Clang! Even the ceiling lights in the conference room were shaken loose and crashed down. The shattering sound instantly silenced the previously chaotic crowd. Lu Guan, you! Huang Zixuan's eyes widened in shock. He never expected Lu Guan to lay a hand on civilians. Lu Guan didn't even glance at him. Let's go! With that, he strode forward. The crowd, which had been in an uproar moments before, automatically parted to either side as Lu Guan walked past. Though they had witnessed bloody scenes since the world of slaughter descended. But they were ordinary people who had lived long in a stable and harmonious society. Witnessing a living person's wrist being severed and blood splattering everywhere still stirred fear in their hearts. The future Union members said little, following their leader as they departed smoothly. Captain, let's go too. The dark-skinned youth gave Huang Zixuan, who was still in a daze, a light pat on the shoulder. Outwardly calm, inwardly he silently gave Lu Guan a mental thumbs up. Nice work. Chapter 76, The Bell Tower. There's no point in staying here any longer. Huang Zixuan hesitated for a moment before following the future Union out of the conference room. Outside the building. Lu Guan, those were just ordinary civilians. How could you lay a hand on them? Huang Zixuan caught up to Lu Guan and confronted him sternly. Lu Guan merely shot him a cold glance before continuing onward. Li Song couldn't help but sneer with contempt. Are you out of your mind? Those so-called ordinary civilians you mentioned, they can't tell right from wrong, yet they keep spouting nonsense about sacrificing our blood to some so-called monarch. If you want to sacrifice yourself, go back now, no one's stopping you. We sure as hell aren't sacrificing. Huang Zixuan was momentarily speechless. You! The rest of the Dragon Ascension Guild remained silent. Frankly speaking, aside from the dark-skinned youth, the others actually felt Lu Guan hadn't done anything wrong. They scratched their heads, gazed at the sky, or pretended to ponder deeply. President, what should we do next? Su Yuening shifted the topic immediately, ignoring Huang Zixuan. Lu Guan pondered for a moment before saying, our target is the energy hub. Since the Dragon Ascension Guild branch is deserted, let's head straight to the center of Shangyang City to see if we can find any clues. At that moment, the dark-skinned youth pulled a map from beneath his silver robe and handed it over. Chairman Lu, we have a military map of Shangyang City. Do you think it might be useful? After what had just transpired, everyone except Huang Zixuan. The other's attitude toward the future guild was noticeably less arrogant than before. Regardless of Lu Guan's actual strength, his decisive character alone commanded their deep respect. Huang Zixuan, observing this, understood exactly what his team members were thinking. He felt deeply unsettled, though he couldn't show it. Lu Guan took the map and unfolded it immediately. The dark-skinned youth pointed to a landmark building on the map. This location was the very heart of Shangyang City, where an ancient clock tower stood. Lu Guan nodded. Let's go take a look. Folding up the map, the group walked along the deserted street, the eerie silence surrounding them. Most of the windows and doors of the buildings and shops lining the streets had been smashed. Brown-stained bloodstains lingered in many places, yet not a single soul was in sight. In truth, as soon as the world of slaughter descended, the Dragon Nation had begun making preparations within its capabilities. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the city's refugees should now be sheltered in the safe zones. As Lu Guan walked, he suddenly felt a tug on his arm. He turned to find Su Yuening. Her face was deathly pale as she stared fixedly ahead. What's wrong? Lu Guan asked gently. After all, she was the future vice president of his guild. He needed to show some respect. Su Yueying pointed tremulously ahead. President, look. Lu Guan followed her gaze and looked carefully in that direction. Not far ahead, a faint, grayish-black mist drifted in the air, drawing ever closer to them. It was a nightshade spirit. The energy of the eternal night specter, forcibly summoned to Blue Star, seemed significantly weakened. Apart from Su Yueying, who was exceptionally afraid of ghosts, the others hadn't even noticed it. Lu Guanchuan felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. How could a weakened eternal night specter possibly terrify her so? Girls really are. Psychic shock. Without a word, Huang Zishuan unleashed a burst of intangible energy. A sharp, piercing whistle rang in everyone's ears as the eternal night specter instantly vanished into thin air. Huang Zishuan shot Lu Guan a complex look. He still harbored some reluctance to fully acknowledge Lu Guan's strength. After all, in the two battles against the mutant Night Owl and Shen Buchuan, once he had been careless, and the second time, he had been ambushed by Qin Baichuan, never even getting the chance to show his true strength. Lu Guan suddenly sensed a disturbance emanating from his storage space. It was the Oracle Mirror. This was the first time the Oracle Mirror had reacted while in the Blue Star world. Perhaps it was related to their presence within the domain's coverage. Lu Guan immediately retrieved the Oracle Mirror. A milky white glow spread across its surface, gradually revealing an image. An ancient bell tower stood shrouded in mist the same color as the dark moon in the sky. Outside the mist, a crimson-hued bone dragon coiled upward. Its massive head bore eyes glowing with an eerie green light, fixed upon the tower's pinnacle. That bone dragon again. Duan Xingchen felt a headache coming on the moment he saw the dragon. He never imagined that just 2 days after leaving the Eternal Night Wastes, he would encounter it again. Bai Lu, struck by the dragon's imposing and terrifying presence, couldn't help but ask, "Is this the one you and the guild leader encountered at the Dark Moon Temple?" Duan Xingchen nodded. Li Song shrugged indifferently. "Well, that puts my mind at ease. If the boss could kill it once, he can certainly do it again. But look at this bone dragon, doesn't it seem like it's guarding something?" Hearing this, everyone immediately thought of the energy core. Bai Lu looked up and said, "Should we hurry over then?" Lu Guan retracted the Oracle Mirror. He said nothing aloud, but his mind was clear. Whenever the Oracle Mirror revealed a vision, it rarely signaled opportunity, it almost always meant danger. Yet opportunity and danger often coexist. The group quickened their pace and soon reached the center of Shangyang City. Sure enough, not far ahead stood a bell tower as tall as 7 or 8 stories. Its design and appearance were remarkably rustic, suggesting it had stood for many years. Everything seemed perfectly normal, no green mist or bone dragons in sight. "Chairman Lu, is there something wrong with your mirror?" The dark-skinned young man couldn't help but ask. He clearly didn't realize yet that the Oracle Mirror loved to play with abstractions. And the more abstract it became, the greater the danger it signaled. Lu Guan didn't bother explaining. He simply said flatly, "Go see for yourself." With that, he started walking. The group cautiously approached the bell tower. The air around them suddenly felt thick and viscous. More accurately, the air was saturated with a peculiar energy, making movement feel as though they were underwater. They ascended the ancient stone steps of the bell tower. Soon, they reached the topmost level. Directly ahead stood an ancient-looking bronze bell, its surface engraved with intricate runes. Lu Guan noticed that these runes bore a striking resemblance to those he had seen earlier in the Dark Moon Temple. "Chief, look." In the vision from the Oracle Mirror, the bone dragon seemed to be gazing right at that spot. Su Yueying pointed at the bronze bell and exclaimed. Everyone's attention naturally turned to the bell. Yet they couldn't fathom how this ancient bell, long present here, could possibly be connected to the energy core. Just then, the ground beneath everyone's feet trembled. This sensation was all too familiar to Lu Guan and Duan Xingchen. Lu Guan immediately warned the others, "Everyone, be careful." Chapter 77, Insignificant Ants. With Lu Guan present, the future guild members naturally felt reassured. Yet this sudden, powerful tremor instantly put the 6 members of the Dragon Ascension Guild on high alert. Oh no, the bell tower is about to collapse. Huang Zishuan's face paled instantly. He watched helplessly as a crack split open in the concrete floor right between his feet, gradually widening and spreading apart. The Dragon Ascendant Guild stood on one side, the future guild on the other. Zhuo Feiyang scanned the area, searching for the source of this massive disturbance, but saw nothing. By now, the crack had widened to a full meter. Without hesitation, Zhuo Feiyang planted his foot firmly and leaped over to the future guild side. The 5 members of the 8th battle group were speechless at the sight. Roar! With a furious roar, a massive, crimson-hued bone dragon slowly rose from the fissure. Its hollow eye sockets flickered with an eerie green glow. Witnessing this scene, the members of the Dragon Ascension Guild suddenly realized. Wasn't this the very bone dragon from the Prophet's Mirror's vision? It wasn't that guild leader Lu's prophecy mirror was malfunctioning, it simply hadn't manifested yet. What an overwhelming aura this bone dragon possessed. The voice of the beautiful girl in the group trembled slightly. Gazing upon the colossal form of the bone dragon, its eyes glowing with an eerie green light, and the overwhelming pressure it radiated. Even the most steadfast members of the Dragon Ascension Guild couldn't help but feel fear. But only Lu Guan knew the truth. Don't be fooled by this beast's intimidating appearance, it's only around B rank strength. It wasn't until the bone dragon fully emerged from beneath the ground. The group finally got a full view of its form from top to bottom. Guildmaster, it feels like this bone dragon isn't the one we encountered at the Dark Moon Temple? Duan Xingqian's voice carried a hint of doubt. He noticed this bone dragon seemed larger than the one he and Lu Guan had fought together. Insignificant ants, we meet again. Before Lu Guan could respond, the bone dragon had already answered. It really is you. Duan Xingqian was startled. In truth, Lu Guan also sensed that this bone dragon differed from the one he had slain. Not only was its body larger, but its aura seemed considerably more formidable. Why are you still alive? Lu Guan narrowed his eyes, asking with puzzlement. Creak. The bone dragon opened its jaws, emitting a shrill, grating laugh. Dark Moon is the immortal eye of the goddess Lilith. Its power makes me strong, grants me eternal life. You lowly insect, do you truly believe you can slay me? Upon hearing this explanation, Lu Guan recalled the green mist swirling around the bell tower in the prophet's mirror vision. If I'm not mistaken, this mist emanates from the Dark Moon's power. The bone dragon absorbed this energy, not only resurrecting itself but truly becoming more powerful. This situation seemed even more troublesome now. Lu Guan gripped the void blade tightly, his gaze fixed intently on the bone dragon. At that moment, Huang Zishuan's sharp command rang out from the other side. Psychic shock. An invisible surge of energy shot straight toward the bone dragon. The energy streamed into the space between the bone dragon's eyes, and it suddenly froze in place. Everyone froze in shock. What was happening? Could a mental shock actually affect the bone dragon? Duan Xingqian had witnessed firsthand that his overload talent and Lu Guan's pure physical attacks had barely scratched the bone dragon. Its weakness lay in its eyes. Lu Guan was also slightly surprised. Who would have thought psychic attacks could have such a bizarre effect on the bone dragon? Seeing this, the members of the Dragon Ascension Guild instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Huang Zishuan felt an immense surge of satisfaction. He had finally proven himself to be a formidable fighter. I heard you, Lu Guan, had quite a struggle at the Dark Moon Temple before finally defeating that bone dragon. But this bone dragon doesn't seem so formidable after all. President Lu, why waste so much breath on a mere realm creature? Since the bone dragon was guarding this spot, the energy core must be nearby. Shall we search for it? Huang Zishuan couldn't very well show off his strength to Lu Guan now. But even his own team members found the smugness in his tone rather grating. Just as everyone turned to head downstairs, Lu Guan immediately sensed something was off. Bone dragons don't possess brains, how could a psychic shock possibly affect them? No sooner had the words left his mouth. The bone dragon suddenly let out a deafening roar. The green light in its eye socket surged violently. Stupid ants! Immediately, the group saw a four-clawed shadow cast upon the ground. Looking up, they saw the bone dragon's massive claws descending toward their heads. Get out of the way! Lu Guan bellowed, simultaneously activating his phantom talent to instantly push Su Yueying and Duan Xingqian out of harm's way. Boom! The bone claw smashed the top floor of the bell tower, gouging out a deep ravine in the floor. The Dragon Ascension Guild's half of the staircase swayed twice before crashing down with a thunderous roar. Fortunately, ever since becoming gifted, they had maintained rigorous training. Their reflexes were sharp enough that, amidst flying debris, they all leapt over to the future guild side. Impossible! My psychic shock clearly took effect. Huang Zishuan spun around in horror to face the bone dragon. Clearly, his strike had not only failed to inflict any real damage on the bone dragon but had instead enraged it. Psychic shock! But Huang Zishuan refused to accept defeat. This time, he concentrated nearly all his energy and unleashed the psychic blast once more. The intangible energy once again flowed into the space between the bone dragon's eyes. Yet, the green light within the dragon's eye socket suddenly blazed brighter. You insignificant insect, you've angered me! The bone dragon opened its massive jaws, a ball of eerie green light gathering within its mouth. Lu Guan had no idea what kind of attack this was, but he felt a surge of energy stirring within his own body. A suffocating pressure suddenly filled the air. Lu Guan keenly sensed something was terribly wrong. Everyone, spread out. At the same time, he grabbed Su Yueying, who was still in a daze. The bone dragon lowered its head, and the eerily green orb slammed down, exploding precisely where the group had been standing moments before. However, the explosion produced no shockwave. Instead, it transformed into countless tiny green specks that drifted through the air like living creatures. Don't touch those points of light. Even without Lu Guan's warning, everyone knew the danger these specks posed. But by the time they realized it, it was already too late. Captain, I feel something's off. The dark-skinned youth was the first to show an unusual reaction. His eyes went hollow and vacant, followed by a sinister, twisted grin spreading across his face. As someone who had awakened psychic abilities, Huang Zishuan was the first to realize what was happening. This is psychic contamination. But what good did that realization do him? Even he was now exposed to the radiation of these energy points. The bone dragon emitted a shrill cackle. Foolish ants. Before the power of the goddess Lilith, your mental defenses are utterly worthless. Chapter 78, Mother's Protection. As the bone dragon's voice echoed within their minds, the mental corruption inflicted upon the other Dragon Ascension Guild members soon took full effect. Captain, I feel like laughing so hard, it's just too funny. I feel so happy. Don't come near me. Stay away. My head hurts so much. Bone dragon, go to hell. I'll kill you. Their states resembled those trapped in a demonic seal. Some were laughing eerily. Others, as if witnessing some terrifying vision, were filled with terror. Others' eyes suddenly turned blood red, their expressions filled with rage. Huang Zixuan was holding up relatively well. He only felt a constant surge of evil thoughts flooding his mind. But through sheer willpower, he managed to stay lucid. What are you doing? Pull yourselves together. But his teammates' minds were already completely corrupted. How could they possibly heed his words? On the future Union's side, though their reaction speed was fast enough, the energy dissipated even faster. In truth, they too had long been caught within the green light's radiation range. Strangely enough, Lu Guan felt no discomfort whatsoever. The few surrounding him remained equally lucid. Humph. You lowly insect, how dare you resist my mental corruption? The bone dragon suddenly uttered a puzzled sound. Its eyes, visibly dimmed from the recent attack, fixed on Lu Guan. Yet the moment the words left its mouth, a flicker of realization and astonishment crossed its gaze. The energy of the Star Spirit tribe. Lu Guan had also been puzzled why, within the same range of the mental corruption's radiation, why were his people completely unaffected? In truth, he had pondered this very question during their time in the Eternal Night Wastes. Everyone had been exposed to the Dark Moon for a long time, and Li Song and the others had shown obvious signs of emotional instability. Why, after he and Su Yueying arrived, did no signs of mental corruption appear? At the time, Lu Guan had assumed it was because the Dark Moon had vanished, causing the energy of the mental corruption to weaken. Now, hearing the Bone Dragon's explanation, it finally clicked. Lu Guan's heart jolted, and he reached up to touch his left chest. Indeed. Upon closer inspection, a faint, weak glow emanated from that spot. It was the Star Spirit energy his mother had left him, now protecting him. Everyone, gather around me immediately. Realizing this, Lu Guan shouted immediately. The Star Spirit energy not only protects oneself, but also seems to purify those nearby. President, be careful. Su Yuaning suddenly cried out in alarm. Huang Zixuan, whose eyes had turned green at some unknown moment, launched a psychic assault at Lu Guan. Even the strongest mental fortitude could not withstand the power of the Dark Moon. Huang Zixuan was now utterly corrupted by the Dark Moon's influence. Without hesitation, Lu Guan activated his teleportation talent, blinking instantly before Huang Zixuan. Lu Guan, you think you're so powerful? Now I'll show you what a true strongman looks like. Huang Zixuan's eyes burned with resentment and fury. Lu Guan stared at him coldly, showing no mercy. Smack! A resounding slap sent Huang Zixuan's left cheek swelling up like a balloon. Huang Zixuan's activated talent was abruptly interrupted, leaving him stunned in place. A faint glow flickered on Lu Guan's chest. Huang Zixuan's eyes gradually regained their clarity. What just happened? Why did Lu Guan hit me? How dare he strike me? Wait, was he trying to save me? The effects of the mental corruption had just faded, leaving Huang Zixuan's mind swirling with questions. Seeing this, Lu Guan paid him no further mind. He swiftly darted toward several other Dragon Ascension Guild members, delivering a slap to each one. But his blows were much lighter than those on Huang Zixuan. Those men soon stood frozen in place, just as dazed and confused as Huang Zixuan. The bone dragon roared in anger at the sight. Roar! Its massive body thrashed violently atop the bell tower, causing the entire structure to shake violently. You insignificant ants, perish! It raised its massive claw once more, sweeping down toward the group. Snap out of it! Don't just stand there! Lu Guan's voice echoed in the minds of the 6 members of the Dragon Ascension Guild. They all jolted awake. Huang Zixuan reacted first, grabbing one person and leaping aside. Fortunately, the dark-skinned youth was also quite high level. He immediately grabbed Zhuo Feiyang and another girl, diving toward the opposite side. Boom! The bone dragon's massive claw slammed into the ground. The half-collapsed bell tower visibly tilted. Yet it still hadn't collapsed. Duan Xingqian, Li Song, you two launch your attacks. Lu Guan turned his head to issue the command. Duan Xingqian understood. He immediately activated his overload talent, unleashing a cluster of energy orbs that struck every joint along the bone dragon's body. Li Song followed suit. Under the dual assault of light and fire energies, the bone dragon's movements froze instantly. Roar! The bone dragon let out a furious roar. This move again? It was truly enraged. But Lu Guan couldn't care less about its fury. Instantly transforming into a phantom, he leapt upward, timing his leap so that he was still a distance away from the bone dragon. Blitz! The next second, Lu Guan materialized before the bone dragon. The green energy orb pulsed violently like a raging flame. Lu Guan thrust his blade straight forward. Unexpectedly, the bone dragon merely turned its head. The void blade pierced the bone dragon's forehead, yet inflicted no real damage. It had actually learned to be clever. Lu Guan was slightly taken aback. But he quickly made his move. A surprise attack. Readjusting his position, the void blade thrust forward again. The bone dragon nearly tilted its head again, leaving only an extra hole at its temple. "I'll help you." A voice called out from behind him. Lu Guan turned around. There stood Huang Zixuan, his eyes now almost completely clear, leaping up from the ground and swinging his fist straight toward the bone dragon's eyes. But his speed was simply too far behind Lu Guan's. The bone dragon, enduring both light and fire attacks, spun around. Its massive tail swept away entire sections of buildings. Without hesitation, Lu Guan darted out of the tail's range. Huang Zixuan, still mid-air, had no time to adjust his trajectory. The ferocious tail struck him squarely in the midsection. Huang Zixuan was sent flying backward as if struck by a train, his body hurtling a great distance. "Captain!" The members of the Dragon Ascension Guild watched in fury, their eyes bulging with rage. This blow would likely leave Huang Zixuan critically injured, if not dead. Lu Guan seized the moment while the bone dragon's attention was fixed on Huang Zixuan. He launched a surprise attack. He activated his skill again, teleporting before the bone dragon and thrusting his blade straight at it. The void blade plunged into the green orb. Immediately, Lu Guan flipped his grip to hold the hilt, planting a kick squarely into the bone dragon's eye socket. His body used the momentum to lunge backward. Empowered by the force of space, the void blade sliced through the dragon's bones as easily as cutting tofu. The blade sliced cleanly from the dragon's left eye to its right. Roar! As the bone dragon emitted its final agonized wail, the green energy orbs in its eyes slowly extinguished. Chapter 79, Future Guild Announcement Worldwide. The colossal form of the bone dragon crashed to the ground, collapsing into a scattered heap of crimson bones. The top floor of the bell tower finally fell silent, filled only with the rapid panting of the crowd. The Dragon Ascension Guild members hadn't fully regained their composure. Such a formidable bone dragon, slain by Lu Guan like that. Though they had witnessed the entire battle firsthand, they still couldn't comprehend it. How could a Tier 2, Level 4 talent user possibly accomplish this? "If you don't go rescue him now, your captain will be dead." Li Song's light-hearted remark snapped everyone back to reality. The dark-skinned youth hurriedly led his team to the ruins of a building. They pushed aside a pile of rubble and pulled out Huang Zixuan, who had already fallen unconscious. The pretty girl activated her healing aura, enveloping Huang Zixuan's head. Li Song muttered disdainfully under his breath, "No skills, yet still insists on charging in to cause trouble. What a liability." Lu Guan walked back expressionless, saying nothing. In truth, Huang Zixuan's sacrifice hadn't been entirely in vain. At the very least, he had drawn the bone dragon's attention, allowing Lu Guan to seize the opportunity so effortlessly and succeed. They split up to search for the energy core. The fact that the bone dragon was guarding this place meant something important must be here. At Lu Guan's command, the future guild members sprang into action. Meanwhile, the Dragon Ascension Guild members gathered around Huang Zixuan, their faces filled with concern. Their primary purpose in coming here was to earn merit. Before departure, Principal Lu had explicitly instructed them, even if they discovered the energy core, it must be handed over to Lu Guan. Though they didn't understand the purpose behind Principal Lu's decision, they followed orders regardless. Not long after, Su Yuaning suddenly cried out, "President, look at the bronze bell." At the sound, everyone turned their heads in unison. Lu Guan, standing not far from the bronze bell, clearly saw the runes on its surface seeming to flicker with a faint grayish-white glow. Duan Xingqian immediately grew alert. This scene, how was it so similar to the goddess statue in the Dark Moon Temple? The difference was that this time, everyone was paying closer attention and could see it clearly. This time, Duan Xingqian dared not approach carelessly. Fortunately, Lu Guan showed no fear. He strode forward and bent down to peer beneath the bronze bell. Inside the bell, a book resembling a bound volume floated suspended. Without a second thought, Lu Guan reached out to grab it. Thud! The bronze bell suddenly emitted a humming sound, loud yet not jarring. "President, be careful!" Duan Xingqian's eyes widened instantly as he shouted the warning. The sudden, thunderous sound startled everyone in the otherwise silent space. Yet as the bell's toll echoed on, an invisible wave of sound rapidly expanded across the entire city of Shenyang, slicing through the gloomy, oppressive space like a sharp blade. Immediately, the eerie green world began to crack like a bubble. Crash! The bell tower collapsed with a thunderous crash. Everyone leapt swiftly to level ground. Blazing sunlight pierced the dark moon like a sword, pouring down upon the earth. The dimensional barrier melted away like ice under a blazing flame, eventually vanishing completely. In that instant, the entire city seemed reborn. Success? Sunlight danced across Su Yuaning's lovely face, making her appear especially playful and adorable. Every member of the future guild wore expressions of joy. Clearly, they had successfully seized the energy hub and shattered the dimensional barrier. The next second. Announcement: the crisis caused by the first forced descent of the Blue Star's killing world realm has been resolved. Notice: congratulations to the Future Guild and Dragon Ascension Guild for acquiring the Dimensional Energy Core. Skill Book, Dark Moon / A single announcement sent the entire world into an uproar. Ever since leaving the newbie village, all gifted had long since forgotten about seeing any other announcements from the interface. Upon seeing these two messages, everyone froze in stunned silence. Who would have thought the first forced domain invasion in Blue Star's history would be publicly announced? Li Song stared at the interface for a long moment before exclaiming in shock, "Holy! This is a system-wide announcement for all Blue Star gifted, right? Does this mean everyone now knows about our future guild?" At his words, the others suddenly realized something too. The chubby kid exclaimed excitedly, "Does this mean we're all going to be famous?" Li Song immediately retorted, "Of course. There are billions of gifted individuals across Blue Star, need I say more?" Bai Lu and Jiang Yan's eyes practically sparkled with excitement. After all, what girl hasn't dreamed of becoming a public figure? Su Yuaning and Lu Guan, however, remained relatively unmoved. They knew that the future union being exposed to the public eye might not necessarily be a good thing. After all, they weren't the Dragon Ascension Guild. The World New Longting Guild was the official guild of Dragon Nation, brimming with elite talent. And then there were figures like Vice President Lu and President Chishu, whose combat prowess was unfathomable. Who would dare provoke them? Their future guild currently had only 9 members in total. Fortunately, the announcement's emergence likely signifies that the realms of the killing world will descend upon Blue Star with increasing frequency. Before long, there probably won't be many left with the leisure to pay attention to the future guild. With that thought, Lu Guan ceased dwelling on the matter. He glanced at the bound book in his hand. So the energy core was actually a skill book. For most people, skill books were rare treasures, something you could only hope to stumble upon. Even the Su siblings, with their family background, hadn't managed to get their hands on one. But for Lu Guan, the allure wasn't nearly as strong. He could plunder. Lu Guan couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed as he stored the skill away in his storage space. At that moment, Huang Zishuan gradually regained consciousness under his teammates' healing. He struggled to his feet and approached Lu Guan. "Captain Lu, I owe you my life for this time." Lu Guan examined his left cheek. The swelling had significantly subsided under the healing aura's effects. "Now that the crisis of the realm's descent has been averted, you may return to claim your rewards." Recalling how Huang Zishuan had claimed he was there solely to assist others before entering Shangyang City, the members of the Dragon Ascension Guild couldn't help but flush with embarrassment. Who could have imagined that aside from the military map the dark-skinned youth had provided, they hadn't actually helped at all? Instead, their strongest captain had been gravely wounded twice, causing more harm than good. Huang Zishuan's face flushed crimson to his ears as he looked at Lu Guan, hesitating to speak. Finally, he spoke up, "Aren't you planning to return to headquarters with us?" Hearing this, Li Song retorted irritably, "Why would I go back to headquarters with you lot? To see just how powerful your 8th battle group really is?" Huang Zishuan felt like he could crawl into a hole, his face alternating between pale and crimson. "Chairman Lu said he has important matters to discuss with you." Lu Guan grew suspicious. What could it be? He knew full well that Principal Lu was no ordinary figure. If he sought him out, it was highly unlikely to be about anything good. Huang Zishuan shook his head. He didn't say. "But I still hope you'll accompany me on this trip." Looking into his sincere eyes, Lu Guan narrowed his eyes. Huang Zishuan immediately shifted away, feeling uneasy. Clearly, he was still hiding something from me. But it doesn't matter. "Alright, let's go then." Lu Guan agreed. Huang Zishuan breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Truthfully, what he was hiding from Lu Guan wasn't anything major. Before departure, Principal Lu had kept him behind alone to assign another task. "Once the matter is resolved, bring Lu Guan back. Your team will receive double credit for the achievement. Failure to bring him back will have your personal credit." From the way Principal Lu said it, it sounded like a joke. But who knew if Lu Guan truly refused to return with him, would Principal Lu really hold it against him? For this credit, he nearly stayed in Shangyang City forever. Chapter 80, First Meeting with Vice President Long Tang. On the way out of Shangyang City, streets finally showed scattered passers-by. The once bustling city now looked utterly devastated. But at least the people had finally seen the sunlight again. This city would surely regain its former prosperity before long. Upon reaching the outskirts, the group parted ways. Su Yuaning had intended to accompany Lu Guan to the Longteng Guild headquarters. But a call from Su Haokai about an urgent family matter forced her to rush back. Truth be told, Lu Guan had his own reasons for agreeing to go to the Dragon Ascension Guild headquarters. He remained deeply suspicious about the failed attempt to seize Chenbuchuan. Why had the same pattern emerged as during the raid on Lu Jie? Was there some connection between these two individuals? And that masked elder's gaze, he couldn't shake the feeling that the man recognized him. Perhaps the Dragon Ascension headquarters held more intelligence on the Dawn Guild. Soon, the off-road vehicle finally entered the territory of the capital city. Throughout the journey, the members of the 8th Battalion were utterly fascinated by Lu Guan. They asked numerous questions. Lu Guan answered only those questions unlikely to reveal too much about himself. For instance, how did he come to possess star spirit energy? Or, as a multi-talented individual, how his body differed from that of a single talented individual. The vehicle finally rolled through the gates of the Dragon Ascendant Guild headquarters. Through the window, Lu Guan saw rows of guards standing sentry, their expressions solemn and their presence as rigid as steel. The official guild truly was extraordinary. Chairman Lu, we've arrived. Huang Zixuan parked directly beneath the central command building and stepped out first. Lu Guan surveyed the scene before following the others into the command building. At the third-floor landing, standing personally to greet them was none other than Jia Tianlu. The moment he spotted Lu Guan, the old man's face instantly broke into a wrinkled grin. I knew it. Handling matters in Xiangyang City wouldn't disappoint anyone. We've all seen the global announcement. Young man, congratulations. The future guild has really made a name for itself this time. Lu Guan shot him a sidelong glance as he climbed the stairs. Anyone with a modicum of education understands the principle of the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. I don't see this as a good thing. But by saying that, you're admitting you and Chairman Lu deliberately lured me to Xiangyang City? Now that everything's settled, Jia Tianlu dropped all pretense. After all, that high-grade item is in your possession. And this is the first time such a complex situation has ever occurred across the entire Blue Star. If mishandled, it wouldn't just be the Longting Guild's reputation at stake, it would tarnish the entire Dragon Nation's prestige. Lu Guan snorted coldly, then weren't you afraid I'd screw it up? Jia Tianlu sighed helplessly, of course we are. But if even you can't handle it, others will only make it worse. Lu Guan walked on, muttering skeptically, I refuse to believe your Dragon Ascension Guild doesn't have a single powerful fighter capable of handling this. Jia Tianlu raised an eyebrow. We do have several fighters above tier 3 in the Dragon Ascension Guild. But we've assessed your strength, you should be around that level too. Plus, you're cautious, quick-witted. And most importantly, no one can replace your unique advantage as a multi-talented individual. So after careful consideration, we concluded no one is better suited for this mission than you. Lu Guan understood the implication. This is akin to burning oneself with ivory tusks, or bearing guilt for possessing a precious jade. Even though he'd always been careful to conceal his SSS-tier talent, he'd still been targeted because of his multiple talents. What puzzled him even more was how the Dragon Ascension Guild had assessed his combat strength. Before Lu Guan could voice his question, the group had already entered the conference room. Lu stood by the window, watching the elite members of the Dragon Ascension Guild train on the playground. His daily workload was overwhelming. It was a rare chance to witness these guild members' genuine training state firsthand. Not bad. Look at them, drenched in sweat, they seem quite capable. As for their innate talent, well, it was just average. Lu Xiao silently gave them his assessment. Everyone else had already left the conference room. As the battalion commander, he was the backbone of the unit and couldn't linger here too long. Hearing footsteps behind him, Lu Xiao knew it was most likely Lu Guan arriving. He turned around, his gaze locking directly with Lu Guan's. Chairman Lu, it's finally an opportunity to have a proper face-to-face conversation with you. Indeed, a young man of remarkable bearing and extraordinary presence. Though Lu Xiao's tone was courteous, the authority radiating from his words exerted an overwhelming sense of pressure. Lu Guan was slightly taken aback. This man's gaze was far sharper than it had appeared in the video communication. Zhou Menglan's gaze held a hypnotic quality, as if it could pierce straight through one's soul. But Principal Lu seemed capable of piercing straight through one's very soul. Chairman Lu, you flatter me. Lu Guan said nothing more, simply stepping forward with ease and finding a place to sit. In contrast, the members of the 8th Battle Regiment and Zhuo Feiyang who followed behind him appeared considerably more uneasy in Lu Xiao's presence. They weren't exactly meek and submissive, but they carried themselves like children who'd done something wrong, their guilt evident. Principal Lu merely gave them a fleeting glance, already sizing them up in his mind. You handled this operation well. Lu Xiao's words instantly eased Huang Zixuan's tension. But immediately afterward, he cautiously glanced at Lu Guan. Anyone could see that Principal Lu held Lu Guan in high regard. If Lu Guan were to say a few unflattering words about them now, there was no doubt that the injuries from that palm strike and the tail lash today would have been for nothing. Fortunately, Lu Guan remained silent, which instead made Huang Zixuan feel somewhat guilty. Reporting to Chairman Lu, this operation was primarily thanks to Chairman Lu's alertness and strength. Our contribution was minimal. Huang Zixuan's voice grew quieter as he spoke. Principal Lu understood this reality all too well. Huang Zixuan's combat power was only 2,900, while Lu Guan's demonstrated overall combat strength was at least 3,200 or higher. Outstanding is one thing, but with such a vast gap, how could they possibly compare? Therefore, Captain Lu's true purpose was never to expect these few to assist Lu Guan. Instead, he deliberately handed them the credit. This involved certain internal issues within the Dragon Ascension Guild. After all, the 8th Battalion is responsible for training and selecting new members. If there was only training and no selection, the new recruits' motivation would gradually wear away. Only when they truly see that, if they are good enough, they will have the opportunity to earn merit, will they have the motivation to become stronger. Lu Guan didn't know exactly what Lu Xiao was thinking, but it wasn't hard to guess. Anyway, Dragon Ascension Guild affairs had little to do with him. Chairman Lu, my primary purpose in coming this time is to gather intelligence regarding the Dawn Guild. Chapter 81, representing the Dragon Nation in battle. Lu Guan always operated this way. When there's business to discuss, he gets straight to it. When there isn't, he goes about his business. Principal Lu found this unsurprising. The Dawn Guild? At the mention of that name, Lu Xiao's brow furrowed slightly, his gaze instantly deepening. Did you encounter them during this operation? Lu Guan nodded. Huang Zixuan immediately added, reporting to the chairman. Not only did we encounter the Dawn Guild in Shangyang City, but it appears they were two key figures. Even Jia Tianlu couldn't help but perk up at the news. What important figures? Tell me more. Huang Zixuan proceeded to recount everything that had transpired at the Longtong Guild's Shangyang City branch building. He didn't omit even the smallest details, including how he'd been ambushed and severely injured by Qin Buchuan, and how Lu Guan had severed that old man's arm. Upon hearing this, Jia Tianlu shot Huang Zixuan a disapproving look before turning to admonish Xue Feiyang standing behind him. See that? That's how a man who does great things behaves. At critical moments, you must know what truly matters. Those who only know how to endure humiliation are fools. Xue Feiyang nodded vigorously. There were no real fools present. Who couldn't tell he was speaking in veiled criticism? Huang Zixuan certainly dared not contradict Jia Tianlu, and even if he could, what could he possibly say? He could only stand there awkwardly, twiddling his fingers on his pant leg. After listening to everything, Principal Lu also expressed approval of Lu Guan's series of actions. But there was one thing he couldn't understand. Why would Chairman Lu take an interest in the Dawn Union? Through these few exchanges and everything Lu Guan had done, Principal Lu could discern that this young man possessed a sense of justice, but he certainly wasn't one to be described as benevolent. So why did he want the Dawn Union's files? Surely not to rid the world of this menace? I have my own reasons, but I can assure you my intentions will never harm the interests or security of the Dragon Nation. Lu Guan naturally couldn't reveal this matter to them. After all, his suspicion of Lu Jie's involvement stemmed from his failed attempt to plunder Chen Buchuan. What if he revealed too much and exposed his SSS-tier talent and plundering skill? Seeing his reluctance, Principal Lu didn't press further. He trusted Lu Guan's assurance about 70 or 80%. Fortunately, as far as he knew, the Dawn Guild was most likely not a righteous organization, so he didn't need to worry about Lu Guan having any grudges against them. I was merely curious myself. If you'd rather not discuss it, that's perfectly fine. Lu Xiao smiled, then ordered Huang Zixuan to retrieve the data chip. Soon, Huang Zixuan returned with a data chip. Lu Xiao handed it directly to Lu Guan. The Dawn Union has always been shrouded in mystery within the Dragon Nation. To be honest, our intelligence on them is quite limited. Everything we have is right here. Lu Guan accepted the chip and offered a brief thank you. What important matter did Chairman Lu wish to discuss with me? You may speak now. Principal Lu fell silent. Judging by his tone, it seemed as though he was prepared to turn and leave if he didn't hand over the information. In fact, that was precisely Lu Guan's intention. The International Convention Organization is hosting its inaugural Global Union Exchange competition next month. 37 countries and over 100 unions will participate. I hope the future union can represent Dragon Nation in the competition. Lu Xiao understood Lu Guan's straightforward nature and didn't beat around the bush, stating his purpose directly. Yet upon hearing this, Lu Guan couldn't help but be taken aback. The Dragon Ascension Union boasts numerous elite members. Why should the future union represent them? He knew that while his own strength as president was top tier, it certainly wasn't invincible. Moreover, since this is a global trade union exchange competition, it tests the overall strength of a union. Looking ahead, aside from himself, only Luo Hongyang and Li Song would be worth mentioning. Even Duan Xingqian, that E-tier talent, is still a complete dud. Jia Tianlu sighed helplessly. We'd love to, but after all, while this guild tournament appears to be merely an exchange event on the surface, it's actually a showcase of each nation's guild strength. The top 8 guilds gain priority selection rights for the Killing World realm and more exclusive privileges. Kid, you know how crucial these resources are for a nation, right? Lu Guan certainly did. If not for the Dragon Nation establishing a solid international foundation before the Slaughter World descended, it wouldn't possess so many exclusive realms for its gifted individuals to level up and hunt treasures. Then why doesn't your Dragon Ascension Guild just sign up directly? Given how crucial this is, Lu Guan had no intention of shouldering such a heavy burden. Besides, he had to guard against Lu Jingxiu returning to the Lu family. How could he spare the time for all this? Jia Tianlu explained, the exchange tournament is set to take place in Dragon Nation. As the host nation, if we field our own team, even if we win, it would inevitably give certain shameless countries ammunition to claim our victory was undeserved. So sending you as our representative naturally solves the problem. Lu Guan pondered for a moment, then still shook his head. The future guild has only 9 members including me. Standing out among hundreds of guilds is nearly impossible. Lu Xiao interjected, we can arrange for some elite members to join the future guild. Lu Guan's eyes narrowed instantly. The Dragon Ascension Guild itself won't participate, but they'll arrange for members to join their guild and then register. You want to have your cake and eat it too? The crowd froze in stunned silence, eyes wide with disbelief. Huang Zixuan's temples began to throb. He'd never seen anyone dare speak to Principal Lu like that. Even their fiery-tempered Captain Gu would instantly fall silent at a single glance from Principal Lu. But who would have thought? After 3 seconds of dead silence in the conference room, Principal Lu suddenly burst out laughing. Your analogy is quite apartment. True enough. But you must understand that even before the world descended into slaughter, competition between nations has never been short of dirtier tactics. As long as the final outcome benefits the Dragon Nation, what's wrong with being flexible in the means? Lu Guan found himself in complete agreement with this viewpoint. Seeing this, everyone finally exhaled in relief, though they also found it somewhat unbelievable. Principal Lu wasn't angry? Instead, he was explaining this grand principle to Chairman Lu. What the hell? However, while he agreed with the principle, Lu Guan still didn't want the future union to have too much connection with the Dragon Ascension Union. Just then, Jia Tianlu suddenly spoke up, oh, right, President Lu. I just remembered, isn't there also a Dawn Guild listed for the Guild Exchange Tournament? Wonder how many members they'll field for this tournament. Principal Lu feigned surprise and agreed, I remember the Dawn Union too. Lu Guan was speechless. Their acting was like they were trying to placate a child, seriously. I can represent Longwei in having the future guild participate in this tournament, but I have one condition. Chapter 82, Lu Guan's Pledge. Lu Xiao knew it. Chairman Lu is not one to take losses lying down. Getting him to do something he doesn't want to do isn't impossible, but there must be sufficient benefits. Principal Lu had long prepared himself mentally for this. As long as he was willing to budge, it would be manageable. So, what are your terms? Within reason, we'll do our utmost to meet all your demands. A sharp gleam flashed in Lu Guan's eyes at these words. Seeing this, Jia Tianlu interjected, kid, I'm warning you, don't get too greedy. Lu Guan paid no heed to his words. My condition is this, within the exclusive Dragon Nation domain henceforth, the future guild shall possess equal priority exploration rights to the Dragon Ascendant Guild. Jia Tianlu's eyes widened instantly. Why did the Dragon Ascendant Guild rise so rapidly after the Slaughter World descended upon Blue Star? One key reason was their priority access to explore new realms. It must be understood that the power of many high-grade items could even double the combat strength of their possessors. It was precisely through these high-grade items that Dragon Ascension Guild members could more easily eliminate high-tier realm creatures. If such items fell into the hands of other guilds, they too could rapidly expand their power if used effectively. Once they grew powerful enough to defy even the Dragon Ascension Guild, they would undoubtedly threaten the stability of the Dragon Nation. What are you dreaming about? The resources of Longwa's exclusive realms naturally belong to the nation first. If every individual and every guild could freely explore and harvest at will, wouldn't the nation descend into chaos? That's not entirely wrong. In fact, many Western liberal nations on Blue Star have faced chaos precisely because they imposed no restrictions on exclusive domains. As a result, numerous domain resources were seized by private organizations or large guilds, leading to widespread chaos. Powerful guilds grew ever stronger, while ordinary talent users who didn't join organizations or willingly contribute to guilds had no chance to advance their ranks. Lu Guan certainly understood what the Dragon Ascension Guild feared. They feared that if this continued, the guild's future growth would become too rapid, ultimately slipping beyond their control. The Dragon Ascension Guild felt deeply insecure. I don't disagree with your reasoning. But if you can only maintain your strength by constantly relying on more realm resources, then whether Longwa wins or loses this match becomes irrelevant. Jia Tianlu was momentarily speechless. What we're doing safeguards the equitable rights of all gifted individuals in the Dragon Nation. Lu Guan, upon hearing this, rose without another word. When principles differ, there's no common ground. Since that's the case, let's call it quits. With that, he turned and began to walk away. Watching Lu Guan's retreating figure, Huang Zixuan felt an inexplicable pang of self-consciousness well up within him. True strength never lies in flaunting one's power to others. They possess the confidence and courage to make demands or refuse them no matter how formidable their opponent. Wait! Lu Guan had only taken 2 steps when Principal Lu's voice called out from behind him. Lu Guan halted in his tracks. What else is there? Oh, I haven't thanked you for the Dawn Guild materials yet. Principal Lu waved his hand dismissively. Besides that, what other conditions do you have? Go ahead. Hearing this, everyone was utterly stunned. Jia Tianlu turned his head in astonishment. What does this mean? Has the vice president lost his mind? Is he really going to agree to Lu Guan's terms? The consequences would extend far beyond the future guild gaining equal priority rights to explore exclusive realms alongside the Dragon Ascension Guild. It would also involve other guilds and major clans. Once they learned of this, wouldn't they feel it was unfair? Yet Lu Guan seemed hardly surprised by Principal Lu's stance. So, does that mean President Lu has agreed? Lu Xiao nodded without hesitation. Lu Guan's lips curled upward. The second condition. I need 2 high-grade items. Before Lu Xiao could speak, Jia Tianlu stood up and grumbled. Kid, you're being a bit too harsh, aren't you? I've already given you priority exploration rights to the realm, and you're still not satisfied? Compared to the first condition, Lu Guan was only asking for 2 high-grade items, a significantly lower demand. Jia Tianlu's intense reaction stemmed from the fact that, because all items and resources of the Dragon Ascension Guild were managed by their 9th battle group, he regarded these treasures as his life. President Lu, this kid is going too far. You absolutely cannot agree to his terms. Principal Lu was at a loss for words and simply ignored Jia Tianlu. Fine. But what items are involved? That's entirely up to us. This posed no real problem for Lu Guan. After all, he wasn't securing these 2 high-level items for himself. They were for the entire guild. 1 offensive and 1 defensive item would suffice. Lu Xiao smiled faintly. Reasonable. Anything else? Lu Guan pondered earnestly for 5 seconds. One more thing. Everyone couldn't help but start sweating nervously for Lu Guan. Did he think the 2 conditions he'd already proposed weren't enough to push Chairman Lu to his limits? Principal Lu, however, remained remarkably patient, waiting for Lu Guan to speak. Although the future union would represent Dragon Nation in the competition, it would not accept any form of command or interference. Lu Guan's eyes flashed with resolute determination as he stated. Since I've chosen you as Chairman Lu, I naturally trust your capabilities. This condition is acceptable. As he spoke, Principal Lu's fingers tapped lightly on the tabletop. Thump, thump, thump. Each thud seemed to reverberate through everyone's hearts. But young man, I've accepted all your terms. What guarantees can you offer me in return? Lu Guan met Principal Lu's gaze directly, his tone steady and unwavering. I guarantee that no matter who we face, the future guild will make it to the top 8. Lu Xiao shook his head. I want the top 4. Lu Guan didn't hesitate. Deal. The crowd gasped in unison. This wasn't some friendly banter among buddies over drinks. This tournament brought together hundreds of guilds from around the world. Making it to the top 4 was no small feat. But with the matter settled, there was little more to be said. Next, Principal Lu led Lu Guan and the others to the training grounds. The Longting Guild headquarters was primarily guarded by the 1st and 2nd battle groups. At the very center, over 100 elite members of the Dragon Ascendant Guild were engaged in high-intensity training. Some sparred in pairs, others simulated realm exploration in teams. The scene was intense yet orderly. The arrival of the group did not disturb the warriors, who remained fully focused on their training. Standing atop a platform, Principal Lu scanned the scene before turning to address the group. Chairman Lu, these are the most elite members of our Dragon Ascension Guild. I plan to select half of them to temporarily join the future guild. Which ones do you think are most suitable? Chapter 83, take them both on. Those stationed at the Dragon Ascension Guild headquarters. Primarily the direct command unit and elite assault team of the 1st battle group, plus the 2nd battle group's rapid response unit and mobile defense unit. Talented individuals admitted to these 2 legions must possess at least a Tier 2, Level 1 talent, regardless of their specific awakened ability. However, in reality, only a handful among them possess Level 2-1 abilities. Most have reached Level 2-4. The highest ranked individuals included 2 at Tier 2, Level 9, and 7 at Tier 2, Level 8. Lu Guan scanned the field. The entire field was ablaze with the chaotic flashes of talents and skills. These elite members truly appeared far more formidable than ordinary gifted individuals. From their eyes to their aura, they radiated an iron-hard resolve that commanded respect. Lu Guan spotted 2 familiar faces in the crowd. Xiao Xinqian and Lin Wuying. He remembered that day at the Lu Manor. It was these 2 who had led a group of men storming in. Had he not been wearing the dragon-patterned insignia, he would have surely ended up in a bloody confrontation with them. Lu Xiao caught Lu Guan's gaze and chuckled. You've met these 2 before. Lu Guan nodded. Lu Xiao pointed. Ever since that day, Lin Wuying had thrown himself into training like a man possessed. A Tier 2, Level 6 talent, he had pushed himself to the point of exhaustion just the day before yesterday. Lu Guan showed little reaction to this news. Those with average talent could only compensate through sheer effort. Nothing wrong with that. But behind them, Zhuo Feiyang felt deeply moved. He had been there himself. At that moment, under Principal Lu's gesture, Jia Tianlu made his way to the center of the playground. He spoke briefly with several group leaders. Soon, the elite athletes on the field paused their training. At their group leaders' commands, they swiftly formed into orderly squads. Jia Tianlu stepped before the formation, surveyed them, and cleared his throat. Everyone, I have an important announcement today. As you all know, next month, the International Convention Organization's Global Union Exchange competition is about to take place. After careful consideration by Chairman Lu, it has been decided that select elite members will be temporarily assigned to the future union to represent Dragon Nation in the competition. No sooner had he finished speaking. Many in the ranks looked perplexed. Future union? Isn't that the one that just appeared on the bulletin board not long ago? Report. At that moment, a member of the elite assault team, short hair standing like steel needles, a faint scar above his left eyebrow, shouted loudly. Jia Tianlu's gaze shifted toward her. Speak. The short-haired man stepped forward, his voice booming. I've never heard of the future union. I don't understand what gives them the right to represent Dragon Nation in battle. Hearing this, though the other members remained silent due to organizational discipline, their expressions spoke volumes. They too were filled with confusion and discontent. Just as Jia Tianlu was about to explain. The next second. Our future union strength alone is sufficient. It turned out Lu Guan had activated his shuttle talent, teleporting to Jia Tianlu's side. His sudden appearance genuinely startled the elite members for a moment. He didn't look particularly old, his aura was unremarkable, and though his gaze held a hint of sharpness, he certainly didn't seem like a formidable opponent. Xiao Zhenxian and Lin Wuying's eyes lit up upon seeing Lu Guan. Why was this big shot at the Dragon Ascension Guild headquarters? Especially Lin Wuying, seeing Lu Guan, stirred an inexplicable excitement in him, as if he were greeting his own brother. Yet aside from the rapid response team, the rest of the members didn't know the young man's name. The moment the short-haired man saw Lu Guan, his eyes involuntarily betrayed a hint of contempt. You're the president of that future union? Lu Guan nodded indifferently. That's correct. The short-haired man scrutinized him from head to toe. What rank are you? Lu Guan remained calm. Tier 2, level 4. But I'll be hitting level 5 soon. The short-haired man almost laughed at that. Second tier, 4th level? Kid, do you even realize that your rank here is barely middle to low tier? If even your guild leader is this trash, I can't imagine where you get the nerve to claim your future guild is strong enough. Lu Guan replied coolly, rank doesn't fully represent combat strength. For instance, your rank might be higher than mine, but I could still take you down in an instant. Instant kill. A mere tier 2, level 4 kid actually dares to talk about one-hit kills? The short-haired man was stunned. What did you say? You can wipe me out? What a bold claim. He was considered one of the more outstanding members among the elite present. He had already reached tier 2, level 7, awakening a D-rank thunder talent. Even team leader Qiu Zhenxian, a tier 2 level 9, wouldn't dare boast like Lu Guan. Everyone felt this future guild leader was putting on way too much airs. The short-haired man looked as if he'd heard the funniest joke in the world. Kid, forget everything else. Since you put it that way, I'm genuinely curious to see how you plan to take me down in an instant. His expression was like he was taunting a child. Lu Guan didn't get angry. In truth, the moment he stepped onto this stage, he had already prepared himself. What elite doesn't possess a proud spirit? Though in their own eyes, they didn't consider their talents particularly exceptional. But it couldn't be denied that across the entire Blue Star, few gifted individuals could match them. He had promised Principal Lu that they would advance to at least the semi-finals in the tournament. If these elite members refused to accept defeat and disobeyed his commands, then how could that be acceptable? Agreed. Lu Guan uttered the two words with an unruffled calm, like a warlord facing 1,000 troops yet remaining utterly composed. The short-haired man, however, seemed slightly taken aback. This kid actually dares to accept the challenge? Jia Tianlu exchanged a glance with Lu across the room before silently stepping aside. Just then, another voice rang out from the ranks. Report. I also wish to formally exchange a few moves with the boss. The crowd turned to see it was Lin Wuying. The man with the short haircut was already 3 levels higher than Lu Guan. If Lin Wuying joined in too, who's going to take down who? This is no joke. The short-haired guy and Lin Wuying were on good terms, so he thought Lin was coming to help him. Bro, no need for you to step in. Taking down this little trash is a piece of cake. Besides, what if we win and people say we're picking on the weak? He wouldn't know. Lin Wuying genuinely wanted to formally exchange a few moves with Lu Guan. Last time, he hadn't even seen how Lu Guan attacked before getting taken down. These past few days, he'd been mulling it over. Just how great was the gap in strength between himself and this formidable opponent? Lu Guan noticed Qiu Zhenxian, the leader of the rapid action team, looking at him with a questioning gaze. Both of you come at me together. Hearing this, Lin Wuying immediately stepped forward with excitement. But to the short-haired man, these words were nothing short of a blatant provocation. Kid, you've successfully pissed me off. With that, the short-haired man spread his arms wide, crackling sparks of electricity surging around him. Chapter 84, Not Quite Cutting It. Lu Guan's eyes turned cold. This talent, he knew it all too well. Just like Chen Buchuan, it was the thunder talent. However, since the short-haired man was slightly higher in rank than Chen Buchuan, the thunder and lightning emanating from him were noticeably more powerful. The question was whether he had awakened any skills? Thunderous might. With a thunderous shout, the short-haired man clasped his hands together. The lightning swirling around him rapidly coalesced between his palms. Lu Guan's eyes lit up. Not only had he awakened a skill, but it seemed more practical than Chen Buichuan's. This was clearly a long-range thunder talent skill. Though in one-on-one combat, it typically couldn't unleash its full potential. But talent users more often faced realm creatures. In teamwork, talents or skills with ranged attacks actually held a much greater advantage than melee combat. Kid, you'll pay for your arrogance. The short-haired man gritted his teeth and spat out the words with venom. The thunderball coalescing in his hand shot out violently, transforming into a blinding orb hurtling straight toward Lu Guan's face. Lu Guan had to admit. The power of this skill seemed almost on par with his own flamethrower. But Lu Guan shook his head. The battle had only just begun. Unwise to reveal his most potent skill first without knowing his opponent's capabilities, Lu Guan executed a teleportation, vanishing from his original position. A thunderous boom echoed. A thunderous ball of light exploded where he had stood. The ground was pockmarked with a small, black crater billowing with thick, choking smoke. Spectators gasped in awe. The sheer power of that strike was truly staggering. But did it actually hit? Some couldn't help but crane their necks to get a better look. No way? Didn't the future Union's president claim he could take people out in an instant? It was only the first exchange. Could he really be so easily defeated? The short-haired man felt a surge of delight. Lu Guan had guessed correctly. Thunderous might was indeed his most powerful skill. Truthfully, it was his rage that drove him to strike this brat's arrogance down so harshly from the very start. He hadn't expected it to be this easy. But before the smirk could fully form on his lips, Lu Guan's voice suddenly echoed from behind him. Not bad power, but your aim's off. This wasn't an accuracy issue. The shuttle talent could traverse space, instantly teleporting to any target point. As long as Lu Guan reacted fast enough, unless it was a talent or skill with an extremely wide attack range, where someone predicted his target location, there was simply no way to hit him. The short-haired man's heart sank instantly. Next, he felt a kick land squarely on his backside, neither too hard nor too soft, sending him stumbling forward several steps. The kick itself caused little physical harm, but the insult was profound. Damn it, kid, don't get cocky. I refuse to believe it. The short-haired man spun around. Seeing Lu Guan still wearing that infuriatingly calm expression, he immediately spread his arms wide once more. Crackling lightning swirled rapidly around him. But this time, he didn't activate any skills. Instead, he planted his foot firmly on the ground and launched a straight right punch. Trails of lightning streaked through the air, leaving afterimages in his wake. But Lu Guan vanished again, reappearing in an instant to the left of the short-haired man. The short-haired man had no time to think. Knowing Lu Guan possessed bizarre footwork, he could only catch a glimpse of a figure appearing out of the corner of his eye and immediately swung his fist in that direction. The result? He unleashed 9 consecutive punches, yet failed to even graze Lu Guan's clothing. His strength was decent, but his speed was lacking. Lu Guan's irritating voice echoed in his ears once more. The short-haired man felt as though all his strength had been wasted on cotton, a surge of frustration welling up inside him. The onlookers, who had initially looked down on Lu Guan, now realized something. This kid wasn't completely without skill after all. At the very least, his elusive, ghost-like movement was the short-haired man's nemesis. Leijin, I'll help you. At this moment, Lin Wuying could no longer stand idly by. He knew that short-haired man Leijin alone wouldn't even scratch Lu Guan. Acceleration aura. Lin Wuying bellowed. First, he activated his C-tier talent, unleashing an acceleration aura with a diameter of 2.5 meters that enveloped both himself and Leijin. Then, he and Leijin launched a coordinated assault on Lu Guan, exchanging punches and kicks in perfect harmony. Their coordination was seamless. Boosted by the acceleration aura, their speed surged beyond comparison. Lu Guan continued dodging left and right using his shuttle talent. But no matter how quick his reflexes, he was still human. Mental inertia was unavoidable. With Lin Wuying's assistance, Leijin quickly regained his composure. They maintained this assault pattern for over a minute, gradually deciphering Lu Guan's evasion patterns. Lin Wuying unleashed a sweeping kick, its speed rivaling the lightning coiling around Leijin. Lu Guan instinctively activated his shuttle ability. But the moment he materialized on the other side, Leijin's fist crackling with electricity already touched the tip of his nose. Before he could even react, his body automatically transformed into a phantom, retreating a step along the trajectory of Leijin's punch. Whoosh! Witnessing this scene, a collective gasp echoed across the playground. Some had already forgotten all about organizational discipline. He's a dual talent user. All present were elite members of the Dragon Ascension Guild, not merely elite in combat prowess. They naturally possessed foundational knowledge about all aspects of gifted individuals. They could clearly recognize that Lu Guan had activated 2 distinct talents in succession. Leijin paused his attack, a hint of surprise flitting across his face. Lu Guan took a moment to offer a heartfelt appraisal. Acceleration aura is indeed a powerful support skill. Since that's the case, I won't hold back. With that, he retrieved the void blade from his storage space. Lin Wuying, who had long known Lu Guan possessed multiple talents, showed no surprise. Leijin, what are you standing there for? Attack! Snapping out of his daze, Leijin quickly regained his focus and swung his fist at Lu Guan once more. This time, however, Lu Guan didn't activate his shuttle talent. Instead, he dodged purely with his physical body and his speed was nearly on par with the two of them. As Leijin attacked, his eyes widened. Though he said nothing, shock surged through him. This kid is relying on his own speed to go toe-to-toe with us? How could he be this fast? Is he really only tier 2, level 4? In that split second of distraction, Lu Guan seized his chance, stepping forward and swinging his blade. He didn't strike with the blade's edge, but instead used the flat of the sword to smack Leijin's jawbone. Crack! Leijin was instantly knocked 2 meters back. Landing, he felt darkness cloud his vision and excruciating pain in his jaw, yet he couldn't even utter a sound. His jaw had been dislocated by the blow. Lin Wuying couldn't help but glance back. But when he turned back, a fireball the size of a watermelon was hurtling straight toward him. Chapter 85, The Su Family's Mutation. Lin Wuying's pupils contracted sharply as he instinctively raised both arms to block. The fireball struck his silver robe, instantly spreading like liquid and transforming into a fiery garment. Fortunately, he had this specially crafted garment made from glazed spider silk. The flames quickly extinguished. Lu Guan's slightly reproachful voice rang out at the perfect moment. During combat, letting your guard down exposes your weaknesses. Lin Wuying nodded blankly, glancing at Lu Guan before scratching his head. With a rustle, all his singed hair was brushed away. Though his silver robe protected him, he hadn't worn his hood. His already sparse hair was completely scorched away by the flames. Three talents? After a long silence on the field, someone finally couldn't help but gasp in shock. Then, someone realized something. He couldn't possibly be Lu Guan, the one who earned the second-class dragon emblem. The moment those words were spoken, everyone suddenly remembered. Not long ago, that news had already spread throughout headquarters. In this world, dual-talented individuals numbered less than 100, while those possessing multiple talents could likely be counted on one hand. As far as they knew, the Dragon Ascension Guild had only 2 dual-talented individuals. So who else could this future guild leader be, who had just demonstrated 3 talents in one breath, other than Lu Guan? Though the Dragon Ascension Guild members maintained their formation, waves of murmurs now surged uncontrollably. The group leaders decided to call a temporary break and disperse for a moment. Seeing Lu Guan had stirred genuine excitement within them. Earlier, I wondered if his solo kills of Blood General and Yamamoto Ruji were just flukes. Who knew he actually possessed that kind of strength? No wonder he dared claim he could take down Leijin in an instant. When he strikes hard, wiping out both Leijin and Lin Wuying at once. So this is the power of a multi-talented individual? That's just insane. And he's only a tier 2, level 4 now. If he reaches tier 3, his power would be nothing short of terrifying. Whispers of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Leijin sat on the ground clutching his dislocated jaw, completely ignored by everyone. Right now, he felt like a mute swallowing bitter gall suffering in silence. The worst part? Before he went and tried to act tough, no one had told him this kid was Lu Guan. If he'd known, he never would have stuck his neck out like that. Jia Tianlu stepped forward at just the right moment. The crowd finally began to quiet down. Now, is there anyone else who wants to challenge Chairman Lu and give it a shot? He scanned the crowd with a smile. Not a single voice stirred among the assembled crowd. Jia Tianlu glanced at Lu Guan, giving him an approving look. Good job, kid. Lu Guan couldn't be bothered to acknowledge it. But he knew this meant he had successfully established his authority. Now, in the eyes of every member, there was a hint of admiration and respect. Jia Tianlu clapped his hands and declared, now. Anyone willing to join the future guild on short notice to assist President Lu in the exchange competition, step forward. Little did he expect that the moment his words fell, the sound of footsteps echoed. Nearly every member of the Dragon Ascension Guild stood up. Jia Tianlu was momentarily stunned. Has Lu Guan's prestige really been established so successfully in just a few minutes? He even worried whether Lu Guan might lure away these elite members of the Dragon Ascension Guild, only to turn around and rebel against them? At that moment, Principal Lu appeared before the crowd. He smiled as he addressed them. I must remind everyone. For this tournament, President Lu and I have an agreement. The guild must secure a top 4 finish. Therefore, you must carefully consider whether your abilities can truly give you an edge in the competition. Should President Lu Guan succeed, your contributions will naturally be recognized. But should he fail? Lu Xiao did not continue. After all, once punishment is determined, it becomes punishment. If it remains undetermined, it becomes a thorn hanging over our heads, perpetually serving as a deterrent. The room erupted in an uproar at these words. Reaching the final 4 was no easy feat. Soon, those elites whose ranks and talents weren't particularly advantageous took a step back. By the end, roughly 50 remained. Lu Guan shot Lu Xiao a meaningful look. No wonder he had risen to become vice president, commanding both reverence and fear from so many. With those few words, he had positioned himself on a pedestal while simultaneously piling pressure onto the members who had decided to compete. If the guild failed to reach the top 4 in the future, not only would he be unable to account for himself, but the elite members who chose to trust him would also suffer the consequences. He mustn't get too close to the Dragon Ascendant Guild. Lu Guan reminded himself once more. After the team roster was finalized, the group returned to the conference room. Jia Tianlu handed Lu Guan the 2 high-grade items he had promised. Item acquired, Blood Rage Crossbow. Item description, high-grade item. Energy bolts pierce all spatial barriers, with a maximum range of 500 meters. Energy bolts mark hit targets for 1 hour. Item obtained, Energy Devouring Barrier. Item description, high-grade item. Generates a 5-meter radius protective dome, resisting attacks below Tier 3 for 30 seconds. Reminder, each time energy is depleted, it requires healing-type talents to replenish. He examined a purple-colored long-range weapon in his hand and a translucent crystal pendant. Lu Guan nodded. He was reasonably satisfied. He promptly stored both items in the guild's inventory space before bidding farewell to the Dragon Ascension Guild. The communication tournament would begin next month. That meant he had less than 30 days left. The elites of the Dragon Ascension Guild were truly formidable. While he didn't expect Li Song and Luo Hongyang to shine brightly for his future guild, they couldn't exactly embarrass themselves, right? Therefore, Lu Guan resolved that in the time ahead, he would lead his guild members on a frantic leveling spree. In the guild's communication channel. Chubby guy, hey, how come there are 2 new items in our guild storage space? Li Song replied, holy crap, they're both high-level items. Boss, where did you get these? Seeing their messages, Lu Guan seized the opportunity to recount everything that had happened with the Dragon Ascension Guild. Apart from the Su siblings, the rest of the members naturally agreed without hesitation, their excitement palpable. After all, they were eager for a good show. With Lu Guan on their side, reaching the top 4 was a given. Even first place would be a breeze, right? Just then, Lu Guan suddenly recalled Su Yueying mentioning before their parting that an urgent matter had arisen within her family. With the guild chat channel buzzing like this, Su Yueying was nowhere to be seen. It must be genuinely urgent. Su Yueying, how are things at home? After Lu Guan sent this message, the guild channel fell silent for a full 10 minutes before Su Yueying finally replied. Guild leader, I've run into some trouble here. I might not be able to spare any time for a while. Lu Guan realized that the Su family's situation might be more than just a simple problem. What's going on? This time, Su Yueying's reply came quickly. Many members of the Su family have mutated. Chapter 86, don't worry, I'm here. I've seen beasts mutate. I've heard of creatures from other realms undergoing such transformations. But I've never heard of humans from Blue Star mutating. What on earth is happening to the Su family? Su Yueying couldn't explain the specifics clearly over the channel either. She only mentioned that among the mutated individuals, the primary cases were direct descendants of the Su family, including her father, Su Hongshang. Chairman, my brother and I are currently at the Su family ancestral home. Father is preparing to donate all the family's assets to become a core member of the Dawn Guild. Moreover, he's demanding that my brother and I join as well. We're at a loss now, President. Could you please come help us? Su Yueying is a very intelligent girl, and Su Haokai's intellect is no less than his sister's. If this matter didn't involve Su Hongshang, they probably wouldn't feel so helpless. But upon hearing Dawn Guild, the chubby kid immediately blurted out, isn't that the guild we ran into in Shangyang City earlier today? Li Song followed up, no way. That guild might be weird, but what does it have to do with mutations? Bai Lu cautioned, I just have this feeling that the Dawn Guild isn't anything good. You two absolutely must not join. President, should we go check it out? Lu Guan suddenly recalled that Chen Buchuan did seem rather off. Besides his eyes, which had inexplicably turned a bluish-gray color. During the fight, Lu Guan also noticed the veins on the back of his hand and along his arms were all a purplish-blue color. Could this be the mutation Su Yueying mentioned? Lu Guan pondered briefly. The masked elder from the Dawn Guild had looked at him with eyes that seemed to hold a blood feud. And now they wanted to forcibly take his people? It seemed he had every reason, both morally and logically, to make this trip. Perhaps he could even uncover more clues about the Dawn Guild. The night was as dark as ink. The Su family ancestral home was ablaze with light. As one of the foremost families in Starry Sky City, this estate was scarcely smaller than the Lu families in Bright Moon City. In the council hall, Su Hongsheng sat in the seat of honor, his face ashen as he stared at his unfilial children. Not a trace of warmth lingered in his eyes. What future guild? He'd never even heard of it before. This matter is non-negotiable. If you two don't quit that worthless guild and join the Dawn Guild, don't ever call me father again. His face was ashen, and that was no mere figure of speech. It was the actual color of Su Hongsheng's skin at that moment, a faint bluish gray. Su Yueying looked at the father who had never once spoken harshly to her throughout her entire life. That face now felt both familiar and utterly foreign. Dad, don't you even trust Yu Ning anymore? There truly are no divine rulers in this world. Moreover, the events in Xiangyang City must be connected to this Dawn Guild. Otherwise, how did their people just happen to appear in Xiangyang City? Su Hongsheng seemed utterly deaf to his daughter's words. Fuming, he slammed his fist on the table. His palm felt as though it were clad in iron, instantly leaving a dent in the tabletop. How dare you? The decisions of the divine, how dare you, an ignorant child, presume to speculate upon them. Su Yueying was startled, tears welling up in her eyes. Uncle Lin, standing behind the siblings, hurried forward. Master, I must say the young lady and young master's analysis of this matter isn't entirely without merit. You must reconsider. Hearing this, to Su Hongsheng's left, Su Mingzhang, a younger relative from a collateral branch of the Su family, immediately sneered, what's there to reconsider? The masked sage has declared that all the divine beings do is to purify the sins of this world. If you don't believe it yourselves, that's one thing, but how dare you repeatedly question the divine sovereign? Without another word, Su Hongsheng flicked his wrist, sending an ice spike piercing Uncle Lin's left shoulder. You have no right to speak here. Uncle Lin cried out in pain as blood gushed from his shoulder. Uncle Lin, are you all right? Su Haokai sprang from his seat, rushing to support Uncle Lin as he asked with concern. Uncle Lin waved his hand, his expression pained. I'm fine. It's just the family head. He tried to say. He couldn't understand why the family head had suddenly become like this. The former head of the family, if not treating him like family, had at least shown him considerable courtesy. But now. Su Haokai turned his head, his eyes slightly reddened, glaring at his father. Why did you attack Uncle Lin? Su Hongsheng shot him a dismissive glance. I am the master, he is the servant. What's wrong with me taking action? Do you have an objection? Anyone who dares to slander the divine sovereign will pay the price. Su Haokai clenched his jaw. What if that person was me? Su Yueying looked at her brother with surprise. She had never seen her brother defy their father with such unyielding resolve. Su Hongsheng, enraged, leapt to his feet and struck out with a slap. Smack! His palm, hard as iron, scraped the flesh from Su Haokai's face, leaving a bloody gash. Brother! Su Yueying gasped. She never imagined father would strike her brother so viciously. Su Haokai gently pushed his sister away and wiped the blood from his face. Father, you've changed. You would never have treated family like this before. Hearing this, a flicker of sorrow crossed Su Hongsheng's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by resolve. I'm doing this for your own good. The will of the divine sovereign must not be defied. Su Haokai smiled bitterly and nodded. Alright, since that's the case, you continue following your divine sovereign. Yu Ning, Uncle Lin, let's go. This time, Su Haokai hesitated no longer. He grabbed his sister's hand and started toward the exit. Su Mingzheng flashed forward, blocking their path. You just showed disrespect to the divine ruler, and now you think you can just walk away? Su Yuning cried tearfully, what more do you want from us? Su Mingzheng narrowed his eyes. You must kneel and repent until the divine sovereign forgives you before you may leave. Just then, the doors of the council chamber burst open with a roar as flames erupted. Boom! Boom! All eyes were instantly drawn to the commotion. Immediately after, a voice as cold as a 1,000-year-old snow mountain echoed through the chamber. Who dares make my people kneel? Su Yueying's eyes widened. The chairman? Su Mingzheng snapped, who are you? This is the Su residence. Who gave you permission to barge in? Ignoring everyone's gaze, Su Yueying threw herself directly into Lu Guan's arms. Only now did she finally feel a flicker of peace settle within her heart. Back in the business world of Xinxiang City, she had endured her share of hardships. But no matter what difficulties arose, she always knew her father would stand behind her, supporting her. Now, however, her world had collapsed. No matter how clever she was still just a girl barely out of her early 20s. Lu Guan was momentarily stunned by Su Yuaning's embrace. He didn't know where to put his arms. He could only gently pat Su Yuaning's shoulder. Don't worry. I'm here. Chapter 87, The Smurfs. Except for Lu Guan. All other members of the future union were naturally present. Luo Hongyang and the other two hadn't met Su Haokai before, but they recognized him instantly. After all, the only ones present who appeared normal were the Su siblings and Uncle Lin. The rest all had skin that appeared sickly bluish-gray. The only difference lay in the varying depths of their pallor. Sister-in-law, is this the mutation you mentioned among the Su family? To be honest, Li Song felt a bit uneasy seeing them like this. What the hell is this? Smurfs. At those words, a flash of cold malice flickered in Su Mingzheng's eyes. You're from that so-called future union? Lu Guan stepped forward. I'm the president, Lu Guan. Hearing that name, Su Hongsheng recalled something. He slowly sat back down in his chair, his expression unreadable as he spoke. Lu Guan? If I recall correctly, the Lu family of Bright Moon City has a worthless outcast with the same name as yours. Lu Guan didn't shy away. That's correct. That worthless outcast is also me. A flicker of surprise crossed Su Hongsheng's eyes before he let out a cold laugh. So that's how it is. How interesting. A worthless outcast cast aside by his own family actually has the chance to obtain a guild order. At this point, he glanced at Su Yueying. What is your relationship with my daughter? Su Yueying's tear-streaked face flushed crimson. Only then did she realize Lu Guan's earlier behavior had crossed a line. He's the president of our guild. Seeing Lu Guan didn't argue back, Su Hongsheng paused to consider. Considering the past ties between my Su family and yours, the Lu family, I'll give you a chance, young man. If you're willing to hand over the guild token, I can recommend all of you to the Venerable One for admission into the Dawn Guild. Presenting the guild token to the Honorable One would be a tremendous achievement. And who knows? He might even get the chance to meet the Dawn Guild's leader, the acting monarch. What an honor that would be. But Lu Guan replied without hesitation, you're dreaming. You are all Yuning and Hao Kai's family. I don't want to fight you. I came here today only to take someone away. Su Mingjing snorted lightly and stepped forward. Leave? You've insulted the Divine Sovereign and you think you can just walk away unscathed? Li Song retorted indignantly, what's that supposed to mean? My boss wants to leave. Do you really think you little blue imps can stop him? Su Mingjing gritted his teeth in fury. Before he could speak, Lu Guan turned his cold gaze toward him. Was it you who forced Yuning and Hao Kai to kneel and repent earlier? Su Mingjing felt the murderous intent radiating from Lu Guan, causing his heart to flutter slightly. But he quickly reminded himself that although he was originally only a Tier 1, Level 8, but having just undergone purification by the Divine Sovereign, his combat power had more than doubled. That's right, it was me. What are you going to do about it? Su Mingjing thrust out his chest, chin slightly raised as he stared at Lu Guan. The next second, he felt a blur before his eyes. Then, a dark crimson light flashed. Lu Guan had somehow materialized right before his eyes. Just as Su Mingjing tried to step back, when excruciating pain shot through his lower body, piercing straight to his head. Ah! Ah! He let out a heart-wrenching scream. In the hall, no one even caught a glimpse of how Lu Guan had struck. All they saw was Su Mingjing's two calves cleanly severed. Su Mingjing collapsed to his knees, blood gushing forth and swiftly staining the floor crimson. You! Su Mingjing was too overcome with agony to speak. Since you enjoy forcing others to kneel so much, why not kneel yourself for the rest of your life? A deafening silence fell over the hall. Moments later, a roar of commotion erupted. The Su family members, their skin ashen gray, rose to their feet, their eyes blazing with fury. Their fury, of course, wasn't directed at Su Mingjing's severed legs. Rather, it was because Lu Guan clearly held no regard for them, the subjects of the Divine Sovereign. Su Hongsheng slammed his fist on the table, shattering it into pieces. Lu Guan, I kindly offered you the chance to join my Dawn Guild. Yet you repay kindness with betrayal, daring to harm my Su family on our own turf? You're asking for death. Lu Guan frowned. Kindness? He found it laughable. A bunch of people whose free will had clearly been eroded by so-called purification utterly beyond redemption. Su Yueying grabbed Lu Guan's arm. Chairman, let's go. Lu Guan shook his head. He couldn't be bothered to waste time with a bunch of walking corpses. After all, these were Su Yueying's relatives, and their actions weren't of their own volition. But just as the future guild members turned to leave, Uncle Lin's warning bellowed from behind them, watch out. Lu Guan whipped his head around just in time to see Su Hongsheng launch himself upward, delivering a downward punch aimed squarely at him. Judging by his speed, Su Hongsheng possessed at least a Tier 2, Level 7 caliber. Lu Guan knew Su Hongsheng shared the same water manipulation talent as Su Yueying. However, he had additionally awakened the Ice Spike skill. Though Su Hongsheng's overall combat prowess wasn't low, in Lu Guan's eyes, he was no match. With a single teleportation, Lu Guan vanished to the side. Su Hongsheng's fist slammed directly into the ground. The stone slab floor was dented by the impact, forming a shallow crater. This scene caught Lu Guan slightly off guard. He almost forgot during his fight with Chen Baichuan, he'd sensed that their skin had become as hard as iron plates, likely due to some kind of purification process. Dad! Su Yuning couldn't help but cry out. But she didn't know whether she hoped her father wouldn't hurt Lu Guan, or feared Lu Guan would hurt her father. Shifting talent? Su Hongsheng didn't even hear his daughter's cry. His fist struck empty air, and he immediately turned to face Lu Guan beside him. I told you, I don't want to fight you. Lu Guan's eyes turned completely cold. The void blade still gripped in his hand, he'd had ample chance to strike down Su Hongsheng just moments ago and end his life. But he had chosen to give Su Hongsheng one last chance. Too bad Su Hongsheng didn't intend to cherish it. Die! With a thunderous roar, Su Hongsheng swiftly formed an ice spike in his hand and hurled it at Lu Guan. The ice spike's speed far surpassed Su Hongsheng's earlier leap. But before the spike could reach its target, Lu Guan wasted no time, unleashing a fiery blast. Boom! The two spells collided, causing the fire blast to explode. The ice spike shattered instantly and evaporated. Simultaneously, the shockwave from the fire blast didn't stop there. Flames scattered in all directions, and the heat wave continued to sweep toward Su Hongsheng. Su Hongsheng instinctively raised his arms to shield his face. But the fire blast's power far exceeded his expectations. The shockwave from the exploding flames hurled him backward, slamming him hard into a stone pillar in the hall. As he hit the ground, he coughed up a mouthful of purplish-red blood. You're a dual talent user. Fortunately, the copper-plated skin and iron hard bones granted by the purification skill saved him from being instantly blown to bits. Chapter 88, Dawn Guild Archives. The hall fell into complete silence. The Su family members' gazes held either gravity or shock. Lu Guan was a dual talent user, no wonder he dared to trespass into the Su family with just a handful of people. Su Hongxing struggled to his feet, his ashen gray skin covered in scorch marks. He glared at Lu Guan, madness flickering in his eyes. So what if you're a dual talent? If I die, the Divine Sovereign will accept my soul. As he spoke, an ice spike coalesced once more in his hand. Father! You're no match for Chairman Lu. Stop clinging to this delusion. Su Haokai shouted at the top of his lungs. He wanted to try one last time to persuade his father. If he still refused to listen, Su Haokai could do nothing. After all, he had no grounds to demand Lu Guan risk everything to spare his father. Su Yueying's tears welled up in her eyes. Dad, please stop fighting. We won't try to convince you to leave the Dawn Union anymore. But please don't stop us from leaving. If it comes to it, then as you say, from this day forward, we'll sever all ties between father and daughter. Clang! A sharp clatter echoed as the ice pick fell to the floor, shattering cleanly into 3 pieces. What did you say? Su Hongxing turned his head to look at his daughter, whose tears were flowing like a spring. Though his expression remained impassive, his voice was inexplicably hoarse. Su Yueying took a deep breath, forcing herself to hold back her emotions. I said, just as you wish, from today onward, I refuse to be your daughter anymore. The next moment, Su Hongxing finally furrowed his brow. A flicker of sorrow seemed to ripple in his eyes, or perhaps it didn't. He just stood there, wide-eyed and dazed. Uncle, you can't let them get away with this. Su Mingjiang, still kneeling on the ground, struggled to shout. But immediately after, he let out a pained cry as someone kicked him hard, sending him sprawling. Bai Lu could no longer bear to watch. If the chairman hadn't held her back, she would have smashed him to death with her staff. Su Hongxing took a deep breath. You may leave now. With that, Lu Guan noticed several people in the hall clearly wanting to speak up and stop him. But under Lu Guan's icy glare, they naturally dared not say another word. These purified individuals. Though they firmly believed their souls would be welcomed and blessed by the Divine Sovereign after death, they were not entirely devoid of fear. Their minds had simply become extremely twisted. Uncle Lin, you're coming with us too. Lu Guan approached Uncle Lin and asked calmly. Uncle Lin shook his head. I've grown accustomed to staying with the Su family, and they still need me. Chairman Lu, I implore you to protect our young master and young miss. I'll give you. As he spoke, Uncle Lin attempted to kneel before Lu Guan. But before he could finish, Lu Guan smacked him hard across the head, knocking him unconscious. Foolish loyalty. Lu Guan shook his head. He then tossed the man to Li Song and the little fatty. The group left the Su family ancestral home and headed straight for Haoyue City, the Lu family mansion. All the way, Su Yueying's tears never stopped flowing. Lu Guan had no idea how to console a girl who once had a happy family, only to see her father turn into this. Inside the Lu family mansion, the old butler had prepared a midnight feast, but looking at the lavish spread, almost no one could bring themselves to eat. Except for the little chubby one. Chairman, I had no idea your home was this grand. And your chef's skills are truly impressive. Li Song, standing nearby, playfully smacked him on the back of the head. Just eat your food. Big sister, what are you and your brother planning to do next? Su Yueying had stopped crying. She must have cried herself dry. She just sat there, staring blankly into space. Su Haokai, however, was taken aback. Sister-in-law? He glanced at Lu Guan in surprise, then looked back at his sister. He'd been preoccupied with other matters these past days and hadn't paid much attention to Su Yueying. How had his sister suddenly become someone else's sister-in-law? Lu Guan frowned. Bai Lu proved more quick-witted, flicking a chopstick toward Li Song. This wasn't the time for jokes. On any other day, Li Song would have snapped back at her. But noticing the displeasure in Lu Guan's eyes, he dared not say another word this time. Lu Guan considered for a moment before saying, until the matter with the Su family is resolved, you can stay here with me for now. Su Haokai didn't refuse. Duan Xingchen then asked, how did the people in your Su family end up like this? Su Haokai paused briefly before explaining, it's a long story. Ever since the killing world descended upon Blue Star, the awakened talent levels of our Su family members have been rather low. Before my sister and I awakened, father tried every possible method to enhance our potential. But now you see the results. Yu Ning fared somewhat better, awakening E-rank water elemental control. As for me, I'm only an F-grade throwing expert. Luo Honyang asked in confusion, so what? Combat prowess is tied to talent rank and aptitude, but I'm just a strength enhancer. Ask this kid would he dare fight me with his E-rank fire element control? He even gave Li Song a shove. Strength enhancement, he really is incredibly strong. Li Song nearly slid off his chair from the shove. Li Song immediately snapped, damn it. I never used my talents when sparring with you. I was worried a fire might burn you to a crisp. You actually think I'm scared of you? Luo Hongyang was no pushover either. What's that supposed to mean? You wanna try again? Lu Guan snapped impatiently, take your shouting outside. The two immediately shut up. Su Haokai's attention was slightly distracted by their commotion. But a clan without a sufficiently powerful stronghold cannot stand firm in future struggles. Eventually, even the most deeply rooted families would inevitably decline. Lu Guan nodded. He fully agreed with this point. He simply did not agree with the Lu family's approach, resorting to any means necessary to become stronger. Su Haokai continued his explanation, that's why father has been trying to join a guild. But finding a guild is no easy task. We can't obtain a guild token ourselves, and the existing tokens are controlled by major families or other factions. Duan Xingchen interjected, so they joined the Dawn Guild? Su Haokai nodded. I only learned about this a few days ago. But back then, they were still normal. As for how exactly they underwent this so-called purification, I have no idea. Lu Guan recalled a data chip stored in his inventory space and immediately retrieved it. This was brought back from the Dragon Ascension Guild. He inserted the chip into the projector. Soon, a text projection appeared on the screen. Dawn Guild Intelligence File. Organizational nature, self-proclaimed agents of divine mandate, advocating for the purification of the world. They believe the descent of the world of slaughter is divine judgment upon humanity, and only through acceptance of purification can salvation be attained. Core members. Monarch's representative, identity unknown, suspected to possess a talent of tier 3 or higher. Masked Reverend, identity unknown, possesses cursed talents. 12 stewards, all tier 2, level 5 or above. Responsible for propagating guild slogans and executing purification rituals. Chapter 89, I Must Grow Stronger. Upon seeing the regent's rank, the crowd in the hall couldn't help but gasp in shock. A tier 3 talent. They weren't unaware of the existence of tier 3 gifted individuals, but they never imagined the leader of the Dawn Guild would be one of them. However, Lu Guan's focus lay elsewhere. But rather the masked venerable one explicitly marked as possessing the cursed talent. This instantly reminded Lu Guan of his cousin, Lu Jie. After all, cursing was an A-class talent, one that likely few in the entire world could awaken. Was this mere coincidence? Or was it? Lu Guan couldn't quite wrap his head around it. If that masked elder truly was Lu Jie, then the look in his eyes when he saw Lu Guan would make sense. But Lu Jie was clearly killed by him, how could he possibly still be alive? Continue reviewing the data. Weaknesses of the Dawn Guild. It is speculated that the immense power gained by the purified likely originates from some cursed skill or artifact. If the energy source is severed, the purifying effect will gradually fade. Su Haokai slammed his fist on the table. So father had been cursed by the Dawn Guild. At that moment, Su Yueying's eyes suddenly widened. Bro, look at the last line. If the energy source is cut off, the curse's effects will gradually fade. Does this mean there's still hope for father? Everyone's gaze shifted to the final paragraph. Jiang Yanan hesitated before saying, but the regent's rank has already reached tier 3. Cutting off the energy source won't be that simple. Duan Xingchen turned and asked, President, is this all the intelligence the Dragon Ascension Guild possesses? Lu Guan nodded. Yes. Lu Xiao mentioned that the Dawn Guild operates with extreme secrecy. Even with the Dragon Ascension Guild's capabilities, we couldn't uncover their true nature. Therefore, we still cannot confirm whether the so-called purification is actually a curse, nor can we determine the level of the sovereign's proxy. But Yuning is right, at least this means Uncle Su still has a chance to return to normal. A flicker of disappointment crossed Su Yueying's eyes. Still, as long as there remained a sliver of hope, it was infinitely better than losing her father forever. President. She wanted to ask, with the president being so powerful, he would definitely help her, right? But a third-tier talent, she didn't know his exact rank or the nature of his gift. No matter how powerful Lu Guan was, he remained human, not a deity. She couldn't very well ask him to risk his life to save her father, could she? Lu Guan sensed Su Yuaning's thoughts and reassured her, rest assured, if the chance arises, I won't stand idly by. Suddenly, Su Haokai slammed his hand on the table. President, I want to get stronger. Don't be fooled by his usual refined and gentle demeanor. In truth, Su Haokai possessed an intense drive deep within his bones. He couldn't rely on others for everything. Take today, for instance, if Lu Guan hadn't shown up, how would he have protected his sister? Everyone was taken aback by the sudden surge of fighting spirit radiating from him. Lu Guan, however, wasn't surprised. He recalled Lu Yao's assessment of the Su siblings, and now, it proved true. The Su siblings were the Su siblings. Any setback they faced could only be temporary. Growing stronger wasn't something that happened overnight. I've already mentioned the Global Guild Exchange Tournament in the Guild Communication channel. With less than 30 days until the tournament begins, I plan to lead you all in an intensive leveling sprint during this period. Any objections? Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up simultaneously. A tier 3 powerhouse leading a leveling sprint? They couldn't be happier about such an opportunity. How could they possibly object? Li Song asked eagerly, "Boss, which realm are you planning to farm with us?" Lu Guan surveyed the group. He had already considered this question. Given their current levels, the Void Bug Nest was undoubtedly the best choice to start with. Once everyone reached Tier 2, they would switch to Storm Canyon. The unique realm creature of Storm Canyon was the Void-Eating Serpent. Much like choosing the Void Insect Nest, the corrosive Void Serpents typically appeared in large groups. His Pyroblast skill was perfectly suited to counter these ferocious beasts. But upon hearing Lu Guan's plan, the group's initial excitement plummeted to rock bottom. Most novice talent users had ventured into the Void Nest, yet few managed to survive beyond half a day. As far as they knew, Storm Canyon wasn't much better than the Void Insect Nest. The entire realm was perpetually swept by raging winds, with sand and dust filling the sky. Moreover, the corrosive Void Serpent was said to be exceptionally difficult to deal with. These four-winged serpents possessed bodies covered in honeycomb-like holes. When they fly, these holes produce a piercing, shrill sound. Moreover, the erosion-shattering serpent's greatest advantage lay in its extreme speed. A single moment of carelessness could leave a gifted individual struck by one of these sudden, swift attacks. Therefore, in that realm, one must remain constantly vigilant. Bai Lu's expression twisted slightly as he tentatively suggested, "President, even if we're rushing to level up, do we really have to choose these two realms?" Lu Guan shook his head. "Time is tight. You don't want our future guild to rely solely on Dragon Ascension members for victory during the competition, do you?" Su Haokai declared firmly, "As long as it means rapid growth, I support the guild leader's decision." Silence fell over the group. They had assumed following the president would mean effortless leveling. Little did they expect. At that moment, Uncle Lin, who had been placed on the sofa in the lobby, slowly regained consciousness. Where was this place? The wounds on his body had already been healed by Jiang Yinan. His voice was now strong and clear, though Lu Guan's hard slap had left him a bit groggy. Su Haokai turned to Lu Guan, "Chairman, could Uncle Lin also join the future guild?" Su Yuning's eyes lit up instantly. "I'll invite Uncle Lin." Su Haokai froze at the suggestion. Lately, he'd been swamped with one urgent task after another, leaving him no time to even glance at the guild roster. When had Su Yuaning become the vice president of the future guild? Then he recalled what Li Song had just called Su Yuaning earlier. Big sister-in-law. Su Haokai couldn't help but shoot Lu Guan a strange look. Lu Guan felt inexplicably uneasy for some reason. Unable to think of an explanation, he simply rubbed his eyes. "Alright, since no one has any objections. Then it's settled for now. Tonight, everyone should get a good rest. If you need anything, just let Uncle De know. After lunch tomorrow, we'll officially kick off the intensive leveling sprint." With that, he rose and headed back to his room without waiting for a response. Night had deepened. Lu Guan lay on his bed, his mind racing with thoughts. Beyond the competition, there were Lu Jingxiu, Lu Yao, the masked sage, and Lu Jia. Lost in thought, he gradually drifted off to sleep. He didn't know how long he'd been asleep when a knock on the door jolted him awake. "Who is it?" But Su Yueying's voice came from outside the door. "President, it's me. May I come in?" Chapter 90, A Happy Occasion? It was already so late. What could Su Yueying possibly want at this hour? Lu Guan reluctantly climbed out of bed. Opening the door, he saw Su Yueying's delicate face, her eyes still red-rimmed. Lu Guan felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy. This girl, usually so optimistic and cheerful, even a bit scatterbrained at times, probably hadn't shed this many tears in her entire life. "Come in." Lu Guan stepped aside. Su Yuening stepped into the room. "Starting tomorrow, we'll be pushing hard to level up. Everyone will be working tirelessly for the next month. Why aren't you resting?" Lu Guan returned to the bed, his tone unusually gentle. Su Yuening hesitated for a moment. The room was clean and tidy, but it felt a bit too sparse. Besides a bed and an energy stone coffin, there wasn't even a table or chair. Truthfully, after killing Jiang Yutan last time, Lu Guan had discarded everything in the room that had touched that woman's blood. He hadn't bothered to replace them. He'd simply replaced the bed and bedding. Yet for some reason, Lu Guan didn't feel aversion towards Su Yueying. At his gesture, Su Yueying sat down, maintaining a person's width of distance between herself and Lu Guan. "Chairman, I can't sleep." Lu Guan pondered for a moment before asking naturally, "Is it because of Uncle Su?" At the mention of that title, Su Yueying's eyes instantly reddened again. "Every time I close my eyes, I see Dad's unfamiliar face. From childhood onward, Father never once raised a hand against me or my brother. But today..." Lu Guan listened as Su Yuening described how gentle and kind of father Su Hongsheng had been. It even made him think of Lu Jincheng. In his memory, before he turned 8, when both parents were still around. They seemed just like the Su siblings' father, gentle and never raising a hand against us. But now, his mother had left him forever because of the Lu family's ambition. At least he knew Lu Jincheng was still alive, though he had no idea what his father was up to. "Chairman, do you think my father could ever come back?" Su Yueying's voice carried both hope and fear. Lu Guan looked at her reddened eyes and fell silent for a moment. He knew all too well the pain of losing a loved one. He will return. The intelligence gathered by the Longting Guild's third battle group was usually quite reliable. If higher-ups stated that cutting off the energy source would cause the purification effect to fade, it couldn't be entirely unfounded. Yet Su Yueying's fingers still clenched the hem of her robe unconsciously. But the regent is a tier 3 talent. Can we truly stand against him? Lu Guan rose and walked to the window, where the night breeze swept into the room, bringing a hint of coolness. Tier 3 gifted individuals are indeed formidable, but I believe it won't be long before we possess sufficient strength to stand against them. His tone was calm, yet Su Yueying gazed at the man's sharply defined profile in the moonlight. His deep eyes seemed to hold the vastness of the stars and the sea, as if whatever he said would surely come to pass. Chairman, may I rest here for a while? Su Yuening's voice was barely audible. Lu Guan paused, then nodded. Make yourself at home. A moment of silence fell over the room. Thank you. Su Yuening suddenly spoke. For what? Lu Guan gazed out the window at the swaying tree shadows. Su Yueying murmured, thank you for coming to save me and my brother today, and for agreeing to help us. Lu Guan sighed and turned back with a helpless smile. You're welcome. You're the vice president of my guild, of course I'd save you. As for the Dawn Guild. He had intended to tell Su Yuening that he suspected the masked revered one was actually Lu Jie. But when he turned back, he found Su Yueying had already closed her eyes, breathing evenly. Seems she's already asleep. The next day at noon. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows into the hall. After a night's rest, everyone's spirits were noticeably high. Though they voiced various complaints about the void insect nest in Storm Canyon realms, they were still quite eager for the final boost this nearly month-long sprint would bring to their levels. The old butler had thoughtfully prepared lunch for everyone. The chubby kid stuffed his mouth full of food and mumbled, hey, you guys, how high do you think we'll level up this time following the guild leader? By comparison, White Deer's slow, deliberate eating seemed almost elegant. The higher the tier, the harder it is to level up. It took me a full 6 months to reach tier 1, level 8. Once we reach tier 2, following the guild leader's plan, we should be able to climb another 2 levels, right? Luo Hongyan's eyes lit up at the suggestion. Level 2? That would make me tier 2, level 3. What would my power reach if I activated my talent then? I started to get excited. Li Song shot him a disdainful look. Are you tone deaf? He said you could probably advance another 2 levels. I've been grinding my ass off and I still haven't broken through stage 2. How long has it been? Leveling up isn't that easy. Duan Xingqian wondered aloud, it's already this late, why hasn't the guild leader woken up yet? This remark jolted everyone into realization, and they all turned their gaze toward Lu Guan's room. Just then, the door finally opened. Just as they were about to greet him, they realized it was Su Yueying who stepped out. Everyone was stunned. Good morning, boss. Li Song's words caught in his throat. The little chubby guy's food, just about to go into his mouth, dropped back into his rice bowl. Su Haokai shot to his feet. Yu Ning, you. But upon closer inspection, he noticed his sister was neatly dressed. But that pretty face, it was flushed an unnatural shade of red, wasn't it? What on earth had Lu Guan done to his sister last night? Everyone's up already? Lu Guan followed Su Yuening out of the room. Then he saw the expressions on everyone's faces. Some were shocked, some smirked maliciously, and others wore meaningful looks. He knew their sordid thoughts, but couldn't be bothered to respond. The innocent need not fear suspicion. If everything is ready, let's move quickly. Uncle Lin, now officially a member of the future guild, cleared his throat. Chairman, you and our young mistress have just woken up. Wouldn't you like to eat something first? At Lu Guan's current level, his need for food was minimal. He could go 2 or 3 days without eating and still feel no hunger. Besides, once inside the void worm nest, his sanctuary ring would swiftly replenish his stamina and energy. Yu Ning, would you like to eat something first? Su Yuning said nothing, merely shaking her head. Uncle Lin cleared his throat again. Then shall we enter the realm now? Luo Honyang stood up immediately. Let's go. I can hardly wait. The little chubby guy seemed to snap out of it. Hold on, let me grab a couple more bites. Li Song smacked him on the back of the head. Stop eating already. Let's get moving. Chapter 91, Leveling Up Quickly with President Lu. The sky hung heavy and gloomy. The air thick with miasma. The foul, sticky stench was utterly unbearable. The void insect nest was no stranger to the group. Uncle Lin, Li Song, and Luo Hongyang were even entering this realm for the 3rd time, yet they still frowned deeply. Not to mention the 3 female comrades. Ugh. The little chubby boy covered his mouth. He knew there wouldn't be another chance to eat for a very long time. He forced himself to suppress the overwhelming nausea. This smell was more revolting than rotten fish. Li Song looked at him with contempt. Ha, serves you right for eating so much. As a gifted individual, you still indulge in such base pleasures day in and day out. Serves you right to suffer. Zhang Yan'an was the kinder one after all. Are you okay? Want me to heal you? The little chubby waved his hand. I'm fine.
Zhang Yan'an, you'd be better off conserving your energy.
No need to waste it on me.
With that, he took a deep breath. Ugh. He nearly vomited again. Lu Guan watched helplessly. All for the sake of leveling up.
Drawing on his previous experience, he activated his fire control talent, instantly conjuring a fireball in his hand.
The intense heat instantly vaporized most of the miasma, bringing some relief to the group. Li Song's eyes lit up. So the fire control talent could be used like this?
With that, he activated his own talent, conjuring a fireball in his palm.
Boss, you're the one with the solutions. Lu Guan glanced around at the group.
The insect beasts that tended to gather were mostly concentrated in the insect nest caverns. However, some caves harbored high-level insect beasts, posing certain dangers.
So you mustn't let your guard down either.
Everyone understood exactly what Lu Guan meant. That's why, during their previous explorations of this realm, they had never dared to venture too deep. But with Lu Guan a powerhouse whose combat prowess was off the charts alongside them this time, even the highest-level insect beasts would be no match for him, right? Nevertheless, since the guild leader had issued the warning, everyone nodded in agreement. Soon, Lu Guan led the group into a cave. Not long after entering, they encountered a large number of spirit-devouring insects still sealed within their cocoons. Bai Lu exclaimed with delight, "Looks like we've got some luck on our side." These unhatched soul-devouring insects posed almost no threat, and there were so many of them. The only trouble is that killing them one by one is quite tedious. But no sooner had she spoken. Lu Guan activated his magnetic domain talent, enveloping the entire group within its field. Just as they wondered what the guild leader intended to do, Lu Guan flung the fireball in his hand directly at the soul-devouring insects. With a whoosh, the flames spread rapidly. Everyone stared in surprise at their interface screens, where a series of notifications flashed. Party members defeated soul-devouring insect, gained energy 210 points. As the soul-devouring insect burned, thick smoke rapidly filled the entire cave. Choking and coughing, they marveled in awe. Guild leader, is this how you leveled up before? No wonder the guild leader levels up so much faster than us. Following him really pays off. Holy crap, the boss is still the best. I never even thought about using the fire control talent like that. Lu Guan replied calmly, cut the chatter. Let's keep moving deeper. Hearing this, the group excitedly covered their noses and pressed onward into the cavern's depths. Not long after, Lu Guan suddenly raised his hand, signaling them to halt. The rock wall ahead was densely covered with shadow spiders. Their abdomens flickered with an eerie blue glow. Though merely F-rank insect beasts, the sight of these creatures instinctively terrified the three girls, causing them to instinctively cower behind Lu Guan. Shadow spiders possess venomous attacks. Be cautious. Lu Guan cautioned. Li Song chuckled, boss, leave this to me. With that, he prepared to mimic Lu Guan's earlier action and hurl fireballs at the shadow spiders. Fortunately, Bai Lu stopped him just in time. Stop. Shadow spiders aren't like those soul-devouring insect cocoons. If you burn them directly, they'll spit venom at you. Though Zhang Yan'an, the healer, was present in the group. Once poisoned, the healer might not have a cure after all. Healing talents aren't omnipotent. Lu Guan couldn't help but frown slightly. Next time, don't act on your own without my orders. At the boss's command, Li Song could only nod reluctantly. Got it, boss. Lu Guan continued, shadow spiders fear water. Su Yuaning, this is your chance. Su Yuaning's eyes lit up. She never imagined her talent, which offered almost no offensive capability, would actually come in handy. Alright. She swiftly activated her talent, hurling water balls one after another at the shadow spiders clinging to the wall. Sure enough. The moment the water touched them, the blue glow on the shadow spiders' abdomens flickered like tiny flames and was extinguished almost instantly. Another flurry of notifications flooded the screen. Party members defeated shadow spiders, gaining 340 energy. Unfortunately, after hurling over a dozen water balls, Su Yuaning's face grew pale. Zhang Yan'an, heal. Lu Guanyan commanded concisely. Under the healing aura's effect, color finally returned to Su Yuaning's pale face. Once all shadow spiders were eradicated. Su Yuaning opened her interface and exclaimed with delight, I'm tier 1, level 7 now. The others' faces lit up with joy. Bai Lu sighed, our luck has been too good. We've encountered both the soul-devouring insects and shadow spiders, the two insect beasts most suited for leveling up. Uncle Lin shook his head at this remark. It's not about luck. This must be the chairman's extraordinary destiny guiding us to choose this cave. The others found this quite reasonable. Joining the future guild was truly the luckiest thing that could have happened to them. As they ventured deeper into the cavern, they encountered some higher-level insect beasts. However, even after reaching the deepest part, they didn't encounter any insect beasts like the previous 1000-face bug or 6-armed clawed insect that offered exceptionally high energy rewards. Lu Guan dispatched them effortlessly, one by one. Upon exiting the cave, Bai Lu, Zhang Yan'an, and Little Fatty had all leveled up. Their expressions clearly showed just how thrilled they were. Had they relied solely on themselves, or teamed up with other talent users of similar combat strength like before, their leveling speed would never have been this fast.
Bro, how about you? You haven't leveled up yet, have you?
Amidst her excitement, Su Yuaning noticed her brother had been acting strangely ever since they entered the realm.
Everyone else was thrilled by their unexpectedly rapid leveling progress. Su Haokai was clearly around the same level as her. There was no reason he hadn't leveled up by now. Are you still worried about father? Su Yuaning asked cautiously. Su Haokai shook his head. Su Yuaning was puzzled. Then why do you look so unhappy?
Everyone else noticed Su Haokai's unusual demeanor and turned to look at him with concern. Uncle Lin suddenly had an epiphany and chuckled. Young master is just concerned about you.
Chapter 92, Farewell to the Little Cabin. If anyone understood Su Haokai's thoughts best, it was Uncle Lin.
Ever since Su Yuaning emerged from Lu Guan's room, he'd sensed his young master had been preoccupied. He hadn't said anything because, after all, they were surrounded by people. Discussing such matters in front of everyone would be awkward. Su Yuaning was no fool either. After Uncle Lin's subtle hint, seeing Su Haokai's eyes constantly darting toward Lu Guan, how could she not figure it out? Bro, you don't actually think something happened between me and the president, do you? And it wasn't just Su Haokai who thought so. Everyone else now wore equally peculiar expressions. Li Song stepped forward and said, Sister-in-law, now is not the time to discuss this. We're pressed for time and have a heavy task ahead. There'll be plenty of time later to talk about your business with the boss. Su Yuaning flushed crimson, flustered and annoyed. Who says I'm your sister-in-law? Bai Lu offered a gentle smile. It's perfectly normal to like a man as outstanding as the president. There's nothing to be shy about. If I hadn't been waiting for the right moment, I would have gone straight for him myself. The group gasped in shock. Bai Lu's bluntness was almost too much to handle. But as a fellow woman, Jiang Yan'an couldn't help but agree with her first statement. Su Yuaning, however, was so embarrassed she wanted to bury herself in the ground. At that moment, Su Haokai stood firmly in front of his sister, his expression grave. Since Su Yuaning had already brought up the matter, holding back any longer was pointless. Yuaning, most of the Su family has now joined the Dawn Guild and become like that. That place is no longer our home. From now on, you and Uncle Lin are the only family I have left. His tone was heavy, and everyone present instantly dropped their playful mood. A flicker of sorrow passed through Uncle Lin's eyes. Su Haokai continued, Brother, I'm not opposed to you being with the guild leader. I know Chairman Lu is a good man, and he has the ability to protect you. But when two people are together, there are many things to consider. Like whether your personalities and habits are compatible? I mainly want to remind you, have you truly thought everything through? Su Haokai's words were heartfelt, and everyone couldn't help but be moved. Su Yuaning fell deep in thought. Only Lu Guan frowned, utterly speechless. He'd spent the entire night in the energy stone coffin. What on earth were these people talking about? You're overthinking it. Yu Ning was just chatting in my room last night and accidentally fell asleep. Nothing happened between us, and we're not together. He hadn't intended to waste his breath explaining, but these people actually took it seriously. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, the surrounding miasma seeming to thicken and freeze. The guild leader's word was law, and most believed him. So they really just slept together for one night and didn't go any further? Everyone was deeply disappointed except Su Haokai, who couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Su Yuaning snapped her head up. Exactly. What on earth have you all been imagining all this time? Yet as she spoke, a faint pang of disappointment stirred within her. Li Song gave a dry chuckle, so it was all just a misunderstanding. Poof. Boss, look, there's another bug nest over there. Let's keep killing monsters. Lu Guan wasted no words. He glanced at the group and headed straight toward the direction Li Song had pointed. The void nest operated day and night. With Lu Guan's combat prowess, he could clear out an entire cavern in this realm in just under 2 hours on average. By the time they emerged from the 10th insect nest cave, even Li Song and Uncle Lin had already advanced to tier 2. Li Song was so overcome with emotion he felt like crying. Previously, in his quest for rapid leveling, he had twice entered this cursed realm, only returning to Blue Star when he could endure no more. He remained stuck at tier 1, level 9, unable to break through to tier 2. Luo Hongyang had told him that the leap from tier 1, level 9 to tier 2 was a watershed moment. Counting the 3 days in the newbie village, he had only taken 3 months to reach the first 8 levels. Yet, advancing to tier 2 alone had consumed nearly 2 full months. Li Song had felt utterly hopeless at the time. Was leveling up this difficult for tier 2 talent holders? How was he supposed to get through the rest of his life like this? But now, unexpectedly, after less than a day of sprinting through levels alongside Lu Guan, he had successfully ascended to tier 2. Li Song was so excited he started dancing around. I'm stage 2. I'm finally ING stage 2. Boss, leveling with you is absolutely ING awesome. Lu Guan wasn't surprised. At the early stage 2 level, the void bug nest's leveling speed was undeniably fast. Just then, Bai Lu suddenly let out a cry. What's wrong? Everyone turned toward the sound in unison. Jiang Yan'an clutched her forehead, swayed twice, then her legs buckled as she nearly collapsed to the ground. Bai Lu acted swiftly, catching her before she fell. President, look.
Zhang Yan'an seems to be fainting. Lu Guan also rushed over urgently to check on her. What's wrong? Zhang Yan'an gazed at Lu Guan with a dazed expression, yet her words remained firm. President, I'm fine.
It's just that I might have activated the healing aura too many times earlier.
I'm starting to feel overwhelmed. Only then did everyone realize.
They'd been recklessly squandering their stamina and energy, only to have Zhang Yan'an restore them with the healing aura once they were nearly depleted.
But the healing aura could restore others, it couldn't restore itself.
None of them had considered whether Zhang Yan'an could endure the strain. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Lu activated her innate ability and forged a life contract with Zhang Yan'an.
Within a single breath, the white deer's complexion visibly paled. Meanwhile, Zhang Yan'an finally regained consciousness. But this clarity was fleeting. While the life contract allowed her to share her vitality with another, Bai Lu herself was now utterly exhausted. President, what should we do next? Bai Lu asked weakly.
After such an intense, prolonged sprint to level up, everyone present was visibly drained. If Zhang Yan'an were to activate her talent again, she might just lose her life right here.
Rest for a while first. Lu Guan said calmly.
The little chubby kid stepped forward, then you guys find a place to rest first. I contributed the least during the monster hunt, so now I'll keep watch for everyone.
If danger arises, I'll call out to you.
The others considered this. The little chubby guy was indeed in the best shape among them right now. It seemed all those meals he'd eaten before entering the realm hadn't been for nothing.
Lu Guan shook his head. No need.
Speaking, he retrieved the shelter ring from his storage space. As energy surged through it, a small wooden hut instantly flew out from within the ring. Everyone was instantly dumbfounded.
What on earth was this? The guild leader carries a small wooden hut with him? No. That little cabin was frantically absorbing the surrounding energy.
This looks like the starter village's little cabin.
Chapter 93, The Pest Eradication Squad. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the familiar little cabin.
Li Song rubbed his eyes.
He was definitely inside the void insect nest, no doubt about it. Boss, what's this?
As he spoke, the others also turned their astonished gazes toward Lu Guan. This is a protective ring.
Let's get Zhang Yan'an inside first. Lu Guan said indifferently. Bai Lu finally snapped back to reality and led Zhang Yan'an into the small wooden hut. Since the cabin only had about 10 square meters of space, the space felt cramped once everyone crowded inside. The single wooden bed was naturally reserved for Zhang Yan'an to rest on. The rest had to find places to stay on their own. The moment they entered the cabin, the miasma was completely sealed outside. At last, everyone breathed in the long-awaited fresh air. Blue Star is so beautiful after all. Finally, this feels so much better. As the second weakest in stamina and energy, Bai Lu sat in the small space Zhang Yan'an had vacated and couldn't help but sigh. Duan Xingchen exclaimed with delight, my stamina is recovering at double speed. What kind of treasure is this little cabin? It really feels just like the one in the newbie village. Though the recovery speed is still a bit slower. Luo Hongyang glanced around. The beginner village cabin only had one person. We have 10 people here, so of course the recovery is slower. He wasn't one to overthink things. But his straightforward line of reasoning actually turned out to be correct. Too bad this little cabin couldn't be a bit bigger.
The little chubby guy muttered a complaint.
Li Song couldn't resist kicking him in the rear. Having a place to rest is already good enough. Out of all of us, you're the heaviest, you're taking up 2 people's space. The little chubby kid didn't get angry with him, it wasn't like he'd kicked him hard anyway. He chuckled, curling up in the corner and sitting cross-legged on the floor. The primary purpose of entering the realm was to level up. By this point, they weren't in the mood for niceties. One by one, they followed the little chubby guy's lead, finding a patch of empty ground and sitting down to rest. Li Song approached Lu Guan. With this little cabin, it looks like leveling up will be a lot easier from now on. Boss, why didn't you bring out such a great treasure sooner? Lu Guan gave him a faint glance. This cabin is just to save everyone time recovering stamina. If you're only thinking about convenience, wouldn't it be easier to return to Blue Star now? Li Song quickly retorted, I didn't mean that at all. As long as I can level up quickly with the boss, I don't mind any hardship or fatigue. Lu Guan knew full well that wasn't his intention. Seeing everyone looking exhausted, he'd merely used this topic as a gentle reminder. After all, the stakes of this tournament were undeniably high for himself, for Dragon Nation, and for both the Dragon Ascension Guild and the Future Guild. Even a single additional level could boost their win rate. Time was short, leaving no room for complacency. Everyone understood Lu Guan's perspective. After nearly 20 hours of continuous effort, they were indeed exhausted, yet not a single one of them entertained thoughts of giving up. Lu Guan was thoroughly satisfied with this resolve. Zhang Yan'an, how are you feeling? The president's concern left Zhang Yan'an feeling both flattered and a bit overwhelmed. I'm feeling much better now. It's all my fault for being too low level and holding everyone back. I'm sorry. As she spoke, she tried to rise to apologize to the group. But Bai Lu pressed her back down. What nonsense are you talking about? Without your dedicated efforts to restore us, our progress would be at least a third slower than it is now. That might be a slight exaggeration. But Jiang Yan'an's contribution has indeed been significant. After roughly 5 or 6 hours, everyone's physical and mental energy had mostly recovered. Only the little chubby guy remained, leaning against the log cabin wall and snoring away. Li Song gave him a couple of kicks. Time to eat? The little chubby guy opened his eyes groggily. It took him a while to realize he was still within the boundaries of the killing world. Lu Guan promptly stowed the small cabin back into his storage ring. The little chub plopped down onto the foul-smelling ground, drawing endless laughter from the others. Once they'd finished laughing and were ready, Lu Guan led the team deeper into the insect nest. Over the next few days, they continued slaying monsters and leveling up in this manner, achieving astonishing efficiency. Along the way, they encountered other gifted individuals. Seeing the future guild members enter the insect nest caverns and emerge again in less than 2 hours, they assumed the future guild members had only been hunting insects in the shallow layers of the caves. It wasn't until they realized nearly all the nearby insect nests had been cleared that they were left dumbfounded. By the time they reacted and tried to join Lu Guan's group, the others had already vanished without a trace. Just who were these people? Where did they even come from? They're freaking insane. By the 7th day, Dragon Nation's communication channels buzzed with reports of an extermination squad appearing at the Void Bug Nest. 10 members strong, they left nothing standing in their wake, the nest's caverns utterly devastated. This inevitably brings to mind that back in Newbie Village 917, didn't we have a village slaughtering tyrant appear? This pest eradication squad operates in a manner strikingly similar to that village cleansing tyrant. Could they be the same person? Unfortunately, the members of the future guild were too immersed in the joy and exhaustion of leveling up. They completely missed all this. Current roster of the future guild. Lu Guan, guild leader, tier 2, level 4. Su Yuaning, guild vice president, tier 2, level 1. Core members. Luo Hongyang, tier 2, level 2. Li Song, tier 2, level 1. Lin Han, tier 2, level 2. Bai Lu, tier 2, level 1. Duan Xingchen, tier 2, level 1. Su Haokai, tier 2, level 1. Wang Rui, tier 2, level 1. Jiang Yan'an, tier 2, level 1. Inside the small cabin, everyone looked utterly exhausted. Yet as they stared at their attribute panels, their hearts were filled with immense joy. Jiang Yan'an exclaimed happily, "I've reached tier 2, level 1 too." Su Yueying was equally overjoyed. Who would have thought our future guild would achieve a full tier 2 level for everyone in such a short time? Luo Hongyang said with emotion, "We owe it all to President Lu. Remember when we first encountered that situation in the Eternal Night Wastes?" Li Song gave him a half-hearted shove. Why bring up that ancient history? It's just a bunch of old junk. Yet after sharing so many days of hardship and camaraderie, they couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. Lu Guan, however, remained composed throughout. Now that everyone had reached tier 2, continuing to grind in the void nest held little value. Once we're fully recovered here, we'll head back to Blue Star to prepare. Tomorrow, we'll move on to Storm Canyon. Su Yuning suddenly remembered something, leaping over 2 people to plop down beside Lu Guan. Guild leader, do you think we'll be able to level up significantly this time? Lu Guan pondered for a moment. If everything goes smoothly, gaining another 3 or 4 levels shouldn't be a problem. Chapter 94, Sibling Concerns. Currently, aside from Lu Guan, the highest leveled player was Luo Hongyang. Tier 2, level 2. If he could advance 3 more levels, wouldn't that make him tier 2, level 5? When Lu Guan first suggested choosing the Void Bug Nest in Storm Canyon, everyone had looked reluctant. But after 7 days of frenzied leveling, everyone felt a profound transformation within themselves. Now, they'd even begun to crave this feeling. Luo Hongyang fantasized about the power he could wield at tier 2, level 5. For ordinary talent users, after reaching tier 2, it takes at least a month to advance 1 level. Even with a top-tier leader guiding them, it would still take at least half a month. President, are you serious about reaching tiers 3 and 4? It wasn't that he doubted Lu Guan's judgment. It was just that this matter was simply too unbelievable. Su Yuaning naturally had complete faith in their guild leader. Whatever the guild leader said was undoubtedly true. After all, it had only been 7 days, and hadn't Jiang Yan'an, the lowest level member, already reached tier 2? Lu Guan couldn't help but remind them, but don't let your rapid leveling make you complacent. The members of the Dragon Ascension Guild joining us in this competition, every combat talented individual among them is at least tier 2, level 6. If you don't work hard enough, you won't just disgrace our future guild, you'll disgrace our entire Dragon Nation. At these words, the group's expressions instantly turned solemn. Initially, they believed that with Lu Guan on their side, the future guild was guaranteed victory, approaching the competition with a casual attitude. But they hadn't considered whether their own low combat strength might embarrass the future guild. Jiang Yan'an assured the guild leader, "Rest assured, guild leader. This time, I won't hold anyone back." Su Yuaning sighed helplessly, "You're a natural healer. And you've been the most dedicated these past few days. The ones who truly can't afford to slack off are us, guess right. Lu Guan surveyed the group. He knew that as guild leader, he'd already placed enough pressure on these members, now it was time to offer some encouragement. But your current rate of progress is quite good. Now you just need to keep it up. Hearing this, the group's spirits soared once more. The Blue Star world was now bathed in the glow of the setting sun. The group had entered the realm from the Lu family mansion, and upon exiting, they naturally returned to this place. Though the small cabin could restore physical strength and energy. But in such an environment, their nerves remained perpetually on edge. The moment Bai Lu appeared, he let out a long sigh of relief. Finally back. I need to take a bath immediately, I feel like my body's been pickled in the stench of those insect beasts. Li Song, standing beside him, couldn't help but sniff the air. No way. Even if there was a smell, wouldn't it have been diluted clean in the cabin? Bai Lu shot him a look. Generally speaking, men's sense of smell isn't as keen as women's. Besides, she was just using a metaphor. After all, spending 7 whole days in that environment, the sweat alone, mixed with dust, would have formed a hard crust on your skin. Stinky man, what do you know? Li Song was speechless. He couldn't shake the feeling this woman wasn't targeting him specifically, she seemed to have a major issue with all men. Boss, she called you a stinky man. Lu Guan couldn't be bothered with their childish games. For bathing, there are 2 bathrooms upstairs and downstairs. Disposable towels are provided inside, help yourselves. If you need to handle anything, feel free to step out. Don't delay tomorrow's noon departure for Storm Canyon. Seeing everyone nod in agreement, Lu Guan turned and headed back to his room. Truth be told, over these past 7 days, he was the one who'd been the most exhausted. Now, Lu Guan needed to get some proper sleep. He lay down on the bed. Lu Guan had just closed his eyes. Thump. A knock sounded at the door. Lu Guan rubbed his temples in exasperation. Being president is no easy task. Getting a good night's sleep is so hard. Opening the door, he found Su Haokai standing outside. Chairman, sorry to disturb you. Su Haokai was as gentle and refined as ever, humble and courteous. Lu Guan found this a bit odd. What brings you here? Su Haokai was the least likely to bother him. With his intellect, he could handle most problems independently. But now that they weren't in the realm, what could he possibly want? Su Haokai stood at the doorway, his expression slightly hesitant. Chairman, I'd like to discuss the matter between you and Yu Ning. Lu Guan took a deep breath. You don't believe nothing happened between me and Yu Ning? Su Haokai waved his hands repeatedly. I believe you, President, and naturally I believe my sister too. It's just, I can tell Yu Ning feels differently about you. Lu Guan couldn't help but look puzzled. Ever since leaving the newbie village, Su Yuaning had always been intelligent and generous to everyone. So he hadn't noticed anything different about Su Yueying toward him? From childhood to now, I've never seen Yu Ning care so deeply about anyone, not even me, her own brother. Su Haokai gave a wry smile. Lu Guan fell silent for a moment. You're probably overthinking it. He could understand. It was probably because the shock Su Haokai felt when Su Yueying emerged from her room that day was simply too intense. That's why he couldn't help but overthink this matter. No way. Yu Ning and I grew up together. How could I not know her? Su Haokai offered an explanation. Lu Guan studied Su Haokai's earnest expression. Then what are you trying to say? Truthfully, he still didn't quite believe Su Haokai's words. As Yu Ning's brother, I won't interfere with her choices. But I need to know what you mean to her. I don't want her to be hurt by anyone. Lu Guan disliked Su Haokai's sudden shift to a forceful tone. Still, he could see how desperately Su Haokai wanted to protect his sister. Doing everything in one's power to protect those they care about, there's nothing wrong with that. Yu Ning is a good girl, smart, kind, and brave. But right now, we have more important matters to attend to. As for the rest, it will become clear in time. Lu Guan stared directly into Su Haokai's eyes as he spoke. Su Haokai didn't flinch, meeting his gaze directly. Then can you promise me you won't hurt her? Lu Guan frowned slightly. He owed no one anything and felt no need to make promises to anyone. As the future president of the union, I will naturally fulfill my responsibilities. Just then, footsteps echoed, and the faint scent of shower gel drifted through the air. Brother, President, what are you two talking about here? It was Su Yuaning, freshly bathed, descending the stairs. Her hair still dripping wet, she stared oddly at the 2 men facing off by the door. Both men turned their heads in unison. Su Haokai's tough demeanor instantly dissolved. Oh, nothing. The president and I were just discussing tomorrow's plans. Chapter 95, Celebration. Su Yuaning eyed them suspiciously. Clearly, the vibe between them didn't feel very harmonious. But since her brother was as gentle and peaceful as ever, she couldn't imagine any conflict arising between them. Really? Lu Guan also didn't want such a minor issue to affect the guild's unity. He replied indifferently, it's true. Su Haokai explained with a smile, after all, Storm Canyon is far more dangerous than the Void Nest. I'm worried that at our tier 2 level, we won't have enough ability to protect ourselves. Su Yueying immediately stopped doubting. Guild leader, I have an idea. Since our main goal tonight is to relax, why not celebrate properly? Lu Guan looked puzzled. Celebrate what? Su Yueying replied matter-of-factly, our entire guild has reached tier 2. That's an incredible achievement. Even if some major clans threw all their resources into training, how many could find 10 tier 2 talent holders at once? Isn't that worth celebrating? Exactly. Having witnessed the comprehensive strength of the Dragon Ascension Guild, Lu Guan couldn't help but feel the future guild was as weak as ants. But in reality, few factions across the entire Blue Star could muster 10 tier 2 talents at once. It's just that. Even if it's worth celebrating, after working so hard for days, wouldn't everyone want to rest a little longer? Su Yuning shook her head. We've already recovered in the cabin, haven't we? I see everyone's spirits are high right now, they definitely prefer to celebrate. As if to validate Su Yueying's point, Bai Lu's voice echoed from the hall. Shall we celebrate? I think that's a great idea. Immediately after, Li Song and Luo Hongyang also voiced their approval. Su Haokai pondered for a moment before turning to Lu Guan with a smile. Since everyone's so enthusiastic, President, I think we should go along with their wishes. Lu Guan could only nod silently. Su Yuening cheered. Wonderful. I'll go prepare right away. With that, she fluttered away cheerfully. The doorway fell silent for a moment. Su Haokai suddenly murmured, my apologies, Chairman. I lost my composure just now. Lu Guan gave him a deep look. You're a good older brother. As the sunset sank completely behind the western mountains, the grand hall of the Lu family mansion was bustling with activity. The old butler had prepared a lavish dinner spread, complete with red wine. Everyone gathered around, chatting and laughing. Though the little chubby boy could eat a lot, his tolerance for alcohol was clearly lacking. After just half a bottle of red wine, his chubby face was already flushed crimson. Honestly, everyone, I never imagined in my wildest dreams that I'd reach tier 2 so quickly. President, you're practically my second father. It was clear he was genuinely drunk. Lu Guan silently ate his meal without uttering a word. He genuinely couldn't understand what anyone found enjoyable about this wine. Zhang Yan'an, being a girl, didn't look much better than the little fatty. She suddenly sighed, yeah. Back when I was leveling up alone in the realm, I had to tread carefully even around F-rank beasts. Then, shifting her gaze to Lu Guan, she added. Guild leader, you know what? The moment I first saw you in the newbie village, I felt a flutter in my heart. I just never imagined you'd become so outstanding that you feel completely out of my league now. The table erupted in gasps at her confession. None of them had expected that Zhang Yan'an, who usually seemed the least noticeable, harbored such feelings. Zhang Yan'an seemed to realize she'd said too much, her pretty face flushing crimson. Li Song quickly cut in, stop teasing her. Don't forget, my boss already has a wife. Everyone couldn't help but turn their gaze toward Su Yuening. Bai Lu retorted, so what if he has a vice president? I hear those rich playboys all have multiple wives and mistresses. As long as the vice president doesn't mind, Sister Nianan and I wouldn't mind being the president's mistresses. The moment those words left her mouth, the living room nearly erupted. Everyone knew Bai Lu was joking, of course. But this jest was truly explosive. Lu Guan, too, wore a rare twisted expression. What could he say? He just kept his head down and kept eating. He genuinely couldn't fathom what anyone found enjoyable about this liquor. Su Yueying sat beside Lu Guan, her pretty face flushed slightly from the alcohol. She had experienced a few drinking gatherings before, unlike that little fatty Zhang Yan'an who couldn't hold his liquor. Seeing Lu Guan take only one sip of red wine since the celebration began, she couldn't help but get mischievous. President, I'd like to toast you. She murmured softly. Lu Guan was about to refuse. But when he saw Su Yueying's sparkling eyes, he unconsciously raised his glass. The two glasses clinked together, producing a crisp sound. Su Yueying downed the red wine in one gulp. Lu Guan froze. As the president, he couldn't very well lose face now, could he? Suddenly, Li Song seemed to have a momentary lapse of judgment. Boss, madam, what's the point of just clinking glasses? How about a cup-sharing toast? To everyone's surprise, applause erupted. Su Yuening nearly dropped her glass in fright. She'd only intended to tease Lu Guan into drinking more. But now, thanks to Li Song's antics, it seemed like she'd gotten herself dragged into it too. Since they'd agreed to celebrate and relax, Lu Guan didn't want to dampen everyone's spirits. But sharing a cup of wine with a girl, such an ambiguous gesture, was something Lu Guan simply couldn't bring himself to do. Just as both of them were caught in an awkward moment, a message suddenly appeared on the communication panel. Opening it, Lu Guan instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone, quiet down for a moment. The Dragon Ascension Guild just sent word they finalized the contestant roster. Seeing Lu Guan's serious expression, Li Song exclaimed in surprise, but the competition isn't for another 20 days. Why the sudden advance? Lu Guan shook his head. The competition hasn't been moved up. We just need to submit our roster early, along with our opponents list. So everyone, please eat first. Jia Tianlu and I need to go over it. With that, Lu Guan turned and walked away from the table without looking back, heading back to his room. Li Song stared at the half-finished glass of red wine on the table, lost in thought for a moment. Guys, do you think the boss deliberately ran off to avoid this ceremonial toast? Duan Xingchen nodded meaningfully. He could have finished the cup of wine before heading to the Dragon Ascension Guild. The group fell into stunned silence. So even the guild leader has his limits. Su Yuaning stared blankly toward Lu Guan's room. When everyone had been egging her on earlier, she had indeed felt quite embarrassed. But when Lu Guan effectively rejected her, a complex mix of emotions surged within her. Inside the room, the moment Lu Guan closed the door, he finally let out a sigh of relief. He had deliberately avoided her under the pretext of the Dragon Ascension Guild. Truth be told, Lu Guan wasn't entirely sure what his feelings toward Su Yuaning truly were. He could be decisive, even abrupt, about anything. But when it came to matters of the heart, his experience was painfully blank. At that moment, Jia Tianlu sent a message. The list has been sent to you. Please reply upon receipt. Chapter 96, List of Contestants. Lu Guan's drinking capacity was unknown. In any case, he wasn't particularly fond of alcohol. He believed alcohol prevented one from maintaining absolute clarity. This likely stemmed from his childhood experiences of being frequently looked down upon within his family. Outside the room, the commotion soon resumed. Lu Guan gathered his thoughts and activated his communication panel. The competition roster sent by the Dragon Ascension Guild detailed the levels, talents, and combat characteristics of 30 elite members. Lu Guan scanned the names. Xiao Zhenxian and Lin Wuying were prominently listed. Lin Wuying needed no introduction. Xiao Zhenxian was a formidable Tier 2, Level 8 powerhouse, and astonishingly, he had awakened a D-rank talent, Instant Construction. Simply put, this talent enabled instant construction. It was a powerful talent that combined both offensive and defensive capabilities. Especially after awakening skills like Spatial Trap. It can slow down enemies within a certain range. Or take Spatial Vortex, which can boost allies' movement speed. It seems Principal Lu has truly spared no expense for this competition. Lu Guan thought to himself. Beyond that, Lu Guan also spotted several familiar names on the roster. Zhuo Feiyang and Su Yu from the 9th Battle Group. Huang Zixuan and his 5 teammates from the 8th Battle Group. And Zhang Ning and Bai Xiaocha from the 3rd Battle Group. These two. Lu Guan's gaze lingered on the last name on the list for 2 seconds. If memory served, Bai Xiaocha was only Tier 2, Level 2. But she possessed healing talents, so that could be understood. Zhang Ning, Tier 2 Level 3, Speed Enhancement, F-Tier talent. Why was he on this list? With these questions in mind, Lu Guan sent a message to Jia Tianlu. Jia Tianlu replied almost immediately. Kid, you sure are quick to reply this time. Lu Guan frowned, cut the crap. What's the basis for this competition roster? Jia Tianlu's end fell silent for a moment. This tournament, while primarily a battle of wits, also tests a guild's overall strength. You know the 3rd battle group is the most proficient in intelligence gathering, right? They'll definitely be needed during the competition. Lu Guan could agree with those 2 points. So your 9th battle group is joining in for intelligence gathering too? Jia Tianlu took a while to reply. A full 3 minutes passed. Kid, you just don't get it. Wherever there are people, there are undercurrents. Though the Dragon Ascension Guild is our Dragon Nation's official guild. But many things are easier to handle by following the rules of the underworld. The moment he uttered the word underworld, Lu Guan already understood. What bull underworld rules? It's just nepotism, plain and simple. If the future guild actually wins this tournament, such a major achievement can't possibly be credited solely to the 1st and 2nd battalions, right? How would the other battalions feel about that? After all, units like the 3rd battle group aren't exactly known for their combat prowess. So if all the perks go to the 1st and 2nd battalions, it's downright unfair. Lu Guan couldn't be bothered with his nitpicking. Got it. Anything else? Jia Tianlu suddenly retorted, Kid, what have you been up to these past few days? Lu Guan was puzzled. He knew Jia Tianlu wouldn't pry into his affairs without reason. The competition wasn't starting for another 20 days or so. What he was doing had nothing to do with Jia Tianlu. Just say what you need to say. He didn't want to answer, and Jia Tianlu didn't press further. After all, Lu Guan had always been this cautious toward their Longting guild. It's nothing major, I just wanted to let you know. Recently, numerous foreign guilds participating in the tournament have entered Longwa territory. As long as they've entered legally, they're free to explore Longwa's exclusive territories. If you happen to cross paths with them, don't be too surprised. Hearing this, how could Lu Guan not figure it out? It seemed his every move over the past few days had been tracked. Otherwise, why would they specifically inform him of this news and deliberately send the competition roster when he was free? Lu Guan gave a cold laugh and replied, got it. Jia Tianlu replied, one more thing. Before the competition, you must set aside at least 3 days to allow your future guild and the Dragon Ascendant Guild members to practice together. Lu Guan had naturally already considered this issue. Just then, a soft knock sounded at the door. Lu Guan replied, anything else? Jia Tianlu replied, that's all. Lu Guan was speechless. His gaze shifted toward the door before he could speak. President, are you free now? It was Su Yueying, her voice tinged with hesitation and tension. Lu Guan closed the communication panel and rose to open the door. There stood Su Yueying, looking fresh and lively. Her cheeks were flushed, though it was unclear whether it was from alcohol or something else. What's wrong? Lu Guan's tone remained neutral, but seeing Su Yueying like this, he couldn't help but pause in surprise. I. Su Yueying stammered. Truthfully, she hadn't come to Lu Guan for any particular reason. It was precisely because Lu Guan had just rejected her that she subconsciously feared the president disliked her. So she kept trying to test the waters. Nothing much. Just wanted to ask, what did the Dragon Ascension Guild say? Is there anything I can help with? Oh, so that's what this was about. Lu Guan smiled. They just sent over a list of participating members for me to familiarize myself with first. They also reminded us that we might encounter foreign guilds in the realm recently, so we should be extra cautious. Seeing Lu Guan smile at her, Su Yueying's knotted feelings instantly relaxed. May I see the list? Lu Guan considered it. After all, they would soon be fighting side by side with the Dragon Ascendant Guild members. Getting acquainted beforehand couldn't hurt. Come in and tell me. Lu Guan stepped aside to let Su Yueying enter the room. Then, he simply posted the list directly in the guild channel. Su Yueying naturally sat down on Lu Guan's bed. Together, they began analyzing the 50 members. They conducted comprehensive assessments of each individual's combat strength, innate talents, skills, and positioning, while also discussing strategies for how they should cooperate when the time came. And so it went. Night deepened. The crowd in the hall, well fed and well drunk, began seeking places to rest. The chubby guy had already collapsed face down on the dining table, snoring loudly. Li Song slept face down on the hall sofa. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Lu Guan was still reviewing the roster of contestants sent by the Dragon Ascension Guild. Do you think pairing Bai Lu with Qiu Jinqian their combined talents? As he spoke, he suddenly sensed an unnerving stillness beside him. Turning his head, he saw that Su Yueying had closed her eyes at some point, breathing evenly. Lu Guan froze, then shook his head with resignation. Looks like I'll be sleeping in the energy stone coffin again tonight. Chapter 97, The Erosion Voiding Serpent. The following noon, the residents of the Lu family mansion slowly awoke. As gifted individuals, they could indeed become intoxicated, yet their physical capabilities far surpassed those of ordinary people. Thus, after a night of rest and relaxation, they felt more energetic than ever. The old butler, as thoughtful as ever, had prepared a table laden with food for everyone. The chubby boy grabbed his chopsticks and offered a heartfelt compliment. The food at the chairman's place tastes even better than what a 5-star chef makes. The old butler smiled gently upon hearing this. I'm glad you enjoy it. He knew these were all close friends of young Master Lu Guan, so he dared not slack off. Li Song had just lifted his rice bowl when he wondered aloud, hey, where's the boss again? And where's the eldest sister-in-law? No sooner had the words left his mouth than the sound of a door opening came from Lu Guan's room. Everyone turned their heads in unison. There she was, Su Yueying, adjusting her attire, stepping out with a spring in her step. The hall instantly fell silent. The little chubby boy stopped chewing his food mid-bite. He recalled the president's explanation last time. Su Yueying had been unable to sleep due to the grief of losing her father, so she sought him out for conversation. They'd chatted until she'd accidentally fallen asleep in his room. So what was going on this time? Su Yueying felt several intense gazes fixed on her. She looked up and froze instantly. Everyone got up so early. Her pretty face flushed crimson from her neck to her ears. Bai Lu really understood girls' feelings. She tugged Li Song's sleeve, afraid he might say something awkward. What are you staring at? We're about to head into Storm Canyon to keep grinding levels. Hurry up and eat. Li Song, unusually, didn't argue with Bai Lu. He cleared his throat softly. Stop staring. It's nothing, we'll just get used to it eventually. Eat up, eat up. After that, no one stared at Su Yueying anymore. Even Su Haokai was at a loss for words. Su Yueying stood frozen in place for a moment. Was she not even given a chance to explain? She could only cover her face in shame and retreat to Lu Guan's room. By noon, Lu Guan slowly stirred awake. He saw everyone in the living room chatting and laughing as they rested. When he noticed Su Yueying, he greeted her as usual, as if nothing had ever happened. Everyone, get ready. We're heading into Storm Canyon shortly. Li Song rose from the sofa and said, we're all ready, boss. We're just waiting for you. This time, they seemed noticeably more enthusiastic. Lu Guan nodded with satisfaction, quickly washed up, and joined the group. But once they officially entered Storm Canyon, Lu Guan realized his morning routine had been entirely unnecessary. Not only were there howling hurricanes, but also sand and stones whipped up by the gale. They pelted his face, causing wave after wave of stinging pain. This was everyone's first time entering this realm. They had believed the Void Bug Nest to be the harshest environment within the Dragon Nation's exclusive realms. Yet compared to Storm Canyon, it paled in comparison. Bai Lu's waist-length hair was now twisted into a tangled mass by the hurricane. She had to cover her mouth with her hand just to speak. President, with winds this fierce, we can barely keep our eyes open. Are you sure we should push through and level up here? Thankfully, her voice was loud and clear. If it were Jiang Yan's soft, gentle voice, no one would hear a thing. Lu Guan pondered for a moment before offering reassurance. Everyone, hang in there. Records indicate that the nests of the erosion-voided screaming serpent are typically found deep within canyons, where strong winds don't reach. After all, among all the exclusive realms in Dragon Nation, there aren't many suitable for early-stage Tier 2 talent cultivation. Apart from Storm Canyon, the conditions in other realms might not be much better. It was better to endure here. The group fell silent, forced to press on through the howling winds, following Lu Guan's lead. Fortune smiled upon them. After traveling for less than another half hour, they spotted a naturally formed fissure in the canyon ahead. Su Yuning's voice rose with sudden excitement. Guild leader, look. There's a canyon up ahead. Could it be the nest of the void-eroding serpent? Lu Guan narrowed his eyes and looked. Let's go check it out first. Everyone stay alert. He hadn't explored the specifics of this realm either. He only knew that the hollow-eating serpent possessed extreme speed. A single lapse in attention could lead to injury. The group hurried to the crevice. Not long after continuing forward, they encountered a narrow rock fissure. Passing through the crevice, the howling wind finally began to subside. Phew, finally some peace and quiet. Bai Lu exhaled deeply. After being buffeted by the gale for over half an hour, everyone was now covered head to toe in dust and sand. The slightest shake sent it cascading down in a shower of grit. Now I think Storm Canyon should be ranked as the harshest environment in the realm. Bai Lu sighed as he spoke. The others brushed the dust from their bodies while surveying their surroundings. They discovered that a short distance ahead lay a bowl-shaped natural wind-eroded basin. Jagged gray rock walls encircled it, almost completely blocking the wind and sand. Duan Xingchen spoke up. Captain, could the hollow-echoing serpent's lair be down there? From a distance, the gray rock wall stood about 3 meters tall, forming a slightly complex network of passages resembling a simple maze. Be careful. Lu Guan cautioned before retrieving the void blade from his storage space and leading the way cautiously. Yet even when they were less than 3 steps from the walls, the surroundings remained eerily quiet. Besides their extreme speed, the most distinctive trait of the erosion-echoing snakes was the piercingly shrill sound they emitted. Li Song couldn't help but voice his disappointment. Boss, looks like our luck isn't holding out. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Lu Guan caught a fleeting flash of light flickering somewhere on the gray rock wall out of the corner of his eye. He whipped his head around to look, but found nothing. The surface of the rock wall in that area was naturally uneven, so it was entirely possible that the light had simply reflected off a smoother patch. Sui Weiing, who had been watching Lu Guan intently, caught his fleeting expression and asked with concern, President, what's wrong? Lu Guan was about to shake his head. Suddenly, a gray shadow flashed from within the rock wall. Immediately after, a piercing sound like a siren pierced everyone's ears. It was the corrosive void serpent. The moment Lu Guan uttered those words, the gray shadow had already lunged forward. What blazing speed! Without hesitation, Lu Guan spun around, his void blade slicing through the air in a lightning-fast, sharp arc. Party members defeated the corrosive void serpent, gaining 920 energy points. Everyone, retreat! Lu Guan shouted the warning to everyone without hesitation. He knew the void-eroding screaming serpent possessed exceptional speed. But he hadn't anticipated it would be so high that ordinary Tier 2 talent users would be nearly incapable of handling it. In other words, aside from himself, no one present possessed the capability to defeat the corrosive void viper. What now? Chapter 98, Li Song awakens a new skill. The group retreated all the way back to a narrow rock crevice barely wide enough for 2 people to pass through. A series of shrill screeches erupted suddenly, quickly weaving into a deafening wall of sound that made everyone's eardrums ache. Sure enough, once the corrosive void serpent spotted one target, countless others appeared in its wake. Protect yourselves. Li Song, Duan Xingchen, you two activate your innate abilities to support me. Lu Guan turned to issue his final command. This spot was already the most advantageous position for everyone. Lu Guan stood at the very front, void blade in hand, radiating an aura of one man holding the pass against 10,000. Li Song and Duan Xingchen responded in unison. Good. No sooner had the words left his mouth than they saw a dense swarm of gray shadows hurtling straight toward them. Lu Guan hesitated no longer. Calculating the distance was nearly right, he first hurled 2 pyroblast skills. Boom! Boom! The flames erupted. Dozens of corrosive void snakes instantly became energy nourishment for everyone's leveling up. Party members slay void-eating serpents, gaining energy, 920 points. However, since they were flying mid-air and had slender bodies, the pyroblast's effect ended there. Immediately after, Lu Guan transformed into a phantom and charged headlong into the swarm of erosion void snakes. No matter how swift they were, how could they possibly outpace Lu Guan? From a short distance away, the others could no longer see Lu Guan's figure. Yet with each flash of his crimson-hued, razor-sharp blade, a cloud of blood mist erupted. Yet even so, the number of erosion-hollowed serpents was simply too great. How could Lu Guan, fighting alone, avoid any oversights? Soon, several snakes broke through his defenses and lunged toward the group. Watch out! Duan Xingqian bellowed. An energy orb instantly coalesced in his hand and hurtled toward the corrosive void serpent. Hit! As the energy orb exploded, the erosion void screaming serpent's body instantly shattered into chunks of flesh, still twitching on the ground. But beside him, Li Song wasn't so fortunate. He had thrown a fireball almost simultaneously with Duan Xingqian, only for the erosion void ringing serpent to dodge it with agile agility. Your aim's off, huh? Duan Xingqian couldn't help but sneer with a hint of smugness. Li Song refused to back down. He once again simultaneously formed a fireball with Duan Xingqian and hurled it. This time, both the light orb and fireball whizzed past the erosion void snakes. It was a draw who was mocking whom now. Yet everyone's expressions turned solemn. Only now did they grasp Lu Guan's intent in ordering their retreat. The reason Duan Xingqian's attack had connected earlier wasn't because he aimed better than Li Song. It was because the corrosive void snakes were caught off guard. Having sacrificed strength and physical attributes, they gained not only extreme speed but also remarkably quick reflexes. In the blink of an eye, several erosion void ringers had already darted before the group. The little chubby guy activated his physique enhancement without hesitation. He immediately positioned himself in front of Li Song and Duan Xingqian. Seeing a corrosive void viper hurtling straight for his forehead, he reached out, trying to grab its body. With a swift whoosh, the erosion void whisperer darted like a hummingbird and shifted its position above the little chubby guy's head. Without a word, the chubby kid reached out to grab it again. The erosion void whispering snake darted away again. The chubby kid reached again. The erosion voiding whispering snake dodged again. The little chubby kid looked like a child chasing butterflies, desperately trying to catch it. But alas, his speed attribute was the lowest among them all. The erosion void ringing snake handled him with ease. Finally, even Luo Hongyang couldn't bear to watch any longer. Seizing the moment, he slid forward and finally grabbed the erosion void ringing snake. He clamped both hands around it and yanked with all his might. Team member slays the erosion void screaming serpent, gaining 920 energy points. Ah! Before anyone could praise Luo Hongyang, a piercing scream erupted from the little chubby guy. They all turned to look and saw a gaping hole in the little chubby guy's stomach. Immediately after, a blood-soaked corrosive void viper emerged from the little chubby boy's lower back. Luo Hongyang acted with lightning speed. Seizing the moment when the erosion voiding serpent had only partially emerged, he grabbed it, yanked it out, and gave it a mighty tug. Team members slay the erosion voiding serpent, gaining 920 energy points. But they'd only just eliminated this one. Ah! The little fatty let out another cry of pain. The little chubby boy's physical constitution was indeed the highest among those present, aside from Lu Guan. He didn't even need Jiang Nianen's healing aura to activate his bleeding would stop on its own, and it wasn't life-threatening. But the corrosive void-piercing snake had gouged through his gut that hurt like hell. The little chubby boy was on the verge of tears. Uncle Lin swung his long sword. His martial arts foundation, combined with his flowing robe, gave him the air of a master. He had just severed two corrosive void snakes lunging at the Su siblings. Spotting another snake head emerging from the little chubby boy's side, he thrust his sword out with lightning speed. The sword tip pierced straight through the serpent's jaws. With a swift flick of his wrist, he yanked the entire snake's body out. Luo Hongyang, standing nearby, opened his mouth slightly. Though his rank surpassed Uncle Lin's, he knew deep down that if it came to a fight, he might not be this old master's match. That was some seriously sharp work. Jiang Nianen dutifully activated his healing aura, its range perfectly enveloping the chubby boy, Li Song, and Duan Xingqian. The little chubby boy's pain eased slightly. He finally let out a long sigh and plopped down onto the ground. If I could do it all over again, I'd never awaken the physique enhancement talent. He was already drenched in sweat from the agony. Duan Xingqian activated his overload talent while staying alert for any stray corrosive void snakes, soothingly saying, "Fatso, thank goodness for you. If it had been just me and Li Song, we never could have withstood two erosion void snakes in a row." Only then did the little chubby guy feel a bit better inside. As the number of corrosive void snakes dwindled, Lu Guan's pressure eased considerably. Except for the initial moments when he was overwhelmed and several snakes broke through the defenses, no more slipped through afterward. Not long after, Lu Guan unleashed a flash attack skill, finally slaying the last corrosive void serpent. The constant ringing in everyone's ears finally ceased completely. Maintaining his phantom talent for such an extended period had taken a considerable toll on Lu Guan's stamina. His entire body was now drenched in the snake's blood. Su Yueying hurried over. "Guild leader, how are you?" Lu Guan was panting slightly. After briefly checking the surroundings for safety once more, he shook his head. "I'm fine. How about you guys? No injuries?" The little chubby guy, still under the healing aura, looked miserable. Everyone else was fine except him. Lu Guan nodded. "That's good." Just then, Li Song suddenly let out a loud cry, "Holy!" Everyone turned to look at him. But they only saw his gaze fixed on midair, his eyes flickering with a faint glow. Clearly, he was checking his attribute panel. No one knew what was going on with him. Then Li Song's voice rang out, filled with astonishment and delight. I actually awakened a skill. Chapter 99, The Energy Core of the King Serpent. Li Song's voice echoed far across the valley. Everyone froze, staring at Li Song in astonishment. Was this real? In theory, every gifted individual has the potential to awaken skills corresponding to their innate talents. But in reality, it was an extremely rare opportunity. Otherwise, skill books wouldn't be treated like rare treasures in Blue Star's trading markets. Even within the Dragon Ascension Guild, some gifted individuals who had already reached the late second tier still possessed only a single gift. Awakened skill, Blazing Storm. Skill description, G rank skill. Compresses fire elemental energy to its absolute limit before releasing it in an instant. Li Song stared at the information on the panel, nearly jumping up in excitement. Luo Hongyang exclaimed in disbelief, "What kind of bull luck is this? You're not just messing with us, are you? Out of all of us here, not a single person besides the guild leader has even awakened a skill yet." Li Song took a deep breath. How could I possibly joke about something like this? With that, he turned around and took a deep breath. Blazing Storm. Everyone watched as Li Song held his hands out horizontally before his chest, a ball of flame slowly coalescing into shape. After 5 or 6 seconds, the light emanating from the flames began to grow increasingly brighter. Immediately afterward, as Li Song thrust both hands forward with all his might, a 3-meter-long tongue of flame erupted violently. The raging fire wave spiraled outward, its scorching heat distorting the surrounding air. It lasted a full dozen seconds before the flames finally began to die down. Holy crap! This skill is way too powerful. The little chubby guy didn't even bother with his still healing abdominal wound, struggling to his feet. The others couldn't help but stare with envy. A hint of admiration flashed in Lu Guan's eyes. This Blazing Storm was also an area of effect skill. Though its explosive power couldn't match his own Inferno Blast, it excelled in duration and covered a wider area. Not bad. Lu Guan offered a brief appraisal. Earning Lu Guan's approval, Li Song's smug grin nearly stretched to his ears. The power output does look decent enough. But the wind-up time for this skill is a bit long. Luo Hongyang remarked with a slight pout. Everyone could hear the hint of sourness in his tone. Li Song was in a great mood and couldn't be bothered to argue. My wind-up time can be adjusted by how fast I cast the skill. So what? You still think you can talk back to me? To put it plainly, the longer the wind-up time for this Blazing Storm skill, the longer its duration and the greater its power. If you don't prioritize duration or power, the wind-up time can easily be shortened to just 1 second. Luo Hongyang sneered disdainfully. Scared of you? Though his words were sharp, as a fellow guild member, he was genuinely happy for Li Song deep down. The others also expressed their envy and congratulations to Li Song. Lu Guan seized the moment. With enough effort, I believe everyone can awaken their innate skills. With Li Song setting the precedent, the group felt energized as if they'd been injected with adrenaline. After all, who wouldn't want to awaken their innate skill? Hanging around the guild leader means you'll get your share sooner or later. President, let's hurry and find the next nest of the corrosive void serpent. Su Yuaning's large eyes sparkled as she addressed Lu Guan. She was arguably the most motivated person present. After all, her water manipulation talent was downright useless in E-rank ability with absolutely no offensive potential whatsoever. Lu Guan nodded. Emerging from the gorge, they once again faced the raging sandstorm, yet this time, no one complained. Soon, the towering chasm loomed before them once more. Armed with their previous experience, Lu Guan led the group directly into the canyon. He ordered the others to wait at the entrance while he ventured deep into the canyon alone. A shrill, piercing cry echoed through the air. The group stood on high alert. The moment a gray shadow appeared in their line of sight, Li Song stepped forward several paces and began the skill's wind-up. Despite her usual disdain, the white deer knew when to be sensible. She had forged a life bond with Li Song to prevent him from exhausting his stamina before unleashing a few skills. Blazing Storm. With Li Song's roar, he thrust both hands forward, unleashing a spiraling tongue of fire. Dozens of corrosive sky snakes, just as they approached, were instantly engulfed by the flames, reduced to charred fragments. Fortunately, the valley's sides were slightly wider here. Even if Lu Guan gave his all, he inevitably let some escape. Fortunately, Li Song had awakened his skill. Otherwise, it was hard to say how passive their situation would have become. Team members defeated erosion serpents, gaining 920 energy points. The interface notifications kept popping up. By the time Lu Guan dispatched the final corrosive void viper, the entire battle had lasted less than 20 minutes. This speed was much faster than their previous run through the void insect nest. How about it, everyone? Any injuries? Lu Guan asked with concern. Li Song replied with pride, "Don't worry, boss. Even if there were more void-eating snakes now, they'd be no match for a single skill of mine." Su Yueying couldn't help but add, "Then next time you can be the main force. It'll give our guild leader a chance to rest." Li Song immediately backed down. Powerful skills come at the cost of greater physical and mental exertion. Using this skill on Lu Guan would indeed be feasible. But he was only a tier 2, level 1. Without the White Deer's life contract to support him, he'd collapse from exhaustion after unleashing just 2 blazing storms. Seeing Li Song's humiliation, everyone couldn't help but chuckle. Lu Guan sighed helplessly. Let's move on to the next location. That's how it went. The group proceeded to sweep through 3 more nests of the erosion-hollowed ring snakes. Along the way, they encountered a storm bear, which provided them with a substantial surge of energy, along with the highly prized storm bear gall and bear paws. By now, the sky within the storm canyon realm had begun to darken. Lu Guan finally led the group to the 4th canyon. Passing through the rock crevices, the hurricane was completely blocked outside. Once we clear out this nest of erosion-voiced snakes, we'll rest here. Lu Guan turned to address the group. Storm Canyon is no match for the void insect nest. The physical toll here is far greater. Even Lu Guan couldn't help but feel exhausted at this point. The others, though they hadn't exerted themselves as much, were already struggling just navigating the hurricane force winds outside the canyon. Naturally, they had no objections to Lu Guan's suggestion. Just as Su Yueying was about to speak, a murmur of conversation suddenly drifted from the depths of the canyon. She immediately motioned for silence and strained her ears. A man's voice rang out, filled with excitement. Chief, look. That must be the king of the singing snakes. We've found the king of the singing snakes. Another steady male voice replied, excellent. If we can obtain the king serpent's energy crystal core, our chances of victory in this global guild exchange tournament will increase significantly. Chapter 100, Iron Cross Guild. These 2 lines of dialogue were spoken in Eagle tongue. Clearly, they were citizens of Eagle Nation. Lu Guan wasn't particularly surprised. After all, Jia Tianlu had warned him just yesterday. Recently, numerous foreign guilds had arrived within Dragon Nation's borders. They were permitted to enter Dragon Nation's exclusive territory for exploration. This could be seen as Dragon Nation's way of extending goodwill to the world as a nation of courtesy. What he hadn't anticipated was that these British explorers would have such incredible luck stumbled upon the king of the screaming snakes. As the name suggests, the king of the singing snakes is the strongest being among the void-eating singing snakes. To be precise, the king of the singing snakes and the erosion void singing snakes are not the same species. It's akin to the distinction between snakes and pythons on Blue Star. Successfully defeating the king of the screaming snakes grants a high chance of obtaining its energy crystal core as a reward. This object can unleash a wide-area sonic attack. It can affect enemies' emotions, willpower, and even thought processes to varying degrees. Though usable only once, in critical moments, this item can completely turn the tide of battle. Seeing the solemn expressions on the Su siblings' faces, they seemed deep in thought. Li Song couldn't help but nudge Duan Xingchen beside him. What's up with the boss and his wife? What did those gibberish words the others just spoke mean? Knowledge is only valued when needed. Li Song had never paid much attention in class back in school, so he was practically clueless about Eagle language. Duan Xingchen smiled faintly. He had noticed it long ago. Not just Li Song, Luo Hongyang and Uncle Lin wore equally bewildered expressions as they gathered around. Those must be people from Eagle Nation. They said they'd discovered the king of singing snakes deep within the canyon. Duan Xingchen explained concisely. The king of the singing snakes. Yet upon hearing this, Uncle Lin couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. What? Uncle Lin knows about the king of singing snakes? Bai Lu asked curiously. Uncle Lin paused to recall. That's a B-rank flying beast with a combat power of 3,500. I heard the Dragon Ascension Guild once dispatched their elite tactical squad from the first battle group into Storm Canyon just to hunt down a single king serpent. Though they ultimately succeeded in retrieving its energy crystal core, the operation claimed the lives of 2 members and left several others critically injured. Everyone sucked in a sharp breath. The elite tactical squad of the Dragon Ascension Guild's first battle group might only be considered average elite in terms of individual strength. But when it came to team tactical coordination, neither of the 2 rapid action teams could match them. Even so, the elite tactical squad still sacrificed 2 members to successfully kill it. Just how powerful must that creature be? Bai Lu couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry. From the way those people spoke, it sounded like they were targeting the king of the screaming snakes. Luo Hongyang snorted lightly. These foreigners sure do love their thrills. Since they're not afraid of death, let them get a taste of the ferocious beasts exclusive to our Dragon Nation's domain. The little chubby guy shot a glance at Lu Guan. President, should we relocate? What if they really can't defeat the king of the roaring snakes and it ends up affecting us? Among the group, his survival instinct was the strongest. But Lu Guan shook his head. The king serpent's energy crystal core possessed immense power. It absolutely must not fall into their hands. Ordinary people might not understand its significance, but Su Haokai knew better. He fully agreed with Lu Guan's reasoning. They had just mentioned this competition. Barring any surprises, they were also participating guilds in this exchange tournament. If they acquired this item, it would essentially guarantee victory in one of the matches. What if their opponents were us? That would be disastrous. That's certainly true. But how would we handle the king of the screaming snakes? Uncle Lin's concern was obvious. Su Haokai smiled gently. Uncle Lin, you're worrying too much. I heard from Yu Ning that back in Xiangyang City, the guild leader even took down an enhanced bone dragon. Surely the bone dragon's combat strength isn't much different from the king of the screaming snakes? We can easily lie low and observe first, then step in once those foreign guilds have worn themselves out. Li Song remarked meaningfully, so you're suggesting we steal kills? That's not exactly honorable, is it? These scions of prominent families are truly no good. What on earth is going through their heads? Lu Guan, however, remained calm. We don't need to be fair to those foreigners. Li Song's eyes lit up. Well said, boss. Lu Guan turned and strode forward. Let's go check it out first. Among those present, only Uncle Lin didn't fully grasp Lu Guan's capabilities. After all, the last time they'd met was back in the newbie village. The rest placed almost blind trust in Lu Guan. They only knew that whatever decision the guild leader made, even if it failed, he had undoubtedly planned an escape route. Soon, the group followed Lu Guan beyond the boundaries of the canyon basin. As the distance gradually closed, they finally saw clearly that the opposing group numbered over 30. Their attire was casual, yet each bore a bright gray cross pinned to their chest. Su Yuning recognized them instantly. The Iron Cross Guild of Eagle Nation. Any gifted individual had likely heard of this guild. On the surface, they appeared to be just another private guild. But if their background were truly that simple, how could they command such respect that even the Eagle Nation's president would give them a wide berth? Judging by their numbers, they must have brought every member stationed in Dragon Nation to take down the king of the screaming snakes, right? Li Song muttered under his breath. Su Yueying addressed the group solemnly. The leader of the Iron Cross Guild is named Black. Rumor has it he's a dual talent user at Tier 2, Level 9. Duan Xingqian exclaimed in surprise, Tier 2, Level 9, and a dual talent? Doesn't that mean his combat strength rivals our president's? Li Song smacked him on the back of the head. Of course. Our boss has multiple talents. How could a dual talent user possibly compare to our boss? It was a beautiful hope, but reality must be faced. The reality was that Duan Xingqian's assessment was correct. Black's combat power reached 3400, which was indeed comparable to Lu Guan's Void Blade enhancement. Otherwise, Eagle Nation, the world's nominal superpower, would never have selected him for such a crucial tournament. No wonder they dared to provoke the Serpent King the moment they entered Dragon Nation's territory. The group moved closer, taking cover behind a protruding section of rock wall. Only then did they get a clear look at the man leading the Iron Cross Guild. Tall and imposing, with golden hair, his gaze carried 3 parts steadiness, 3 parts arrogance, and 4 parts nonchalance. Clearly, this was Black. Opposite him, perched atop a 3-meter-tall stone pillar, a king serpent, its body covered in blue-gray scales, translucent wings sprouting from its back, and a form 5 times larger than an ordinary erosion void serpent rested. Chapter 101, Lopez's Redemption. Blake suddenly raised his right hand. The future guild members hiding in the shadows were puzzled by this action. They watched as the previously relaxed members of the Iron Cross Guild gradually fell silent. Immediately, they formed 2 rows, front and back. Clearly, this was their standard battle formation. That scared the hell out of me. I thought we'd been spotted. The chubby kid had even held his breath. Seeing that the other party was merely making a tactical gesture, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Li Song snapped irritably, so what if we had been spotted? This is Dragon Nation territory. I don't believe they'd dare lay a finger on us. That said, in truth, Lu Guan still hoped to use this opportunity to observe the combat tactics of the Iron Cross Guild. Barring any surprises, the future guild would inevitably cross paths with the Iron Cross Guild in this tournament. Gaining a preliminary understanding now would certainly be beneficial. At that very moment, Black's hand remained suspended mid-air, hesitating to issue the next command. A vague sense of unease began to stir within Lu Guan's heart. Lu Guanhan was still puzzled. What are they waiting for? Attack already! Suddenly, Black's voice rang out, looks like we have an audience. Come out, my friend. With that, Blake slowly turned to face the group. He was still speaking in the language of the Eagles. Li Song was completely baffled, yet he sensed something was off. What the hell is he talking about? Bai Lu murmured, we've been exposed. Li Song frowned in confusion. How could that be? From his angle, he shouldn't be able to see us. Lu Guan suddenly understood. It seemed one of his dual talents was a C-rank perception ability. Though high tier, this talent offers limited individual advantage. After all, there are many more practical C-rank talents. Still, Lu Guan now had to admit that within a group, a perception talent was just as irreplaceable as a healing talent. Having been discovered, Lu Guan had no choice but to lead everyone out of their hiding place. Beside Black stood Lopez, the vice president of the Iron Cross Guild. He possessed a pair of sapphire blue eyes, exceptionally fair skin, and a handsome appearance. Judging by his age, he couldn't have been over 20. Upon seeing the group's composition, men, women, young, and old, he couldn't help but snort lightly. I thought it would be the Dragon Ascendant Guild. Turns out it's just a bunch of ordinary yellow monkeys. Lopez remarked with utter disdain, a hint of disappointment even flickering in his eyes. As his words fell, the other members of the Iron Cross Guild behind him also relaxed their guard. Yellow-skinned monkeys. This was a derogatory term used by the Eagle Nation to mock the frail physique of the Dragon Nation. Don't be so rude. It makes you look uncultured. Black said this, though he clearly approved of Lopez's attitude. So you're friends of the Dragon Nation. This is the territory of our Iron Cross Union. If you have no business here, you may leave. Given Black's usual modus operandi, if this weren't Dragon Nation territory where he felt some restraint, he'd likely smile and take out all 10 of them right then and there. Yet ever since Lopez spoke, Bai Lu had kept his brow furrowed. Hearing this, he couldn't help but step forward. This is Dragon Nation's exclusive territory. When did it become your foreigner's turf? The moment she stepped forward, Lopez's eyes lit up instantly. Beautiful young lady, our chairman is only considering your safety. He turned and pointed at the 3-meter-tall rock pillar. See that? Coiled atop it is a king viper. Its massive jaws could swallow you whole in a single gulp. Lopez spoke, his eyes brimming with undisguised teasing. Bai Lu could see right through it, feeling nothing but disgust. We're here to slay that very same king serpent. The moment those words left his lips, a member of the Iron Cross Guild burst into uproarious laughter as if hearing the most absurd joke. Li Song, who had been staring blankly all along, couldn't hold back any longer. What the hell are those bastards laughing at? Though he could roughly guess what had happened from both sides' attitudes. But not understanding their gibberish was truly frustrating. Duan Xingchen had no choice but to translate their conversation for him. Li Song immediately roared in anger, "Damn it! On our Dragon Nation's turf, these foreigners actually dare to act so arrogant. Tell them to bring it on if they think they've got what it takes to fight my boss." Duan Xingchen shook his head helplessly. The boss hadn't spoken yet, and it was best not to butt in recklessly. At that moment, Lopez sauntered over to Bai Lu. "Beautiful lady, this king viper is no match for you yellow-skinned monkeys. But if you're willing, I can request permission from the guild leader to temporarily add you to our team. That way, you'll gain plenty of energy just by lying still in bed." He suddenly let slip a lewd remark. Once again, the Steel Cross Guild members burst into raucous laughter. Bai Lu's face flushed crimson with anger. "You!" Lopez, however, grew even more smug. "My lovely lady, are you blushing? We men from Eagle Nation are far more." As he spoke, he reached out to touch Bai Lu's face. Smack! A crisp slap echoed through the canyon. Lopez's entire head whipped back to his shoulder, a vivid red handprint instantly appearing on his pale cheek. Everyone froze in shock. The laughter from the Iron Cross Union abruptly ceased. "Just a reminder, talking is fine, but hands off." Lu Guan's voice cut through the air like a chill from a 1,000-year-old snow-capped mountain, sending a shiver down the spines of the Steel Cross Union members. Li Song still couldn't understand their conversation. But he saw the blue-eyed kid's insolent gesture. Seeing the boss finally step in to teach the other a lesson, he felt a surge of satisfaction. Nice work. The boss is awesome. The future union members all agreed that Lu Guan's slap was incredibly satisfying. Lopez never imagined that the yellow-skinned monkey he'd mocked would actually dare to lay a hand on him. "You dared to hit me?" He gritted his teeth in fury. Lu Guan merely stared at Lopez coldly. "I was merely acting in self-defense. Because I thought you were going to attack my union members." Lopez wasn't listening to a word he said now. After being slapped by that yellow-skinned monkey, if he didn't retaliate, how could he possibly maintain his position as vice president in the Iron Cross Union? Without another word, Lopez raised his fist. Sui Weiying's eyes widened as she warned, "President, be careful." Chapter 102, Apologizing to President Lu. No warning from Sui Weiying was needed. As Lopez swung his fist toward him, Lu Guan had already sidestepped out of the way. He couldn't help but feel slightly taken aback. It was clear that this vice president of the Iron Cross Guild, though young in age, had already reached at least the late second tier in rank. But he still didn't know what kind of talent the other had awakened. "Are you looking to fight me?" Lu Guan asked, his expression unreadable. Yet his eyes clearly conveyed two words, "Is that all you've got?" After swinging his fist into thin air, Lopez froze for a moment. He was a man easily provoked. And an incredibly arrogant one at that. Before throwing the punch, he never imagined his fist would miss that seemingly ordinary yellow-skinned monkey. This time, however, he couldn't help but cool down a bit. What just happened? Could it have been a coincidence? But when he heard Lu Guan's question, he looked up and met Lu Guan's gaze. The fleeting calm he'd regained vanished instantly. "Who'd have thought, you yellow-skinned monkey, you've got some skills." With that, he kicked Lu Guan without warning. Such behavior would be considered a sneak attack in Dragon Nation. But the Eagle Nation folk didn't seem to care about such rules. Defeating the opponent was justice enough. Unfortunately for him, though his Tier 2, Level 8 speed was swift, it still fell far short of Lu Guan's. Lu Guan didn't activate any innate abilities either, effortlessly sidestepping the attack with a casual dodge. Regaining his footing, Lu Guan shook his head. Maybe we should just call it off. Your speed is too slow. His tone was neutral, without any deliberate provocation. Yet this subtle disdain only fueled Lopez's rage. Lopez's face flushed crimson, a flash of ferocity darting through his eyes. Slow? Yellow-skinned monkey, you're courting death. Don't blame me then. Chaos fusion. Gritting his teeth in rage, he finally unleashed his innate ability. Lu Guan's eyes lit up. At last, the test revealed the truth. Who would have thought he'd awaken a B-rank talent after all? Chaos fusion allowed his bodily tissues to freely transform into any substance he came into contact with. Lopez's body began rapidly shifting to a bluish-gray hue. Clearly, he was transforming into rock. I'll see how you dodge this time. Lopez unleashed another punch. This time, however, he lunged forward, sweeping his arm horizontally. You yellow-skinned monkey, you love dodging, don't you? He completely abandoned defense, adopting an open-handed attack style that greatly increased his range. Lu Guan's eyes flashed with a cold gleam, showing no sign of panic. The instant Lopez's fist neared his nose, Lu Guan tilted his head back and retreated. Simultaneously, his right hand formed a claw, seizing Lopez's wrist. For a moment, Lu Guan felt as though he'd grasped solid granite. Lopez, relying on his petrified physique, wasn't the least bit afraid of what Lu Guan could do to him. But in the next split second, he suddenly felt excruciating pain shoot through his wrist. Ah! After the cry of pain, Lopez stared in disbelief as cracks appeared along his entire arm, bleeding bright red blood. Simultaneously, the effects of his chaos fusion rapidly faded, his skin gradually returning to its normal color. How could this be? Lopez's pupils widened in utter shock. The fact that his innate ability could be so easily countered could only mean one thing: that the opponent's strength far surpassed his own. You! Lopez was about to ask something, but Lu Guan didn't give him a chance to speak. Releasing his wrist, Lu Guan delivered a kick that sent Lopez flying back into the Steel Cross Red Society's ranks. The entire arena fell silent. Boss, you're awesome. Li Song suddenly cheered loudly. The future union members couldn't help but wear smug expressions. Didn't they call us yellow monkeys? Yet your vice president couldn't even withstand a single move from our president? With skills like these, where do you get the nerve to be so arrogant? Black's previously nonchalant expression vanished completely. Instead, a look of solemnity took its place. While Lu Guan was testing Lopez's limits, Lopez was also observing Lu Guan. He never imagined the outcome would turn out this way. His own vice president had even revealed his talent, yet he still hadn't managed to gauge the other's rank. What are you standing there for? Heal that idiot. Watching Lopez lying on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, Black frowned and barked the order. A member of the Iron Cross Guild snapped out of his daze and immediately cast a healing spell. A green glow enveloped Lopez's entire body. Though he cursed him as an idiot, Black knew full well. Globally speaking, how many people could stand against Lopez? My friend from the Dragon Nation, might you tell me which major guild you belong to, or if you come from a prominent family? Black switched to a friendly expression as he turned to Lu Guan. I don't belong to any major guild, and as for my family, there's nothing much to say. Since the other party was being friendly, Lu Guan couldn't afford to lose face in front of a foreigner. Though Lopez had been insulting the people of Manhwa as yellow-skinned monkeys. He's already spitting blood over there, isn't he? If he didn't want to talk about it, then so be it. You dragon country folk always insist on this low-key approach, but in our Eagle Nation, we call that hypocrisy. Still, I must admit, we proudly flaunt our identities, while you're clever. Clearly, Black didn't believe a word of it. After all, someone with Lu Guan's caliber couldn't possibly have no background. He suspected Lu Guan might actually be part of the Dragon Ascension Guild. Su Yueying felt nothing but distaste for these Eagle Nation people. Listen up, he's the future president of our guild. Who has the time to play it low-key with you? Black paused for a moment. Future guild? Sounds familiar. Your name is it Lu Guan? He suddenly remembered. Just recently, the Global Communications Channel had issued an announcement. Wasn't it this future union and the Dragon Ascension Union that jointly resolved the first world-killing force's forced descent upon Blue Star? And on the roster for this exchange tournament, he had seen the future guild listed along with the name of its president. Who would have thought it was them? Though Black still spoke an eagle tongue, Li Song understood when he called out Lu Guan's name. That foreign devil recognized the boss? Duan Xingchen gave a faint smile. Not only did they recognize the president, but it seemed they were also quite familiar with the future union. Li Song's face instantly broke into a grin. Has the name of our future union already begun to spread overseas? Duan Xingchen nodded. It seems so. A small sense of pride welled up inside him. Lu Guan stepped forward. That's right, I'm Lu Guan. Blake's expression instantly shifted to one of sudden realization. It seems this was all just a misunderstanding. Our Steel Cross Union always respects the strong. I apologize to Chairman Lu for that fool Lopez's rash actions. Chapter 103, The Awakening of the King of the Screaming Snakes. As he spoke, Black bowed his head slightly in a gentlemanly manner, a posture that appeared both humble and proud. Clearly, he hadn't forgotten why he'd brought so many guild members here. Upon realizing his opponent was no pushover, he decided to let the matter rest for now. Li Song couldn't help but grimace. This bastard is such a ing poser. Even though it's obvious he's apologizing to us, why do I feel like punching him? Bai Lu nudged him from the side. I'm with you. Li Song immediately fell silent. He had enough self-awareness to know better. If it came down to a fight, even the boss couldn't guarantee we'd take that guy down. Lu Guan gave a faint snort and said nothing more. After all, he hadn't held back at all with that kick just now. He had held back, mindful that the Iron Cross Guild was also a participating guild in this exchange tournament. If their members were killed within the Dragon Nation's borders, it would inevitably tarnish the nation's reputation. But to be honest, Lu Guan had hesitated. After all, Lopez's awakened B-rank talent was quite impressive. If he could seize it, his combat prowess would undoubtedly rise to a whole new level. Chairman, my failure just now was due to my own inadequacy. But we owe no apology to those yellow-skinned monkeys. After over 2 minutes of treatment, Lopez finally caught his breath. The moment he spoke, he launched into another broadside attack. Lu Guan replied coldly, so you want to try again? Lopez struggled to rise, but the pain forced him back down onto the ground. Black shot him a glare. Get your injuries treated. Shut up. Lopez opened his mouth but no words came out. In the end, he could only blame himself for being so weak. Upon the stone pillar, the king of singing snakes remained coiled, slumbering soundly. The sounds of battle and conversation around it seemed to have no effect whatsoever. At that moment, it suddenly emitted 2 soft humming sounds, as if savoring some delicious food in its dreams. Both guild's members were startled into alertness by the sound. They feared the king serpent was about to awaken, but instead, it merely smacked its massive jaws twice before falling silent once more. The crowd slowly relaxed, forced to remain frozen in place. Luo Hongyang was perplexed. President, what exactly are we doing here? Weren't we supposed to kill the king of the ringing snakes? Why aren't we striking while it's asleep? Su Haokai shook his head with a hint of resignation. Whoever strikes first becomes the primary target for the king serpent's attacks. Unless you're certain you can kill it in one strike, do you really want to risk being targeted by its attacks? Luo Hongyang flinched. That's 3,500 attack power, probably enough to one-shot me with just a puff of air, right? Captain, my injuries have fully healed. Shall I step in now and just wipe out those yellow-skinned monkeys? Then we wouldn't have to waste time here. Lopez finally scrambled to his feet and returned to Black's side. Clearly, he couldn't stomach being toyed with by Lu Guan and then so easily defeated. His voice carried clearly as he spoke, his eyes darting toward Lu Guan with a taunting glare. This time, Black was genuinely annoyed. He thought to himself, is this guy brainless? It was obvious the other guy was so much stronger than you. How could you have the nerve to brag about taking him down? I've already said it, Chairman Lu is a formidable opponent. We Britons should show him respect. Lopez clearly harbored resentment. But he caught the warning in the chairman's eyes and dared not say another word. Su Yueying lifted her chin, glaring triumphantly at Lopez. Lopez was so furious he nearly ground his back teeth to dust. Buzz! Suddenly, a chirp echoed from the stone pillar once more. But this time, the sound was nothing like the soft murmur before. The sound was high-pitched and piercing, like metal scraping against metal, rapidly echoing throughout the entire canyon. For a moment, everyone felt their brains reeling from the shockwave. Some less experienced gifted individuals even experienced a few seconds of blank consciousness. Everyone instinctively turned their heads. Upon the stone pillar, the king of the singing snakes had opened its blood-red eyes at some unknown moment. Its gaze, like that of a demon scrutinizing its prey, now looked down upon them from above. A chill ran down everyone's spine, freezing them all in place. The king's serpent had awakened. Prepare for battle. Only Black and Lu Guan, among a few others present, remained largely unaffected by the earlier humming. Black was the first to recover, shouting a warning to the others. True to their reputation, the Iron Cross Guild was well trained. As soon as they regained their senses, they swiftly formed 2 rows, front and back, just as Lu Guan had observed earlier. Lu Guan noticed that the middle-aged man who had just treated Lopez now stood in the rear row. It seemed the principle behind this double row formation wasn't overly complex. The front row handled attack and defense, while the back row focused on healing and support. Nothing special. The king's serpent began to slowly slither, performing what appeared to be a serpentine beast stretch. Yet all one could see were its scales bristling like razor-sharp blades. In the gradually fading daylight, they glinted with a bone-chilling sharpness. Next, the king's serpent spread its 4 wings. With a tremor not overly violent, fragments of rock began to fall from the stone pillars. Suddenly, the king's serpent flapped its wings with tremendous force. A violent wind erupted from the ground, instantly whipping up sand and stones from the rock walls on both sides. They rained down from above like hailstones. Lu Guan and his companions were too close to the rock face. If any of those massive boulders struck them, they might not die, but they would certainly be gravely injured. Lu Guan immediately shouted, "Watch out! Don't get too close to the rock wall." Only then did the others react. Dodging the falling rocks overhead, they scrambled to a clearing. Su Yueying pressed herself tightly against Lu Guan. "President, what should we do? Should we take action?" Lu Guan glanced at the members of the Iron Cross Union. "Wait a little longer. If they don't move, we don't move. Truthfully, we have no choice. The Iron Cross Union has so many members. Even if 1 or 2 of them die, Black probably won't bat an eye. The future guild is different, they only have 10 members total. And while they're called members, but in reality, they're comrades who've shared life and death experiences together. Not a single one can be sacrificed. That's why Lu Guan had to be extremely cautious. Fortunately, Black couldn't hold back any longer. All members, prepare for combat. Support team, prepare." At his command, over a dozen members in the rear left began activating their innate abilities. In an instant, energy surged from their bodies and rapidly dispersed outward. Release. As Black raised and brought his hand down, over a dozen beams of light, each a different color, instantly ignited. Some swirled above the heads of all Iron Cross Guild members, while others enveloped their entire bodies. Chapter 104, Snake Brothers' Might. Speed, Strength, Constitution, Purification. Holy, they stacked every possible buff to the max. Some were even double stacked. Staring at the chaotic flashes of multicolored light before him, Li Song couldn't help but be dumbfounded. What kind of combat style is this? When levels fall short, buffs make up the difference. Is this just about stacking everything like crazy? Based on their current setup, a typical Tier 2, Level 1 talent user usually has a combat power between 1800 and 2200. But with all these buffs piled on, combat power could instantly surge past 2500. That's like going from Tier 2 Level 1 straight to Tier 2 Levels 4 or 5. Their playstyle is downright insane. No wonder they dared to take on the king of the Screaming Serpent. Uncle Lin couldn't help but be utterly amazed. Those brought to participate in the tournament must be elite members of the Iron Cross Guild. With all these buffs piled on top. Yet, witnessing this scene, Lu Guan shook his head in disappointment. In truth, he had already simulated this team combat approach beforehand. Awakened support-type talents, before reaching mid-stage Tier 2, were less adept at self-preservation compared to combat-type talents. Just like back in the newbie village. The principle behind Shinbuchuan having so many people form a triangular formation. Once the front line's offensive and defensive lines were breached, the entire formation would collapse instantly. This weakness was painfully obvious. Lu Guan knew that as long as Black wasn't out of his mind, he'd never use such a formation in a match. Of course. One must admit this tactic would be more than sufficient against the mindless king of the Screaming Snakes. On the Steel Cross Guild side, the wildly dispersing energy and dazzling light quickly caught the Snake King's attention. Slowly unfurling its 4 wings, it abruptly turned. Its blade-like wings carved 2 deep gashes into the canyon walls. Countless fragments of rock and earth plummeted like falling meteors, threatening to engulf the 30-odd people in an instant. Elemental team, prepare. Release. Blake hesitated not a moment, immediately ordering the Elemental team to launch their attack. The first row of over 10 members activated their innate abilities the moment they received the command. The next second, a barrage of fireballs, light orbs, shockwaves, ice spikes, and various other attacks slammed into the King Serpent. Given their already high levels, amplified by numerous buffs, these attacks dealt significant damage to the King Serpent. The King Serpent's defining trait was its speed attribute, while its constitution was inherently low. Stung by the pain, it let out a furious, buzzing roar. The piercing sound nearly ruptured everyone's eardrums. Cover your ears. In truth, Lu Guan's warning was unnecessary. The future guild members were already mentally prepared. Over on the Steel Cross Guild side, however, the Elemental team had only launched 2 rounds of attacks before being stunned by the sound. By the time they regained their senses, the Serpent King had vanished from the pillar. Looking up, the king of the Singing Snakes had soared to a height of over 10 meters. A sense of foreboding surged within Black's heart. Disperse quickly. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the king of Singing Snakes, like an arrow, plunged headfirst straight down from the sky. Crash! A deafening roar echoed as fragments of rock and earth flew everywhere. Propelled by its immense speed, the King's Serpent plunged halfway into the ground. Fortunately, Black's innate perception allowed him to sense the impending danger in advance. Before the King's Serpent landed, the Steel Cross Guild members had already managed to run away. Oh, what a pity! Li Song couldn't help but slap his thigh at the sight. He would have loved to see that bunch of foreigners crushed to death by the King of the Screaming Snakes. But his hopes were dashed. Bai Lu immediately turned his gaze toward the scumbag who had taunted him. He ran faster than Black. Lopez, close combat team, come with me. Elementalists, don't stop, keep unleashing your elemental attacks. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a gleaming silver rapier appeared in Black's hand. This was clearly a weapon from the world of slaughter. Battle cry. Immediately after, Black activated his second innate ability. Lu Guan's eyes lit up. So Black's second talent was Battle Cry. It was a D-rank talent. Once activated, it boosted strength and speed attributes while increasing pain tolerance. Not bad at all. Immediately after, Lopez activated his own talent. Chaos Fusion. He likely recalled the lesson Lu Guan had just taught him. He hesitated briefly before activating his talent, finally running his hand over Black's foil. Soon, Lopez's entire body, skin and hair included rapidly transformed into a brilliant silver hue, radiating an exceptionally solid luster. President, watch me. Eyes blazing with determination, Lopez was exceptionally eager to reclaim the dignity Lu Guan had kicked away moments before. Without waiting for Black's command, he swung his fists and charged straight at the rear half of the King of the Screaming Snakes. Luo Hongyang, standing nearby, voiced his concern. Chairman, do you think those bastards can take down the King of the Screaming Snakes? His main worry was that if the foreigners truly killed the King of the Screaming Snakes, wouldn't the energy crystal core fall into their hands? Lu Guan shook his head. Let's observe first. There was no way to judge that. If they just kept fighting like this, they naturally stood little chance against the King of the Ringing Snakes. But as the head of the Iron Cross Guild, how could Black not have a trump card? Su Yueying turned to ask, President, aren't you afraid they might actually kill the King of the Singing Snakes and seize the energy crystal core? Lu Guan gave a faint smile. He truly wasn't afraid. With his flash strike skill, what was he best at? Catching them off guard and snatching the kill. In the center of the basin, the King Viper's strike missed and it flapped its wings twice in quick succession. By the time Lopez charged forward, he found himself face to face with the King Serpent's head. Seeing this metallic sheened creature dare to approach under its very nose, the King Serpent sensed the provocation. Its crimson eyes blazed with vicious intent. Whoosh! The King Serpent's triangular head lunged forward like a bolt of lightning. To the onlookers, it moved so swiftly it left only a blur in midair. Lopez hadn't even thrown his punch yet when he felt as if a truck had slammed into his chest. Though he had transformed into the same material as Black's foil, making him exceptionally hard. But his pain receptors were still intact. With that single strike, the King of the Singing Snakes sent Lopez flying backward several meters. He slammed violently into the rock wall, producing a dull thud. Lopez's body was embedded directly into the rock wall. Soon after, his skin rapidly regained its original pale complexion. His chaos fusion had been shattered once more. Whether from rage or the severity of his injuries, Lopez. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Li Song cheered, nice work, Snake Brother. You're awesome. Chapter 105, I can pierce its eye. Everyone was speechless. Cheering for a ferocious beast, does it even understand? But this Lopez really was annoying. His own skills are nothing special, yet he insists on looking down on others. Well, now look at him, his chaos fusion shattered twice in a row with a single strike. How dare he keep putting on airs after this? As the Serpent King struck Lopez, his own body took a barrage of ranged attacks from the Elementalist squad. Simultaneously, the melee unit in black had already charged forward. The Serpent King let out a furious roar. Buzz! In the next instant, it flapped its wings, effortlessly sending two members of the melee group flying. Take this, King Serpent! Black didn't even glance at the team members in his grasp. Of course, he didn't have time for that now. His movements were lightning fast as his right arm jerked back, pulling his shoulder with it. In the next instant, a single sword strike shot out, aiming straight for the King of the Screaming Snakes' crimson left eye. How could the King of the Screaming Snakes allow such an attack? With a swift turn, its tail swept away two more members of the close combat team. Its serpentine head shot upward from the ground as every scale along its body bristled. A thud echoed. Buzz! The King Serpent let out a cry of pain. Clearly, it had underestimated the sharpness of the flower sword. As a B-rank ferocious beast, it never imagined an ordinary weapon could pierce its defenses. Yet, to its shock, the flower sword had pierced right through its scales. Lu Guan couldn't help but be impressed. This black fellow truly had some skill. Moreover, that weapon of his likely wasn't much inferior to his own void blade. Too bad he wasn't skilled with swords. Long blades still felt more natural in his hands. Black's successful strike wounded the Whispering Serpent King, greatly boosting the morale of the Iron Cross Guild members. Support and elemental units, reform your ranks. Black seized the moment to issue a new command. Many support-oriented buffs only took effect within a certain range. Take the Strength Aura, for instance. If their positions were too scattered, they would lose a significant portion of its power. Receiving the warning, the group quickly regrouped. In the King Serpent's eyes, rage now mingled with savagery. Blake couldn't care less about its state of mind. He leapt forward in a single bound, landing atop the King Serpent's head, and thrust his sword once more. The King Serpent shook its head, swiftly dodging the strike. Blake seemed to have anticipated its evasion all along. In truth, his target this time wasn't the King Serpent's eyes. His blade plunged straight into its nostrils. Buzz! The King of the Screaming Snakes let out another agonized howl. Su Yuning voiced her concern, this black guy is seriously skilled. President, they won't actually kill the king of the singing snakes, will they? A trace of gravity flashed in Lu Guan's eyes. But his concern wasn't for the king of the singing snakes. Rather, through his recent observations, he had discerned that this black not only possessed formidable personal strength but also demonstrated tactical prowess. His commands had been concise and decisive, without a single misjudgment. Facing a formidable beast like the king of the singing snakes, they had only lost 3 members. Lopez's injury was entirely his own fault for being so foolish. No wonder Black called him a fool. This wasn't modesty, it was the truth. You all wait here. I'll go deal with that king serpent. Take this energy barrier. If the king serpent attacks this side, don't hesitate, activate it immediately. Lu Guan left these 2 sentences behind, not even waiting for Su Yuning to stop him, and in a flash, he appeared in the center of the basin. Seeing his arrival, Black smiled indifferently. So it was teleportation? Quite an impressive talent. Chairman Lu finally decided to intervene? Seems you want the king serpent's energy crystal core too, right? Lu Guan remained non-committal. That's nonsense. If he didn't want the energy crystal core, he wouldn't even be here. How about we have a trial run first? As Brock spoke, he sidestepped with a swift sidestep. The next moment, Lu Guan saw the king of singing snakes' massive tail come crashing down in a vertical strike. This perception talent truly lived up to its C rank. On the surface, it merely enhances the user's 6 senses. But at this moment, it was painfully clear just how powerful possessing this talent truly was. What do you want to test? Lu Guan wasn't afraid of him either. After all, my talents and skills are only slightly better than Blake's, not worse. Since we both intend to slay this king serpent, why not see who can strike faster? Lu Guan nearly snorted lightly. Blitz. The next instant, he materialized at the king serpent's neck. His actions spoke louder than words. Lu Guan raised his void blade overhead and brought it down with all his might. The crimson blade, radiating unmatched might, hurtled straight toward the king of the ringing snake's neck. If this strike landed, the king of the ringed snakes would perish instantly. But this was the king of the ringing snakes, renowned for its speed. How could it allow Lu Guan to succeed so easily? The massive serpent head suddenly retracted. Clatter! The void blade only sliced off a few scales, leaving a shallow gash on the king serpent's neck. What lightning-fast reflexes! Lu Guan couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Blake, seeing this, let a faint smile touch his lips. Chairman Lu, it seems you're no match for me. He had just struck twice, and both blows had landed cleanly. Granted, they weren't vital strikes, but the king serpent was bleeding now, wasn't it? Lu Guan, however, had only managed to scratch its skin, a far cry from that. Yet Lu Guan remained unruffled by the provocation. He treated it as a warm-up. He said calmly. Blake shrugged. If it made him feel better to say that, so be it. Clearly, he believed Lu Guan was merely trying to save face. The future union members couldn't stand hearing that. Su Yuning was particularly furious. That arrogant jerk, the president, had clearly stated it was just a warm-up, yet he actually thought the president was inferior to him? How utterly shameless. Bai Lu chimed in indignantly, exactly. All you Eagle Nation people are so arrogant. Li Song listened to Duan Xingchen's translation. Damn it, just have the boss slam him and that foreign devil right into the rock wall. Luo Hongyang timidly added, but the president really didn't hurt him. He stopped mid-sentence, unable to continue. He caught everyone's hostile glances fixed on him. Even Uncle Lin shot him a withering look. Regardless of the truth. How could you possibly boost others' morale and undermine your own authority at a time like this? In the center of the basin, Lu Guan fixed a deep stare on Black. If I told you I could hit the king of the screaming snakes right in the eye, would you believe me? Black raised an eyebrow at the suggestion. The eyes are likely the most vital and vulnerable spot on the Whispering Snake King. I've already tried. It's impossible. Lu Guan smiled faintly. Chapter 106, Slaying the King of the Screaming Snakes. The dismissive look in Black's eyes made it clear he was supremely confident in his own abilities. But what he couldn't accomplish, Lu Guan might just manage. After all, how had the Bone Dragon of Xiangyang City been slain before? This task was second nature to Lu Guan. The king of the screaming snakes violently shook its massive body. Since appearing in the Storm Canyon realm, it had never encountered such a troublesome human. And there were 2 of them. Its intellect was far inferior to that of the Bone Dragon. Once the pain subsided slightly, it flapped its 4 wings again, attempting to soar into the sky. The shuttle talent had a range limitation. So how could Lu Guan possibly give it that chance? He shot Blake a defiant glance. Watch this. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he vanished. The next second, he materialized directly above the king of the screaming snakes. A sudden dark shadow appeared before its eyes, causing the king of the screaming snakes to pause. Recognizing the figure as the very human who had just wounded it. Without hesitation, the king of the screaming snakes accelerated its 4 wings, opened its gaping maw, and lunged toward Lu Guan to bite. A roar echoed. The king serpent snapped its massive jaws shut. The crowd watching from below gasped in astonishment. Lu Guan had vanished. What was happening? Could Chairman Lu have been swallowed whole by the King Serpent? How could that be? Didn't he possess the talent to traverse space? Why didn't he dodge? Just as the Steel Cross Guild members gloated and the future guild members grew frantic, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed from midair. Double blood slaughter. Between the King Serpent's eyes, a dense crimson blood mist erupted violently. It turned out Lu Guan hadn't been devoured by the King of the Ringing Snakes. Instead, he had activated his phantom talent, rendering him invisible to the others. Immediately after, the crimson mist flickered into a position slightly higher than the King of the Ringing Snakes. The King of Singing Snakes seemed to feel it had been toyed with. With a furious roar, its head charged straight toward the crimson mist at lightning speed. But just as it was about to plunge into the mist, a dark crimson blade flashed before the King Viper's right eye. Thud! The void blade pierced its right eye like an arrow, blood spurting out instantly. Buzz! This strike inflicted far greater agony than when Black had pierced its body earlier. The King Serpent instantly ceased flapping its four wings, its massive body swaying wildly as it plummeted from the sky. The crowd below, still looking up, hadn't even had time to react. It all happened too fast. Did that Chairman Lu really strike the King Serpent's eye? How did he manage that? This was utterly unbelievable. Good lad. As a martial arts expert, Uncle Lin was probably the only one present who understood Lu Guan's move. It was actually quite simple, yet ingeniously executed. Lu Guan had simultaneously activated both Phantom and Double Blood Slaughter. His primary goal was to use the Blood Slaughter's Crimson Mist to draw the King of the Screaming Snake's attention. Then, launching his Flash Strike skill, he successfully struck the King of Singing Snake's right eye. A thunderous crash echoed. The King of Singing Snake's massive body crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. It writhed in agony, its remaining left eye fixed on Lu Guan, who had landed alongside it. Fury and resentment burned within it, yet it was utterly powerless. So, what else do you have to say now? Lu Guan turned to Black instead, his expression calm as he spoke. Blake remained silent for several seconds. What I couldn't accomplish, this friend from the Dragon Kingdom achieved. What does that prove? Black took a deep breath. You've got me beat. Lu Guan was instantly speechless. Blake pondered for a moment before continuing, is this what you Longwa people often call using a feather to move 1,000 pounds? The contempt in his eyes had lessened slightly, but he clearly still refused to acknowledge that Lu Guan was stronger than himself. But that didn't matter. Lu Guan had pulled this stunt. Was primarily to apply pressure to Blake and the members of the Iron Cross Guild to dampen their morale and to set the stage for the upcoming tournament. His objective achieved, Lu Guan saw no point in exchanging further words with Black. The King Serpent now bore 3 wounds and had lost its right eye, nearly having its combat effectiveness. If he didn't strike while the Iron Cross Guild members were stunned, when else would he get the chance? Without a second thought, Lu Guan teleported in front of the still writhing King Serpent. Seizing the moment, he raised the void blade, poised to thrust it into the King Serpent's vital point. But suddenly, a gleaming silver rapier appeared, pressing down hard on the back of the void blade. Splash! The blade's trajectory was instantly deflected, plunging instead into the King of the Screaming Snake's abdomen. Lu Guan froze for a moment, then whirled his head to look. Who else could it be but Black? Oh, my apologies, Chairman Lu. My sword slipped and went off course. Blake met Lu Guan's gaze, a fleeting gleam of pure light flashing in his eyes. The onlookers from the future guild nearby couldn't help but curse loudly. Bull about missing. I bet he did it on purpose. Damn it, these foreigners are utterly shameless. Lu Guan merely smiled faintly. He wasn't surprised that Black would stop him from killing the Whispering Snake King. No problem. With that, he executed another dash, teleporting to the King of the Ringing Snake's neck and raising his blade overhead. Unfortunately, his move was still a split second too late. Just as the void blade was about to sever the King of the Screaming Snake's head, that detestable flower sword appeared once more. Black thrust his blade forward, the tip striking the blade with pinpoint accuracy. SSS-tier. Lu Guan's blade slashed diagonally across the area below the King Serpent's neck. Buzz! The King Serpent let out a mournful roar that sent shivers down the spine. Even so badly wounded, it could still unleash such a powerful sonic attack. How terrifying must the energy crystal core within it be? Missed again? Lu Guan remained almost unaffected by the sonic blast, his expression still calm. Black shrugged, neither confirming nor denying. Sorry. Lu Guan's lips curled into a cold smile. Vine coil. He suddenly raised his left hand, and a vine coiled around Black's legs like a venomous snake. Black gasped in shock. This was the skill awakened by the bloodlust talent. So you're a dual talent user too? Lu Guan hadn't witnessed him using his phantom talent. Otherwise, he would have been even more shocked than he was now. Lu Guan knew full well that vine wrapping tactics stood no chance against a talent user of Black's caliber. But delaying even a single second would suffice. So he ignored Black's question entirely and launched his flash strike skill. Black planted his feet firmly and effortlessly snapped the vines binding his legs. In the blink of an eye, he shifted his stance and thrust his blade forward once more just before Lu Guan's void blade could descend. I have to give you credit, Lu Guan. Chairman Lu, while you are also a dual talent user, your second talent is truly garbage. Brock felt a surge of satisfaction. But the moment his words faded, a flash of golden light streaked past them. Then, thwack! An arrow of condensed energy struck the king serpent's vital spot dead center. The massive body of the king of the whispering snakes convulsed violently, then slowly ceased its struggle. Chapter 107, Chairman Black, you've been too kind. Black was stunned. The members of the Iron Cross Guild were stunned. Lu Guan, however, wore a satisfied smile. Su Yuning glanced sideways in surprise at her brother, who now held a crimson crossbow in his hands she hadn't noticed when he'd acquired it. Indeed. That golden energy arrow just now had been fired by Su Haokai. The crimson crossbow was none other than the Blood Rage crossbow he'd just retrieved from the guild storage space. Su Haokai had awakened an F-rank talent in throwing mastery. He possessed no other abilities. But any ranged or throwing weapon in his hands becomes cheat level accurate. Bro, you killed the king of the screaming snakes. Su Yueying's eyes widened as she exclaimed. Before Su Haokai could answer, the future guild members' interfaces flashed with a notification. Party members successfully defeated the king of the ringing snakes. Energy gained, 550,000 points. Rewards obtained, high-grade energy crystals x3. Reward, King Serpent's Energy Core. Reward description, the energy core of the king of the screaming snakes. A high-grade consumable that unleashes a wide-area sonic attack, affecting enemies' emotions and consciousness. The future guild members instantly lit up with wild excitement. Bai Lu exclaimed in shock, we really killed it? Li Song exclaimed excitedly, holy crap, 550,000 energy points. That'll get me straight to tier 2, level 2. Luo Hongyang was equally exhilarated. In all my time as a talent user, I've never seen such a massive energy gain in one go. Hey, I've even reached tier 2, level 3. Su Yuning was jumping up and down with joy. Bro, you're so awesome. The timing couldn't have been more perfect. This was one of the rare times she genuinely praised Su Haokai. After all, she'd witnessed his intelligence countless times before and had long grown accustomed to it. But his astonishing combat talent? This was the first time she'd ever seen it. Though it was thanks to a high-level item. Su Haokai scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. It wasn't really about my timing being perfect. When Black stopped the guild leader from killing the screaming snake king just now, the guild leader had already signaled me. Hearing this, everyone finally understood. But how exactly did Lu Guan signal him? Why didn't anyone else notice? Su Haokai smiled faintly. The president gave me a look. The room fell silent. Black's expression shifted from stunned disbelief to a face as dark as water. He never could have imagined. After leading so many members of the Iron Cross Union through all that trouble, he'd ended up doing someone else's bidding. Lu Guan then delivered the final blow. President Black, you've been gracious. He bowed his head slightly, his demeanor both gentlemanly and haughty. Black watched, his back teeth itching with irritation. After several seconds of silence, he regained his composure and laughed with feigned nonchalance. It seems I truly underestimated Chairman Lu. May Chairman Lu enjoy such good fortune in the upcoming tournament. With that, paying no heed to the reactions of the future guild members, he turned and beckoned to the Steel Cross Guild members. Let's go. Though resentment simmered within them, what purpose would lingering serve beyond inviting further humiliation? Only after they had walked far away did Su Yueying rush to Lu Guan's side. President, are you okay? Did you get hurt? Lu Guan shook his head. Spitting in the direction of the Steel Cross Guild's retreating figures, Su Yueying spat. Pfft. What's so great about them? Bunch of sore losers, they just say others won by luck. The rest of the group gathered around as well. Li Song shouted, boss, you and Su Haokai were perfectly in sync just now. Look at those bastards, covered in dust and dirt. That was satisfying. Bai Lu, unusually, agreed with him. Exactly. Just looking at them makes me sick. Zhang Yan'an stammered, President, may I see what the energy crystal core of the king of the screaming snakes looks like? Hearing this, everyone seemed equally curious about this high-grade consumable, their gazes turning to Lu Guan. Henceforth, resources obtained by guild members through team efforts would be distributed equally. Any items or consumables obtained would belong to everyone unless there was a specific dispute. But the rule remains, whoever needs to use any guild resources must apply in advance and return them within 7 days. Lu Guan stated solemnly. How could anyone possibly object to this? Zhang Yan'an then retrieved the energy crystal core, drawing the group closer to examine it. There lay a translucent pale green gemstone, radiating powerful energy and a faint glow. The three girls' eyes instantly turned into little stars, twinkling with excitement. Su Yueying exclaimed in admiration, wow, it's so beautiful. If only I could have a necklace made from these. Bai Lu and Zhang Yan'an nodded in unison, agreeing with her. Li Song, sensing the powerful energy radiating from the crystal core, remarked with satisfaction, it really is incredibly powerful. I can already picture it when we face those foreign devils on the competition field soon, we'll use this thing to blast them to bits. Duan Xingqian, Luo Hongyang, and the others all murmured in unison, "Yeah, you're right." The group gathered around to observe the energy crystal core of the King of Ringing Snakes. Lu Guan had already retrieved the sanctuary ring from his storage space. By now, the sky had grown increasingly dim. At their current levels, taking on the erosion void ring serpent still posed significant risks. Lu Guan desperately needed everyone's combined combat strength to rise rapidly. But compared to that, their safety was still more important. The group entered the small cabin, where their stamina and energy rapidly recovered. Lu Guan casually opened the guild member roster panel. He thought that after an afternoon of intense training, combined with the energy from this King Screaming Snake, quite a few members should have leveled up. Sure enough. Future guild current member list. Lu Guan, guild leader, tier 2, level 4. Su Yuaning, guild vice president, tier 2, level 2. Core members. Luo Hongyang, tier 2, level 3. Li Song, tier 2, level 2. Lin Han, tier 2, level 2. Bai Lu, tier 2, level 2. Duan Xingqian, tier 2, level 2. Su Haokai, tier 2, level 2. Wang Rui, tier 2, level 2. Zhang Yanan, tier 2, level 2. Except for himself and Uncle Lin, everyone else had advanced one level. Lu Guan felt deeply gratified by this outcome. Just then, a disturbance suddenly emanated from his storage space. Lu Guan swiftly retrieved the oracle mirror. After so many days in the killing world, this treasure hadn't stirred in ages. Lu Guan had almost forgotten it existed. A faint glow soon spread across the mirror's surface. The image rippled like water before gradually sharpening. Slowly, the depths of a canyon with pitch-black rock walls came into view. There stood a massive stone gate, its crevices faintly glowing with an eerie blue light. On the open ground before the gate lay 3 lifeless bodies. Their features clearly marked them as foreigners. And in their hands, they clutched a cross. Su Yuaning had somehow moved closer, her head now pressed against the mirror. At the sight, she exclaimed in surprise, "These are members of the Iron Cross Guild." Chapter 108, The Dual Life Contract. Su Yuaning's voice instantly drew everyone's attention. Seeing the prophet's mirror in Lu Guan's hand, they all turned to look with curiosity. These 3 must all be from the Elemental Division. Su Haokai, relying on his extraordinary memory. He quickly retrieved the 3 faces from the images in his mind. He even recalled the specific talents each had awakened. Li Song asked in confusion, "What place is shown in this image? What the hell were those bastards from the Iron Cross Union doing there?" Bai Lu sneered, "Got a brain in your head? Why did Black enter our Dragon Nation's exclusive domain? Today they discovered the King of the Roaring Serpent first, only for us to snatch it away. The Iron Cross Guild won't just give up. They're off exploring other areas now." Li Song certainly wasn't too dumb to figure out such a simple question. But with Lu Guan and Su Haokai present both smarter than him, asking outright was simply more convenient. Li Song shot Bai Lu a disapproving look and ignored her. "Boss, should we go check it out too? If there's really something good, let's keep robbing the bastards." This suggestion met with unanimous approval from the group. The vision from the oracle mirror gradually faded away, and Lu Guan promptly stowed it back into his storage space. Truth be told, he'd long since realized that whether or not to pursue the scenes foretold by the oracle mirror wasn't something he could decide. Unless the group withdrew from the killing world immediately. Otherwise, as long as they remained within this realm, they would inevitably encounter it. That was truly remarkable. Wasn't there a saying that one's fate is determined by oneself, not by heaven? Yet why has every vision revealed by the oracle mirror never once failed to come to pass? Don't dwell on this for now. Get some rest. Once dawn breaks, we'll push forward in grind levels. Lu Guan said indifferently. Hearing this, the others couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. This likely stemmed from their recent victory over a king crying snake, which had yielded immense rewards. After all, they'd just experienced the thrill of gaining 50,000 energy points in mere minutes. Who would willingly slog through the drudgery of grinding low-level creatures for slow-level gains? In a way, it was akin to a gambler's mentality. Seeing Lu Guan fall silent, they could only disperse. Su Yuning, however, remained beside him, leaning against the wall alongside Lu Guan. "President, if you don't want to go looking for them yourself, is it because you're worried about the danger?" They all saw the 3 corpses lying on the ground. But perhaps lured by the allure of opportunity, they chose to ignore it. Su Yuaning, however, did not. Lu Guan nodded. "I find it very strange. Why did those 3 die outside the stone door? If even the area outside the stone door was so perilous, one could only imagine what lay beyond." Hearing this, Su Yuaning felt every hair on her body stand on end. "I hadn't even considered that." Not far away, Su Haokai turned his head and said, "But if we don't go, those foreigners will seize the opportunity." "Chairman, don't you think that would be a shame?" Lu Guan shot Su Haokai a piercing look. "If they even make it out alive, then yes, it would be a shame." Hearing this, Su Haokai pondered for a moment, then smiled faintly and fell silent. Lu Guan had deliberately phrased it that way. Ever since leaving the Su family, he had sensed a change in Su Haokai. The man he once knew possessed a gentle, refined demeanor, his face always adorned with a serene, composed smile. It seemed as though all the coldness in the world would melt away in his presence. Now, however, he had grown much more reserved. Though outwardly still gentle and kind, every word he spoke now seemed calculated. More importantly, Lu Guan detected a hint of hysteria? Lu Guan couldn't quite put his finger on it. In any case, he could sense that just now, Su Haokai genuinely seemed willing to risk his life to obtain power. If Su Haokai had been alone, Lu Guan certainly wouldn't have meddled. But as the guild leader, he couldn't possibly lead his entire guild into danger alongside Su Haokai. The small cabin gradually fell silent. Everyone seemed to have grown accustomed to the cramped confines of this small space. The chubby one was the first to snore softly. The others, even if unable to sleep, closed their eyes to rest. The nights in Storm Canyon weren't as long as those on Blue Star. After only 4 or 5 hours, the sky rapidly brightened. The group, finally refreshed, followed Lu Guan out of the cabin. Outside the canyon, the gale still raged. Lu Guan led the entire team to repeat yesterday's mission. They searched the canyon and hunted down the void-eating snakes. This time, however, their combat experience was richer, and their coordination was far more seamless. Lu Guan ventured deep into the canyon, eliminating most of the corrosive sky snakes. Li Song and Duan Xingchen stood on the front line, eliminating any stragglers. The Su siblings, Luo Hongyang and Uncle Lin covered the middle, filling in any gaps. Though the water balls couldn't inflict substantial damage on the corrosive sky serpents, they effectively reduced their speed attributes. The little chubby one specialized in tanking damage for Bai Lu and Jiang Yanan. In this manner, they cleared 14 canyon sections in succession. By the 15th, the sky darkened once more. Lu Guansai halted at a sheltered spot in the gorge and turned to face the group. After eliminating all the corrosive sky snakes, we'll rest here for the day. Li Song had now effectively become the second main force after Lu Guan. After this day of even more intense sprint leveling, he was utterly exhausted. There was no helping it among the group, he alone possessed an ultra-powerful attack skill like Blazing Storm. Hearing Lu Guan say they could rest soon, Li Song was naturally the happiest of them all. Boss, you have no idea if I don't get a break soon, I'm going to crack. Jiang Yanan immediately offered weakly, I'll heal you. Truthfully, she felt helpless too. Li Song's skill was powerful, but the energy drain was immense. Just maintaining the healing aura for him alone drained most of her stamina. Eventually, Jiang Yanan had no choice but to ease up a bit. Seeing the girl's face turning pale again, Li Song couldn't bear to watch. No need. I can push through one more wave. Though he spoke with resolve, his voice was already weak and strained. Bai Lu feared Jiang Yanan might faint again. I'll form the life contract with him instead. Sis, you should rest for a bit. Bai Lu retrieved a white staff from her storage space. This weapon hailed from the realm of slaughter, enabling her to forge life contracts with 2 individuals simultaneously. However, the cost is that she would expend double her energy and stamina. One misstep could lead to exhaustion or even life-threatening danger. That's why she'd always refused to use it. Jiang Yanan expressed concern, isn't that a bit risky? Bai Lu smiled reassuringly, don't worry. The contract I formed with the guild leader doesn't drain him much, so I'm still in good shape. Chapter 109, The Strange Water Ball. Hearing Bai Lu say this, even Li Song, whose face was thicker than most, couldn't help but flush slightly. How could the gap be so vast between 2 gifted individuals? The boss single-handedly took down so many corrosive void snakes, yet his stamina remained solid. And he? Jiang Yanan still felt a twinge of worry, but Bai Lu didn't give her time to dwell on it. She raised her staff and activated her talent. Lu Guan only wanted to clear this gorge quickly so everyone could rest sooner, so he paid little attention to their affairs and turned toward the depths of the canyon. Before long, a gurgling sound reached their ears. It sounded like water pouring from a height into a bottle. Lu Guan instantly grew wary. It had finally come. The premonitory visions of the Oracle Mirror never appeared without reason. It seems this time it was merely delayed. Lu Guan scanned his surroundings. If he remembered correctly, the images he saw on the Oracle Mirror last night showed black rock walls on both sides of the canyon. Yet for some reason, this place looked no different from any other canyon. The others heard the sound too. What's that noise? Li Song, however, didn't immediately connect it to the vision from the Oracle Mirror. After all, there were no black cliffs here, no stone gate, and certainly no corpses of those 3 Iron Cross Guild members. But that only proved he still didn't understand the Oracle Mirror well enough. The others, like Li Song, looked around in confusion but found nothing unusual. Everyone, stay where you are and don't move. Lu Guan turned his head to remind the group. If this truly is the scene foretold by the Prophet's Mirror, it could very well mean that everyone is already in grave danger. President, be careful. Su Yueying said with concern. Lu Guan gave a slight nod before continuing forward. However, as they delved deeper into the canyon, the gurgling sound in Lu Guan's ears grew increasingly distinct. He instinctively slowed his pace, scanning his surroundings with heightened vigilance. Lu Guan suddenly noticed distinct traces of moisture on the rock walls on both sides. The gurgling sound must indeed be coming from flowing water somewhere. But it was strange. Storm Canyon was perpetually battered by hurricanes. How could water possibly exist in this realm? Lu Guan cautiously approached one of the rock walls and ran his hand along its surface. Sure enough, it felt damp to the touch. Looking down at his fingers, he saw they were coated in a grayish-white liquid. It had no smell, likely a mixture of rock dust and water. He looked back at the spot on the rock wall where he had just wiped. Lu Guan was astonished to discover that behind the 3 finger-scraped marks lay the pitch-black rock wall. Meanwhile, the others watched as Lu Guan had already walked quite a distance away, only to suddenly freeze beside the rock wall. They had no idea what had happened. Lu Guan had just instructed them to stay put and not move, so the others dared not act rashly. Su Yuning couldn't help but call out loudly, "President, what's wrong? Did you discover something?" Lu Guan wasn't certain if his hunch was correct. He pressed his entire palm against the rock wall and wiped it several times. After scraping away the entire layer of grayish-white water film, the exposed rock surface was indeed jet black, exactly matching the vision shown in the oracle mirror. A sudden sense of foreboding rose in Lu Guan's heart. He had unexpectedly flashed back to the others. Su Yuning noticed the change in Lu Guan's expression. "Chairman, have you discovered something?" Lu Guan didn't explain immediately. "Something's off about this canyon. We should leave immediately." Though puzzled, the group followed the president's lead without question. As Su Haokai retreated from the gorge, he glanced at Lu Guan's palm. "You've got water on your hands?" Lu Guan made no attempt to conceal it, instead sharing his discovery and conjecture outright. "If I'm not mistaken, this place is indeed the scene foretold in the oracle mirror's vision. If not for the heavy moisture now, the rock walls on both sides should have been pitch black." At first, none of them noticed anything unusual. Su Haokai wondered aloud, then where did all this moisture come from? Li Song replied without hesitation, "Where else could it come from? Isn't it perfectly normal for a canyon to have moisture underground?" The others couldn't be bothered to engage with this clueless fellow. But they too had only just realized the issue. Right. Unless there was a massive hidden water source somewhere, surface moisture alone would be easily dried up by the hurricane. If Lu Guan had known the answer, he wouldn't have left without a second thought. Just as the group was about to reach the canyon entrance, 3 foreigners suddenly appeared out of nowhere. "Halt!" One of them, a man with medium-length hair styled in an artistic lotus leaf pattern, barked the command. But the moment he recognized Lu Guan's face, his expression turned pale with shock. "It's you! Future Union?" The others were equally stunned. They recognized them too. These 3 were the very corpses foretold in the prophet mirror's vision. The 3 women felt a chill run down their spines at the sight. Su Yuning was the most terrified of ghosts. She darted behind Lu Guan in an instant. Li Song's eyes widened as he pointed at the trio. "Boss, they're still alive." Lu Guan's eyes flashed with a cold glint. He noticed the cross necklaces that should have been hanging around the necks of those 3 Iron Cross Guild members were missing. His gaze shifted downward, revealing they were now clutched tightly in their hands. This gesture was almost identical to how they had been lying on the ground in the prophet's mirror. "No, they were dead," Lu Guan stated solemnly. Li Song, however, was completely baffled. These 3 were clearly alive and standing right before him. Why did the boss say they were already dead? Truthfully, had it not been for that previous encounter with the void insect nest when the prophet mirror foresaw the 1,000-faced insect transforming into Lu Qi's likeness, Lu Guan would never have considered this possibility. Just then, the man with the lotus leaf hair was about to turn and say something to the person beside him. Suddenly, his body froze in place, his expression solidified, and his pupils rapidly dilated. "Watch out!" Lu Guan bellowed. Li Song was still pondering the question when Lu Guan abruptly shoved him aside. A sapphire blue water sphere shot from the lotus leaf-haired man's mouth. Its target was precisely the spot where Li Song had just been standing. Seeing this, a chill ran down Li Song's spine. He watched as the blue water ball landed on the ground, not dispersing into a puddle. Instead, it began to writhe like a living creature, emitting a gurgling sound. Li Song couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy, what the hell is that?" Lu Guan immediately drew the void blade. "Everyone, back up." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the blue water ball shot upward like a spring, hurtling straight toward Su Yuning. Su Yuning could only watch helplessly, utterly unable to react in time. "President!" she called out to Lu Guan. In that split second, it was the only solution Su Yuning could think of. Chapter 110, Encountering a Predicament. Lu Guan's reaction was naturally swift. In truth, even before Su Yuning could speak, he had already activated his flash strike skill. His figure flickered, and just as the blue water sphere was about to touch Su Yuing's nose, he swung his blade down. Swish! As the crimson blade's edge sliced through, the blue water sphere was cleaved into 2 semicircles, splashing onto the ground with a splash. Su Yuing had already closed her eyes tightly in fright. That water ball had an eerie feel to it. Who knew what would happen if it touched her? Might she end up like that lotus leaf-haired man, unable to tell whether she was alive or dead? Yet the blue water sphere did not die upon hitting the ground. Instead, it began to twist and writhe, attempting to fuse itself back together. Lu Guan frowned slightly at the sight. It seemed that pure physical attacks had no effect on this thing. In an instant, Lu Guan activated his innate ability. A searing fireball instantly appeared in his left palm. Lu Guan hurled it directly at the water sphere. With a hissing crackle, the flames engulfed the water sphere, instantly releasing wispy wisps of white smoke. After struggling a few times, the thing finally dissolved entirely into vapor and quickly dissipated into the air. Witnessing this scene, the other two members of the Iron Cross Guild stared wide-eyed. "You actually have a talent for fire control?" one of them exclaimed in shock. Lu Guan heard this and turned his gaze toward them. Unexpectedly, the two suddenly turned and bolted. How could Lu Guan let them get away? He hadn't even figured out what that water sphere was. Lu Guan flashed forward with his teleportation talent, appearing before them and raising his void blade. But the two paid him no mind whatsoever. They seemed utterly unafraid of the void blade. Without hesitation, Lu Guan swung his blade at one of their shoulders. With a sharp swish, the man's entire arm was severed cleanly by the void blade, blood spurting violently in an instant. Yet the man uttered not a sound. As if devoid of pain, he charged straight toward the rock wall behind Lu Guan. Lu Guan froze for a moment before realizing. The man with the lotus leaf hair had been dead all along. The reason his body could still move freely, and even retain his original memories and consciousness, was likely connected to that blue water sphere. And these two individuals had appeared in the Prophet Mirror's vision alongside the man with the lotus leaf hair. They must have been dead for a long time too. Earlier, they had been shocked to discover their innate fire control talent. Clearly, they too feared fire. But realizing this now was already too late. Lu Guan activated his fire control talent once more, conjuring a ball of flame in his palm. The two men, straining every muscle, had already reached the rock wall. Lu Guan hurled the fireball forward and the two men actually passed right through the rock wall. The fireball struck the rock wall, spreading out with a whoosh. A massive amount of moisture evaporated instantly. This. Not far away, the future guild members watched in stunned silence as the covering layer of mist vanished, revealing the original pitch-black rock wall beneath. Su Yueying covered her mouth with one hand while pointing ahead with the other. Wasn't that the massive stone door from the Oracle Mirror? Lu Guan recognized it too. It turned out those two hadn't passed through the wall. Instead, this spot on the rock wall was precisely the gap in that massive stone door. Only, there was no blue light behind the gap. Only an abyss of pitch-black darkness lay beyond, which is why he hadn't noticed it earlier. Lu Guan was speechless inside. It seemed the blue light was yet another abstract foreshadowing from the Oracle Mirror. Perhaps what it originally pointed to was that sapphire blue water sphere. Just as everyone stood frozen in shock, an even louder gurgling sound emanated from behind the door crack. "Hurry up!" Lu Guan made his decision without hesitation. Truthfully, if he'd been alone, he would have gladly risked entering the stone door to investigate, all for the chance. But now was not the time. After all, the team included members like Su Yueying, Zhang Nianan, and Bai Lu, those with insufficient levels and little ability to protect themselves. Yesterday in the cabin, they'd all been determined not to let those foreign devils from Eagle Nation snatch any opportunities. But now, having witnessed the eerie nature of the blue water sphere, they dared not linger any longer. Facing the unknown, fear was inevitable. Even Su Haokai, who craved power the most, turned without a word and followed Lu Guan away. Yet when they reached the canyon entrance, they discovered countless blue water spheres had materialized before them, sealing off the path. They intertwined in the air, forming a dense, impenetrable net. Little Fatty's face instantly turned deathly pale. "Oh no! Guild leader, what do we do now?" He'd awakened the physique enhancement talent, making him unflinching in battle. But he can't block these water balls. Even his most basic defense was useless now. The little chubby guy felt completely vulnerable. Lu Guan, however, remained unflappable. Knowing these water balls were impervious to physical attacks, he simply withdrew the void blade into his storage space. Fire blast! With a low shout, Lu Guan channeled energy, forming a fist-sized flame explosion before his chest. After all, the canyon's space was limited. If the explosion's power was too great, it could easily injure his teammates. But to everyone's surprise, Lu Guan hurled the fireball forward. The instant it touched a water ball, the water ball completely swallowed the fireball whole. Lu Guan froze for a moment before realizing. Another oversight. These water orbs feared high temperatures. The energy of the incinerate spell collapses inward, only unleashing its full power at the moment of detonation. Li Song, activate your skill. Since his own skill was useless, Li Song's ability was clearly the perfect solution here. Li Song grimaced at the request. He was genuinely exhausted. He'd been counting on clearing out the corrosive void snakes in this canyon and getting some rest. Who knew he'd run into something like this? Fiery storm. No choice, he was being forced into this now. He had to do it. Li Song took a deep breath and activated his skill. 3 seconds later, a fiery tongue over 2 meters long erupted in an instant. A wave of heat instantly engulfed the entire area. Where the flame passed, the blue water spheres couldn't evade in time. In an instant, a vast swirl of mist surged before everyone's eyes. I can't hold it anymore. After nearly 7 seconds, the flame completely vanished. Li Song gasped for breath, panting heavily. The pallor on Bai Lu's face made it clear they had reached their absolute limit. Yet when the mist finally cleared, the group discovered with utter despair. No sooner had those water orbs evaporated than countless blue orbs slowly flew out from the rock walls on both sides, weaving themselves back into a vast net that blocked the group once more. With so many water orbs, even if Lu Guan had the stamina to eliminate them all by himself, it would take him until the cows come home. What could they possibly do now? Chapter 111, Unexpected Entry into the Secret Realm. These water orbs clearly possessed a degree of self-awareness. They seemed aware that both Li Song and Lu Guan possessed the ability to control fire, which could counter them, so they moved at an extremely slow pace. Everyone remained vigilant and retreated first. Lu Guan glanced back thankfully, no water spheres appeared behind them for now. Meanwhile, his mind raced. This couldn't go on indefinitely. Who knew what lurked deeper in the canyon? It would only plunge them into greater peril. Boss, I've got enough stamina left for one more skill activation. How about we give it one more shot? Li Song said as he struggled to move his feet. His legs now felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead. Lu Guan, however, glanced at the white deer on the other side. If all goes as planned, when Li Song activates his skill again, the white deer should be the first to fall. No, if he activated his skill again, both you and Bai Lu would likely lose the ability to move. Li Song paused, seemingly making a decision. Bai Lu, release the life contract between us. Bai Lu asked warily, what are you planning? Li Song declared resolutely, I'll activate my skill shortly. You and the others should run. Hearing this, the others froze in surprise. Bai Lu immediately grasped Li Song's meaning. I won't release it. If we're leaving together. Li Song was actually a bit surprised by her reaction. All along, he had thought Bai Lu was a woman who was self-centered woman. After all, no matter what happened, she always prioritized her own interests. Back in the Eternal Night Wastes, everyone thought the Dark Moonstone Bell naturally belonged to Lu Guan. Only she disagreed, deliberately siding against Su Yueying over the matter. Li Song never imagined Bai Lu would risk her life at this moment. Cut it out. I'm just a loner who grew up without a father's love or a mother's care. No need to drag you down with me. Truth be told, knowing all of you has made my life worth living. Just don't forget me in the future. His feeble voice uttering these words stirred a wave of sadness among the crowd. Lu Guan could barely bear to listen anymore. Judging by the water ball's trajectory, it didn't seem to harbor any overt hostile intent toward the group. If things got really bad, Lu Guan still had a trump card up his sleeve. That was drawing from the future. If the level of his pyroblast could be raised just one more notch, dealing with these water balls should be no trouble. Of course, future opportunities were random. He couldn't guarantee he'd borrow an ideal opportunity. But don't forget this talent has no usage limit. Lu Guan refused to believe that all the opportunities he'd accumulate in this lifetime wouldn't even be enough to awaken a single skill for his fire control talent. But the moment where he absolutely needed to activate the talent was still far off. The side effects of borrowing from the future were far too troublesome. Unless absolutely necessary, Lu Guan didn't want to use it. Don't be impulsive. We can still think of other ways. Lu Guan muttered, somewhat exasperated. Actually, I think these water spheres might be trying to drive us toward that stone door. At that moment, Su Haokai spoke with remarkable composure. His words struck everyone like a wake-up call. Exactly. These water balls consistently maintained a certain distance from the group, advancing slowly. And their direction of movement was indeed toward the stone door. But Su Yuaning couldn't wrap her head around it. If that was the case, what exactly lay beyond that stone door? Lu Guan naturally had no idea either. He only knew that beyond it lay an even greater danger. Lu Guan didn't want to enter the stone door because he didn't want so many guild members to take such unnecessary risks. But for now, there seemed to be no better option. Bai Lu turned his gaze to Lu Guan. President, what should we do now? Lu Guan hesitated no longer. Enter the stone gate. The group continued to cautiously face off against the water spheres as they retreated toward the stone gate. Finally, they reached the front of the stone gate. Sure enough, the water spheres slowed their advance once more. Luo Hongyang strained to peer through the narrow gap wide enough for one person to squeeze through. Why was it pitch black? He couldn't see a thing. Summoning his courage, he reached his hand forward. But unexpectedly. Whoosh! His entire body seemed to be sucked right in, without even a chance to make a sound. The others gasped in unison at the sight. Don't be afraid, let's all go in together. Lu Guan recalled how those two Steel Cross Guild members had vanished suddenly near the door's edge earlier. It must be some kind of barrier or spatial portal, nothing dangerous, surely. With that, he stepped through the doorway first. Just like Luo Hongyang, he vanished in the blink of an eye. The others exchanged bewildered glances. If the guild leader had gone through, what were they waiting for? They had no choice but to follow suit. Passing through the stone door, they found themselves in a wide open space. They had expected some dark, damp cave or the like. Instead, they found themselves in a paradise beyond compare, a world of peach blossom pink, grassy green, and bright sunshine, with a pleasant climate. The faint, fresh scent in the air filled them with a sense of exhilaration. They had endured hurricanes and sandstorms, spending 2 full days and nights in the storm canyon. Suddenly finding themselves here, it felt like stepping straight from hell into paradise. Wow, what is this place? Su Yueying gazed at the scenery before her. Even on Blue Star, places with scenery like this must be few and far between. Could this truly be a world of slaughter? Li Song felt his stamina rapidly replenishing. In less than a minute, his legs no longer felt so heavy. Holy crap? Boss, how come the healing energy here feels almost as potent as your sanctuary ring? Lu Guan naturally noticed this too. He surveyed his surroundings, rolling mountains in the distance, a babbling brook nearby. This place must be a hidden realm. Lu Guan pondered thoughtfully. A hidden realm? The others all froze in unison. Indeed. A secret realm is an independent space inadvertently created by deities, powerful beings, or spatial turbulence. Those who had experienced the 917 newbie village knew this all too well. They still remembered how Uncle Lin had been trapped by the bloodthirsty vines within that secret realm. Had Lu Guan not been there, the old man might not have survived. But what puzzled everyone was this. Storm Canyon is an exclusive domain of the Dragon Nation. If a secret realm existed there, shouldn't the Dragon Ascension Guild have discovered it long ago? Just then, a familiar voice echoed behind the group. President Lu? Damn it, why are we running into them again? Chapter 112, The Divine Trial Ground. The group had just emerged from a tense situation when their attention was captured by the otherworldly beauty before them, finally allowing their moods to relax considerably. Hearing someone call out Chairman Lu, they all turned their heads in unison. Who else could it be but Black? Having witnessed the prophecy in the Oracle Mirror yesterday, they had already anticipated that the Iron Cross Guild would likely pass through that stone door. Thus, seeing Black did not come as a complete surprise. It was seeing Lu Guan again that made Black lose his usual gentlemanly composure. He even let slip a quiet curse. Lu Guan heard it, but paid it no mind. Instead, he offered a faint smile, stepped forward, and greeted him. Chairman Black, what a coincidence. Never imagined I'd run into you here. After all, the other party hadn't pointed a finger at him and cursed him out in the street. He couldn't very well steal someone's wedding dress and then forbid them from having a headache about it, could he? Lu Guan wasn't that inhumane. Black had been smiling too. He knew this was a secret realm, and apparently a relatively safe one at that. During his explorations of Eagle Nation's own territories, Black had encountered numerous secret realms, each yielding substantial rewards. But most secret realms were bizarre spaces torn open by spatial turbulence from the killing world. Such places were typically filled with all manner of unpredictable dangers. For instance, you might be walking along when the ground beneath your feet suddenly turns into a swamp. Or you might just be about to rest when a bolt of lightning strikes from above. In short, realms formed by spatial turbulence are invariably highly unstable. It's utterly exhausting. But the moment he saw Lu Guan, the smile on Black's face instantly turned to resignation. Honestly, I really didn't want to run into you here. Black shrugged. Su Yueying had also heard the curse he blurted out. She wasn't as easygoing as Lu Guan. We feel the same way. This time, Lu Guan turned back to interject. Don't talk like that. Chairman Black is a friend of our Dragon Nation. That's true. Otherwise, why would he go out of his way to help the future guild obtain the energy crystal core of the King of the Roaring Serpents? Lopez detected the sarcasm in his tone. You yellow-skinned monkeys aren't worthy of being our friends. His words remained arrogant, but his momentum had clearly weakened considerably. Lopez still possessed a modicum of self-awareness, realizing how humiliating it was to be embedded in the rock wall. But he simply despised the Dragon Nation people. Ah! Suddenly, Lopez let out a cry of pain. All eyes turned toward him. There, embedded in his thigh, was a gleaming golden energy arrow. Oh, sorry, my hand slipped. Su Haokai said apologetically. It turned out he was playing with the Blood Rage crossbow he'd just retrieved from the guild storage space. Even a fool could tell he did it on purpose. Lopez immediately glared, fury boiling. You're asking for it. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Lopez charged at Su Haokai, fists raised. With his speed attribute, Su Haokai didn't even have time to fire a second arrow before Lopez closed the distance. But just as Lopez's fist was about to smash into Su Haokai's nose, a dark crimson blade flashed across his throat. An icy chill pierced straight to his core. Lopez's movements froze instantly. What do you think you're doing? Lu Guan demanded coldly. Lopez dared not utter a word. He could feel just how sharp the void blade was. He feared that the slightest misstep would sever his throat. The wound on his thigh could be healed by a healing-type talent. But if his throat were severed, he'd likely be dead before any healing could take effect. Lopez, get your ass back here. Black barked angrily. Sometimes he couldn't fathom what that foolish bloke was thinking. though Black never admitted Lu Guan could be stronger than himself. But it was clear that Lopez was certainly no match for Lu Guan. Yet he kept provoking Lu Guan time and again. Wasn't that just courting humiliation? What a useless teammate. Though Lopez seethed inwardly, he dared not act recklessly in the face of such overwhelming power. Lu Guan slowly lowered his void blade. Lopez took 2 steps back, then as if a fuse had blown in his head suddenly flipped off Su Haokai. Su Haokai frowned and immediately raised his blood rage crossbow. Lopez quickly turned away, pretending not to see anything, then hurried back to the group. The others watched in stunned silence. Lu Guan looked at Black, whose face was dark with anger. He knew the man had little patience left to waste here. Chairman Black, why don't we discuss what you've discovered here? Lu Guan cut straight to the chase. Small talk. What have you discovered? Black gave a cold laugh. In a little while, we'll be opponents on the field. Do you really think I'd tell you? He refused to elaborate, as expected. Of course. Lu Guan understood perfectly. Even without the earlier altercation, Black might not have been willing to share any useful information. Lu Guan didn't mind. But we can still be friends, can't we? Black continued to sneer. Lu Guan replied, as friends, I can trade you a secret for your information. Hearing this, the future union members froze for a moment. They quickly guessed what secret Lu Guan was referring to. But Black clearly wasn't very interested in it. What secret? You can tell me first. Lu Guan wouldn't possibly reveal it first. I can only tell you this, the secret is of utmost importance to your Iron Cross Union. Black narrowed his eyes. He seemed to finally show a hint of curiosity. Concerning our Iron Cross Union? Chairman Lu, you must be forgetting something. As the chairman of the Iron Cross Union, what secret could possibly be unknown to me? Lu Guan wore an expression of absolute confidence. You can bet on it. Hearing this, Black's interest was thoroughly piqued. Before becoming a gifted one, he had been an extreme sports enthusiast. He harbored an almost obsessive passion for adventure. After the world of slaughter descended, who among those who rose so swiftly to become a formidable figure in this realm didn't possess a spirit of adventure? Lu Guan precisely exploited this trait in Black's character, deliberately shrouding himself in mystery. This time, Blake hesitated no longer. Fine. An interesting deal. I accept. But I hope your secret doesn't disappoint me. Lu Guan shook his head indifferently. Rest assured, it'll be absolutely explosive. Blake said with a hint of anticipation, in that case, to show my sincerity, I'll go first. After a full night of exploration, we discovered numerous divine relics within this secret realm. We suspect this place was likely a divine trial ground in the past. Chapter 113, The Floating Temple. A divine testing ground. Blake's words sent a ripple of astonishment through the future guild members. Anyone with even a basic understanding of the gifted system knew exactly what this term implied. Legend holds that the birth of the first generation of gods. It was said that the first generation of gods came into being when the elite among the myriad races broke through the shackles of the original world's laws, achieving eternal bodies. Later, however, they deemed becoming a god far too arduous for ordinary races. Thus, harnessing their own power and adhering to the rules of order, they created numerous trial realms akin to beginner villages. Those who passed these trials demonstrated the potential to become deities. By seizing the energy core within these realms, one could ascend to divinity in a single step. Of course, the original gods' intentions were noble. But what they never anticipated was this. The malevolent thoughts of all races would continuously gather within the Void Realm. One day, the malevolent spirits of the Void Realm would also transform into beings of myriad races, becoming dark gods through the trials of the secret realm. Lu Guan believed this realm was created by the gods. After all, everything in this world appeared so exquisitely crafted. Any gifted individual with basic knowledge understood that energy turbulence could indeed tear through space, expanding beyond the world to form a secret realm. But such realms require eons of accumulation to evolve to this level. Lu Guan pondered for a long moment. Chairman Black, I must say your conjecture is quite bold. But since you claim to have discovered numerous divine relics, might I see them for myself? Ultimately, Lu Guan remained skeptical of Black's assessment. Back in the 917 newbie village, the energy core of a secret realm casually created by a god was merely a guild token. So what kind of powerful artifact must this energy core of the divine trial realm be? Yet Black merely shrugged, choosing not to engage with that line of thought. Now, guild leader Lu, you should tell me the secret you promised. Lu Guan sighed in resignation. If I tell you, will you take me to see it? Black didn't refuse, but fixed Lu Guan with an expectant gaze. Lu Guan nodded. All right. But we need to step aside to talk. Blake's curiosity was piqued. Why? Lu Guan could only explain patiently. If this secret were overheard by the wrong people, it could cause you some trouble. After a pause, he added, we're friends. I'm doing this for your own good. Blake pondered this. It seemed quite reasonable. It seemed Chairman Lu was at least a man of his word. Little did he realize he was paying the price for his ignorance of Dragon Nation's traditional culture. So the two moved to a more secluded spot. Lu Guan whispered something to Blake in an extremely low voice.
Meanwhile, the members of both guilds watched them with blank expressions.
Lu Guan's lips moved several times. Black looked utterly incredulous. Lu Guan seemed to offer further explanation, saying something else. Black sucked in a sharp breath. Both fell silent for a moment. Lu Guan spoke again. Blake's expression was grim as he replied briefly. Then, the two of them walked back together. Let's go.
Standing before the Iron Cross Union, Black didn't even bid Lu Guan farewell before hastily leading his group away. Until their figures grew distant. The members of the future union all turned their gaze toward Lu Guan.
Let's go too. Lu Guan spoke with a smile. Boss, what are we doing next? Li Song stepped forward to ask.
Black told me there's a temple suspended mid-air in the direction they came from. It was one of the miracles he witnessed, but they couldn't enter it.
Lu Guan replied indifferently. Su Yuning heard this and said with a strange look, somehow, that doesn't sound like the truth to me? Chairman, could Black have been deceiving you? Lu Guan shook his head. I can't be certain. Perhaps he's withholding something, but it shouldn't be entirely fabricated. Anyway, now that we're inside the secret realm, we can't leave without securing the energy core. Let's go check it out first.
The group headed in that direction.
At that moment, Li Song caught up to Lu Guan.
Boss, that secret you just shared with Black, was it about those two fake dead foreigners? When they encountered the Iron Cross Guild members, Li Song had deliberately searched for them.
The two men Lu Guan had accidentally let slip away from the secret realm were mingling among the crowd.
But since Lu Guan hadn't said anything at the time, Li Song hadn't dared to speak up. Now it seemed the boss was the smarter one after all.
Lu Guan nodded. Exactly.
That was precisely what he'd just discussed with Blake.
Li Song looked puzzled.
Boss, you just told the foreign devil that those three were already dead?
Lu Guan shook his head.
I told Blake that those three had been taken over by the Dragon Ascension Guild before they even entered Storm Canyon. They used cursed skills and were planted as spies within the Iron Cross Guild. This insight had suddenly occurred to Lu Guan when he recalled the Dawn Guild. Everyone froze upon hearing this.
Divide and conquer?
One could only say the guild leader truly lived up to his title. He could even devise such a devious scheme.
But with the president's motives so blatant, would the foreigner even believe it? Bai Lu asked skeptically. Lu Guan's lips curled into a faint smile.
For the Dragon Ascension Guild, implementing this plan was not particularly difficult. Moreover, those three individuals had indeed been separated from the group for a period of time, a fact Black was well aware of. So I told him that the reason they were currently one man short was because that man was trying to get in touch with the Dragon Ascendant Guild.
Su Yueying instantly understood. No wonder Black looked so grim before leaving. He was rushing off to apprehend that individual. Lu Guan smiled with satisfaction.
The pinnacle of deception lies in blurring the lines between truth and falsehood, where reality and fiction blend seamlessly.
Beyond that,
Lu Guan also hinted to Black that an important figure within the Iron Cross Guild was also a mole.
However, to avoid exposure, the Dragon Ascension Guild had not disclosed the traitor's identity. In fact, this actually boosted Lu Guan's credibility significantly.
Because it implied that the other three traitors were insignificant, there was no need to deceive him about them.
Once those two pretenders slipped up, the value of Lu Guan's smokescreens would skyrocket.
As they spoke,
Su Yueying looked up ahead. President, look. Isn't that the temple Black mentioned over there? Everyone followed the direction of her finger. A dazzling structure, seemingly carved entirely from pale jade, floated mid-air.
Bathed in the sky's light, it radiated an aura of sacred majesty.
Li Song gazed upward and murmured in awe, "Holy! There really is a temple." He'd assumed those British fools wouldn't tell the truth. This was a bit unexpected. Chapter 114, so close yet so far. Lu Guan hadn't wanted to lead everyone into this risk.
It wasn't that he lacked a spirit of adventure. It was that the dangers of Storm Canyon already exceeded the group's capabilities. He believed taking such an uncertain risk was foolish.
But now that matters had reached this point, further hesitation would only mean missing the opportunity. That was not Lu Guan's style.
The temple floated high in the sky. From afar, it appeared sacred and dazzling. But as they drew nearer, they realized the towering, jade-white structure stood at least dozens of meters above the ground. Li Song craned his neck upward, his throat growing stiff from the strain.
Could this be where the gods dwell? Do they all love soaring high, relying on flight wherever they go? Luo Hongyang also found it hard to believe. Sleeping up so high must be incredibly inconvenient. Wouldn't it be better to just stay on the ground? Bai Lu was speechless.
He felt like knowing these two idiots was karma from a past life.
Thankfully there were no outsiders around, otherwise, where would she hide her face?
If you two don't know anything, just keep your mouths shut and spare us the embarrassment. If this secret realm truly is a divine trial ground, the temple is likely the gateway to the trial site.
Becoming a deity? It's not that easy. It usually requires formidable strength, unwavering resolve, and unmatched wisdom among many other factors.
And the trial realm tests precisely these qualities.
How could such a small space possibly accomplish all that? Thus, the existence of the temple serves to resolve this very issue, a logical explanation indeed. Li Song, upon hearing this, surprisingly refrained from deliberately contradicting Bai Lu. Perhaps he was still moved by Bai Lu's actions during their life or death moment in the canyon earlier. Boss, the temple is so high. We can't fly. How are we supposed to get up there? Su Yuning pondered for a moment. If there were a way, Black wouldn't have shared this information with us. Li Song scoffed. I knew those bastards weren't that generous. Lucky our boss is smarter and meaner than they are. Sui Weiying's gaze instantly sharpened like a blade, slicing toward his neck. What the hell are you talking about? Li Song immediately backed down. Slip of the tongue, heh. What I meant was, the boss is way smarter than those dumb birds. Lu Guan surveyed the group. If he were alone, he might just manage to jump up from dozens of meters high by activating Phantom and Shuttle. But carrying anyone else? Forget it. At that moment, Su Haokai stepped forward and said, if we really can't make it up there, we'll just have to search for the energy core slowly, though that will take more time. This secret realm seemed to be quite spacious. Beyond the scenic stone path and yellow earth before them, looking further afield, distant mountain ranges and streams could even be glimpsed. If we really have to rely on manual exploration, who knows how long it'll take? By then, the guild exchange competition might already be over. But while Su Haokai's approach might be clumsy, it could very well be the only way. It seemed the Steel Cross Guild was likely doing exactly that. The group fell into collective silence. The chubby kid plopped down onto the ground. President, we're not really going to be stuck here forever, are we? At least we won't starve to death in this secret realm. After all, the energy here is as abundant as Lu Guan's protective ring, and the scenery isn't bad either. But without those earthly delicacies, it's absolutely worse than death for little fatty. Su Yuning understood the little chubby guy's feelings and comforted him. Don't worry. With the president here, he'll definitely find a way. Exactly. Lu Guan had indeed already devised a plan. His plan was to ascend alone first. Once he passed the trial, he would be transported directly to the location of the energy hub. But he still had one lingering concern. What if the Iron Cross Guild took advantage of his absence to harm them? That simply wouldn't do. This was a trial to become a deity. We were merely ordinary gifted individuals. This is far too dangerous. Yet after hearing Lu Guan's proposal, Su Yuaning's primary concern wasn't the safety of the group. Instead, she felt the guild leader was courting death. Didn't everyone else share that same thought? But Lu Guan merely smiled. Have you all forgotten? The path to becoming a deity through the secret realm trials had long been sealed off. This place is now merely the ruins of a trial ground, perhaps not even dangerous anymore. Lu Guan didn't state it definitively. Instead, he used the word perhaps. After all, he hadn't personally experienced such a trial realm, he'd only seen some related records in the archives. But Sui Weiying still shook her head vigorously. Don't act like I don't know. Even in ruins, the trial realm remains far from harmless. Moreover, certain trials exist that test not the strength of the challenger but other things. If you encounter such a test, one misstep could spell eternal ruin. In short, I don't approve of you going alone. Lu Guan sighed helplessly upon hearing this. He knew Su Yuaning was right. In the records he had once seen, there were indeed some accounts. One particularly memorable one was called the Path Against the Gods. It actually demanded that the test subject kill a creature that couldn't be attacked amidst a chaotic battle involving numerous living beings. Later chroniclers of this trial speculated. The original deities who designed this path against the gods likely intended to reveal to the testers the very root of divine omnipotence. But it was too profound. In any case, he had abandoned that stage back then. Lu Guan pondered for a long while. He couldn't think of a better solution than to pass the trial himself. All right, he decided. I'll ascend to the temple first to survey the situation. We'll discuss the rest after I've seen it. Lu Guan made his decision. The others remained concerned, but seeing his resolute stance, they said no more. Su Yuaning bit her lip this time, she truly had no grounds to object. Well then, guild leader, please be careful. Lu Guan nodded. Taking a deep breath, Lu Guan said no more. He activated his phantom talent, his body instantly dissolving into a shimmering silhouette. He glanced upward, the structure dozens of meters above seemed impossibly distant. Lu Guan stopped overthinking it. He bent his knees, crouched low, and then leaped upward with a powerful thrust. In phantom state, Lu Guan's leap carried him over 30 meters into the air before his upward momentum finally began to wane. Shift. Without hesitation, Lu Guan activated his innate ability. In a flash, his form closed the gap to the temple by nearly 30 meters. But just as he was about to touch the temple's base, Lu Guan's body began to fall. So close. Chapter 115, The Armored Warrior's Trial. Those on the ground looked up at the sky, their palms sweating with tension. The guild leader truly was no ordinary mortal. A single leap of 30 meters, then another 30 meters of swift movement. Could an ordinary gifted individual achieve this? But now, with less than 10 meters remaining, he was poised to leap onto the temple itself. Everyone held their breath. President, you must hold on. After all, they were all curious. What would the temple created by the gods truly look like? Hanging mid-air, Lu Guan felt his body had completely lost its upward momentum. He did not panic. As he drew nearer to the temple, he realized that aside from its color, it bore a striking resemblance to the Dark Moon Temple in the Eternal Night Wastes. He even wondered if all structures in the Divine Realm might share this design. That made things easier. Lu Guan aimed at a massive support pillar outside the temple gates. Vines coiled around it. With a low command, a vine shot out from his left palm, coiling around the pillar like lightning. Perfect. Lu Guan's heart leapt with joy. He exerted force with his left hand, propelling his body upward once more. Finally, he landed steadily on the platform outside the temple. Success! The crowd below erupted in cheers at the sight. Lu Guan stood at the temple entrance, surveying his surroundings. The temple was more magnificent than he had imagined. Though its actual size was comparable to the Dark Moon Temple, its more spacious and luminous interior naturally felt more welcoming. The temple doors stood wide open, and a cool breeze swept out from within the main hall. Without hesitation, Lu Guan stepped inside. Seeing the walls inlaid with sparkling, luminous crystals, he couldn't help but feel a slight sense of wonder. The Divine Realm truly held many wonders. A gentle yet authoritative female voice suddenly echoed from above the hall. It has been a long time. I have finally awaited the arrival of a new challenger. Welcome, brave challenger. Lu Guan froze for a moment. Who's there? He looked up toward the source of the voice. Above the dome, there was nothing but a larger glowing crystal. Yet the voice rang out once more, seemingly from nowhere. A person? No, I am merely the will of the gods, tasked with guarding this temple of trials. You may call me the Guardian. Lu Guan felt somewhat bewildered. The concept of a divine will was utterly beyond his comprehension. But Lu Guan noticed another crucial piece of information in those words. You mean this truly is the divine trial ground from back then? Out of respect, Lu Guan still asked with his head tilted back. The Guardian gave no clear answer. Indeed. This is the path to the divine that the deity constructed for the trial participants. Lu Guan pondered for a moment, sensing something was amiss. Wasn't the passage to divinity through the trial realm already sealed? Why do I get the feeling you're trying to pull the wool over my eyes? The Guardian remained calm as he explained, I am merely the will of the deities. I would never deceive a trial seeker. Lu Guan still couldn't grasp the true nature of the divine will. He sensed vaguely that the other party might be a machine. Then could you help me bring my companions up from the ground? Lu Guan decided to ask directly, as if addressing a machine. I can. Provided you pass the first trial. Sure enough, the Guardian's reply was equally direct. Does this count as clearing the descent? Lu Guan tentatively asked again. The Guardian patiently confirmed. Yes. Regardless of whether one becomes a deity through the trial realm, passing the test grants a reward. Lu Guan's eyes lit up instantly. If that's the case, this trial is certainly worth attempting. Rewards left by deities surely wouldn't be ordinary items. I want to try it. Lu Guan made his decision. Very well. Trialist, prepare yourself. A hint of satisfaction tinged the Guardian's voice. Before the words had fully faded, a pale blue beam of light descended from the great crystal atop the dome. The Guardian's voice sounded at the perfect moment. If you are ready, step directly into the beam. Lu Guan knew this must be some sort of portal. Without hesitation, he stepped right in. Though this was the trial ground for becoming a deity. Based on documented cases, the initial trials within the secret realm were rarely difficult. When his vision cleared, Lu Guan found himself standing in an open clearing, surrounded entirely by mountains. However, the slopes of the mountains were not steep. If a test taker wished to escape, it would likely not be too difficult. The trial begins. This time, the Guardian's voice sounded directly in Lu Guan's ear. Before Lu Guan could react, 10 armored warriors suddenly materialized from 8 directions, wielding various weapons as they charged forward together. Their sheer presence alone was intimidating, silent as they charged, their armor clanking loudly, demanding respect. Lu Guan immediately retrieved the void blade from his storage space, deciding to strike first. Blitz. Lu Guan activated his skill instantly, teleporting directly in front of one of the armored warriors and raising his blade for a vertical strike. Unexpectedly, the armored warrior's reaction was almost instantaneous. The moment Lu Guan materialized, the warrior raised his wolf tooth club high in one hand and hammered the other straight into Lu Guan's chest. Damn it! How the hell was he supposed to fight like this? Lu Guan instantly retracted his void blade, transforming into a phantom to dodge to the side. After all, he wasn't some fool like Lopez. He wouldn't engage in a head-on clash until he'd gauged his opponent's true strength. His strike missed, and the armored warrior whipped around, sweeping his wolf tooth club across. Su Yueying was absolutely right. Each trial realm presented entirely different conditions. The records showed others' trials were clearly straightforward. But now that it was his turn, why did his opponent's reaction speeds feel faster than AI? Fortunately, Lu Guan wasn't one to be pushed around. He wasn't sure about the divine weapon's capabilities, but he had full confidence in his own void blade. The long blade rose, held horizontally across his chest, just as the wolf tooth club collided with the void blade. With a sharp swish, Lu Guan swore he hadn't exerted any force. The armored warrior's wolf tooth club shattered. Only then did Lu Guan realize. Right, these armored warriors weren't living beings. They were merely manifestations of divine energy. At first, they might have been truly powerful, but after an unknown span of time had passed, most of that energy had long since dissipated. Thus, these armored warriors were merely intimidating in appearance. Their actual combat prowess had long since dwindled to almost nothing. Seeing this, what was Lu Guan worried about? He swung his blade directly at the armored warrior. Swish! The armored warrior was instantly cleaved in two from head to toe. Not a single drop of blood spilled, it simply dissolved into a wisp of smoke and vanished into thin air, utterly effortlessly. Lu Guan stood his ground, waiting. He waited until the remaining 9 armored warriors charged to within striking distance, then unleashed his full fury. Chapter 116, The Second Trial. Climbing a Mountain? Starfall. With Lu Guan's low shout, a meteor streaked like a sword released from its bowstring toward the armored warrior directly ahead. The moment the meteor pierced the armor, the armored warrior exploded like a punctured balloon. Immediately after, the second, third, and fourth meteors fanned out in a wide arc, piercing the chests of the armored warriors flanking him on both sides. Struck, the armored warriors froze in place, frozen in their charging stances. Like terracotta warriors weathered for millennia, they slowly crumbled to dust. In the blink of an eye, Lu Guan had consecutively eliminated 4 armored warriors. 6 remained. Lu Guan merely smiled indifferently. 6 dazzling silver beams erupted simultaneously, reducing all the armored warriors to ashes in an instant. Trial passed. The Guardian's emotionless voice promptly echoed in his ears. Lu Guan felt the scene before him flash, and he found himself standing once more within the Grand Hall. This sensation, he realized, was remarkably similar to entering and exiting the realm of slaughter. Lu Guan thought to himself. Trialist, the speed at which you passed the test has surprised me somewhat. From the Guardian's tone, it was clear she meant it sincerely. Lu Guan remained unconcerned. For he knew. If those armored warriors had been at their peak combat strength, dealing with them wouldn't have been this easy. Now it's time for you to deliver my reward, Lu Guan stated. The Guardian fell silent. Lu Guan waited over 10 seconds before doubt began to creep into his mind. Guardian, are you still there? She clearly said she wouldn't deceive me. How could she promise a reward and then vanish? The Guardian's voice finally sounded again. Trialist, since your performance has exceeded my expectations, I have decided to grant you a choice. Lu Guan asked in confusion, a choice? The Guardian replied calmly, the scroll of time and space or the skill book, which do you choose? A skill book? Lu Guan's storage space still held a Dark Moon/skill book. This item held little appeal for him. In contrast, the spatial scroll was a rather decent life-saving item. In critical moments, it could teleport all living beings within range to a safe location. I choose the spatial scroll. Lu Guan gave his answer without hesitation. The Guardian visibly paused for a moment. Are you sure? It seemed to her that this choice was not wise. But Lu Guan nodded firmly. I'm certain. The Guardian said no more. Immediately afterward, Lu Guan received a notification alert. Item acquired, spatial scroll. Lu Guan was thoroughly satisfied. He promptly tossed the space scroll into the guild storage space. Now, can you bring my companions up here? The Guardian fell silent again. However, after about a minute, a pale blue beam of light appeared before Lu Guan. Guild leader? Su Yueying was the first to emerge from the beam. Spotting Lu Guan, her face lit up with joy. She happily approached Lu Guan, gave him a thorough once-over, and upon seeing he was unharmed, let out a long sigh of relief. Following closely, Bai Lu and the others emerged one after another from the light pillars. The moment Bai Lu saw the sparkling crystals surrounding the Grand Hall, her eyes lit up. How beautiful! Is this the main hall of the temple? Lu Guan nodded. Li Song leaned closer. Boss, what took you so long? You have no idea, we were all nearly driven mad waiting outside. Especially the boss's wife. She said if you didn't come out soon, she'd find a way to come up and look for you. Hearing this, Su Yuning was so embarrassed she wanted to sew Li Song's mouth shut. What nonsense are you spouting? The guild leader is our leader. Without him, we wouldn't even be able to get out of this secret realm. Aren't you worried? Of course Li Song was worried. But my anxiety is completely different from yours. Li Song thought to himself. But seeing his sister-in-law's face clearly twisted with anger and embarrassment, he dared not say another word. Lu Guan briefly reflected on his recent trial and the reward he'd received. The group opened the guild storage space panel and discovered a spatial scroll had indeed appeared inside. Su Haokai asked in surprise, you say your trial was as an armored warrior? Lu Guan remained non-committal. though the armored warrior I encountered seemed to be nearly depleted of energy. If I'm not mistaken, their combat strength should only be at the late stage 1 level. Su Haokai pondered for a moment. So this trial realm isn't particularly dangerous, then? Lu Guan replied uncertainly, that's impossible to verify. At that moment, the Guardian suddenly spoke up, interrupting the group's discussion. Trial participants, are you prepared to proceed to the next trial together? Before Lu Guan could respond, Su Yuaning interjected, yes. The Guardian seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. But I must warn you, this trial will be significantly more difficult. Lu Guan casually inquired, how much harder? The Guardian replied, at least double the difficulty. Only double? Lu Guan relaxed considerably. The combat power of the armored warriors doesn't seem to exceed 1,000. Even if it increased several times over, Lu Guan felt it shouldn't pose much of a challenge. Then tell me what the specific trial entails. The Guardian's voice echoed faintly, the trial is simple. You must all reach the mountaintop east of the temple before nightfall. However, take note, every single member must arrive. Should even one person fail, the entire team will be deemed unsuccessful. The trial was so simple it left everyone in disbelief. Su Haokai asked for clarification. Is that all, just climb to the summit? The Guardian gave a soft nod. If you brave trial participants are ready, you may depart now. As the words fell, a golden pillar of light appeared, stretching straight to the great crystal at the dome's apex. Lu Guan glanced outside the temple. Judging by the sky in this secret realm, it must be afternoon now. We should still have ample time. Let's go. Without hesitation, he stepped first into the pillar of light. The others exchanged glances. With the leader already gone, what were they waiting for? They quickly followed suit. Emerging from the light pillar, they found themselves in a breathtakingly open space. Towering green trees surrounded them, and the fresh air was invigorating. The trees weren't densely packed, allowing sunlight to stream directly onto the earth and ground. This mountain in the trial realm didn't seem particularly remarkable. Li Song surveyed his surroundings. Trees as far as the eye could see, he couldn't spot any signs of danger. Clearly, the others shared his thoughts. Only Lu Guan offered a timely reminder, everyone, don't let your guard down. Chapter 117, The Giant Bear. The surroundings were far too quiet. As a divine testing ground, Lu Guan would have found it more plausible if another group of armored warriors appeared here. But this simple task, coupled with such an eerily quiet environment, left everyone feeling uneasy. Of course, there was a logical explanation for this situation. This trial was still testing some aspect of the challengers' combat prowess. But the creatures that once inhabited this mountain had long since become extinct after so many years. Let's hope so. Su Haokai raised his eyes to scan the mountain peak, mentally calculating. It seemed that barring any unforeseen circumstances, 2 hours should be sufficient for us to reach our destination. Li Song was unconvinced. With the boss here, what could possibly go wrong? His words clearly smacked of brown-nosing Lu Guan. Su Yuaning, however, found it quite agreeable to hear. Since the president reminded everyone not to let their guard down, we should still be cautious. Her tone was exceptionally gentle. Better safe than sorry, everyone nodded in agreement. Without another word, Lu Guan led the way. Everyone, stay close together. If you notice anything along the way, report it immediately. As they walked, Lu Guan reiterated his warning. He hadn't forgotten the crucial condition the Guardian had emphasized to everyone. To pass the trial, everyone must arrive together. Lu Guan couldn't shake the feeling that this statement held some hidden implication. A gentle breeze caressed the forest, creating a soothing atmosphere. The group walked along, chatting and laughing. At first, they maintained a certain vigilance. But as time passed, they had climbed to the 1/3 mark of the mountain without encountering anything unusual. Everyone's nerves gradually relaxed. For those gifted with natural talent, the exertion of mountain climbing held almost no challenge. Li Song, having seen the same scenery too many times, found it rather tedious. They say this trial is twice as hard as before, but that Guardian doesn't seem too honest either. He muttered sarcastically as he walked. Bai Lu knew more about the trial realm than Li Song did. Guardians don't lie. This time, we might just have been lucky. Just like the chairman's trial last round. To be honest, over the past half hour, as they drew closer and closer to the summit, even Lu Guan couldn't help but start thinking this way. But then, roar! A sudden, deep beastly roar echoed through the air. Everyone jumped in fright and turned their heads in unison. Out of nowhere, a giant bear over twice a man's height burst onto the scene. But unlike the bear species commonly found on Blue Star, this massive creature was covered in jet black fur as hard and glossy as black iron. Its teeth resembled razor-sharp blades, and if it opened its mouth fully, it looked like it could swallow half an adult in one gulp. Damn it, I thought it was some terrifying beast. You scared the hell out of me. Li Song cursed in frustration. Even Su's siblings, who were as well-traveled as Lu Guan, stared blankly at the giant bear. The giant bear stood upright not far away. It showed no urgency to attack the group. Its eyes, bright as gems, actually shimmered with an intelligent light. It clearly didn't resemble a ferocious beast. Li Song didn't care about any of that. He immediately unleashed his most powerful skill, one he had mastered to perfection. Blazing Storm. Lu Guan and the Su siblings couldn't stop him in time. A spiraling tongue of fire shot straight toward the giant bear. To everyone's surprise, the bear didn't even try to dodge. In an instant, it was completely engulfed by Li Song's searing flames, letting out an angry roar. The blazing storm raged for nearly 10 seconds before the flames gradually died down. The giant bear, however, appeared completely unharmed. Li Song was stunned. Holy crap, boss, this bear seems pretty tough. It practically ignored Li Song's skills. This meant the bear was at least B rank. Lu clearly saw a tiny flame ignite in the bear's eyes. You've completely enraged it. It wouldn't have necessarily attacked us otherwise. Li Song felt helpless too. After staying safely in the mountains for so long, who could have imagined this sudden intruder would be so formidable? Everyone, back up. Lu Guan retrieved the void blade from his storage space, watching the giant bear warily. Roar! The colossal bear showed no fear whatsoever, bellowing anew. Then, planting both front paws on the ground, it charged toward the group like a tank. Blitz! Regardless of what this colossal bear was, Lu Guan wasn't about to stand there and wait for death if it attacked him. He instantly materialized before the bear, the tip of his void blade thrusting straight toward its snout. Clang! The moment the blade met the bear's snout, Lu Guan felt as though he'd struck an iron ball. But in reality, with the void blade's sharpness, even a real iron ball would feel like tofu to it. So what species was this colossal bear? Could it be an A rank or even S rank ferocious beast? Beasts above class A were actually quite rare. Even Lu Guan couldn't find much information on them. Among the few documented cases, he had never encountered anything resembling this colossal bear. But now, there was no time for further thought. The colossal bear charged like a true tank, bearing down on the tip of the void blade and forcibly pushing him backward. This scene left everyone utterly dumbfounded. This was the first time they'd ever witnessed a force that even the guild leader couldn't break through. What are you all standing around for? Run toward the mountaintop now. Lu Guan turned his head slightly and shouted to the group. Meanwhile, he himself was pinned down by the giant bear, his feet digging into the mud, leaving 2 shallow trenches in the ground. President, we're a team, we go together. Without you, even if all 9 of us reach the summit, we won't pass the trial. Su Yuaning refused without hesitation. At that moment, she seemed to finally grasp the meaning. Why had the Guardian emphasized this rule before the trial officially began? Su Haokai grabbed his sister by the arm. Since the president let us leave first, he must have his own reasons. Only by leaving first could he act freely. Besides, the president possesses the talent of traversing dimensions. Escaping would undoubtedly be far easier for him than for us. That was spot on exactly what Lu Guan was thinking. Before this, even when facing formidable creatures like the Bone Dragon, Lu Guan had never once thought he couldn't fight them. But this colossal bear hailed from the divine trial's secret realm, a being whose true nature he couldn't even begin to fathom. Move out. Lu Guan held his long sword horizontally, struggling to withstand the giant bear's charge, while barking the order again to the others. Su Yuaning understood her brother's words made sense. She could only cease her struggle and let Su Haokai pull her away. Chapter 118, Die with him. Only when the group's figures vanished completely from sight did Lu Guan finally exhale. Now, free from all reservations, he could finally focus all his strength on fighting the giant bear. Shuttle. Lu Guan first activated his innate ability, dodging the giant bear's direct charge. After all, the beast's strength and constitution were clearly superior to his own. However, it seemed their speed attributes were fairly comparable. Fortunately, the giant bear's combat experience was nowhere near as rich as Lu Guan's. It never anticipated its opponent vanishing in an instant. The sudden release of force that had been driving its charge forward left the bear unable to stop its momentum, nearly sending it face-planting into the dirt. Lu Guan wouldn't let such a golden opportunity slip away. Phantom. He didn't use the flash strike skill again. He knew that against defenses even the void blade couldn't pierce, attacking was pointless. So he could only try to find the bear's weak spot. By now, the giant bear had regained its composure and scanned its surroundings. Its eyes, like black gems, revealed a distinct look of bewilderment. It seems unable to figure it out. What's going on? In the midst of the fight, how did the opponent just vanish? Suddenly, the giant bear's ears twitched. It heard rustling sounds coming from behind. But before it could turn around, it felt something sharp jab its rear. Roar! The giant bear swung its claws in a swift counterattack. But Lu Guan had already reactivated his phantom talent, vanishing to the side. Seems the rear end isn't this beast's weak spot. Maintaining his phantom state, Lu Guan thought to himself. Immediately, Lu Guan launched another forward thrust. The tip of the void blade stabbed straight for the giant bear's midsection. Clang! Metal met metal. The bear staggered from the immense force, yet suffered no real damage. Lu Guan sidestepped again, deep in thought. He suddenly realized this bear seemed different from ordinary beasts. From the records he had studied, beasts of a rank and above did indeed possess higher intelligence. Yet no matter how high their rank, their essence remained unchanged, bloodthirsty, vicious, and savage. That's why most ferocious beasts have blood-red eyes. But after these repeated attacks, Lu Guan observed that the giant bear before him behaved distinctly differently from other beasts. While its intelligence wasn't particularly high, its temperament was markedly more stable. Now, Lu Guan observed the giant bear's state. It didn't seem agitated, but rather like it was going mad. Furious, the bear raised both front paws high, wildly flailing them through the air. Lu Guan narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, he noticed a small patch beneath the bear's armpit devoid of black fur. Could this be its weak spot? Lu Guan's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he struck. Flash attack. Lu Guan's figure instantly appeared at the giant bear's side. The void blade thrust straight out. Thud. Sure enough. So its defense relied primarily on this black fur. The blade tip sank 3 inches deep beneath the giant bear's hide. Roar. The bear roared in agony. Dodge. Lu Guan instantly sidestepped again, ducking to the side. Blood slowly seeped from the bear's left ribs. It dropped to all fours, its eyes burning with rage as it glared at Lu Guan. Roar. This time, Lu Guan didn't activate his phantom talent. Now that he knew the giant bear's weakness, he had nothing to fear. After all, this massive beast's speed was comparable to his own, and its poor eyesight meant it couldn't detect his phantom state. Man and bear stood locked in a standoff for a moment, neither making the first move. Can you understand me? Lu Guan tentatively asked. Roar. The giant bear responded with a roar. Though he didn't understand its meaning, for Lu Guan, this single response was proof enough to confirm his guess. You're not a ferocious beast? Lu Guan confirmed once more. Roar, roar. The giant bear roared twice in response, yet the fury in its eyes remained undiminished. If he hadn't misread it, the beast was cursing him. But to be fair, the giant bear really had a point. It hadn't attacked anyone when it first appeared. It was Li Song who, without warning, unleashed a blazing storm, scorching it for nearly 10 seconds. If not for its thick black fur protecting it, it would likely have been roasted by now. Later, during its battle with Lu Guan, despite clearly holding the upper hand in both strength and defense, it couldn't even touch a single hair on its opponent. In the end, its opponent discovered its weakness and inflicted a minor wound. But Lu Guan couldn't care less about how this bear felt at that moment. Since you're not a ferocious beast, I'll let you off. The giant bear heard this. Roar. It seemed furious and unwilling to accept defeat. Lu Guan frowned, roughly grasping its meaning. You still want to fight me? He demanded, his gaze sharp. Without a word, the giant bear lunged straight at Lu Guan. Meanwhile, the mountainside fell silent once more. Apart from that giant bear, the group encountered no other living creatures. Bro, it's been over 10 minutes now. Why hasn't the guild leader caught up yet? Could something have happened to him? Su Yueying stepped over a fallen tree trunk and turned to ask anxiously. All along the way, she had felt uneasy. And this ominous feeling was growing stronger by the minute. Before Su Haokai could answer, Li Song boasted casually, "Don't worry, sis-in-law. The boss is a lucky guy, he'll be fine. With his talent and combat prowess, even if he couldn't defeat that bear, escaping would be no problem at all." Su Yueying remained deeply troubled, too preoccupied to even notice Li Song calling her big sister-in-law again. Instead, Su Haokai shot Li Song a sharp, disapproving glare. Though Su Haokai usually had a gentle temperament and warm gaze. But when his gaze sharpened, his presence became undeniably formidable. Li Song promptly averted his gaze, pretending nothing had happened. But if we were trying to escape, how could the chairman not have caught up with us by now, given his speed? Bai Lu's words voiced Su Yuaning's deepest doubt. Exactly. Everyone had deliberately slowed their pace while climbing the mountain to wait for Lu Guan. What if the president just couldn't find us anymore? While possible, it was unlikely. The forest floor was muddy. No matter how careful they were, they would leave traces like footprints. Lu Guan is a meticulous thinker and keen observer. How could he possibly miss us? Su Yuaning suddenly declared, "No, I have to go back and check." With that, she turned to head back. Fortunately, Su Haokai acted swiftly, grabbing his sister and pulling her back. "Yu Ning, don't be impulsive. If you run into that ferocious beast, you'll only be walking into certain death." Su Yueying protested urgently, "Then what else can I do? Bro, let me go. If it comes to it, I'll die with the president." Hearing this, everyone froze in shock. But Su Yuaning couldn't care less. She yanked her brother's arm away. But before she could take 2 steps, she suddenly let out a startled cry. Chapter 119, The Deadly Swamp. The others were still pondering the meaning behind the vice president's words. At worst, die alongside the president? That tone. Although Li Song always addressed Su Yuaning as big sister-in-law. But in reality, it was more playful than serious. After spending so much time together, everyone could see Su Yuaning's feelings for Lu Guan were anything but ordinary. Since the two of them were perfectly content with the arrangement, how could anyone else bring themselves to break it? What if well-intentioned meddling caused trouble? Suddenly, Su Yuaning's piercing scream cut through the air, halting everyone's thoughts. Everyone immediately turned to look. But to their astonishment, her entire lower leg had inexplicably sunk into the ground. At the same time, her entire body was slowly sinking. What was happening? Su Yueying herself didn't know what had happened. She had only suddenly felt the ground give way beneath her feet, and then this had happened. Now, she tried to step back to where she had been standing. But the moment she lifted her left leg, her right leg sank in a little deeper. Lifting her right leg caused the same effect on her left. Within mere seconds, even her thighs began to be swallowed by the ground. It was a swamp. Don't move. The more you struggle, the faster you'll sink. Su Haokai was the first to react. But the moment his words left his mouth, he felt the ground beneath his feet suddenly give way. Su Haokai's heart skipped a beat. Looking down, he saw the previously damp soil rapidly liquefying, and the affected area was expanding. After a split-second thought, he immediately bent down, braced both hands against the ground that hadn't yet turned into a swamp, and crawled outward at a steady pace. The others noticed the situation at the same time. They instinctively took 2 steps back to avoid sinking into the quicksand themselves. Duan Xingchen scanned the area and finally found a branch over a meter long. He leapt over to grab it. Turning back, he thrust the branch towards Su Haokai. Quick, grab it! Fortunately, Su Haokai had reacted swiftly and was already positioned at the edge of the boggy ground. He grabbed the branch and, using Su Haokai's momentum, pulled himself out in one swift motion. By then, Su Yueying's body had been swallowed by the swamp up to her thighs. Duan Xingchen tried to pull her up using the same method. But no matter how hard he strained, the branch over a meter long simply couldn't reach. What to do? Duan Xingchen grew frantic, searching frantically for a longer branch. Careful! The swamp is spreading to your feet. Su Yuaning shouted a warning. Duan Xingchen recoiled in fright, taking a step back. Su Yuaning gritted her teeth. You two should leave me behind. Get out of here quickly, or we'll all die here. At this rate of sinking, the swamp would swallow her whole within 3 minutes. Su Yueying felt utterly hopeless. How much better it would be if the president were here now. She couldn't help but think to herself. If Lu Guan were here, he could simply activate his vine wrapping skill and effortlessly solve all these problems. Just as everyone was wrestling with their own thoughts, Zhang Yan'an suddenly felt a push against her lower back. She turned to see what was happening, only to be swept off her feet in an instant. Ah! Who is it? As Zhang Yan'an's scream echoed, everyone's gaze snapped over only to freeze in horror. Duan Xingchen gasped, how could there be a malevolent plant here? It turned out that the one holding Zhang Yan'an wasn't a person at all. It was a branch from the lowest part of the large tree beside her, coiling tightly around Zhang Yan'an's waist. Then, with a violent jerk, everyone watched as Zhang Yan'an struggled desperately in midair before crashing down beside Su Yuaning. Holy! Li Song was utterly speechless. Everyone had been fretting over how to rescue the vice president. Now look at this, not only did they fail to save one person, but they'd added another to the mix. At that very moment, the large trees surrounding the others simultaneously came to life. Their branches reached out, wrapping around the group. Damn it! Don't you know I'm a fire-wielding talent? How dare you provoke me? Li Song didn't have time to unleash his ultimate skill, so he could only use his innate power to form a fireball and hurl it at the branches charging straight toward him. Whoosh! The fireball swiftly spread upward along the branches. But the next second, Li Song was stunned. The trunk of the giant tree suddenly secreted copious droplets of water. The moisture spread along the bark, quickly enveloping the entire tree. The flames from the fireball were instantly extinguished. Duan Xingchen fared slightly better than Li Song. He hurled 2 consecutive overloaded energy spheres at the trunk. With 2 booms, small chunks of bark were blown off. But what was truly disheartening was that the trunk swiftly secreted liquid once more. The damaged bark was healing at a visible pace. This won't do. These monstrous plants are impervious to blades and bullets, immune to water and fire, utterly impossible to deal with. Duan Xingchen exclaimed in despair. While dodging the branches attacking him, Su Haokai retrieved the Blood Rage crossbow from the guild storage space and aimed it at a large tree. High-tier items truly lived up to their name. With a sharp whiz, the energy bolt shot like lightning, piercing straight into the tree trunk. The tree's branches began to flail wildly. Clearly, the arrow had inflicted significant damage. But it still didn't do much good. The liquid secreted by the tree could even dissolve energy arrows. In the blink of an eye, the tree regained its composure. No! At that moment, the little chubby kid whose strength and speed stats were abysmal compared to his constitution. He was hurled into the swamp by a tree, screaming in terror. Splash! Mud splashed everywhere, covering Zhang Yan'an and Su Yuaning from head to toe. Su Yueying wiped her face. Originally, the swamp only reached her chest, but after the little fatty's fall, it now submerged her up to her collarbone. The despair of sinking into the swamp felt like watching pitch-black darkness swallow the light before your eyes, bit by bit. The fear within her heart now ran rampant. Suddenly, Su Yueying felt as though her feet had finally touched solid ground. She felt carefully. I feel like I've finally hit bottom. Jiang Yan'an turned her head and noticed Su Yueying's body no longer seemed to be sinking. It seems to be true, she exclaimed, her face lit up with delight. So this swamp isn't that deep after all. Su Yueying was instantly overcome with excitement. That feeling of finally glimpsing a glimmer of hope amidst utter despair was easy to understand. On the other side, the others also relaxed upon hearing the news. Since the marsh wasn't particularly deep, at least the three of them were safe for the time being. But then, Luo Hongyang spotted another critical problem. Oh no, the swamp is expanding. Chapter 120, Black Bear President. Everyone's heart sank. If the swamp continued to expand, rescuing the three would become even more difficult. Bro, you guys should leave this place first and figure something out. If we keep wasting time like this, we'll all be stuck here. Su Haokai dodged the attacking branches while pondering. His sister's suggestion seemed like the best option for now. Preserve the Green Mountains, and you'll never fear a shortage of firewood. This is a swamp. If we all get stuck here, no one will be able to save anyone. Let's go. Realizing this, Su Haokai hesitated no longer and called out to the others. But what about them if we leave? Bai Lu couldn't help but voice her concern. Even if we stay, we'll just get tossed in with them by these vicious plants to bathe together. There's no way out either way. Li Song remained the most level-headed. And with Lu Guan absent, Su Haokai was undoubtedly the sharpest mind among them. Given enough time, he'd surely come up with a solution. After all, his sister-in-law was the only family he had left in this world. How could he stand by and watch her die? Bai Lu hesitated for a moment as a branch whipped toward her waist. Fortunately, Luo Hongyang was nearby. He activated his power-enhancing talent and grabbed the branch. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Luo Hongyang was likely the only one present with even a shred of strength to fight the evil plant. But clearly, he couldn't hold out for long. Seeing this, Bai Lu finally stopped hesitating. Let's go. With that, the group carefully dodged the evil plant's attacks and quickly left the area. Only when their figures vanished completely. The surrounding trees ceased their violent movements, returning to their original state. It was as if, aside from 3 additional figures in the swamp, nothing had ever happened here. The three exchanged bewildered glances. The chubby boy was already half submerged in the swamp. But he was indeed sinking the slowest among them. What should we do now? Are we just supposed to sit here and wait? The chubby kid was visibly tense, though his emotions remained relatively steady. Su Yuaning remained silent, her eyes filled with anxiety and unease. After confirming she was temporarily out of mortal danger, her worry shifted back to Lu Guan. Jiang Yan'an thought for a moment before saying, "There's no other way. All we can do now is pray that Li Song and the others come up with a way to rescue us quickly." The chubby kid sighed pessimistically. What if they can't? We're not going to be stuck here forever, are we? Jiang Yan'an was naturally an optimistic girl. But faced with such a helpless situation, she couldn't help but follow the little chubby's line of thought. Then we'll starve to death? The thought was utterly despairing. No way. The president will definitely come to save us. Su Yueying declared with certainty. But the president still hasn't shown up. Sigh. The little chubby kid still held no hope. But just as he sighed, the ground suddenly began to shake. Roar! Immediately afterward, a familiar roar echoed from the distance. The three of them were instantly terrified. The little chubby boy's face instantly drained of color. Could that sound possibly be that ferocious beast? Jiang Yan'an's eyes widened. How did the beast find its way here? The chubby kid considered the most unbearable possibility. That the giant bear had already devoured the guild leader, then followed everyone's footprints all the way here. Yeah. That logic made perfect sense. The little chubby kid was on the verge of tears. What should I do? I don't want to die yet. Jiang Yan'an reassured him, don't panic. We're in the swamp now, that beast might not dare to come near. This reassurance proved remarkably effective for the little chubby guy. Right. How could I have forgotten that? A small black dot appeared in the distance, rapidly growing larger. Simultaneously, the beast's roar echoed again, growing louder as it drew nearer. It was said that the ferocious beast dared not approach the swamp. But in reality, having lived in this secret realm for years, it knew the terrain better than anyone. What if it realized the swamp wasn't actually that deep and decided to force its way in, relying on its massive 2-meter-plus frame? All three turned their heads to look. Jiang Yan'an, however, let out a strange hum. Her delicate nose twitched. I seem to smell blood? This heightened sensitivity to the scent of blood was likely tied to her awakened healing aura talent. Another breath passed, and the giant bear drew even closer. The three of them finally saw clearly. The giant bear's forelimbs and armpits were completely covered in blood. The little chubby-cheeked boy's eyes widened. Could it be that the guild leader had wounded it? Beyond that explanation, there was scarcely any other possibility. But the fact that the bear was still alive meant Lu Guan's situation was likely not looking good. At this thought, Su Yueying's heart twisted in anguish. Look! That beast seems to be carrying something on its back. The next moment, she realized she might have spoken too soon. For she finally saw clearly, it wasn't something the giant bear was carrying on its back, it was a person. Hey, it's the president. Jiang Yan'an's voice betrayed unmistakable delight. Su Yueying instantly perked up, focusing her gaze intently. There, riding atop the galloping giant bear, was none other than Lu Guan. I knew the president would be fine. He'd come to save us. Su Yueying's eyes lit up. In her early 20s. What girl hasn't fantasized about being in peril? A prince galloping toward her on his white horse from afar. Lu Guan might not be a prince, but he was the future president of the guild. No white horse either, but the black bear looked far more majestic than any steed. In the blink of an eye, the giant bear had carried Lu Guan to the edge of the swamp. Lu Guan didn't dismount. Without a word, he activated his vine entanglement skill. President, what took you so long? We were worried sick about you. Su Yuaning was the first to be pulled onto the bear's back, and she immediately began complaining. Lu Guan offered no reply. He immediately activated the skill again, pulling Jiang Yan'an out of the swamp. Third up was the little chubby guy. With Lu Guan's strength, pulling him up was no problem. But the moment Lu Guan exerted himself, the massive bear beneath him let out a grunt. Roar! The wounds that had just stopped bleeding instantly burst open again. Its injuries were severe. Lu Guan had stabbed it repeatedly in the left armpit. Yet Lu Guan showed it not a shred of mercy. He still hauled the little fatty onto the bear's back, then kicked it again. Keep moving forward, we'll bypass the swamp. Chapter 121, Forced Submission. Chapter 121. Fortunately, the giant bear's frame was sufficiently massive. The four of us formed a circle, sitting securely on the bear's back, though it was a bit cramped. But at this point, who cared about such trifles? Finally free from that hopeless swamp, the feeling of regained liberty was simply too good. The giant bear let out a muffled growl, reluctantly following Lu Guan's instructions to move along the edge of the swamp. Its pace, however, was considerably slower than when it had carried only Lu Guan alone. In its current state, where was even a shred of its bear-like majesty? It looked more like an old ox. Seeing this, all three of them were stunned. Su Yueying even craned her neck to take a closer look. It was undoubtedly the very same beast that had attacked them. President, after we fled, what exactly happened on your end? Why did it take you so long to arrive? And what about this beast? Did you actually tame it? Little Fatty and Jiang Yan'an also turned to Lu Guan, their faces filled with disbelief. Ever since the fierce beasts descended upon Blue Star from the realm of carnage, these creatures have gradually entered the public consciousness. Yet never before had there been a case of a gifted individual successfully taming one. After all, this was due to the inherent nature of the beasts. They possess no emotions, only savagery and slaughter. So even if they acknowledged their guild leader was a god-tier talent, this situation was simply too outrageous. Lu Guan had just heard Jiang Yan'an pose this question to him. But he'd been too busy saving lives to respond earlier. Now, he paused for a moment. Consider them subdued. Lu Guan remarked indifferently. The main issue was that this big guy still seemed reluctant to follow his commands, clearly not fully convinced yet. The three of them sucked in a sharp breath at his words. Seriously? President, you're incredible. You can even tame ferocious beasts. The chubby kid's voice brimmed with disbelief. Of course, he dared not question Lu Guan. After all, no matter how outrageous the situation, if it happened to the president, it could be justified. Lu Guan shook his head and smiled faintly. Actually, it might not be a ferocious beast. If it were a ferocious beast, how could it possibly be tamed? The giant bear was probably thinking to itself at that moment. At least then I wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state. All three of them widened their eyes in surprise. The chubby boy and Jiang Yan'an couldn't fathom what Lu Guan meant. This giant bear looked quite vicious, and its energy field was clearly unlike that of ordinary creatures. What else could it be but a ferocious beast? Su Yuning suddenly recalled something. This was the ruins of the divine trial ground. Could it be a spirit beast? Lu Guan nodded silently. But the little chubby boy in Jiang Yan'an's eyes instantly filled with bewilderment. A spirit beast? The order of the multiverse was much like that of Blue Star. Where there are brutal and vicious creatures, there are naturally also rational and gentle ones. However, most gifted individuals on Blue Star only ever encountered the ferocious beasts of the killing world. It was only natural that they knew little about the existence of spirit beasts. Su Yuaning likely explained to the two what a spirit beast was. So it was actually a spirit beast, no wonder it could understand human speech. Jiang Yan'an was truly amazed. So the president took so long to catch up with us because he was delayed by the time it took to subdue it? But president, how did you manage that? Su Yueying asked, thoroughly puzzled. As far as she knew, spirit beasts generally possessed greater intelligence than ferocious beasts. But making them submit is no easy feat. Moreover, Su Yuaning clearly remembered that even with the chairman's combat prowess, he couldn't break through this spirit beast's defenses. This was even more perplexing. Beaten into submission. Lu Guan's answer was concise and to the point. And indeed it was. Truthfully, Lu Guan had already suspected this giant bear might be a spirit beast and was prepared to let it go. But who knew the beast wouldn't back down and insisted on tangling with Lu Guan? No choice, Lu Guan had to teach it a lesson in how to bear. The bear possessed high attack and defense stats, yet it hadn't awakened any innate skills. It was utterly helpless against Lu Guan's teleportation and phantom techniques. Lu Guan had already identified the bear's underarm as its weak spot, though defeating it would still take considerable time. Still, he had seized the initiative in this battle. So in the next 10 minutes or less, Lu Guan used Phantom and Shuttle, seizing every chance to slash the giant bear's armpit. While not fatal, it certainly hurt like hell. A small patch of flesh beneath the bear's armpit was nearly torn to shreds by the void blade. Finally, the giant bear's stamina was completely depleted. What else could it do but concede defeat? Lu Guan recounted the entire process to the three of them. After hearing it, the three were left speechless. It must be said, that giant bear truly deserved it. Why provoke the guild leader? When it comes to combat power, he's the one with the extra talents. Guild leader, I actually feel a bit sorry for it. Now that it's conceded defeat, should we tend to its wounds? Jiang Nianan glanced back. Bloodstains still stained the giant bear's footprints, and she couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Lu Guan pondered for a moment. The main concern was that this beast clearly still harbored its ferocity. He couldn't be certain if, once healed, it might not lash out violently again. Lu Guan wasn't confident he could protect all three of them. But just then, the bear seemed to understand Jiang Nianan's words. It let out a low growl. The roar. It sounded like a plea, yet carried a hint of supplication. Even Su Yueying couldn't help but interject, urging, President. Considering it carried us if not for its contribution, then at least for its hardship, why not treat it? Lu Guan finally nodded. Jiang Nianan wasted no time, immediately activating his innate ability. A halo of light hovered above the giant bear's head. Roar. With a roar of relief, the wounds under the bear's armpits began healing at a visible pace. Lu Guan remained vigilant, wary that the bear might lash out once healed. Fortunately, the bear knew when to back down. With the pain of its wounds gone, it actually ran much faster. Who could understand the giant bear's state of mind? Truthfully, all it wanted now was to reach the mountaintop as quickly as possible to finally get rid of that ancestor on its back. Suddenly, shouts and explosions erupted ahead. President, it sounds like Li Song and the others. The little chubby one's ears twitched slightly, recognizing the shouts as likely coming from Li Song. As for the explosions, it was most likely Duan Xingqian activating his overload talent. Had they run into those vicious plants again? Su Yuning's expression darkened. Lu Guan furrowed his brow in confusion. Are there still evil plants in this mountain? Chapter 122, Peril in the Mountain Forest. The three didn't respond immediately. Mainly because they had just learned the giant bear was a spirit beast. They couldn't help but wonder, could it be that they had misunderstood? If the giant bear wasn't a ferocious beast, then perhaps the malevolent plants they'd encountered earlier were actually spirit plants? After all, they had all seen the malevolent plants before. They were just like the vicious beasts. They possessed almost no consciousness, attacking any living thing they sensed purely by instinct. If the towering trees in the mountains were actually malevolent plants, the three of them would likely have been killed by now. After listening to Su Yuaning explain what had transpired in the swamp before he arrived, Lu Guan fell deep in thought. He sensed a connection to something, yet couldn't quite pin it down. In any case, Lu Guan felt a sense of relief. He hadn't expected to accidentally subdue the giant bear, which saved him a great deal of trouble. Not far ahead. Holy crap! These damn things just won't stop. Duan Xingqian, watch your left. Li Song shouted the warning while scrambling to dodge the branch's assault. His face had already turned pale. He had already unleashed the blazing storm skill 3 times in succession, yet each time it only managed to temporarily slow the branch's onslaught. Even with the white deer's life pack sharing stamina and energy, such relentless expenditure was taking its toll. Duan Xingqian wasn't faring much better than Li Song. His overload talent was somewhat more effective against these spirit plants. But whether it was sheer bad luck or not, the area they'd ventured into contained several times more spirit plants than the swamp. Without Jiang Nianan's healing aura to support him, his stamina was nearly depleted. Duan Xingqian activated his talent, unleashing an overloaded energy orb that slammed into the branches attacking from the left. Boom! The branch was blown apart, leaving a small gaping hole, and froze in place. This couldn't go on. We still need to find a way to break through. Duan Xingqian gasped. Luo Hongyang's arms bulged with veins as he wrenched free a branch wrapped around his right wrist. Break through? Where can we break through to? These damn things are everywhere. Li Song rested his hands on his knees, catching his breath. But we can't just sit here and wait to die, can we? Uncle Lin swung his long sword, striking the branches with a sharp clang. At the moment, he seemed to be the only one holding up relatively well. Uncle Lin was, after all, a master of traditional martial arts. His techniques and footwork were precise, and he possessed extensive combat experience. He knew that with the power of his sword and his current level, he couldn't possibly harm the spirit plant. He resorted to parrying with the sword, using the force to evade attacks. Suddenly, he darted to Su Haokai's side. Young master, I'll draw these evil plants' attention. You find an opening to get out of this area. For Uncle Lin, he could disregard anyone else. But young master? He was practically like his own grandson. Besides, in his youth, he'd been utterly obsessed with traditional martial arts. He never had a son, let alone a grandson. Su Haokai gripped the Blood Rage crossbow. An energy bolt repelled the branch that had been poised to ambush Uncle Lin from behind. Uncle Lin, please stop calling me young master from now on. The Su family is now but a name and name only. We are all members of the future guild. As a team, I won't abandon anyone to run away alone. Hearing that the Su family was now merely a name, Uncle Lin felt a complex mix of emotions. But just as he opened his mouth to say more, Li Song suddenly let out a low shout. Holy! Everyone quickly turned to look. It turned out Li Song had lost his footing, tripping over a twisted tree root and instantly losing his balance. A branch as thick as an arm, like a venomous snake lying in wait, seized the moment to wrap around his ankle like lightning. The branch yanked upward with tremendous force. Li Song was instantly suspended upside down in midair, instantly stripped of any ability to resist. Li Song! Bai Lu gasped in alarm, unable to suppress a silent curse at the sight. What a useless fool! If only she hadn't formed a life contract with Li Song. Even if it had been Luo Hongyang instead. At least that guy was tough as nails and could have held out longer than Li Song. Fortunately, the giant tree only hung Li Song here without taking further action. You guys figure out a way to break out. Don't worry about me. Luo Hongyang snapped irritably, Bull. We're all on the same team, how could we leave you behind? Duan Xingchen mustered his dwindling strength to launch a watermelon-sized energy orb at the branch. The branch froze in place. But Li Song was still trapped. Just then, Li Song's eyes suddenly widened as he pointed straight ahead. That ferocious beast. Hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. They all followed the direction of Li Song's finger. Sure enough, a massive creature could be faintly seen charging this way. Wasn't that the ferocious beast the guild leader had stopped? Upon recognizing it, Bai Lu seemed to sense impending doom. A chill shot up from the soles of his feet to the back of his head. The beast wasn't dead after all. Why is it coming from the swamp direction? Su Haokai's heart sank even further. Su Yueying was likely still trapped in the swamp. The beast rushing from that direction, what did that signify? It was obvious. Hey! Look closely. There are 4 people on that beast's back. Li Song, suspended upside down high above, now had the advantage of elevated vision. Those on the ground could only glimpse the beast's massive form through the trees. Only he had spotted this detail. After another 2 breaths passed, the others finally noticed the 4 people strapped to the giant bear's back. Li Song suddenly shouted, Holy! No way! That guy looks like the boss. The group, who had been fighting what they mistakenly thought were vicious plants, were already exhausted. Hearing this, their spirits instantly soared. If the guild leader really had arrived, wouldn't their current predicament be solved in an instant? Duan Xingchen shouted, Li Song, did you see clearly? How could the guild leader possibly be riding on a ferocious beast's back? Li Song was equally incredulous. I couldn't be mistaken, that's definitely the boss. But the other 3 beside him, Li Song couldn't recognize. Mainly because their clothing was extremely shabby, and their features were hard to make out. They were practically covered head to toe in a single, murky black color. Who could possibly recognize them? But after another 2 breaths passed, Li Song finally made out that the trio consisted of 1 fat man and 2 thin ones. Those 3 it seemed to be the vice president, the fat man, and Yenin. The others perked up at the news. That's right. If the one on the beast's back really was the boss, and he was coming from that direction, then it must have been the leader who rescued Su Yueying and the others. But Li Song added, seems like what could that mean? Chapter 123, The Bear of Vengeance appears. In truth, all 3 had only recently been pulled from the swamp. The mud caked on their bodies hadn't been cleaned off yet, so it was no wonder Li Song had to scrutinize them for a long time before finally recognizing them. At that moment, the giant bear's heavy footsteps echoed like muffled thunder, growing louder as it approached, thudding steadily. Those on the ground could even feel the earth tremble slightly beneath their feet. They finally saw clearly seated in the front row of the giant bear's carriage was none other than Lu Guan. It really was the guild leader. He's actually riding that ferocious beast. Luo Hongyang gaped in utter shock. How is this possible? How did the guild leader manage this? And that ferocious beast seemed to be obeying his commands. Duan Xingchen's eyes also widened in disbelief. The reactions of these 2, along with Su Yuaning and the others, when they first saw Lu Guan riding the bear were strikingly similar. Bai Lu cried out in delight, they're all safe. That's wonderful. Lost in her joy, she failed to notice the branch that suddenly lashed out from the side, instantly wrapping around her ankle. Ah! Bai Lu let out a shriek, immediately following in Li Song's footsteps. She had just called Li Song useless, and now look, both of them were hanging upside down together. But the moment Lu Guan's figure appeared, Everyone's tense nerves relaxed. Because they knew the guild leader would surely lead them through this vicious plant's encirclement. Hang on just a little longer, you two. Su Haokai raised his Blood Rage crossbow and fired 2 energy bolts in quick succession, striking the branch binding Li Song and Bai Lu. His main goal was to buy time. Although the two were merely suspended upside down, these spirit plants didn't seem intent on killing them. But he couldn't be certain if this sudden turn of events might trigger some unforeseen consequence. Su Haokai was always meticulous in his thinking. Boss, save us. Li Song struggled and shouted toward Lu Guan, his face a mix of wild joy and desperate urgency. He'd been suspended for ages, feeling like his head was about to explode from the pressure. Seeing Lu Guan now, he felt as though he'd spotted a savior. Roar! Yet the giant bear, hearing Li Song's cries, responded with a long, distinctly displeased roar. It hadn't forgotten that if Li Song hadn't set it ablaze first, it might not have been driven into a frenzied attack. Had it not lashed out in fury, it wouldn't have ended up in such a wretched state now. Soon, the giant bear, carrying the 4 men, finally charged forward. The surrounding spirit plants suddenly seemed to sense a tremendous threat. The branches, which had been wildly flailing about, slowly slowed their movements. Holding onto the bear's back, Li Song looked up at Lu Guan and felt like crying. Boss, you're finally back. Without a word, Lu Guan leapt from the bear's back. With the void blade in hand, he swung it down at the branches binding the white deer's ankles. A sickening, grating sound filled the air. Though the branch wasn't severed, the blade sank deep into it. Lu Guan needed only one more strike to sever it completely. Fortunately, he didn't have to trouble himself. The branch released the white deer of its own accord. Then, the giant bear wisely lunged forward, catching the white deer securely on its back. The crowd gasped at the sight. Was this still the ferocious beast they knew? Would it actually help a gifted individual? Flash strike. Immediately after, Lu Guan unleashed another skill, teleporting to Li Song's side. Another slash followed, and Li Song's ankles were freed from the branches. Everyone heard a thud. Li Song landed headfirst, face planting into the ground. The giant bear didn't even acknowledge him. The 4 who knew the giant bear possessed relatively advanced intelligence couldn't help but be speechless. Who would have thought this beast could hold a grudge? Brother, Uncle Lin. How are you guys? Su Yueying leaped down from the bear's back and immediately rushed to Su Haokai and Uncle Lin, asking with concern. We're fine, just a bit drained. Su Haokai shook his head. His gaze shifted to Lu Guan and the giant bear, his eyes filled with disbelief and confusion. Lu Guan landed steadily back on the ground and glanced at Zhang Yan'an. Zhang Yan'an silently nodded and immediately activated the restorative aura, restoring everyone's stamina. Roar! The giant bear roared again. All the spirit plants fell completely silent. Right before everyone's eyes, they slowly reverted to ordinary trees. As if they had never come to life at all. Gathered beneath the healing aura, the crowd stared blankly at the unfolding scene. What was going on? Not only did the guild leader arrive riding a ferocious beast, but with a single roar from that beast, all the malevolent plants fell completely silent. This whole scene felt downright bizarre. Li Song clutched his neck, which had nearly snapped from the fall. Under the healing aura's effects, he finally managed to stand up. Boss, that beast. Everyone turned their gaze toward Lu Guan. Especially the white deer. After being caught by the giant bear, she could clearly sense that it held no hostility toward her. Though she didn't possess as much knowledge about the killing world as Lu Guan and the Song siblings. She knew that ferocious beasts would never befriend any species other than their own kind. So what was going on here? Everyone had been mistaken, it wasn't a ferocious beast at all, but a spirit beast. Before Lu Guan could speak, Su Yueying proactively offered an explanation. She then recounted the events Lu Guan had experienced earlier. After listening, the group fell silent for a moment before suddenly understanding. Luo Hongyang couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, so there really are spirit beasts in this world. The white deer looked at the giant bear and suddenly found it rather pleasing to the eye. Don't be fooled by its large mouth, fierce appearance, and coarse fur. But it's the kind of ugly cute type. Li Song's eyes lit up. Holy crap, the boss really is awesome. A spirit beast that didn't even flinch at a blazing storm, and he'd actually tamed it. He'd been better off keeping quiet. The moment he spoke, the giant bear let out a furious roar at him. Fortunately, the beast seemed to recognize that this troublemaker was part of Lu Guan's group and didn't actually attack Li Song. But its overwhelming aura still sent Li Song tumbling behind Lu Guan for cover. Everyone present couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. They rested briefly at the spot. Su Yueying used her water manipulation talent to clean the mud from herself, the little chubby boy, and Zhang Yan'an. For the first time, she found herself grateful for awakening this particular talent. Seeing that everyone had mostly recovered, Lu Guan glanced up at the sky. Unnoticed, 2 or 3 hours had passed. If everyone is ready, let's continue up the mountain. The group rose to their feet, and Zhang Yan'an withdrew her healing aura. They finally realized now. The trials of the secret realm were indeed no simple matter. Chapter 124, Gravity Zone. The group pressed on toward the summit. With the giant bear clearing the path and Lu Guan leading the way, their pace didn't slow. Yet the atmosphere grew noticeably more somber than when they first began their ascent. Everyone remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings. The psychological shadow cast by those spirit plants was indeed substantial. It was understandable, really. An entity impervious to blades and bullets, immune to fire and water. It simply takes pleasure in binding your ankles and suspending you mid-air. That feeling of utter despair was almost as unbearable as the swamp experience Su Yuaning and the others had endured. After hearing Lu Guan's speculations about this place, Su Haokai nodded in agreement as he followed behind him. President, you're saying this ferocious beast is actually a spirit beast and the malevolent plants are spirit plants too? So this trial layer arranged by the secret realm isn't meant to harm us at all. Then what exactly is its ultimate purpose? Lu Guan had two answers to this question. Before the trial officially began, the Guardian emphasized that only reaching the summit together would count as passing. Yet the giant bear, the swamp, and the spirit plant conveniently trapped each member in separate locations. Had Lu Guan not coincidentally subdued the giant bear, Su Yuaning and the others would likely still be stuck in the swamp, while Li Song and Bai Lu would be trapped by the spirit plants. Upon hearing this, Bai Lu suddenly understood something. So it wanted to test whether we could unite. Lu Guan shook his head. To become a deity, unity isn't an essential quality. I believe this trial is meant to test the candidate's sense of responsibility and spirit of sacrifice. Everyone realized this simultaneously. What about the second answer? Su Yuning pressed further. Lu Guan pondered for a moment before concluding, perhaps it's mental fortitude. The three trials the group had faced all shared a common characteristic. The giant bear's combat prowess was actually comparable to our own, but it possessed impenetrable fur. The swamp and spirit plants were even more formidable. The greatest pressure they exerted on people actually stemmed from the psychological level, making one feel powerless to resist. After hearing Lu Guan's explanation, everyone nodded in agreement. Su Yueying's eyes flashed with admiration. President, you're so clever. How did you think of all this? Hearing this, Su Haokai gave his sister a deep look. The others couldn't help but exchange meaningful glances. It was impossible not to recall what the vice president had said before they became trapped in the swamp. To die alongside the president. That tone. Su Yueying was puzzled as to why everyone was suddenly looking at her. Just then, the giant bear leading the way abruptly halted. Lu Guan, following closely behind, also halted. What's wrong? They'd already climbed most of the mountain, with the summit just within sight. Su Haokai asked in confusion. The giant bear slowly turned around and growled at Lu Guan. Lu Guan couldn't make sense of its meaning either. The giant bear shook its head toward the summit. This time, Lu Guan seemed to grasp the hint. You want me to go up myself? The bear nodded in a very human-like manner. Su Yuning cried out in concern, President. But before she could finish, Lu Guan had already taken 2 steps forward. Suddenly, his knees buckled. Lu Guan knelt directly on one knee. Everyone gasped in unison. What was happening? Why did the president suddenly seem to be bearing immense pressure, struggling repeatedly yet unable to stand? Lu Guan was equally stunned inside. Shuttle. Fortunately, his innate abilities still functioned normally. With a flash, Lu Guan teleported back to his original position. The immense, invisible pressure vanished instantly. Everyone immediately gathered around, though none dared to step over the area Lu Guan had just traversed. Su Yueying asked anxiously, President, are you okay? Are you hurt? Lu Guan shook his head, his expression grim. The instant he took his second step, it felt as though a mountain had crushed him. Even something as simple as raising his hand was impossible. I'm fine. Lu Guan reassured the group before fixing his gaze intently ahead. This must be a gravity zone. The gravitational pull here is over 100 times stronger than elsewhere. The group gasped in shock. 100 times stronger. Holy, boss, you're not joking, right? Li Song knew all too well about gravitational field energy. His experience at the Dark Moon Temple was still fresh in his mind. Lu Guan shot him a sideways glance. You can try it. Li Song was indeed a bit stubborn. He approached the edge of that area and tentatively extended a hand. Everyone watched as he suddenly stumbled, nearly crashing forward. Fortunately, Luo Hongyang reacted swiftly, grabbing him from behind and pulling him back. After regaining his balance, Li Song patted his chest in fright. What terrifying power! He wasn't Lu Guan even trapped within the gravity zone. Lu Guan could easily slip back out. He could feel that if even half his body were trapped within the gravity zone, he'd have virtually no chance to struggle free. Witnessing Li Song's test, everyone's expressions turned grave. Chief, what do we do now? The summit was within sight, yet no one had anticipated a gravity zone being deployed here. Fortunately, the giant bear was leading the way. Otherwise, the group might have carelessly stepped into the zone. Lu Guan fell silent for a moment. A gravity zone offered no room for tricks like the swamps, spirit plants, or even the giant bear we'd encountered earlier. Boss, do you think there's a chance we could find a gravity-free area if we change our approach up the mountain? As Li Song uttered these words, even he realized they were pointless. Just then, the giant bear let out a low growl. Everyone turned to look at it. In an instant, it slowly lowered its body. Just as the group wondered what the bear intended to do, it leaped suddenly, its massive body soaring off the ground. This leap covered a distance of over 10 meters. With a slight tremor of the earth, the bear landed steadily on the ground. Roar! It bellowed at the distant crowd, then stretched its limbs with effortless ease. Everyone froze for a moment before quickly realizing it had jumped across. Duan Xingqian's eyes widened in astonishment. Su Haokai, however, looked pensive. It was telling us this gravitational zone could be leaped over from high above. And the width of the zone is only about 10 meters wide. Everyone's eyes lit up. If that's truly the case, then the difficulty isn't all that great. With everyone currently averaging at least tier 2, level 2, it's likely no one except the little chubby guy would be unable to manage it. The giant bear roared again. I'll try first. With that, Lu Guan leapt upward, following the giant bear's recent trajectory. Chapter 125, Shocking the Guardian once more. With a sharp command, Lu Guan's form shot upward like an arrow released from its string. The others knew the guild leader possessed the talent for traversing, so they weren't worried about his safety, but they watched with some tension. After all, if even the guild leader couldn't clear it, they certainly stood no chance. Following the path the giant bear had just left, Lu Guan could distinctly feel his body skimming the very edge of the gravitational zone. He could constantly feel a faint, almost imperceptible tug beneath him. Fortunately, thanks to the tremendous explosive power of his jump, he finally landed beside the giant bear. The instant his feet touched down, Lu Guan's heart leapt with joy. Who would have thought there was such a gap above this gravity zone? It really worked. Everyone can jump over now, but be extremely careful about height and distance. What surprised Lu Guan slightly was how precisely the giant bear controlled the force of its leap. Seeing this, the others on the other side all lit up. Uncle Lin, relying on his status as a martial arts master and his awakened multidimensional attribute enhancement talent. I'm getting on in years, so let me demonstrate first. Before the Su siblings could intervene, Uncle Lin leapt into action without a word. The Su siblings felt their hearts leap into their throats. If Uncle Lin truly failed, neither of them knew what they would do. Fortunately, Uncle Lin landed safely beside Lu Guan without incident. Luo Hongyang had also awakened a strength talent, and he was extremely confident at this distance. My turn. With that, he stepped forward, pushed off with both feet, and cleared the gravity zone. Next, Duan Xingqian, Su Haokai, Li Song, and the others followed in quick succession, leaping over the gravity zone one after another. Finally, only the chubby kid and Jiang Nianen remained standing in place. Both wore expressions of frustration. Their strength attributes were the lowest. Jiang Nianen was a girl lacking in confidence. The chubby boy, however, not only lacked confidence but also had a timid nature. How about I go first? In front of a girl, no matter how terrified he felt, the little chubby guy couldn't afford to lose his composure. At this point, there was no turning back even if he didn't jump. Could he really stay here and wait to die? Jiang Nianen remained silent. Chubby, you can do this. Bai Lu shouted, cheering him on. The little chubby boy gave a wry smile. After gathering his courage for what felt like an eternity, he finally mustered all his strength and leaped across in one mighty bound. Even the crowd couldn't help but exhale a long sigh of relief. Now only Jiang Nianen remained. As a natural healer and a girl at that, this wasn't about whether she could muster enough courage. The real issue was that her strength attributes simply couldn't handle it. Lu Guan sighed and shook his head. Suddenly, he caught sight of the giant bear, its eyes clearly betraying tension. Jump back and give Nianen a hand. Truthfully, Lu Guan should have thought of this solution before the little chubby guy jumped over. Fortunately, the little chubby guy had come over, otherwise, things would have gotten truly troublesome. The giant bear grumbled reluctantly. Fortunately, Jiang Nianen had healed its wounds. If Li Song were standing opposite now, the giant bear swore it would never bow its head no matter how much Lu Guan prodded its weak spot. Following Lu Guan's command, the giant bear had no choice but to leap back in one bound. The crowd was stunned once more. This spirit beast was completely under the president's control. Obedient as a dog. All that could be said was, the guild leader was simply unstoppable. The giant bear slowly lowered its body. Jiang Nianen took a deep breath before climbing onto its back. Roar! The giant bear seemed to be asking if she was ready. Then, with a powerful thrust from all four limbs, its body surged upward. Jiang Nianen seized the momentum and soared into the air. 10 people and one bear all had finally crossed the gravitational energy zone. The mountaintop was now within sight. Judging by the sky, there should still be some time before nightfall. The group continued climbing upward. After only about 20 minutes, this time without any further mishaps. The moment they truly set foot on the summit, the breathtaking beauty of the secret realm finally unfolded before their eyes. For a moment, everyone felt a bit dazed. Wonderful! We've finally reached the end. Su Yuaning exhaled deeply. President, look over there. The little chubby boy pointed at the pillar of light on the platform ahead. Does that mean we've passed this trial once we step into the light pillar? Bai Lu turned to ask. Lu Guan nodded, uttering a soft MHM. At that moment, the giant bear let out a low growl. Everyone turned to look at it. They almost forgot this giant bear had truly been a great help to them this time. Even Lu Guan had to admit that without it, they likely wouldn't have reached the summit before nightfall. Those spiritual plants were a real pain. Thanks for this time. We've become friends through adversity. Lu Guan patted the giant bear's back. Roar! The giant bear let out a helpless roar instead. Su Yuning asked, would you like to return to the temple with us? If all goes well, we'll face more trials ahead. The bear immediately took a step back. It had no desire to stay with Lu Guan any longer. It was a bear, a spirit beast, yet Lu Guan treated it like a beast of burden. It wasn't stupid. Lu Guan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He thought to himself, if the giant bear had shown this much cowardice earlier, none of the subsequent events would have unfolded. Well then, until we meet again. With that, Lu Guan led the group into the pillar of light under the giant bear's watchful gaze. Back to the temple. There's still plenty of time before the trial ends. Trialists, your performance has once again surprised me. As soon as their figures reappeared, the Guardian's praise echoed from above. It seems. The Guardian was unaware that it was the traitor giant bear from this trial realm who had aided him. Lu Guan certainly wouldn't volunteer that information. Guardian, since we've completed the trial ahead of schedule. Would that mean a better reward? Though the Guardian's tone seemed to carry a hint of emotional fluctuation, Lu Guan decided to cut to the chase with this NPC and discuss benefits directly. As expected. The Guardian promptly replied, naturally. Trialists, since your performance has exceeded my expectations, I have decided to grant you another opportunity to choose. At these words, the group's faces lit up with wild excitement, their anticipation soaring. The upper-tier trial had been passed by the guild leader alone, and the spatial scroll reward had already sparked considerable envy. What reward awaited them this time? The Guardian spoke calmly, the Chaos Totem or a book of elemental skills, which do you choose? Another skill book? Lu Guan heard these two options and, to be honest, they both sounded rather ordinary. But the crowd erupted instantly. A skill book? And an elemental skill book at that. Such a precious item among the rewards. Chapter 126, Su Yuning awakens water control skill. Everyone had witnessed firsthand the devastating power of Li Song's awakened blazing storm skill. It's just one more skill. This instantly elevated his combat prowess by 1 or 2 tiers. Of course, for those with talents beyond awakened elemental control, elemental skill books aren't particularly useful. But for Li Song and Su Yueying, they held extraordinary significance. Did I hear that right, boss? Elemental skill books. These are the real deal. They can directly awaken the corresponding elemental control skills. If you put these on the trading market, people would be scrambling to buy them even at astronomical prices. Li Song was so excited he nearly jumped for joy. A single ordinary skill book is already a rare find on the trading market. Millions or even billions wouldn't deter buyers. And this was an elemental skill book, one that even had a chance to awaken higher level skills? The others couldn't help but wear expressions of disbelief and delight. None of them had anticipated this. This was merely the second trial of the divine test. Yet they had already received such precious rewards. What could the rewards beyond this be? It was almost too much to imagine. President, what are we waiting for? We absolutely have to choose the elemental skill book. Bai Lu urged impatiently. Though this reward wouldn't be of much use to her. Even if Lu Guan did choose the elemental skill book, he'd likely end up using it himself in the end. Or perhaps give it to Li Song and Su Yuening to maximize its value. But even a fool knows one simple truth. Always go for the pricier option. Clearly, everyone else shared Bai Lu's mindset as they turned their gaze toward Lu Guan. The Chaos Totem is a one-time consumable that generates massive amounts of chaotic smoke. Choosing this would undoubtedly give us a huge advantage in the guild exchange tournament. But if we were to choose a skill book, who do you think should use it? Lu Guan, however, remained expressionless as he tossed this question back to the group. After all, he personally didn't need the skill book that much. The Chaos Totem was actually more practical. He'd gotten too carried away earlier. Hearing Lu Guan's words, the others quickly calmed down. Indeed. Elemental skill books are such precious items. Just because I don't covet it doesn't mean others would willingly hand it over. What's there to think about? Boss, you're also a fire control talent. The elemental skill book will only reach its full potential in your hands. And I think this way, no one will have any objections. Li Song was the one who voiced his thoughts directly. Of course, he wasn't entirely without envy. That's a random level elemental skill, after all. Just imagine. My awakened blazing storm is only G rank. What if I awaken an A rank, S rank, or even an SSS rank skill? Then wouldn't I be unbeatable under heaven? But Li Song also knew it was just wishful thinking. Lu Guan was a big shot. He had opportunities reserved for big shots. And he was a nobody, bound by the limitations of his station. Though Li Song wasn't well educated, he understood the principle: when virtue doesn't match one's position, disaster is sure to follow.
The others agreed that Li Song's suggestion made perfect sense.
Except for the guild leader, handing the elemental skill book to anyone else would likely spark discontent.
Though the guild leader possessed considerable innate talents and skills.
But adding to one's strengths never hurts, right? Only when the guild leader grows stronger can he lead them to level up more effectively, right? But just then, Su Haokai stepped forward.
Guild leader, I have a suggestion. All eyes, including Lu Guan's, turned to him. Su Haokai paused for a moment before clenching his jaw.
I hope the elemental skill book can be given to Yu Ning. Hearing this, everyone froze in unison.
Lu Guan also seemed slightly surprised.
Su Haokai had always been gentle and unassuming, never one to vie for attention. In the past, even if he had such thoughts, he would never have voiced them. After a moment's thought, Lu Guan asked, why? His question wasn't born of personal objection.
Rather, he needed Su Haokai to provide a reason that could convince everyone.
Su Haokai understood Lu Guan's intentions perfectly well.
President, you know Yu Ning awakened the water control talent. Despite reaching Tier 2, Level 2 after all this time, she still lacks even the ability to protect herself. At this point, Su Haokai turned to face the group.
If everyone is willing to give this opportunity to Yu Ning,
I promise that whenever the chance arises, I will do everything in my power to compensate you for your losses.
Su Haokai's tone was utterly sincere. What else could they say? Truthfully, aside from Li Song, the others hadn't dared to hope the elemental skill book would go to them anyway. If Su Haokai truly kept his word, they might even gain some benefit from this. Su Yuaning awkwardly stepped in front of her brother. Brother, what are you saying?
The reward was earned through everyone's joint efforts. How could it be given to me alone?
Besides, who says I can't protect myself now?
My talent level is 2 ranks higher than yours. I'll awaken skills on my own sooner or later. Lu Guan, however, turned to look at everyone else, clearly seeking their opinions.
Luo Hongyang spoke up, I have no objections. Since we've chosen the president, I'll follow whatever he decides.
Li Song grinned and said, anyway, I've already awakened 1 skill. As our future guild's vice president, it wouldn't look right if she didn't have even 1 skill.
Boss, I think this proposal is quite fitting.
Su Yueying blushed with embarrassment and anger, glaring at him. Bai Lu nodded in agreement.
I support it too. A stronger vice president can only benefit our entire team. President, let's go with this plan. But Su Haokai, don't forget the compensation you promised everyone.
Su Yuaning tried to refuse, but with everyone else already voicing their support, she found it difficult to back out. Lu Guan saw that consensus had been reached.
He no longer hesitated. Guardian, I choose the elemental skill book.
No sooner had the words left his mouth.
A faintly golden thread-bound book appeared in the future guild storage space. The Guardian's voice echoed, Trialist, I'm glad you made a wise choice.
It seemed the Guardian also deemed the skill book more important than other items. Otherwise, it wouldn't have included skill books in both reward options. Lu Guan retrieved the skill book directly from his storage space and handed it to Su Yueying. She had just said she refused. But now that the moment to awaken a skill had truly arrived, Su Yuaning felt an indescribable surge of excitement. Glancing up again, she saw only encouraging expressions in everyone's eyes, warming her heart.
Go ahead and try see what level skill you can awaken. Lu Guan urged.
Su Yuaning hesitated no longer.
The elemental skill book immediately released a powerful surge of energy, transforming into a golden beam that shot into Su Yuaning's body.
Everyone watched as her entire body radiated with golden light.
Chapter 127, The Third Trial. This was the sign of awakening at least a C-rank skill.
Everyone watched the transformation occurring in Su Yueying, their eyes wide with astonishment. Though Su Haokai had never used a skill book himself,
but he'd seen enough to know what was happening. When Li Song awakened his Blazing Storm skill, those around him hadn't even noticed unless he pointed it out.
Yet his sister's skill awakening radiated such a distinct and powerful energy.
What this meant was self-evident. Holy! That aura, my sister-in-law is about to take flight.
Li Song gaped in shock, his eyes wide as saucers. It was his first time witnessing the scene of a C-rank skill awakening. Honestly, it made him wonder if she might even surpass the boss. Of course, if he knew Lu Guan's trump card, he wouldn't think that. Bai Lu's eyes also flashed with sharp brilliance.
Why did he sense that this powerful energy contained more than just water elements? Could the vice president be awakening a B rank skill?
Luo Hongyang felt his own breathing grow slightly labored.
If it was a B rank skill, then the vice president's luck was simply too good.
At that moment, a deep, resonant hum echoed from the depths of the temple.
As if some ancient will had been stirred by this surge of water elemental energy.
The ground beneath everyone's feet began to tremble faintly.
The water elemental energy had actually triggered a resonance within the temple?
Trialist, congratulations.
You have gained a favorable opportunity.
The Guardian's voice suddenly echoed from above, seemingly confirming White Deer's conjecture.
The group's spirits lifted simultaneously. Had he truly awakened to B rank? Another 2 minutes or so passed. The energy radiating from Su Yuaning's body finally began to fade. Everyone crowded around her. Su Haokai, the most excited, blurted out, "Yuning, what skill did you awaken?" Su Yueying didn't respond. She opened her attribute panel and glanced at it. Then, everyone watched as she slowly raised her right hand, palm facing upward. All the water elements within the temple seemed to respond to an invisible summons. Around the group, they rapidly coalesced into countless droplets. As Su Yueying tilted her hand to the left, the droplets simultaneously began rotating clockwise. When she swung it to the right, the droplets switched to rotating counterclockwise. Su Yueying beckoned with her hand. The droplets suspended mid-air converged toward the center in unison. Thousand vortex drawl. With her soft command, the countless droplets suddenly accelerated their rotation. In the blink of an eye, all the individual droplets fused into a single chain, transforming mid-air into countless razor-sharp water blades. There was no doubt about it, anything daring to approach at this moment, Xian Xianin would instantly shred it to dust. Everyone gaped in astonishment. Holy crap, water elemental magic can be used like this? This skill of the big sister is just too powerful. Li Song couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Su Yuaning shot him a glance, clearly annoyed he dared to address her so casually. Then, with a flick of her right hand, the thousand whirlwind strike obediently hurtled straight toward Li Song. Fortunately, it halted abruptly just a split second before it could reach Li Song's face. The sharp gusts of wind swirling around the thousand whirlwind strike felt incredibly piercing. Li Song felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Deputy President, let's talk this out. Worried that something might go wrong, Su Yuning gave a cold snort before finally withdrawing the skill. Li Song exhaled deeply, his legs trembling slightly. The water blade gradually ceased spinning, reforming into droplets that plopped onto the ground. If you dare to spout nonsense again, I'll make you experience what it means to be cut into 1,000 pieces. Su Yueying threatened. Recalling that bone-chilling sensation, Li Song felt a cold shiver run down his spine. He shuddered and quickly covered his mouth. That was truly formidable. Vice President, congratulations. The power of that thousand whirlwind summon has definitely reached B rank level. Our future guild strength has taken another huge leap forward. Bai Lu expressed his heartfelt admiration, stepping forward to grasp Su Yuaning's hand, his eyes brimming with delight and envy. Yeah, this is great. With the vice president wielding such a powerful skill, if we run into those bastards from the Iron Cross Guild again, we'll just take them down. Luo Hongyang chimed in. Su Yuaning felt a surge of excitement, but her gaze immediately turned to Lu Guan. President, what do you think? Is this skill impressive? Lu Guan gazed at Su Yuaning, who seemed like a completely different person before him. A rare, distinct curve lifted the corners of his mouth. He nodded. It seems choosing the elemental skill book was the right decision after all. Though he didn't say it outright, his expression made his stance crystal clear. Su Yueying's joy deepened as she turned to the group. I must thank everyone for letting me seize this opportunity. At her words, everyone shook their heads in unison. It wasn't that they were being polite. The main reason was that most of them hadn't awakened elemental control type talents. This meant that even if they used skill books to awaken elemental skills, they wouldn't be able to level them up in the future. To a large extent, it would be a waste of such a precious resource. Trialists, the time for celebration is over. Your unity, resilience, and strength have been put to the test. The path to the next level of trials now lies open. Are you ready? The Guardian's voice suddenly rang out. This time, she did not seek the group's input. Instead, a pillar of energy descended directly from the dome. What is this trial? Lu Guan looked up and asked. He had assumed the Guardian wouldn't readily offer any information to the group. Yet to his surprise, the Guardian declared, this trial will be considerably easier than the previous 2 levels. I trust that for such exceptional trial participants as yourselves, it should pose no difficulty. Lu Guan nodded skeptically. Though the Guardian never lied. But it must be said, her grasp of difficulty was highly questionable. Thank you. Though he knew she was merely a machine, Lu Guan still expressed his gratitude. He'd take her words as a good omen. Next. Lu Guan hesitated no longer, leading the others who had taken the Guardian's words at face value into the pillar of light. The light shifted abruptly. The instant he stepped into the beam, Lu Guan suddenly felt his vision plunge into complete darkness. The ground beneath his feet was no longer solid, it felt more like treading on clouds. Lu Guan's ears twitched slightly. The surroundings were eerily silent, not even the faintest sound of breathing could be heard. An eerie feeling crept into his heart. Yuning, Haokai, Li Song? Lu Guan tentatively called out. But after waiting a moment, he received no response. Immediately, a sinking feeling gripped his heart. It was clear. It seemed this trial had separated everyone into different areas, or rather, different dimensions. Chapter 128, Falling into the Void, Farewell Lu Yao. Above them stretched an endless, profound darkness. Suddenly, a single starlight flickered. Like a spreading virus, more and more began to appear. In an instant, this dark void transformed into a starry sky. Yet this starry sky carried an ancient desolation and oppressive weight. Finally, only we remained.
A woman's voice, ethereal yet tinged with a hint of enchantment, echoed deep within Lu Guan's consciousness.
Lu Guan's body trembled violently. Who's there?
As the words fell, he saw the starlight in the void suddenly converge.
Gradually, they formed the blurred yet utterly captivating outline of a woman.
Her graceful figure was visible, long hair cascading down like a waterfall. Though her features remained indistinct, she radiated a suffocating aura of enchantment and danger.
Lu Guan couldn't shake the feeling that this woman looked familiar.
No, he was certain he had seen her somewhere before. My blood flows through your veins.
The voice echoed once more.
Simultaneously, the blurred figure slowly raised a hand. Lu Guan saw a wisp of black mist coiled around her fingertips, drifting slowly toward him.
Though he didn't know what it was,
Lu Guan sensed an evil so profound it made his soul tremble, accompanied by an icy chill.
He instinctively took 2 steps back. Do not resist. This power belongs to you.
The voice whispered, filled with temptation.
Who the hell are you? Lu Guan felt utterly bewildered. Wasn't he undergoing a divine trial?
Why would such a strange being suddenly appear, uttering such bizarre words? But as the wisp of black mist seeped into his body, Lu Guan suddenly felt his consciousness grow hazy. Immediately after, a searing, tearing pain shot through his left arm. He snapped his head down to look. A crimson serpent, as if branded onto his skin with a hot iron, now coiled and writhed across his forearm, vividly lifelike. Lu Guan's eyes widened as he stared at the woman's silhouette formed by starlight in the air.
What is this? The woman still did not answer his question. See your true desire.
As the words fell, the scene before Lu Guan instantly warped and collapsed. When light finally returned to his vision, Lu Guan found himself back at the Lu family ancestral home.
Bright light streamed down from the study, signaling the deep hours of the night. Lu Tsangyan sat on the sofa in front of the bookshelves.
Lu Jia sat demurely beside Lu Tsangyan. Not far ahead, Lu Yao sat with head bowed, seemingly deep in thought about something important. Lu Guan had no idea how he had ended up here. But after a moment of bewilderment, it all seemed perfectly ordinary.
Yao Yao, have you made up your mind about what we discussed yesterday? Lu Tsangyan spoke up slowly.
Lu Guan was puzzled.
Sis, what exactly were you two discussing? What matter is Uncle Lu asking if I've decided on?
Hearing the voice, Lu Yao turned her head. Seeing it was Lu Guan, she immediately softened into a gentle, affectionate smile. This feeling was truly just like the mother she remembered.
Little Guan, why are you here? We didn't discuss anything. Father was just telling me about the awakening of the Lu family's members. Lu Guan's mind flashed with sudden insight. They want you to enter the sacrificial formation and offer up your soul?
Lu Yao looked surprised.
Shaguan, how do you know about this?
Lu Guan was equally puzzled.
How could he possibly know about this? Lu Guan didn't know either.
But he knew this much: once Lu Yao entered the sacrificial array, she would endure endless torment and be doomed to eternal suffering.
Sis, no matter what, you absolutely mustn't listen to them. Did Lu Tsangyan tell you that once you enter the sacrificial array, they'll immediately search for the tears of the shepherd god and then awaken you? Hearing this, not only Lu Yao, but even Lu Tsangyan and Lu Jia paled simultaneously. The bright light in the study seemed to dim for an instant.
The air thickened to the point of suffocation. Lu Yao blinked, feigning confusion, and gave a nervous chuckle.
Shaguan, what nonsense are you talking about? That never happened.
But how could Lu Guan, who had lived side by side with Lu Yao for years, fail to see what she was thinking?
Lu Yao feared that revealing any of the Lu family's dark secrets would only invite Lu Tsangyan's suspicion.
But Lu Guan wasn't afraid of any of that.
Sis, don't you get it yet?
Besides, you just admitted it yourself. They have no idea where the tears of the shepherd god lie, nor did they ever plan to awaken you after your soul fell into the void realm. Their sole purpose was to deceive you into sacrificing your soul to pay for the entire Lu family's ambitions.
Bang!
Lu Tsangyan slammed his fist on the sofa armrest.
How dare they?
Lu Guan, who gave you the nerve to spout nonsense here and slander the family's grand plans? His palm struck the sofa armrest so hard it caved in a large chunk. Lu Tsangyan had already ascended to a Tier 2, Level 5 talent holder. His 4 core attributes were terrifying, and the powerful aura he radiated instantly startled both Lu Yao and Lu Jia.
Shaguan, stop talking. This doesn't concern you. Go back now.
Lu Yao was clearly growing impatient. She pushed Lu Guan, trying to usher him out. But with the pit of fire directly ahead, how could Lu Guan stand by and watch Lu Yao jump in? Moreover, a resolute voice echoed persistently in Lu Guan's mind: he must stop her, or he would regret it forever.
No matter what, I absolutely refuse. Lu Guan declared with unwavering resolve. You won't get away with this here. Lu Tsangyan rose angrily and strode toward Lu Guan. Lu Yao immediately stepped in front of Lu Guan. Father, don't harm Shaguan.
Unfortunately, Lu Yao had yet to awaken her innate talent. How could she possibly stop a second-tier, 5th-grade powerhouse?
Lu Tsangyan seized her shoulders with a single tug, flinging her aside. Shaguan, run. Lu Yao was so frantic she was nearly in tears. But even if Lu Guan wanted to run now, it was already too late. Lu Tsangyan raised his arm, and an invisible force seized Lu Guan's body, hurling him into the nearby wall. The violent impact instantly blackened Lu Guan's vision. Before consciousness completely faded, Lu Guan heard Lu Yao's heart-wrenching cry. Xiaoguan. After that, he knew nothing more. When he awoke again, Lu Guan found himself in a different setting. He was in a somewhat open space. The air was thick with the scent of dampness and decay. Lu Guan quickly recognized the place. This was the basement of the Lu family's ancestral home. Dim lights barely illuminated the central area of the basement. On the floor, a vast and intricate sacrificial array, outlined in dark red liquid, emitted a faint, eerie glow. A malevolent and potent energy diffused outward, flowing slowly. Chapter 129, Cousin, Spare My Life. This is the sacrificial array. Lu Guan seemed to have always known of its existence. But this was the first time he had ever seen it with his own eyes. What a terrifying aura! Feeling the malevolence of this energy, Lu Guan's heart instantly felt as though it had been violently squeezed by an icy hand. Several figures stood encircling the array. At the forefront stood none other than Lu Tsangyan, Lu Jia, and Lu Yao. Sis, go with peace of mind. The moment the array activates, we'll enter the realm of slaughter together. Though the soul sacrifice will leave you severely weakened. But rest assured, with us here, you will definitely endure the 3-day trial period in the newbie village and officially become a gifted one. The speaker was Lu Jia. His tone betrayed his palpable excitement. His demeanor, however, concealed it well. Lu Yao pondered for a long moment. You promise that as long as I enter the sacrificial array, Xiaoguan can awaken an A rank or higher talent? Lu Guan stepped forward from the other side. Cousin, have you even lost faith in grandfather's words? The blessings of the divine shall forever envelop the descendants of our Lu family. As long as cousin Lu Guan is willing to bear the risk of slaughtering the world, he will surely awaken an A grade or higher talent. Lu Tsangyan also fixed a serious gaze on Lu Yao, offering his affirmation. There was truly nothing left to hesitate about now. Deep down, Lu Yao understood perfectly. The claim that sacrificing one's soul to the Great Formation was merely equivalent to taking a nap. The notion that they could reawaken her once they found the tears of the shepherd god was nothing but a complete fabrication. But what choice did she have? Had Lu Tsangyan not taken her in all those years ago, she would have died long ago. Living these extra 20 years well, she'd gained something, hadn't she? Hearing Lu Yao still consider her welfare before the sacrifice, Lu Guan's heart twisted in agony. No! You cannot enter the sacrificial array. Just as Lu Yao's foot was about to step into the sacrificial formation, Lu Guan finally leapt forward, grabbing her wrist. The Lu family members erupted in an uproar. Lu Guan, what are you doing? Why are you stopping Lu Yao from sacrificing herself to the gods for our Lu family? I think he deliberately wants to sever our Lu family's foundation in the new world. Just like his traitor father, he's a disgrace to the clan. Head of the family, we needn't be polite with him. Why not just cripple him with a skill? Such a despicable person. Lu Yao, however, swept a cold glance across the crowd. I'll see who dares touch him. The room fell instantly silent. Lu Yao shielded Lu Guan behind her. Though she hadn't yet awakened her innate talent, she was the sole candidate destined to sacrifice her soul for the Lu family. When she spoke, no one dared to defy her. Sis, once you sacrifice your soul, there's a strong chance you'll never return. You absolutely cannot go in. Lu Guan paid no heed to the hostile stares from the clan members, continuing his plea regardless. Lu Yao understood his words all too well. Xiaoguan, rest assured. Your sister will only slumber for a time and awaken soon. What else could she say? No. No matter what, I won't let you go in. Lu Guan declared with unwavering resolve. This household isn't yours to command. Lu Tsangyan roared, raising his hand to unleash his innate power, effortlessly lifting Lu Guan into the air. Father, don't hurt him. Lu Yao cried out in panic. Rest assured, I'm merely restraining him. I won't harm him. Yao, hurry and do what you must. Lu Tsangyan said in a deep voice. Let me go. Lu Guan could only struggle wildly in midair. But as an ordinary person, how could he possibly resist a level 2, grade 5 A rank insight talent user? Lu Guan could only watch helplessly as his sister stepped into the sacrificial formation, glancing back every few steps. No, don't. Sacrificing yourself for the Lu family like this is utterly pointless. Lu Guan's heart was filled with grief and despair. Lu Yao had already reached the center of the array. Xiaoguan, take good care of yourself from now on. She was smiling. Her tone remained as gentle and kind as ever. Just then, a woman's voice echoed in Lu Guan's ears. Want to defy fate? If you wish to defy it, you must possess immense power. The voice sounded familiar. Yet Lu Guan couldn't recall where he'd heard it before. He felt a sudden burning pain in his left arm, followed by a small red snake leaping onto the surface of his skin. In Lu Guan's mind, something seemed to click into place. It felt as though one of the chains binding his immense power had snapped. A colossal aura erupted from Lu Guan's entire body. The Lu family members all gasped in shock. They turned to look. They saw Lu Guan, for some reason, with bloodshot eyes like a demon from hell, radiating a murderous aura. Break! With a thunderous roar, Lu Guan tore free from Lu Sanyan's domain-bound constraints. Thud! He crashed to the ground from midair. I'll kill you all. Lu Guan's words swept over them like a gale from the underworld, sending a chill through every bone in their bodies. They were too terrified to even breathe. Lu Jia paled slightly and shouted in alarm. Lu Guan, what are you doing? Without explanation, Lu Guan darted toward Lu Jia like lightning, seized him by the throat, and hoisted him into the air. Lu Jia made gurgling sounds from his throat, as if pleading for help. After a moment of surprise, Lu Sanyan snapped back to his senses. Lu Guan, let go of my son. But this time, no matter how desperately he channeled his innate abilities, they had no effect whatsoever on Lu Guan. What's going on? He's just an ordinary person, how could he possess such overwhelming power? Lu Sanyan was utterly shocked. Seeing his son's face turning crimson from the struggle, he hesitated no longer. Since his innate abilities couldn't overcome Lu Guan, he resorted to close-quarters combat. Lu Sanyan lunged forward in a single stride, unleashing a punch aimed squarely at Lu Guan's face. But suddenly, a flash of crimson light erupted from the small snake coiled around Lu Guan's left arm. Lu Guan swiftly kicked out, striking Lu Sanyan squarely in the abdomen. Thud! Lu Sanyan never expected Lu Guan's speed to be this blindingly fast. Moreover, the sheer force was far beyond what his physique could withstand. That single kick sent Lu Sanyan flying backward a great distance, blood spurting wildly from his mouth mid-air. Everyone stared in stunned silence. What the hell just happened? How could this good-for-nothing, who'd always been treated like a guard dog by the clan, become so formidable? Lu Sanyan was a Tier 2, Level 5 powerhouse. I was wrong. Cousin, please, spare me. Lu Jia's brain was deprived of oxygen, and his consciousness was beginning to blur. Lu Guan showed him no mercy. Spare you? Did you and Lu Sanyan ever think of sparing Lu Yao? Chapter 130, A Blade Severing the Illusion. Snap. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Lu Guan, without hesitation, tightened his grip, snapping Lu Jia's neck clean off. Lu Jia didn't even have time to utter a last word before his life force was severed. A stunned member of the Lu clan pointed at Lu Guan. You dare slaughter a clan member. Even your traitor father, the family's disgrace, never committed such a heinous act. Lu Guan's eyes turned even bloodier as he turned toward the voice. What did you say? The clan member instantly felt as if death itself had fixed its gaze upon him, his voice cutting off abruptly. Indeed. He truly was being watched by the Grim Reaper. Without a word, Lu Guan's figure shot forward like teleportation, appearing before the man. He reached out. Another crack. Before the tribesman could even comprehend what had happened, his head was hanging at an unnatural angle on his shoulder before he fell straight to the ground. Several nearby tribesmen sucked in their breath in horror. Is this still Lu Guan? He was nothing short of a murderous demon. Lu Sanyan had been watching from the sidelines, his eyes bulging with rage. His own son, strangled to death by this little beast? Lu Guan. Put. But as soon as he uttered those two words, another mouthful of blood spurted forth. Whether from the severity of his injuries or the rage consuming him. But at that very moment, the sacrificial array suddenly blazed with intense crimson light. Lu Guan's heart skipped a beat at the sight. Lu Yao still stood at the center of the formation. Sis, get out now. Lu Guan shouted urgently. But as soon as Lu Yao took a step forward, she was instantly repelled by a burst of crimson light. What's going on? Who stopped the formation from activating? Lu Guan scanned the crowd. Yet, aside from Lu Sanyan, everyone present only knew that the sacrificial formation could bring them immense benefits. They had no idea how to stop it. Now, they could only fall silent, frozen in fear, not daring to utter a word. Suddenly, Lu Sanyan's booming laughter erupted from behind them. You want to save Lu Yao? It's too late now. Once the sacrificial array is activated, not even a god could halt it. Blood nearly dripped from Lu Guan's eyes. If Lu Yao dies, not a single one of you will live. He spun around and roared at Lu Sanyan. Ha! If you've got the guts, kill me right now. Yet Lu Sanyan showed no fear whatsoever, his eyes burning with nothing but ruthless fury. Lu Sanyan's words only fueled Lu Guan's rage further. He felt his reason was about to be swallowed whole by a raging beast. Kill them! Kill them! The voice echoed relentlessly in Lu Guan's mind. Xiao Guan. Don't let rage cloud your judgment. They don't deserve death. Lu Yao could tell that Lu Guan was already teetering on the edge of madness. Her voice was soft yet as gentle as ever. But to Lu Guan's ears, it sounded like the tolling of a bell. Buzz. A faint yet utterly pure, bone-chilling silver light suddenly flared within Lu Guan's chest. Like a razor-sharp blade, it sliced through the darkness and bloodshed, carving out a sliver of clarity. It was the star spirit energy emanating from Tu Xiaolian. As Lu Guan's soul teetered on the brink of being utterly consumed by darkness and slaughter, the silver light surged like a frigid waterfall, instantly crashing into his raging, scorching sea of consciousness. Ah! Lu Guan suddenly let out a pained roar. Lu Yao had no idea what had happened to him. Xiao Guan, what's wrong with you? She could only ask anxiously through the sacrificial formation. My head hurts so much. Lu Guan struggled to speak, forcing his eyes open just a crack. He looked toward Lu Yao. Suddenly, he realized his sister's figure was gradually becoming blurry. Sis, your face. Lu Guan gasped in shock. At that moment, Lu Yao's face suddenly split into two halves, one half twisted in a hideous grimace, the other half serene and calm, creating an utterly eerie sight. This is... Lu Guan suddenly remembered. This was the vision of the void realm he had glimpsed after briefly lifting the sacrificial curse from his sister using the ancient symbol of ruin. In an instant, a flood of memories that had once belonged to him surged into his mind. He realized this was Lu Yao's true soul. Everything he had seen before was merely an illusion. Lu Guan felt a splitting headache. He tried to speak, but no words came out. Xiao Guan, wake up! Lu Yao's voice suddenly rang out. Yet the voice sounded both familiar and strange. The crimson serpent on his left arm blazed with intense light, its glow alternating with the silver radiance at his heart. It seemed to mirror the relentless battle raging within Lu Guan, his regret and hatred clashing with his reason and clarity. Want revenge? You need my power. The woman's voice echoed simultaneously, tempting Lu Guan to embrace the red snake's power. Lu Guan was in agony, struggling. Naturally, he wanted to rescue Lu Yao's soul from the void realm. Even more, he yearned to kill Lu Jingxiu, to avenge his mother and sister. Just now, he could feel the overwhelming power the red snake brought him. Xiao Guan, snap out of it. Lu Yao called out once more, though her voice seemed to grow faint and distant. Lu Guan hurriedly opened his eyes. But Lu Yao's figure was fading, growing fainter and fainter, as if she might vanish at any moment. Lu Guan's heart immediately raced with panic. At this moment, he no longer cared about grudges or regrets, nor whether he remained lucid or succumbed to despair. He unleashed the little snake's power to clash with the Star Spirit Tribe's energy. Break through! Lu Guan roared. He drew the void blade from his storage space and swung it down with all his might. Boom! The crimson blade struck the sacrificial array like apocalyptic thunder. A blinding light erupted instantly, outshining even the crimson glow of the sacrificial array itself. A crisp crack echoed through the air. Then, boom! The entire illusory space shattered like a glass mirror, collapsing in an instant. The vaulted ceiling of the basement and the floor beneath their feet shattered like porcelain shards. Through the cracks of the shards, the original void of space was revealed. Sister Yao! Lu Yao's fading form disintegrated along with the illusion. Lu Guan let out a soft cry. Fortunately, he saw it before the illusion was completely torn apart. Half of Lu Yao's face bore a smile, her eyes holding a hint of release. The starlight vanished. That woman seemed as though she had never existed at all. Lu Guan opened his eyes to find only darkness in the void. He glanced left and right. To his astonishment, Su Yuaning and the others were seated cross-legged right beside him. A tiny golden light point floated before each of their brows. Lu Guan frowned at the sight, taking a moment to compose himself. It turned out the illusion had begun the moment the trial participants stepped into the teleportation light pillars. What were these points of light? Puzzled, Lu Guan slowly approached Su Yuaning and tentatively reached out to touch the tiny light point before her. But the instant his finger made contact with the light, Lu Guan's vision blurred. Chapter 131, The Trial, the Most Vulnerable Side. The light point appeared to be a cluster of energy. Lu Guan never imagined this energy would surge directly into his mind through his fingertip. A buzzing sensation erupted. Lu Guan felt a powerful gravitational pull erupt suddenly. The scene before his eyes instantly warped and stretched, as if he'd been hurled into a rapidly spinning vortex. The next moment, a vivid, grounded sensation washed over him. The view before him suddenly cleared. A luminous crystal chandelier cast a soft, gentle glow, while thick, luxurious carpets covered the floor beneath his feet. The exquisitely appointed furnishings looked familiar to Lu Guan no matter how he looked at them. It felt as though he had been here just moments ago. Wasn't this the grand hall of the Su family estate? Lu Guan quickly realized. If I'm not mistaken, it seems I've entered Su Yuaning's illusion. Lu Guan scanned his surroundings. Everything within this illusion mirrored the real world perfectly. Even the ornaments and such down to the patterns were identical. How on earth was this achieved? He even began to suspect that this might not be an entirely fabricated illusion after all, but a world that truly existed. However, when he was in his own illusion earlier, Lu Guan lacked complete memories and naturally couldn't ponder such questions. Lu Guan scanned his surroundings. The location where he appeared was quite peculiar. It was at the very back of the second floor of the hall, offering a clear view of the entire space. Directly in the center of the first floor, seated on the wide sofa before that long table, sat Su Hongshang, the head of the Su family. Su Yueying stood gracefully beside him. Lu Guan could see that her large eyes were just as bright as when they first met. Needless to say, Su Yuaning must have had a part of her memory suppressed by the power of this illusion, just like him. But he still didn't know if he appeared before her now, would she recognize him? Still, Lu Guan didn't rush to disturb her. After all, he didn't know the true purpose of this illusion. What if his appearance caused some undesirable consequence? At that moment, Su Hongxing's deep, measured voice echoed, Yuning. I'll ask you one more time, what is your decision? Lu Guan saw the turmoil deepen in Su Yuning's eyes. She opened her mouth, but no words came out. Joining the Dawn Guild is the path your family has planned for you. In the future, the Dawn Guild's resources and connections will be at your disposal. This is no small-time operation like the future guild. Su Hongxing's tone grew even heavier, taking on the air of a command delivered as a matter of course. Lu Guan couldn't help but feel speechless. He couldn't tell whether these words stemmed from the illusion's independent consciousness or reflected Su Yuaning's inner convictions. The future guild was petty and insignificant? Just ask across the entire Blue Star, how many gifted individuals possess combat strength reaching tier 3 or above? Only entities like the Dragon Ascendant Guild, backed by the full might of a nation, could possibly have more, right? Su Yuaning clearly shared this view. Dad. The future guild isn't nearly as weak as it appears on the surface. The guild leader is a multi-talented individual with formidable strength. And now he's made me his vice president. That shows he trusts me deeply. I feel truly happy being with all the members of the future union. Hearing this, Lu Guan finally felt a glimmer of comfort. It seems the dismissive evaluation of minor skirmishes wasn't based on Su Yuaning's own understanding. Su Hongxiang, however, snorted coldly. Powerful? Yuning, you're still too naive. Do you understand? When the killing world and reality fully merge, individual strength is utterly insignificant against a massive organization. Only the Dawn Guild can provide our Su family with the safest refuge in this new world. Lu Guan wholeheartedly agreed with the first part of that statement. He appointed Su Yuning as vice president precisely because of her intelligence and approachability. She could inject fresh energy into the guild and skillfully handle both major and minor affairs. As for the latter part, Lu Guan preferred not to elaborate. Though he disliked the Dragon Ascension Guild, he had to admit, if one truly sought the safest refuge, no organization could surpass the Dragon Ascendant Guild. Enough. No need to say more. A small guild that could collapse at any moment holds no worth for you to linger over. I've already made my position clear to the Dawn Guild. No matter what, I'll ensure you join them. Unless, of course, you cease to be my daughter, Su Hongxing's daughter. Those words struck like a heavy hammer. It sent Su Yuaning reeling, her face instantly draining of color. Dad, what did you just say? She seemed unable to believe her ears. To force her into the Dawn Union, her father was willing to sever their father-daughter bond? Was this really the kind and gentle father she remembered? No, I will never join the Dawn Guild. Su Yuaning made up her mind. That's not up to you. Su Hongxing's voice was icy cold. No sooner had the words left his mouth. The back door of the hall swung open. A group of people dressed in various styles, their skin a sickly gray, streamed in from outside. Su Yuaning stared at them in surprise. Who are you people? It was obvious. These were members of the Dawn Guild who had received the so-called divine blessing from the celestial sovereign. Judging by the bewilderment in Su Yuaning's eyes, however, she seemed unaware of this fact. Su Hongxiang spoke calmly. These are all followers of the divine sovereign. They will escort you to where you need to go. At his gesture, the group surrounded Su Yuaning. I don't want to go anywhere. Don't come any closer. The sight of their skin alone made one's scalp crawl. Su Yuaning didn't even want them to touch her, backing away while shouting threats. Her wide eyes were filled with nothing but terror and helplessness. Lu Guan couldn't help but feel anxious too. What are you afraid of? Fight back. Lu Guan thought to himself. The Su Yuaning he knew was always bold and decisive, seemingly fearless in every situation. But what was happening now? Lu Guan suddenly understood. Perhaps this illusion struck directly at the most vulnerable part of their hearts. His greatest weakness, he realized, was probably his stubbornness. That was why he encountered Lu Yao again in his illusion. Everything he experienced only intensified his yearning for the power to change everything he desired. Even if that power meant losing his clear-headed will. Of course, while stubbornness was a weakness, it wasn't a flaw. It's just that in certain situations, it can indeed lead one into the abyss. Following that same line of thought, Su Yuaning's most vulnerable side became glaringly obvious. After all, following the loss of her brother and father, she wasn't nearly as strong as she appeared on the surface. Chapter 132, Slaying the Apostle, 1,000 Whirlpools Summoned. Lu Guan's guess was spot on. At this moment, Su Yuaning felt nothing but helplessness, utterly at a loss. Su Hongxing stared at his daughter expressionlessly, offering her no chance for discussion. Move. At Su Hongxing's command, the Dawn Union followers immediately advanced. Several cold, stiff hands simultaneously grabbed at Su Yuaning's slender wrists and shoulders. Don't touch me. Get away. Su Yueying struggled and shouted. But her strength was far too feeble to overcome those iron-hard claws. Dad, please don't make me join the Dawn Guild. I beg you. Su Yueying pleaded with her father. But Su Hongshang remained as unyielding as stone, not uttering a single word. He was merely a cog in the illusion's machinery. How could he possibly feel pity for the trial participants? Su Yueying stared at her father in utter despair as he was dragged to the doorway by that horde of monsters from the Dawn Guild. What are you still hoping for? All of this is an illusion. Yu Ning, don't be afraid. If you refuse to be forced, you must resist. Activate your innate skill 1000 whirls. Lu Guan's voice echoed from the second floor. He simply couldn't stand by and watch any longer. Though he didn't know what consequences his interference in Su Yueying's illusion trial might bring. But there was no other choice. If Su Yueying truly couldn't overcome her weaknesses, and if she were let out through that gate, the outcome would likely be even worse. Moreover, Lu Guan recalled. In his own illusion, without his mother's star spirit energy, his consciousness would likely have been swallowed by that evil force long ago. Wasn't that a form of intervention? Beyond that, there was Lu Yao, the one who had truly awakened his memories. Lu Guan could sense it clearly that couldn't have been the will of the illusion. Rather, his sister had somehow found a way to enter the illusion and assist him. While speaking, Lu Guan remained vigilant. He activated his phantom talent, concealing himself within the shadows on the second floor. Who's there? Su Hongsheng barked out a command. He looked toward Lu Guan's direction. But there was no one there. Su Yueying felt a jolt of alarm. The president? Though she couldn't see Lu Guan either, she recognized his voice. Is that you? Have you come to rescue me? A glimmer of hope instantly ignited in Su Yueying's heart. But Lu Guan remained silent for a moment. He was carefully assessing his surroundings. Fortunately, nothing unexpected had occurred. At least this proved that such a level of interference couldn't affect the illusion. Playing tricks. Su Hongsheng snorted impatiently, immediately activating his skill. A spike of ice shot toward the second floor. Clang! The ice spike struck the wall and shattered into pieces. Ha! Su Hongsheng froze for a moment. Immediately after, Lu Guan's voice echoed in Su Yueying's ears once more. Don't just stand there. Everything before your eyes is merely an illusion. If you don't want to be forced, then don't compromise. Activate your skill and fight back to the end. Lu Guan repeated. This had always been his guiding principle. Of course, one could also say it was part of what fueled his deep-seated obsession. But undeniably, this was precisely the quality Su Yueying needed most at this moment. Like a pebble tossed into a stagnant pool. Lu Guan's words sent ripples through Su Yueying's despairing heart. Resist? Should I resist? Su Yueying wavered internally. In the business world of Starry Sky City, she always operated under the banner of the Su family, navigating any unscrupulous dealings with ease. She lacked neither intelligence nor courage, nor the necessary skills. She had simply never experienced the crushing despair of powerlessness. No matter what, she always felt indifferent about whether she could accomplish something. After all, her father and brother would always be there to bail her out. This had left her virtually untouched by setbacks. At that moment, Su Hongsheng fired another ice spike. He aimed it at the direction where Lu Guan had just spoken, bellowing at the same time, "First, catch the charlatan playing tricks." No! Su Yueying instinctively tried to stop him. But several pairs of steel gray hands released her. How could the Dawn Guild members possibly heat her? They unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks into the air. Of course, they didn't know that Lu Guan had already teleported back to the second floor of the hall. Of course, Su Yueying didn't know either. All she knew was that she couldn't let the guild leader get hurt because of her. Whirlpool summon. This time, Su Yueying hesitated not a moment, unleashing the skill directly. Water elements from all around the space surged madly toward her, quickly coalescing into countless tiny droplets. Su Hongsheng watched in shock. This is the B-rank skill of water element control. How did you awaken it? Even Su Yueying herself didn't know the answer. Yes. How could I possess such a powerful skill? Her memories were fragmented, leaving her unable to recall anything that happened before entering the illusion. Even the image of her father was a manifestation of the illusion's will, yet she found nothing odd about it. She only listened to Lu Guan's words and realized she could activate this skill. Dad, make these people stop right now, or I'll really kill them. Su Yueying roared in warning. Now, Lu Guan watched silently from the shadows on the second floor, silently nodding to himself. Though she still couldn't bring herself to directly harm those monsters. But as long as she was willing to fight back, things would become manageable. Su Hongsheng froze for a moment before letting out a cold laugh. You think that with your level and an A-rank skill, you can harm these apostles of divine sovereigns? You're being far too naive. They're all apostles who've undergone purification 3 times or more. Their defenses rival the physique of a second-tier, 5th-rank talent. Though your skill has reached B rank, you're still only at the early second tier. You likely can't even breach their defenses. Su Yueying couldn't afford to dwell on such details now. If you don't stop now, I'll really have to unleash my skill. she roared at the ash-gray-skinned apostles. Su Hongsheng remained unmoved. Spread out and search for people. Expand the search area. Upon hearing this, the members of the Dawn Guild swiftly dispersed in all directions. Lu Guan stood on the second floor, looking down on them as they groped through the air like fools. If that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. Su Yuaning's repeated warnings fell on deaf ears. If they refused to listen, what was there left for her to hesitate about? As for the consequences of actually killing these Dawn Guild members, she no longer cared. No more hesitation. Su Yueying gave a sharp command, and countless water droplets suspended in the air began to slowly swirl around her. The Dawn Guild members initially dismissed it as nothing. As Su Hongsheng had said, what harm could a mere drop of water possibly inflict on them, a batch of iron-willed warriors who had already undergone 3 purifications? But as the droplets spun faster and faster, one member with slightly fairer skin suddenly felt a sharp pain in his arm. Looking down, he saw a small cut sliced open by a water blade. Chapter 133, Father and Daughter Turn Against Each Other. Blue-gray blood instantly seeped from the wound. The member's eyes widened in shock. How could this be? His skin had already undergone 3 purifications by the Divine Sovereign's energy. His skin's toughness had long surpassed steel, yet a single drop of water had cut him. Everyone, be careful. Her skill can actually hurt us. He urgently shouted the warning. The rest of the Dawn Guild members instantly grew alert. They were confident in the purifying energy of the Divine Sovereign, but they weren't brainless. Now, these water droplets spinning mid-air were moving so fast they left afterimages. How could they still ignore the danger? Su Hongsheng abruptly stood up. Su Yueying, I order you to stop your skill immediately. He probably hadn't anticipated that once this B-rank skill was fully activated, its power would be so overwhelming. A mere early-stage Tier 2 skill had managed to leapfrog 2 or 3 tiers to shatter the defenses of the Dawn Guild members. Su Yueying glanced at her father through the water blades surrounding her. Su Hongsheng's eyes held only fury, not a trace of tenderness. Did you hear me? I order you to stop using that skill immediately. Su Hongsheng roared once more. Simultaneously, an ice spike materialized in his hand, aimed squarely at his own daughter. Su Yueying couldn't help but tremble slightly at her fingertips. Dad, you're actually going to attack me? Su Hongsheng's face twisted into a grimace. These are all the apostles of the gods. Yuning, as your father, I cannot stand by and watch you make such a mistake. I'm giving you 3 more seconds. If you still refuse to obey, don't blame me for actually having to take action against you. Su Yueying felt as if lightning had struck her entire body. Her heart was torn. Her father had never spoken to her like this before. Even when her disobedience led to serious trouble, Su Hongsheng would only scold her briefly before sinking into deep self-reproach. He blamed himself for spoiling his daughter too much. But now? That ice spike, radiating bone-chilling cold, was aimed directly at her. Su Yuaning was heartbroken, but her skills didn't stop. Countless water blades still forced the Dawn Guild members to keep their distance. For if any dared to advance a single step, the fully unleashed blades would do far more than merely slice their skin. Until 3 seconds passed. Whoosh! Su Hongsheng threw the ice spike without hesitation, its sharp tip aimed directly at Su Yueying's chest. He truly intended to take her life. Yet Su Yueying stood frozen in place, staring blankly as the ice spike closed in, showing not even a flicker of instinct to dodge. Clang! Finally, a crimson blade flashed down from the second floor, slicing the ice spike to smithereens right before Su Yueying's eyes. Lu Guan had intervened. He had no time to consider how his actions might affect the illusion. He knew only this: if he didn't act now, Su Yueying would be pierced to death by that ice spike. Though this was an illusion, the physical body was a manifestation of consciousness. Therefore, if Su Yueying died here, she might never awaken in reality either. That would be no different from true death. With danger lurking on both sides, Lu Guan had no choice but to act. Finally showing yourself. Who the hell are you? Su Hongsheng finally got a clear look at the figure lurking in the shadows. But it seemed the figure within the illusion didn't recognize Lu Guan. Su Yuaning's beautiful eyes widened in shock. President? It really is you. Having heard Lu Guan's voice twice earlier without seeing him, she thought the president wouldn't personally come to her aid. Now, seeing Lu Guan appear at this critical moment, she felt as if a pillar of strength had suddenly emerged within her heart. Hearing his daughter's words, how could Su Hongsheng fail to recognize who this young man before him was? So you are the future guild president. Just then, Su Yueying felt an inexplicable dizziness wash over her. Immediately afterward, the ground began to shake violently. Oh no! Lu Guan knew. His excessive interference in Su Yuaning's trial had caused the illusion to reject him. Lu Guan paid Su Hongsheng no mind whatsoever, grabbing Su Yueying by the shoulders. Yuning, listen carefully. I can't intervene to help you right now. You'll have to handle these people on your own. But now that you possess a B-rank skill, dealing with them should pose no problem. But do you remember your father's true nature? The real Su Hongsheng loved you, so he would never force you to do anything against your will. But the man standing before you now. Lu Guan desperately wanted to tell Su Yuaning outright that this was nothing but an illusionary trial. Everything is fake. But he felt an invisible force gripping his throat, making it impossible to speak. He could only hint at the truth indirectly. Even so, his words were cut off by a sharp rebuke. Kid, what nonsense are you spouting here? All of you, move. Grab him. Su Hongsheng waved his hand. The monsters of the Dawn Guild instantly shifted their focus, charging toward Lu Guan. At the same time, 3 ice spikes appeared in Su Hongsheng's hands. Flash strike. Without a word, Lu Guan materialized before Su Hongsheng, shattering all 3 ice spikes with a single slash before activating his phantom talent to vanish once more. Su Hongsheng stood frozen, staring at his own palm. What just happened? Why did he merely see a flash before his skill was countered? Was the future guild's leader that powerful? How on earth did he pull that off? The members of the Dawn Guild were also momentarily bewildered. They had just lunged forward when he vanished. Fortunately, some among them recognized this as a talent like phantom or invisibility. Su Yuaning had only felt the president's voice growing increasingly distant. Fortunately, she had caught every word. It felt as though a silkworm cocoon was about to burst open in her mind, ready to emerge as a butterfly. The silkworm pupa struggled desperately, yet could not break free from its layers of confinement. The real father is the one who loves me. She murmured the words the chairman had spoken to her. Therefore, this cold-hearted man before her was utterly unworthy of being her father. In an instant, Su Yuning seemed to find release. She closed her eyes tightly and took a deep breath. When she opened them again, her gaze held nothing but resolve. You forced my hand. Xian Xian Yin. Gurgle gurgle. In an instant, countless droplets filled the hall once more. They swirled like a hurricane, spinning rapidly before transforming into water blades. Several members of the Dawn Guild were sliced by the water blades, their bodies cut like tofu, easily pierced and torn to shreds. Su Yuing thrust both hands outward. The whirlwind of water blades expanded in radius. Several more Dawn Guild members standing slightly closer instantly collapsed dead. Chapter 134, Dilemma. Watching the apostles of the Divine Sovereign he had invited fall one after another. Su Hongsheng's expression grew increasingly twisted. On one hand, he was stunned that his daughter possessed such formidable skills. On the other, a deep sense of guilt welled up from within. Su Yuing, not only did you disobey me, but you dared to strike down the Divine Sovereign's apostles. You want to drive your father to his grave. Father? Hearing that word now, seeing him beating his chest in grief over these apostles, Su Yuaning's heart was filled with only resolve. Perhaps it was as the president had said. My father has always loved me, no matter what. He would never use such harsh methods to force me into doing things I refuse. And he certainly wouldn't risk hurting me for the sake of these strangers. So you're not my father at all. As she uttered those last two sentences, Su Yuaning's voice suddenly rose sharply. Far from halting her skill activation, she channeled even greater force, expanding the range of Qianxianin once more. This time, the Dawn Guild members were prepared. Only 2 failed to dodge in time, torn to shreds by the razor-sharp water blades. Su Hongsheng, caught within the blade's reach, dared not confront them head-on. Horrified, he stumbled back several steps. You ungrateful son. He never imagined Su Yuing would even attack her own father. Lu Guan, watching from the second floor, couldn't help but inwardly exclaim. Well done. But continuing like this was clearly dangerous. After all, while B-rank skills were powerful, they also exact a tremendous toll on stamina and energy. At Su Yuing's current level, she could probably only hold out for another 3 minutes at most. What should be done now? Lu Guan dared not act rashly again. His sudden appearance had caused the illusion to tremble, though fortunately, it showed no signs of collapsing. Both his and Su Yuing's consciousnesses were still trapped within. If the illusion collapsed, would their consciousnesses be disintegrated along with it? Yuning, conserve your strength. Though he dared not act rashly, Lu Guan speculated. As long as he didn't attempt to warn the trial participants that they were actually in an illusion, or forcefully guide their memories, it wouldn't cause too much disruption. Sure enough. Upon hearing this, Su Yuning finally grasped the situation and slowly retracted the coverage of the 1,000 whirlpools. The illusory space showed no signs of disruption. But Su Yuing heard it. The others heard it too. They instantly understood B-rank skills were incredibly taxing on stamina. Su Hongsheng snorted coldly. Yuaning, if you agree to be obedient now and join the Dawn Guild, you'll still be my good daughter. As for you killing so many apostles of the Divine Sovereigns, I'll explain it to the proxy for you. Su Yuning still hadn't realized this was an illusion. The more her father insisted, the more unreal it all felt to her. Stop dreaming. Even if I die, I will never join the Dawn Guild. Su Hongsheng then discreetly exchanged a glance with the 2 men behind her. The 2 Dawn Guild members immediately understood. They began silently activating their abilities. One of them produced a lightning orb formed from a dense cluster of fine lightning bolts. Clearly an awakened F-rank skill of the Thunder talent, Paralysis Lightning Orb. The other, meanwhile, saw a vine sprout from the palm of his hand. Evidently, like Lu Guan, he possessed the bloodlust talent. Their intentions were plain. They intended to take advantage of Su Yueying's guard being down and secretly take control of her. Unfortunately, they overlooked one crucial detail: Lu Guan was still watching from the second floor. Su Yuening herself seemed to sense something. But just as she turned to look, Su Hongsheng spoke. "Yuening, don't you even trust your father's words anymore? Every decision I make is for your own good." In reality, the real Su Hongsheng had never spoken such words to Su Yueying. Yet when the illusion Su Hongsheng spoke these words, they still managed to capture Su Yueying's attention. "For my own good? If you truly cared about me, why couldn't you respect my choice?" Su Yueying demanded. "Watch your back." Lu Guan's calm voice sounded at that moment. Su Yueying spun around instantly. Paralyzing lightning orbs and vines attacked her simultaneously. Fortunately, Su Yueying had maintained constant vigilance, and Lu Guan's warning came just in time. She dodged them with ease. This time, she was thoroughly enraged. So her father's earlier words had merely been a ploy to distract her. A wave of grief and fury surged through Su Yueying. With a flick of her jade-like arm, the thousand whirlwind, coiled to half a person's length and diameter, struck the two like lightning. Without so much as a sound, they were instantly dismembered on the spot by the thousand whirlwind. The remaining survivors had hoped to wear Su Yueying down until she exhausted her strength before striking. Little did they know the thousand whirls could be wielded in such a manner. Even the apostles of divine sovereigns weren't all fearless. Several of them retreated in terror to the corner of the hall. Yet even now, after slaying so many, the illusion remained utterly unchanged. Dragging things out like this indefinitely was no solution. Lu Guan felt he should guide Su Yueying to take the initiative to break the deadlock. But how should he go about it? Lu Guan reflected on his own journey through the illusory realm. He was genuinely at a loss. He had broken free from the illusion primarily through the star spirit energy his mother had left him, along with Lu Yao's assistance. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Lu Guan. That's right. His memories must have resurfaced after Lu Yao vanished within the illusion. Therefore, Lu Yao was the pivotal link within his illusion's will. Once Lu Yao was dealt with, the illusion would naturally be shattered. For Su Yuening, what she must overcome is her own dependency. From childhood onward, her father had been her greatest source of support and the rock she leaned on. Therefore, to shatter Su Yuening's illusion, one must eliminate Su Hongsheng, the pivotal linchpin. At this thought, Lu Guan found himself momentarily at a loss. He knew all too well that Su Hongsheng wasn't merely Su Yueying's emotional anchor, he was also the family member she trusted most deeply. It felt like having to kill Sister Yao with his own hands. Even knowing he was merely undergoing an illusions trial, Lu Guan still found it incredibly difficult to bring himself to do it. He recalled the Guardian's words before entering the third layer's pillar of light, claiming this trial would be simple. Now it seemed. Perhaps for the gods, these weaknesses unique to humans really were simple indeed? Lu Guan couldn't help but feel speechless. Just then, he felt an unusual sensation in his left arm. Glancing down, Lu Guan's eyes instantly narrowed in shock. On his normally smooth forearm, a small snake suddenly flickered with a dark red glow. Chapter 135, Dark Energy. What the hell was this? After breaking free from the illusion and returning to reality, Lu Guan had immediately examined his left forearm. This dark red snake was actually the mark left behind by the power bestowed upon him by that woman within the illusion. However, he was certain that after shattering the illusion, this mark had vanished. Everything within the illusion was illusory, unrelated to reality. But now, why had the mark of that power reappeared? Before Lu Guan could ponder further, the crimson serpent seemed to possess its own consciousness. It slithered along Lu Guan's left forearm before suddenly releasing a cloud of black smoke that swiftly coiled around him. Lu Guan felt an icy chill envelop him. This chill was not the temperature of the polar regions. It felt like it came from some ancient, dark, and lonely palace, a chill so profound that not a single person or thing had brought even a hint of warmth to it for thousands of years. Lu Guan felt a surge of shock. Though the chill was deeply uncomfortable for both body and mind, it also made him feel as though he had grasped some power akin to a fundamental law. Meanwhile, Su Yueying was preparing to eliminate all remaining members of the Dawn Guild. Stop! Su Hongsheng bellowed, immediately activating his innate ability. 3 ice spikes materialized before him. Su Yueying seemed to have forgotten that just minutes ago, Su Hongsheng had launched a potentially lethal attack against her. Yet here she was, daring to turn her back on him. Xian Xianyin, following her command, was now pursuing the Dawn Guild members hiding in the corner of the hall. 3 ice spikes suddenly shot toward her from behind, leaving Su Yueying no room to dodge. She never imagined her father would once again choose to stab her in the back for those monsters. She watched helplessly as the 3 ice spikes locked onto her forehead, chest, and lower abdomen, her eyes filled with utter despair. At that very moment, a burst of black mist exploded like a cannonball, shattering all 3 ice spikes. Immediately after, another burst of black mist struck Su Hongsheng's chest. Put! Though the black mist appeared ordinary and seemingly harmless, Su Hongsheng felt as though his chest had been struck by a sledgehammer. Immediately, a metallic taste filled his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood. This single blow had left him gravely wounded. Su Yuning watched the scene unfold in silence. She showed no intention of going over to check on her father. You! Su Hongsheng turned around in disbelief. That black mist had naturally been emitted by Lu Guan. In the heat of the moment, Lu Guan had just considered intervening again. But the moment he shifted his stance, two streams of black mist shot out on their own. Lu Guan had been worried that directly crippling the pivotal figure manifested by the illusory realms might lead to severe consequences. The outcome, however, was somewhat unexpected. Nothing unusual occurred. Could it be because this energy originated from the illusionary space? Therefore, it wasn't repelled by the illusory realm's laws. Lu Guan couldn't help but feel a surge of secret delight. If that were truly the case, then wouldn't he be able to act without restraint when entering others' trial illusions? Yet another concern gnawed at Lu Guan. Though powerful, this energy didn't seem entirely under his control. But upon reflection, it wasn't hard to understand it wasn't his energy to begin with. Moreover, Lu Guan noticed that each time he tapped into this energy, his mental state seemed to be affected by a subtle shift. This energy seemed perpetually tethered to its source, that ancient, icy dark palace. Now that he had resolved the issue of being unable to interfere with others' illusions, Lu Guan saw no need to conceal it any longer. He directly withdrew his illusionary talent and slowly descended the stairs from the second floor. Su Yuning showed no signs of discomfort. It seemed that as long as he didn't attempt to awaken the memories suppressed by the illusion, nothing would go wrong. You lot! What are you standing around for? Get over here and treat me! Su Hongsheng barked orders at the few surviving members of the Dawn Guild huddled in the corner. His voice was already extremely weak. He knew that if he didn't receive treatment soon, he might not last much longer. Lu Guan descended the stairs while casually waving his hand. A flash of light erupted from the dark red snake coiled around his arm, unleashing several bursts of black mist that instantly eliminated the last few remaining Dawn Guild members. Su Hongsheng's eyes widened in shock. How decisive this young man was. He killed without even blinking an eye. Su Hongsheng forced his head to turn and meet Lu Guan's gaze. He could feel the young man's gaze upon him, as if looking at an inanimate object. Who the hell are you? Su Hongsheng demanded again. He understood that today, he would likely not escape death. Lu Guan didn't answer the question. He couldn't be bothered to waste words on an NPC. Instead, he walked straight to Su Yuaning and asked softly, Yuaning, how are you? Su Yuaning stared at him blankly, then shook her head. She didn't seem to be in any immediate danger, yet her large eyes were filled with terror and bewilderment. President, She didn't know what to say. She couldn't fathom why her father, who had always been so steady, would suddenly change like this. The once most steadfast pillar in her heart had collapsed in an instant, a blow that would be devastating to anyone. Lu Guan understood. It's okay. You've done your best. Su Yuaning didn't understand what he meant by that. But the president's encouragement meant everything to her at that moment. Did I really do well? Lu Guan nodded firmly. Facing her father's sudden change and so many enemies, she had learned to fight back. Truthfully, in this regard, she had always fallen far short of her brother, Su Haokai. It was evident from the very first time Lu Guan visited the Su family estate. Su Haokai was clearly far more decisive than his sister. Truly. Lu Guan nodded firmly. Su Yuaning took a deep breath and turned her head. But father. Even though Su Hongsheng had changed, he was still her father. The bond they once shared made it impossible for Su Yuaning to remain indifferent. Rest assured, the real Su Hongsheng is not dead. This man. Lu Guan wanted to say, this man was never your real father to begin with. But just then, the ground trembled once more beneath their feet. Lu Guan's expression changed. He thought he must have said something wrong again. But immediately after, he and Su Yuaning witnessed cracks suddenly appearing throughout the space. Beyond the fissures, a space of utter darkness and nothingness was exposed. Su Yuaning's expression changed abruptly. What was happening? No sooner had the words left her mouth than a sharp crack echoed through the air. Then, the space abruptly shattered. Chapter 136, Su Haokai's Illusionary Trial. Lu Guan instantly grasped the true nature of this illusion. It replayed the scene of the Su family's downfall and Su Hongsheng's death. And Su Haokai's deepest inner weakness lay precisely in this searing guilt and sense of helplessness. He failed to protect his father, failed to protect his family, and might even have failed to protect his sister. The illusion amplified this agony, crushing the weight of responsibility and failure upon his heart 1,000-fold, drowning him in despair until escape seemed impossible. This was far more deadly than the dilemma facing Su Yuaning. It was shattering the very core of Su Haokai's will. Just then, a sharp, biting female voice cut through the air from the side, thick with scorn and schadenfreude. Ha, young Master Su, stop struggling. Look at you now, utterly pathetic. You can't even protect your own father. What makes you think you can revive the Su family? The future union? What a colossal joke. Lu Guan followed the sound and saw Bai Lu standing behind several members of the Iron Cross. Her face wore that familiar, deeply unsettling, phony smile. Arms crossed, she watched Su Haokai trapped in a desperate situation and Su Hongxing on the brink of death with leisurely composure. Not a trace of sympathy flickered in her eyes. Only cold calculation and a twisted sense of satisfaction. Do you know why the Su family ended up like this? It's because you were too naive. Thinking a little cleverness and some shady union would let you stand your ground in the new world? Face reality. Without power, you can't protect anything. Not even your self-righteous little sister. Right now, she's probably shivering in some dark corner, or maybe our people have already found her? Su Haokai whipped his head around, his bloodshot eyes locking onto Bai Lu. The hatred in his gaze was so intense it seemed ready to materialize and incinerate her. Bai Lu. Shut your mouth. Bai Lu only smiled brighter, even stepping forward 2 paces, her voice growing sharper. What? Hit a nerve? Su Haokai, admit it, you're a worthless piece of trash. A good-for-nothing who couldn't even save his own father. The Su family's ruin is entirely your doing. You're unworthy of being the Su family's heir, and even more so, unworthy of being our future union's vice president. These words cut like the most vicious curse, each syllable stabbing straight to the heart. Su Haokai's body shook violently, not from his injuries, but from overwhelming rage and boundless despair. Every word from Bai Lu struck precisely at the deepest wounds in his heart, trampling the sanity and dignity he had struggled to maintain. Ah! Su Haokai let out a heart-wrenching roar, his voice filled with agony, fury, and a madness teetering on the edge of collapse. The flickering light point between his brows, which shimmered intensely in reality, seemed to transform into a tangible black shadow within this illusion, now frantically eroding his sanity. Lu Guan's heart sank. Bai Lu's actions pushed Su Haokai to the brink of complete loss of control. This illusion was 100 times more treacherous than Su Yueying's. It not only tested Su Haokai's sense of responsibility in the face of suffering but also sought to destroy the very meaning of his existence in the most vicious manner. He couldn't wait any longer. Lu Guan's gaze sharpened as the void blade in his hand emitted a low hum. He must intervene immediately. Illusion. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Guan barked the command. Against the backdrop of burning ruins, his figure instantly blurred, like smoke scattered by the wind. The next moment, 2 identical figures of Lu Guan abruptly materialized at the edge of the battlefield. This sudden turn of events caused the Steel Cross members besieging Luo Hongyang and Uncle Lin to pause in their attack, their gazes darting between the 2 directions in shock and confusion. One of the Lu Guans ignored the fray, his form blurring once more as he launched 2 consecutive ghostly strikes. Swish! Swish! 2 crimson-hued blade flashes, like lightning tearing through the air, struck with pinpoint precision at the 2 burly Iron Cross members who were desperately blocking Su Haokai's path. The 2 men were fully occupied suppressing Su Haokai, who was raging like a mad tiger. They never expected such a swift and deadly attack to come from the rear flank. Thud, thud. The dull thud of blades piercing flesh echoed. The crimson void blades effortlessly sliced through their armor, leaving gruesome, bone-deep wounds across their backs. Blood gushed forth like fountains. Ugh! The 2 burly men let out agonized screams of disbelief as their massive bodies crashed to the ground, instantly incapacitated. The obstacle was gone. Brother! Hurry! Lu Guan's voice, tinged with unquestionable urgency, exploded in Su Haokai's ears. The sound struck like thunder, instantly piercing through Su Haokai's consciousness, clouded by despair and rage. Su Haokai jolted awake, his bloodshot eyes briefly regaining a flicker of clarity. He saw the fallen roadblocker, saw his father's increasingly faint breath in a pool of blood. Dad! Without a moment's hesitation, Su Haokai shot forward like an arrow released from its string, unleashing unprecedented speed as he threw himself recklessly toward Su Hongsheng, who lay collapsed beside the crumbling ruins. Who the hell are you? Looking for death. The other Iron Cross members finally snapped out of their daze, their expressions a mix of shock and fury. Several fierce gazes instantly locked onto the 2 Lu Guans in the true form that had just teleported to slay them. Their attacks shifted instantly, unleashing a barrage of elemental skills. Fireballs, ice spikes, and wind blades whistled toward Lu Guan's true form. Yet, facing the encircling assault, a cold smile curved the corners of Lu Guan's true form. Shift. Just as the attacks were about to strike, his figure vanished into thin air as if merging with the atmosphere. Every attack missed its mark, exploding into scorched or frozen marks upon the burning ruins below. Above. Someone with keen eyes pointed upward in shock. Lu Guan's true form had materialized in midair at some unknown moment. He gazed coldly down upon the Steel Cross members below, as if surveying a swarm of ants. The void blade in his hand pointed downward at an angle, its dark crimson blade pulsing with energy that sent shivers down the spine. Playing tricks. Kill him. The Iron Cross members roared in fury, gathering their ranged skills once more. But Lu Guan gave them no chance to focus their fire. Swish. Another dash. His figure materialized near another phantom. 2 Lu Guans, like perfectly synchronized phantoms, flickered and darted through the burning ruins. Each reappearance brought deadly slashes, striking with pinpoint accuracy at Steel Cross members attempting to attack Su Haokai or re-engage Luo Hongyang and Uncle Lin. Chaos erupted instantly. The Steel Cross members were exhausted from fending off the elusive Lu Guan. Their attacks repeatedly missed their mark, while the unpredictable blade relentlessly claimed the lives or combat effectiveness of their comrades. Damn it! Take out this troublemaker first. The leader of the Iron Cross roared in fury. Lu Guan's sudden appearance had completely disrupted their plan to surround and eliminate Su Haokai and the others. Chapter 137, Is White Deer a traitor? It must be said. Su Haokai's illusion trial scenario was indeed rather peculiar. They had only been in contact with the Iron Cross Guild for less than 2 days. Why did they appear in the illusion? Moreover, they seemed locked in a bitter, life-or-death struggle, as if they harbored deep-seated hatred. Members of the Iron Cross Guild now surrounded several bloodied figures, grinning savagely as they closed in. Black stood casually with his arms crossed, watching the scene unfold with an air of calm elegance. Su Yuaning recognized 2 of them instantly. One was a burly figure wielding a heavy iron club. Several deep, bone-exposing wounds still oozed blood on his body. It was Luo Hongyang. The other was a martial arts master well past 50. His arm hung limply at his side, clearly broken. Unfortunately, there was no healing-type talent present to tend to him. Left to rely solely on his left hand, he clutched a chip-long sword, desperately holding his ground against the onslaught of several Iron Cross Guild members. Besides Uncle Lin, who else could it be? Chairman, how did Luo Hongyang and Uncle Lin end up in my brother's illusion? Su Yueying was deeply astonished, but this time she dared not make a sound. Lu Guan pondered for a moment. No, they must both be manifestations of the illusion's will. Since the Iron Cross Guild had appeared, it wasn't surprising that Luo Hongyang and Uncle Lin were here too. Lu Guan just couldn't be 100% certain. After all, the origins of this void space were unknown. Who could say whether Uncle Lin and Luo Hongyang's trials might somehow interact with Su Haokai's? But the next second, Uncle Lin suddenly unleashed his full power, sweeping his sword horizontally to force back several Iron Cross Guild members. He then turned and charged into the center of the encirclement, standing before a figure covered in blood whose face was obscured. He shouted, "Young master! You must take the young lady and the family head away from here immediately." So this was Su Haokai. Hearing this, Lu Guan was certain he wasn't the real Uncle Lin. Because the real Uncle Lin, in this situation, might have urged Su Haokai to take Su Yueying away, but he would never have advised Su Hongxing to leave. Uncle Lin regarded the brother and sister as his own children. But he didn't share that same deep affection for Su Hongxing. Therefore, Uncle Lin would always believe that as the head of the family, Su Hongxing should shoulder his responsibilities no matter what happened to the Su family. Just like what happened at the Su family estate that day, Uncle Lin would only choose to stand and fall with Su Hongxing. Lu Guan's observation of this detail was indeed remarkably perceptive. So much so that Su Yuning hadn't even noticed. She only saw those individuals in distress and grew somewhat anxious. "Chairman, I want to go out and help them." Lu Guan shook his head. "Don't act impulsively. Don't forget, our goal is to help your brother break free from the illusion. We're not here to rescue anyone." Su Yuning did feel a bit flustered. Lu Guan could understand that. Seeing everyone he cared about most, including Luo Hongyang, injured like this, who could possibly stay calm? Su Haokai was covered in blood, his injuries clearly severe. Lu Guan finally understood why the golden light before his brow had flickered on and off in the dark void. "Dad!" At that moment, Su Haokai roared, following the direction of his gaze. It was Su Hongxing, stabbed in the abdomen by a dagger wielded by a member of the Iron Cross Guild. He unleashed an ice spike skill, which also pierced the enemy's body. But already near collapse from exhaustion, the exertion of his skill caused him to stagger, lose his balance, and collapse directly onto the ground. Ignoring his own severe injuries, Su Haokai rushed over. "Haokai, take Yuaning, run." His voice was barely audible. Had Lu Guan not possessed exceptional hearing, he might not have heard it at all. "No, Dad, hold on a little longer. I'll take out every last one of those Iron Cross Union bastards soon. Then I'll take you to get medical help," Su Haokai declared stubbornly. With that, he raised the Blood Rage crossbow in his hand, turned, and fired several energy bolts at the Steel Cross Guild members who had ambushed him. At the same time, Lu Guan heard him mutter softly, as if talking to himself. "It's all my fault. I should have awakened an F-rank talent. It's because I'm not strong enough to protect you all. If only I were stronger, this wouldn't have happened." Hearing this, Lu Guan suddenly began to understand. No wonder Su Haokai craved leveling up so desperately, yearning for greater power. Even at the cost of risking everything. In the illusion, the Su family was annihilated, and Su Hongxing lay mortally wounded. This plunged Su Haokai into deep self-reproach. He felt he had failed to protect his father, his family, and even his closest sister. He was barely in his 20s. Yet he had shouldered responsibilities that should never have been his. To make matters worse, the talent he had awakened wasn't strong enough. Originally, this situation wouldn't have been such a big problem. But after Su Hongxing joined the Dawn Guild and underwent purification by the Divine Sovereign, a fundamental contradiction emerged between his weakness and the strength required for his mission. Su Haokai wanted to save his father, but the Divine Proxy's power had reached the 3rd tier. At first, Su Haokai felt utterly hopeless. Fortunately, Lu Guan later decided to lead everyone in a leveling sprint, reigniting his hope. Yet deep down, Su Haokai ultimately chose to bear a weight he was incapable of handling. Thus, the trials within his illusory realm proved far more direct and brutal than those faced by himself or Su Yueying. A sharp, biting female voice cut through the air from the side. It carried thick layers of mockery and schadenfreude. "Heh, Su Haokai, you might as well stop struggling. Look at yourself now, how utterly pathetic. You can't even protect your own father. What makes you think you can revive the Su family or develop the future union? You're nothing but a joke." Lu Guan turned toward the voice. But when he recognized the speaker, he was momentarily speechless. It was Bai Lu? She stood behind several members of the Iron Cross Union. Her face wore an extremely unsettling, phony smile. Though Lu Guan didn't know exactly what had transpired in Su Haokai's illusion, he could guess the gist. Essentially, Su Haokai sought to protect everything, while the Iron Cross Guild played the role of a far more powerful predator. But now Bai Lu appeared with such a smug expression, siding with the Iron Cross Union. What the hell was this? Su Yuning froze at the sight. President, isn't that Sister Bai Lu? How could she? Lu Guan knew what she was about to say. Don't panic, let's watch first. Just then, Su Haokai whipped his head around. His bloodshot eyes locked onto Bai Lu as he gritted out. You traitor! Chapter 138, Lu Guan's Intimidation. The two hiding behind the bushes finally understood. No wonder Bai Lu sided with the Iron Cross Guild. It turned out that in the illusion, she had become a traitor to the future guild. According to Lu Guan's conjecture. Although the trials of this layer involved the illusionary realm's will. But fundamentally, everything that appeared within the illusion was inextricably linked to the test-taker's memories and perceptions. Therefore, it's absolutely no coincidence that Bai Lu became a traitor in Su Haokai's illusion. What on earth was this guy thinking day in and day out? Lu Guan couldn't help but inwardly curse. Because in his view, Bai Lu might have a rebellious streak, but deep down, she was fundamentally righteous. He guessed Bai Lu must have inadvertently offended Su Haokai at some point? With her arms crossed, Bai Lu now watched Su Haokai, trapped in a desperate situation, and Su Hongshang, whose breaths were growing faint, with an air of leisurely detachment. Not a trace of sympathy flickered in her eyes. Do you know why the Su family ended up like this? It's because you were too naive. You thought your petty cleverness becoming the future union's vice president would secure your place in the new world? Face reality. You don't have the capability. You couldn't even protect your own family. Including your self-important little sister who knows where she's cowering in fear right now. Hearing Bai Lu's words, Su Yueying's expression twisted in anger. Self-important? When had she ever been that? President, how could Sister Bai Lu say such things about me? Lu Guan was speechless too. Could it be that Su Haokai genuinely thought that way? Shut your mouth. In the future union, the president and I have never treated you unfairly. Why would you do this? Su Haokai shouted to stop Bai Lu from continuing. The hatred in his eyes was almost tangible, threatening to consume her entirely. But Bai Lu only smiled more brightly. What, hit a nerve? Su Haokai, admit it, you're nothing but a failure. A good-for-nothing who couldn't even protect his own father and sister. The Su family's ruin is entirely your doing. You're utterly unworthy of being the future union's vice president. These words cut like the most vicious curse, each syllable stabbing straight to the heart. Su Haokai's body shook violently, not from his injuries, but from rage and despair. Lu Guan knew him as always refined and courteous. Even after severing ties with Su Hongshang, he still managed to maintain a semblance of dignity. Su Haokai let out a furious roar. His voice was filled with agony, rage, and the hysterics of someone on the brink of collapse. Su Yuning's heart skipped a beat. Sister Bai Lu has gone too far. President, if this continues, I fear my brother will truly break down. No, I have to go help him. Su Yuning started to rise from her seat. Fortunately, Lu Guan grabbed her arm. Don't act impulsively. Appearing now will only make Su Haokai more wary. Hide here. I'll go. With that, Lu Guan activated his phantom talent, vanishing from the spot in a flash. Ah! Ugh! Suddenly, two agonized screams pierced the air from beyond the steel cross guild's encircling perimeter. This caused the attackers surrounding Luo Hongyang and Uncle Lin to pause in unison, glancing over with astonished and suspicious looks. Ha! What's going on? Black, who had been watching the spectacle from the sidelines, was the first to notice two members inexplicably spewing blood before collapsing dead in an instant. He immediately activated his perception talent to investigate. Black frowned. There was nothing there. But then. Ugh! Ah! On the other side of the encirclement, two more agonized screams rang out. Everyone looked over. Two more members of the Iron Cross Guild collapsed to the ground, just like the previous pair. This time, Black didn't hesitate at all. He immediately activated his perception talent to investigate. But still, he found nothing. You two, go check what's going on. Black couldn't help but curse under his breath. He ordered the two men standing guard beside him. The two men acknowledged the order. but they'd barely made it halfway. Ugh! Ugh! Outside the encirclement, in another direction, two more figures collapsed with a thud. This time, everyone present noticed the commotion outside the encirclement. They even slowed their assault on the Su family's side. At that moment, the two members tasked with monitoring the situation had already approached the two who had inexplicably collapsed. Upon closer inspection, they found both men had sunken chests at the heart area, as if someone had brutally pounded them to death with fists. "Chief, they're already dead." One of them stood up and shouted to Black. Hearing this, all the Iron Cross Union members present felt a chill run down their spines. What? They're really dead. Not even a glimpse of their opponents. In less than a minute, 6 people had been taken out one after another, and from different directions. What kind of talent possessed such power? Unheard of. This can't be a gifted individual. We've encountered a ghost. Who the hell is this? Losing 6 members out of nowhere left Black feeling stunned. But anger clearly outweighed his shock. What the hell are you all standing around for? Keep attacking. Not a single one of the Su family should be spared. But this time, when he gave the order, no one dared to act recklessly. They were all on guard, expecting that phantom to appear before them at any moment. Black naturally noticed this change. But what could he say? Though his guild bore the name Iron Cross, its members were not made of iron. Wasn't it only natural for some to fear death? This sudden turn of events finally bought the Su family faction a moment's respite. For Su Haokai, it was like a lifeline tossed to a drowning man. It allowed him to steady his nerves and emotions, then raise his bloodthirsty crossbow once more. Meanwhile, Lu Guan had already darted back behind the bushes. Su Yuaning finally exhaled in relief. Yet she remained puzzled, her wide eyes fixed on the scene. President, is that all the help we're giving? Why not kill a few more of those bastards from the Iron Cross Guild? Lu Guan took a moment to steady his breathing. He had just unleashed 6 consecutive attacks using that energy from the red serpent pattern. While his physical stamina remained largely unaffected, his mental energy had been significantly depleted. My attacks wouldn't trigger the illusion's rejection. But to be safe, it's best not to reveal myself if possible. Su Haokai's illusion should be resolved by him alone. This illusion is indeed extremely dangerous. One must admit. It truly offers everyone an exceptional opportunity for growth. Chapter 139, You're begging me to try. At least Lu Guan saw it as a good opportunity. In Storm Canyon, Su Haokai had shown an excessive craving for power. Lu Guan had always felt that if this continued, Su Haokai would likely run into trouble sooner or later. To put it even more bluntly, perhaps one day, he might even drag the entire future guild down with him. Su Yuaning felt deeply regretful. She also knew that Lu Guan's choices rarely proved wrong. Moreover, the chairman was a visionary leader whose decisions usually served a purpose. Still, Su Yuaning couldn't help but feel uneasy. Chairman, have you already figured out how to break through my brother's illusion? She asked tentatively. What do you think? Lu Guan countered with a question of his own. Su Yuaning knew the chairman was really asking for her own opinion. I think. Just like in my illusionary trial, my father was the hardest obstacle to overcome. Only by vanquishing him could I shatter the illusion completely. And for my brother, Sister Bailu clearly embodies that father-like presence. Lu Guan nodded upon hearing this. She always acknowledged that Su Yuaning was a clever girl. At the very least, she had grasped the true meaning of this illusionary trial in such a short time. Li Song and Luo Hongyang would surely have struggled with it for much longer. Su Yuaning was delighted that Lu Guan agreed with her conjecture. So does that mean, if we take down Sister Bailu, my brother can pass the test? Lu Guan didn't deny it. That should be it. But facing the coordinated assault of so many members of the Iron Cross Guild, how could it be easy to kill Bailu, who was watching the show alongside Black? Had Lu Guan not disrupted their plans earlier, instilling hesitation in these Iron Cross Guild members, they likely wouldn't even be able to stand now. But even so, Su Haokai and his group couldn't hold out much longer. After the inexplicable deaths of 6 members, no further strange occurrences befell the Iron Cross Guild. They gradually let their guard down. Uncle Lin now bore several new wounds. He was relying entirely on his multidimensional enhancement talent and solid physical attributes to tough it out. Su Haokai, wielding the Blood Rage crossbow, handled long-range attacks. Protected by Uncle Lin and Luo Hongyang, he avoided further injuries. Though Su Yuaning knew Uncle Lin was merely a phantom manifestation, watching him struggle so hard still tugged at Su Yuaning's heartstrings. She glanced longingly at Lu Guan several times. How could Lu Guan fail to grasp her meaning? She wanted him to help again, didn't she? He's anxious too, you know. But since the illusion tests one's weaknesses, to grow, one must endure certain trials. So he deliberately ignored Su Yuaning's glances several times, pretending not to notice. Su Yuaning felt frustrated but couldn't bring herself to say anything. Until she saw Uncle Lin collapse, perhaps from severe injuries or sheer exhaustion, she finally couldn't hold back. President. But before she could finish, Lu Guan's figure vanished from his spot. Immediately after, the front courtyard battlefield witnessed the same eerie scene as before. This time, however, Lu Guan struck with greater ferocity, taking out 8 men in quick succession. The Steel Cross Guild members were beginning to lose their composure. Why? That eerie specter had already departed, how could it reappear? And last time he appeared, he took out 6. This time, he took out 8. Next time, would he take out 10? If this keeps up, it'll only take 2 more rounds before it's our turn. Black's eyes widened in shock. Who the hell is playing these tricks? If you've got the guts, step out and face me one-on-one. In your own words, Dragon Nation, this sneaky behavior is utterly despicable, not honorable in the slightest. He was thoroughly enraged. He had indeed brought a large contingent of guild members this time. But within 5 minutes, 14 of them were taken down. And more importantly, he possessed the perception talent. He hadn't even caught a glimpse of their shadow. This was nothing short of an insult to him. Bai Lu frowned, as if suddenly struck by a thought. Chairman Black, could it be? Lu Guan has arrived? Hearing this, Black's eyes lit up instantly. He had crossed swords with Lu Guan before. That terrifying fellow, though his strength was just a tad below his own. But he had to admit, the man possessed an astonishing array of techniques. Few gifted individuals possess the ability to eliminate so many of his members without anyone noticing. Lu Guan was one of them. But then, Black felt something was off. No, it couldn't be him. Hearing this, Bai Lu was puzzled. Why? Blake pondered aloud as he spoke. I know your former chairman. He was an upright man, he wouldn't stoop to such a despicable act. Bai Lu fell silent for a moment. That's because you didn't know him well enough. Blake glanced at White Deer. What do you mean? Bai Lu gathered his thoughts. If you spend more time with him, you'll discover. He can actually become quite devious when pursuing his own goals. Black was skeptical, but he didn't argue with Bai Lu. Meanwhile, Su Yueying, hiding behind the bushes, was seething with anger. You call him cunning? President, how could Sister Bai Lu say such a thing? Lu Guan was utterly speechless. This was Su Haokai's illusion trial. Who exactly thinks they're being underhanded? Isn't that obvious? Lu Guan's sudden appearance once again disrupted the Steel Cross Guild's attack rhythm. He had fully transformed into a thundercloud, seemingly hovering perpetually over their heads. At any moment, a bolt of lightning could strike down and claim every single life. Su Hongshang, lying unnoticed on the ground, coughed once. Su Haokai seized the moment to rush forward. Dad, hang on a little longer. He frantically tried to help his father up. But seeing the wounds gushing blood unceasingly, he dared not make a rash move. Su Hongsheng's gaze had already grown unfocused. He struggled to turn his eyes toward his son, his lips moving as if trying to speak. Save your strength, Dad. Don't speak for now. We'll find a healing talent to treat you. You can say whatever you want then. Su Haokai's heart felt like it was being torn apart. A crushing sense of helplessness and self-reproach once again gnawed at his heart like a venomous snake. Why had he only awakened an F-rank talent? Why couldn't he protect the person who mattered most to him? You still want to find a healing-type talent? Did you really think Lu Guan could save you even if he came? Actually, besides a healing talent user, my life contract talent could also save Su Hongsheng. Otherwise, why don't you beg me to try? Chapter 140, Awakening Skill Blood Rage Piercing the Rainbow. The one who spoke was, naturally, Bai Lu. Her venomous expression and sarcastic tone made Su Yuning grind her teeth in fury. Not just her, even Lu Guan felt that Bai Lu's current demeanor was indeed hard to stomach. Su Haokai snapped his head up, veins bulging on his temples. His reflex was to raise the blood rage crossbow, aiming it at that venomous woman. Seeing this, Su Yueying felt a surge of determination welling up inside her. Haokai. But then, a very weak voice sounded from beneath him. Dad, what do you want to say? Su Haokai lowered the blood rage crossbow. He sensed his father had something to say. Not wanting to exhaust him further, Su Haokai leaned closer to listen. No, don't worry about me. Hurry, take Yuning away from here. But Su Hongsheng's voice seemed to be draining his last ounce of strength. After uttering those words, only agonized, weak gasps remained in his throat. Dad! Su Haokai sensed something was terribly wrong and shook Su Hongsheng's body twice with all his might. But Su Hongsheng slowly closed his eyes. The hand gripping the blood rage crossbow began to tremble uncontrollably. Master! Uncle Lin, who had just fallen, struggled to his feet. At this moment, every member of the Su family lay gravely wounded and exhausted, while the Steel Cross Guild members had ceased their assault. Of course, this wasn't out of compassion. They were terrified that the ghost might appear again. Chairman Black, at this point, that person still dares not show his face. Seems his combat prowess truly pales in comparison to yours. Bai Lu remarked with a sneer. He's nothing but a rat hiding in the shadows. If he dares to show his face, I'll personally finish him off. But if he doesn't, I'll just have to continue. Black deliberately shouted. Truth be told, he genuinely wanted to see who this person was. After all, someone who could evade even his innate perception talent was undoubtedly skilled. Black always held the most respect for truly capable adversaries. If this were reality, Lu Guan might actually give him a chance after such a statement. Unfortunately, this was merely an illusion. How could Lu Guan possibly fall for an NPC's provocation? He wasn't that bored. A moment passed in silence. Yet nothing happened. Seeing that the other party seemed determined to remain hidden, Black could only shrug helplessly. What a pity. Bai Lu, the rest is up to you. Bai Lu sneered. No problem. She nodded and walked toward the Su family members. These people were already injured and in such a wretched state that she needn't worry about them having the strength to attack her. Su Haokai. Out of respect for your former position as vice president, I'll give you a chance. End it yourself, and you can go out with dignity. Bai Lu came to a halt more than 3 meters away from Su Haokai. You dare! Uncle Lin's eyes nearly popped out of his head at the words. Ignoring his own severe injuries, he struggled to charge forward. But 2 members of the Iron Cross Union one punch, one kick sent him crashing back to the ground. Su Haokai watched as his father's body gradually grew cold. He listened to Uncle Lin's agonized groans. Feeling Luo Hongyang's futile roar. An indescribable chill instantly froze all his rage and shouts. It was a despair deeper than death itself. Why did this have to happen? Su Haokai didn't know whom he was asking. He slowly raised the Blood Rage crossbow, pressing it against his temple. Su Yuning was suddenly overcome with panic. He really intends to end his own life. No, I have to save him. Lu Guan could see it too. Su Haokai clearly couldn't get through this on his own. What could possibly spark his will to live now? Su Yueying had no time for detailed thoughts now. Perhaps only my personal appearance would work. At this point, Lu Guan hesitated no longer. Appearing is acceptable, but remember this is an illusion. Under no circumstances should you speak carelessly. As for everything else, leave it to me. Su Yueying nodded solemnly. Brother, don't act rashly. His finger was already locked on the trigger of the Blood Rage crossbow. Su Haokai was about to end his own brief life. A familiar voice abruptly snatched him from despair and back to reality. Su Haokai's movements froze abruptly. What are you doing here? Yu Ning, hide quickly. Su Haokai was startled. If his sister had remained hidden, at least the Su family would have had an heir. But now she's revealed herself. Wouldn't she also die at the hands of the Iron Cross Guild? But he had no idea that Su Yueying had revealed herself precisely to save him. Brother, don't be foolish. Our real father never died. Everything here. Here. When she saw the look in Su Haokai's eyes, Su Yuening could no longer heed Lu Guan's warning. She wanted to say that everything here was fake, an illusion. But just like Lu Guan before. No matter how hard she tried, the words wouldn't come out. Her throat felt like it was being strangled by a rope. Yu Ning, don't worry about me, run. Su Haokai saw his sister seem to be in distress, but all he could do was shout like this. The moment Bai Lu heard Su Yuening's voice, he had spotted her. In fact, she'd immediately suspected Su Yueying might be the ruthless fighter who just consecutively killed 14 members of the Iron Cross Guild. But in an instant, she knew for certain. Su Yuning couldn't possibly be that person. After all, her level was a clear indicator. And if Su Yueying was here, it meant Lu Guan was almost certainly present too. And now that he's shown up, he thinks he can just run away. Lu Bailu said coldly. If you dare touch her, I'll kill you. Su Haokai's eyes widened as he glared furiously at Bai Lu. You really think I won't? Bai Lu sneered disdainfully. You're not just a useless piece of trash now. You're a useless piece of trash with no ability to fight back. I'm going to kill Su Yueying right now. What are you going to do about it? With that, she strode directly towards Su Yueying. But Su Yueying seemed frozen in place, standing motionless as if stunned. Just as Bai Lu was only 3 steps away from Su Yueying. Lu Guan, fearing Su Yueying might suffer some misfortune before he could intervene, prepared to act. But at that very moment, blood rage pierces the rainbow. A hoarse yet resolute shout rang out. Su Haokai had somehow forced himself to his feet. He raised the blood rage crossbow with both hands, a mass of blood energy coalescing upon it. A crimson energy arrow materialized in an instant. Its tip resembled a black hole devouring everything, even distorting and absorbing the surrounding light. Though unaware of what transpired behind him, the white stag felt an inexplicable pang of dread. He turned his head. Whoosh! A shadow of black and crimson streaked through space, piercing her chest. Chapter 141, I was wrong after all. Put. Blood splattered everywhere. By the time Bai Lu could react, darkness had already engulfed her vision. A searing pain shot through her mind, and now she couldn't even manage to utter a sound. A look of vicious mockery froze on Bai Lu's face as her body slowly collapsed to the ground. Blood rage pierces the rainbow. This was Su Haokai's newly awakened F-rank skill. It could coat the trajectory of a thrown weapon with compressed spatial energy. Its power far surpassed that of directly firing energy bolts from the Blood Rage crossbow. Of course. Besides the Blood Rage crossbow, this skill works equally well when hurling other weapons or objects. Su Yuening and Lu Guan were both stunned. What immense power! Su Haokai actually awakened his skill at this moment. What incredible luck! After unleashing blood rage-piercing rainbow, Su Haokai felt darkness engulf his vision. His legs buckled and he plopped down onto the ground. Blood rage-piercing rainbow was indeed powerful, but it consumed his life force. Lu Guan immediately withdrew his phantom talent and approached Su Haokai. Bro, how are you? Are you okay? Su Yuaning hurried over, grabbing Su Haokai's arm to check his condition. Covered in wounds, Su Haokai sucked in a sharp breath from the pain. But he quickly regained his composure. You guys, you don't need to worry about me. President, even if I owe you this favor, if it's possible, I'll repay you in the next life. Now, please take Yuaning and leave this place immediately. The farther you can get, the better. Hearing this, Su Yuning froze in surprise. Had Su Haokai not yet realized he was living through an illusionary trial? Clearly, his mind was still immersed in the danger. But that couldn't be right. Su Yuaning and Lu Guan turned almost simultaneously to look at the white deer lying in a pool of blood not far away. The pivotal figure, a manifestation of the illusion's will, was dead as a doornail. Only then did Lu Guan realize. No! The illusion hadn't been broken. It seemed he had misjudged the white deer's role. The evidence was clear. Given white deer's rank and combat prowess, he posed little threat to Su Haokai. Therefore, the one who could truly suppress the entire Su family was actually black. Lu Guan silently berated himself for his carelessness. Leave this place? Do you think I don't exist? Just then, Black's voice, tinged with anger, rang out behind them. Lu Guan's heart sank instantly. Damn it! It seemed he hadn't been cautious enough. The illusion hadn't been broken yet, but both he and Su Yuaning had revealed themselves. Now they were at a disadvantage. Chairman Lu, I never imagined that sneaky rat hiding in the shadows would actually be you. Just moments ago, I thought you were an upright gentleman. It seems, as that Miss White Deer from your future guild said, I still don't know you well enough. A flicker of disappointment did indeed flash in Black's eyes. But what dominated his expression was, of course, scorn. Su Haokai had no strength left even to lift his hand. He still managed to brace his elbow on his knee, aiming the blood rage crossbow at Black with piercing eyes. I can still unleash one more skill. Black, if you value your life, I advise you to let my sister and the guild leader go. Otherwise, I'll make you regret it. The power of blood rage rainbow piercer was indeed enough to threaten Black. But to kill him as easily as the white deer? That was impossible. And seeing his arms trembling like sieve flour, Black didn't take it seriously at all. Is that so? Then I'm quite eager to see how you'll make me regret it. A resolute glint flashed swiftly in Su Haokai's eyes. Blood rage surge. He was genuinely preparing to unleash his skill. He knew he had no chance of survival in his current state anyway. He might as well risk his life to secure a sliver of hope for Su Yuaning and Lu Guan. He believed Lu Guan had a strong chance of successfully escaping with his sister. But before his skill could fully activate, Lu Guan intercepted him. Rest for now. Leave the rest to me. Since he'd already revealed himself, he might as well turn the tables and take the initiative. Brother, do as the guild leader says. Once he deals with Black, everything will come back to you. Su Yuning added meaningfully at the same time. Su Haokai couldn't fathom what his sister meant by that. But seeing her confident expression, he didn't press further. Alright. Lu Guan wasted no time either. A crimson snake flashed with a faint glow on his left forearm, instantly enveloping his body in swirling black mist. With a casual flick of his wrist, a cloud of black mist surged toward Blake. Blake hadn't expected Lu Guan to not only sneak around but also launch a surprise attack. Fortunately, his reflexes were quick enough to dodge it with a swift sidestep. Lu Guan shook his head at the sight. Black was indeed no match for Su Hongsheng. He was going to be much tougher to deal with. War cry. Black was clearly displeased. He immediately activated his innate ability. Chairman Lu, where's your weapon? Now, I'm about to start the real fight. Blake's tone dripped with provocation, clearly brimming with confidence in his own strength. Lu Guan narrowed his eyes, saying nothing more. The void blade was definitely out of the question. An attack of such power would inevitably provoke resistance from the will of the illusion. One misstep could cause the entire illusion to collapse. Lu Guan chose to activate his phantom talent. His form shifted constantly as he channeled the red serpent's energy to strike at Black. Earlier, Lu Guan had been striking from multiple positions, achieving his goal before vanishing. This left Black utterly baffled. But now, things were different. Lu Guan was going on the offensive. The greatest advantage of his phantom talent now lay solely in its ability to increase his movement speed. Black frowned deeply. It was indeed a tricky situation. This guy moves so fast, I can't catch him. And he had to stay constantly alert for attacks that could come from any direction at any moment. It was utterly infuriating. Gradually, though, Black began to discern patterns in Lu Guan's footwork and attack sequences. Chairman Lu, is that all you've got? Black felt confident now, letting out a cold laugh. Lu Guan, however, remained in his phantom state. Of course, that wasn't all he had up his sleeve. But he couldn't use them recklessly, he was helpless. Seeing that Lu Guan paid no heed to his taunts, Black saw no point in further provocation. He gave a sharp command and activated his perception talent to its fullest. The next second, he moved. Lu Guan, maintaining his phantom state as he moved at high speed, suddenly felt a blur before his eyes. He halted instantly, only to find Black standing before him, grinning. "Chairman Lu, your speed is indeed remarkable. But unfortunately, you can't evade my perception." With that, he unleashed a punch like a lion's roar, slamming straight toward Lu Guan's face. Chapter 142, All Pass the Trial. Blake had likely learned this tactic from Lu Guan himself, launching attacks without warning. His punch was powerful and swift. Yet Lu Guan showed not a hint of tension. After all, when it came to raw combat prowess, he was certainly no weaker than Black. The real problem was that he dared not unleash his full potential and utilize his most formidable innate abilities. President Su Yueying, watching from the sidelines, was deeply concerned. Her instinct was to activate the 1000 vortex pull. Don't be impulsive. Fortunately, Lu Guan, who had just teleported over to the side, noticed her action and urgently called her off. Su Yueying snapped back to her senses. This was Su Haokai's illusory trial. Even when defending against Su Hongxing's attack within his own illusion, Lu Guan had triggered a rejection from the illusion. If the 1000 whirlwind strike truly harmed Black, the consequences would be unimaginable. Su Yueying couldn't help but sigh inwardly. She really was a bit too impulsive. Blake hadn't expected his punch to miss its mark? Damn it, the shuttle talent. He had counted on this punch to teach that arrogant bastard a lesson. But the Black within the illusion had clearly forgotten this. Or perhaps he simply never knew. Either way, it left Black thoroughly frustrated. Lu Guan had no time to care about his mood. He had to deal with Blake quickly. The Su siblings and his own illusion trials were already so perilous. The others' situations were even more uncertain. With that thought, after Lu Guan re-established distance from Black, the dark red serpent on his left arm seemed to come alive, its glow suddenly blazing intensely. He remained in his phantom state. Unable to locate him, Blake could only once again unleash his perception talent to its fullest. Just as his perception reached Lu Guan, a mass of black mist, even larger than before, surged toward him. Put. Unfortunately, Blake's reaction was half a beat too slow this time. The dark mist slammed into his left shoulder. Blake instantly let out a muffled groan, feeling a bone-chilling coldness surge through him. Simultaneously, the dark mist coiled around his arm like a living creature. What kind of skill is this? Black realized with horror that despite only being struck on the shoulder, his entire left arm had gone numb. But that wasn't all. That bone-chilling energy clung to him like maggots on a carcass, seemingly intent on crawling across his entire body. Without hesitation, Black clenched his right hand and forcibly wrenched his left arm off. Even knowing this was an illusion and that Black was merely an NPC, Lu Guan couldn't help but marvel. That's brutal. But in his view, the real-life Black would likely be capable of such an act too. I was careless just now. But I must say, Chairman Lu, your skill is far slower than Su Haokai's energy arrow by more than just a little. Though Black's face was drenched in sweat from the pain, his expression twisted in agony, his eyes blazed with madness and resentment. Facing his vicious taunts, Lu Guan remained expressionless. A person only loses control when someone truly hits their weak spot. Lu Guan hadn't. But what no one expected was this. Black's taunts were merely a diversion. The moment his words faded, he suddenly flickered into position directly opposite Lu Guan. Die! Black roared, unleashing a punch with all his might from his remaining right arm. Not far away, the Su siblings watched in horror. Who could have imagined this madman would disregard his own injuries to defeat Lu Guan? Among the Steel Cross Union's many members, numerous individuals possessed healing-type talents. Restoring his strength would take less than 5 seconds. Alas, Black's hopes were dashed. Lu Guan hadn't paid any attention to what he said, his focus entirely fixed on tracking his movements. Seeing him charge forward recklessly, Lu Guan snorted coldly. Looking for death. With a slight sidestep, he effortlessly dodged Black's fist. Immediately after, the crimson snake pattern on his left arm flashed once more, gathering dark energy. Put. Blake's eyes widened as he stared down at the energy arrow protruding from his chest, his face frozen in disbelief. Yes. This energy arrow was naturally fired by Su Haokai. He hadn't had time to activate his skill, so he could only use the Blood Rage crossbow's basic attack. Immediately after. Boom! After sidestepping his punch, Lu Guan's black aura struck Black's chest. Put! Black spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flew backward instantly. Mid-air, he strained to turn his head, catching sight of Su Haokai leaning against Su Yueying nearby. His eyes held disbelief and unwillingness. With a thud upon hitting the ground, Blake's life force was instantly extinguished. Truth be told, had it not been for Su Haokai's arrow, he would have had the ability to evade Lu Guan's fatal strike. Success! Su Yueying let out a surprised cry. Suddenly, the illusory space began to violently tremble. The surrounding scenery began to shatter like a broken mirror, flaking away piece by piece. Su Haokai froze in place, staring at the collapsing world before him as memories flooded back like a tidal wave. Brother, you finally passed the trial. Su Yueying exhaled a long breath, unable to contain her excitement. Su Haokai's gaze gradually cleared, the wounds on his body fading until they vanished completely. In the void of the dark space, Su Haokai, who had just opened his eyes, stood there dazed, his body trembling slightly. He seemed still immersed in the overwhelming grief and helplessness of his clan's destruction and his father's tragic death. Brother, what's wrong? Seeing Su Haokai's unusual state, Su Yueying asked with concern. His vacant gaze made him look utterly lost. Chairman, my brother, he didn't get hurt too badly in the illusion, did he? Something's wrong with him. Su Yueying turned to ask Lu Guan. Hearing this, Lu Guan smiled. He could understand that feeling. He should be fine. Just let him rest here for a while. Lu Guan said indifferently. Suddenly, Li Song's voice rang out behind them. Boss, what's going on here? Immediately after, Bai Lu asked in puzzlement, yeah, why are there three of you together? Zhang Yan'an said with relief, I knew the guild leader and the others wouldn't run into trouble. If something happened to them, wouldn't the future guild just fall apart? She was genuinely worried that Lu Guan might be in trouble. Though with her talent type and rank, her chances of joining another guild were far greater than Li Song's. But after all, the future guild was primarily Lu Guan's project, and she still felt attached to it. They'd started together in the newbie village and made it this far. Wasn't that a rare kind of bond? Lu Guan glanced at the group, slightly surprised. You all passed the trial? Chapter 143, what exactly is Uncle Lin's secret realm? Since they had all regained consciousness, they must have broken through their illusions and passed the trial. In truth, as the Guardian had stated, the trials on this level were not difficult. The real difficulty lay with those whose obsessions and desires ran too deep, those harboring irreparable inner flaws, and those who were simply too fragile. In Li Song's illusion, he found himself back in the days when he was a low-level enforcer, following another boss. Back then, there were no gifted individuals on Blue Star. For his boss, he risked life and limb or came pretty close. Then one day, simply because he had offended someone with connections in the underworld, the boss actually sold him out to that person to curry favor. In reality, Li Song was brutally beaten by the other's gang, ending up like a stray dog. But this time, in the illusion, Li Song didn't know why, but he simply refused to endure this humiliation. He turned, picked up a kitchen knife from the ground, and slashed the boss directly, passing the trial. After waking from the illusion, he finally grasped a truth. Loyalty and honor mattered, but only with the right people. His former boss constantly preached about righteousness, yet in reality, he was utterly unworthy of the blood and sweat Li Song had shed for him. But his current boss, Lu Guan-san, though he never said a word, had saved his lifetime and again. That was the difference between people. As for the illusions experienced by Bai Lu, Duan Xingqian, and the others, there was little to discuss. In terms of sheer peril, they couldn't even compare to the little chubby guy. Because of his timid nature, little Fatty encountered an apocalyptic illusion. At the edge of a cliff, his mother accidentally fell but managed to cling to a cliff juniper tree. The little chubby kid tried to find someone to call for help. But in the midst of the apocalypse, who in their right mind would be wandering around such a place? His mother in the illusion kept urging him not to worry about her. Though not exactly a paragon of filial piety, the little chubby kid had always been a well-behaved child since childhood. How could he just watch his mother in danger and leave her behind? So the little chubby boy mustered his courage, ultimately rescuing his mother and passing the trial. He gained a general understanding of everyone's experiences. Lu Guan scanned the surroundings. The light pillars leading back to the temple hadn't appeared, meaning some were still trapped in the illusion and hadn't returned. It was Uncle Lin. However, the golden light sphere before him flickered steadily, indicating he hadn't encountered any immediate danger. Even Lu Guan found it hard to fathom. Uncle Lin had lived such a long life, what could possibly be weighing on his mind? How could he still be trapped in an illusion at this stage of life? Lu Guan was about to enter Uncle Lin's illusion to see what was going on. Su Yuaning pulled him back. Chairman, perhaps we should wait for Uncle Lin a little longer. Her tone carried a weight of hidden meaning. Lu Guan naturally sensed the deeper meaning behind Su Yueying's words and asked in puzzlement, do you know what Uncle Lin's weakness is? Su Yueying hesitated before nodding. Chairman, do you know why Uncle Lin, at his age, has neither a wife nor children? Lu Guan replied matter-of-factly, isn't it because he became obsessed with martial arts at a young age? Su Yueying sighed with resignation. That is indeed part of the reason. But the more important reason is? At this point, the others' gazes all turned toward them. Su Yueying remained silent. Li Song urged impatiently, sis-in-law, you can't keep us hanging like this. What's the more important thing? Why did you stop talking? It wasn't that Su Yueying intended to keep them in suspense. It was simply that this matter was ultimately Uncle Lin's private affair, and she felt it might not be appropriate for her to disclose it like this. Ignoring the others, Su Yueying simply told Lu Guan, anyway, Chairman, you needn't worry too much. Uncle Lin won't be in any danger. If you truly want to know, wait until Uncle Lin passes his trial and ask him yourselves. Lu Guan understood Su Yueying's reservations. Hearing this, he couldn't guess the specifics, but he assumed it was likely some emotional knot or similar matter. They didn't have to wait long. The final golden light in the void slowly faded. It signaled that Uncle Lin had finally broken free from the shackles of his emotional entanglement and shattered the illusion. A pillar of golden light materialized before their eyes. All eyes turned to Uncle Lin. He slowly opened his eyes. His gaze held a mix of relief, reluctance, a hint of sorrow, and a sense of peace. Sorry for keeping you all waiting. Uncle Lin, noticing several pairs of eyes fixed on him, looked momentarily bewildered before quickly regaining his composure. He took a deep breath, trying his best to steady his emotions. Li Song stepped forward. Mr. Lin, are you all right? Uncle Lin shook his head. I'm fine. So it seems everyone has successfully passed the test? Li Song chuckled. We got through it much faster than you did. What exactly was your illusion trial? Hearing this, Uncle Lin fell silent for a moment. Li Song felt as if a flea had taken up residence in his heart, jumping around incessantly, driving him mad with itchiness. What good would it do you to know? Uncle Lin paused before countering. Li Song replied bluntly, I'm just curious. Earlier, the boss said he wanted to enter your illusion, but the boss's wife wouldn't let him, saying there was no danger. This is a divine trial and test. Why is there no danger in your illusion? Uncle Lin pondered for a moment before replying earnestly, indeed, there's no real danger. Li Song pressed further, so what exactly is the test? Uncle Lin ignored him completely and walked over to Lu Guan. Chairman, since everyone has passed, can we return to the temple now? Lu Guan nodded without further ado. Yes, let's go. With that, he stepped into the golden pillar of light. The others understood immediately. Uncle Lin clearly had no intention of sharing his inner thoughts. After all, who lives half a lifetime without a secret or two? Though curious, they understood the importance of respecting others' privacy. One by one, they followed Lu Guan into the pillar of light. Only Li Song stood there, staring blankly as Uncle Lin's figure vanished. Why did he leave? He hasn't even explained what the test is. Duan Xingchen chuckled behind him. Brotherly, let's go too. We'll talk outside. What else could Li Song say? This was utterly baffling. Everyone reassembled in the temple. Soon, the guardian's voice echoed from the dome above. Congratulations, all trial participants. You have successfully passed every test set by the deities. Next, you shall receive the gods' gifts. This is a reward for your courage, justice, and wisdom. And I, at last, have fulfilled my duty. Mighty trial participants, are you ready? Naturally, there was little need for preparation. They'd gone through all this trouble for this very moment. Wait. Just then, Lu Guan suddenly called out. I have one more question. Chapter 144, The God Who Creates Illusions. The light from the temple's dome was gentle and constant. Like timeless stars, it felt deeply soothing. As the guardian uttered his final words, a rare sense of relief flickered in his tone. Unexpectedly, Lu Guan suddenly called out to him. Trialist, do you have any further questions? Lu Guan lowered his head, glancing at his left arm, now smooth once more. I wish to know which deity created this trial realm. Hearing this question, everyone's heart stirred involuntarily. They were genuinely curious too. What kind of being could conceive of such divine maneuvers, mountain climbing trials, illusory realms, and the like? But what puzzled them even more was why the guild leader would ask this now. The guardian fell into a brief silence. Fortunately, Lu Guan showed no impatience, quietly awaiting the other's response. Finally, that voice, tinged with near devotion, sounded once more. She is the ruler of the night, the great being who commands secrecy and darkness. She is Lilith, the Dark Moon Goddess. Dark Moon Goddess? Lilith! Lu Guan's heart jolted violently, as if struck by a cold iron hammer. Suddenly, he remembered. When he first fell into the illusion, in that dark void of nothingness, the exquisite silhouette outlined by countless stars was identical to the goddess statue in the Dark Moon Temple. No wonder it had felt so familiar the moment he saw it. At the same time, Lu Guan realized if that was the case, then the dark red serpent energy on his arm must also originate from Lilith. That's why it could defy the illusory realm's rules. In an instant, all the clues clicked into place with startling ease. Lu Guan suppressed the shock surging within him. I understand. Thank you for your answer. The guardian heart seemed unconcerned with Lu Guan's inner thoughts or the purpose behind his question. You're welcome. Now, you may all receive the divine gift. The long brewing golden pillar of light finally descended slowly from the dome. Expectation shone in every pair of eyes. This so-called divine gift was none other than the energy core of the secret realm. Last time, Lu Guan cracked the secret realm in the newbie village and obtained something as precious as the guild token. This time, what would the Dark Moon Goddess Lilith leave behind? As the pillar of light touched the ground, the radiance faded. All present witnessed a fist-sized, deep blue crystal suspended mid-air. The crystal shimmered with mesmerizing hues, yet it was not solid. Within it, an entire ocean seemed sealed. Countless intricate currents flowed along its veins, shifting and shifting like living creatures. The entire crystal radiated a pure and colossal water elemental energy. Everyone's eyes lit up. This thing. Su Yueying's eyes widened, as if she wanted to say something but held back. Bai Lu couldn't help but ask curiously, Vice President, did you sense something? Su Yueying merely glanced at her. No reply. Bai Lu sensed a hint of rejection in Su Yueying's gaze. What was going on? Had she offended her somehow? Of course, Bai Lu couldn't have imagined it. She hadn't personally wronged Su Yueying. But the Bai Lu and the illusion, she was truly too wicked. She had successfully planted an indelible shadow in Su Yueying's heart. President, I feel like the energy in this thing is just like the energy contained in those floating water droplets we encountered outside the secret realm. Su Yuening turned to Lu Guan and said. Hearing this, Lu Guan wasn't particularly surprised. Ever since he learned this secret realm was created by the Dark Moon Goddess, everything had made perfect sense. Those water droplets seemed deliberately designed to force him into the secret realm. Of course, this was merely a vague conjecture of Lu Guan's. But if this conjecture were true, why would the Dark Moon Goddess act in such a manner? Alas, the thoughts of a lofty deity were beyond his comprehension. No matter how hard Lu Guan racked his brain, he couldn't possibly fathom the reason. Item obtained, title heart. Item description, high-grade item. Enables perception and control of all water elemental energies within a certain range. Lu Guan casually stored the Tide Heart in the future guild storage space. Everyone witnessed the item description pop up on the guild interface. Su Yueying was particularly excited. She possessed a natural talent for water manipulation. But without awakened skills, her E-rank talent made her little more than a water butler, virtually worthless. To other talent users, this title heart might seem like an overpowered cheat code for water control. But in Su Yueying's hands, it was an entirely different story. Water manipulation talent and the ability to freely command water elements were fundamentally different concepts. After the energy hub was sealed away, the entire temple's radiance began to fade at a visible pace. The celestial projections on the dome flickered between light and shadow. The surrounding walls seemed to have weathered millennia of splendor, their colors gradually peeling away as cracks spread across their surfaces. Crash! The temple's dome collapsed completely, followed by the ground beneath their feet shaking violently. In the blink of an eye, the majestic temple shattered into fragments, scattered by the raging winds. The familiar scent of wind erosion filled their nostrils. Everyone looked around and realized they had returned to Storm Canyon. We're finally out! Luo Hongyang exclaimed, his voice tinged with both excitement and wistfulness. This was his first time experiencing the legendary secret realm since becoming a gifted one. And it was the trial realm of the gods, where they had successfully obtained the realm's energy core. No sooner had he spoken. A sudden flash of light appeared in the distance. Everyone turned to look. One by one, unwelcome figures materialized out of thin air, accompanied by muffled cries of pain and curses. It was Black and his Iron Cross Guild members. Lu Guan keenly observed that upon emerging from this secret realm, their numbers were noticeably depleted. And of those present now, over a dozen appeared ragged and tattered, their clothes stained with blood. Lu Guan felt that within the Divine Trial secret realm, aside from the 3 trial locations accessible via the temple teleportation, there shouldn't be any other dangerous areas, right? He couldn't fathom what those men had endured. Damn it! This was truly unexpected. Chairman Lu didn't lie to us. The one who betrayed our Iron Cross Guild was actually that bastard Lopez. And I trusted him so much. Black spat angrily on the ground. All traces of his former gentlemanly grace had vanished. Yes, Chairman. It's just a shame that bastard got away. Who knows where he's hiding now? A female member of the Iron Cross Guild with golden blonde hair stood beside Black, chiming in. Chapter 145, Su Yueying's Inner Turmoil. As President Black vented his fury unrestrained, he had his back turned to the future guild members. Clearly, he hadn't realized his lack of composure had been exposed. On the future guild side, everyone was somewhat stunned, including Lu Guan himself. For no one could have imagined. Lu Guan had merely employed a petty ploy to sow discord. Yet by sheer accident, it actually led the Iron Cross Guild to uncover the mole from the Dragon Ascension Guild planted within their ranks. And it was their vice president, Lopez. Could it really be that coincidental? Especially since Lopez's demeanor didn't look anything like a mole at all. Lu Guan was at a loss for words. Had he inadvertently set the Dragon Ascension Guild up? At that moment, Black noticed his members weren't looking at him. Instead, they were staring at the figures behind him. He spun around to find the future guild members staring meaningfully in his direction. Judging by their demeanor, though their spirits seemed slightly weary, a lingering glow of excitement still shone in each pair of eyes. It formed a stark contrast to his own group's disheartened state. Damn it, why them again? Black felt his frustration mounting. Whenever he crossed paths with Lu Guan, nothing good ever came of it. But the strong are always proud. Black took a deep breath and quickly regained his composure. He couldn't afford to lose his composure, especially in front of Lu Guan, who was poised to become a formidable competitor. Chairman Lu, it seems your future guild has made quite a haul? Congratulations on successfully securing the energy core of the secret realm.
He managed to squeeze out a somewhat gentlemanly smile.
The twitching of his facial muscles was unmistakable.
His tone betrayed a bitter edge. The secret realm had collapsed clearly, the energy core had been taken.
If I didn't get it, then who else could have? Congratulations.
Chairman Black, uncovering the mole within your Iron Cross Guild is a good thing.
Lu Guan replied expressionlessly.
Yet to Black, these words sounded odd no matter how he interpreted them. Uncovering an internal time bomb was indeed a good thing. But hearing Chairman Lu offer congratulations like that, why did it feel like a stab in the heart?
Black gritted his teeth.
Chairman Lu, as good friends,
would it be possible for you to share what kind of valuable item this secret realm energy core you obtained actually is? Lu Guan knew exactly what he was trying to pry out.
After all, according to their prior agreement, the title heart belonged to the guild as a shared asset. There was no way to keep it hidden.
He wasn't afraid of Black finding out ahead of time. The Tide Heart, a high-grade item. Just hearing the words high-level item made Black's eyes flicker.
His expression remained largely unchanged, but his heart ached even more.
That was a high-level item, after all.
Across the entire Blue Star, there are fewer than 100 items of this grade. Chairman Lu's luck really is exceptional.
Black was practically bursting with envy.
Thanks also to Chairman Black for pointing me in the right direction.
If you hadn't pointed me toward the temple, I wouldn't have found it so quickly.
His words were genuinely sincere.
But Black felt no joy.
You're welcome. We were just conducting business. If Chairman Lu has no further business, we'll take our leave. He had no desire to deal with Lu Guan any longer.
May we meet again someday. Lu Guan smiled indifferently.
Black, however, turned his head and called out, leading the Steel Cross Guild members straight into the deeper reaches of the canyon.
Black's figure grew increasingly distant.
The future guild members stood rooted to the spot, exchanging bewildered glances.
None knew what to say next. Finally, Sui Weiying stepped forward and asked, "President, what should we do next?"
Lu Guan glanced at the sky. Unbeknownst to them, they had spent an entire day within the secret realm.
Everyone should rest and recover first.
Though we've obtained some items in the secret realm, it's still far from enough.
Moreover, any item is merely supplementary.
Only when one's own combat strength is sufficiently high does it truly matter.
So the sprint to level up must continue. Everyone nodded in unison.
They all agreed with the guild leader's words.
No matter how useful an item is, it ultimately depends on the person wielding it.
Having experienced the benefits of leveling up alongside Lu Guan, only a fool would object. Lu Guan retrieved the sanctuary ring from his storage space. The small cabin began frantically absorbing energy from its surroundings.
Everyone entered the cabin and finally relaxed completely. Inside the cabin,
the gentlemen present upheld their chivalrous spirit, generously ceding the sole wooden bed to the three ladies.
But this time,
Su Yuaning instead made her way to a corner of the room, sitting cross-legged alongside Su Haokai and Lu Guan. Bai Lu was known for her straightforward nature. She could now clearly see that the vice president had a bone to pick with her. What puzzled Bai Lu was that she truly hadn't done anything to provoke her.
What on earth was the reason for this? But the upside of being easygoing was this.
Bai Lu wasn't the type to dwell on Su Yuaning's attitude toward her.
She walked straight up to Su Yuaning. "Vice President, is there some misunderstanding between us?"
Hearing her voice, Su Yuaning couldn't be bothered to respond.
Lu Guandu understood many things, but he was utterly clueless when it came to women's feelings. He hadn't even noticed the awkwardness between Su Yuaning and Bai Lu. But now that Bai Lu brought it up, Lu Guan realized it too. Indeed. Ever since the illusionary realm trial, Su Yuaning seemed to be deliberately avoiding any interaction with Bai Lu.
This included, but wasn't limited to, conversation and eye contact.
"What's going on between you two?"
Lu Guan looked at Bai Lu in puzzlement, then glanced at Su Yuaning, who had deliberately turned her gaze away. He knew that even if there was a misunderstanding between them, it couldn't be anything serious. It would be resolved once they talked it out.
"There's no misunderstanding between me and Sister Bai Lu. Are you two overthinking this?" Su Yuaning clearly didn't want to give a direct answer. "Yuning, what happened in the illusion was ultimately just an illusion. Don't confuse the real with the illusory."
If anyone understood Su Yuaning best, it was undoubtedly her older brother, Su Haokai.
He caught on in an instant.
He recalled when they were children, their father had taken the two of them to an amusement park. After that day, for a whole month, Su Yuaning wouldn't sleep alone. Because that time, they went into a haunted house. Su Yuaning knew her brother was right. She wasn't the type to hold grudges. But she was easily haunted by shadows. It wasn't something she could control. "Bro, I remember in your illusion, your identity was the vice president of the future guild, right? Do you really want to be the vice president?" Su Yuaning countered with a question. At her words, Su Haokai's gaze immediately darted away involuntarily. Chapter 146, Urgent Matters at the Dragon Ascension Guild. Inside the small cabin, Su Yuaning's single remark seemed to freeze the very air. Su Haokai was no fool.
That much was evident to everyone. But there could only be one vice president at the lowest rank. Between the Su siblings, to be honest, people still felt a deeper connection to Su Yueying. After all, this girl is beautiful, lively, generous, and cheerful. She's also quite sharp. Who wouldn't like her? In contrast, Su Haokai's biggest flaw lies in his demeanor. Even though he shed some of his gentle, scholarly demeanor, he still comes across as too easygoing, utterly lacking in leadership presence. He just can't command respect. If the lower-level union could add another position, everyone agreed he'd be best suited as a strategist. President, please don't misunderstand, I didn't mean anything by it in the illusion. Su Haokai himself felt mostly awkward. He didn't consider himself entirely detached from worldly concerns, but he genuinely had no interest in becoming the guild's future vice president. It was clear Su Yuaning had deliberately brought this up to divert attention from the topic of himself and Bai Lu. No need to explain. I understand. But if the future guild ever advances to intermediate level, I believe you'd be more than capable of handling the other vice president role. Lu Guan, however, cut off Su Haokai before he could continue. He could sense Su Haokai's true intentions. The reason Su Haokai became vice president in the illusion wasn't simply for the position itself. He was a man with a deeper purpose. He wished for all his cherished family and friends to live in harmony and safety. Unfortunately, his luck had been poor. He'd awakened a mediocre talent, lacking the power to protect everything he wished to safeguard. That's why he needed to compensate through other means. Boss. If we advance to an intermediate guild, then the vice president would have 10 squad leaders under him. Wouldn't that mean we could all get a squad leader position? Li Song chuckled as he asked. They were all the ones who had contributed the most to the future of the Union, so Lu Guan naturally couldn't shortchange them. Yet when he voiced this sentiment, it inevitably drew scorn from the crowd. Bai Lu sneered, "You? Let's see when you can even reach tier 2, level 5. Li Song retorted defiantly, "What's the big deal? I may only be level 2 now, but I've awakened a skill. Besides, if we keep leveling up at the same pace we did when we followed the boss, I'll hit level 3 in a day at most." This remark caught White Deer slightly off guard. "You're progressing that fast?" Li Song couldn't help but lift his chin in pride. "Look down on who? I'm naturally faster than you lot." Luo Hongyang suddenly chimed in out of nowhere. "Well, your future wife's gonna have it rough." Everyone froze upon hearing this. They couldn't grasp how this related to Li Song's future wife. Bai Lu was the first to catch on. "Are you driving?" Zhang Yan'an's face flushed instantly. The others were taken aback, then quickly grasped the deeper meaning behind Luo Hongyang's words. This kind of fast isn't that kind of fast. They never imagined the hot-tempered, straightforward Luo Hongyang could be so quick-witted. Everyone was speechless. However, thanks to his interruption, the atmosphere inside the little cabin instantly became much more cheerful. The matter between Su Yuaning and Bai Lu was finally glossed over. Su Yueying exhaled a long breath of relief. Deep down, she knew her psychological shadow had nothing to do with the real Bai Lu. How could she possibly voice the true reason behind her state? How embarrassing. As dusk fell, exhaustion washed over the group. Soon, some fell asleep. When the morning breeze unique to Storm Canyon, carrying the scent of grit, swept through the cabin, everyone opened their eyes. Stepping outside, Lu Guan stowed the shelter ring back into his storage space. "Has everyone rested well?" Lu Guan asked, surveying the refreshed group. They all answered in unison. "Let's go." Without further ado, they resumed their sprint to level up. Lu Guan led the charge. Having slain the Screaming Serpent King and seized the energy core of the Trial Realm, the opportunities available for exploration in the Storm Canyon realm were likely exhausted. Over the next full day, Lu Guan led the group to clear out over a dozen canyons, yet they never encountered Black again. Probably those Steel Cross Guild guys figured it wasn't worth their while and had already returned to Blue Star? Lu Guan couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. While the major opportunities were gone, minor ones might still be found. Without that friend's fortune boost, their chances of encountering opportunities would likely diminish significantly. Li Song hadn't been boasting this time. Last night, he claimed he could reach level 3 within a day at most. After the future guild members successfully slew the last erosion-voiding Screaming Serpent before nightfall, Li Song suddenly burst into wild excitement. "I finally hit tier 2, level 3. Just one more level, and I'll be a mid-tier stage 2 talent." Hearing this, it would be a lie to say the others didn't feel a twinge of envy. But as comrades in arms who shared life and death within the same guild, their predominant feeling was naturally one of congratulations. After a night's rest, the next day proceeded as usual. Their luck held out, as they not only dispatched the usual erosion-voiced snakes the next day. In the depths of an exceptionally secluded gorge, they unexpectedly discovered 3 weathered beasts. These C-rank beasts possessed speed comparable to the void-eating snakes but far superior physical constitution. Fortunately, after days of coordinated combat, the guild members managed to take down all 3 weathered beasts without much trouble. This victory instantly boosted their confidence to the max. 3 C-rank beasts, no less. Dealing with them wasn't that difficult after all. Back in the day, even a single one would have been enough to overwhelm them. They could scarcely believe how much stronger they had become. Of course. All this was largely thanks to their guild leader, who had rapidly elevated their levels and combat prowess in such a short time. It felt like someone had been carrying sandbags for days and suddenly shed them. Uncle Lin had even advanced directly to Tier 2, Level 3 thanks to these three weathered beasts. But at his age, he didn't feel the same emotional excitement about his own growth as the younger members did. 2 more days passed, and every member of the future guild had reached Tier 2, Level 3. Luo Hongyang, who had already been the highest ranked member, formally entered the mid-second tier. Li Song was green with envy. But if Luo Hongyang had already leveled up, how far could his own turn be? On the morning of the 5th day, just as Lu Guan led the group out of the canyon after clearing a wave of erosion void snakes, his message panel suddenly flashed with a notification. Lu Guan halted in his tracks. The others behind him looked puzzled. Lu Guan opened the panel. The message was from Jia Tianlu. Urgent business at the Dragon Ascension Guild headquarters. Kid, make time to come by. Chapter 147, Yamamoto Ruji's sister. President, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly stop? Yes, is the Dragon Ascension Guild looking for you? Seeing Lu Guan suddenly freeze in place, his gaze fixed on midair. Su Yuning immediately guessed someone must have sent him a message. But who could possibly be contacting the guild leader at this hour? Most likely, it was the Dragon Ascension Guild. Lu Guan nodded, then closed his interface with a faint hum. Li Song interjected, Boss, what do they want with you? Does this mean we have to pause our leveling? He should reach level 4 in 2 days at most. With a bit of luck, if he encounters a few more C-rank beasts, he could level up today. Naturally, he didn't want to pause leveling up now. Fortunately, Lu Guan glanced ahead and paused only briefly. They're not a major threat. Let's keep going. Li Song finally exhaled in relief. If Jia Tianlu had heard that, he'd probably have spat blood. He clearly said there was urgent business at headquarters. But as far as Lu Guan was concerned, what did the Dragon Ascension Guild's affairs have to do with him? If the sky were falling, he couldn't help anyway, and minor matters weren't worth his time. With that time, he'd rather focus on boosting the future guild's overall strength to improve their chances of victory in the International Guild Exchange Tournament. But just as the group emerged from the canyon and had barely started walking, the notification panel flashed again. Lu Guanban didn't want to take the chance, but in the end he decided to take a look. This time, the message came from Principal Lu. 2 messages in a row. Received a reply. The Dark Cherry Guild wants to meet with you. 3 seconds later, Lu Xiao, likely fearing Lu Guan might not take it seriously, added another message. The Iron Cross Guild is here too. Lu Guan froze once more. The Dark Cherry Guild? Wasn't that the same one he'd encountered in the Blood Prison Abyss last time? Back then, Lu Guan had taken out one of their elites without hesitation. If memory served, his name was Yamamoto Ruji, right? A flicker crossed his eyes, easily caught by Su Yuning. Is there something urgent concerning the Dragon Ascension Guild? Lu Guan pondered for a moment before turning to face the group. The Dark Cherry Guild has now arrived at the Dragon Ascension Guild headquarters. I've decided to go take a look. If it were any other matter, Lu Guan genuinely didn't want to disrupt the future guild members' leveling progress. But since the Dark Cherry Guild requested to meet him, Lu Guan genuinely wanted to know what they were up to. The Dark Cherry Guild from Sakura Nation? What are we waiting for, boss? Let's go. Li Song no longer cared about his own leveling progress and spoke up directly. If anyone wants to keep leveling up, you can stay here. With your current levels and teamwork, you could even take on a B-rank beast. Lu Guan remarked indifferently. True. Without Lu Guan, their leveling pace would only slow down slightly. But once they left the domain, they wouldn't be able to return for 7 days. Currently, their entire team had just reached Tier 2, Level 3. Venturing into other realms with higher tier beasts was clearly unwise. It would be better to stay here. Bai Lu stepped forward and said, Guild leader, I heard you had a conflict with the Dark Cherry Guild before. They're coming to see you now, and they definitely don't have good intentions. We're all members of the future guild. If they try anything, we'll stand together against them. Lu Guan pondered for a moment, then said no more. Frankly, under the Dragon Ascension Guild's watchful eye, Lu Guan didn't believe the Dark Cherry Guild could pull off any underhanded tricks. The group then exited the Storm Canyon realm. The Dark Cherry Guild didn't have to wait long. They soon arrived at the Dragon Ascension Guild headquarters. The moment they entered the headquarters gates, Lu Guan was greeted by the 3rd battle group, along with Zhuo Feiyang and Su Yu. The moment Bai Xiaochai saw Lu Guan, her eyes lit up instantly. Jia Tianlu stepped forward proactively. Kid, looks like you really don't think much of this old man, huh? I sent you a message, and you didn't even bother to respond? His tone brimmed with frustration and resignation. But his eyes still gleamed with shrewdness and sleaziness. At least in Lu Guan's eyes, yes, it was lecherous. Lu Guan didn't deny it. What use was Jia Tianlu, aside from being someone worth screwing over? If you're into farts, I suppose he could serve that purpose. Lu Guan retorted coolly. Jia Tianlu immediately frowned. That's just gross. Lu Guan ignored the blunt assessment entirely. Principal Lu sent you to pick me up must be to give me some instructions, right? Lu Guan instantly saw through Jia Tianlu's purpose for waiting here. After all, unless there was a special reason, he wouldn't have come all this way. Jia Tianlu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. How could this youngster possess the cunning of a seasoned veteran? He couldn't even hide this little thing from him. You guessed right. Then you should have guessed it too, right? The Dark Cherry Guild is after you this time. Jia Tianlu sighed. Lu Guan had certainly guessed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have shown up here. Get to the point. What line did the Dark Cherry Guild draw? Lu Guan asked calmly. Then he led the way with Jia Tianlu toward the reception room of the Dragon Ascension Guild headquarters. Jia Tianlu felt that conversing with Lu Guan like this left him without even a shred of superiority. He could guess everything what was left for him to say? That much remained unclear for now. After all, during the incident in the Blood Prison Abyss, it was their Dark Cherry Guild members who had acted wrongly first. So nominally, they were here to make amends. Hearing this, Li Song couldn't help but interject. Bull. Those Sakura Nation bastards would never be that kind-hearted. Jia Tianlu raised an eyebrow. Exactly. But Principal Lu has tested their true intentions. But it seems they won't reveal it until you're present. Lu Guan couldn't help but feel speechless. If you don't know anything yet, then why did you come out? Jia Tianlu retorted indignantly, isn't this already crucial information? Su Haokai added, it proves they likely came fully prepared. Jia Tianlu glanced at Lu Guan upon hearing this. Exactly. See? They've already figured it out. Lu Guan couldn't be bothered to respond. In truth, to Lu Guan, this information was already obvious, no prompting was needed. Lu Xiao acted this way purely out of excessive caution. Lu Guan was indeed a clever man, but what if there were some things he simply hadn't thought of? Oh, right. There's one more minor detail I need to remind you of. Jia Tianlu paused at this point. Lu Guan looked at him. What? Jia Tianlu asked, you remember the name of that guy you took down in the Blood Prison Abyss, right? Lu Guan certainly hadn't forgotten. Yamamoto Ruji. What about him? Jia Tianlu reminded him, among those who came this time, there's also a girl named Yamamoto Reina. She's Yamamoto Ruji's younger sister. Chapter 148, A Mutual Friend. Upon hearing Jia Tianlu's words, Lu Guan merely showed a slight hint of surprise. After all, with her brother gone, the sister coming to us voluntarily. What else could their intentions be but obvious? Lu Guan had only one thing he couldn't figure out. Was the Dark Cherry Guild acting this way because they didn't even hold the Dragon Ascendant Guild in high regard? Seeing Lu Guan's utterly unconcerned expression, Jia Tianlu added in a low voice, Kid, you don't seem to be taking this seriously at all? Let me tell you, this Yamamoto Reina is no ordinary person. Don't be fooled by her being 2 years younger than Yamamoto Ruji. Her talent and strength both surpass that good-for-nothing brother of hers. Hearing this, Zhang Ning of the 3rd Battle Group's face darkened instantly. Yamamoto Ruji is useless? He'd been thoroughly beaten by that guy before, and if not for Lu Guan in the Blood Prison Abyss last time, he might have been killed. What does that make me? Trash? But then again, this is the Dragon Ascension Guild headquarters after all. Compared to those geniuses in the 1st and 2nd battle groups, he really was trash. Still, Zhang Ning couldn't help but feel resentful. I don't see what there is to worry about. Brother Lu Guan's combat prowess was enough to take down even the Blood General. Even if Yamamoto Reina is that formidable, could she pull it off? Bai Xiaochai nodded in agreement. She sided with Zhang Ning on this point. After all, their 3rd battle group handled intelligence work, so they frequently traversed various battlefields and such. Bai Xiaochai had never seen a talent as formidable as Lu Guan's. Jia Tianlu shot the two a glance. What do you know? In Sakura Nation, there are 3 unique special talents exclusive to them. Yamamoto Ruji awakened a C-rank ghost release talent, no need to elaborate further. The other 2 are the B-rank Blue Lantern Path and the A-rank Falling Cherry Blossoms. Lu Guan had naturally paid special attention to these 2 high-tier talents. Blue Lamp Journey is somewhat akin to Zhou Menglin's Mirror Flower, Water Moon. However, as B-rank talents, the differences between them are quite significant. Mirror Flower, Water Moon primarily creates illusory realms while enhancing the user's perception. King Dangsing's illusions, however, possess terrifying lethality. Once enemies entered the user's attack range, they were subjected to constant mental assaults from the illusions. If they cannot escape, they will ultimately be killed by the illusion itself. As for that A-rank talent, Falling Cherry Blossoms, in the information Lu Guan possessed, it was only known to be terrifyingly deadly, capable of killing without a trace. Beyond that, there was no further concrete information. Which talent did Yamamoto Reina awaken? Lu Guan asked with a hint of seriousness. Jia Tianlu seemed to have been waiting for this question. Naturally, it was the latter, that A-rank Sakura Blossom. Otherwise, why do you think I specifically emphasize this point? Lu Guan nodded. But what if I end up fighting her? How much does your Longting Guild really know about Luo Ying's talents? Jia Tianlu was momentarily speechless. After a moment's thought, he replied, as far as we know, Yamamoto Reina is the only person who has awakened this talent. Not just the Dragon Ascension Guild, even in their own Sakura nation, few understand it. Lu Guan frowned. That's practically the same as saying nothing. Jia Tianlu felt a surge of frustration. The fleeting sense of satisfaction he'd felt earlier vanished instantly. He quickened his pace, having completely lost interest in chatting with Lu Guan. No point in talking. Lu Guan only spits out cold air and snaps at people. This kid will drive me crazy sooner or later. But I'll give you one last warning. Yamamoto Reina is a core member of the Dark Cherry Guild's young generation, specifically groomed for leadership. She's cunning, ruthless, and already a tier 2, level 8. I know you're powerful, but if you can avoid conflict with the Dark Cherry Guild, you should. Also, that guild leader Abe-Gen is a tier 2, level 9 talent user. Not only has he awakened AB rank talent, Divine General Armament, but he also possesses a particularly troublesome D rank skill, Shiranui. The Divine General Armament talent allows him to absorb the attributes of any weapon he wields to enhance himself. As for Shiranui, it really is quite nasty. He can ignite weapons to gain a tenfold boost of their attributes, and this effect stacks infinitely. In other words, as long as Abe-Gen has enough weapons in his storage space, his 4 core attributes can become limitless. Why does it sound like the Dark Sakura Guild might be stronger than the Iron Cross Guild? Lu Guan frowned and asked. Jia Tianlu shook his head. Not quite comparable yet. Only those 2 individuals possess exceptional strength. As for the Iron Cross Guild, aside from President Black himself, whose strength rivals Abe-Shen's, their members' overall level and talent configuration were still superior. And no one knows how many various items and mid to high tier consumables they possess. Hearing this, the future guild members couldn't help but feel the pressure mounting. They had been basking in the excitement of every member being at least tier 2, level 3. Now it seemed facing either of those 2 guilds wouldn't be anything special at all. Lu Guan couldn't help but fall into deep thought. As they spoke, the group finally arrived at the conference room door. Seated there, Principal Lu maintained his composed smile, sitting as steady as a mountain. Opposite him sat Black and a one-armed old man. As expected, this was none other than Abe-Gen, the leader of the Dark Cherry Guild. Lu Guan observed him closely and found the guild leader's overall demeanor gave off a deeply gloomy aura, his gaze cold and devoid of life. One glance was enough to tell before becoming a gifted one, this man had likely been a ruthless killer with countless victims to his name. Behind Abe-Gen stood a man and a woman. The man appeared to be just around 30, with a resolute and steady demeanor. The woman, however, carried an air of cool detachment, tinged with a tragic, shattered beauty. Was this Yamamoto Reina? Even Lu Guan couldn't help but feel a moment of surprise upon first seeing the woman from the land of cherry blossoms. He had to admit, Yamamoto Reina's beauty was absolutely on par with Su Yueying's. Moreover, her black gauze dress accentuated her aura, making her appear even more refined than Su Yueying. The group in the reception room had been engaged in conversation, though it was unclear what they were discussing. Lu Guan and his entourage's arrival filled the already cramped space to capacity. Blake rose enthusiastically the moment he spotted Lu Guan. My good friend, we meet again. In this public setting, Lu Guan offered a rare, polite smile. After all, the other had risen to greet him. Reunited. But why is Chairman Black here? Black curled his lip at the question. It's all because of our other mutual friend. Chapter 149, he knows how to drive people crazy. Lu Guan was puzzled. Another mutual friend? He knew Black was referring to the Dark Cherry Guild. But how did he define friendship? Did sitting at the same table make someone a friend? Lu Guan certainly didn't think so. Blake stepped forward, pointed at Abe-Shen, and whispered, this guy who can't speak. Though his voice was low. Abe-Shen clearly heard it. He slammed his hand on the table and turned to glare at Black with an icy stare. Clearly, he wasn't afraid of Black, but he dared not offend him either. That gaze felt like the Grim Reaper himself. If an ordinary person were stared at like that, they'd likely have nightmares that very night. Black, however, couldn't care less. Instead, he continued joking with Lu Guan-san, see? I told you he was a mute. Lu Guan was speechless. Chairman Lu, please take a seat. Principal Lu rose to his feet. As the vice president of the Dragon Ascension Guild, he deliberately rose to greet Lu Guan, a clear gesture of giving the future guild ample face. At the same time, his gesture signaled that the future guild and the Dragon Ascension Guild maintained only a cooperative relationship. Therefore, a basic level of respect and distance must always be maintained. Chairman Lu. Lu Guan responded politely before taking a seat beside Abe-Shen without further ado. The future guild members stood silently behind him in unspoken solidarity. Principal Lu's gaze swept over them, finally settling on Lu Guan. He could clearly sense that Lu Guan had changed significantly since their last meeting. As your host, allow me to introduce everyone. Black, president of the Iron Cross Guild. It seems you've already met, so I won't elaborate further. Lu Xiao smiled at both him and Lu Guan. As you Dragon Nation folks would say, Chairman Lu and I hit it off instantly, no further introduction needed. Black said with feigned elegance. Love at first sight, even that phrase was in the dragon tongue, though it was obvious he'd only just learned it. The awkward silence hung heavy in the air. What the hell is love at first sight? Did I say something wrong? Black sensed the awkwardness and asked in confusion. President Black, you probably meant old friends at first sight, right? To everyone's surprise, the one who had Black so flustered was Yamamoto Reina. And those 4 words old friends at first sight rolled off her tongue perfectly. Black blinked twice. That's right, Chairman Lu, we hit it off instantly. Lu Guan, separated by Abe Gen, gave him a helpless smile. Principal Lu continued, this gentleman is Abe Gen, president of the Dark Cherry Guild. Behind him stands Mr. Zhujiandang, a level 2, grade 8 group healer. The other is Miss Yamamoto Reina, the most outstanding member of the Dark Cherry Guild. She and President Lu are the same age. I think you two could get to know each other better. Moreover, Miss Yamamoto Reina is also an A-rank talent. Abe Gen remained as still as a stone statue, one hand resting on the table as he stared straight ahead, not uttering a single word. This wasn't just directed at Lu Guan. Black had received the same treatment. That's why Black was so eager to mock Abe Gen the moment Lu Guan walked in. Lu Guan already harbored little affection for the people of Sakura Nation. This situation suited him perfectly. However, Principal Lu merely mentioned the Dark Cherry Guild's leader in passing, while placing significant emphasis on introducing Yamamoto Reina. How could Lu Guan fail to grasp the deeper meaning behind this? Lu Guan turned his head and caught Yamamoto Reina staring back at him with equal intensity. Truth be told, Lu Guan had noticed long ago that this cool, elegant beauty from Sakura country had been watching him intently ever since he entered. Strangely, her eyes held no hostility, only an inexplicable complexity. Lu Guan was puzzled. Could she not know that he was the very person who had killed her brother? That couldn't be right, could it? At that moment, their gazes finally met for the first time. Yamamoto Reina seemed to lower her head slightly, almost unconsciously. Chairman Lu, it's a pleasure to meet you. Her voice, like her appearance, carried a hint of cool detachment. She still spoke in the dragon language. Lu Guan nodded. Hello. In contrast, he was nowhere near as warm as Yamamoto Reina. Sato Takaru beside Yamamoto Reina, however, snorted coldly for some reason. His gaze toward Lu Guan was filled with hostility. This even made Lu Guan wonder if the Sato-kan might also be Yamamoto Ruji's younger brother? But their surnames were different. Chairman Lu, it hasn't been that long since we last met, has it? In just these few short days, it seems your rank has risen again? Principal Lu spoke with a smile on his face. His voice was soft, his tone as casual as chatting with an old friend. Yet every word was crystal clear to everyone present. Lu Guan had nothing to hide. Yeah, I just hit tier 2, level 5 a couple days ago. The members of the Dragon Ascension Guild present couldn't help but be astonished. In their minds, Lu Guan had only recently reached tier 2, level 4. How many days had it been? For an ordinary person at mid-tier 2, advancing a single level would take at least 2 or 3 months, right? Only Black remained utterly unimpressed. That guy snatched 2 major opportunities from me in Storm Canyon. How could his leveling not be fast? Sato-kan snorted and remarked, I find that truly hard to imagine. Soon, the opponents we elite guilds will face in the arena will be led by a mere tier 2, level 5 guildmaster. The entire venue fell silent for several seconds upon hearing this. Most present knew Lu Guan's level was indeed low, but that didn't reflect the true combat power of someone with monstrous talent. And those who had spoken such words before had paid the price. Lu Guan, however, remained completely unfazed. Is Mr. Zhujiandang's tier 2, level 8 really that formidable? Unfortunately, it's merely a group healing talent. Group healing itself is a C-rank talent, which is actually quite good. But precisely because this talent offers no combat advantages whatsoever, Zhujiandang has been mocked for it more than once. Of course, Lu Guan didn't look down on healing-type talents in the slightest. He simply wanted to provoke Zhujiandang. Sure enough, Zhujiandang was getting annoyed. What? Even without using my talent, my combat prowess makes killing you as easy as crushing an ant. In truth, Zhujiandang still had a hidden card up his sleeve. Beyond his talent, he possessed an exceptionally useful F-rank skill, Phantom Overkill. However, this skill was specifically prepared by his family as a life-saving measure for this prodigy. Thus, hardly anyone knew about it. Lu Guan's eyes remained utterly unruffled. Is that so? I find it hard to believe a healing-type talent could defeat me. Lu Guan spoke with casual indifference, as if stating an objective fact. All I can say is, he knows how to infuriate people. Chapter 150, Black watches the show. Then let's settle this with a fight right now. Sure enough, Zhujiandang lost his composure. Mr. Zhujiandang, you're being disrespectful to Chairman Lu. Don't forget, we came to the Dragon Ascension Guild today to apologize to Chairman Lu. Yamamoto Reina solemnly reminded Zhujiandang. At her words, Zhujiandang immediately shut up like an obedient little dog. Even though his eyes still blazed with anger. Lu Guan seemed to catch on to something. It appeared that Zhujiandang's feelings for Yamamoto Reina were rather extraordinary. No wonder he'd been targeting him from the start. At first, Lu Guan had thought this guy was up to some kind of racial discrimination or something. Now he understood this guy was probably jealous because Miss Yamamoto Reina had been staring at him the whole time. But to be perfectly honest, Lu Guan genuinely harbored no improper thoughts toward Miss Yamamoto Reina. After all, as a Dragon Nation citizen, it's only natural to feel some resistance toward people from the land of cherry blossoms. As for why, that traces back to the many historical grievances between the two nations. Su Yuning also seemed to have a bone to pick with Yamamoto Reina. Hearing her say this, she couldn't help but snort lightly. Apology? Is this the sincerity your cherry blossom country offers others? Yamamoto Reina didn't get angry. I'm sorry, we were rude in this matter. As she spoke, she bowed deeply to Lu Guan and Su Yueying. That's far too polite. This only heightened Lu Guan's wariness. Sato-kan wanted to say something, but he held back, mindful of Yamamoto Reina's warning. His gaze toward Lu Guan, however, grew even more hostile. Yamamoto Reina retrieved an item from her storage space. She cradled it in both hands. All eyes turned to her. What they saw in Yamamoto Reina's hands was a small flag. This is the true sincerity of our Dark Cherry Guild. Yamamoto Reina extended it toward Lu Guan. But upon seeing the entirely jet-black little flag, Lu Guan couldn't help but frown. What is this? Despite all the information Lu Guan possessed, he had never seen such an item before. Yamamoto Reina immediately explained, this is a high-grade artifact from our Sakura Nation's exclusive realm. It's called the Soul-Devouring Banner. With it, the bearer can control any recently deceased being and command them at will. Soul-Devouring Banner? A high-grade item. The Dark Sakura Guild's sincerity is truly lavish. Even Black's expression grew slightly uneasy. Just for an apology, they actually gifted a high-tier item. This has Black itching to enter the Eagle Nation's exclusive domain and hunt down those Dark Cherry Guild members for a proper beating. But Lu Guan didn't accept it. Yamamoto Reina tilted her head. Does Chairman Lu think our sincerity isn't enough? Honestly, the way she tilted her head was undeniably cute. Even the members of the future guild, who stood firmly opposed to the Dark Cherry Guild, couldn't help but feel a slight ripple stir within their hearts. Why are you giving me such an expensive gift? Lu Guan asked with a sharp glare. Yamamoto Reina replied matter-of-factly, expensive? I'm sure you've already guessed, Chairman Lu. The Yamamoto Ruji you once killed was my half-brother. So she knew who her enemy was after all. Lu Guan nodded upon hearing this. Yamamoto Reina continued, but that was because he trespassed into the exclusive territory of the Dragon Nation. Moreover, I heard from those who returned that your people warned him at the time, but he refused to listen. Therefore, I believe Yamamoto Ruji deserved his fate. This apology is something our Dark Cherry Guild ought to offer. Her words were sincere and well-reasoned. Lu Guan desperately wanted to read some information from her face. Unfortunately, Yamamoto Reina kept her head bowed, refusing to meet Lu Guan's gaze. Meanwhile, Abe Zhen, seated beside them, remained frozen like a stone statue, barely moving except to breathe. Lu Guan gleaned no clues whatsoever. Since the land of cherry blossoms showed such sincerity, it reminded him of an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom. Make friends and you'll find more paths, make enemies and you'll find more walls. Chairman Lu, I think you should accept Miss Yamamoto Reina's goodwill. Principal Lu appeared to be smoothing things over, yet he subtly shot Lu Guan a meaningful glance. Lu Guan remained undecided. Should he accept this apology or not? He understood that Principal Lu was urging him to accept. If the Dark Cherry Guild tried any shenanigans later, the Dragon Ascendant Guild wouldn't stand idly by. But Lu Guan didn't want to owe the Dragon Ascendant Guild a favor. Yamamoto Reina pleaded earnestly once more, please forgive us, Chairman Lu. Sato-kan suddenly cleared his throat, fixing Lu Guan with a threatening stare. As if to say, do you really dare accept? Lu Guan hesitated no longer. Fine. I forgive you. With that, he snatched the soul-devouring banner from Yamamoto Reina's grasp. The moment it touched his hand, a heavy weight settled there, its chill seeping into his skin. Indeed, a high-grade item, the energy it emitted was extraordinary. Lu Guan immediately stowed the soul-devouring banner into the future guild storage space. Sato-kan's eyes nearly popped out of his head at the sight. He felt that despicable pretty boy from the Dragon Nation didn't hold him in the slightest regard. Very well. Yamamoto Reina immediately exhaled deeply, as if she'd just dropped a hot potato. Chairman Lu, you truly are a magnanimous person. Black clapped his hands and exclaimed, perfect. Chairman Lu, that fellow may seem rather unpleasant, but I believe the Dark Cherry Guild could still become our good allies. At the very least, Miss Yamamoto Reina can. The annoying guy Black referred to was, of course, Abe Zhen. Now, with me as witness, all grievances between the Dark Sakura Guild and the future guild are hereby forgiven. My mission is finally complete. Before hearing this, Lu Guan had assumed Black was just here for the spectacle. Turns out his purpose here was to serve as a witness. But this only made Lu Guan even more baffled. The Dark Cherry Guild could have simply let the matter drop without a word. Why go to such great lengths? And for this very matter, they even specially invited Black to serve as a witness. But before Lu Guan could ponder further, Black continued, "Oh, about that duel you two mentioned earlier, are you still going through with it? I'd be more than happy to witness it again." Lu Guan froze, meeting Black's expression, one that screamed "I love a good show" and couldn't care less about the trouble. "What contest?" Black pointed at Sato-kan and said, "Didn't he just call you an ant? But I think that arrogant jerk isn't even your match. So I was thinking, why not have a real contest?" Black wore an eager expression, clearly eager to watch the show. Chapter 151, The Irrational Youth. But Lu Guan narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew Black's motives couldn't be that trivial. That guy clearly regarded him as his strongest rival. He wanted to probe further into Lu Guan's true capabilities. Li Song's eyes lit up at the suggestion. "Great idea. Boss, that little bastard actually dared to look down on you earlier. This is the perfect chance to teach him a lesson." The Dragon Ascension Guild members all looked at Lu Guan with eager anticipation. They'd long harbored resentment toward the Dark Cherry Guild. Especially that president, Abe Gen. He was acting like he owned the place. They all hoped Lu Guan would step in, at least to intimidate them. Sato-kan seethed inwardly. Sakura Nation had always maintained friendly relations with Eagle Nation, so why did Black seem to be siding with the Dragon Nation? At the same time, he felt deeply resentful. To be told he's inferior to some noob who just hit tier 2, level 5? And he said it right in front of Miss Yamamoto Reina. Were all Eagle Nation people this blind? He was a full 3 ranks above Lu Guan. "Kid, you got the guts to face me in a proper duel?" Sato Takeshi challenged him. Lu Guan didn't want to fight a weakling. And this Sato-kan was acting like a complete fool. Even Blake had explicitly stated he wasn't a match for anyone, yet he stubbornly refused to believe it. But Principal Lu chuckled and said, "I think this proposal is rather good. The International Convention Organization's Global Union Exchange competition is about to begin. We might as well have a friendly exchange beforehand." A friendly exchange? One could only say that Principal Lu truly understood the art of language. With things having gone this far, what else could Lu Guan do? What good would it do me to win a contest against you? Since this fool had come knocking, Lu Guan decided to drop all pretense. Sato-kan froze for a moment. Clearly, he was utterly confident in himself, never once believing Lu Guan could win. Naturally, he hadn't even considered the possibility. Soon, Sato-kan snorted. "If you win, I'll gladly give you another high-level item." Black was speechless. So premium items are plentiful in the land of cherry blossoms? Are they just casually giving them away? Yamamoto Reina, however, was startled. "Mr. Sato, we haven't prepared any extra high-end items. Please be reasonable." She genuinely seemed a bit annoyed. But even when angry, Yamamoto Reina possessed a unique kind of beauty. Li Song immediately retorted, "No high-end items? Then why are you still talking nonsense? Do you think our boss is a sucker?" Sato-kan retorted, "I didn't. We Japanese value our word above all else." He then turned to Yamamoto Reina. "Miss Hashimoto Reina, please believe me, there's no way I'd lose to that guy." Yamamoto Reina's eyes turned slightly cold. "What if you do lose?" Sato Takeshi pledged, "I'll hand over my personal belongings." Yamamoto Reina said nothing more. "Chairman Lu, since I've already presented my conditions, then may I ask, if you lose, would you also give me a high-grade item?" Sato Takaru knew he had upset Miss Yamamoto Reina, but the arrow was already on the bowstring. There was no turning back. He believed that once he defeated Lu Guan and personally presented the one item to Miss Yamamoto Reina, she would surely forgive him. But to his surprise, Lu Guan shook his head. Sato-kan was puzzled. "You disagree?" A flicker of surprise crossed Yamamoto Reina's eyes, as she thought Lu Guan might not be willing to compete with him. Instead, Lu Guan held up 2 fingers. "Not exactly. If I lose, I'll give you 2 high-grade items. Likewise, if Mr. Sato loses, he must give me 2 as well. You still dare to compete?" With that, Lu Guan fixed Sato-kan with a challenging stare. "What?" Sato Takaru froze in shock. For a moment, he couldn't tell if this kid from the Dragon Nation was genuinely that confident, or if he was deliberately raising the stakes to scare him off. The rest of the crowd couldn't help but marvel. Chairman Lu is ruthless. "All right." At that moment, a hoarse, grating voice pierced the air. All eyes turned to see that the speaker was none other than Abe Gen. This was the first time they'd heard him speak in all this time. The entire crowd was stunned. That sound, like metal scraping against glass, could a human really produce such a voice? No wonder he'd remained silent all this time. "Master." Yamamoto Reina gasped, about to speak. Abe Gen snorted coldly, "If he can't even defeat a lowly minnow, he doesn't deserve to be my disciple." Only then did everyone grasp the situation. It turned out Abe Gen had been harboring resentment all along. Lu Guan had finally pushed him over the edge. Seeing this, Jia Tianlu stifled a chuckle and urged aloud, "Since everyone's decided, what are we waiting for? To the training grounds." Soon, the group arrived at the training ground, each with their own thoughts. Jia Tianlu briefly explained the situation to the elite members who had been training there, asking them to vacate the area. The group naturally complied without a word, immediately dispersing to the sidelines. After all, they'd all witnessed Lu Guan's prowess last time. Everyone is filled with anticipation. This is going to be a show. Those little bastards are asking for trouble, daring to challenge Chairman Lu. That Sato-kan really doesn't know his place. Does he think his high rank guarantees victory? Little does he know, Chairman Lu is a freak among freaks. What nonsense are you spouting? Chairman Lu is my spiritual leader. Keep talking trash and see if I don't beat you into a freak. How many moves do you think Chairman Lu will need to take down those little bastards? Last time he took on Lei Jin and Lin Wuying together, he crushed them both in under 10 minutes. He was giving them some face. Against Sato-kan? Maybe 5 minutes? Luckily, Lu Guan wasn't listening to their chatter. Otherwise, he'd be speechless again. Is this even something to discuss? Absolutely. If he could attack without restraint, Lu Guan was confident he could take down his opponent within 5 minutes. Center of the playground. Lu Guan and Sato-kan now stood facing each other. Abe Gen unexpectedly drew a samurai sword as black as ink from his storage space. The moment Sato-kan saw this sword, his eyes lit up. This was the master's favorite ink black blade. It was the reward Abe Gen had obtained after slaying a B-rank monstrous beast in a high-level realm. It could enhance the wielder's 4 core attributes by 15%. 15%. What did that mean for him? It's practically equivalent to his level instantly reaching tier 2, level 9. Combined with his innate group healing ability, allowing him to replenish his own status at any moment. How could he possibly lose? Arrogant youth, you're about to pay the price for your recklessness. Chapter 152, The Prodigy Talent Overpowers the Dark Cherry Guild. Captain Jia of the Dragon Ascension Guild's 9th battle group personally presided as the referee for this contest. Though called a referee, his primary role was simply to intervene and halt the match if either contestant engaged in unfair tactics. The Sakura Nation had a history of unscrupulous tactics. Therefore, he had to maintain this level of vigilance. Of course, if that rule breaker were Lu Guan, even the most impartial and upright referees might not have such sharp eyes. Around the perimeter of the field, the elite members of the Dragon Ascension Guild watching the duel were all incredibly excited. Their demonic guild leader was about to beat the crap out of the Dark Cherry Guild's apprentice. Such a satisfying spectacle must be recorded and shared online. After all, sharing the joy is better than enjoying it alone. One by one, they activated the video recording function on their panels, eyes fixed and unblinking, afraid to miss a single thrilling moment. Kid, go easy on him later. Don't kill him just to vent your anger. We'd have a hard time explaining that to the International Convention Organization. Jia Tianlu whispered a warning. Relax, I know my limits. Lu Guan replied indifferently. How could he not know these things? Besides, his goal wasn't to vent anger. If he really killed Sato-kan, who would cover the cost of those 2 high-end items? The future guild's resources were still far too limited. The guild's storage space only held those 2 items. Lu Guan was truly tearing his hair out. Sato-kan turned his gaze toward Yamamoto Reina and Abe Gen, standing not far from the arena. His eyes blazed with the light of certain victory. Miss Yamamoto Reina, I will not lose. After giving Lu Guan his final instructions, Jia Tianlu stepped back to the edge of the field. In the center, only the 2 of them remained, the atmosphere suddenly tense and charged. Sato Takaru's samurai sword, black as ink, seemed to swallow the light. An invisible aura of pressure instantly radiated outward from him. This was the aura of a combat power reaching tier 2, level 9. I don't want anyone saying I bullied you. Now, you may strike first. Lu Guan also retrieved his void blade from his storage space. Compared to Mo Dao and Sato-kan, Lu Guan's aura was restrained and his void blade seemed rather unremarkable. No need for formalities. Let's get started. Though he spoke these words, a cold gleam flashed in Lu Guan's eyes. Blitz. The words barely left his lips before Lu Guan instantly materialized before Sato Takaru. This wasn't Lu Guan disregarding martial ethics. He was just a weakling, no need for pleasantries. Sato Takaru's pupils contracted sharply. He felt a piercing intent to kill descend like an icy spike from above. He'd intended for Lu Guan to strike first. But he never expected Lu Guan to possess such a monstrous skill, a lightning-fast ambush. Damn it! Sato Takaru cursed under his breath. Without a moment to think, he swung his black blade horizontally to block the attack above his head. Clang! Metal met metal with a deafening clang. Sato Takaru felt as if a mountain had come crashing down on him. Fortunately, he possessed some combat experience. After blocking the blow head-on, he immediately took several steps back to dissipate the force. Ugh! Sato-kan grunted. His face paled slightly, his mind reeling in shock. Wasn't that future guild leader only a tier 2, level 5? How could his strength be this formidable? The 100 or so onlookers from the Dragon Ascension Guild couldn't help but let out a collective gasp. Anyone could see that Sato Takaru had suffered a significant setback. Group healing. Sato Takaru activated his innate ability directly. The surrounding boos grew even louder. President Lu is just too damn awesome, right? Just one move, and he actually forced that little bastard from Sakura country to activate his talent. In truth, Lu Guan hadn't even tapped into the spatial power of the Void Blade yet. Recovered yet? Lu Guan stood in place, asking calmly. Though he wanted to finish this quickly, since it was a duel with so many watching, he was willing to play the gentleman. But to Sato-ken, Lu Guan's behavior was nothing short of utter contempt. It was an utter disgrace. I was careless just now, Mr. Lu Guan. Prepare to receive this. With that, Sato-ken raised his black blade high and charged straight at Lu Guan. Lu Guan merely shook his head. You're too slow. In that brief moment, he even had enough time to offer a comment. And he waited until Sato Takaru charged forward before activating his teleportation, blinking behind him. Sato Takaru had no time to react as the black blade was raised high and brought down in a fierce vertical strike. The result, naturally, was a swing through empty air. Immediately afterward, he felt a vicious gust of wind blow past his back. Just as he turned, a massive foot kicked him squarely in the rear. Sato Takaru yelped, flying over 2 meters through the air with his black sword still raised before crashing face first onto the ground. Holy, the boss's skills completely crushed that little bastard. Boss is awesome. Li Song couldn't help but shout. The rest of the future union members couldn't help but wear smug expressions. Lu Guan was at a loss for words. I thought you were weak, but I never imagined you'd be this weak. Mr. Sato, is this the full extent of your abilities? Had this not been a pre-arranged contest, Lu Guan wouldn't have used his foot, he would have plunged the void blade into Sato-ken's asshole. Damn it! Sato Takaru scrambled to his feet, seething with shame and rage. That kick from Lu Guan wouldn't have been lethal to any gifted individual. But the insult was profound. Especially in front of Miss Yamamoto Reina. Sato Takaru's eyes turned red with fury. Hey! Sato Takaru, refusing to accept defeat, charged at Lu Guan once more. How could he be utterly humiliated by a weakling from Dragon Nation, a mere tier 2, level 5? Something must have gone wrong. Yet facing his fierce slash, Lu Guan merely shook his head. Blitz! Lu Guan teleported behind Sato-ken once more and delivered a kick straight to his backside. Ouch! Thud! Sato-ken took another faceplant onto the ground. How humiliating. He was nearly 30 years old. A tier 2, level 8 talent. And within the entire Sakura nation, he was a figure of considerable standing. Yet he got kicked in the butt twice in a row by the leader of some small guild from the Dragon Nation. This made Sato Takaru want to commit seppuku. You bastard, I'll kill you. Clearly, Lu Guan had shattered his defenses. Sato Takeshi erupted in fury, his reason consumed by rage. Gripping his ink-stained blade with both hands, he charged at Lu Guan like a rabid bear. The black blade slashed left and right in wild, sweeping motions, as if determined to tear Lu Guan to shreds. Unfortunately, his 4-dimensional attributes were far inferior to Lu Guan's. This time, Lu Guan didn't even bother activating his teleportation talent. With lightning-fast footwork, he effortlessly dodged the attack. The members of the Dragon Ascension Guild beamed with delight. If this footage were posted online, how many Dragon Nation citizens would be boiling over? Dragon Nation had vast numbers and countless geniuses. How could a mere Cherry Blossom Island nation compare? They already had the headline ready. It would be Rise of the Dragon Nation Genius. Demon-talented prodigy outclasses Dark Cherry Guild's ace. Chapter 153, Trying to back out? Sato Takaru's initial plan for this duel had been flawless. Armed with his master's ink blade, he could toy with the president of this obscure little guild from the Dragon Nation like a cat playing with a mouse. This way, before the official guild exchange tournament began, he could showcase the might of Sakura Nation to the world. But who could have imagined? The outcome seemed to have flipped completely. Now Lu Guan didn't even bother using the void blade. His main fear was that one careless move might kill that Mr. Sato-ken outright. Jia Tianlu had repeatedly cautioned him to control his strength. The ink blade wasn't renowned for its sharpness, but its blade was incredibly resilient. At the same time, it has one major flaw: it weighs 100 pounds. Sato Takaru's current haphazard, brute force slashing was consuming an enormous amount of stamina. Lu Guan stepped back, easily evading the vertical slash of the ink blade. Spotting Sato-ken's unstable footing, he delivered a sweeping roundhouse kick. Thud! Sato Takaru fell to the ground once more. Damn it! Damn it! Sato Takaru slammed his fist into the ground in frustration. In just 5 minutes of sparring, he hadn't even grazed Lu Guan's robe, yet he'd been knocked down 3 times already. Lu Guan watched his helpless rage calmly from where he stood. You're no match for me. If you have no other tricks up your sleeve, you might as well admit defeat now. Admit defeat? Sato-ken now fully recognized that his 4-dimensional attributes were no match for Lu Guan's. But admitting defeat meant he'd have to honor the agreement and hand over 2 high-grade items. And how could he possibly keep his place in the Dark Sakura Guild after such a defeat? President Lu, I admit I underestimated you earlier. But thinking you can win this easily? That's still too naive. He wasn't without trump cards, he just hadn't reached the right moment to reveal them. But now that he'd been pushed to this point, what did he care about that? A resolute glint flashed in Sato-Kan's eyes as he rose from the ground. Black, watching from the sidelines, instantly perked up. Was he finally about to reveal his trump card? He had arranged this duel between the two precisely to gauge the extent of their power disparity. Chairman Lu was only slightly weaker than himself. If it took some effort for him to defeat Sato Takaru, then he would be worth keeping an eye on. But this outcome was rather disappointing. That's enough, Mr. Sato. The teacher told you to stop. Just as everyone thought Sato-Kan was about to unleash some devastating finishing move and prepared to watch the show, a cold, clear voice abruptly halted Sato Takaru's next move. It felt like being abruptly interrupted mid-relief. Extremely frustrating. Everyone instinctively turned toward the source of the voice. The rough and tumble members of the Dragon Ascension Guild were instantly stunned by Yamamoto Reina's breathtaking beauty. This girl is gorgeous. From the land of cherry blossoms? What a pity. Sato Takaru froze for a moment. He didn't understand why his master had ordered him to stop. Master, I can still fight. Why should I stop? Sato Takaru asked, unwilling to concede. Both my teacher and I can see that you're no match for Chairman Lu. Yamamoto Reina bluntly voiced Abe Gen's thoughts. Sato-Kan felt a pang of pain in his heart. Hearing those words from Miss Reina was truly heartbreaking. No, master, I still have the phantom. He wanted to say he still had the phantom overlap kill skill unused. This was an F-rank skill once unleashed. He was absolutely certain he could defeat Lu Guan. But his greatest strength was his straightforwardness. And his greatest weakness too. Even the bystanders could see it. The reason Abe Gen interrupted him at this moment was clearly to prevent him from revealing his skill. Abe Shin frowned, glaring at his honest disciple before stepping forward. Lu Guan shook his head, feeling slightly disappointed. It seemed he wouldn't get to see the other's trump card after all. The surrounding spectators began to cheer. No way. What's going on? Not even 10 minutes in, and Sakura Nation has surrendered? I thought the elite of the Dark Cherry Blossom Guild would be something special. Is this it? I was planning to record an epic duel to post online. People will probably think this is some kind of comedy sketch. Sakura Nation men are so quick to finish, what a waste of such beautiful girls. Miss Yamamoto Reina, why not join our Dragon Nation? We have President Lu. The Dragon Ascension Guild actually has organization and discipline. But since it's technically break time now, they can yell all they want, no one's going to stop them. Listening to all these taunts, Sato Takaru's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. He felt resentful, yet all he could muster was anger. This only deepened his confusion. He was clearly on the verge of victory. Why did his master order him to stop? Seeing things had come to this, referee Jia Tianlu stepped forward. What's going on? Are you two really conceding defeat? According to our earlier agreement, if Mr. Sato Takeshi concedes, you must present Chairman Lu with 2 high-grade items. Jia Tianlu stated impartially. At the same time, he silently admired Lu Guan. This kid really knows how to get the upper hand wherever he goes. He'd have to be more careful himself from now on. Director Jia, we admit we were outmatched. However, we have one objection. Yamamoto Reina's voice was cool and clear. Jia Tianlu asked in confusion, What is it? Yamamoto Reina's gaze fixed intently on Lu Guan. We suspect that Lu Guan's actual rank is not tier 2, level 5. The speed and strength he just demonstrated far exceeded what should be possible at that rank. Hearing this, Sato-Kan froze in surprise. Right. During his sparring match with Lu Guan, he had already sensed that the other's 4-dimensional attributes were clearly superior to his own. It was all his own fault for letting anger cloud his judgment. He hadn't even considered this possibility. But Lu Guan narrowed his eyes. So what? You're trying to renege on the deal? He directly revealed Yamamoto Reina's, or more accurately, Abe Gen's motive behind this scheme. Yamamoto Reina replied, Mr. Lu Guan, please rest assured. If this contest is fair, I believe Mr. Sato-Kan would never renege on his word. Hearing this, Abe Gen cleared his throat twice. A flicker of surprise flickered across his eyes, usually as still and murky as an ancient well. Clearly, Yamamoto Reina's words did not reflect his own intentions. Lu Guan sensed a subtle shift. Particularly since Yamamoto Reina had changed her address from Chairman Lu to Mr. Lu Guan. But that was likely an internal matter for the Dark Camp Guild. He couldn't care less. There was no unfairness here. Let me make this clear, I am a tier 2, level 5. Moreover, this duel was proposed by Mr. Sato-Kan himself, and the terms were personally agreed upon by him. Even if I weren't tier 2, level 5, so what? Chapter 154, Gravity Divine Formula. Exactly. The challenge was proposed by Sato-Kan, and the agreement was made by Sato-Kan himself. Lu Guan never even volunteered his rank. What purpose does bringing this up now serve? Yamamoto Reina was momentarily speechless. Her cool, clear eyes flickered slightly, as if deep in thought. Beside her, Abe Gen's face was unusually dark. He recalled what he had said before the match began. If he couldn't even defeat a trashy level 2-5 opponent, was there any point in keeping this disciple? Now it was clear that wasn't the case at all. Lu Guan's strength was clearly on a different level from Sato-ken's. Calling him only tier 2, level 5? What a joke. This was likely a trap deliberately set by the Dragon Ascension Guild and Lu Guan, designed to lure his foolish disciple right into it. Upon closer reflection, it's not entirely impossible. From the moment they entered, Lu Guan in black deliberately mocked me. Then Principal Lu seized the chance to reveal Lu Guan was only tier 2, level 5. Next, Sato-kan and Lu Guan got into a heated argument. My foolish apprentice, unable to contain his anger, volunteered for a duel. In the end, the matter seemed to have been swept under the rug. But Black brought up the duel again. These seemingly natural coincidences all came together in the end. The more Abe Xian thought about it, it must be so. The Dark Cherry Guild had been swindled by these very people. Of course, no one knew Abe Gen was currently consumed by a persecution complex. Members of the future guild gathered nearby. Li Song couldn't help but interject, "My boss is absolutely right. Do we even need to explain ourselves to you? Looks like you're just trying to renege on the deal." At this point, he turned to Sato-ken. "And you, if you can't handle losing, then don't act like a big shot. Pulling this stunt on us now is dodging your debts just another day at the office for you Cherry Blossom country folks?" Li Song always spoke crudely, without a care. His barrage of insults even made Yamamoto Reina flush slightly. Sato Takaru clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles turned white. "Master, since it was my mistake, I'm willing to cover the losses. What's 2 high-end items? The Sato family can certainly afford them." Sato Takaru felt utterly humiliated after being thoroughly outclassed. Now being called a poser to his face, even dragging it up to the Cherry Blossom Nation, he couldn't stand it. But Abe Xian merely shot him a cold, indifferent glare. He cursed inwardly, "Idiot." If it were truly a matter of inferior skill, then he could accept defeat. But now the truth was so blatantly obvious. Did they really think the Dark Cherry Guild was so easy to push around? Damn it. Abe Gen rarely spoke, but when he did, his voice remained as harsh and unpleasant as ever. He simply couldn't hold back any longer. Originally, he had come to the Dragon Nation early for a different purpose. Now, whether he could achieve that goal remained uncertain. At least 3 high-level items had already been sent out. Not even an explanation? How could that be acceptable? Sato-kan gritted his teeth, standing at attention as his master berated him. He had only himself to blame for his foolishness. Why had he provoked Lu Guan in the first place? Regarding Chairman Lu's rank, if Mr. Abe absolutely needed an answer to satisfy his curiosity, it wasn't impossible. The Dragon Ascension Guild stands ready to vouch for him. Chairman Lu's rank absolutely cannot exceed tier 2, level 5. As the commander of the 9th battle group, I'm stating this in front of everyone here. Surely you won't doubt it anymore? On this matter, the Dragon Ascension Guild naturally stands with Lu Guan. Principal Lu was also nodding approvingly toward Jia Tianlu from the other side of the field, signaling his satisfaction. Could this really be true? A flicker of surprise crossed Yamamoto Reina's eyes. She clearly trusted Jia Tianlu's words. Yet she found it hard to believe Lu Guan's rank. Li Song couldn't help but snort. What's the big deal? As the sole official union in Dragon Nation, do you really think Commander Jiao would risk tarnishing Dragon Nation's reputation over such a trivial matter? Enough with the nonsense. This is Dragon Nation territory, after all. Even if you want to renege on the deal, you should at least look around and see where you are. His words rang out with conviction. Lu Guan was left speechless. This is classic bullying under someone else's authority. Yamamoto Reina explained, "We have no intention of reneging on the deal. I simply believe that Mr. Lu Guan is truly an exceptional talent. But please understand, Mr. Lu Guan, we haven't prepared any extra high-level items this time." Lu Guan frowned at her words. "So you were prepared to back out before even agreeing to the contest?" Yesterday, I felt Lu Guan's gaze like a burning line scorching my face. "I know." Su Yuning reached out. "If that's not the case, then why don't you just hand it over?" Sato Takaru was utterly frustrated. These were 2 high-value items. How could he just produce them on demand? He had already sent a message to the clan explaining his situation, but they hadn't responded yet. A chorus of boos erupted around them. The members of the Dragon Ascension Guild were all recording video footage. Sakura Nation's international reputation wasn't exactly stellar to begin with. What was he supposed to do now? After a short while, a hint of joy finally flickered across Sato-ken's face. Suddenly, a small, dusty gray cube appeared in his hand. The moment it appeared, those nearby sensed a powerful surge of energy. Duan Xingchen recognized this energy all too well. This is the Gravity Divine Formula. It was indeed a high-grade item. And an exceptionally potent one at that. As its name suggests, the Gravity Divine Formula is an artifact capable of manipulating gravity. Unlike the crystal of the King of Whispering Snakes. Using this item allows one to manipulate spatial gravity within a radius of several dozen meters. Once its energy is depleted, it can be replenished using energy crystals. Earlier in the Dark Moon Temple, Li Song and the others had suffered greatly from the effects of gravitational energy, causing them to widen their eyes in astonishment. This is absolutely a treasure. Would Chairman Lu find this item to his satisfaction? Their expressions already betrayed their stance. This finally allowed Sato Takeshi to salvage a shred of dignity. Lu Guan's expression, however, was worlds apart from that of the future guild's greenhorns. Acceptable, he said simply. Without further ado, Lu Guan casually took the Gravity Divine formula and stored it directly into the guild storage space. This item wasn't particularly useful to him personally, it would serve its greatest purpose as shared property of the guild. Lu Guan continued, what about the other one? Sato-kan replied matter-of-factly, I've already handed over such a high-grade item. Are you still not satisfied? Hearing this, Lu Guan froze for a moment. He couldn't quite grasp Mr. Sato-kan's line of thinking. But one thing was clear. Sato-kan was trying to fool him with some Gravity Divine formula. Chapter 155, I'll give you 3 months. Jia Tianlu almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Sato Takuro still didn't understand Lu Guan. Don't be fooled by that kid's usual serious demeanor and quiet nature. The truth is, the quieter someone seems, the more scheming they are inside. And Lu Guan was exceptionally bold. Ever since the Dragon Ascension Guild was founded, it's always been the powerful figures from major clans or factions who came knocking, eager to curry favor. But Lu Guan? After only a few days of contact, he's already swiped 2 high-level items from the Dragon Ascension Guild. He also holds priority exploration rights for the newly designated territories approved by the International Convention Organization. This fool dares to negotiate terms with him? Sure enough. Everyone watched as Lu Guan's expression hardened, his gaze radiating a chill that sent shivers down spines. Mr. Sato-kan, our prior agreement was for 2 high-level items. Are you trying to brush me off with this excuse? Sato Takuru felt his scalp tingle under Lu Guan's intense stare. In truth, the message he had just sent back to his clan did indeed state that he had lost 2 high-grade items. But when he opened the guild storage space, he found only this one item. Immediately after, a message arrived from his father, Sato Zetsu. Useless. Do you even realize that every single high-grade item our family possesses was earned with blood? Do you think this is trash you can just pick up off the street? This is the only item I can give you. Figure out the rest on your own. And so, Sato Takuru came up with this solution. To be precise, it was a solution born of desperation. Truth be told, as one of Japan's top 10 most influential clans, the Sato family certainly wasn't so impoverished they couldn't afford 2 high-grade items. Sato Takuru had mentioned this before. Yet despite abundant resources and numerous family members, Sato Takuru possessed exceptional aptitude and received some degree of attention from the family. Yet, he had only awakened healing-type talents. More crucial resources naturally had to be prioritized for other family members. I had no intention of dismissing Chairman Lu. However, this is the only high-end item I managed to secure. If you're dissatisfied, I can compensate with other resources. Sato Takuru felt bitter inside. But Sato-kan had no words to say. Lu Guan pondered for a moment upon hearing this. He could tell Sato Takuru wasn't deliberately brushing him off. But why did it feel like he was giving up? I don't have any high-end items left, but if you want something else, I'll give it to you. If you don't want it, there's nothing I can do about it. No way. Lu Guan wasn't about to back down. For instance, what exactly do you mean by resources? Seeing him finally budge, a sharp gleam flashed in Sato Takuru's eyes. Like energy crystals, consumables, or materials. The Sato family won't be stingy with those. Lu Guan pondered for a moment. As for various materials, the future guild doesn't need them yet. Energy crystals, however, were desperately needed. Ever since that last energy stone coffin sprint, Lu Guan had depleted his entire stockpile. Now he only had a few newly acquired ones. Divided evenly among the 10 guild members, he'd only get 100 or so. As for consumables, energy crystal cores from creatures like the Whispering Serpent King? Naturally, the more the better. With that thought, Lu Guan readily agreed, that's acceptable. But in that case, I want 500 intermediate energy crystals and 100 advanced energy crystals. The quality of consumables doesn't matter, I want 100 pieces. Can you accept that? 500 mid-grade energy crystals was no small sum. Back when he made a deal with the Su siblings, he'd only asked for 500 low-grade energy crystals. That nearly drained the Su family dry. Intermediate energy crystals are 10 times more expensive. Plus another 100 high-grade energy crystals. Yet even so, Jia Tianlu still approached with a hint of surprise. Kid, when did you become so generous? Let me give you a heads up. What you're asking for isn't exactly cheap. But the value of a single high-grade item far exceeds the worth of all these combined. Lu Guan remained expressionless. I've always been generous. Jia Tianlu curled his lips. Clearly, he didn't buy it for a second. The Sato family's resources were naturally incomparable to the Su family's. Lu Guan's demands were indeed steep, but compared to acquiring a high-end item, these items were at least within Sato-ken's means. He even suspected whether Chairman Lu had done his homework on his family's financial standing beforehand. These were practically his absolute bottom line. Alright, I accept your terms. Lu Guan nodded. Luo Hongyang stepped forward then, speaking his mind bluntly. Chairman, won't this be a bit too much of a loss for us? Lu Guan glanced at him. I have my own calculations.
Sato-kan, seeing this, seemed afraid Lu Guan might change his mind.
We can make the trade right now. With that, he opened his interface and sent Lu Guan a trade request. Who would have thought this guy would be carrying so many resources on him? Lu Guan didn't hesitate either, immediately accepting the trade.
Soon, all the resources Lu Guan requested were transferred into his storage space.
Sato Kenya finally let out a long sigh of relief. Today, he'd finally witnessed the hidden talents lurking within the Dragon Nation. Taking such a huge loss? That was just his bad luck. Lu Guan scanned his storage space to take inventory. Nothing seemed amiss. Mr. Sato and the Dark Cherry Guild were indeed trustworthy. However, now that the interest has been paid, I expect Mr. Sato-kan to make up for the high-grade items he owes me within 3 months. The moment those words left his mouth, the entire room fell silent for 5 seconds. Sato Takaru was completely dumbfounded. What interest? What interest are we talking about? Weren't the resources he just traded supposed to compensate for the second high-grade item? How did that become interest? Chairman Lu, you must be joking, right? I've already given you what you wanted, so you... Lu Guan interrupted calmly. That's precisely why I gave you 3 months to fulfill your promise. Hearing this, everyone present unless they were fools finally understood. Chairman Lu really is ruthless. Principal Lu and Jiaten Lu had been wondering just moments ago how did this kid suddenly change his tune. Now they finally understood he'd dug such a deep hole. Sato-kan also realized he'd been played.
A surge of rage ignited within him, rising straight to his head.
Chairman Lu, you really think I conceded because I couldn't beat you just now? I advise you not to push your luck too far. Lu Guan glared back coldly.
The terms of compensation you proposed are merely your own wishful thinking.
I never agreed to them. So it's 3 months.
If you still can't produce high-grade items that satisfy me after 3 months,
I'll make you regret it. Chapter 156, A Small Wish. Lu Guan's tone was utterly calm.
Yet it carried an aura that left no room for doubting his words.
Sato-kan was furious enough to burst a blood vessel. Give him 3 months? He desperately wanted to make Lu Guan regret it right now. Fortunately, a single glance from Abe Gen restrained his impulse. Didn't he know where they were? Over 100 elite members of the Dragon Ascension Guild were circling the field like hungry tigers. And then there was that Lu Xiao, whose true depth remained unknown. Did he think he was crazy, stirring up trouble here? Alright, whatever needs discussing, let's take it back to the meeting room first. This space is reserved for our members to continue training. Jia Tenlu observed everything with a smile and made the suggestion. Abe Xian naturally had no objection. He still had important matters to discuss with the Dragon Ascension Guild. After they left, the elite members of the Dragon Ascension Guild returned to the training grounds to resume their drills. They all felt it was a bit disappointing, not quite satisfying. The thrilling showdown they'd imagined never materialized. But thankfully, it was still incredibly satisfying to see the demonic Lu chairman utterly dominate Sato-kan despite the level gap. The atmosphere in the reception room was somewhat oppressive at that moment. Abe Gen sat silently in his former seat, his ashen face clearly betraying his foul mood. Sato-kan kept his eyes fixed on Lu Guan. Unlike before the duel, his gaze toward Lu Guan had previously held not only disgust, but also a hint of contempt and provocation. Now, however, his gaze was dominated by anger and resentment. Only Yamamoto Reina's gaze remained unchanged, inexplicably complex. This made Lu Guan feel somewhat uneasy. Mainly, it shouldn't be like this. He was the murderer of her brother. Even if Yamamoto Reina wasn't seething with bloodthirsty vengeance, she shouldn't be looking at him like this, right?
Chairman Abe, it seems our younger generation truly needs this exchange.
This contest has also made everyone more readily aware of the gap in our respective strengths.
In the end, the outcome is still a good thing. Principal Lu, as the host, was the first to break the silence. His face still bore that composed smile. Not a ripple of emotion stirred in response to Chairman Lu's victory. After all, he represented not himself, but the official stance of the Dragon Nation. The official image demanded dignity, grandeur, and friendliness. No matter how pleased he might feel inside, he would never show it. Jia Tianlu, seemingly lost in thought. He suddenly chuckled twice. Though the sound was faint, Sato-kan's face instantly turned the color of liver. Lu Xiao's words seemed kind, but they were actually rubbing salt into his wounds. What did he mean by the disparity in their abilities? It meant he was far inferior to Chairman Lu. Yamamoto Reina nodded slightly. President Lu was right, our skills are simply inferior. Principal Lu waved his hand dismissively. Miss Yamamoto Reina, there's no need to belittle yourself. I've heard of some formidable practitioners from your land of cherry blossoms. Their innate talent and prowess are truly admirable. This remark served as a face-saving gesture for the Dark Sakura Guild. Abe Gen's expression finally eased slightly.
Seeing this, Principal Lu continued, now that the trial has concluded. Chairman Abe, let us return to the main topic. The International Guild Friendship Tournament is still half a month away. Your early arrival in Dragon Nation surely wasn't solely for apologizing to Chairman Lu? President Lu is present here now. If you have any further thoughts, you may state them openly. Lu Guan also turned his gaze toward Abe Gen. Yamamoto Ruji is a highly valued elite member of the Dark Cherry Guild. After I eliminated him, not only did they take no action whatsoever, but now they're eagerly coming to apologize? If Sakura Nation truly possessed such discernment, their international reputation wouldn't be as poor as it is now. Yamamoto Reina finally shifted her gaze away from Lu Guan, her beautiful eyes turning to Principal Lu. Principal Lu, our premature arrival in the Dragon Nation stems not only from seeking forgiveness for the Yamamoto Ruji incident, but also from a small request. Her cool voice rang out like ice beads falling onto a jade plate, crisp and melodious. After all this build-up, she's finally getting to the point. Jia Tianlu, seated beside Principal Lu, slid his chair forward slightly, resting both elbows on the table. Miss Yamamoto Reina is too kind. Relations between our Dragon and Cherry nations remain reasonably cordial, at least on the surface. Within reasonable bounds, the Longting Guild would naturally be happy to assist. What exactly is this matter? Tell us first. Jia Tianlu's words left many present momentarily stunned. What does at least superficially decent even mean? Could such words really be spoken openly? Lu Guan, however, found his attitude quite commendable. What defines a powerful nation? A powerful nation dares to state objective facts plainly. We observe all due courtesy and respect, but when it comes to matters of interest, sorry, but we won't play the nice guy. Yamamoto Reina sensed the Dragon Ascension Guild's formidable presence and hesitated. We wish to request special permission to explore your nation's exclusive domain, the Yellow Springs Rift. Jia Tianlu sat bolt upright. The Yellow Springs Rift? This was a newly designated exclusive domain by the Dragon Nation, not yet open to ordinary gifted individuals. As one of Sakura Nation's representative guilds, Dark Cherry Blossom Guild's knowledge of this realm was unsurprising. However, after initial exploration, they discovered the domain's resources were not particularly abundant. The only noteworthy aspect was the sheer variety and abundance of creatures within the domain, including a significant number of high-level beings. Yet this also meant the realm carried a relatively high danger factor. Is that all the Dark Cherry Guild's efforts were for? Why did you apply to explore this realm? Unable to fathom it, Jia Tianlu chose to ask directly. Of course, the answer they gave might not be the whole truth. But they must have at least a plausible reason, right? Yamamoto Reina bowed slightly. Actually, we wish to enter the Yellow Springs Rift to search for something. Jia Tianlu narrowed his eyes. What surprised him most was that the Dark Cherry Guild's objective wasn't related to Lu Guan. What item? Of course, Lu Guan was equally puzzled by this question. But it seemed he'd been overthinking things. The 8-foot Magatama. Yamamoto Reina spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Principal Lu and Jia Tianlu quickly exchanged a glance. If memory serves correctly, this should be a legendary artifact, seemingly connected to an ancient Onmyoji family from the land of cherry blossoms. But, could this legendary object truly exist? Jia Tianlu asked, how do you know the thing you're searching for lies within our Dragon Nation's exclusive domain? Yamamoto Reina saw the confusion in everyone's eyes. Truth be told, the Yasukani no Magatama was an heirloom of my teacher's ancestors. Our family archives record that after the creation of the world, the Yasukani no Magatama vanished into the Yomi Rift. Before the world of slaughter descended, my master never knew the location of the Yellow Springs Rift. That is, until we saw the name of this realm. In short, the Yasukani no Magatama holds profound significance for our nation of Sakura. It has also been my master's lifelong quest. Therefore, we humbly request the Dragon Ascension Guild to fulfill this modest wish of our teacher. Chapter 157, The Dark Cherry Blossom Guild's Mission. A divine-grade artifact, and in Yamamoto Reina's words, it becomes just a small wish? Yet Yamamoto Reina spoke these words with genuine sincerity. It made it seem as though the Dragon Ascension Guild would become an utterly unreasonable, sinful organization if they refused. But was Abe Gen truly here only for the sake of national significance, seeking the family heirloom? That's so unbelievable, even ghosts wouldn't buy it. Everyone finally understood. So that high-end item given to Lu Guan as an apology? Plain and simple, it was just to offset the cost of the 8-foot Magatama, right? Those folks from Sakura country really played a clever hand. Yamamoto Reina seemed to know exactly what Jia Tianlu and Lu Shao were thinking. Chairman Lu, Director Jia. To demonstrate our sincerity, we pledge this. Once we enter the Yellow Springs Rift, we will not touch a single resource discovered within the realm beyond the Yasaka Magatama. Indeed. If the Yasakan Magatama truly exists as legend claims, they genuinely wouldn't care about anything else. According to the current hierarchy of the killing world, the Yasashiro Magatama is a divine tier artifact that no one has ever laid eyes on. How could such an existence be allowed to fall into foreign hands? But refusing now wouldn't be the smartest move. After all, if even the combined forces of the Longting Guild and the 239th Battle Group failed to locate it, the chances of Abe Gen finding it were slim. Lu Xiao pondered for a long moment. How can we trust your promises? Yamamoto Reina had clearly anticipated this question. She quickly replied, to alleviate your concerns, Chairman Lu may dispatch a team to accompany us and oversee the entire process. The proposal was direct and effective. Jia Tianlu couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth, casting a meaningful glance at Principal Lu. That old fox clearly had his sights set on the Yasukani no Magatama. If others were unaware, how could he not know? Principal Lu nodded.
Indeed, seeking out the lost divine artifacts of one's ancestors was only natural.
The exploration of the Yellow Springs Rift isn't complete yet. Having our people there for protection would make it safer. Jia Tianlu seized the moment. Young man, haven't the future guild members been pushing for upgrades lately? Since you can't enter Storm Canyon anyway, I think you're the perfect person to lead this effort. This statement carried two layers of meaning. First, the literal meaning. Besides Storm Canyon, where else could the future guild level up? The second meaning, of course, was Lu Guan's extraordinary talent. With his unique opportunities, this single expedition could rival the combined efforts of the entire Dragon Ascension Guild. With benefits to be gained, Lu Guan wouldn't refuse. Without much deliberation, he replied, agreed. Yamamoto Reina's eyes lit up instantly. So your country's position is agreement? Lu Xiao remained non-committal. Just then, Black suddenly called out, such an interesting endeavor, may I join in? He seemed to be joking. But it must be said, this joke was crossing the line. Lu Xiao's smile remained unchanged. The exclusive domain under Eagle Nation's confidentiality period, is it convenient for me to join the fun? Fortunately, this wasn't a public setting, and Principal Lu wasn't one to make a big deal out of things. Black shrugged awkwardly. If it's just you, I wouldn't mind. Lu Xiao chuckled, if you were alone too, I wouldn't mind either. Black slammed his hand on the table. You agreed to this. Everyone, including Principal Lu, was momentarily speechless. Su Yueying couldn't help but interject, isn't he supposed to be a gentleman? How could he be so shameless? Su Haokai pondered for a moment, attempting to explain, it's probably due to the cultural background of the Eagle Nation. They don't see it as shameful to throw away their dignity for profit. In fact, Principal Lu hadn't been opposed to Black disrupting the proceedings either. He knew Black was a dual-talent individual. Just like Lu Guan. Adding him to the group would undoubtedly yield richer rewards from the Yellow Springs Rift. He couldn't offer no benefits at all, but if Black insisted on bringing the Iron Cross Guild along, Lu Xiao would never agree. His target was also the 8-foot Magatama. This artifact could fall into the hands of the Dragon Ascension Guild or into Lu Guan's possession. But it absolutely must not leave the Dragon Nation. In a few words, Lu Xiao finalized the team composition. 3 from the 3rd Battle Group, 2 from the 9th Battle Group, plus Zhou Jinxian and Lin Wuying from the Rapid Action Unit. This arrangement was highly logical. The former two were experts in reconnaissance and exploration, while the latter possessed sufficient strength to support the future guild. At least on the surface, Captain Lu's arrangement was solely to better coordinate with the Dark Cherry Guild's operations. Abe Gen had no objections whatsoever. Yamamoto Reina bowed deeply once more. Thank you for your arrangements, Chairman Lu. Should this operation succeed, the Dark Cherry Guild will not forget the assistance provided by the Dragon Nation. Principal Lu rose to his feet. Miss Yamamoto, there's no need for formalities. Now that we've reached a consensus, let's arrange the itinerary as soon as possible. The Underworld Rift carries a high risk factor we must prepare thoroughly. Jia Tianlu inquired, how about departing tomorrow? Yamamoto Reina readily agreed. Yes. After the meeting concluded, everyone else left the conference room. Su Yueying leaned close to Lu Guan's ear. Chairman, I have a bad feeling about this. Lu Guan asked in confusion, what's wrong? Su Yueying shook her head. I don't know. But I can't shake the feeling they're after more than just the 8-foot Magatama. Truthfully, Lu Guan also sensed something off about the Dark Cherry Guild's actions. Whatever their scheme might be. With our numbers, plus the elite of the Dragon Ascension Guild, they shouldn't be able to make much of a splash. Su Yuning mused thoughtfully, also, I think that Yamamoto Reina's gaze toward you was rather peculiar. Why does she show no hatred toward you, even though you're the one who killed her brother? Lu Guan also wanted to know the answer. He gave a faint smile. How can you be sure she doesn't harbor hatred? Su Yueying tilted her chin slightly. We're both girls, I can tell at a glance. Lu Guan nodded thoughtfully. But whatever Yamamoto Reina intends to do, we'll find out soon enough. In the shadows of the corridor, Yamamoto Reina stood there, silently watching Lu Guan's retreating figure, a complex gleam flickering in her eyes. Reina, what are you looking at? Sadokan's tone carried a hint of displeasure. Yamamoto Reina withdrew her gaze and replied indifferently, nothing. Sadokan snorted coldly, you'd better not forget our mission. That Lu Guan will pay the price sooner or later. Yamamoto Reina thought for a moment, but in the end said nothing and simply turned to leave. Chapter 158, Supervision Mission. By afternoon,
the future Union members returned to the Lu family mansion. After such an intense period of leveling up, returning to this harmonious and beautiful blue star world felt almost unreal to them.
Everything felt like a lifetime ago. Lu Guan decided to let everyone rest properly for the night. Just like after completing the leveling run in the Void Nest last time. Tomorrow's venture into the Yellow Springs Rift would prove far more challenging than Storm's Edge Canyon. As guild leader, Lu Guan felt it was his duty to remind everyone to prepare themselves mentally. Suddenly, a notification flashed across the message panel. Lu Guan knew without opening the panel that it must be another message from Jia Tianlu. But this time, it probably wasn't anything troublesome. Sure enough. Message, take a close look at this. It's all the intel we currently have on the Yellow Springs Rift. Lu Guan immediately forwarded the message to the guild chat channel. Preliminary exploration revealed the Nether Abyss domain is primarily divided into 3 major regions. The Nether Wastes. An ancient battlefield of alien races, littered with skeletal remains and decaying weapons. Hordes of undead creatures roam here, possessing combat strength nearly matching that of early-stage gifted individuals. Special note, undead entities possess considerable intelligence and understand basic tactical coordination. Avoid conflict unless absolutely necessary. The Styx tributary. A black river cuts through the domain, its waters highly corrosive. Unknown high-tier entities lurk in its depths. Special note, any 9th War Team member who accidentally falls into the water will be instantly reduced to nothing. Reading this, everyone felt a sudden chill. Members dispatched to explore the new realm, even if not exceptionally powerful, should at least be of a certain rank, right? To vanish without a trace upon falling in what kind of nightmare was that? If nothing else, it seems best to steer clear of that place. Bai Lu spoke with lingering fear in her voice. The others all nodded in agreement. Lu Guan continued examining the third area. The ancient den of the Yellow Springs. Located in the deepest part of the realm, shrouded in thick fog, it remains largely unexplored. It is believed to hold ancient divine-grade artifacts, but the risks involved are extremely high. All teams that have entered thus far have failed to penetrate its core. President, do you think the 8-foot Magatama might be in the Huangquan Guadian area? Su Yueying pondered after reviewing all the data. The others shared this belief. After all, the records explicitly stated that the Huangquan Guadian might conceal a divine-grade artifact. Doesn't this align perfectly with what Abe Xian said? Lu Guan was pondering this very question. Kid, let me remind you, don't just rely on the documents. The Huangquan fissure isn't that simple. Plus, Lu Xiao and I briefly reviewed today's events. We suspect Abe Gen's true target extends beyond the Yasukani no Magatama. So I won't need to elaborate further, right? In short, remember this, whatever we find in the Yellow Springs Rift tomorrow, you must ensure it ends up in our hands. Jia Tianlu knew Lu Guan was too lazy to reply. He decided to just send all the necessary instructions at once. After reading it, Lu Guan didn't disappoint him, he simply closed the interface. Boss, did the Dragon Ascension Guild mention anything else besides this? Li Song asked at that moment. He had noticed Lu Guan's gaze had just lingered in mid-air. Lu Guan replied indifferently, Captain Jia instructed us to keep a close watch. Any resources discovered in the Yellow Springs Rift, not a single one should fall into foreign hands. Su Haokai pondered for a moment before asking, including the 8-foot Magatama? The others were slightly taken aback by this remark. What does that mean? Wasn't everything settled earlier today? Wasn't the purpose of allowing the Dark Cherry Guild into the Yellow Springs Rift to have them search for the 8-foot Magatama? Had Su Haokai misunderstood something? But then, everyone saw Lu Guan nod. That's right. Luo Honyang couldn't figure it out, so he asked directly. President, that can't be right? Isn't our duty tomorrow to supervise the Dark Cherry Guild and prevent them from touching anything else in the realm? Now even Su Yueying understood. If that's all there is to it, then why don't you think this task should be assigned directly to other Dragon Ascension Guild members? Luo Hongyang replied matter-of-factly, didn't team leader Jia say it? Because our future guild is in the middle of a leveling sprint. Su Yuaning frowned. Talking to someone this inflexible is exhausting. The truth was, this condition had been agreed upon by the Dragon Ascension Guild. The future guild and the Dragon Ascension Guild had no significant ties. So once they actually found the 8-foot Magatama, the future guild could just go ahead and snatch it. They wouldn't have to worry about any rules. After hearing this explanation, everyone suddenly understood. Li Song's face twisted into a wicked grin. If that's the case, I like this situation. I've had my eye on that little bastard Sadoken for ages. The others wore equally meaningful expressions. When it comes to dirty tricks, those two from the Dragon Ascension Guild are the worst. Early the next morning, in the Dragon Ascension Guild's meeting room, all relevant personnel had gathered. The future guild was the last to arrive. As soon as they met, Jia Tianlu greeted him warmly. Hey, how'd you sleep last night? In front of so many people, Lu Guan naturally had to give Jia Tianlu some face. He nodded. Not bad. Jia Tianlu then asked, did you look over the Lu Guan Fisher data I sent you last night? Lu Guan nodded again. I have. Jia Tianlu snapped irritably, after reading it, couldn't you at least give me a damn reply? Lu Guan grew impatient. I can't be bothered to reply. Jia Tianlu was speechless. Facing Lu Guan. He couldn't win an argument with him. He couldn't beat him in a fight either. Moreover, in terms of actual status, Lu Guan even possesses a second-class dragon pattern insignia. His insignia is only third class. What could he do? Lu Xiao could understand Lu Guan's mindset.
After all, a few years back, this kid's temperament bore a striking resemblance to his own. As long as he knew Lu Guan had seen it, there was nothing to worry about.
Lu Xiao said, since everyone's here, let's enter the domain together as soon as possible. May we all return safely. The sooner we go, the sooner we return. Black chirped excitedly, I can hardly wait. Yamamoto Reina stepped forward to Lu Guan.
Chairman Lu, I sincerely hope we can cooperate and trust each other, she said earnestly. Lu Guan, however, shot a glance at Abe-Gen and Sato-Ken. As long as you keep your promises, I have no problem with that. Sato-Ken snorted coldly, clearly still holding a grudge over yesterday's duel between the two. Abe-Gen remained silent. Attention all members of the Dragon Ascension Guild. Upon entering the realm, all actions must follow Captain Shou's commands. No unauthorized movements. Lu Xiao commanded sternly. The entire 239th battle group of the Dragon Ascension Guild snapped to attention. Yes. Chapter 159, The Netherworld Rift Realm. It would be more accurate to say they were following Captain Shou's orders. Who was Captain Shou actually taking orders from? In truth, Principal Lu had already hinted at this yesterday. Of course, it was Lu Guan who led the way. With everyone fully prepared and ready to go, they formed a single unit and entered the Yellow Springs Rift Realm together. Beneath the gray sky, the setting sun in the east bled crimson. Just as described in the records. Across this boundless wasteland, scattered skeletal remains lay everywhere. Rotten weapons lay scattered, some buried in the sand, others propped beside the bones. This scene truly evoked the feeling of standing amidst a battlefield from the age of cold steel. Even the gentle breeze carried a hint of desolation and solemnity. Is this the Yellow Springs Rift? How come it feels even more spine-chilling than the eternal night wastes? Li Song rubbed his arms, where goosebumps had risen involuntarily. That's only natural. The eternal night wastes may be a world of darkness, but that darkness is merely the shadow cast by light. Its influence on people is more about negative, dark thoughts and emotions. But here, in the Yellow Springs Rift, is the remnant of a battlefield where 10,000 souls slaughtered each other. And these fallen heroes' souls are denied rebirth, forever bound to this barren wasteland. Su Yuning had long since clung tightly to Lu Guan's side, terrified. Though looking around, there was nothing to be seen. But yesterday's intelligence made it clear this realm was primarily inhabited by undead. What did undead mean? Weren't they essentially the same as the ghosts people commonly believed in? She dreaded these entities the most. Xiao Zhenxian turned around, signaling the entire Longtongue Guild to fall into formation and halt. This was the first sector of the Yellow Springs Rift. Undead creatures typically attack invaders in coordinated groups. So everyone must maintain formation, do not break ranks. Zhang Ning, Zhou Cheng, Bai Xiucha, you three scout the surroundings first. Zhou Feiyang, Su Yu, you three stay behind with Lin Wuying and Lei Jin. After giving these instructions, he turned to the group and said, let's wait here for a moment. The members of the Dragon Ascension Guild all exchanged glances with Lu Guan. They weren't members of the Rapid Response Team. In fact, Zhou Feiyang and Zhang Ning held positions within their respective teams that were no less significant than Xiao Zhenxian's. Being suddenly commanded by a peer felt somewhat jarring. But since this was Principal Lu's order, and given the presence of two important foreign organizations, they certainly wouldn't start internal conflicts. After only a moment's hesitation, they dispersed to carry out their respective tasks. Xiao Zhenxian was actually quite helpless about it. Not everyone possessed Lu Guan's sharp intellect, capable of comprehending every nuance. That's why Principal Lu had privately instructed him. Once inside the domain, don't appear overly familiar with Lu Guan on the surface, but cooperate fully. Xiao Zhenxian didn't grasp the deeper meaning, he simply obeyed orders. Every member of the Dragon Ascension Guild wore a look of vigilance, ready for battle. Exploring the realm was a matter of life and death for themselves and their teammates. They dared not be the slightest bit careless. Sato-Ken, however, stood with his arms crossed, watching them with a look of disdain. This is merely the entrance to the realm. Are all you Dragon Country people so afraid of death? In their land of cherry blossoms, dying for a mission was considered a glorious sacrifice. While they feared death too, they valued honor more, just as they pursued the fleeting yet brilliant life of the cherry blossom. Yamamoto Reina shot Sato Takaru a glance. Mr. Sato, it's always wise to be cautious. Sato Takaru scoffed immediately. Reina, you think too highly of them. Look, only their captain is at late tier 2. The rest of them? They're not even as good as Lu Guan. If any real danger arises while exploring this realm, we'll be the ones relying on ourselves.
As he spoke, his gaze darted toward Lu Guan, carrying an unmistakable hint of provocation. He clearly wasn't satisfied with yesterday's match results. Lu Guan noticed it too, but couldn't be bothered to respond. Yamamoto Reina remained equally expressionless.
Mr. Sato, you'd do well to watch your tone.
Sato-kan froze, then asked, Miss Reina, are you concerned about me? Everyone thought Sato-kan must have some serious issues.
Black stood by with interest, noticing a hint of coldness in Lu Guan's gaze.
Sato-kan, let me remind you.
We entered this place solely to supervise you, not to sacrifice ourselves alongside you. If you find our caution too troublesome, withdrawing from the domain now is still an option.
Sato Takaru's expression stiffened.
Xiao Jinxian hadn't expected Lu Guan to speak up for them at this moment.
He shot Lu Guan a grateful glance.
Truthfully, Lu Guan never harbored any ill will toward the members of the Dragon Ascension Guild. They were all guardians of the Dragon Nation, unsung heroes among the ranks. As a Dragon Nation citizen, he saw no reason to let them be slandered by the Sakura Nation without a fight, especially when he had the means to defend them.
Sato-kan's face flushed alternately pale and crimson.
Yamamoto Reina hurriedly interjected, my deepest apologies, Mr. Lu Guan.
Mr. Sato-kan spoke without thinking. Please don't take it personally. Lu Guan shot Sato Takaru a glare but said nothing more. Sato Takaru looked at Yamamoto Reina with genuine surprise. What did you call him? Lu Guanjuan. Titles are taken very seriously in the land of cherry blossoms.
Sir is a polite form of address that carries a sense of distance.
For instance, how Yamamoto Reina has always addressed Sato Takaru. Adding the honorific kun before a name conveys closeness. From the moment Sato Takaru laid eyes on Yamamoto Reina, he became utterly captivated by her peerless beauty. He had confessed his feelings to her countless times, only to be met with complete indifference. Yet Sato Takaru persisted relentlessly, pursuing her for over half a year. This time, Yamamoto Reina was showing affection to a stranger she'd only met twice, and that stranger was her brother's murderer. Sato Takaru felt his defenses crumbling. Yet Yamamoto Reina saw nothing wrong with it. What was the big deal? A sharp pang of pain shot through Sato Takaru's heart. He gritted his teeth. Oomph. It's fine. That bastard won't be alive much longer anyway.
Sato Takaru muttered under his breath, his voice tinged with a grim resolve. Lu Guan, of course, paid no heed to the murderous glare that seemed to want him dead. Just then, from one of the directions the three scouts had departed, a figure sprinted back at breakneck speed. Seeing this, Xiao Jinxian immediately realized something must have gone wrong. Sure enough. Soon, Bai Xiaochai's voice came from that direction. Captain Xiao, I've discovered a large number of unseen realm creatures here.
They're already heading this way. Chapter 160, Skeleton Warriors.
Only when they saw Bai Xiaochai's expression did they notice her face had turned pale.
Unseen realm creatures? What kind of beings could they be?
In this regard, the Dragon Ascension Guild could confidently claim to be one of the most comprehensive organizations in possessing data on all dimensional beings across the entire Blue Star. And Team 3 was specifically tasked with intelligence gathering.
The fact that even Bai Xiaocha hadn't seen it before made everyone sit up and take notice. Don't rush into details just yet, first tell us exactly what happened.
The realm creatures you detected, what species do they belong to, and how many are there?
Had Xiao Jinxian not stepped forward proactively,
Bai Xiaocha had intended to report to Lu Guan. Seeing this, it didn't matter who she told.
They're not some kind of species.
Captain Xiao, I spotted at least 100 skeletons less than a mile in that direction.
Each of them wields a metal weapon shaped like a broadsword. But that material doesn't resemble anything produced in any currently known realms. Bai Xiaocha reported, her voice tinged with unease. Hearing this, everyone fell deep in thought. Skeletons?
These creatures were indeed common in novels and movies.
People used to wonder. Skeletons are just sets of bones. How could they possibly possess the ability to move, let alone think?
Now that the killing world has descended upon Blue Star, no matter how bizarre the events, they no longer seem strange. Seeing the group fall silent, Bai Xiaocha continued, Captain Xiao, Chairman Lu.
There are far too many of those realm creatures. What should we do?
They seem to possess some level of perception and are already heading in our direction.
Should we retreat first? Lu Guan pondered for a moment.
Having explored so many realms, he had distilled some insights. For instance, he had discovered that realm creatures appearing in large groups generally possessed low combat strength. However, they could amass vast amounts of energy in a short time. Deep down, Lu Guan preferred to stay right here and eliminate a wave first. That was the mindset of a leveling maniac. Yet he also considered that among these people were teammates like Bai Xiaocha and Su Yu, who possessed virtually no combat ability. He concluded it would be safer not to take the risk. Just as Lu Guan was about to voice his suggestion. But then Sato-kan spoke up, leave? We've only just entered the realm. We might encounter even more powerful beings further in. They're just a bunch of skeletons. With so many late-stage tier 2 gifted among us, you're not scared, are you? Is this even a question of fear? The Dragon Ascension Guild's objective is to find the Yasukani no Magatama.
If we truly wanted to deal with these realm creatures, the Dragon Ascension Guild has plenty of powerful members. Why should Sato Takaru be the one making all the noise here? We're understaffed here. For now, let's avoid the fray. Xiao Zhenxian spoke with clear-headed reason. He considered that as the host, the Dragon Ascension Guild didn't want to clash with Sato Ken. Truth be told, if it came down to raw combat prowess, he was a whole tier above Sato Ken. Li Song, however, had no such reservations. Why are you spouting so much nonsense, you little bastard? So what if you're late-stage tier 2? Didn't you just get kicked by my boss yesterday? Mentioning this made Sato Ken's eyes instantly turn red, like he'd been stabbed in the butt with a needle. You think I really can't beat your president? Li Song sneered, if you can beat him, then go ahead and do it. Why did you admit defeat yesterday? Who can't tell you're being sarcastic? And you just won't let it go. Having conceded defeat first, Sato Ken was left speechless. He was this close to pulling out his weapon and teaching Li Song a lesson himself. But Lu Guan's cold stare held him back, preventing any rash action. Just then, from another direction, a strange, eerie cracking sound suddenly echoed. It sounded like countless bones grinding against each other. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the sound. A grayish-white wave suddenly appeared on the horizon. It was hundreds of skeleton warriors surging toward them. Bai Xiaochai's face instantly paled. Yes, this is exactly what I saw. But this wasn't the direction she had scanned. Which meant that besides the hundreds of skeleton warriors in Bai Xiaochai's direction, there were also hundreds in another direction. The realization sent a chill through Qiu Zhenxian's spine. It seemed there was no way to avoid them now. Those skeleton warriors wielded damaged weapons with jagged edges shiny black in color, resembling broadswords. Neither Lu Guan nor the Su siblings had ever seen this material before. Eerie green flames flickered within their hollow eye sockets. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, like a well-trained army. Not far ahead, several figures were sprinting desperately. Upon closer inspection, they recognized Zhang Ning and Zhuo Feiyang. Bai Xiaocha snapped, that Zhang Ning, he's at it again. Normally speaking, the third battle group's mission should be to relay intelligence back without exposing themselves. Just like Bai Xiaocha did. This gave the team ample time to strategize. But judging by Bai Xiaocha's words, it was clear that reconnaissance failures had become routine for Zhang Ning. Lu Guan shook his head in exasperation, then turned to face the future guild members. Prepare for battle. Just like we did in Storm Canyon. The group responded in unison, forming ranks in orderly fashion. Li Song, Duan Xingxian, and Little Fatty took the front row. Uncle Lin, the Su siblings, and Luo Hongyang brought up the rear. They encircled Jiang Nianan and Bai Lu in the center. But with Lu Guan present, not a trace of fear crossed the faces of the future guild members. If this small team could add 2 more support-type talent holders, it would be perfect. Xiao Zhenxian felt slightly surprised. After all, the members of the Dragon Ascension Guild had all been through countless battles. Bai Xiaocha and Suyu still looked a bit nervous. The future guild remained so composed. After a few breaths, Zhang Ning and Zhuo Feiyang arrived nearby. Everyone, get ready. These skeleton warriors have high attack stats. Zhang Ning shouted the warning to the group. Bai Xiaocha wanted to curse, but now clearly wasn't the time. She could only brace herself. Black, however, showed no fear. Oh, so many skeleton warriors. Looks like it's going to be exciting. Abe Jen remained silent as a mountain. Only his cloudy eyes swept over the surging sea of bones as he drew the ink blade from his storage space. Yamamoto Reina stood beside him, wielding a gray katana of her own. This katana, however, appeared rather ordinary. It resembled something a Blue Star bladesmith might meticulously forge using materials from the world of slaughter. No energy emanated from her body as she stood, quietly gazing ahead. Chapter 161, Feels Easy. Sato Takaru wore a look of utter disdain. As if he didn't even consider these skeleton warriors a threat. In truth, he wasn't usually the main combat force either. When it came to raw combat prowess, he was actually slightly weaker than Yamamoto Reina. This gap stemmed primarily from the absence of an A-class talent. Clang! The bone-chilling scrape of bones grinding together and the clang of metal dragging across the ground grew ever closer. Like a tide of death. The grayish-white wave finally surged forward. These skeleton warriors stood over 2 meters tall on average. What race could they possibly have belonged to? Su Yueying couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. At that moment, they seemed to finally notice the group. In their hollow eye sockets, eerie green soul flames flickered wildly. Their movements slowed, and a silent killing intent suddenly erupted. As if they regarded the group as invaders of their race. What a terrifying aura. Boss, are you sure we can take these things down? Li Song suddenly felt a twinge of doubt in his heart. Sato Takaru also dropped his arrogant demeanor, his expression growing increasingly grave. Yet, upon seeing the eyes of those skeleton warriors, Lu Guan suddenly had a flash of insight. These skeletons, they look remarkably similar to bone dragons, don't they? Indeed they were. The will of these skeleton warriors was clearly the same as that of the bone dragon, both contained within the eerie green soul flames burning in their eyes. How Kai, can you aim for their eyes? Lu Guan didn't turn his head as he asked directly. Hearing this, Su Haokai instantly understood. I can. He retrieved the blood rage crossbow from the guild storage space. Lu Guan murmured, give it a try. Su Haokai nodded, raised the crossbow, and took aim. Zhuo Feiyang cautioned, President Lu, if we strike first, won't they charge right at us? Black sneered, there's an old saying in your dragon nation, strike first to gain the advantage, strike last and suffer the consequences. I trust President Lu's judgment. But aren't 2 of your men still missing? I hope they haven't run into trouble. Black was referring to Zhou Cheng and Lei Jin, who were tasked with scouting the third route. Their absence is actually a good sign. It means nothing unexpected has happened in that direction. Lu Guan and Su Haokai exchanged a glance. Lu Guan nodded. Su Haokai hesitated not a moment. An energy arrow materialized on the blood rage crossbow. Then he released his grip. Whoosh! The energy bolt struck the left eye of a frontline skeleton warrior with pinpoint accuracy. Sizzle! The soul flame nearly extinguished instantly. The skeleton warrior let out a shrill howl as the soul flame in its right eye began to flicker wildly. Just as expected. Lu Guan's eyes lit up. Seeing this, the others instantly understood what they must do. Continue. Lu Guan instructed Su Haokai. Whoosh! The second arrow struck the skeleton warrior's right eye with equal precision. With a clatter, the skeleton warrior instantly fell apart. The remaining warriors seemed to freeze for a moment. Though they had no faces, their rage was evident in their ghostly green soul flames. The clearly dominant skeleton warrior slowly raised its broken blade. They were about to attack. Zhuo Feiyang resolutely stood beside Lu Guan. Of course, he wasn't there to help Lu Guan. He was seeking protection. After all, these battle groups of the Dragon Ascension Guild had never trained together. Xiao Zhenxian could only let each member leverage their strengths and fight independently for now. Lin Wuying buffed the guild leader and his team. Lin Wuying wasted no time, activating his talent immediately. Under the effect of the acceleration aura, the future guild members instantly felt their bodies grow lighter. Li Song exclaimed in surprise, Boss, this talent is amazing. I feel like my body right now could easily handle a 30 to 50 kilometer run. Lin Wuying glanced at him. My stamina wouldn't last that long. Li Song chuckled, I was just saying. Bro, have you considered leaving the Dragon Ascension Guild and joining our future guild? Lin Wuying remained silent. This guy was pretty bold, recruiting talent right in front of their captain? Blake gazed at the sea of white bones stretching before him, a faint smile curling his lips. Here we go. Let me test these guys' mettle first. Battle cry. He slipped on gauntlets that boosted both strength and speed. He unleashed his battle cry talent upon everyone. The future guild members had witnessed him use this talent before. Now, as that energy surged through them, they finally understood why Black was so confident. Everyone felt a surge of energy, their bodies brimming with strength. Here we go. Fiery storm. Li Song roared and charged forward first, simultaneously initiating his skills wind up. White Deer and Li Song forged a life contract. 5 seconds later, a searing tongue of flame swept forward with a wave of heat, crashing into the front row of skeleton warriors. The tattered weapons in their hands were instantly scorched to a glowing red. Many skeleton soldiers were knocked back several steps by the fiery blast, and the bones of several were scorched black. The ghostly green flames in their eyes flickered unsteadily before finally fading away. Seeing this, Li Song frowned. What the hell? One skill, and I only killed 2 skeleton warriors. This won't do, boss. These skeletons aren't catching fire. Come to think of it, the only weak point on a skeleton's entire body is the soul flame in its eye sockets. Everything else is just bone. How much damage could fire possibly do to them? Duan Xingchen roared, energy overload. A ball of energy hurtled toward the skull of one skeleton warrior. A soft thud echoed. The skeleton warrior's skull shattered instantly, its entire skeletal frame collapsing like a tower of blocks. Thank goodness, my talent actually works. Duan Xingchen felt a slight sense of relief. But his talent consumed a lot of stamina. If he kept taking them down one by one like this, he'd never finish them all before exhausting himself. Whoosh! An energy arrow shot forth like a bolt of lightning. Su Haokai once again struck the skeleton warrior's eye soul flame with pinpoint accuracy. In comparison, he was far more efficient than Duan Xingchen. Energy arrows consumed far less energy than overloads. Is this the extent of your abilities? Seems pretty weak. Given the physical attributes of these skeleton warriors, they don't need any special skills at all. Sato-kan snorted coldly, then drew his katana from his storage space. Though not as formidable as Abe Gen's ink-stained blade, its quality was clearly superior to Yamamoto Reina's. So when skills fall short, you rely on weapons instead? Hearing his words, everyone felt a wave of frustration wash over them. If you've got the time to stand here sniping, why don't you just go ahead and do it? Sato Takaru just wanted to use this chance to take a jab at everyone. Seeing how Duan Xingqian, a mere tier 2, level 3, could effortlessly blow the skulls off these skeleton warriors, he figured dealing with them shouldn't be too difficult. Chapter 162, The Dancer on the Battlefield. As a healing type talent, he decided to charge straight into battle with his blade. It must be said, he was indeed a tier 2, level 8 talent. Sato Takaru's 4 core attributes were indeed far superior to most present. He raised his katana high and plunged into the sea of skeleton warriors. Left swing. Right swing. Each swing cleanly cleaved a skeleton warrior's skull in two. Ha! Hey! With his battle cry, Sato Takaru had already slain 5 skeleton warriors. In terms of both speed and stamina, he was clearly far superior to Li Song and Duan Xingqian. What's the matter, Chairman Lu? Why are you still standing there? You wouldn't be too scared of these skeleton warriors to even try, would you? Sato Takaru seized a moment to taunt Lu Guan. Lu Guan couldn't be bothered to respond. He needed to first figure out the attack patterns of these skeleton warriors. Only then could he minimize unnecessary casualties among his own men. Besides, what if these skeleton warriors had some kind of special attack? Black couldn't contain his battle fervor and charged into the sea of skeletons as well. His fists flew left and right, his killing speed surpassing even Sato Takaru's. With the Gauntlet's enhancement, his 4-dimensional attributes were now downright terrifying. Seeing this, Sato Takaru could only silently increase his own pace. The combined assault from the future guild members, coupled with Sato Takaru and Blake's aggressive charge, the skeleton army's original formation was visibly disrupted. However, they possessed a degree of intelligence. They quickly transformed from large formations of 100 into smaller groups of 4. They all locked onto Black and Sato Takaru as their targets. The pressure on the two of them surged instantly. Moreover, due to the small squad formation of the skeleton warriors, their positions were noticeably spread out. Black's fists could only swiftly eliminate 4 skeleton warriors at a time before he had to quickly switch targets to another small squad. This caused his stamina to deplete more rapidly than when facing the initial large squad. In contrast, Sato Ken, who wielded a weapon, was less affected. For a moment, the clanging and clatter of clashing weapons filled the air. Just then, ah! A piercing cry of agony rang out. All eyes turned to the source. It turned out that Sato Takaru had been careless and was stabbed in the abdomen by a skeleton warrior's blade. Just watching it hurt. Group heal. Fortunately, he possessed healing type innate abilities, so sustaining minor injuries posed little threat. But he was right in the middle of the battlefield. Though these skeleton warriors weren't particularly strong or fast, their physical attributes weren't bad at all. The moment he paused to catch his breath, 3 skeleton warriors charged forward. Simultaneously raising their weapons, they swung at his thigh, back, and left ribs 1 blow each. Sato Takaru reacted swiftly, swinging his katana in a sweeping arc beside him. Clang! He parried the blow aimed at his left ribs. But immediately after, put! Swish! The wound in his abdomen hindered his movement and he couldn't dodge the 2 slashes to his thigh and back. Ah! Sato Takaru let out another agonized scream. The moment his attack slowed, the surrounding squadrons of skeleton warriors swarmed him like flies to dung, closing in with lightning speed. At this rate, his group healing couldn't keep up with the speed of his injuries and blood loss. The Dragon Ascension guild members showed absolutely no intention of helping. The future guild members certainly weren't going to. If Li Song hadn't been busy slaying skeleton warriors, he'd be gloating right now. Damn little bastard, showing off just got him struck by lightning. Just then, the crackling sound grew louder and clearer in everyone's ears. Clearly, this time the sound was coming from another direction. The direction by Xiaocha was scouting had over 100 skeleton warriors, and they were closing in fast. The pressure on everyone present surged instantly. These skeleton warriors weren't particularly powerful. Their most troublesome trait was that they possessed intelligence. Take Sato Ken, for instance. One misstep could put you at a disadvantage. Even someone as tough as iron couldn't withstand being hacked by so many weapons. Lin Wuying, Lei Jin, you too, go assist. Both men were members of the second battle group, so their obedience to Qiu Xinxian's orders was naturally much higher. But upon hearing this, they hesitated for a moment. Lin Wuying replied awkwardly, Team leader, why should we help Sato Ken? Why not just watch from here? Lei Jin also looked at Qiu Xinxian with a puzzled expression. After all, this is the boundary realm, no one can guarantee safety if something unexpected happens. Sato Ken is a healer-type talent who insists on charging into his death. We can't stop him. His temper is far more direct than Lin Wuying's. Qiu Xinxian sighed in exasperation. I sent you two to assist the future guild. You two late-stage tier 2 powerhouses, are you just going to stand here and watch? Hearing this. Oh, that's what he meant. They both breathed a sigh of relief and immediately joined Li Song's side in the fight without hesitation. Probably drawn by the scent of blood, Sato Ken's skeletal warriors gathered in ever greater numbers. His movements with the katana were growing increasingly stiff. Truthfully, if given just a moment to catch his breath, he could have regained his fighting form. But these skeleton warriors seemed to understand the ways of the battlefield far better than anyone present. How could they possibly give Sato Takaru that chance? Over there, Abe-Jan and Yamamoto Reina naturally overheard Xiaoshinshian's conversation with the two. Yamamoto Reina remained expressionless. To be honest, he even felt Lei Zhen's words weren't entirely without merit. Damn it! Abe-Jan's face turned ashen as he gritted his teeth, slowly uttering those two words. Yamamoto Reina glanced at him before sighing helplessly, "Teacher?" Abe-Jan lifted his chin. Yamamoto Reina nodded, then immediately charged towards Sato-ken, samurai sword in hand. Beneath the setting sun, the katana glowed with a layer of sunset light. Like a fluttering butterfly, it danced amidst the grayish-white skeletal remains. The crisp crack of bones snapping echoed sharply. Paired with Yamamoto Reina's graceful figure and cool demeanor, she seemed to become the most desolate dancer in this bleak battlefield. Alas, these skeleton warriors' eyes could not appreciate the beauty of the scene nor the beauty of the woman. They continued their relentless assault on the enemy. Yamamoto Reina paid no heed to where these skeleton warriors might be weak. Her katana seemed to follow its own rhythm. Each slash of the blade seemed effortless, cleaving through the hardened bones with ease. Lu Guan, watching from the sidelines, finally saw her strike. Witnessing this, he couldn't help but imagine what it would be like to be one of those skeleton warriors. Lu Guan couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. For he realized that while Yamamoto Reina's attacks appeared merely elegant and fierce, but in reality they were utterly flawless. Even he couldn't find an opening to strike. Chapter 163, The Man Who Keeps His True Strength Hidden. This wasn't something Lu Guan's speed alone could overcome. For the first time, Lu Guan realized that the notion of speed being the ultimate defense was not an absolute truth. Of course, if truly faced with such a situation, Lu Guan wasn't entirely without options. He could wait until his opponent exhausted his stamina before striking. By the time she finished her entire dance-like sword sequence, Yamamoto Reina had already eliminated over a dozen skeleton warriors. That efficiency made even Blake, who was toiling away with punches and kicks on the other side, feel a bit envious. Miss Reina's talent was truly astonishing. Hearing this, Lu Guan realized that the sword technique Yamamoto Reina had just displayed was her innate talent. Cherry Blossom Fall. But that wasn't all. Yamamoto Reina gradually slowed her movements. Suddenly, she uttered a soft command, "Cherry blossoms in full bloom." Instantly, countless pink energy points materialized around her. They flashed and swirled, truly resembling cherry blossoms. As Yamamoto Reina held her katana in both hands and swung it to the left, all the points of light transformed like a stop-motion animation, shifting to the next frame and becoming streaks of pink light. Time seemed to freeze. All the skeleton warriors enveloped in the pink light bars froze in place, as if struck by a petrification spell. In the next instant, the light bars transformed back into points of light. As if sliced by a blade's wind, the skeleton warriors were all cleanly severed at the waist. This scene left everyone gaping in astonishment. Holy! Li Song even paused the blazing storm in his hands, unable to suppress his exclamation. What kind of god-tier skill is this? It's too damn awesome. In the blink of an eye, Yamamoto Reina had wiped out 30 skeleton warriors. Black had momentarily lost focus and nearly got his head split open by a skeleton warrior. If the future guild members had felt Su Yueying's thousand whirls was grand and fierce. Yamamoto Reina's blossom shower, however, was eerie and utterly breathtaking. "Reina, thank you for saving me." Sato-ken finally caught his breath. The light of the group heal rapidly restored his injuries. Yamamoto Reina merely gave him a faint glance before turning and plunging back into the fray. But that single glance was enough to send Takaru Sato's heart reeling. Yamamoto Reina was looking straight at him. Sato Takaru knew full well that if not for his master, Miss Yamamoto Reina would have stood by and watched him get hacked to death by the skeleton warriors. But that didn't matter. Lu Guan snapped out of his surprise. He hadn't expected her to be only tier 2, level 7. Yet her unranked talent and skills were astonishingly powerful. It seemed Abe-Jan wouldn't intervene again. If he really had to face Yamamoto Reina, he would have to be extra cautious. Lu Guan thought to himself. By now, the 100 or so skeleton warriors by Xiaocha had sent out to scout the area had arrived. It was unclear how they communicated with each other. The newly arrived 100-plus skeleton warriors immediately formed 4 small squads, pincering the group from both sides. Just then, Li Song, who had repeatedly unleashed blazing storms, was already running low on stamina. "Boss, if this keeps up, we won't hold out much longer," Li Song called out over his shoulder. Lin Wuying and Zhuo Feiyang were also beginning to feel the strain. Though the newly joined Yamamoto Reina made a stunning debut. But it was clear her skills and innate abilities were extremely taxing. Seeing that this wave of skeleton warriors hadn't been completely cleared when another massive wave approached, his eyes darted around. Sato-ken could only activate his talent once more before risking exhaustion on the spot. Even if he wanted to help Yamamoto Reina recover, he simply didn't have the strength. Xiaoshinshian observed that while they still held the upper hand, their stamina was rapidly depleting. If this continued, how would they handle future dangers? In truth, Zhou Xinxian's instant construction talent was most suited for this situation. It consumed minimal stamina and had a wider area of effect than even Yamamoto Reina's Cherry Blossom Rain. Without hesitation, he prepared to join the battle. Lu Guan sensed his intent. Conserve your strength and keep an eye on Abe Gen. Zhou Xinxian exclaimed in surprise, President Lu, you're going to intervene? He reasoned that Lu Guan was ultimately the mainstay for the upcoming International Guild Friendship Tournament. Having him expose too much of his strength was less advantageous than stepping in himself. Besides, in this kind of situation, Lu Guan might not be as suited to handle it as he was. But Lu Guan wasn't worried about that. This minor inconvenience hardly warranted revealing his true trump card. Just do your job. With that, Lu Guan bent his knees slightly, thrust off the ground with force, and soared into the air, rising above the surging tide of hundreds of skeletal remains. Flame burst. Lu Guan growled. Immediately, a fiery explosion ball coalesced before his chest, its energy contained yet poised to erupt. Boom! Lu Guan held nothing back with this flame blast. The intense blast shockwave blasted a massive crater into the ground. Countless skeletal fragments, some intact, others shattered, scattered through the air. A searing heat wave instantly engulfed the entire area. Dust and debris swirled through the air. The scene left everyone utterly stunned. Even Blake, who had begun to feel slightly fatigued, widened his eyes in shock, his spirits instantly revived. Holy crap! This was absolutely terrifying. He and Lu Guan had crossed swords before. But he never imagined Lu Guan possessed such a devastating pyroblast skill. If Lu Guan had unleashed that inferno blast back when they fought the Whispering Snake King, Blake wouldn't have even gotten a chance to fight. Abe Xian's cloudy eyes suddenly cleared. He knew it, Lu Guan couldn't possibly be only Tier 2, Level 5. The Dragon Ascension Guild's leader Lu had deceived him all along. Sato-Ken, meanwhile, was utterly dumbfounded. After the dust stirred up by the pyroblast settled, nearly half the skeleton warriors had vanished from the battlefield. President Lu. He was utterly speechless, at a loss for words. But Sato-Ken knew. If that fireball had hit him, he wouldn't have survived. This thought sent a chill down his spine. Thankfully, he hadn't provoked Lu Guan too much. It turned out the man had always possessed the ability to wipe him out in an instant. The future union members were thoroughly impressed. The president is awesome. Just a moment ago, they were fretting. How could they possibly handle so many skeleton warriors? Then Lu Guan stepped in and wiped out half of them. This was the true power of their captain. After unleashing the flame blast, Lu Guan didn't stop there. He used Void Blade to weave through the sea of bones. Just like that day in the newbie village, he appeared out of nowhere upon that land steeped in despair. Wherever the crimson light blades cut, bones shattered and flew. Yamamoto Reina knew her Cherry Blossom Fall talent was formidable. Yet compared to Lu Guan, who now resembled a meat grinder, it seemed to hold little advantage. That man was so deeply hidden. Chapter 164, Poaching. The crimson blade's glow flickered on and off. With each flash, the soul flames within the eye sockets of another pair of skeleton warriors were extinguished. Even the falling cherry blossoms seemed to pale in comparison under Lu Guan's relentless assault. Yamamoto Reina watched Lu Guan silently. No wonder he managed to kill my brother, Yamamoto Ruji. Yamamoto Reina thought, her train of thought interrupted by the sound of cracking bones. By the time she regained her senses, Lu Guan had already cleared an entire area. This guy. No, using a skill this powerful must have drained at least half his stamina. Sato Takaru speculated silently. He absolutely refused to believe Lu Guan could unleash such devastating power and still walk away unscathed. Exactly. He must be on his last legs now. Abe Gen shared the same suspicion. In such a perilous realm, Abe Gen found Lu Guan's decision downright unwise. But that was fine by him, it suited his plans perfectly. After all, the more strength Lu Guan and the Dragon Ascendant Guild expended, the more advantageous it would be for what he planned to do next. After another 5 minutes or so, Lu Guan had single-handedly cleared away nearly all the skeleton soldiers present. Yet he remained unflustered, not even breaking a sweat. Whirlpool Pull. Su Yueying, wielding the title heart, unleashed her skill. A massive whirlpool instantly shredded several skeleton warriors. This was her new discovery. Using the title heart to activate skills could significantly reduce stamina consumption. President, how are you holding up? She kept a constant watch on Lu Guan's condition. Seeing Lu Guan cease his attacks, she called out loudly. Lu Guan's breathing was steady as he replied, I'm fine. Leave the rest to you guys. Li Song replied excitedly, don't worry, boss. These skeleton warriors are no threat now. Lu Guan returned to Zhou Xinxian's side, his expression regaining its usual calm. Zhou Xinxian, surprised to see Lu Guan still standing there, asked, Chairman Lu, aren't you going to recover? Lu Guan fixed his gaze on Li Song and the others, his voice calm. It's fine. I haven't expended much energy. No need to recover just yet. He spoke the truth. But not far away, Abe Xian felt. He must be feigning composure. If Lu Guan truly still possessed abundant stamina, why not eliminate all the skeleton warriors outright? Instead, he handed the task to the other members? It must be so. On the battlefield, Lu Guan's intervention swiftly turned the tide. As the last skeleton warrior fell, a faint mist began to drift across the wasteland for reasons unknown. Finally, the two large formations of skeleton warriors had been completely wiped out by just over 20 of them. Everyone hurried to recover their stamina. This place likely wasn't safe. Watching the sudden rise of mist, Lu Guan felt an ominous foreboding. Holy! I'm already tier 2, level 4. Boss, I leveled up again. Everyone was sitting in place resting when Li Song suddenly shouted excitedly. Holy crap, I leveled up too. Thanks to President Lu, the energy rewards from this wave of skeleton warriors are incredibly generous. Bai Xiaocha followed suit with her own startled exclamation. If not for Li Song's commotion, she wouldn't have noticed she was already a tier 2, level 2, and about to hit level 3. In truth, it wasn't just these two. Everyone who finally found a moment opened their attribute panels. Except for those who had already reached mid or even late mid tier 2, nearly everyone had advanced a full level. These skeleton warriors weren't just numerous, the individual energy rewards were substantial too. This trip to the Yellow Springs Rift, even if we gained nothing else but this single level, had already proven worth it. Zhang Ning exclaimed excitedly. Amidst his excitement, Li Song noticed Sato Ken lying pale and exhausted on the ground nearby. He grinned widely as he approached Lu Guan. Boss, that pyroblast you just pulled off was seriously badass. It's on a whole different level compared to those little bastards who just brag about being awesome but end up getting sliced to bits. And he still drags his teammates down. His voice wasn't exactly quiet. How could Sato Takaru not hear it? Was this a jab at him? But right now, he didn't even have the strength to lift an arm. Besides, even if he had the strength, what could he possibly say at this moment? He finally grasped the chasm between himself and Lu Guan, truly worlds apart. Black leaned in closer. Oh, my good friend. Your performance just now truly surprised me. I only knew you possessed the talents of teleportation and phantom projection. I never imagined you were also a fire elementalist. Ever since meeting Black, Lu Guan sensed he'd been testing him. Lu Guan genuinely considered him a good friend. Though he initially despised Blake's arrogance. But later he discovered that Blake genuinely maintained a certain respect for the strong. Especially after witnessing the impact of the battle cry talent on one's mindset. Lu Guan finally understood that Blake's arrogance wasn't entirely genuine. Besides, he treated him with sufficient courtesy afterward. You don't bite the hand that feeds you. Lu Guan made no secret of his realization and nodded. Black looked slightly stunned, then added with a hint of sourness, it's truly unbelievable. In our Eagle Nation, we also have a triple talent. Unfortunately, all three of his talents were the lowest tier G grade. I deeply regret it. Lu Guan couldn't help but fall silent upon hearing this. He truly didn't know whether to call that person fortunate or unfortunate. Good, yes. As a triple talent, the opportunities he could encounter far exceeded those of an ordinary person. The downside was, as Blake had said, G-tier talent is truly garbage. Hardly any possess offensive capabilities. What could 3G rank talents possibly be? Like camouflage, night vision, or climbing. If he's on some covert mission, that'd be perfect. Perhaps he could blend into the color of tree bark. Then, in pitch-black darkness, he could perch on a tree and eavesdrop. That would be perfect for the 3rd Battalion of the Dragon Ascendant Guild. Ever considered joining our Iron Cross Guild? I could make you vice president right away. You know that Lopez guy. Black's expression darkened slightly. Lu Guan shot him a sideways glance. You know I have my own guild. Black shrugged, glancing around at the future guild members before snorting derisively. Them? My Iron Cross Guild can take them all in. And for you, I'd even give one of them a team leader position. After all, the Iron Cross Guild is one of the major factions representing Eagle Nation. As an intermediate guild, they hold 50 more group leader positions than the future guild. Chapter 165, The Styx Tributary. After a pause, Black continued. To be honest, my friend, some of your members are a bit low level. But I trust those you've chosen must be exceptionally talented. He adopted that haughty demeanor once more. This was likely Blake's innate, superior narcissistic disposition. Even though he respected Lu Guan, it inevitably slipped out, whether intentionally or not. Xiao Zhenxian was at a loss for words. He, a member of the official Dragon Nation Union, was right here. You're trying to poach our Dragon Nation's prodigy, no genius, right in front of me? You're showing us Dragon Ascension Guild no respect whatsoever. President Black. If President Lu truly wishes it, our Dragon Ascension Guild would gladly appoint him as team leader directly. Moreover, other members of the future guild can also become squad leaders. Although Qiu Zhenxian was merely a minor squad leader within the Dragon Ascension Guild, he was confident enough to make such a bold promise. If Principal Lu found out, he'd be overjoyed. At the same time, his words were also using the Dragon Ascension Guild status to intimidate Black. After all, they were a high-level guild. Black could only shrug. Items belonging to our Iron Cross Guild are at the Vice President's disposal. failing to sway him with guild rank. He then challenged Xiao Xinxian on guild resources and authority. After all this time, the Iron Cross Guild's accumulated wealth was no joke. High-tier items alone numbered at least a dozen or two. Intermediate items number close to 100. As for low-tier items, they were countless. But the Dragon Ascension Guild wasn't stingy with its own people either. What's a few items? As he spoke, his gaze fixed on the air. Moments later, a small, palm-sized horn suddenly appeared in his hand, which he handed to Lu Guan. A nature horn? This was a mid-tier item. Its function? When sounded, the horn's melodious tones accelerate the recovery of both physical stamina and mental energy in those with innate talent. While not exactly priceless, it was certainly worth its weight in gold. What exactly are you implying? Lu Guan took it, glanced at it, and remained baffled. Xiao Xinxian's lips curled slightly as he casually remarked, I mentioned what happened here to Commander Jia. He directly placed this item into the guild storage space, saying it was a gift for guild leader Lu. Lu Guan froze for a moment, then fell deep in thought. He lifted the horn to his lips and blew it once. A deep, resonant melody surged forth like ocean waves, washing over everyone's ears and cleansing their spirits. Indeed, it felt as though their bodies and minds had instantly become much more comfortable. What a fine thing. Then I'll thank Captain Jia for me. Lu Guan didn't hesitate, promptly stowing the natural horn into the guild storage space. You'd be a fool not to take advantage of a bargain. Receiving such a valuable item, I should be thanking Guildmaster Black instead. Xiao Xinxian possessed a calm and gentle disposition. But anyone attempting to poach a national treasure like Lu Guan to a foreign country? He wouldn't be so easygoing. He stared at Black with a provocative glare. The implication was clear, would your Iron Cross Union dare be as generous as we are? In truth, he was simply playing hardball. Lu Guan was a citizen of Dragon Nation. When the Dragon Ascendant Guild gave him items, those items still belonged to Dragon Nation. But Black was from the Eagle Nation. Giving good stuff to Lu Guan, doesn't that just make it Longwa's property? Unless Lu Guan is willing to become one of their Eagle Nation citizens. Black rolled his eyes and said, if Chairman Lu is willing to join the Iron Cross Guild, I have even better things to offer him. Besides items, our Iron Cross Guild has plenty of beautiful women for Chairman Lu to choose from. Unable to compete with material goods, Black now resorted to tempting him with beauty. To lure Lu Guan, he was resorting to every possible means. But even Su Yueying couldn't stomach his words. Enough, Chairman Black. What do you take our chairman for? Anyone could see she was getting annoyed. Black took an awkward deep breath. Faced with such a beautiful young woman, what could he possibly say? It seems my bargaining chip has offended the one person I should never have offended. Black seemed to have seen through something. Su Yueying turned her face away in a huff, refusing to speak further. At that moment, a figure sprinted toward them from the distance. It was Zhou Qing. With everyone's stamina barely recovered, Xiao Xinxian couldn't help but look worried. He feared Zhou Qing might bring bad news. Fortunately, as he drew nearer, he saw no trace of tension on Zhou Qing's face. So, what did you find? Xiao Xinxian felt considerably relieved and stepped forward to ask. Team leader, continuing straight ahead from this direction, I discovered a black river stretching endlessly into the distance. If I'm not mistaken, that should be a tributary of the river Styx. It's about 5 meters wide. The problem is, there's absolutely no buoyancy on the surface of this tributary. With my current strength and speed attributes, I simply can't leap across it. Zhou Qing detailed the findings from his reconnaissance along the route. Then he stared blankly at the scattered bones covering the ground. He had no clue what had transpired here before. However, judging from the flood of messages on his screen, he could roughly guess that they must have been attacked by some living creatures. Team leader, how are things on your end? Xiao Xinxian knew what he wanted to ask. You haven't encountered any other creatures? Zhou Qing shook his head. No. Zhang Ning couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it, I should have chosen your path earlier. This is pure bad luck. He should have kept quiet. Mentioning this only made by Xiaocha shoot him a glare. You practically lured a whole horde of skeleton warriors over here. That counts as a failed reconnaissance mission. When I get back, I'm telling the commander about this. Zhang Ning's expression turned bitter. It wasn't like he wanted to blow our cover. This time, it really wasn't his fault. This battlefield was originally a flat plain. At the time, he and Zhuo Feiyan were arguing over which regiment was more important, the 9th or the 3rd. Little did they know, the moment they looked up, those bastards had already spotted them. Fortunately, Zhang Ning had proven himself quite capable within the 3rd battle group. If Bai Xiaochai really reported his mistake to Regiment Commander Zhou, a minor punishment would be unavoidable. At the very least, he'd get a scolding. But Zhou Menglin wouldn't actually do anything to him. Alright, everyone has recovered somewhat now. The fog in this area is growing thicker by the minute. If anything else happens, it'll be tough to handle. We should head toward the tributary of the river Styx as soon as possible. Lu Guan said calmly. Truthfully, the members of the Future Guild and the Dragon Ascension Guild were all in relatively good shape. If anyone was in the toughest spot, it was Sato-kan. He had it coming. Who told him to ignore his duties and try to prove himself? Chapter 166, The Heart-Stopping River. The mist appeared only after all the skeleton warriors had been slain. After about 10 minutes, the distant view had grown indistinct. The setting sun grew increasingly crimson. Perhaps this was the night of the Yellow Springs Rift, after all? Guided by Zhou Qing, the group pressed forward. The sand beneath their feet mixed with shattered bones, emitting an unnerving crunching sound. This time, nearly everyone remained on high alert. Even Sato-kan, who had previously dismissed the skeleton warriors with disdain, dared not act arrogantly anymore. Yet the look he gave Lu Guan still held a peculiar quality. As if he were looking at a mortal enemy. Lu Guan, of course, noticed this. But he said nothing, merely guarding himself cautiously in secret. He wasn't worried about what Sato-kan could do to him. The problem wasn't there still Abe Gen who hadn't made a move yet? From the records, Lu Guan knew Abe Gen was a tier 2, level 9 talent who had awakened AB rank talent, Divine General Armament. His actual combat strength remained unknown at this point. The future guild members followed closely behind Lu Guan. Members of the Dragon Ascension Guild were scattered across the flanks and rear. Black walked beside Lu Guan, observing the surroundings with keen interest. Looks like we should be approaching the river Styx soon. Lu Guan was puzzled by his sudden remark. How do you know? Black replied smugly. The closer we get to the water source, the thicker the mist becomes. That's common knowledge. Doesn't Chairman Lu know that? Lu Guan was speechless. Who in school wouldn't know that? The problem is, this is the killing world. Can common sense really explain everything here? In truth, Black was likely just feeling the atmosphere was too stifling and was merely cracking a silly little joke. He quickly regained his serious demeanor. Chairman Lu, what do you think this thick fog signifies? Lu Guan only sensed something was off. According to the exploration data from the Dragon Ascension Guild, no previous Longting Guild members who had explored this realm had encountered such a situation. I don't know. He answered succinctly. Black shrugged. Could it be related to the sun setting here? Lu Guan continued to shake his head. I don't know. Blake raised an eyebrow, sighing helplessly. Chairman Lu. I have to say, your combat prowess is truly impressive, but you're such a boring person. Lu Guan paid no heed to his assessment. Does disliking idle chatter make one dull? Abe Gen hadn't uttered a single word the entire journey. Another 5 minutes passed. The group could clearly sense the fog growing noticeably thinner. The widening view eased the tension that had been gripping everyone. Su Yuaning pointed ahead. I sense a massive concentration of water elemental energy over there. The river Styx must be nearby. Lu Guan asked with a hint of surprise, you can sense water elemental energy? Normally, gifted individuals appear indistinguishable from ordinary people when not activating their abilities. Just as he possessed the fire control talent, this body was ultimately merely a physical form based on 4-dimensional attributes. Unless they were like the followers of the Dawn Guild. After undergoing the so-called purification, their physical forms undergo transformation. Su Yuning, however, lowered her gaze to the fist-sized, deep blue crystal in her hand. A faint halo of light swirled around its surface. Lu Guan immediately understood. This was the power of the tidal heart bestowed upon the gifted. At that moment, he felt a flicker of relief that he had chosen this very item. Indeed. After walking a while longer, the faint trickle of water could be heard in everyone's ears. Through the mist, a vast, dark expanse loomed ahead. It was a river that made one's heart skip a beat at a single glance. It held no waves as imagined, only pure, ink-black depths that seemed to swallow all light, bottomless. The group hastened closer, gazing at this eerie river with a mix of awe and astonishment. This river water. Zhang Ning was about to step closer when Bai Xiaocha grabbed his arm. Are you crazy? The waters of the River of the Dead are intensely corrosive. If even a single splash touches your skin, it could burn a hole right through you. Didn't you read the materials I gave you yesterday? Hearing this, Zhang Ning visibly flinched with a look of lingering fear. But when Bai Xiaocha confronted him, he stubbornly retorted, of course I know the river Styx water is highly corrosive. I just wanted to get closer for a better look. I wasn't planning to jump in. Just then, Li Song suddenly gave him a shove from behind. Li Song didn't use much force. Zhang Ning's body lunged forward involuntarily, sending a wave of panic through him. Fortunately, Li Song quickly grabbed him, steadying his balance. He spun around, glaring at Li Song. What the hell are you doing? Li Song grinned slyly. Didn't you say you wanted to get a closer look? Zhang Ning was speechless. Brother, this is a life or death situation, and you're cracking jokes about it. Had he not heard Li Song address Lu Guan as boss, Zhang Ning would have been tempted to punch this guy who had absolutely no sense of boundaries. That kick of Zhang Ning's had also kicked some sand and stones from the riverbank into the pitch-black water. Su Yueying kept staring at the river. President! She suddenly tugged at Lu Guan's sleeve and pointed toward the river's surface. Everyone followed her gaze. Only then did they notice that at the very center of the ripples stirred by the sand and gravel, wisps of light smoke were rising. If this black water could corrode even sand and gravel to some extent, what kind of existence was it? Jiang Ning felt an even greater chill run down her spine, shooting Li Song a glare. Li Song nonchalantly stood beside Lu Guan. Boss, if we touch that water, it'd probably leave nothing but bone dust behind, right? Lu Guan nodded. Suddenly, he recalled the report mentioning that Dragon Ascension Society member who vanished without a trace in an instant. It was indeed no joke. But there was one odd thing. As a gifted individual, slipping and falling into the water shouldn't be that easy to happen, right? Was that member really that unlucky? At that moment, Jiang Ning spoke up, so what do we do next? Oh, and when that guy shoved me earlier, I felt like the river water had some kind of suction force. Li Song heard this. He thought the other was just looking for a reason to pick a fight because he'd made a little joke earlier. Come on. We've all been standing here for so long. If this river water really had suction, why haven't we felt it? Jiang Ning, however, frowned and pondered seriously for a moment. To be precise, it might not be suction. Li Song crossed his arms, playing along with the act. Then what is it? Jiang Ning pondered for a moment before walking directly over to Li Song. Everyone watched him in confusion. But just as Li Song wasn't paying attention, Jiang Ning suddenly grabbed his ankle and yanked him forward by the shoulder. Li Song instantly lost his balance and plunged headfirst toward the Black River. Chapter 167, Frozen River Surface, Crossing the River. Everyone gasped in shock. If Li Song really fell in, even Lu Guan might not be able to save him. Fortunately, Jiang Ning had no intention of killing Li Song. He swiftly yanked him back. Once Li Song regained his footing, he was utterly terrified. Jiang Ning watched his blood-drained face and felt a secret satisfaction. So, brother, did you feel it? Doesn't this river water possess a force like suction, yet impossible to describe? Everyone assumed he'd done it out of revenge, but then he said this. Of course, revenge was one of Jiang Ning's motives. But he had a more noble-sounding reason as well. Li Song snapped back to his senses slightly, panting heavily. He had indeed felt an inexplicable force pulling him toward the river's depths. Damn it, I felt it. The waters of the river Styx really seem to possess some kind of gravitational pull. Boss, I know how that member from the Dragon Ascension Guild accidentally fell into the water. Li Song turned his head to say. Lu Guan nodded in agreement. Truthfully, most people hadn't doubted Jiang Ning's claim about the river's suction in the first place. There was no need to conduct another experiment using Li Song. Abe Xian's cloudy eyes fixed on the deathly still river of the dead before shifting to Lu Guan. His voice, like metal scraping, echoed faintly. The 8-foot Magatama should be on the other shore. Xiao Zhenxian scanned the assembled group. This river of the dead is 5 meters wide, and its waters are deadly. Touch it and you die. Add its gravitational pull to that. What if some of us can't make it across? Sato-kan remarked nonchalantly, you're not afraid to cross, are you? This is merely a tributary of the river of the dead. It has no end. There's no other way but to jump across. Those who can't make it. I say we just leave them here. We'll be leaving immediately after securing the Yasakani no Magatama anyway. Li Song retorted irritably, are you brain dead? Do you think those people came here just for fun? If it were just to supervise you, my boss alone would suffice. Your master only knows the general location of the 8-foot gully from their family records, right? When it comes to actually locating the artifact and conducting the search, doesn't that still require the Dragon Ascension Guild? Sato-kan was instantly rendered speechless. Then do you have a better plan? Black stepped forward. If needed, I'd be happy to test the waters first. A Tier 2, Level 9 powerhouse leaping 5 meters across a tributary of the river Styx should be no problem. He never missed an opportunity to flaunt his power, no matter the situation. At that moment, Su Yueying spoke softly, actually, I have a plan. I just don't know if it's feasible. Xiao Zhenxian froze, then immediately asked, what is it, President Su? Su Yueying pondered before replying, the flowing waters of the river Styx are indeed dangerous. But if we freeze the river into ice, wouldn't all of us be able to cross directly? I'm just unsure whether the frozen river would be passable. At this, everyone's eyes lit up. That's a brilliant idea. We only need to freeze a 1-meter wide path across the river. The vice president really is the vice president so clever. Xiao Zhenxian frowned. But how exactly are we supposed to pull that off? Su Yuaning glanced at the deep blue crystal in her hand. The river Styx water is still water, and I happen to be a natural at controlling water. Combined with the energy of this tidal heart, it should be possible. Hearing this, everyone was filled with surprise and delight. Who would have thought the tidal heart could be used this way? Truly a high-grade item. In truth, the power of the tidal heart is closer to the primordial essence of water itself. Its capabilities extend far beyond merely transforming water into ice or unleashing water elemental attacks. For instance, in combat, the tidal heart can directly drain all water elements surrounding an opponent, disrupting their combat rhythm. Only Sato-kan and Abe Gen, master and disciple, showed no visible emotion, though no one noticed them. Su Yuaning turned to Lu Guan. Lu Guan nodded, signaling approval to proceed. Without hesitation, Su Yuaning activated her innate ability. The energy of water elemental control surged into the tidal heart, and a powerful force instantly radiated outward. All present witnessed an unceasing stream of azure light spreading across the river Styx. Before long, a thin layer of ice actually formed on the surface of the river Styx. It really worked. Vice President, you're amazing. Bai Lu's eyes lit up as she gazed at the dark, glossy ice. So the challenge of crossing the river Styx was solved this easily? Su Yuning felt a surge of joy as well, exerting more energy to make the ice layer thicker. Soon, a small section of the river Styx's surface was covered with a thicker layer of ice, wide enough for two people to cross safely side by side. Almost there. Lu Guan called out a reminder. Su Yuing promptly halted her innate ability. The sustained, heavy expenditure of energy over these few minutes had taken a significant toll on her. Lu Guan addressed the group. This thickness should bear the weight of two people crossing simultaneously. But to be safe, let's cross one at a time. Li Song quipped, Boss, are you worried little fatty alone could shatter this ice layer? The little chubby guy weighed nearly 200 pounds indeed, he could easily match the combined weight of two slimmer girls. Yet hearing Li Song's words, little fatty himself felt a pang of unease. What if he really did collapse the ice? The river of the dead, once you fall in, there's no coming back. Though the surface was frozen, no one knew if the water's corrosive properties remained unchanged. Who would be the first to test it? Lin Wuying asked from the side. I'll go. Much to everyone's surprise. The one who stepped forward was none other than Sato-ken. This could easily end up costing someone their life. When did this guy become so self-sacrificing? Whether anyone believed him or not, Sato Takaru made his way straight to the riverbank. He held his breath, cautiously testing the ice with a single step. One foot landed on the ice, feeling solid and secure. He immediately placed his other foot on it. No problem at all. Everyone relaxed. And so, Takaru Sato proceeded with utmost caution, step by step, until he reached the opposite bank without incident. He made it. Big sis, you're amazing. Your plan really worked. Li Song exclaimed excitedly. Su Yuning shot him a disapproving look. Lu Guan surveyed the group. Who's next? Sato-ken succeeded, but that didn't mean everyone could pass safely. After all, people from the land of cherry blossoms tend to be shorter, and his weight was just over 100 pounds. Many present weighed several dozen pounds more than him. Xiao Xinxian stepped forward and said, I'll go next. If I make it through without issue, it means everyone can. Chapter 168, The President Must Not Be Harmed. Su Yuaning hurriedly interjected, Wait, let me reinforce it first. After all, the river Styx remained in a state of flux. In such a short time, it was hard to say whether it might have grown somewhat fragile. Xiao Xinxian is also a rare talent in Dragon Nation. If anything happened to him, what immense loss would that be to the Dragon Nation? After the ice layer was reinforced, Xiao Xinxian, looking much like Sato-ken had moments earlier, slowly stepped onto the ice. Everyone held their breath. If he made it across safely, everyone else would be able to follow. Thankfully, Xiao Xinxian reached the opposite bank without incident. No problem. This ice is solid. Everyone, hurry over. Xiao Xinxian shouted across the distance. Now, with the exception of the little chubby one, everyone else had little to worry about. One by one, they cautiously crossed the river. But it was just as Xiao Xinxian had said. Though the ice's thickness was impossible to gauge, it felt incredibly solid beneath their feet. When Bai Xiaocha crossed, she even stamped her feet in amazement. The ice didn't budge an inch. Only after Black and the entire Dragon Ascension Guild had crossed. It was the future guild's turn. The chubby boy hesitated before saying, Vice President, could you reinforce the ice one more time? After all, he weighed nearly 200 pounds. Though by this point, everyone had developed some trust in the ice's solidity, they still couldn't help but worry. That was only natural. Li Song chuckled, I told you to lose weight ages ago. See how useful it is now? The little chubby guy wasn't in the mood to respond. Though he had gained some confidence after surviving the illusory trials in the Divine Trial Secret Realm. That was thanks to the little chubby guy's extraordinary courage. Courage, after all, is something you're born with. After reinforcing the ice several times, Su Yuning was already feeling noticeably drained. Several individuals with healing talents, including Jiang Yenin, had already crossed the river ahead of time. This was indeed an oversight on Lu Guan and Xiao Xinxian's part. But seeing the worry in the little chubby boy's eyes, Su Yuning wasted no words and immediately activated her water-controlling energy. After reinforcing the ice layer this time, sweat beaded visibly on her forehead, and her complexion had turned slightly pale. Vice President, thank you. The chubby boy offered his customary polite greeting. Su Yuing forced a light-hearted smile, no problem. Now you can cross safely. Standing at the riverbank, the chubby boy nervously rubbed his hands together. Fatso, just cross over with confidence. The Dragon Ascension Guild brothers aren't much heavier than you. If anything really happens to you, the brothers will burn paper money for you every year from now on. Li Song said with his usual sharp tongue. The little chubby guy trembled even more. Sometimes Su Yuaning really wanted to stuff his mouth shut. In front of so many people, the little chubby guy didn't want to embarrass their future guild too much. So be it. He swallowed hard and stepped onto the ice. Hearts raced among both the future guild and Dragon Ascension guild members. Though Li Song loved to trash talk, he was genuinely worried about his dim-witted little brother in the guild at this moment. Fortunately, the scene they dreaded did not unfold. The chubby kid carefully made his way across the river Styx. The moment his back foot left the ice, everyone let out a collective sigh of relief. If even he could make it safely, Li Song, Duan Qingqian, Luo Hongyang, and the others crossed the river with ease and without a care in the world. Now, only 4 people remained on this side. Lu Guan glanced at Yamamoto Reina and Abe Gen beside him. Miss Yamamoto Reina, next, it's you and your teacher who will cross. Yamamoto Reina gave a slight nod. Thank you, Lu Guan. Lu Guan replied indifferently, you're welcome. If you must thank anyone, it should be our vice president. Su Yueying turned her gaze away. I don't need her gratitude. Yamamoto Reina could sense Su Yueying probably didn't hold much affection for her. She didn't mind. The vice president is beautiful. Su Yueying gave a light snort. Hurry up and go, but be careful. If I can freeze the waters of the river Styx into ice, I can certainly melt that ice back into water. Who knows? By the time you reach the center, you might just fall through. Su Yueying said threateningly. She genuinely felt repelled by Yamamoto Reina. Beyond her origins in the land of cherry blossoms, some inexplicable psychological factors were at play. But Yamamoto Reina wasn't the least bit worried that Su Yueying would actually do such a thing. Instead, she smiled brightly and said, you're so adorable. With that, she glanced back at Abe General. Seeing no reaction from her teacher, she turned and walked away with light, graceful steps. Watching Yamamoto Reina's retreating figure, Su Yueying stomped her foot in frustration. President, was she just calling me stupid? Lu Guan, however, was completely baffled. Did she insult you? Su Yueying retorted irritably, she said I'm so cute. Lu Guandu was speechless. Using that adjective here was indeed a bit ambiguous. But considering Yamamoto Reina was, after all, a Japanese national, even if she was highly proficient in the dragon language, she couldn't possibly understand it that deeply, right? Plus, Lu Guandu genuinely didn't sense any hostility towards Su Yueying from her, so he couldn't grasp what exactly had upset Su Yueying. Then you're calling her adorable. Now it was Su Yueying's turn to be speechless. Chairman Abe Gen? Lu Guan turned his head and called out softly. Abe Xian's eyes, murky as ancient wells, swept imperceptibly over the group who had already crossed the river, finally settling on Lu Guan. Please proceed. Lu Guan remained unfazed, his expression unreadable as he spoke. Abe Gen suddenly drew a black blade from his storage space. Su Yuning warned, what are you doing? Abe Gen offered no reply. Instead, he silently approached the riverbank and stepped onto it without hesitation. Lu Guan didn't think much of it. After all, this old man had always been a bit eccentric. Even more peculiar was how Yamamoto Reina seemed to share a telepathic connection with him. Otherwise, why was Yamamoto Reina always the one communicating with everyone on Abe Gen's behalf? Midway across the river Styx, Abe Gen abruptly halted. The setting sun had not yet fully disappeared behind the western mountains. Daylight still lingered. Lu Guan watched as Abe Gen stood there, tapping his finger lightly on the ink-stained blade in some peculiar rhythm. Everyone else noticed his peculiar actions. Su Yuning frowned. Why isn't that old man hurrying along? What's he standing there for? Lu Guan shook his head. To him, Abe Gen appeared to be deep in thought. He didn't know. Lu Guan didn't bother to dwell on it. It wasn't until another breath had passed that Abe Xian finally moved again, swiftly leaving the ice. Next, Yuaning, you go over there. Lu Guan said gently to Su Yuning. Su Yuning shook her head. No, President, you go first. I'll stay here to reinforce the ice surface for you. Everyone present could be in danger, including herself. But in Su Yueying's eyes, Lu Guan was the one person who absolutely couldn't be harmed. Chapter 169, How many talents does he possess? Though Su Yueying's voice was soft, everyone present was a gifted individual. Who among them wasn't sharp-eyed and keen-eared? Hearing this, the crowd collectively felt a pang of envy. When it came to weight, Lu Guan wasn't any heavier than those from the Dragon Ascension Guild, was he? And besides, why should Lu Guan alone receive such treatment? Are they not human beings? The double standard was glaringly obvious. It's pure double standards. Lu Guan just smiled indifferently. It's fine. The ice won't melt in such a short time. I'll stay behind. If anything unexpected happens, I can respond promptly. Su Yuaning realized she might have overreacted a bit. But Lu Guan was the future guild leader. He was the very soul of the guild. Without him, the future guild would be nothing but an empty shell. She felt that exercising a little extra caution wouldn't hurt. But since the president had spoken, Su Yueying wasn't one to be overly sensitive. Well then, I'll be heading over now. But you must be careful yourself later. She couldn't help but add one more reminder. Lu Guan nodded. If something truly went wrong, would being careful even matter? Su Yuaning crossed the river without incident. Now only Lu Guan remained. The fading sunset cast a crimson glow, outlining Lu Guan's upright figure. Stepping onto the ice, his stride carried its usual steadiness. Though the ice had already withstood Little Fatty's test, the central area now showed signs of shifting. Lu Guan trusted that the ice Su Yuaning had reinforced not long ago was solid enough. But out of caution, he kept his eyes fixed on the ice. Noticing this, a sudden uneasy premonition stirred within him. Chairman Lu, my friend, please hurry over. To be honest, I have a bad feeling about this. Just as Lu Guan reached the middle, Blake suddenly spoke these words. He had awakened the talent of perception. This talent not only heightened his 5 senses but also seemed to grant him some ability to foresee impending dangers. Clang! The moment Black's words fell, the ice layer abruptly emitted this sound of being unable to bear the weight. Without warning, Lu Guan watched helplessly as the entire expanse of inky ice beneath his feet suddenly became riddled with spiderweb-like cracks. Chairman Lu. Boss. The people on the opposite bank clearly noticed the anomaly too, their cries of alarm echoing across the river. Lu Guan's heart skipped a beat. At that very moment. Whoosh! The ice surface suddenly gaped open like an abyss. Lu Guan had only just begun to push off when his feet met nothing but air. A bone-chilling cold instantly swept through his entire body. Plop, plop. Several large chunks of ice crashed into the water, sending splashes flying. Lu Guan used the momentum to leap a meter into the air, but immediately felt a weightless pull from the river Styx, sending him rapidly downward. A few black droplets splashed onto Lu Guan's pant legs. Sizzle! Soon, his ordinary cotton clothing seemed to have come into contact with a highly acidic liquid, corroded into a large hole. Lu Guan's heart raced with alarm. He was now right in the middle of the river Styx. Due to the river Styx's gravitational pull, ice couldn't float on the water's surface. Once his body began to sink, he had nowhere to brace himself. But thankfully, Lu Guan possessed the talent of traversal. Shuttle. Without hesitation, Lu Guan activated his talent toward the opposite bank. But when his figure reappeared, he discovered he was still hovering above the river Styx. He had only traversed less than a meter. What the hell? He had activated his teleportation ability at full power this time. How could he have only moved such a short distance? Lu Guan suddenly realized. The so-called suction of this river Styx likely had nothing to do with gravity at all. Rather, spatial power. Su Yuaning hurriedly raised the tidal heart, attempting to freeze another layer of ice at Lu Guan's position. But how could her speed possibly match Lu Guan's free-falling momentum? Unfortunately, the shuttle talent also required momentum to control its direction. Lu Guan was utterly helpless now. President. Su Yuaning unleashed her water elemental energy with all her might. Yet the river Styx remained utterly unresponsive in such a short span. At that very moment, amidst the surging black water and ice shards, a colossal creature silently emerged. Seeing this thing, Lu Guan's mind flashed with insight. It was a creature dwelling in the river Styx. The ice hadn't shattered on its own, it had been shattered by this creature. What he had seen earlier in the central region of the ice wasn't the flow of river water beneath the ice at all. It was clear. This colossal creature had chosen this moment to shatter the ice and silently surface. It was ready to hunt. This is the Swamp Devourer. Observing this colossal entity, its entire body a pitch-black hue like the ordinary waters of the river Styx, lacking any fixed form, it resembled nothing so much as a mass of rotting silt risen from the riverbed. The Dragon Ascension Guild members instantly recognized what this thing was. Now it had swum directly beneath Lu Guan's body, spreading into an oval shape. At its center formed a deep hollow, like a gaping, toothless maw. It was easy to imagine. If Lu Guan fell into it, he would surely be instantly engulfed by this colossal mass. What kind of being could exist that feared not even the corrosive waters of the river Styx? It was too terrifying to contemplate. Seeing it was too late to freeze the river's surface again, Su Yuaning seemed poised to rush over and save Lu Guan. Though she lacked the ability to leap across the river Styx. But she wouldn't need to leap that far. All she needed to do was grab Lu Guan and fling him to the opposite bank. Fortunately, just as she was about to take a running start, Su Haokai grabbed her arm. Yuning, don't do anything foolish. Su Yuning struggled. Brother, leave me alone. Her 4-dimensional attributes were slightly higher than her brother's, and she broke free in no time. How could Su Haokai not intervene? She was his only sister and his sole remaining family. If anyone's going to save them, it's me. With that, Su Haokai stepped in front of Su Yuaning, then spun around, preparing to leap. Vines coiled around him. At that moment, a sharp command echoed in everyone's ears. Looking in the direction of the voice, a deep green vine emerged from Lu Guan's palm, extending into the hollow center of the swamp giant. With a sudden burst of force, he propelled himself upward a full meter using the recoil. The sight instantly lit up the crowd's eyes. Right. Lu Guan had this ability. Though the vine corroded almost instantly upon contact with the mud swamp devourer, Lu Guan only needed that slight force to activate his traversal. Abe Xian's cloudy eyes shifted slightly. His face remained as rigid as a mask. Sato Ken, however, was nowhere near as composed as his master. Watching Lu Guan wrap a vine around the creature and then dash forward, closing the distance to the opposite bank by nearly a meter. How could this be? Just how much talent and skill did he possess? Chapter 170, Successfully Reaching Shore. The disappointment on Sato Ken's face was plain for all to see. Fortunately, no one was paying attention to him at that moment. Only Yamamoto Reina heard his muttering, shooting him a meaningful sideways glance. She didn't say much more. Seeing Lu Guan teleport out of the way, the swamp macrophage instinctively slithered toward his feet once more. Perfect timing. Lu Guan repeated his tactic, driving the vine into the swamp devourer's body once more. Teleport. This time he was fully prepared, standing just a step away from the riverbank itself. Lu Guan's figure flickered. One skill, one talent, he teleported directly to the riverbank. President. Seeing Lu Guan standing securely on the riverbank, Su Yuaning was the first to rush over excitedly. She grabbed Lu Guan's arms to examine him closely. But then Lu Guan let out a hiss. Clearly, he was injured. Chairman, you've been splashed by the river Styx. Only then did Su Yuaning notice a ring of charred blackness encircling Lu Guan's arm. The flesh had been corroded away by the river Styx's water, exposing the white bone beneath. It's nothing. Lu Guan gave no clear answer. He'd been so close to the river's surface just now, nearly falling, and how could he have avoided even a splash? It must be said, the corrosive power of the river of the underworld was truly formidable. I'll treat your wounds. Without a word, Bai Xiaocha activated her innate ability from the other side. By then, members of the Dragon Ascension Guild and Future Guild had also gathered around. Li Song, still shaken, said, "Boss, you scared the hell out of us. We thought you'd really fall into the river. What would we have done then?" Bai Lu shot him a glare. "What nonsense are you spouting? How could that be possible with a guild leader as skilled as you?" Li Song slapped himself across the face. Su Yuning sighed with relief. "As long as you're safe, that's all that matters." Just then, Bai Xiaocha exclaimed in surprise, "Why wouldn't it work? Why isn't my healing energy working?" Everyone looked at Lu Guan's arm and saw that the black hole indeed showed no signs of healing. Jiang Yenan had awakened a healing aura of a higher level than Bai Xiaocha's. "Let me try." Saying this, she mustered her last ounce of strength and activated her innate ability. Poof. "It won't work." Abe Xian's shrill voice cut through the air. It was indeed as he said. If it were just an ordinary wound, the combined healing energy of the two should have already caused it to heal at a visible pace by now. Yet the black hole on Lu Guan's arm remained stubbornly in place, as if born that way. All eyes turned to Abe Xian. Bai Lu remembered something and demanded, "Did you create that mud swamp giant?" Earlier on the ice, so many people had passed through without incident. Yet only when Abe Xian paused briefly in the center of the river Styx did their leader encounter the swamp macrophage. To call this all coincidence? Bai Lu certainly didn't buy it. Yet Abe Xian maintained his deadpan expression. Instead, Sato Takaru stepped forward. "You have no proof, so don't make baseless accusations. The swamp macrophage clearly appeared on its own. I didn't see the master do anything. You're making baseless accusations. Who would have thought Sato Kan could even use Chinese idioms?" Black stepped forward. "Tell the truth. It wasn't until after Chairman Abe Xian crossed the river Styx that I got that very bad feeling." "Chairman Abe Xian, I've only just realized you might be a dangerous individual. Aren't you going to explain what you did in the middle of the river Styx?" Sato Takeshi dared to confront the future guild members, yet he wasn't so bold as to provoke Black. This is likely a trait cultivated over time by the people of Sakura Nation. Before the world of slaughter descended, the Eagle Nation held an unquestioned position as the undisputed international hegemon. Even then, the Dragon Nation was equally formidable. But in many respects, it still had its weaknesses compared to the Eagle Nation. Moreover, the Dragon Nation had always pursued a conciliatory foreign policy. This made the land of cherry blossoms increasingly fearful of the Eagle Nation, while regarding the Dragon Nation like a vicious dog perched atop its master's head. Abe Xian, though reluctant to respond, offered a brief explanation after hearing Black's words. "I stood in the middle of the river Styx, doing nothing. I merely observed the river Styx closely out of curiosity." Everyone present could tell he was clearly lying. Yet they could find no evidence to prove it. Abe Xian looked like an old man with failing eyesight. What could possibly pique his curiosity? Black frowned in confusion. "What's there to observe about the river Styx?" Abe Xian frowned and spoke slowly. "In the records of our Abe clan, the river Styx is a waterway leading to the soul realm of the underworld. Its waters have absorbed the spirits of countless Shikigami. The so-called corrosion is actually the result of being bitten by a soul guardian lurking in the river's waters. Moreover, the wounds inflicted by those spirits are filled with dark energy. I wish to see if there truly are Shinigami spirits within this river." Abe Xian rarely spoke at such length. Yet his words sounded like something he'd just made up on the spot. Everyone was utterly baffled, unsure whether it was truth or fiction. Su Yueying narrowed her eyes and asked, "So you know our wounds won't heal?" Then do you know how to solve this problem?
Abe Xian simply averted his gaze, showing no intention of answering. Lu Guan could read nothing from his face, which had reverted to its dead man's expression, so he simply stopped thinking about it.
He stopped Bai Xiaochai and Jiang Yan'an from continuing their treatment. Never mind. You won't be wasting your energy on this. Jiang Yan'an voiced her concern. President, what about your wound? Lu Guan offered a calm reassurance. It's nothing. In truth, how could such a deep hole corroded into his arm not be a problem?
But with no other options available, he could only endure the pain for now. Within the river Styx, the massive, pitch-black mass began to writhe violently. It was clear the creature resented its prey's escape. Everyone instinctively took several steps back, fearing the splashing river water might land on them.
Just look at Chairman Lu, it was utterly terrifying.
Fortunately, the mud swamp devourer couldn't leave the river Styx. After a few more futile struggles, it realized it could do nothing to those who had already reached the shore.
Finally, it sank back into the riverbed, its frustration evident. The group breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Zhenxian approached Lu Guan.
Chairman Lu, let's rest here for a while. The members of the Dragon Ascension Guild were actually unharmed. Their exertions in the Netherwasteland had been far less than those of the future guild members. The main issue was that Su Yueying had just unleashed her water-controlling energy to freeze the river surface, leaving her nearly exhausted. Jiang Yan'an, Bai Lu, and Li Song weren't in much better shape either.
Lu Guan considered this for a moment before nodding. Alright, we'll rest here for a moment before continuing onward to the Yellow Springs Ancient Dien. Chapter 171, Journey to the Ancient Dien of the Yellow Springs.
The rest by the banks of the river Styx felt somewhat oppressive. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Lu Guan felt a cold, stinging pain radiating from the black hole-like wound on his left arm. It felt as though countless tiny ice needles were stirring deep within his flesh. Su Yueying sat close beside him, her face pale from recent exertion, yet her beautiful eyes never left Lu Guan.
President, rest assured. Once we return to Blue Star, we'll find a way to heal it.
Lu Guan merely frowned, though he hadn't truly worried about this issue to begin with.
He didn't believe a word of Abe Gen's soul servant nonsense.
That was something only popular in the land of cherry blossoms.
In his view,
the reason healing energy proved ineffective against the wounds inflicted by the river Styx water lay fundamentally in the dark energy it contained. This energy bore some resemblance to the dark moon energy within him. The difference lay in the dark moon energy being solitary and icy, like the shadows of an ancient temple. The energy of the river Styx, however, felt more like it came from the deepest depths of the abyss, carrying a pure aura of destruction. Chairman Lu, I've already contacted Commander Jia. He mentioned that the Dragon Ascension Guild possesses several items capable of healing external injuries. He'll have them ready for our return to Blue Star.
I'm confident we can heal him. Hearing this, Su Yuning glanced at Xiao Zhenxian with delight. If the Dragon Ascension Guild is willing to help, this matter becomes much simpler. Really? Xiao Zhenxian nodded earnestly. We'll be participating in the Guild Exchange Tournament soon. President Lu is currently one of the highest priority figures in Longhua. If he runs into trouble, the Dragon Ascension Guild won't just stand by. Li Song shook his head. If they really care that much, why isn't your Commander Jia transferring the items over right now?
Xiao Zhenxian was momentarily at a loss for words. You know, the Dragon Ascension Guild has its discipline after all. Actually, that natural horn is Captain Jia's personal possession, which is why he could freely give it to Chairman Lu. For other guild-owned items, there are still procedures and formalities to go through before they can be requested. By the time that happens, we might have already completed this mission and returned to Blue Star.
We're all adults here, we understand these things.
But this is precisely one reason why Lu Guan prefers to keep his interactions with the Dragon Ascension Guild to a minimum.
I must say.
In this regard, the flexibility of the Steel Cross Union is truly worth learning from.
Brother Lu, if you need treatment, you can always talk to me. Bai Xiaochai's concern for Lu Guan was no less than Su Yuaning's. But she wasn't part of the future union.
In public settings, she couldn't afford to be too unrestrained.
Lu Guan nodded. You all don't need to worry too much. Just get some rest first. My little voice won't cause any trouble. Bai Xiaochai gave a stammering reply. Brother Lu, could I borrow your natural horn to take a look? I'm quite curious about this thing. Lu Guan didn't think twice, pulling the item straight from his storage space and handing it over. Bai Xiaochai took it with delight and immediately sat down on the ground to blow it. Su Yuning watched with a twinge of discomfort. That horn had been played by the guild leader. Now Bai Xiaochai was blowing it directly into her mouth, wasn't that? But as the horn's distant sound echoed, a profound calm washed over everyone. Su Yueying found it hard to say anything more. Listening to the horn's melody, everyone felt their energy and stamina recovering at a rate 3 times faster than normal. Unfortunately, it lasted less than 5 minutes before the sound ceased. Li Song frowned in confusion. We were almost fully recovered, why did it stop? Bai Xiaochai took a couple of deep breaths. I can't blow anymore. Zhang Ning couldn't help but sneer, you're no good either. Bai Xiaochai returned the natural horn to Lu Guan and shot Zhang Ning a glare. You really talk too much.
It seems the natural horn is a useful item, but it has its drawbacks.
If you don't have enough lung capacity, it won't do much good.
If someone like Luo Hongyang, with his strength-enhancing talent, used it, it would probably be much more effective.
Just then, Black approached Lu Guan.
Seeing his solemn expression and hesitant demeanor, Lu Guan knew he had something important to discuss.
Chairman Black, is something the matter? Black first glanced at Lu Guan's arm. He grimaced.
That gaping wound, with the arm bone visible beneath, looked excruciatingly painful. Lu Guan, however, seemed completely unfazed. Black exclaimed, I must say, I'm truly impressed by Chairman Lu's endurance.
You don't have some kind of special fetish, do you? Lu Guan was baffled. What kind of special kink? Black was sure he was playing dumb. Does pain excite you? Lu Guan's face darkened for a split second. Only then did he realize what the guy meant by fetish masochism, right? Lu Guan didn't want to engage.
Seeing Lu Guan didn't deny it, Black curiously reached out to touch his wound. Fortunately, Su Yueying caught his intent in time and swatted his paw away. Su Yueying didn't hold back, and Black winced in pain, his hand turning bright red instantly.
Oh my god. Black shook his hand.
But as a self-proclaimed gentleman, he wouldn't hold it against Su Yueying.
Lu Guan thought. Su Yuening had hit him well. If you have nothing urgent, it's best not to disturb my rest. Lu Guan said with a hint of impatience. Black shrugged. It's really nothing major. Just as a good friend, I wanted to give you a heads up. That old guy Abe Xian seems off somehow. You'd better be careful.
My intuition tells me he must have done something while he was in the middle of the river Styx.
Lu Guan had already harbored suspicions about Abe Zhen. Now that Black says the same, it's highly likely Abe Zhen really is problematic. Thanks, but why are you specifically warning me? You're not still trying to recruit me into the Iron Cross Guild, are you?
Black felt there was no shame in admitting such a thing.
Of course. Someone as exceptional as Chairman Lu, I wouldn't give up on him so easily. Su Yuening replied on Lu Guan's behalf, don't even dream about it. Our president would never join another guild.
She'd never had much fondness for this Black from the start. And Su Yuening suddenly realized there were so many annoying people popping up lately. The sunset had nearly vanished entirely. Yet the entire Yellow Springs Rift realm still held onto the light of day. The light, however, was comparable to the perpetual gloom of the eternal night wastes. Except for the absence of the eerie greenish glow of the dark moon, it felt just as oppressive. With everyone's stamina mostly restored, they pressed onward toward the third region. The ancient Yunnan of the Yellow Springs. Yet the farther they traveled from the tributary of the river Styx, the mist began to rise again, growing thicker and thicker. Chapter 172, Encounter with the Wrathful Spirit. After walking for about 10 minutes, the group could only see a few dozen meters around them. The air was saturated with a damp, musty odor. At some point, the mud beneath their feet had transformed into a path paved with stones. Su Yuning clung tightly to Lu Guan. Occasionally, faint cries of battle and wails reached their ears. This place felt no better than the eternal night wastes. For Su Yueying, this place was even more terrifying than the eternal night wasteland. After all, she knew that realm well. Those eternal night specters weren't particularly difficult to deal with. The Yellow Springs Rift was different. At her current level, many beings here were beyond her ability to confront. Moreover, most crucially, this place harbored genuine spirits. That is, what she considered ghosts. President, what on earth is going on here? Why do I keep hearing all these inexplicable noises? It's absolutely terrifying. The atmosphere among the group was eerily quiet. Members of the Dragon Ascension Guild remained constantly vigilant. The future guild members also moved silently. Su Yueying just wanted to talk to Lu Guan. It seemed like that might give her a little courage. Before Lu Guan could answer. Since crossing the river Styx, Sato-kan had remained silent until now. He spoke up, those voices come from me within the thick fog. Like the waters of the river Styx, they hold the unresolved resentment, agony, and unwillingness of the beings in this realm before their destruction. As he finished speaking, he glanced at Lu Guan again almost unconsciously, then let out a faint, almost inaudible snort. This was the umpteenth time he'd done so. Lu Guan couldn't fathom what he was trying to convey. Was he expressing regret that he hadn't perished in the waters of the river Styx? Well, that was rather unfortunate. After all, Lu Guan possessed an abundance of talents and skills. Black had already activated his perception talent. You're absolutely right. I agree with your explanation. With his keen perception, he could indeed sense the negative energy lurking within the surrounding mist. But hearing them say that only made Su Yueying even more frightened. Woo! From the depths of the thick fog, a distant cry echoed. It sounded like a lost soul searching for his loved ones. Yet the sound itself sent a chill down one's spine. What is that? Li Song felt every hair on his body stand on end. Sato Takaru instinctively tried to shield Yamamoto Reina behind him. But the moment he drew near, Yamamoto Reina silently stepped aside. In reality, Yamamoto Reina's combat prowess far surpassed Sato Takaru's. Why would she need his attentions?
Though Bai Xiaocha and Suyu maintained a relatively composed demeanor, their faces were equally pale. It seemed fear of ghosts was purely a girl's nature. Even members of the Dragon Ascension Guild weren't immune. The thick fog suddenly began churning like water about to boil. Dozens of translucent, grayish-white shadows separated from it. They possessed no distinct features, only blurred, distorted human outlines floating mid-air. In their hollow eye sockets, black soul flames flickered. Here they come. The members of the Dragon Ascension Guild were no strangers to these entities. These were the unique dimensional beings of the Yellow Springs Rift they had seen in the video footage. Xiao Zhenxian shouted a warning to everyone. Wraiths are appearing. Everyone, be cautious and prepare for battle. Ordinary physical attacks deal limited damage to them, be especially cautious. Lin Wuying, activate your speed aura. Leijin, unleash your innate ability. 3rd and 9th battle groups, attack as you normally would, but prioritize evasion. The Dragon Ascension Guild members reacted with lightning speed, responding in unison, understood. Lin Wuying growled, speed aura. As his talent activated, a ring of azure light enveloped the entire party. Leijin's thunder talent posed little challenge against these vengeful spirits. However, they were numerous and could conceal themselves within the fog. Moreover, they moved silently, gliding through the air. This wouldn't be easy. The future guild didn't need Lu Guan to give orders. Upon spotting the vengeful spirits, they immediately fell into the prearranged formation. This was the result of their intense, high-intensity leveling sprint over the past period. Their coordination had reached such a level of tacit understanding that a single glance sufficed. No matter how terrified Su Yuaning was of these vengeful spirits, she had to push forward. In the past, she might have seen Lu Guan as her strongest emotional anchor. But now, having endured the trials of the illusionary realm, she understood that true strength could only come from becoming powerful herself. In the blink of an eye, the vengeful spirits in the mist flickered in and out of sight, closing in on the group. Members of the Dragon Ascension Guild moved first. Lightning crackled and flashed incessantly around Leijin's body. As the vengeful spirit drew near, he unleashed a punch. The first vengeful spirit, caught completely off guard, was struck squarely. Thunder was their natural enemy. A piercing, wailing scream echoed as the specter instantly shattered like a burst bubble, dissipating into mist within a breath. But the second vengeful spirit, seeing this, grew cautious. Leijin delivered a swift kick. The vengeful spirit vanished directly into the mist, denying him any chance of contact. Instead, Leijin felt a sudden chill sweep over the back of his neck. He spun around and threw a hook. Arg! Another vengeful spirit vanished into thin air. These vengeful spirits clearly possessed a degree of intelligence. The others, however, were not faring as well as Leijin. Lin Wuying, the second strongest fighter in the Dragon Ascension Guild, found himself flustered and overwhelmed the moment he clashed with these vengeful spirits. Their basic attacks were merely biting and clawing. But once they closed in, the vengeful spirits could unleash sonic and psychic attacks. Fortunately, these vengeful spirits differed from the eternal night specters. They too had weaknesses. Just like those skeleton warriors, extinguishing the soul flames in their eyes would destroy them. Lin Wuying's every punch and kick must target the wraith's eyes. It took him over a dozen strikes before he finally killed one. As a powerful support-type talent user, was it easy for him? Except for the Dragon Ascension Guild. The future guild was also surrounded by vengeful spirits. They were actually much stronger than the Dragon Ascension Guild. After all, they had Li Song, a formidable talent who had awakened a wide-area elemental attack skill. Blazing Storm. Activating his innate ability, he successfully eliminated 3 vengeful spirits in under a minute. He could have taken down even more. However, upon realizing Li Song's formidable skill, the quicker specters swiftly fled. Duan Xingqian's overloaded energy attack dealt damage to the vengeful spirits comparable to thunder. He hurled several energy orbs and successfully took down one more vengeful spirit. Only the chubby kid and the Su siblings fared poorly. Su Yueying's Thousand Whirlwind skill had a wide attack range but couldn't precisely target the soul flames in the vengeful spirit's eyes. Those water blades were sharp enough. Unfortunately, they were purely physical attacks. Chapter 173, Insufficient Energy Efficiency. The chubby kid, meanwhile, was purely a meat shield. With his strength and speed, he couldn't even reach the exceptionally agile vengeful spirits. His entire upper body, including his chubby face, was already covered in bloody scratches and bites. But to protect Bai Lu and Jiang Yenin, he gritted his teeth and endured the pain. Team members slay the vengeful spirit, gaining energy 1,100 points. Party members defeat the vengeful spirit, gaining energy 1,100 points. The succession of reward notifications served as a powerful shot in the arm for the group. This energy reward was truly substantial. Just then, a vengeful spirit emerged from the thick fog while the chubby kid wasn't paying attention. It immediately latched onto the back of his neck. A surge of psychic energy erupted from the soul flames in its eyes, shooting straight up the back of the chubby kid's neck and into his brain. Ah! It hurts. It hurts so much. The chubby kid instantly felt an inexplicable agony, a wave of despair washing over him. This pain wasn't from physical injury. It felt like a curse imposed upon him by fate itself. It surpassed the despair of losing one's dearest loved ones, making life feel worse than death. The little chubby boy's shrieks were almost ear-splitting, sending chills down the spines of everyone present. Members of the Dragon Ascension Guild all turned to look. Save him. If this mental assault isn't interrupted, it will cause permanent damage. Xiao Xinxian roared the order without hesitation. Their battle rhythm could falter, but the little chubby guy was a living, breathing human being. And he's one of the future guild's members. Fortunately, the moment his words fell, a crimson blade flashed by. The void blade sliced effortlessly from the vengeful spirit's crown down to its crotch. The vengeful spirit was cleaved in two, vanishing in an instant. Both the Dragon Ascension Guild and Dark Cherry Guild members froze at the sight. What the hell? Weren't vengeful spirits immune to pure physical attacks? How could Lu Guan manage it? Of course, it all depends on whose physical attack it is. Beyond its razor-sharp blade, but also carries a layer of spatial energy imbued within it. Abe Gen clearly recognized this, his eyes immediately narrowing with a sharp gleam. Watching his sparring match with Sato Ken earlier, I'd assumed this blade was merely on par with my ink blade. But now it seems this blade is actually more effective. He muttered to himself. A hint of relief then washed over his expression. Of course, Abe Gen had no idea that the void blade had been tempered by the chaotic energy currents of a world of slaughter. Had the ink blade been granted such an opportunity, and if it hadn't shattered, it might not have been much inferior to the void blade. The little chubby's immense pain vanished, and he collapsed onto the ground as if utterly drained. In those mere seconds, he had broken out in a cold sweat. Thank you, President. His voice sounded weak as he spoke. Lu Guan hadn't responded yet. President, be careful. Su Yuning suddenly noticed a vengeful spirit emerging from the thick fog behind Lu Guan and immediately shouted the warning. At the same time, Lu Guan felt a bone-chilling coldness creep up the back of his neck. He had just turned around. Swish! A silver flash streaked before his eyes. It was Yamamoto Reina. Even more surprising was that the vengeful spirit that had just attempted to ambush him was also struck down by Yamamoto Reina, its soul flame extinguished in an instant. What the hell? Could Yamamoto Reina's katana also wield spatial power? The answer, of course, was no. It was simply that no one had noticed when Yamamoto Reina activated her cherry blossom falling talent. Her blade was actually imbued with the power of annihilation. Just like falling cherry blossoms after their brilliant display, comes their withering. Thank you. Lu Guan gazed intently at Yamamoto Reina and spoke softly. Yamamoto Reina seemed taken aback by Lu Guan's gratitude, a fleeting flicker of surprise darting through her clear eyes. You're welcome. Truthfully, even if she hadn't intervened, she knew the vengeful spirit wouldn't have truly harmed Lu Guan. After all, Lu Guan was that formidable. Sato Ken, who witnessed this scene, looked rather displeased. Miss Reina, why did you help him? He murmured with a hint of bitterness. But no one paid him any mind. Lu Guan held the void blade, vigilant of his surroundings. He refrained from intervening whenever possible. His primary goal was to hone the team's combat coordination. After all, the future guild was a guild. If everything depended on him, the guild's overall strength would never truly grow stronger. As for whether Abe Xian would intervene, Lu Guan no longer paid it any mind. He sensed that Abe Gen's purpose for entering the Yellow Springs Rift was far more than just searching for items. He would definitely make his move. About 20 minutes passed. The number of vengeful spirits had visibly decreased by about a third. However, the battle between the Dragon Ascension Guild and the Future Guild grew increasingly difficult. Though these vengeful spirits didn't employ flexible formations like the skeleton warriors to counter their enemies. Their intelligence was clearly no less than that of the skeleton warriors. Upon discovering individuals like Lei Jin, Li Son, and Duan Xingqian who possessed innate abilities highly detrimental to them, these vengeful spirits collectively chose to avoid the sharp edge of the enemy's blade. On the Dragon Ascension side, they specifically targeted by Xiaocha and Suyu, the two members with the weakest offensive capabilities, surrounding them. These two were healers, the team's lifeline. If the rear guard is gone, how far can the front line push? Xiao Xinxian couldn't afford to ignore this. He ordered all members to form the most common triangular formation for small squads, surrounding by Xiaocha and Suyu in the center. But even so, due to Zhou Qing, Zhang Ning, and Zhuo Feiyan's low levels, they were still overwhelmed. On several occasions, vengeful spirits even broke through the triangular defense, attacking by Xiaocha and Suyu only for Lu Guan to intervene and save the day. The Future Guild wasn't faring much better. The main issue was that Li Song's skills were far too inefficient. When he unleashed Blazing Storm at full power, he could only manage 7 or 8 casts before needing Jiang Yinan to heal him. And that was with Bai Lu having forged a life contract with him. Moreover, once the vengeful spirits began dodging Li Song's skills, his Blazing Storm attacks frequently missed their mark. Jiang Yinan, however, possessed a remarkably patient and accommodating nature. She'd do her utmost to care for others without a single complaint. But Bai Lu wasn't about to put up with it. Are you even capable of this? Can't you aim properly before unleashing your skills? Over there. I'd be a fool to ever bind a contract with you again. Li Song was stuck in a no-win situation. Finally, unable to hold back any longer, he snapped back, "Can you just shut the hell up?" Bai Lu grew even angrier. "And you have the nerve to get impatient with me?" If it were the guild leader, he'd have cleared out every vengeful spirit by now. The moment she brought up Lu Guan, Li Song fell silent. Is the boss in the same league as them? Actually, Li Song had aimed perfectly while gathering his power. But these vengeful spirits were as slippery as eels. The moment the flames erupted, they'd always vanish in an instant, drifting away and vanishing into the thick fog, utterly untouchable. Chapter 174, Zhang Yan'an's Awakening Skill. Duan Xingqian faced a situation similar to Li Song's. Neither could get close enough to the vengeful spirits, yet they also struggled to strike their enemies. At this moment, Su Haokai and Uncle Lin's advantages became more evident. Su Haokai refrained from firing indiscriminately to avoid hitting his teammates. Yet whenever he did strike, his energy arrows never missed their mark. Consequently, he had already eliminated more vengeful spirits than both Li Song and Duan Xingqian combined. Uncle Lin, leveraging his superior four-dimensional attributes and traditional martial arts skills, instantly obliterates any vengeful spirit that dares approach him or the three people he protects in the center. Of course, the worst off was still the little chubby guy. After enduring the vengeful spirit's mental assault just now, he's already developed a brief psychological shadow. That agonizing sensation was infinitely worse than any physical beating he'd ever endured. He truly didn't want to go through that again. Thus, he too was placed within the central protective zone. Healing aura, purifying light ripples. Suddenly, Zhang Yan'an let out a soft shout, activating her innate ability. The future guild members were all a bit bewildered, unsure what she was doing. Immediately, a healing aura over 2 meters in diameter enveloped everyone's heads. This time, however, the aura emitted a faint green glow while also being enveloped by wisps of pure energy. Immediately after, a series of notification prompts appeared on everyone's interface panels. Party member killed Wraith, gained energy, 1100 points. Everyone's eyes widened in shock as they stared at Zhang Yan'an. What the hell? Yan'an, did you awaken a skill? Su Yueying was the first to react. She exclaimed with a mix of surprise and delight. That's right. After days of relentlessly draining my stamina to harness my talents, perseverance pays off. Zhang Yan'an finally awakened her skill. Pure Light Ripple. Skill description, Purifying Light Ripples, G rank skill. Activates a healing aura while releasing purifying light, effectively cleansing negative energy. Zhang Yan'an was equally thrilled to see her newly awakened skill prove remarkably effective against these vengeful spirits. Earlier, she had acted impulsively due to the argument between Bai Lu and Li Song. She never imagined she'd awaken a skill under such circumstances. Though Purging Light Ripples was a low-tier skill, its practical utility was immense. For instance, back in the Eternal Night Wastes, had she possessed this skill, Li Song and Bai Lu wouldn't have been affected by the Dark Moon and ended up arguing. Its ability to purify negative energy includes dispelling spirit entities formed from such energies, like the Eternal Night Specters and Wraiths. It can even purify curses that aren't particularly powerful. After all, as the description states, to a certain extent. The rest of the future guild members were also delighted for Zhang Yan'an. Does this mean their team now has an all-around healer? This is absolutely fantastic. But now wasn't the time for celebration. Zhang Yan'an instantly took down over a dozen vengeful spirits, intimidating the remaining survivors into turning toward the Dragon Ascension Guild. Xiao Xinxian felt the pressure mounting. Yet he hesitated to ask for reinforcements. 2 important foreign figures were present here. They might be underprepared in terms of strength and resources. He absolutely could not allow the Dragon Ascension Guild's prestige to be tarnished in front of Abe Zhen in black. Fortunately, Lu Guan spoke up at that moment. Yan'an. Zhang Yan'an heard the call and exchanged a glance with Lu Guan. She instantly understood the president's meaning. Without further ado, she acted. Pure Light Ripple. A halo nearly 3 meters in diameter enveloped the heads of the Dragon Ascension Guild members. Like a holy grail cast into stagnant waters, the halo rippled forth not only healing waves but also a purifying force that washed away impurities. All felt their minds clear instantly. In stark contrast, the vengeful spirits seemed to have plunged into the depths of hell, emitting shrieks of agony, despair, and terror. Ice meets blazing sun. As wisps of blue smoke vanished without a trace, the future guild members' interfaces were once again flooded with identical notifications. Party members defeated vengeful spirits, gaining energy, 1,100 points. Party members defeated vengeful spirits, gaining energy, 1,100 points. At least 20 entries. The Dragon Ascension Guild had far more wraiths than their own side. Zhang Yan'an had just cleared out the majority of them. Xiao Xinxian's spirits soared, and the pressure eased dramatically. Thanks a lot, President Lu. He exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Guan. Lei Zhen shook his slightly numb arms. He had spared no effort to protect Bai Xiaocha and Su Yu. Chairman Lu, once we return to the Dragon Ascension Guild headquarters, I'll definitely buy you around. With that, he plunged back into the final battle to purge the remaining vengeful spirits. What a battle maniac! Lin Wuying was much the same, which was precisely why the two had become such close brothers. He added, "Be sure to bring me along when the time comes." Then the two of them together. Another 20 minutes passed. All the vengeful spirits were slain without incident. The thick fog finally seemed to settle at that moment. Li Song rested his hands on his knees, gasping for breath. Phew! Damn it, these ghostly things are finally all cleared out. Nianen, your new skill awakened at the perfect time. This wave earned them a massive energy bonus. And what's even more impressive is, Lu Guan barely lifted a finger this time, aside from saving the little chubby guy. At first, some unwise vengeful spirits dared to approach, but Lu Guan casually sliced them away, and they vanished into thin air. Later, the vengeful spirits all witnessed Lu Guan's formidable power and dared not provoke him again. So in other words, they had defeated so many formidable foes largely through their own efforts. Of course, Zhang Nianen deserved top billing for the attack. The others finally found a moment to spare, their gazes shifting over. Nianen, congratulations! The light purification ripple skill you awakened is truly formidable. Duan Xingchen murmured, his voice tinged with envy. My own overload talent, what skills can awaken? What kind of skill could possibly awaken? Bai Lu shot Li Song a sideways glance. If it weren't for Nianen, certain people would still be spouting nonsense. Li Song was speechless. But he had to admit, his skills still had many flaws. Zhang Nianen's slightly pale face flushed with a faint blush. While the light ripple proved highly effective against these vengeful spirits, the two recent large-scale activations of the healing aura had taken a significant toll on her. I'm just glad I could help everyone. She was always like this, always putting others' feelings first. Suddenly receiving everyone's attention and congratulations made her feel a bit uneasy. As she spoke, however, Zhang Nianen turned her expectant gaze toward Lu Guan. Truthfully, no amount of praise from the others could match the joy of a single encouraging glance from the guild leader. Not bad. Lu Guan stepped forward and said it with a calm tone. Zhang Nianen's face immediately lit up with a radiant smile. Chapter 175, The Chaotic Energy of Huangquan and Ancient Dian. Xiao Zhenxian approached at that moment. Having just thanked Chairman Lu for his support, he couldn't overlook Zhang Nianen, who had actually done the work. He first gave Zhang Nianen a friendly nod, then turned to Lu Guan. Chairman Lu, can you endure your injuries? In truth, he had misunderstood. He assumed Lu Guan had been observing the battle from the sidelines due to his injuries. But in reality, Lu Guan's corrosive wounds still stung like needles piercing his skin, yet he paid them no mind. Such minor injuries couldn't possibly affect his sword drawing speed. I'm fine. Xiao Zhenxian hesitated for a moment before urging, if it's inconvenient for you, Chairman Lu, there's no need to push yourself. I'm sure Commander Jia has already prepared items to treat your wounds. If you return to Blue Star now, you can leave this place to me. Lu Guan understood his intentions and appreciated his kindness. But to be honest, Lu Guan felt that, given Xiao Zhenxian's capabilities, it might not be entirely feasible. Although that Abe Xian never made a move from start to finish, Lu Guan suspected his combat prowess might even surpass Black's. If he were to fight at full strength, Lu Guan was confident he could take down Black. But he wasn't entirely certain about Abe Xian. Of course, Lu Guan wouldn't voice such thoughts in public. Rest assured. The thick fog hasn't lifted here yet, we might run into other vengeful spirits. Let's proceed cautiously. Seeing Lu Guan's resolute determination, Xiao Zhenxian felt it was best not to press the matter further. Su Yu and Bai Xiaocha used their talents to restore some of Zhang Nianen's physical and mental energy. When two healing-type talent users treat each other, it's naturally not as simple as treating someone with a different talent type. In this situation, the conversion of healing energy was like Li Song unleashing his Stormblaze consumption came without replenishment. After all, if it weren't like this, wouldn't multiple healing-type talents gathering together be able to exploit the bugs of the world of slaughter? But they were in a hurry to reach the Yellow Springs Ancient Dian. And Zhang Nianen had overexerted himself solely to aid the Dragon Ascension Guild. Su Yu and Jiang Xiaocha, driven by humanitarian principles, willingly sacrificed themselves. Throughout this journey, the group traveled in relative tranquility. Whether it was sheer luck or some other reason, the Dragon Ascension Guild members were generally in a relaxed state. After all, they had just been cleansed by Zhang Nianen's healing aura and purifying ripples, leaving them in fairly good condition. The future guild members were also holding up well. Zhang Nianen's awakened skill was enough to excite her for a while. The others were pleasantly surprised to discover they were about to level up again. The leveling speed in high-tier realms was truly something else. Li Song even suggested, since Nianen now possessed a skill specifically designed to counter vengeful spirits, why not stay here and sprint through levels after finding the Yasukani no Magatama? Getting the whole group up another 2 levels in a week wasn't impossible. But Su Haokai's single remark instantly dampened Li Song's enthusiasm. Based on current observations, vengeful spirits likely only appeared in the Yellow Springs Rift at night. Li Song asked, what about daytime? Su Yueying replied quietly, skeleton warriors, naturally. Su Haokai smiled gently. How long do you think we could hold out without the Dragon Ascension Guild? Lu Guan had his sanctuary ring.
The small cabin might not withstand those high-attack, low-defense skeleton warriors.
They're armed, and their numbers are overwhelming.
The gravel path beneath their feet had, at some point, transformed into a surface paved with large stones.
Small puddles could be seen here and there along the sides of the road.
The water within bore a striking resemblance to the tributaries of the River Styx. Those who had witnessed the River Styx's waters could only watch their step carefully, trying to avoid the puddles. Yet perhaps it was precisely these puddles that reduced the mist considerably.
Was this the ancient land of Huangquan? Su Yueying surveyed her surroundings.
Across the vast plain, beyond the puddles, a lake had even appeared in the distance.
No need to guess that lake water was undoubtedly highly corrosive too. Bai Xiaocha nodded. I've seen it in the video records. This area is considered the outskirts of ancient Dian. If we keep moving forward, we should start seeing some stone structures.
This detail wasn't mentioned in the materials Jia Tianlu sent.
Lu Guan asked in confusion, there are structures here? You must understand.
Whether it's the Void Insect Nest or other realms like Storm Canyon and the Blood Prison Abyss, living beings only utilize the illusory environments within these realms for habitation. They haven't developed independent civilizations, so their existence remains quite primitive. The Eternal Night Wasteland realm Lu Guan had explored was the sole exception. It was likely once a gathering place for deities, hence the scattered ruins of structures.
Bai Xiaocha nodded solemnly.
Our commander Zhou says this realm was likely once home to a race whose intelligence rivaled that of Blue Star's humans. However, their civilization existed for only a very short time before encountering a devastating war.
That's why so many tormented vengeful spirits linger here, swept into the realm of slaughter and bound by its rules. This speculation plunged Lu Guan and the Su siblings into silence.
Li San, however, asked curiously, I think I just heard something incredible. So you're saying the Yellow Springs Rift used to be a world similar to Blue Star? For ordinary people like them, their understanding of the realm of slaughter remains stuck at the level of gods and dungeons.
How could they possibly grasp the distinction between a world and a realm?
Truth be told, such profound questions are beyond ordinary people.
Even the Dragon Ascension Guild cannot definitively say what the entire multiverse truly looks like.
All we have are scientific speculations based on currently available information. Of course, this world itself defies science. The group continued onward.
Not long after, Black suddenly exclaimed in astonishment, "Holy crap!"
Everyone turned toward his voice.
Black pointed straight ahead.
Look, there really are many buildings over there, and they're quite neatly arranged.
Everyone was speechless. This guy's dramatic outbursts were anything but gentlemanly.
But then he continued, I sense a chaotic energy.
Yes, it's coming from that direction. Hearing this, everyone's hearts skipped a beat.
Peering through the mist, they looked straight ahead. Just as Bai Xiaocha had described, a lake-like expanse appeared in that direction, with a sizable island at its center.
Numerous stone structures resembling dwellings stood neatly arranged upon it. But what the hell was that chaotic energy?
Blake, activate your perception talent and carefully sense what's over there.
Lu Guan asked, also out of safety concerns.
Chapter 176, The Dark Mist Poison Bees.
Are you asking me? To everyone's surprise, after Lu Guan spoke, Black fell silent for a long moment, actually pondering the question.
Lu Guan was speechless.
We're friends, what's there to request?
Blake shrugged.
No, I believe this concerns my honor. Su Yuning couldn't help but step forward. Can you please stop being so petty? You're so petty and you expect to recruit our president to join your Steel Cross Union? There's absolutely no sincerity here. Blake clearly had a stubborn streak too. If that's how you insist on seeing it, then there's nothing I can do. Su Yueying retorted irritably, consider it a request.
That should be acceptable, right?
Black finally nodded in satisfaction. That's acceptable.
It wasn't that he was deliberately looking for trouble. Activating his perception talent over such a great distance.
First, his perception wasn't infallible, he might not sense anything at all.
Second, he genuinely wanted to tease Lu Guan a little. But Lu Guan didn't take the bait at all. Instead, he ended up upsetting Su Yuning again, who launched into another round of disparaging remarks.
Black reminded himself once more.
Seems like from now on, it's not just Chairman Lu I should avoid. This admirer of the chairman right before my eyes deserves to be kept at arm's length too.
Could it be that in the future guild, the higher one's position, the more they end up suppressing themselves?
Unless they all become members of the Iron Cross Guild. Seriously. If only he'd known, he never would have gotten involved in this mess.
Black closed his eyes and activated his perception talent. Everyone halted in their tracks. Lu Guan noticed that Black's entire aura seemed to vanish in an instant.
He surmised that rather than vanishing, it was likely that he was absorbing energy. Such was the nature of perception. Before long, Black reopened his eyes. Everyone watched him with anticipation. What did you perceive?
Lu Guan asked solemnly.
But Black's brow furrowed slightly. Clearly, he had sensed an unfavorable outcome.
How about we go check it out first?
The others felt an urge to punch him.
Lu Guan could tell, however, that Black wasn't just being clever this time. Speak freely. We won't back down until Mr. Abe Xian leaves the Yellow Springs Rift. Sato-Ken immediately shot him a malicious glare. Black paused thoughtfully. Since you insist on asking, Chairman Lu, I believe you should know. If it were something simple, the perception talent might not even detect anything at such a great distance. But I sense something, a terrifying energy ahead. It's like... At this point, he glanced at the wound on Lu Guan's arm. The energy of the river Styx. Hearing this, everyone was perplexed. They only knew the river Styx was terrifying, but had no idea what kind of energy it contained. Blake, seeing the blank looks on their faces, sighed helplessly. That's precisely why we should go and investigate first. This only piqued their curiosity further. Lu Guan nodded. Alright, let's continue on then. With that, he strode forward. Black caught up from behind. Chairman Lu, judging by your demeanor, aren't you the least bit concerned? Lu Guan asked in puzzlement, worried about what? Black seemed unable to comprehend. Someone like Lu Guan, ever since his parents left him at age 8, he'd had to rely entirely on himself. Beyond his pride and courage, he possessed almost nothing. What exactly was going through his mind? Though he'd lived all his life in the grand villa Lu Jincheng had left him. But given his current circumstances, he was practically a fugitive. Thus, one of Lu Guan's core beliefs in life was this. If one is perpetually constrained by their limitations, unable to do what they ought or what they desire, what meaning is there in living? But what he said aloud was, nothing to worry about. Black shrugged. All right. None of them noticed the strange, excited gleam that flashed in Abe Xian's eyes when Black mentioned sensing the power of evil. As they drew nearer to the ancient Dian city, encircled by dark waters on all sides, the scenery ahead gradually came into focus. Su Yuning seemed lost in thought. What do you think? If those houses were built of wood, wouldn't they resemble ancient architecture from our blue star? Bai Lu perked up, agreeing, if the race that lived here hadn't gone extinct, this must have been a place of breathtaking beauty, right? Li Song, however, remained utterly unmoved. What's so great about a lake and a row of stone houses? And to think they managed to wipe themselves out in war. TSK. Boss, you agree, right? Lu Guan didn't want to comment further. He believed any form of war was the most foolish act imaginable. But on this issue, the Blue Star humans weren't much better either. If not for the arrival of the Killing World, wouldn't Black's nation be the most eager to start wars? Blake met Lu Guan's gaze with a blank expression. The group continued moving forward. As they drew closer to the ancient Dian region, Lu Guan suddenly felt an intense stabbing pain in his left arm. Looking down, he discovered that around the wound, which had been corroded by the river Styx, a black creature resembling a hornet had settled. Caught off guard, Lu Guan let out a low growl of pain. This also caught the attention of the Longting Guild members. Bai Xiaocha paled in shock. Another mist poison wasp. Brother Lu, kill it fast. Their blood is poisonous, don't swat it. But her warning came too late. Slap. Lu Guan's right hand came down on his left arm, and the shadow mist poison bee was instantly smashed flat, just like any ordinary insect on Blue Star. The future guild members' interfaces simultaneously received a notification. Party member killed shadow mist poison bee, gained energy 120 points. It really was a shadow mist poison bee. Lu Guan's eyes widened as he watched a stream of black liquid ooze from the corpse. Like the waters of the river Styx, it was visibly corroding his flesh at a visible speed. Before long, a shallow black pit appeared on Lu Guan's left arm. An old wound hadn't healed, and now a new one had been added. President, let me treat you. Zhang Nianen made no hesitation, preparing to activate his innate ability. Lu Guan hurriedly stopped him. Forget it. It won't help. He felt the needle-like prickling sensation in his left arm was identical to the splash of the river Styx. Bai Xiaocha shouted a warning, the nether mist poison bees never appear alone. We must leave this place immediately. No sooner had the words left her mouth than the group heard the incessant buzzing of wings growing louder. Chapter 177, Useless Sato Takaru. The nether mist poison bees were small in size but highly venomous. And once stung, even Lu Guan's healing talent proved useless. A single sting isn't fatal. But if there were too many, who knew what might happen? Perhaps someone with exceptionally high physical stats like the little fatty could withstand a few more stings? More importantly, the energy rewards from these ghostly poisonous bees are simply too meager. Engaging them in combat is certainly not a wise choice. Behind the group, a swarm of poisonous bees closed in. From a distance, they resembled a dark cloud rapidly approaching. By visual estimate, there were easily hundreds. Their speed was too great, there was no time left. The others sprinted toward the direction of Gu Dian. Li Song, unleash the blazing storm. Lu Guan made the most decisive and appropriate judgment. Got it, boss. Watch me. Li Song wasted no time, immediately assuming a low, crouched stance. He seemed poised to become that one man who holds the pass against 10,000. He'd been seething from Bai Lu's earlier insults and needed an outlet for his fury. The arrival of this swarm of poisonous mist bees couldn't have been more timely. No one held back. Even Sato Takaru, who had finally come to his senses, dared not waste words. After all, just because Li Song and Lu Guan could handle the Shadow Mist poison bees without much risk didn't mean he shared that advantage. The most troublesome aspect of the Shadow Mist poison bees was their sheer numbers and tiny size. Only Lu Guan and Li Song's skills could effectively counter them. In the blink of an eye, the group had already covered a considerable distance. The Shadow Mist poison bees finally entered the two men's attack range. Fireball. Lu Guan unleashed his skill instantly, hurling a fiery fireball toward the swarm of poisonous bees. Boom! The blast's power instantly wiped out nearly half of the vanguard bees. In an instant, the poisonous bees rained down like a fiery storm, crackling and sizzling as they fell. Awesome, boss. Blazing storm. Li Song routinely buttered up Lu Guan. Then he unleashed his own skill. A searing tongue of flame shot forth, following the pyroblast. It scorched the swarm of poisonous bees, turning them into charred husks like fireworks ignited only to burst into a fleeting flash of light. It must be said. In this kind of situation, Blazing Storm proved more efficient than Pyroblast. With this skill combo, Li Song completely wiped out every single Shadow Mist poison bee. Damn, that felt good. If I'd known it would be this easy, why let them run? Li Song declared triumphantly. Don't get too excited just yet, there's more over there. Lu Guan's ears were still buzzing. Turning his head, he saw another group approaching from their left, even larger than the previous one. Li Song didn't hesitate, immediately preparing to unleash his skill. No problem, it's just another wave of blazing wind. Before he could finish speaking, his ears twitched as a buzzing sound echoed from another direction. He whipped his head around to see enemy forces on the right flank would reach the battlefield in 10 seconds. Li Song froze in shock. Damn it, there are so many. Boss, we seem to be surrounded by the nethermist poison bees. What should we do? Flaming Storm and Incinerate could easily dispatch these Shadow Mist poison bees. But he no longer had the White Deer's life pack to assist him. If he had to deal with this many poisonous bees at once, he'd likely be drained of both physical and mental energy within 10 minutes. What else can we do? Run! Lu Guan said, somewhat speechless. What was he waiting for? To be worn down to death by an endless swarm of poisonous bees? After all, as soon as Lu Guan finished speaking, he hurled a fireball spell, obliterating a swarm of venomous bees that had closed in. He then spun around and vanished into a phantom. Li Song watched the dense, dark cloud of bees surge toward them, his spine tingling with dread. Boss, wait for me. Meanwhile, with everyone sprinting at full speed, they finally reached the region of the Yellow Springs Ancient Dien. Along the way, they encountered two swarms of nethermist poison bees. Fortunately, those lacking speed attributes were granted an acceleration aura by Lin Wuying. The surrounding mist began to dissipate. Xiao Zhenxian saw no swarm of poisonous bees pursuing them from behind and breathed a sigh of relief before halting his pace. We shouldn't encounter any more nethermist poison bees here. Everyone, let's wait for Chairman Lu here. Xiao Zhenxian said calmly. The others naturally had no objections. The little chubby guy plopped down onto the ground. Finally safe. I'm exhausted. Truth be told, many members of the Future Guild were also panting heavily. They simply couldn't compare to the Dragon Ascension Guild, whose members underwent rigorous training daily, an advantage now evident. Lin Wuying had even kept his talent active the entire time, yet he didn't seem particularly fatigued. Bai Lu wasn't much better off than the chubby kid, so he simply plopped down beside him. Surveying the surroundings, he remarked curiously, so this is the ancient land of Huangquan? It looks just like an ancient fishing village. Indeed it was. The stone houses before them weren't perfectly aligned, but they formed a pleasingly staggered pattern. Beneath their feet lay a paved road made of smoother stones than those outside the perimeter. To the left, a small hill-like elevation rose. Partway up the slope stood a uniquely designed stone pavilion. Inside, there were even furnishings resembling tables and chairs, though significantly larger in scale. Duan Xingchen remarked with equal curiosity, it really does resemble our blue star. I wonder what the civilized races of this world look like before their destruction. No sooner had he spoken than Duan Xingchen noticed something off in Su Yuaning's eyes. Vice President, what's wrong? In truth, throughout their journey here, Su Yuanying had been glancing back intermittently. Su Haokai knew his sister best. Are you worried about the president and Li Song? Su Yuanying glanced at her brother, making no attempt to hide it. The last reward notification on the interface was from 3 minutes ago. Bro, do you think the president might be in trouble? Why hasn't he caught up yet? Su Haokai thought for a moment before offering gentle reassurance, with the president's combat prowess, he should be fine. Su Yuanying nodded, feeling slightly reassured. But just then, Sato-kan suddenly interjected. Don't forget your president is still carrying wounds corroded by the river Styx's waters. And he was stung by a poisonous mist bee too. The reason you haven't received the energy reward notification might be because he's already been taken out by those poisonous bees. That's certainly a possibility. Su Yuanying's heart instantly leapt to her throat. Everyone could tell Sato Takaru was deliberately trying to scare Su Yuanying. Of course, this outcome might also be what he was hoping for. Bai Xiaocha exploded. What the hell are you talking about? Do you think Brother Lu is as useless as you are?
Sado-kan was called useless by a girl who looked barely 18.
His expression darkened instantly. Chapter 178, Divine Martial Arena. He admitted he probably wasn't a match for Lu Guan. But he was still a stage 2, level 8 powerhouse. And the pride of the Sado clan. How could he tolerate a young girl speaking to him with such insolence? But just as he was about to erupt, Yamamoto Reina's cool voice reminded him, Mr. Sado-ken. We're here to find the Yasakani no Magatama. You'd do well to keep quiet. Sado-ken could only hold his tongue for now.
Su Haokai sighed helplessly. Don't worry, let's just wait a little longer.
What else could they do?
The mention of Lu Guan instantly cast a somber mood over the group.
The Dragon Ascension Guild fought. If something really happened to President Lu, it would be their responsibility. Bai Xiaocha felt a pang of regret. Should she have stayed behind to help Brother Lu deal with the nethermist poison bees? That way, when he was exhausted or injured, she could have healed him? Conversely, the future guild members, aside from Su Yueying, weren't particularly worried. After all, he was Lu Guan, there was no way anything could happen to him. Look, what's over there?
Suyu's voice rang out, neither loud nor soft.
Everyone's attention was instantly drawn. Following the direction of her finger.
Behind the row of stone houses built to the right of Gudian, a dark lake lay hidden. If we go by Lu's description of a small fishing village, this lake would likely serve as a fish pond.
At the lake's center stood a breathtakingly massive structure.
It was stacked in a circular pattern, resembling a multi-tiered cake. Each tier of the structure stood roughly 2 meters high. Along its edges stand vividly lifelike statues of various forms. The first tier featured 2 giants with fluid, muscular lines. Their faces are elongated, with prominent nasal bridges and cheekbones. They wore skirts likely made from animal hides. In their left hands, they clenched weapons resembling harpoons. On the second tier above them stand beast-like statues never seen before, though smaller in stature than the figures on the first tier. Yet nearly everyone bore a sharp snout and fangs, resembling ferocious beasts. They appeared to possess some degree of intelligence and were not as ferocious in temperament. On the 5th level, a 9-headed serpent reared its fangs and claws. Its 18 eyes were fixed upon the circular structure below, as if vigilantly guarding something.
Above the 9-headed serpent, on the 6th and highest level, a woman stood there. She too wore only a skirt made of animal hide, her upper body bare. Her breasts were remarkably full. Her figure was slender, and if one ignored her face, she would be undeniably sexy and alluring. Unfortunately, her facial features mirrored those of the 2 men on the first level. At least, Blue Star's aesthetic standards found it somewhat hard to accept. Black couldn't help but silently lament the disappointment. Duan Xingqian realized with a start, could this be the true appearance of the race that once existed in the Yellow Springs Rift? They covered their private parts, indicating they had developed gender awareness. This was a race possessing intelligent civilization. Luo Hongyang, Zhang Ning, and the others couldn't make heads or tails of what he meant. What connection could gender awareness possibly have with an intelligent civilization? But they knew. These structurally advanced dwellings, along with the circular structure at the lake's center, appeared remarkably civilized. Abe Xian seemed to let out a faint, hoarse sound without realizing it. His gaze remained fixed on the lake's center, lost in thought. Xiao Xinxian stepped forward and asked, Chairman Abe Gen, do you know something? Since Abe Gen's family possessed records of the Yasakani no Magatama and the Yomi Rift, it was clear he might know more than the Dragon Ascension Guild. But as expected, Abe Gen acted as if he hadn't heard Xiao Xinxian's question, ignoring it completely. Black shot Xiao Xinxian a sympathetic glance.
I'm certain this old man knows something. Too bad he's not exactly friendly. He remained firmly convinced that Abe Gen was behind the sudden appearance of the swamp macrophage in the tributary of the river Styx.
Xiao Xinxian was powerless.
His mission here was ostensibly to supervise Abe Xian, but secretly to assist Lu Guan.
He couldn't do anything to Abe Xian. Master, is that the Divine Martial Platform? Should we head there now? Sado-kan spoke in Sakura Mandarin, which the others couldn't understand. But Yamamoto Reina's expression turned startled. The Divine Martial Altar? Clearly, she didn't know what that circular structure was. Teacher, why don't I know about the Shinbutsu Dan?
Abe Gen's gaze finally lifted from the center of the lake.
You don't need to know. Let's go. Sado-kan gave Yamamoto Reina a gentle look. Miss Reina, I'll explain this matter to you later. Yamamoto Reina remained silent.
The 3 were about to depart. Lin Wuying shouted at the sight, Halt!
Where do you think you're going?
Sado-kan replied matter-of-factly, Naturally, we're going to do what we want to do. Lin Wuying retorted indignantly, We're still waiting for Chairman Lu here.
Who gave you permission to act on your own? Sado-kan snorted lightly, Wait for Lu Guan? That's your problem. If he really is dead, are we just going to sit around here twiddling our thumbs? Xiao Xinxian frowned.
They're just some ghost mist poison bees. I'm sure Chairman Lu will catch up with us soon.
We'd better wait a little longer. Besides, Chairman Abe Shin, you know we'll be safer with Chairman Lu here. Sato-kan immediately sneered with contempt. Safety? Doesn't Lu Guan have the talent to teleport? If he's truly still alive, shouldn't he have caught up by now? We don't have time to waste here. Obviously. Sato-kan was secretly hoping Lu Guan was truly dead. And without Lu Guan, his and the master's next move should go much smoother. Team Leader Chiu, our future guild will wait here for the guild leader. You go ahead with them. Once the president arrives, we'll catch up. Seeing the stalemate between the two sides, Su Yuaning proposed a compromise. There was no other choice. The three from Dark Cherry Guild seemed to be deliberately trying to antagonize them. Xiao Shinshin could only say, be careful, then. If you run into any trouble, message me immediately. Su Yueying nodded in agreement. Just then, two figures rushed into view, their movements slightly hurried. It was Lu Guan and Li Song. Boss, we finally shook them off. What bull about ghost mist poison bees? They're just freeloaders. Li Song was exhausted from chasing Lu Guan, panting heavily as he complained. Lu Guan, however, remained remarkably calm. After all, he hadn't exerted himself much to match Li Song's pace. As long as those damn shadow mist poison bees weren't following us. Su Yueming spotted the two immediately, his eyes lighting up. No need to wait, the guild leader and the others have caught up. The members of the future guild also felt a surge of joy upon seeing this. Only Abe Gen and Sato-kan looked as if they'd swallowed a fly. Chapter 179, The Water Source of the Yellow Springs Rift. President. How are you? Are you alright? Why did it take you so long to arrive? Su Yueying rushed out over 10 meters and threw herself at Lu Guan. This time, she dared not handle him roughly, afraid of accidentally touching any of his wounds. Fortunately, Lu Guan appeared unharmed on the surface. I'm fine. How about you? Did you encounter any other ghost mist poison bees? Lu Guan offered a reassuring remark before turning the question back. Su Yueying shook her head. Thankfully, President, you drew most of the shadow mist poison bees' attention. We're all safe. Only then did she remember Li Song. What about you? Are you okay? Li Song swirled his tongue around his mouth, licking the row of teeth that had been corroded by acid. I'm fine. Those ghost mist poison bees were all drawn to the boss. How could anything happen to me? Thanks for your concern, sis-in-law. Su Yuaning realized her earlier words were a bit off and shot Li Song a disapproving look. Lu Guan asked, while I was away, did Abe Gen and Sato-kan get up to anything? Lu Guan had long suspected Abe Gen's motives for entering the Yellow Springs Rift were far from simple. He was wary of Abe Gen, and Abe Gen seemed equally wary of him. Now that they'd reached the third sector, they'd likely start revealing their true intentions. Especially while he was away. Sure enough. Su Yueying briefly recounted the recent events to Lu Guan. Finally, she pointed toward the Divine Martial Altar. Right there. I feel like Abe Gen knows something. But he exchanged a few words with Sato-kan all in Sakura Mandarin which I couldn't understand. Both men turned their gaze toward the very center of Blackwater Lake. That Divine Martial Altar. Lu Guan's gaze sharpened. Could this be the source of the chaotic energy Black sensed? This structure seemed far from simple. Li Song, however, couldn't fathom such depths. He whistled in admiration. That woman up there has a killer figure. Too bad her face is a bit lacking. Su Yueying narrowed her eyes and said meaningfully, Li Song, how old are you this year? Li Song was baffled. Was this really the time to ask that? 25. Why? Su Yuaning nodded. Nothing. Li Song was completely baffled. Sis, what exactly are you trying to say? Su Yueying ignored him. Chairman, let's go. We should join the others. Earlier, Su Yueying had been too impatient, but everyone had been considerate enough not to come over and disturb them. Now, seeing Lu Guan and Li Song approach, they exchanged brief greetings. We just found out. The reason for the delay was that Lu Guan feared drawing the swarm of poisonous ghost mist bees toward the group. Black stepped forward, enthusiastically praising, my good friend, I think you're truly reliable. Some people still firmly believe you're dead. I truly feel sorry for you. Though Black didn't name names, everyone knew exactly who he was referring to. The group turned their disdainful gazes towards Sato Takaru. Those stares felt like sharp little knives, stabbing Sato Takaru's entire face until it ached. Humph, still alive? What a lucky bastard. But who knows if his luck will hold out this time. Of course. He dared not voice these thoughts aloud, only muttering them silently. Lu Guan didn't even spare him a glance. Just a clown. But if Sato-kan truly posed a threat, Lu Guan wouldn't hesitate to act. After all, while the Dragon Nation's reputation mattered, he and his guild members mattered more. Lu Guan, I'm so relieved you're okay. Yamamoto Reina seemed to hesitate before speaking. Relieved Lu Guan was unharmed? Sato Takaru felt his heart clench again. Lu Guan could indeed see a trace of relief in Yamamoto Reina's gaze. But that only made it even stranger. Wasn't this cool, reserved girl from the land of cherry blossoms paying a bit too much attention to him? Lu Guan suddenly recalled Su Yueying's warning from yesterday. Yamamoto Reina is definitely not normal. Thank you. Lu Guan offered a distant, polite thank you, while silently guarding himself. Yamamoto Reina, of course, had no idea that in this brief moment, Lu Guan's thoughts had already twisted and turned 100 times over. The teacher said the Yasukani no Magatama should be at the Shinbutsu altar over there. Should we proceed there now? Yamamoto Reina nodded slightly and asked. The Divine Martial Altar? Lu Guan looked toward the massive circular structure. That name sounds unfamiliar. Black suddenly spoke up. Friend, I sense something's not quite right about that thing. So the chaotic energy is indeed coming from that Divine Martial Altar? Lu Guan inquired. What have you sensed? Black nodded. I told you. I just want to remind everyone to be cautious. Lu Guan fell silent. Then let's go. Everyone knows to be cautious. But no matter how dangerous it gets, we still have to explore. Otherwise, what's the point of us all coming here? Soon. The group arrived at the edge of Blackwater Lake. As they drew nearer to the Divine Martial Altar, they discovered this structure held many peculiarities. Li Song exclaimed in astonishment, Holy! Boss, look! That Divine Martial Altar is actually submerged beneath the water. Luo Hongyang marveled, what immense power must be required to support such a massive structure? Xiaoxinshan sighed, when our Dragon Ascension Guild explored this realm before, we never found this Divine Martial Altar. Now it seems that even if the 8-foot Magatama isn't here, the Divine Martial Altar must hold other items of extremely high grade. Suyu calmly asked, but how do we get over there? This lake water looks almost identical to the waters of the river Styx? Li Song frowned, displeased, what's going on with this Yellow Springs Rift realm? Why isn't there a single drop of clean water? Bai Xiaocha attempted to explain, the water sources here are likely contaminated by tributaries of the river Styx, right? But shouldn't the Abe family know more about this? All eyes turned to Abe Gen. Yet they all silently shook their heads inwardly. That old man had a dead man's face, he wouldn't even pass gas unless absolutely necessary. Asking him was like asking a dog. At least a dog would tell you, woof. But the most pressing matter at hand was certainly not debating dogs versus Abe Gen. The crucial question remained, how to ascend the Divine Martial platform. Lu Guan scanned the surroundings. To his disappointment, he found nothing around him, just rocks and sand that could float on the water's surface. Su Yueying pondered for a moment, then gritted her teeth and said, President, let me handle it. Chapter 180, Ascending the Divine Martial Platform. The Black Lake's surface remained utterly still. Yet it exuded an ominous aura reminiscent of a tributary of the river Styx. The lake was vast. From the shore to the Divine Martial Platform, it appeared to be at least a dozen meters away. The first person who came to mind for everyone was actually Su Yueying. But they knew. Freezing that branch of the river Styx had nearly drained Su Yueying of all her strength and energy. This lake was far larger, how could she possibly endure it? Lu Guan immediately refused, impossible. Using the tidal heart drains your psychic energy too heavily. Even with constant healing energy support, it would be difficult to freeze a sufficiently long stretch of ice in one go. And it would require constant reinforcement afterward. The healing talent is certainly effective for restoring physical strength and treating injuries. But its effectiveness on mental energy is severely diminished. This is precisely why, during the intensive leveling sprint, no matter how hard Jiang Nianen tried to heal everyone, they still needed to rest and sleep in the small cabin. Su Yueying was actually completely uncertain. But aside from taking matters into her own hands, what other solution could she possibly come up with? Bai Lu spoke up then, I think we can try it first. The vice president can't do it alone. I can form a life contract with her. Everyone's eyes lit up at the news. Right. Now, Bai Lu's expansion bottle, which comes with its own health bar, has almost become Li Song's personal choice. Everyone had momentarily forgotten this solution. Though it felt uncertain whether adding another white deer could guarantee safety. After all, the ice surface requiring freezing had not only increased in length but also needed greater thickness to ensure safety. But at least this plan was worth a shot. Nianen, how are you holding up? Lu Guan turned to ask. Zhang Nianen understood why the president was asking. I'm mostly recovered now. I'll do my best to hold out. Bai Xiaochai chimed in, Brother Lu, did you forget I'm also gifted in healing? I can help too. Su Yu chimed in, count me in too. With 3 healing-type talents stacking their recovery efforts, their chances of success would certainly improve significantly. Just as Lu Guan was about to speak, Black pointed at Sato Ken. Friend, you seem to have forgotten someone. That guy's a C rank. Aren't we here for their sake anyway? Sato Ken knew they needed his help now, and a smug look spread across his face. His expression clearly said, exactly. I'm the only one in peak condition right now. If you ask nicely, I might just agree. Little did he know that Lu Guan merely glanced at him and retorted sarcastically, Mr. Sato Ken? He should save his stamina for emergencies to heal himself. The words cut deep, but they were undeniably true. Who could blame Sato Takaru for being so weak? Sato Takaru's face darkened instantly. Besides, Lu Guan had never claimed he entered the Yomi Rift for the Dark Cherry Guild. He was after the Yasukani no Magatama. Vice President, I'm activating my innate ability. Bai Lu wasted no words. Seeing Su Yueying ready, he immediately sealed the life contract. Truth be told, Su Yueying still harbored some lingering unease toward Bai Lu. But she had to suppress her inner resistance. Business came first. Su Yueying retrieved the title heart from her storage space. She activated her water-controlling energy. A powerful surge of water elemental energy poured ceaselessly into the Blackwater Lake. Empowered by the life contract, the title heart unleashed even more surging energy. Soon, a thin layer of ice formed on the lake's surface, rapidly spreading toward the massive structure at its center. Nyenin, Bai Xiucha, so you activate your healing talents. Lu Guan commanded softly. 2 healing auras, combined with Bai Xiucha's healing blue light, enveloped both Bai Lu and Su Yuaning. It took only about 5 minutes. A layer of ice nearly a meter wide had formed on the surface of Blackwater Lake. It appeared to have sufficient load-bearing capacity. Another 5 minutes passed, and the ice visibly thickened to a respectable depth. In truth, Lu Guan had overlooked one crucial detail. The waters of the river Styx were constantly flowing, making it much harder for the surface to freeze solid. But the lake water was different. Both women were now drenched in sweat. Vice President, Sister Bai Lu, just hold on a little longer, we're almost there. Su Yuaning managed to say with effort. Though she felt it was slightly easier than she'd anticipated. This level of exertion felt like doing a plank bridge for an ordinary person. It was truly unbearable. Fortunately, another 5 minutes passed. The 1-meter-wide ice layer on the Blackwater Lake surface had finally thickened to nearly double the depth of the river Styx's waters. It was now sturdy enough to safely support 2 people standing on it simultaneously. Su Yueying finally withdrew the title heart. The white deer instantly felt as if a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted from its body. Don? Vice President, we've finally succeeded. She plopped down onto the ground, gasping for breath. Su Yueying's gaze was also somewhat unfocused. That should be enough now. Lu Guan supported Su Yuaning's arm and asked with concern, how are you? Are you okay? Hearing his concern, Su Yueying felt half her energy instantly restored. I'm fine, President. She managed a faint smile. President, I'm exhausted too. Why aren't you showing me any concern? Bai Lu's equally melancholy voice drifted from behind them. Lu Guan turned around and said, you've worked hard. Bai Lu immediately broke into a wide grin, like a child rewarded with candy. Lu Guan was somewhat speechless. It seemed praise truly was the best stimulant. Of course, it all depended on who was doing the praising. Now that the ice layer is laid, let's hurry across. The ice should hold the weight of 2 people just fine. Lu Guan surveyed the group as he spoke. The ice on Blackwater Lake won't melt easily, but the longer we delay, the more dangerous it becomes. And given Su Yueying's current state, she likely has no energy left to reinforce the ice. Black stepped forward first, testing the ice with his foot. It's fine. Hopefully, there won't be any more unexpected surprises like the mud swamp macrophage this time. As he spoke, his gaze fixed squarely on Abe Zhen, the implication clear. Abe Xian remained as still as a stone, his expression unreadable. Team leader, I'll test it out. Lei Zhen turned to Qiu Zhenxian and said. But upon seeing his massive frame, Blake immediately refused. Oh no, I'd prefer to have a beautiful lady standing beside me on the ice. Lei Zhen felt a bit displeased. What's the matter? You don't think I'm good enough? Clearly, Black's disdain for Lei Zhen was undeniable. But his main goal was to find someone lighter. Suyu stepped forward helplessly. Should I team up with Chairman Black instead? Qiu Zhenxian nodded. Be careful. Suyu murmured a quiet okay and wasted no further words. Sure enough, the ice held both their weights without issue. After Black and Suyu crossed safely, it was the turn of the Dragon Ascension Guild and future guild members. Finally, only Lu Guan and Abe Zhen remained on the shore. Lu Guan gave Abe Xian a cold glance. Shall we go too? Chapter 181, The Giant Stone Statue. The two stepped directly onto the ice. Su Yueying's venomous gaze had been fixed on Abe Zhen's every move. Should Abe Zhen exhibit any unusual behavior, she would immediately alert the president. But this time, Abe Zhen showed no unusual behavior, even retracting his ink blade into his storage space. Soon, both of them successfully leaped onto the Divine Martial platform. President, what do you think? Nothing strange, right? Su Yuning still felt uneasy and asked one more question. Lu Guan shook his head. He truly hadn't noticed Abe Zhen making any strange moves. Upon reaching the Divine Martial platform, the group realized the first tier was far more spacious than it had appeared from afar. The ground material was clearly the same large stones used in the buildings. Only it had been polished to a smoother, flatter finish. To the left front stood the 2 colossal stone statues, each nearly 3 meters tall. They stood like eternal guardians, wielding weapons resembling harpoons. The group approached the stone guardians directly. Lu Guan examined them closely and noticed the weapons gleamed with a metallic sheen. These 2 weapons appeared far more refined than those wielded by the skeleton warriors. Remarkably, despite the passage of time, they showed no signs of weathering or corrosion. Bai Xiaocha chimed in from behind Lu Guan. Our Dragon Ascension Guild also has some weapons that incorporate metal materials obtained from the realm of carnage. Both their toughness and resilience have increased exponentially. Li Song's eyes lit up at the suggestion. If that's the case, boss, should we take these weapons from the stone statues? They'd definitely be worth a fortune. The same thought crossed the minds of Little Fatty and Luo Hongyang. They just hadn't voiced it. Currently, Blue Star still possesses some materials and ready-made weapons brought back from the Killing World. Materials were slightly cheaper. Common ones would fetch around $1 million or $2 million each. After all, Blue Star's understanding of these materials' properties was still limited. For instance, many samples that appear metallic cannot be melted even at temperatures exceeding 2000 degrees Celsius. This scarcity makes ready-made weapons even more valuable. But Black cautioned with a touch of gravity, I advise you not to proceed. For I sense these two stone statues radiating increasingly potent energy. Everyone was puzzled. Energy is something all gifted individuals can sense. Could it be that Black, who possesses the perception talent, also has some special physical constitution? Perhaps that was indeed the case. The moment Black finished speaking, Lu Guan suddenly let out a muffled groan. The sound was faint, yet it instantly drew everyone's attention. Lu Guan swiftly raised his left arm to examine the two wound sites, dark as black holes. Chairman, what's wrong? Su Yuaning asked urgently. Lu Guan frowned. Just now, he felt a sudden, intense stinging pain in the wounds. It felt as though the energy preventing the wounds from healing had stirred. At the same time, a sense of foreboding rose within Lu Guan. It's nothing, just a sudden twinge of pain. It's best not to mess with things around here. Let's head straight to the top level of the Divine Martial Altar. With that, he stepped forward first, preparing to walk between the two stone statues. Yamamoto Reina glanced at Abe Gen. Sensei, will the Yasukani no Magatama be up there? Abe Gen offered no reply. At that moment, Black shouted loudly, Stop, Lu Guan! Lu Guan, who had just positioned himself between the two stone statues, instinctively halted his steps upon hearing the command. He hadn't yet grasped why Black had called out to him. Suddenly, a clicking sound echoed in his ears. Lu Guan's heart sank instantly. The sound clearly emanated from the two stone statues. Immediately afterward, the ground beneath everyone's feet began to tremble. The clicking grew as dense as rain. Li Song glanced down and was instantly horrified. Damn it, this is bad. The ground is cracking, it looks like it's about to collapse. I haven't even taken their weapons yet, I just said one thing. They wouldn't do that, would they? Bai Lu scolded impatiently, Shut your mouth, you jinx. She knew full well this had absolutely nothing to do with anything Li Song had said. But the others hadn't done anything. Why did the Divine Martial platform suddenly turn like this? If the ground truly collapsed, with so many people on the platform, they'd all plunge into the Blackwater Lake, not a single one would survive. Fortunately, as the ground tremors intensified, the once level surface merely cracked, showing no signs of collapsing. Yamamoto Reina swayed with the tremors, her face turning pale. Teacher, what should we do? She glanced at Abe Gen beside her, who maintained an unflappable composure. Miss Reina, there's no need to worry. The Shinbutsu altar won't collapse. You just need to prepare for battle. Abe Gen didn't respond. Instead, Sato-kan offered gentle reassurance. Seeing his resolute expression, Yamamoto Reina remained skeptical. Crash! Suddenly, the cracks in the ground widened. Before anyone could react to what was happening, from the black lake beneath the fissure, a dozen giant stone statues slowly emerged. Their appearance and size were nearly identical to the two earlier ones. How is this possible? These statues emerged from the water, yet show no signs of corrosion whatsoever. Su Haokai exclaimed in shock. It seemed the material these statues were made of was definitely no ordinary substance. On guard. Xiao Xinxian keenly sensed the oppressive aura emanating from the statues. All members of the Dragon Ascension Guild fell silent upon hearing this. Almost the moment Xiao Xinxian's voice fell. Whoosh! Deep within the hollow, rough eye sockets of the two giant stone statues bearing massive harpoons which had previously seemed like haphazardly carved cavities, 2 points of green light suddenly ignited. Soul flames. They're alive. They've come to life. Bai Xiaocha pointed at the statues, her voice breaking in shock. There was no time for anyone to react. Roar! A deep, thunderous roar exploded in everyone's ears. The giant stone statue on the left suddenly sprang into motion with a swiftness utterly incongruous with its massive form. Its massive stone foot slammed down on the ground. The entire first level of the Divine Martial Altar trembled. The massive harpoon in his hand, gleaming with a sinister, icy light, sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, transforming into a black bolt of death. Its target locked onto the two closest figures. None other than the chubby kid and Jiang Yenin. Before the harpoon even reached them, the terrifying gust of wind already pressed down on them, making it hard to breathe. The chubby kid's pupils suddenly contracted. Physical enhancement. His reflexes were quick, he roared and activated his innate ability. But no matter how powerful his physical attributes were, how could they possibly match the might of a weapon? As the harpoon closed in, everyone heard a wet thud. Chapter 182: The Power of the Gravity Divine Formula. The incident unfolded too suddenly. No one anticipated the giant stone statue's movements would be so swift. Not only the Dragon Ascension Guild present, but even Abe-Jan on the other side caught completely off guard, his face splattered with blood. The massive metal harpoon struck with overwhelming force. It pierced through the little chubby's abdomen and emerged cleanly from his back. Propelled by the force, the little chubby guy was sent flying backward. He crashed into Jiang Nianen behind him. Thud! Thud! Both men crashed to the ground. Jiang Nianen landed farther away than the chubby kid, but he didn't sustain any serious injuries. That was all thanks to his layer of fat. Put! The chubby kid coughed up a mouthful of blood. Fatso! Li Song cried out in alarm, but it was already too late to help. Damn it! Li Song could only curse under his breath. His fire control talent activated instantly. A fireball the size of a watermelon, trailing scorching heat waves, roared toward the giant stone statue on the left. Luo Hongyang didn't hesitate either. Though his bond with the chubby kid wasn't deep, witnessing his teammate pierced through ignited his fighting spirit. Power boost. Luo Hongyang clenched his fists and charged toward the statue like a cannonball. Yet they failed to consider. A material that couldn't even be corroded by the Blackwater Lake, how could it possibly be shattered by him so easily? Li Song's fireball struck the statue's chest first. Sparks flew everywhere. Yet it left only a scorched mark, failing to budge the colossal statue even an inch. Luo Hongyang followed immediately, slamming a full-force punch into the statue's thigh. Thud! The recoil sent a numbing shock through his arm, sending him staggering back several steps. The statue remained utterly unmoved. Only the eerie green soul flames flickering within its hollow eye sockets seemed to flicker, carrying a hint of mockery. What material was this statue carved from? Duan Xingchen exclaimed in astonishment. But the Yellow Springs Rift realm had only recently been discovered. How could anyone possibly answer his question? After careful observation, Lu Guan formed a preliminary judgment. The exact combat prowess of the giant statue remained unknown. But its speed and strength attributes are at least late-stage tier 2. Roar! At that moment, another statue on the right awoke. As if it had been waiting for this moment for ages, the statue, now possessing its soul flame, immediately raised its massive stone foot. With the force of wind and thunder, it stomped down fiercely toward Lu Guan, who stood closest. Dodge! Having witnessed the stone giant's formidable hardness, Lu Guan dared not take it lightly and chose to dodge. But the moment his figure flickered to the other side, the giant statue on the left swung its harpoon straight at him. Lu Guan suddenly felt a pang of curiosity. His bone shadow blade had originally come from the world of slaughter. Later, tempered by the energy turbulence, it had become the void blade. Compared to the giant stone statue's harpoon, which would prove superior? President, be careful. Su Yueying watched as Lu Guan stood frozen, staring at the harpoon hurtling toward him, seemingly too stunned to dodge. Her heart raced as she shouted the warning. But her warning came too late. Before her words had even faded, the harpoon had already struck Lu Guan's chest. Heart! This was no mere stab through the belly like the little chubby had suffered. At most, he felt intense pain. At that moment, Bai Xiaocha had already cast her healing talent, and the little chubby boy's wound was beginning to mend. But if Lu Guan's heart were pierced, he'd likely die within seconds without treatment. Fortunately, a crimson glow flashed. The void blade materialized in his hand from his storage space. Lu Guan swung it down with all his might. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. The immense recoil from the void blade sent Lu Guan staggering back several steps. This scene startled not only Lu Guan. The entire future guild was stunned. The void blade, which had always been unstoppable in the hands of their leader, had failed to sever the harpoon. Of course, the harpoon itself had also failed to inflict any damage on the void blade. The giant stone statue on the right, having just lifted its foot to miss striking Lu Guan, swiftly shifted its target to Uncle Lin standing before it. Wielding the identical harpoon, it lunged forward. Uncle Lin, get out of the way. Blood rage piercing rainbow. Su Haokai reacted with lightning speed. The blood rage crossbow snapped up, firing an energy bolt with a faint crimson glow in haste. It struck the giant stone statue's right hand with precision. A clang of metal echoed once more. The statue's giant fort plunged into the ground, failing to strike Uncle Lin. Instead, a small fragment of rock broke off from its own arm. Thank you, young master. Though Su Haokai had repeatedly stated he was no longer a young master, Uncle Lin couldn't shake the title he'd used for over 20 years. Gradually, Su Haokai grew too weary to correct him. Flash attack. Seizing the moment as the giant statue pulled its harpoon, Lu Guan seized the moment and activated his skill. He suddenly teleported above the colossal stone statue and brought down a void blade strike. But the giant statue's reflexes were astonishingly swift. It raised its arms to block. Clang! The void blade, infused with spatial energy, failed to sever the colossus's arm cleanly. It merely left a gash slightly deeper than Bloodridge's rainbow slash. Damn it, boss. So close. Li Song exclaimed regretfully. Yes. Just a little bit more. Lu Guan had intended to strike the soul flames in the giant stone statue's eyes. But the colossal stone statue blocked it. Their speed attribute was simply too high, no one except the guild leader could hit their soul flames. Su Haokai had already tried and had to admit it with a sigh. At that moment, Yamamoto Reina remembered something. High speed attribute? Lu Guanjuan, activate the gravity divine formula. Had no one reminded him, Lu Guanjuan would have forgotten the guild storage space held such a high-level item. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Right. The gravity divine formula is a divine artifact that can alter gravitational fields. Applying sufficient gravity to the giant stone statues would slow their movements. The thought struck Lu Guan, and without hesitation, he decided to test the divine tablet's power. He retrieved the gravity divine formula and immediately channeled its energy. A sensation all too familiar to the future guild members instantly filled the air. Especially for Li Song. Even now, whenever he sensed gravity-related changes, his body would involuntarily trigger a stress response. The primary manifestation was phantom pain throughout his entire body. Fortunately, the gravity did not affect the others. Only the giant stone statue's movements slowed visibly. With every movement they made, the carved stone body emitted a dull, creaking sound. Su Haokai. Lu Guan turned and bellowed. Su Haokai snapped to attention, knowing his turn had come. Blood rage piercing rainbow. 2 crimson energy arrows, accompanied by the whistling of breaking air, shot forth with 2 sharp whizzes. Their targets were the soul flames within the eyes of the giant stone statue to the right. The giant stone statue attempted to swing its weapon to block. But under the sudden, several-fold increase in gravity, its movements were ultimately a split second too slow. Thud. Thud. The energy arrows pierced directly into the eye sockets, extinguishing the soul flames in an instant. Chapter 183, President Abe Xian, go for it. Success came so easily? Seeing this, everyone's hearts leapt with joy. It must be said the power of high-grade items is truly formidable. An enemy that even President Lu couldn't handle in a short time was effortlessly dealt with by the gravity divine formula. The giant stone statue's movements abruptly froze, its massive form resembling a puppet whose strings had been cut. Its spear-wielding posture froze for an instant, followed by a bone-chilling crackling sound emanating from the rocks composing its massive frame. Cracks spread like spider webs from its head across its entire body. Crash! A deafening roar echoed as the colossal stone statue collapsed, crashing like millennia-weathered rubble onto the hardened ground of the divine martial platform's first tier. Nice! Li Song shouted excitedly. Lu Guan immediately activated the gravity divine formula once more. Su Haokai repeated his tactic, effortlessly dispatching the second giant stone statue. But at that very moment, whoosh! A series of sounds resembling burning flames suddenly erupted. Everyone's scalps prickled. Oh no, the statues at the bottom of the lake are about to awaken too. Xiao Zhenxian felt utterly overwhelmed. 1 or 2 might be manageable, but facing over a dozen such powerful opponents? How could they possibly fight them? Everyone, spread out. Xiao Zhenxian didn't wait for the soul flames in the giant stone statue's eye sockets to fully ignite. He made his decision instantly. The Dragon Ascension Guild was well trained in daily drills, and their mobility was exceptional in this critical moment. At his command, they reacted swiftly. Over a dozen giant stone statues moved almost simultaneously, each fixing their murderous gaze upon the nearest target. Fortunately, they carried no weapons, relying solely on their fists and feet to attack the crowd. The gravity divine formula consumed immense amounts of spiritual energy. Even Lu Guan couldn't cover all the stone giants. Seizing the moment, Su Haokai swiftly eliminated 2 stone giants. At that moment, a dark shadow flashed before Lu Guan's eyes. Who was that? Lu Guan's heart skipped a beat. He could tell that the speed attribute of that figure was nearly on par with his own. Lu Guan had a rough grasp of everyone's level present, including Black's. The only one he didn't know was Abe Xian. Glancing toward where Abe Xian had been standing moments ago, sure enough, Abe Xian was gone. Hearing Lu Guan's words, several nearby individuals glanced around. Luo Hongyang shouted, "Chairman, he's over there." There stood Abe Xian, blade in hand, having already scaled the second tier of the divine martial platform. He intended to seize the 8-foot Magatama while the giant stone statue held everyone else back? Lu Guan would never let him succeed. Luo Hongyang, the gravity divine formula is yours. Team up with Su Haokai to deal with these giant stone statues. Luo Hongyang understood the urgency of the situation. President, rest assured. Lu Guan nodded, then immediately activated his teleportation talent. Second level of the divine martial platform. Unlike the open space of the first level, this platform was significantly smaller in area. At that moment, Abe Xian was battling 2 monstrous stone statues shaped like ferocious wolves. Holding his ink blades in both hands, he swung them with blinding speed, each strike aimed squarely at the soul flames burning within the stone wolf's eyes. The combat prowess of the giant wolf statues was noticeably superior to that of the giant statues. Their primary attacks involved lunging with their front paws and tearing with their massive jaws. Lu Guan noticed a faint golden glow emanating from Abe Gen's body. Could this be his innate talent, Divine General Armament?
The golden light radiated energy fluctuations that amplified his strength.
The only question was, how much of a boost did it provide? Unfortunately, Lu Guan still didn't know what Abe Gen's original 4-dimensional attributes were. HM? Abe Gen suddenly uttered a soft, questioning sound.
He turned his head, his gaze fixed on Lu Guan, a hint of surprise evident in his eyes. Lu Guan met Abe Xian's gaze and offered him a smile.
Chairman Abe Gen, do your best. Hearing this, Abe Gen's brow furrowed and his mouth twitched twice. Though no sound escaped his lips, his mouth formed the words, Baka? Clearly, he was getting impatient. Just as Abe Gen's attention wavered, the colossal wolf statue to his right brought down a claw toward his head.
Feeling the vicious wind, Abe Gen had no choice but to abandon his focus on Lu Guan.
He swiftly raised his ink blade to block the blow overhead.
The hard stone statue collided with the ink blade, producing a clang of metal against metal. Instead of bracing against the downward force of the stone wolf, Abe Gen bent his knees and executed a backward roll on the spot. This was pure combat technique.
Lu Guan's eyes lit up.
It seemed this Abe Gen possessed some combat skills after all. Having gauged Abe Gen's capabilities, Lu Guan saw no reason to linger.
What if Abe Gen lured the giant wolf statue over to his side later? Shift. Lu Guan murmured softly, activating his innate ability.
The third level of the Divine Martial platform was considerably smaller than the second level.
The moment Lu Guan's figure materialized,
the eyes of the two beast-shaped stone statues guarding the first level instantly ignited. Their appearance resembled cheetahs from Blue Star, though their stone bodies were a dull gray. Perhaps Black Panthers would be a more fitting description. Compared to the previous two levels, the Black Panther statues were considerably smaller in stature. The instant Lu Guan materialized, one of them shot forward like a black bolt of lightning, appearing before him.
Roar!
The Black Panther statue roared furiously,
as if rebuking him, this insolent intruder.
Immediately, it swung its forepaw, bearing sharp claws, and lashed out at Lu Guan's chest.
Whoosh!
The Black Panther statue's movement cut through the air with a piercing whistle.
Whoosh!
Lu Guan never imagined this creature could move so fast. He had planned to use his teleportation talent to ascend directly to the highest tier of the Divine Martial platform.
Who knew he'd encounter this situation? He finally understood why Abe Xian's speed had left him stranded on the second tier. But it wasn't too late yet. Lu Guan held the void blade horizontally across his chest.
A clanging sound exploded beside his ear.
Using the momentum, Lu Guan stepped back several paces. The Black Panther statue showed no intention of letting him go.
Its front paws struck the ground, and in the next instant, it closed in. The Black Panther statue opened its massive jaws, lunging toward Lu Guan's head. If it actually bit him this time, Lu Guan wouldn't even have a chance to heal.
Dodge! Lu Guan wasn't about to stand there like a fool.
With a flash of teleportation, he appeared on the fourth step of the Divine Martial platform. But what Lu Guan hadn't anticipated was this. Just as he was about to ascend to the fourth level, another Black Panther statue suddenly lunged down from above.
Lu Guan was utterly speechless. The Black Panther statue's speed wasn't just fast. It was downright insane.
Judging by this, their speed attributes must at least rival those of third-tier talent users. It was even slightly faster than his own speed attribute, enhanced by the Void Blade. It seemed he had no choice but to take out these two Black Panther stone statues first. Otherwise, even if he made it to the fourth layer, they'd still hold him back. Chapter 184, The Black Panther Stone Statue with a zero-frame start.
Whoosh!
The Black Panther statue's stone claws ripped through the air.
With suffocating pressure, they slammed toward Lu Guan's face.
The hollow eye sockets burned with eerie green soul flames, coldly locking onto his skull.
If he didn't dodge this strike, Lu Guan was certain his skull would be crushed. Too fast.
Lu Guan could only activate his phantom talent, evading at an even greater speed. He finally understood why the Black Panther statue wasn't as massive as the ones on the previous two floors. The Black Panther statue's defining trait was pure, raw speed.
This made it even more intimidating.
Lu Guan knew he couldn't keep taking hits passively. Seizing the moment when another Black Panther statue charged toward him, he launched a preemptive strike.
Blitz! The next second,
he materialized before the Black Panther statue. The Void Blade's edge pointed directly at the soul flame in the opponent's eyes. The Black Panther statue's zero-frame startup. It raised its paw to block the strike head-on.
Clang!
The recoil from the Void Blade sent a numbing shock through Lu Guan's entire arm. Lu Guan had mentally prepared for this outcome. But the Black Panther statue's reaction still exceeded his expectations.
It actually used its claw to catch the tip of his blade?
This felt somewhat insulting.
Lu Guan felt a headache coming on.
These two Black Panther statues possessed inhuman speed and unnaturally hard bodies, and the gravity divine formula had been given to Luo Hongyang. How on earth was he supposed to fight this battle?
Though with just the two of them, as long as he remained cautious, they couldn't harm him.
But they couldn't just keep dragging this out forever, could they? Was he really forced to wait until everyone from the first level caught up?
Lu Guan grappled with the two Black Panther statues while contemplating a strategy. Just then, he sensed two piercing gazes fixed upon him. Seizing a moment, he turned his head. There stood Abe Gen and Sadokan, master and disciple, observing him from the sidelines. Lu Guan froze in surprise. What was going on? Had Abe Gen already taken out the stone statue on the second level? Why was Sadokan standing there too? Had he skipped the first level and gone straight to the second? Or were all the others fighting on the second floor, while just the two of them were cutting corners? Master, these two stone statues look tough to handle. I wonder if Chairman Lu can handle them. Sado Takaru's tone carried a distinct note of schadenfreude. But then came Abe Gen's raspy snort, like sandpaper scraping against bone. Chairman Lu, hang in there. Lu Guan froze for a moment. He narrowly avoided being struck by the Black Panther statue, whose speed attribute was extremely high. Is this old man losing his mind? He rarely speaks, maybe once every 800 years. And this was his way of getting back at me. And those two Japanese people definitely said that in dragon language on purpose. Lu Guanxin's thoughts raced. Suddenly, he shouted softly, "Shuttle." The next moment, he flashed right in front of Sadokan. Their faces nearly touched, and Sadokan flinched in shock. He hadn't even processed what had happened. Shuttling. The figure that had suddenly appeared before his eyes vanished just as abruptly. Immediately after, a shadow loomed overhead. Sado Takaru looked up just in time to see two black bolts of lightning streaking toward him. He was utterly horrified. Meanwhile, after Lu Guan had lured the two Black Panther statues towards Sado Takaru, he instantly executed a teleportation combined with an illusion, vanishing from his original position. In the blink of an eye, he ascended to the fourth level of the Divine Martial platform. That's right. This was the simplest escape plan Lu Guan could devise. Abe Gen's speed was comparable to his own, making it unlikely he could successfully lure the Black Panther statues away. But once Sadokan was entangled, he wouldn't be able to escape. Lu Guan. Lu Guan faintly heard a sharp rebuke from behind. Immediately after. Ugh! Sado Takaru let out a cry of pain. Clearly, he had been struck by the Black Panther statue. Chairman Lu, impressive technique. Behind him, Abe Gen's hoarse voice suddenly offered praise. But the tone was far from friendly. They're really hot on our heels. Lu Guan felt not the slightest surprise. Wasn't this all deliberately arranged by Chairman Abe Xian? Standing at the edge of the fourth tier of the Divine Martial platform, Lu Guan slowly turned around, meeting Abe Gen's gaze with a contemptuous smile. The moment he conceived this escape plan, Lu Guan suddenly understood why Sadokan had appeared on the third level. He had been specifically summoned by Abe Gen. The purpose was to lure the stone statue on the third level, thereby aiding his own escape. Of course. Even if Lu Guan's guess was correct, Abe Gen would never admit it. So he remained silent. Lu Guan's gaze sharpened, a meaningful expression crossing his face. Chairman Abe Xian, aren't you worried your disciples might perish at the hands of those two stone statues? The answer was obvious. Even he wasn't entirely confident he could defeat the Black Panther statue. How long could Sado Takashi possibly hold out? The fourth level of the Divine Martial Altar held no stone guardians. As far as the eye could see, it was completely empty. Abe Gen wouldn't waste time answering such meaningless questions. He snorted coldly and prepared to ascend to the fifth level. Just as he brushed past Lu Guan, a hand suddenly clamped onto his shoulder. What do you want? Abe Xian asked coldly. Lu Guan's expression remained amused. You still haven't answered my question. Abe Xian narrowed his cloudy eyes. The ink-black blade suddenly slashed toward Lu Guan's arm. Lu Guan hadn't expected the old man to attack him without warning. Where did he get the nerve? Lu Guan swiftly withdrew his arm. You want to fight me? Abe Xian ignored him and kept walking forward. Lu Guan raised his void blade overhead, aiming for Abe Xian's shoulder, ready to give him a taste of his own medicine. Without turning, Abe Gen raised his ink blade to his shoulder. Clang! Metal met metal. But this strike was merely a test from Lu Guan. He hadn't exerted much force. Abe Gen flicked his ink blade upward. Lu Guan saw no great movement from him, yet felt a tremendous force surge through him. Abe Gen was using subtle strength. Lu Guan realized. Perhaps before becoming a gifted one, Abe Gen was, like Uncle Lin, a martial arts master. In the land of cherry blossoms, more accurately, a master swordsman. Lu Guan didn't care what he was. In the face of superior combat prowess, all that was meaningless. Blitz. Lu Guan held nothing back, unleashing his most proficient skill. Divine General Armament. Abe Gen likewise activated his innate ability, his body radiating a faint golden glow. This time, Lu Guan sensed it. The so-called Divine General's armament was, in essence, a surge of energy bestowed upon the gifted. With this energy, one could gain corresponding enhancements. However, unlike other enhancements such as speed boosts including Uncle Lin's 4-dimensional enhancement, Divine General Armament was the energy of a deity possessing the user. Activating this talent at different times yielded varying effects for the user. For instance, on the second level of the Divine Martial Arena, Abe Gen gained speed and physical constitution enhancements. This time, however, he seemed to have gained a skill. Chapter 185, The Powerless Hydra. Ayajutsu Slash. Golden runes instantly flashed upon the ink-black blade. Abe Gen raised his blade and delivered a vertical strike so swift that the golden light formed a fan-shaped pattern mid-air. He unleashed the skill granted by the divine general armament. Lu Guan blocked the strike with his sword held horizontally above his head. Clang! He felt an immense force pressing down upon him. Both arms instantly went numb. This force, at least that of a stage 3 beginner. Lu Guan's heart raced with alarm. But it wasn't over yet. After his vertical strike missed, Abe Geniki immediately spun around. An Ayajutsu strike isn't merely a single vertical slash. It was an offensive technique. Drawing the blade from its sheath is the defining feature of this technique. If the sword lacks a scabbard, the act of drawing it alone suffices. Its primary purpose lies in first gathering strength, then striking the opponent with the fastest speed and greatest force. However, its drawback is that building power requires a process. In a duel between masters, a split second can determine the outcome of the entire battle. Therefore, techniques like Ayajutsu are rarely used without perfect timing. But Abe Gen's skill is different. His Ayajutsu requires no power build-up. As Abe Gen's ink blade swept toward him once more, even Lu Guan would have no time to counter. Phantom. This time, Lu Guan did not attempt to block the Ayajutsu strike head-on. After all, he still had wounds on his left arm from the river Styx's corrosive waters. Every exertion of force brought sharp pain. Lu Guan transformed into a phantom, dodging at an even faster pace. Abe Gen stared in surprise as Lu Guan blinked into existence again nearby. He realized this young man possessed an astonishing array of innate abilities. Continuing to waste time here would surely bring him no advantage. He gave a cold snort. Abe Gen lowered his ink blade, preparing to continue ascending to the 5th level. You want to go up first? Lu Guan certainly wouldn't let that happen. Our sparring isn't over yet. Flash strike. Lu Guan turned around and used another skill, utterly shameless. Good thing Abe Xian hadn't let his guard down. Ayajutsu slash. His speed matched Lu Guan's lightning strike, and the blades collided mid-air. The air vibrated with shockwaves, rippling like water. At that very moment, an inexplicable energy seemed to descend from the heavens. Abe Gen and Lu Guan simultaneously felt an immense pressure bearing down upon them. This pressure wasn't descending from above, but emanating from all directions. It felt as though they were trapped in a thick adhesive. Lu Guan halted his offensive, only to discover his movements had become unbearably sluggish. What was happening? Lu Guan could clearly see astonishment in Abe Gen's eyes. Something felt off. Lu Guan hesitated no longer. He must reach the 5th level as quickly as possible. Teleport. Lu Guan attempted to activate his innate ability, only to discover with shock that he had barely advanced about a step. Abe Xian also rushed forward. But no matter how much strength he exerted, his speed was slower than a turtle's crawl. A sudden flash of insight struck Lu Guan's mind. This was time dilation. Of course, he kept this conjecture to himself. There was no way he'd tell Abe General what if he was right? The method to verify it was simple. Lu Guan immediately retrieved the dark moon clock from his storage space. This item had never been used since its acquisition in the Eternal Night Wasteland. How powerful could energy that manipulates time be? Lu Guan silently channeled his innate energy to activate the dark moon clock. The hands on the clock face instantly began spinning faster. A surge of time manipulating energy instantly swept through like an invisible giant hand, dissolving the adhesive surrounding Lu Guan. Lu Guan felt an instant surge of lightness throughout his body. It was indeed the energy of time. What kind of existence was this Yellow Springs Rift? It actually possesses energy capable of influencing time. Without the dark moon clock, I doubt I could have reached the stairs to the 5th layer in even half an hour. Lu Guan felt profoundly shaken inside. Yet seeing him suddenly move with ease, Abe Xian's expression slowly turned as if he'd seen a ghost, then he drawled, "Why have you returned to normal?" Under the lingering effects of time's slowdown, listening to his voice felt like pure torture. Lu Guan frowned briefly before offering a calm smile. "Chairman Abe Xian, you may take your time here. No need to rush. I'll go check the 5th level for you." With that, Lu Guan's body dissolved into a phantom. The 5th level of the Divine Martial platform was equally spacious. At its center stood the most conspicuous stone statue visible from afar, the 9-headed serpent. It possessed short, thick limbs and a long serpentine tail. Its upper body bore the most distinctive feature, 9 serpentine heads. Who knew if such a creature as a 9-headed serpent truly existed in this world? The colossal statue stood directly in front of the staircase leading to the 6th level, dashing Lu Guan's hope of simply leaping over the 9-headed serpent to ascend to the 6th tier of the Divine Martial Altar. Having navigated the previous tiers, he knew well that the higher the level of the Divine Martial platform, the more formidable the guardian statues became. Lu Guan was about to move closer to see if there was another passage that could lead directly to the next level. At that very moment, whoosh! 18 eye sockets of the 9-headed serpent simultaneously erupted with eerie green soul flames. Though merely soul flames, Lu Guan sensed a malevolence and viciousness behind them, as if emanating from the depths of the nine nether abyss. It made one's scalp crawl. The nine-headed serpent began to twist its massive serpentine heads in a frenzied manner. It opened its gaping maw, its visage hideously terrifying. Yet from those 9 gaping maws poured forth a toxic mist, a freezing chill, and a searing flame. Lu Guan's pupils suddenly contracted. What the hell? Could each of the Hydra's 9 heads possess distinct attack abilities? The thought barely formed. One of the serpent's heads provided Lu Guan with the answer. A fireball, solid as a rock, hurtled toward Lu Guan from that very head. Lu Guan's eyes narrowed sharply. Shift. Fortunately, the absence of temporal energy allowed his innate ability to activate. The solidified fireball slammed heavily into the spot where he had just stood. With a loud boom, it exploded, sending sparks flying everywhere. Lu Guan watched in horror. Thankfully, the teleportation distance was far enough. The fireball's power was nearly on par with his own pyroblast skill. But just as Lu Guan steadied himself, another of the Hydra's heads opened its massive jaws. A torrent of dark green poisonous mist poured down like a waterfall, rapidly spreading toward the area where he now stood. Teleport. Lu Guan could only activate his innate ability once more, narrowly evading the poison mist's assault. Yet the moment his figure flickered to the other side, a blast of icy breath, laced with bone-chilling cold, hurtled straight toward his face. Without hesitation, Lu Guan activated his shuttle talent once more. What followed was a relentless barrage from the Hydra. Arcs of electricity, wind blades, and energy orbs came one after another. Each of the 9 heads seemed to possess its own independent will, yet they coordinated flawlessly. Lu Guan didn't even get a chance to catch his breath. Chapter 186, All In, Borrowing from the Future. ZZZZT. An electric arc whizzed past Lu Guan's phantom body. It missed its mark, but the spark singed his hair, leaving a distinct burnt scent. Lu Guan gasped slightly. Though the phantom and shuttle talents didn't drain him much, activating them consecutively felt like a 100-meter sprint for an ordinary person, not exactly a breeze. But now, turning his attention back to the Hydra. Its 9 heads continued firing attacks at the same relentless frequency, unleashing different energies without showing any sign of exhaustion. Lu Guan couldn't help but frown. This can't go on. Hydra's power clearly draws from the entire realm. We simply cannot outlast it. Lu Guan suddenly felt he might have been a bit reckless. If he had brought Abe Gen up with him to the 4th layer, at least he'd have someone to share the burden of Hydra's attacks now. We might even have found a weakness. He'd been careless. But dwelling on it now was useless. Given Abe Gen's level, it would likely take him at least another half hour to break through the time-energy barrier. By then, if he hadn't figured out a way to take down Hydra, his corpse would likely be stiff already. Just then, the Hydra spewed another energy orb. Lu Guan seized the moment. Blitz. He knew he couldn't afford to remain passive any longer. So he unleashed his most proficient skill. The next second, Lu Guan's figure materialized above the outermost head of the Hydra. The void blade plunged straight toward the socket of its left eye. Yet just as the crimson blade was about to strike the pulsing flame, a neighboring serpent head slammed down with brutal force. Its speed rivaling that of the Black Panther statue. Lu Guan was startled by the sight. But now, it was too late to withdraw his strike. Then came a loud thud. Lu Guan was struck squarely in the chest by that serpent head. His entire body plummeted from midair to the ground. Lu Guan felt excruciating pain throughout his body. A mouthful of blood gushed out. This was the first time he'd suffered such a severe setback since becoming a talent. The Hydra was this powerful. Even his lightning-fast strike couldn't land on it. It likely possessed mid-tier 3rd stage strength already. Currently, there aren't many stage 3 early-tier gifted individuals across the entire Blue Star. Mid-tier stage 3. Terrifying indeed. Still giving Lu Guan no time to react. Another cloud of poisonous mist engulfed Lu Guan. The Hydra possessed 4 limbs, yet Lu Guan had failed to make it move an inch thus far. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, Lu Guan rolled on the ground. He spat out the last of the blood in his mouth. No time to think. Lu Guan knew Abe Xian and the others were still down below. But at this point, he had no choice but to play his trump card. Perhaps then he might stand a fighting chance. A cold glint flared in Lu Guan's eyes. The central head of the 9-headed serpent, which had never launched an attack, now slowly bared its fangs. Starfall. 7 silvery white meteors materialized before him. With a mighty surge of power from Lu Guan, the first meteor sliced through space, accompanied by a piercing shriek, hurtling straight toward the Hydra. One head unleashed a frosty breath, but upon colliding with the meteor, it shattered into pieces with almost no resistance. Another head hastily spewed a fireball. Yet it still failed to halt the meteor's assault. Immediately after, wind blades and lightning bolts wove into a net, grinding the meteor into dust bit by bit. But the second meteor was already hot on its heels. The 9-headed serpent, out of options, could only dodge. But the meteor swiftly adjusted its trajectory to match the serpent's movement. Indeed, the starfall could change course mid-air. The Hydra could only watch helplessly as the meteor slammed into it. Boom! The meteor struck one of the Hydra's heads with pinpoint accuracy. This time, there was no clang of metal against metal. Instead, a dull thud echoed. The meteor pierced through Hydra's body like a bullet. It turned out this stone statue wasn't invincible after all. The Hydra felt no pain. But the injury seemed to enrage it. The central serpent head finally stirred. Its jaws opened like an abyss. A viscous black mass erupted from its maw. At the same moment, the third meteor from the starfall plummeted toward them, its overwhelming force crushing all in its path. The two collided mid-air. No unexpected reaction occurred. The meteor and the shadow mass collided like fire meeting an ice ball. Splash! They melted into each other. Lu Guan felt a chill at the sight. His starfall skill consumed nearly as much energy as Li San's blazing storm. Yet the Hydra's seemingly casual attack could effortlessly nullify it. This left Lu Guan feeling a tinge of helplessness. Lu Guan held nothing back from that point onward. He summoned all his strength, sending the remaining 4 meteors hurtling forward simultaneously. The Hydra, seeing this, showed no mercy either, unleashing attacks from all 9 heads simultaneously. In an instant, the blazing light of ice, fire, lightning, and thunder erupted all at once. The meteors streaked through the air, trailing long, fiery tails. The two forces collided. The blinding light seemed to tear open half the sky above the Yellow Springs rift. Below the 5th layer of the divine mist barrier, the crowd remained utterly unaware of what had transpired. All heads turned upward in unison. Unfortunately, from their vantage point, they could see nothing but the sky's reflection of the blinding light. 2 meteors were scattered by that chaotic barrage of attacks. 2 remained. They struck with pinpoint accuracy, hitting the soul flame within the eye sockets of the central head. Pop! The soul flame extinguished. Lu Guan watched as the head, like a withered flower, lost its vitality and drooped downward. But the 9-headed serpent was not slain. Its remaining 8 heads twisted wildly, as if venting fury. Lu Guan's brow furrowed deeply. What could he possibly do now? He had expended a tremendous amount of energy, yet in the end, he could only barely manage to take down one of the Hydra's heads. This was absurd. In his current state, he could manage at most 2 more starfall strikes. What about the other 6 heads? Lu Guan could only think of 2 solutions at the moment. The first was simple. Give up. If he turned around now and descended to the 4th level, would the 9-headed serpent pursue him? These stone statues, once awakened, clearly possessed self-awareness. If Hydra truly came after him, with so many people on the 1st level, they'd all be doomed. So Lu Guan immediately dismissed this option from his mind. Only the second option remained. That was to activate his ultimate trump card. A talent he was reluctant to use. SSS-tier, borrow from the future. All or nothing. Lu Guan was a decisive man. Once he made his decision, he wasted no time. Preempt the future. Future advance successful. Name, Lu Guan. Level, Tier 2, Level 5. Strength, 191. Speed, 252. Spirit, 246. Stamina, 177. Combat power, 3690. Ability, Phantom. Skill, Shadow Blade Pursuit. A new skill has actually awakened, and it's even an E rank. Chapter 187, The Appearance of the Yasukani no Magatama. Lu Guan stared at the refreshed panel information, his heart instantly filled with delight. Skill description, Shadow Blade Pursuit, E rank. While in phantom state, activating this skill releases a dark blade energy attack toward enemies. The dark blade automatically locks onto and pursues its target. Auto-locking target. It remains to be seen how powerful the dark blade truly is. After all, Lu Guan hadn't tested it yet. But the mere fact that dark blade pursuit locks onto targets is enough to excite Lu Guan. As long as the level gap isn't too extreme or absurd, this skill should at least be able to inflict damage on the enemy. The only thing giving Lu Guan a headache now was the energy repayment that would follow. A skill awakened from the phantom talent. What an incredible stroke of luck. But Lu Guan had no time to dwell on such thoughts now. The Hydra's 8 remaining heads were still writhing violently. Perfect subjects to test his newly awakened skill. Thoughts turned to action. Just then, the Hydra unleashed an arc of electricity, shooting straight toward Lu Guan's chest. Phantom. Lu Guan first activated his innate evasion skill. Immediately after, Shadow Blade Pursuit. As he swung his long blade, a gray crescent-shaped phantom locked onto the head of the Hydra, capable of spewing poisonous mist. The dark blade sliced through with lightning speed. The Hydra, sensing the threat, darted its venom-spewing head left and right. But the dark blade moved with it, left and right. Finally, a dull thud echoed. The dark blade struck the soul flame within the Hydra's eye socket. The fragile soul flame was the stone statue's greatest weakness. Upon being struck, it instantly extinguished. It worked! Lu Guan's heart leapt with joy. Suddenly, he felt that even if repaying this advance on the future demanded immense energy, it seemed hardly worth complaining about. Worth it! Thus, Lu Guan maintained his phantom state without hesitation. While dodging the Hydra's attacks, he unleashed several dark blades in pursuit. Popping sounds echoed in rapid succession. Hydra's 8 heads were quickly whittled down to just 1. After repeatedly using skills, Lu Guan realized that while Shadow Blade Pursuit was effective, it also had significant weaknesses. For instance, while the blades were fast and agile, their actual attack power was extremely weak. They could only unleash about 1/10 of his own strength attribute. How weak is that, you ask? Against a gifted opponent like the chubby kid, who possessed a physique with considerable advantages, the Dark Blade's attacks could only inflict superficial wounds. Furthermore, the Hydra, with its inflexible limbs and lack of weapons for defense, was almost completely countered by the Dark Blade Pursuit. Switching to Abe Gen, however, as long as his reaction speed is fast enough, he can choose to proactively intercept the pursuit. Using his Ink Blade, he can block the Dark Blade's pursuit mid-air. But that was more than enough. The Hydra's last remaining head opened its gaping maw in fury. With a slight twitch, it unleashed an arc of electricity. Lu Guan dodged through the space. Shadow Blade Pursuit. He raised the Void Blade high and brought it down with all his might. Thud! The crescent-shaped dark blade, as shadowy as a specter, pierced precisely into the eye socket of the Hydra's final head. The flickering emerald soul flame faltered like a dying candle in the wind. It wavered a few times before finally extinguishing with a soft pop. Its massive body instantly stiffened, as if all supporting strength had been drained. Lu Guan, too, had expended most of his physical and mental strength. Watching the Hydra gradually revert to an ordinary stone statue, a powerful wave of exhaustion washed over him like a tidal surge. Unfortunately, Jiang Yan'an was likely still trapped on the first level of the Divine Martial platform, with no healing energy available to restore his strength. Beyond the Hydra lay the final level of the Divine Martial platform. He wondered if the 8-foot Magatama lay waiting there. Lu Guan paused to catch his breath. He needed to conserve at least some energy to handle any unexpected situations that might arise on the 6th level. At that moment, he suddenly remembered there was one more item in his storage space. The auspicious cloud bracelet Bai Xiaochai had given him. Stored within was Bai Xiaochai's healing energy perfect for this very moment. He retrieved the simply designed bracers from his storage space and slipped them onto his wrist. Instantly, a wave of healing energy surged through his entire body. Not only were his depleted physical strength and stamina replenished, the internal injuries caused by the Hydra's head also began to heal rapidly. By the time the energy stored within the auspicious cloud wristguard was completely depleted, Lu Guan felt he had recovered to about 70 or 80%. It must be said, this item was indeed quite practical. It seemed he would need to find Bai Xiaochai again soon to replenish it. The stone statue had no flesh or blood, rendering even the bloodlust talent useless. At such a critical moment, it was truly thanks to Bai Xiaochai. After battling the Hydra for over 20 minutes, he estimated Abe Gen must be closing in on them by now. Lu Guan dared not delay any longer. Though the Hydra still blocked the steps leading to the 6th level of the Divine Martial platform, it no longer posed a threat. Lu Guan bypassed the stone statue and ascended step by step. As he crossed the final few steps, the view before him suddenly opened up. This 6th level was the very summit of the Divine Martial platform. Looking around, the ancient Dian landscape under the dim skylight was almost entirely within view. Stone-built houses, simple square pavilions, and the dark, murky lake. Nothing much to see here. The ground beneath his feet remained the same polished, hard boulders. At the platform center stood the female stone statue that had already made an impression from afar. Now, up close, the statue's intricate details proved even more awe-inspiring. She stood tall, her proportions nothing short of perfect. A simple animal skin skirt covered her lower body, while her bare upper torso displayed full, flowing muscle lines, radiating a beauty of strength and vitality. Even just seeing these features, one could say this female statue rivals the beauty of Lilith in the Temple of the Dark Moon. Yet the statue's features above the waist are, well, hard to describe. The eyes of the female statue differed from those on the lower tiers. They are not hollow. Instead, they were carved from an unknown black crystal. In the dim light, they appear profoundly deep. One hand hung naturally at her side. The other hand was slightly raised, as if clasped before her chest. Lu Guan's gaze instantly locked onto her palm. There, resting quietly, was a jade pendant roughly the size of a fist, its entire surface smooth and lustrous. This was the Yasukani no Magatama. On the surface, this Magatama appeared utterly ordinary. If tossed among a pile of jade stones, one might only note its slightly superior quality. Or perhaps remark that such a large piece of jade was indeed quite rare. But for reasons Lu Guan couldn't explain, he was absolutely certain this object was undoubtedly the 8-foot Magatama. On his arm, Lu Guan suddenly felt a tingling sensation at the wound corroded by the river Styx's water and the poisonous mist of the mist bees. It felt as though a faint force of law was battling against that stubborn dark energy. This only strengthened Lu Guan's conviction. This Magatama could silently draw out the dark energy from the river of the underworld. Truly extraordinary. Chapter 188, The Leader of the Beastmaster Tribe. Lu Guan held his breath and advanced slowly. His spiritual senses were on high alert, vigilant for any possible anomaly. Just one step away from the stone statue. Whoosh! A vicious gust of wind struck like a venomous snake, suddenly snapping at Lu Guan from behind. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Guan activated his phantom talent. Swish! A blurred afterimage remained where he stood, his body instantly reappearing on the other side of the statue. A shrill clang of metal on metal erupted across the empty top floor. Lu Guan turned to look. Chairman Abe Xian. He had already broken through the fourth layer of the time energy barrier. The ink black blade slammed down onto the smooth stone floor. Sparks flew everywhere. Abe Xian held the ink blade, a flash of murderous intent flickering in his cloudy eyes. What are you doing? Lu Guan barked the question. He keenly sensed that this old man actually intended to kill him. Abe Xian probably hadn't expected his sneak attack to backfire. He awkwardly straightened up. Chairman Lu is truly vigilant. The Yasukani no Magatama is the heirloom of our Abe clan. I'd advise Chairman Lu to refrain from entertaining thoughts he shouldn't. Abe Gen's voice rasped like sandpaper rubbing together, yet concealed the hostility within his tone. Lu Guan frowned, his gaze cold as he fixed it on Abe Gen. Thoughts I shouldn't entertain? Chairman Abe Gen, we explored the realm together. Whoever finds the treasure should keep it, it's only fair. You would take my life to seize the item? Don't you fear that your entire Dark Cherry Guild will face sanctions from the International Convention Organization? Abe Gen snorted lightly. He clearly had no desire to argue these points with Lu Guan. He strode forward directly toward the stone statue. Lu Guan showed no urgency, standing still and watching. The old man from Sakura Nation stood just over 5 feet tall. Before the slender yet towering female statue, he looked like a child. Abe Gen first examined the statue's 2 hands. They were completely empty. He then circled the statue once, still finding nothing. Finally, he even bent down to peer beneath the statue's animal skin skirt. Whatever sight awaited there caused the old man's cloudy eyes to suddenly brighten. After rising, Abe Gen fell deep in thought. According to family records, this treasure should belong to the mistress of the 9-headed serpent before him. She was not only the master of the 9-headed serpent, but also the supreme leader of the Beastmaster tribe within the Yoni clan. As the sacred artifact of the Beastmaster tribe, the Yasukani no Magatama should always remain with the leader. So why was it missing now? There can only be one answer. Abe Genmo swung his blade, its tip pointing directly at Lu Guan. The Yasakan is in your possession? Lu Guan saw that he had completely dropped the pretense, yet he felt no surprise. What does Chairman Abe Genmo mean by this? Are you looking to spar with me again? Indeed, the Yasaka Magatama was currently in Lu Guan's possession. When Abe Gen launched his sneak attack, Lu Guan had transformed into a phantom and casually taken the artifact with him. Abe Gen fell silent for a moment before letting out a cold snort. I should have killed you back at the river Styx. Lu Guan froze upon hearing this. So you were behind the swamp macrophage after all. Abe Gen neither confirmed nor denied it. Chairman Lu, I don't want to fight you. But the Yasukani no Magatama is an item of vital importance to our entire Dark Cherry Guild. If you don't want to die, you'd better hand it over. Lu Guan couldn't fathom where he found the nerve to say such things. He admitted it. During their clash on the 4th level of the Divine Martial platform, he and Abe Xian were evenly matched in combat prowess. On the surface, Abe Gen is a Tier 2, Level 9 talent user. But in reality, his strength undoubtedly surpasses Tier 3. Even Black is no match for him. If he can seize the right moment, his Divine General Armament talent would grant him even more formidable offensive capabilities. In that state, Lu Guan truly had no confidence he could defeat him. But now, Lu Guan had just drawn upon future opportunities. His combat prowess now rivals that of a mid-tier 3rd stage talent. What did Abe Xian have to offer? Lu Guan felt no anger, only amusement. In his eyes, Abe Xian was already a dead man. He had said it. Unless absolutely necessary, he might show some leniency for the sake of Lu Guan's reputation. But now it was different. Abe Xian had actually harbored murderous intent toward him. Moreover, he had guessed Lu Guan's purpose in entering the Yellow Springs Rift. To ensure he could obtain the Yasukani no Magatama, Lu Guan had even summoned the Swamp Ma on the river Styx to frame him. I have only one question now. How did you summon the swamp macrophage? Lu Guan's lips curved into a smile, as if Abe Gen's words meant nothing to him. Abe Gen understood Lu Guan's stance. A man facing death had little left to conceal. Abe Gen raised his ink blade. This blade, too, is a relic passed down from my Abe family's ancestors. Lu Guan recalled the sight of Abe Gen striking the ink black blade in the center of the river Styx. Could this blade attract the swamp maw? Abe Gen nodded silently. Lu Guan suddenly understood. So he'd been at a disadvantage due to information asymmetry. Alright, I have no further questions. Proceed. Abe Xian wasted no words. You brought this upon yourself. Divine General Armament. Before Abe Gen's hoarse voice faded away, a humming sound filled the air. A blinding golden light erupted from his withered form. A powerful energy gradually solidified, instantly enveloping his entire body and forming a sleek, golden energy armor that radiated a heart-stopping aura of authority. Lu Guan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Was this Abe Gen's true trump card? It must be said, it was indeed quite formidable. He had been mentally prepared for this. A B-ranked talent like Divine General Armament couldn't possibly just boost a few stats or throw in some trivial skills, right? So this was Chairman Abe Gen's true trump card? Lu Guan spoke casually, but his mind was on high alert. The slightest lapse could cost him his life. Without another word, Abe Gen vanished in a flash, lunging straight for Lu Guan's face. Phantom. Lu Guan dared not hesitate, instantly activating his innate ability. Clang. The ink blade struck fiercely where Lu Guan had just stood. The impact between the hard stone and the blade instantly sparked a shower of sparks. That speed, that power. Truly as if possessed by a divine warrior. Lu Guan's heart sank. Fortunately, he had already significantly enhanced his combat prowess by borrowing from the future. Otherwise, this battle could have turned deadly. Though his strike missed, Abe Gen showed no sign of pausing. A golden aura enveloped his entire body, and the ink-black blade transformed into a streak of darkness. Sweeping through the army, the black blade swept across a wide area. But to Lu Guan, this technique seemed a bit too slow. Shadow Blade Pursuit. Chapter 189, Tactics, Dark Blade Pursuit. The ink-black blade swept across with the force of wind and thunder. Yet no matter how vast its attack range, Lu Guan's speed and phantom state far surpassed that of ordinary men. In the blink of an eye, he retreated over 5 meters, swiftly creating distance from Abe Gen. The Dark Blade Pursuit was unleashed almost simultaneously, the crescent-shaped blades returning like phantom shadows. Clang! The dark blade and ink blade clashed. Sparks flying before dissipating effortlessly into the air. Chairman Lu, your attacks cannot harm me. I have no desire to make enemies with the Dragon Nation. This is your final chance. Surrender your resistance and hand over the Yasakan Nagatama. Abe Gen's voice echoed from within the golden energy armor. The voice suddenly grew loud and ethereal, carrying an air of authority. Were it not for the content of his words, Lu Guan might have believed he was truly possessed by a divine general. But how could Lu Guan be intimidated by mere words? Chairman Abe Gen, you're overthinking this. The moment you ambushed me just now, your fate was sealed. You'll remain here forever. Beneath his energy armor, Lu Guan couldn't see Abe Xian's expression. Yet his movements visibly faltered. Then, Abe Gen suddenly burst into laughter. Though still clear and commanding, Lu Guan detected the mockery and utter arrogance within it. Since the words had been spoken to this extent, there was no room left for negotiation. Abe Xian's figure flickered, like a golden bolt of lightning carrying a jet-black blade as he closed in on Lu Guan. Shuttle. Shadow Blade Pursuit. Lu Guan, however, denied him the chance to close in. In the blink of an eye, he vanished to the opposite side, only to unleash another dark blade strike. This time, Abe Gen was mentally prepared. The moment he saw the shadow blade, he swiftly dodged it. This required far less effort than countering with his ink blade. But what he hadn't anticipated was the pursuing blade suddenly traced an arc midair. Thud. The dull impact sent Abe Gen's body jerking violently. The dark blade pursuit struck his chest, piercing through the golden energy armor. A faint crack appeared visibly there. Abe Gen felt as if he'd been punched in the chest, a dull ache radiating through his midsection. Fortunately, the injury was minor, and the armor healed itself in the blink of an eye. Abe Gen's eyes narrowed. Not bad. But as I said, attacks of this caliber won't even scratch me. Lu Guan remained utterly unfazed. He never expected the Dark Blade's pursuit to harm Abe Xian in the first place. His primary objective was to probe further for any weaknesses. After all, an opponent as well suited as Abe Gen was hard to come by. Shuttle. Shadow Blade Pursuit. Chain Slash. Lu Guan wasted no words with Abe Gen. Since one skill didn't yield the desired effect, he shifted tactics, unleashing 2 skills in rapid succession. As the void blade slashed twice diagonally left and right, 2 dark blades locked onto Abe Gen's chest and head respectively, hurtling toward him at breakneck speed. Having already suffered from the dark blade once, Abe Gen naturally realized the skill targeted its victims. He dared not take it lightly. He retreated several steps, mirroring Lu Guan's movements as he executed 2 diagonal slashes with his ink blade. Clang! Clang! The dark blade energies dissipated into thin air. Lu Guan refused to believe in such superstition. Shuttle. He shifted direction once more. This time, he unleashed 4 skills in rapid succession. The dark blades traced arcs through the air, striking toward Abe Gen's head, chest, abdomen, and legs. He didn't believe you could block them all. But clearly, even with the Divine General's armament enhancing his reflexes, Abe Gen was still a split second slower. He could buy time by creating distance from the dark blades. Abe Gen retreated while parrying, but as the 4th blade narrowly struck his ankle, it was finally shattered by a downward strike from the ink blade. Lu Guan watched, inwardly sighing at the missed opportunity. If he had unleashed a 5-hit combo just now, he would have definitely landed the kill. Abe Gen likely realized Lu Guan hadn't exerted much effort thus far, and a flicker of anger crossed his face. Chairman Lu. Are you toying with me? If you intend to keep playing this tedious game, I've got no time to spare. Though Abe Gen's eyesight was failing. He wasn't senile yet. Lu Guan made no denial. Abe Xian roared in fury, damn it! Die! With that, his form flickered and he transformed once more into a golden bolt of lightning. Fueled by rage, Abe Gen's speed surged to a new level. Before Lu Guan could dodge, a black blade descended upon his head. Lu Guan instinctively sidestepped backward to evade. The ink blade missed its mark, but instantly shifted from a horizontal slash to a high arching strike. Swish! Lu Guan's sleeve was slashed open by the ink blade. It turned out Abe Xian had been holding back earlier. Now, it seemed, he was unleashing his full power. Abe Xian gave Lu Guan no chance to catch his breath. He lunged forward, closing the distance. Draw and strike. This was another supreme technique of the Sakura Nation's sword arts, following Iato. The focus wasn't on speed, but on releasing a wide area attack the instant the sword was drawn after gathering power. Lu Guan's rhythm had been disrupted by the previous two strikes. Facing the sword drawing slash, evasion was clearly too late. Yet the ink black blade, in its blinding charge, sheathed itself only to sweep out again in an instant, trailing a trail of scattered blade energy. This strike. It abandoned all technique, unleashing the sheer raw power of the draw strike to its absolute limit. Lu Guan could only hastily raise his blade to parry. The moment the black and red blades collided, Lu Guan felt as if he were holding back a charging tank. He managed to block the blade, but the force sent him flying backward over 2 meters. After landing, Lu Guan felt a hint of surprise. Abe Xian's martial arts prowess was indeed formidable, and his strength slightly exceeded Lu Guan's expectations. But alas, it was a pity. Abe Xian exclaimed in astonishment, how did your attributes increase? No, you couldn't possibly have blocked my attack. The old man was sharp. They had only briefly clashed on the 4th level of the divine martial platform, yet he could discern that his attributes had risen. But realizing it now was too late. Lu Guan sneered coldly. Actually, not only can I block your attack, I can finish you off. Scar plunge. Since Abe Xian wanted to get serious, Lu Guan would oblige him. 7 dazzling meteors suddenly appeared before him. Feeling that immense, destructive energy, Abe Xian was startled. What kind of skill is this? An SSS-tier talent is exceedingly rare. It was understandable that he hadn't seen this skill before. When you go down there, ask the King of Hell. With that, Lu Guan tensed his entire body. In an instant, 7 dazzling meteors streaked across the sky, hurtling toward Abe Xian. Jutsu. Shocked as he was, Abe Gen's reflexes were far from slow. His golden energy armor blazed with intense light, while the ink black blade unleashed a fierce blade aura to meet the meteors head-on. Boom! The deafening roar exploded at the very pinnacle of the divine martial platform. It felt like 2 primordial divine mountains colliding, blinding light instantly engulfing everything. Chapter 190, Divine General Armament is nothing special. A violent shockwave of energy spread like a raging tsunami. The entire divine martial altar shook violently, as if it might collapse at any moment. First level of the divine martial altar. With Luo Hongyang's gravity divine formula assisting him, Su Haokai finally extinguished the soul flames within the eye sockets of the final giant stone statue. Feeling the intense tremors and energy fluctuations, his expression changed. Li Song exclaimed in shock, holy, what's going on? Earthquakes in the Yellow Springs Rift? The others exchanged bewildered glances, equally perplexed. Su Haokai looked up. Did you see that intense flash of light just now? Su Yueying nodded, I did. Could it be the president's doing? Though that theory seemed a bit far-fetched. But everyone felt it wasn't impossible. But how did the president manage that? What could he have done to cause such a commotion? Black clapped his hands. Holy crap, I can just picture it, this is gonna be one hell of a fight. My good friend versus that boring old codger. Everyone was taken aback by his words. How did he know it would be an exciting fight? But just as the question formed in their minds, they realized. Black possessed the gift of perception. He must have sensed the source of the energy fluctuations. Yamamoto Reina knew that by that old man, he was naturally referring to Abe Gen. Chairman Black, are you saying that the teacher and Chairman Lu had a conflict? Black gave a casual nod. And I sensed a destructive aura. After a pause, Black continued, this aura seems incredibly terrifying. The others exchanged puzzled glances, somewhat baffled. What on earth is an aura of destruction? This is absolutely thrilling. What are we waiting for? Let's go check it out. Before Black could finish speaking, he was already sprinting toward the staircase leading to the next level. If something truly monumental had occurred, how could they possibly not be present? They immediately followed suit. The soul flames in the eye sockets of the guardian statues guarding the 4th level had all gone out. A large pool of blood remained on the floor of the 3rd level of the divine martial altar, its origin unknown. They reached the 4th level. They finally spotted Sato-kan, covered in blood like a living corpse, moving as slowly as a sloth toward the staircase in the center of the platform. The owner of the bloodstain on the previous level had finally been found. Seeing this, the group halted in their tracks, daring not to move. What the hell is that little bastard doing? Li Song felt a surge of eagerness to step forward, turning to ask the others. Yamamoto Reina was equally astonished. Mr. Sato? It was clear Sato Takaro had heard Yamamoto Reina's voice and desperately wanted to turn around and look. But his body seemed bound by some powerful force, making any movement exceedingly difficult. Li Song couldn't hold back any longer and took a step forward, instantly feeling enveloped by a powerful energy. Oh no! Even the words he uttered seemed to trail off into a long, drawn-out echo in the ears of those around him. After observing for a moment, Su Haokai finally discerned the underlying mechanism. It was time energy. After a moment's thought, he arrived at the same solution as Lu Guan. Sure enough, the Dark Moon Clock could break through the time-based restrictions of the fourth layer of the Divine Martial platform. As they passed through the center, thanks to Yamamoto Reina's intercession, they brought Sato-kan along with them. After the suppression of time energy was lifted, Sato Takeya's first words were, "Miss Reina, did you see that?" The master succeeded. No one, including Yamamoto Reina, understood what he meant. But they were about to reach the sixth layer. I feel that destructive aura growing stronger and stronger, Blake remarked as they walked. This time, it wasn't just him. The others also felt as if a layer of gloom had descended upon them. At the same time, at the summit of the Divine Martial platform, it seemed as though a miniature stellar explosion had occurred. The blinding light and deafening roar finally began to fade. Lu Guan stood at the center of the dust cloud, breathing slightly heavily. This strike of the starfall had instantly drained half his stamina. Opposite him lay a gaunt old man, utterly disheveled and battered. The golden energy armor enveloping Abe Xian had lost its luster, flaking away like cheap gold leaf. His face was covered in bloody gashes and bruises. The worst injury was on his left shoulder. His entire arm had been blown off by the meteor, now gushing blood. So much for divine general armor. Abe Gen, is there anything else you wish to say now? Lu Guan's expression was icy cold as he looked down on Abe Gen. Why? How could divine general armor fail? Chairman Lu, I only ask that you tell me what level of skill did you just use? Abe Gen's voice had returned to its hoarse, broken state. His tone brimmed with disbelief and the collapse of conviction. Normally, facing a man on the brink of death, Lu Guan would have no reason to conceal anything. But at this moment, he only gave a cold laugh. If we were friends, perhaps I might tell you. Abe Gen frowned. You'd kill me, wouldn't you? Even so, you still won't tell me? It was clear he genuinely wanted to know. After all, as a B-rank talent, someone of Abe Gen's caliber had even had the privilege of witnessing S-rank talent firsthand. Therefore, he understood all too well that even an S-rank talent couldn't possibly inflict such severe injuries on him given the vast disparity in their ranks. In truth, Abe Gen already had a hunch. That young man's starfall technique possessed such devastating power it was highly likely an extremely rare SSS rank skill. However, after his other prized disciple, Yamamoto Ruji, was killed, he had investigated Lu Guan. Lu Guan was merely an E-rank talent. This made Abe Gen even more baffled. Where on earth had such a powerful skill as starfall come from? Unfortunately, Lu Guan had stated he wouldn't reveal his secrets to anyone except trusted friends. Not even to those facing death. If you have no final words, then you may die. With that, Lu Guan raised his blade decisively. Now, it's time to end this. Abe Xian watched Lu Guan prepare to unleash his innate ability, struggling to brace himself with his remaining right hand as if attempting to rise. Blitz! Lu Guan intended to leave him no chance of survival. He activated his skill directly. But just as his figure flickered into position directly before Abe Gen, a crimson blade slashed through the sky. Clang! The void blade struck the ground instead. In the blink of an eye, Abe Gen vanished as if he too had activated a teleportation ability. At the same time, Lu Guan heard a sharp crackling sound behind him. After a moment of shock, he spun around swiftly. There, Abe Gen knelt before the statue of the Beastmaster tribe's female leader. No one knew when he had arrived. Chapter 191, The Power of the Yellow Spring's Origin. Abe Gen's entire upper body was prostrate on the ground, his posture appearing profoundly devout. He seemed to be praying to the stone statue of the female chieftain. His lone right hand lay palm up, cradling a jet-black crystal stone the size of a chess piece. Upon recognizing it, Lu Guan felt a sudden wave of foreboding wash over him. That small crystal fragment was the female leader's left eye. Lu Guan suddenly felt excruciating pain surge through the 2 wounds on his left arm, gnawed away by the river Styx's waters and the poisonous mist bees. It felt as though countless icy poison needles were frantically stabbing inside. That old bastard, what the hell is he up to now? Lu Guan was utterly horrified. Abe Xian clearly knew things about this realm that even the Dragon Ascension Guild didn't understand. Whatever he intended to do, Lu Guan understood he simply had to stop him. Abe Xian, stop! Lu Guan barked the command without a moment's hesitation. His phantom talent activated instantly. Dark Blade Pursuit. A phantom-like dark blade, accompanied by a shrieking sound that tore through the air, shot straight toward Abe Gen. In Abe Gen's current state, he should not even be able to lift the ink blade. This strike was enough to be fatal to him. Yet Abe Gen remained motionless, prostrate on the ground as if in deep meditation. Just as the blade's force struck the withered body, a jet of energy, black as ink, suddenly shot from the left eye of the female leader's statue. It effortlessly pierced through the dark blade before striking the ground directly behind Abe Gen. RIP! Lu Guan was astonished to discover. The solid ground, which even the void blade couldn't easily damage, had been struck by that solidified dark energy, leaving a shallow crater. What on earth was this? Amidst his astonishment, Lu Guan suddenly sensed what Abe Gen intended to do. Within that stone statue, it seemed, lay some immense power. Such power was not something an ordinary gifted individual could withstand. Abe Gen, put that crystal back immediately. Lu Guan barked the order as he teleported instantly to Abe Gen's side. Just as he leaned in to snatch the black crystal from Abe Xian's phone, a sudden tingling sensation shot through his scalp. Without hesitation, Lu Guan spun aside, slashing diagonally with his void blade. Clang! The void blade, striking the dark energy bar, was forcibly repelled. The stone statue seemed to possess its own consciousness. At that very moment, Abe Xian, who had been crawling on the ground, suddenly let out a terrifying, maniacal cackle. It's too late, Chairman Lu. Lu Guan asked in confusion, what did you do? Abe Gen finally rose slowly. Lu Guan stared in shock. The old man's eyes had, at some point, completely transformed into a pitch-black void. The whites were entirely obscured, making even the pupils indistinguishable. Abe Gen's lips curled into a sinister grin. What did he do? Chairman Lu couldn't possibly believe I entered the Yellow Springs Rift just for the Yasukani no Magatama, could he? Lu Guan had long suspected Abe Gen's motives were far from simple. And Black shared that suspicion. But he never showed any signs of weakness. What else could Lu Guan do besides stay extra vigilant? Hearing this, Lu Guan finally turned to glance at the statue of the female leader. Then what is your other purpose? Abe Gen continued to chuckle wickedly. Have you never wondered why the Yasukani no Magatama ended up in the hands of the Beastmaster tribe's leader? Or how the creatures of the Yomi Rift met their doom? To be honest, this question truly piqued Lu Guan's curiosity. After all, this matter concerned the very survival of an entire race. One day, humanity on Blue Star might very well face the same fate. Based on previous speculation, Lu Guan believed it was highly probable that the original species inhabiting the Yellow Springs Rift had perished in war. Just look at those skeleton soldiers. And the vengeful spirits make it quite obvious. But judging by Abe Xian's tone, the truth is likely far more complex than that. Then perhaps Chairman Abe Xian could elaborate? Lu Guan asked calmly. But Abe Gen chuckled and replied, now, I possess the power of the Yellow Springs. I will kill you. If you were my friend, perhaps I could tell you. That last line sounded vaguely familiar. Lu Guan froze for a moment. He was utterly speechless. How could this old geezer, at his age, harbor such a strong desire for revenge? Since the other party refused to speak, Lu Guan naturally wouldn't press the issue. If he doesn't want to tell me, fine, he said nonchalantly. At that moment, a thick black mist suddenly surged from the left eye of the female leader's statue, rapidly flowing toward Abe Gen and being gradually absorbed by him. The terrifying energy filled with destruction and resentment suddenly dissipated and spread. Simultaneously, cracks began to appear on the statue itself. The scene looked as if some terrifying entity was struggling to break free from the female leader's statue's suppression. Lu Guan couldn't help but notice the 8-foot Magatama in his storage space beginning to glow. He had no idea what was about to happen. But he knew he couldn't let Abe Gen continue any longer. Otherwise, that old man might transform into a monster even he himself couldn't control. Teacher, what are you doing? Suddenly, Yamamoto Reina's startled cry echoed from the staircase entrance to the 6th level. Lu Guan turned his head to see that everyone from the first floor had followed them up. Sato Takaru's eyes gleamed with intensity. Master succeeded after all. Xiao Zhenxian frowned and asked, what are you talking about? Black pointed at the stone statue of the female leader and said, I sensed it. That's the energy saturating the waters of the river Styx. It seems to be the fundamental force sustaining this realm. The others couldn't comprehend it. The power of the river Styx, just a single drop had corroded a black hole into Lu Guan's left arm. Yet Abe Xian was absorbing this very power into his body? See that? This is the true purpose behind Master entering the Yomi Rift. With the power of the underworld, Master's combat strength could rival that of a 5th-tier powerhouse. Sato-ken exclaimed excitedly to Yamamoto Reina. Everyone else could sense the immense power of this energy. However, the power of the netherworld, the very dark primordial energy that forms this realm, it would erode one's will like the dark moon in the eternal night wasteland. If Abe Gen were to be controlled by this energy and return to Blue Star, he would become nothing more than a vengeful spirit possessing the strength of a 5th-tier being. Chairman Lu, stop him. The mere thought sent chills down Xiao Zhenxian's spine. He charged forward, shouting at the top of his lungs. Truthfully, no prompting was needed. Lu Guan had already acted. Since the Yellow Springs energy within the female leader's statue wouldn't allow anyone to approach, Lu Guan activated other skills instead. He spared no effort in gathering energy. A fiery explosion, gradually shifting from crimson to white, materialized before him. Finally, with a wave of Lu Guan's hand, the flame blast erupted with a thunderous roar. Chapter 192, Don't Approach It. Lu Guan's pupils suddenly contracted. The annihilating aura emanating from the black energy sphere coalescing in the stone statue's palm made his very soul tremble. This was no ordinary attack, it was annihilation at the level of fundamental laws. He could even feel it. The dark energy within the wound on his left arm was being frantically drained. Like 100 rivers flowing into the sea, it surged toward that energy sphere, becoming part of its power. President! Su Yueying screamed. Su Haokai's blood rage crossbow was fully drawn. A blood-red glow flickered erratically along the arrow. But he couldn't find a single locking point. The statue's overwhelming pressure seemed to warp space itself. The fireball gathering in Li Song's palm flickered erratically under the invisible pressure. Even his innate abilities felt sluggish. Damn it, move! Black roared, his golden battle aura expanding instantly, attempting to dispel the suffocating suppression of the law. The aura collided with the invisible barrier, shattering into a faint ripple before vanishing. Black's face paled as he staggered backward. Master, stop! Yamamoto Reina's voice carried an unprecedented shrillness and bewilderment. She tried to rush toward Abe Gen, but the terrifying pressure pinned her firmly to the spot. Abe Gen's single eye held only fanatical fervor and a maniacal grin. A hoarse, rasping sound emerged from his shattered throat. Behold the underworld's judgment. The black energy sphere had swollen to its limit, its core so profound it seemed capable of swallowing even light. The stone statue's arm, dripping with destructive black crystal, slowly extended forward. Directly at Lu Guan. Life and death hung by a thread. Lu Guan's mind raced faster than ever before. The excruciating pain from his left arm waned and the pull of the black energy sphere formed a crystal-clear energy channel. The same source? It was absorbing the energy from the wound. A wildly audacious, near-suicidal thought flashed through his mind. He took the gamble. A fierce glint flashed in Lu Guan's eyes. He didn't retreat. Instead, he poured every last ounce of his barely restored spiritual energy into the wound on his left arm, a desperate, all-or-nothing gamble. Not to suppress it. It was detonation. Explode. Lu Guan roared inwardly. Buzz. The two black holes on his left arm instantly erupted with an unprecedented, eerie glow. As if two miniature black holes had abruptly opened. A surge of dark energy far purer and more violent than anything before was forcibly detonated by him, surging backward into the energy channel connecting to the black energy sphere. Boom! This was no physical explosion. Instead, two dark energies of the same origin yet diametrically opposed collided within the law channel, triggering a terrifying annihilation. Ugh! Lu Guan's entire left arm instantly went numb, as if crushed by an invisible giant hammer. Blood gushed wildly from the shattered wounds and his 7 orifices. His vision darkened. Yet, this insane, self-destructive interference worked. The black energy sphere poised for launch suddenly twisted violently at its core. The destruction law, condensed to its absolute limit, experienced a momentary disruption. The stone statue's arm movement showed an imperceptibly slight delay. Now! Black, battle cry, maximum intensity. Lu Guan roared with his last ounce of strength, his voice hoarse as a broken gong. Though Black didn't understand, his trust in Lu Guan at this life or death moment overrode everything. War cry. He roared with fury, slamming both fists into the ground. A ring of unprecedented, solid as metal golden light erupted outward, forcibly sealing the fleeting gap in the law's oppressive pressure. Everyone felt a sudden lightness upon their bodies. Nianen, by Xiaocha, healing talent. Su Yuning reacted instantly. The tidal heart erupted with azure light, channeling water energy into gentle currents that surged toward Lu Guan. Su Haokai's arrow finally locked onto the energy sphere in the stone statue's palm. Blood rage piercing rainbow, break. Whoosh. The dark crimson energy arrow tore through the viscous air, striking precisely at the core of the twisted, unstable energy. Put. No explosion. The arrow sank like a stone into quicksand, instantly swallowed by black energy. Yet this insignificant external force became the final straw that broke the camel's back. The black energy sphere, already chaotic from Lu Guan's interference, saw its internal equilibrium completely collapse. Boom! An indescribable roar. The entire top floor of the Divine Martial platform seemed to have been plunged into a stellar core. Blinding black light instantly engulfed everything. Not light, but pure, all-consuming darkness. Raging energy turbulence lashed like a billion bone-scraping blades, rampaging with fury. Get down! Uncle Lin roared, violently pinning Su Yuaning and Bai Lu to the ground. Li Song, Duan Xingchen, and the others instinctively dropped to the ground. Yamamoto Reina was violently hurled away by the shockwave. Sato-ken tumbled away like a discarded sack. Amidst the chaos, only the area around the stone statue formed a brief vacuum of energy. Lu Guan, in the split second before the energy erupted, gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain in his left arm and the dizziness, launching his final dash. Target. Abe Gen. Not to save anyone. To deliver the finishing blow. The crimson blade glowed like the fangs of death amidst the all-consuming darkness. Thud. The blade pierced Abe Gen's back with pinpoint accuracy, emerging cleanly through his chest. Abe Gen's body stiffened violently. The frenzy, madness, and anticipation in his single eye froze in an instant. He lowered his head in disbelief, staring at the crimson blade protruding from his chest, dripping with his own blood. Ugh. His broken words trailed off. Lu Guan twisted his wrist, and the spatial energy of the void blade instantly shredded what remained of his life force. The Abe family's long-cherished key. Abe Gen's final gaze locked onto Lu Guan, filled with endless resentment and a strange sense of release, before he breathed his last. And in the very instant Abe Gen died, the all-consuming dark energy erupted, then abruptly halted. As if someone had pressed pause. The raging energy turbulence swiftly subsided. The blinding black light receded like a retreating tide. The stunned crowd looked up. There, at the center of the platform, stood the terrifying female stone statue, still maintaining its forward-pushing arm posture. But the world-shattering black energy sphere in his palm had vanished without a trace. The statue's body, flowing with black crystal energy, had grown significantly duller in hue. The crystal stone eyes that had emitted eerie green beams now had their light completely extinguished, reverting to deep, lifeless black crystals. Dead silence. Only heavy, labored breathing echoed through the top level of the divine martial platform, like the wheezing of a broken bellows. The pungent stench of blood mingled with the acrid smell of scorched energy, stinging everyone's nostrils. Su Yueying was the first to recover. Crawling and scrambling, she rushed toward Lu Guan, tears streaming down her face. President, how are you? Lu Guan swayed but forced himself to stay upright, his left arm hanging limply as blood dripped from his fingertips. His face was as pale as paper, yet his gaze remained sharp, fixed intently on the stone statue that had returned to its deathly stillness. Don't approach it. Lu Guan's voice was hoarse and weak. That suffocating, primal terror, that overwhelming pressure vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed at all. Chapter 193, Return to the Dragon Ascension Guild. At the summit of the divine martial platform, only deathly silence remained, punctuated by the heavy gasps of those who had survived the ordeal. Abe Xian's corpse lay in a pool of blood, while beside it stood Lu Guan. He was covered in blood, teetering on the brink of collapse, yet still clutching the void blade. Lu Guan, Su Haokai, Uncle Lin, Li Son, and the others quickly gathered around. They formed a protective circle between Lu Guan and the stone statue, their vigilance palpable. Black clutched his chest, his expression equally grim. The forced battle cry he had unleashed to counter the law's oppressive pressure had taken a tremendous toll on him. He approached Abe Gen's body, crouched down to inspect it, and confirmed he was dead. He shook his head, his gaze toward Lu Guan filled with complexity. My God, friend, you actually took out that madman. Yamamoto Reina knelt nearby, her spirit broken. Tears streaked her cold, beautiful face as she stared blankly at Abe Gen's lifeless body. Sato Takeshi struggled to his feet. Seeing his master's gruesome state and Yamamoto Reina's expression, his face contorted with pain, rage, and utter bewilderment. He glared fiercely at Lu Guan. You killed my master. Dragon countryman. Black cut him off sharply, pointing at Abe Gen's body. Look what your teacher did. He tried to summon that thing to destroy us all. Chairman Lu was saving us, including you, you fool. Sato Ken's mouth opened slightly as he stared at the stone statue and Abe Gen's corpse, recalling the terrifying, world-shattering scene moments ago. Finally, he slumped his shoulders and let out a muffled sob. First, let's get out of here. Lu Guan took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay alert. This statue, something's not right. Abe Gen is dead, but I can't be sure it won't be triggered again. He recalled Abe Gen's unfinished words before dying. The key is in the key? The Yasukani no Magatama was right in his storage space. The statue's transformation must be connected to the Yasukani no Magatama. What Abe Gen paid for with his life was that fleeting chance to connect with the source of the underworld. We cannot linger here. Yes, leave. Xiao Zhenxian snapped to attention, his expression grave. Dragon Ascension Guild headquarters, top-level confidential meeting room. The atmosphere here was scarcely better than that on the top floor of the Divine Martial Hall. Lu Xiao and Jia Tianlu sat at the head of the table, their faces dark enough to reign. Xiao Zhenxian, Lin Wuying, Lei Jin, Bai Xiaocha, Su Yu, and other Dragon Ascension members involved in the operation stood solemnly by. Members of the future guild were also present. Lu Guan sat in a chair, his left arm wrapped in a specially made bandage. Yet beneath the bandage, the stubborn dark energy still pulsed with a dull ache. Blake, invited as a key witness, leaned back in his chair, his fingers tapping the armrest unconsciously. Yamamoto Reina and Sato-ken were temporarily placed in the adjacent lounge, accompanied by dedicated personnel. Captain Shio had already provided a detailed account of the incident. Principal Lu's voice broke the silence, carrying an unprecedented gravity. Abe Gen's actions within the Yomi Rift had far exceeded the scope of merely searching for family relics. By using the Yasukani no Magatama, he attempted to communicate with and awaken the primordial will power of the Yomi Rift, an act tantamount to blasphemy and an assault upon the laws of the realm. The consequences nearly wiped out the entire expedition team and could have triggered unpredictable chain reactions across the realm. Jia Tianlu slammed his fist on the table, roaring, "That little bastard! He deserves to die. I've had my eye on him for ages. His apology was fake, his true intent was treacherous. Good riddance to him. If I'd been there, I'd have killed him myself." Principal Lu raised his hand to signal Jia Tianlu to calm down, his gaze shifting to Lu Guan with a hint of concern and gravity. "Chairman Lu, how are your injuries?" Lu Guan answered concisely. "Longting's healing items can only alleviate the symptoms, not cure the root cause. That energy is fundamental." Principal Lu nodded. "This outcome was anticipated. We've initiated the highest level analysis protocols. By combining this with your experience in the Yellow Springs Rift, we hope to find a way to eliminate it. This time, you not only saved everyone, but also prevented a catastrophe that could have spilled over into the real world. The Dragon Ascendant Guild owes you a debt of gratitude." Black spoke up then, his tone tinged with lingering fear and solemnity. "As the leader of the Iron Cross Guild, I attest that everything Captain Cho and Guild Leader Lu have stated is true. Abe Shin's actions constitute outright betrayal and madness. Chairman Lu's actions were justified self-defense and a monumental contribution to Blue Star's security. I will personally submit detailed reports and testimony to the International Convention Organization. The Dark Cherry Guild must bear full responsibility for this incident. Black's statement is of paramount importance, effectively providing international endorsement for the characterization of this incident. Chairman Black's profound sense of justice is deeply appreciated by the Dragon Nation and the Dragon Ascendant Guild." Principal Lu expressed his sincere gratitude, then shifted the conversation. "So, the key issue now is how to handle the aftermath and the Asakan Magatama." All eyes instantly focused on Lu Guan. Lu Guan calmly retrieved the smooth jade pendant from his storage space. It lay quietly in his palm, emitting a soft glow, appearing harmless. Yet those present who had witnessed the horrors at the summit felt a pang of dread. "The item is here." Lu Guan's voice remained steady. "I suspect he was referring to this Magatama as the key to communicating with or even controlling the very source of the underworld. His goal was far more than simply retrieving a relic." The conference room fell deathly silent. Lu Xiao's gaze sharpened. If this object truly possessed such dangerous power, it must never fall into the hands of anyone with ulterior motives. And it must never be allowed to return to the land of cherry blossoms. Jia Tianlu declared in a solemn tone, "I propose the Yasukani no Magatama be sealed away by the Dragon Ascension Guild's High Command. Subjected to the most rigorous research and safekeeping. It must never be activated until its nature and safe usage are fully understood." Black pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "I concur with Commander Jia's assessment. An object involving primordial forces is far too dangerous. Placing it under the Dragon Ascension Guild's custody is currently the most prudent course of action." Lu Guan didn't hesitate, handing the 8-foot Magatama directly to Lu Xiao before glancing at his bandaged arm. Abe Gen's final words remained unfinished. Perhaps there was more than one key? Lu Guan's words plunged everyone back into deep thought. The secrets of the Yellow Springs Rift seemed far deeper and more perilous than they had imagined. And Abe Gen's death felt less like an ending and more like the beginning of a colossal mystery. Lu Xiao solemnly accepted the Yasukani no Magatama. Its touch was cool to the hand, yet it felt heavier than 1,000 pounds. "We will pursue this matter to the very end." Lu Xiao's voice was unwavering. As for the Dark Cherry Guild, a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Yamamoto Reina and Sato-kan must provide an explanation. The Dark Cherry Guild must pay the price for Abe Gen's actions. Chapter 194, A Chance for Redemption. The moment Lu Xiao took the Yasukani no Magatama, the temperature in the entire conference room seemed to plummet several degrees. The once warm jade now felt like a block of ancient ice, radiating a silent danger. He solemnly placed it into a metal box covered in runes. The faint click of the lid closing echoed distinctly in the silent room. "Sealed at the highest Dragon Abyss security level. Access is restricted solely to myself and Commander Jia." Lu Xiao's voice was firm and unquestionable. "Form a special research team immediately, codenamed Yellow Springs Lock. Members must sign the highest level soul contract. Leakers will have their souls scattered to the winds." His gaze swept over every core member of the Dragon Ascension present, radiating ironclad authority. "Understood." Xiao Zhenxian and the others responded in unison, their expressions solemn. When dealing with primordial power, there was no room for carelessness. As for the Dark Cherry Guild, Lu Xiao's gaze shifted toward the adjacent lounge, his expression growing icy. Abe Gen's actions amounted to a declaration of war. Yamamoto Reina and Sato-kan must remain here as witnesses and subjects for interrogation. Notify the International Convention Organization to convene an emergency arbitration meeting. We will submit all video recordings, residual energy analysis reports, and Chairman Black's testimony. Demand full responsibility from the Dark Sakura Union, public apology, compensation, and acceptance of sanctions. Chairman Black. Lu Xiao turned to the Eagle Nation representative. This matter requires the full support of the Iron Cross Union. Black leaned forward, his fingers interlaced beneath his chin, blue eyes gleaming with sharp focus. Of course, Chairman Lu. Abe Gen's reckless actions threaten everyone's safety, including members of our Steel Cross Union. Not only will I submit a full testimony, but I will also push for the Eagle Nation representative to exert pressure on Sakura Nation within the convention organization. They must pay a sufficiently painful price to deter others. A cold smile curved his lips. Some rules must be written in blood. Jia Tianlu snorted heavily, clearly displeased with Black's opportunistic maneuvering, but he understood the greater stakes at play. Yamamoto Reina, judging by her reaction, she doesn't seem fully aware of the situation? Lu paused thoughtfully, the sharpness in his eyes softening slightly. She and Sato-kan will be interrogated separately. Yamamoto Reina will be handled personally by me and Commander Jia. Sato-kan will be handled by Qiu Jinqian and Lin Wuying. Get to the bottom of Abe Gen's plans and what exactly they meant by that key. Additionally, seal off all information regarding the Yasukani no Magatama and the source of Yomi. Externally, only announce that Abe Gen sought divine artifacts, triggering a backlash from the realm, and that Chairman Lu killed him to protect everyone. Medical room. The Dragon Ascension Guild's top healing specialists filed in, their gentle white light repeatedly washing over Lu Guan's left arm wound. Yet those two black hole-like corrosion scars remained, like curses branded into flesh. Black mist swirled around them, stubbornly resisting all healing energy. There were even faint signs of the wounds backfiring against the healing efforts. Each touch of energy brought excruciating, bone-piercing agony. No, Chairman Lu. Sweat beaded on the lead healer's forehead as his voice betrayed defeat. The energy level is too high. We can barely contain its spread, let alone remove it. It seems to be continuously absorbing Chairman Lu's own life force to strengthen itself. Principal Lu and Jia Tianlu frowned deeply. Is there absolutely no solution? Perhaps only by finding an energy source of equal magnitude might there be a sliver of hope to neutralize or redirect it. The treatment team leader hesitated before speaking. But the risk? Understood. You may go now. Principal Lu waved his hand. Only 3 people remained in the room. Lu Guan's face was pale, yet his eyes remained calm, as if the excruciating pain steadily eroding his vitality didn't exist. He flexed the stiff fingers of his left hand. I won't die. Bull. Jia Tianlu scratched his head in frustration. This thing is like a maggot clinging to the bone. Who knows what'll happen if we drag this out? The primal power of the Yellow Springs Rift. The 8-foot Magatama. Lu Xiao gazed at Lu Guan with profound eyes. Perhaps the key lies in that item you obtained. Just then, an announcement came from outside the door. Report. Yamamoto Reina requests a private audience with Chairman Lu. Jia Tianlu's eyes widened. No. What does she want at this critical juncture? Principal Lu raised his hand to stop him, turning to look at Lu Guan. What do you think? Lu Guan recalled Yamamoto Reina's dazed expression atop the divine martial altar and the even more complex gazes she had directed at him earlier. He paused for a few seconds before nodding. Let her in. The door swung open. Yamamoto Reina entered, having changed out of her damaged battlesuit into a simple traditional Sakura country kimono. Her pallid, fragile features were accentuated by the faint tear stains still visible at the corners of her eyes. She bowed deeply to Principal Lu and Jia Tianlu. Chairman Lu, Commander Jia. Reina earnestly requested a private word with Lu Guanjuan. Her voice was hoarse, yet carried a resolute calm. Jia Tianlu hesitated to speak, but Lu Xiao exchanged a glance with Lu Guan, gave a slight nod, and pulled the reluctant Jia Tianlu out of the room, closing the door behind them. Only the 2 of them remained in the room. The air seemed to freeze. Yamamoto Reina lifted her eyes. Those once cold, clear eyes, like a frozen pond. Now they brimmed with indescribable sorrow, confusion, and a complex emotion bordering on supplication. She approached Lu Guan, her gaze settling on his left arm bound in bandages and shrouded in dark mist. Her pupils contracted slightly. Lu Guanjuan. Her voice trembled slightly as she spoke softly. The teacher's plan. Actually, I'm not completely in the dark. Lu Guan's gaze sharpened as he watched her silently, not interrupting. Yamamoto Reina drew a deep breath, as if summoning every ounce of strength within her. The Abe family has always been searching for a way to control the eye of the underworld. The left eye of that stone statue is part of the key. The Yasukani no Magatama is the other part. The teacher believed that only by possessing both keys simultaneously could one truly communicate with or even harness the primal power of the underworld. To fulfill the Abe family's millennia-old aspiration. She lifted her head, tears silently sliding down her cheeks. But I never imagined the cost would be the teacher's own life and soul. Even less did I expect him to become like that, seeking to drag everyone down with him. Her gaze refocused on Lu Guan's arm, filled with profound anguish. The teacher had mentioned it in his notes. The wounds inflicted by the Yellow Spring's primal source could only be healed by a power of the same origin. Otherwise, the corrosion deepens relentlessly, dragging the victim into eternal darkness. She stepped forward, her voice hushed to a whisper, desperate and earnest. Lu Guan, I know the Abe family has wronged you, and my teacher's transgression is unforgivable. But for the sake of my brother, Yamamoto Ruji, please give me a chance to atone. Chapter 195, You Are the Variable. Lu Guan's brow furrowed slightly. Yamamoto Ruji? That elite member of the Dark Cherry faction he personally killed in the Dark Moon Temple? What kind of excuse is that? Yamamoto Reina seemed to read his confusion, her tears flowing faster, yet her voice remained unusually clear. Brother, she said, the last message he sent back before he died contained only one sentence. She stared directly into Lu Guan's eyes, enunciating each word deliberately. Reina, stay away from Abe. General Lu Guan is the variable. Lu Guan's pupils suddenly contracted. Yamamoto Reina's words exploded like a thunderclap within Lu Guan's heart, their echoes reverberating through his very core with a bone-chilling coldness. Variable? Lu Guan repeated the word, his voice low and raspy like sandpaper, each syllable laden with 1,000 pounds of doubt and scrutiny. His piercing gaze locked onto Yamamoto Reina's tear-streaked, fragile face, attempting to penetrate the fog of sorrow to discern the underlying truth. Redemption? Or yet another meticulously woven trap? Yamamoto Reina did not avert her gaze, letting the tears fall freely. The agony carried within those tears felt so real it threatened to spill over. Yes, a variable. She nodded forcefully, her voice trembling with emotion. My brother never used words like that to describe anyone. He died by your hand, Lu Guan. This should have been a hatred etched into my bones. Yet his final words guided me away from darkness, pointing me toward you. This one glimmer of hope. Her words carried a desperation bordering on pleading, as if Lu Guan were the last lifeline she could grasp. I know it's hard to believe. I've questioned myself countless times, why would my brother do such a thing? But this is the only clue. The teacher's notes clearly state that those corrupted by the Yellow Spring's primordial essence can only be cleansed by channeling that very power in reverse. And I can. She drew a deep breath, her gaze hardening with resolve. I can temporarily communicate with that lingering imprint, becoming the bridge between you and that dark power. Just as the message my brother left guided us. Please trust me this once. Lu Guan remained silent. The excruciating pain in his left arm felt like maggots gnawing at his bones. Each heartbeat brought a deeper, burning sensation, reminding him of the terrifying entity lurking within his body. Even Longting's finest healers were powerless. This dark force, like a living entity, relentlessly devoured his life force. Time stood firmly on the side of the corruption. Yamamoto Reina's proposal, whether genuine or not, was the only solution available now. The risks were immense, yet the only glimmer of hope lay within it. He slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the sharpness in his gaze had been replaced by a deep, calculated resolve. Conditions. Lu Guan's voice regained its usual calm, yet carried an undeniable weight. Beyond atonement, what else do you, or rather, the Dark Cherry Guild behind you desire? Yamamoto Reina stiffened slightly before letting out a bitter smile. The teacher's actions have already dragged the entire guild into the abyss. Sanctions from the International Convention, the wrath of Longting, and internal strife within Sakura Nation. Dark Sakura may already be a name and name only. She lifted her head, meeting Lu Guan's gaze directly. Her eyes held no calculation, only a desolate, unflinching calm. All I want is a chance to survive. A chance to survive unscathed, to carry out my brother's dying wish. She paused, her voice faint as a sigh. As for the reward. If I somehow succeed in lifting this curse for you, I ask only for an explanation from Lu Guan. If I fail, or harbor ulterior motives, you may kill me at any time. The room fell deathly silent. Light from outside filtered through the glass, casting flickering shadows across Yamamoto Reina's pale profile. Her proposal placed her very life entirely in Lu Guan's hands, no turning back. Lu Guan's gaze lingered on her face for a long moment, as if trying to pierce through her skin and see straight into her soul. Finally, he gave a slight nod, so subtle it was almost imperceptible. Agreed. One word, spoken with unwavering certainty. Right here, right now. He added, leaving no room for negotiation. He would give her no time or space to prepare any traps. A fierce light flared in Yamamoto Reina's eyes, a mix of hope and resolve. She nodded firmly, without a moment's hesitation. Please sit cross-legged, Lu Guan. Relax your mind. Whatever happens, do not resist my psychic guidance. Lu Guan complied, sitting with his back straight as a pine tree, yet his gaze remained sharp as ever, like a crouching leopard. He remained far from relaxed, his vigilance like invisible armor enveloping his entire body. Yamamoto Reina took a deep breath, forcing down the surging emotions within her, and slowly extended both hands. Her fingertips trembled slightly as they hovered an inch above Lu Guan's left arm, which was wrapped in bandages and shrouded in dark mist. She closed her eyes. A faint yet exceptionally pure stream of psychic energy flowed like a trickle. Carrying an ancient and obscure imprint, it slowly overflowed from her fingertips, cautiously probing the gruesome wound. The instant her spiritual energy touched the dark energy, the black mist on Lu Guan's left arm suddenly boiled. Like an enraged venomous snake, it violently struck back, surging along that thread of spiritual energy and lunging madly toward Yamamoto Reina. Ugh! Yamamoto Reina let out a pained groan, her body convulsing violently as her face instantly turned paler than paper. Her psychic energy collided with an iceberg brimming with hatred and destruction, an icy chill and searing pain instantly engulfing her consciousness. Lu Guan's pupils suddenly contracted. He saw it clearly. At the instant the two forces collided, a faint, almost imperceptible pale golden mark suddenly flared deep within the core of Yamamoto Reina's fragile psychic energy. The shape of that mark echoed faintly with certain ancient runes flowing upon the Yasukani no Magatama. And in the very instant that pale golden mark lit up, the surging torrent of dark energy, which had been violently counterattacking, seemed to be momentarily halted by an invisible barrier, exhibiting an extremely minute pause. Opportunity. In the blink of an eye, Lu Guan had no time to ponder the mark's origin. The phantom talent power already poised within him erupted like a bursting dam. Seizing that 1 in 10,000 second pause with pinpoint precision, it surged along the fragile bridge constructed by Yamamoto Reina's psychic power. It violently surged into the dark core within her left arm. Not to resist. It was guidance. He would harness the torrent formed by his formidable psychic power and innate speed, forcibly harnessing that raging dark essence along an arcane trajectory. Reversing it. Sizzle. An indescribable agony surged through him, as if his very soul was being torn apart. Lu Guan grunted, veins bulging on his temples as cold sweat instantly drenched his back. Yet he distinctly sensed it deep within the wound on his left arm, that bone-clinging, life-devouring cold darkness finally began to loosen. Chapter 196, 3 Divine Grade Items. Most of the items here were unfamiliar to Lu Guan. Some were clearly artifacts forged in a world of slaughter. Others, however, seemed to be creations of modern medicine. After all, though the world of slaughter was formidable, human technological civilization wasn't entirely without merit. Take the buildings on Blue Star, for instance. They're still made of reinforced concrete, aren't they? Healers could cure all manner of illnesses in an ordinary person within minutes. The problem is, the number of individuals who have awakened healing abilities is actually quite small. This explains why someone like Bai Xiaocha, an ordinary healer with slightly above average aptitude, could join the third battle group. Are you Lu Guan? Inside the medical room, besides the supplies, there was a doctor and her assistant. The doctor was a middle-aged woman, appearing to be around 40 years old. The assistant was a young girl who couldn't have been over 20. Her appearance was somewhat playful and fashionable. Upon seeing Lu Guan, her eyes lit up and she called out. But after calling out, she seemed to realize it was a bit inappropriate, and her pretty face flushed slightly. Lu Guan gave her a puzzled look. You know me? The young assistant extended her hand with unabashed confidence. Hello, Chairman Lu Guan. My name is Renwaning. I've awakened the Heartbath Resonance talent. You're an idol to many in our Dragon Ascension Guild now. It's a pleasure to meet you. Lu Guan was quite surprised. Heartbath Resonance? This is a rare and powerful talent. Heartbath Resonance. Talent description: a rank talent. Restores stamina and vitality through spiritual resonance, either by drawing from oneself or others. Most other healing abilities primarily address physical wounds or replenish stamina, with only minimal mental recovery. Heartbath Resonance is different. As evident from its description, this talent not only rapidly restores mental energy. Its true power lies in its ability to drain opponents' mental energy. In prolonged battles, this talent allows one to deplete enemies faster while replenishing oneself, creating a dynamic of mutual attrition. Moreover, as Lu Guan understands, currently, within the Dragon Nation, there exists one individual who has awakened this talent alongside another skill: life coordination. Its primary function is similar to the White Deer's life contract. However, life coordination allows autonomous adjustment of the degree of shared vitality. Lu Guan couldn't help but imagine how much faster their leveling progress would be if someone with this talent had been with him when he led the guild members on their sprint to level up. This is the classic face of capital exploiting its workers like beasts of burden. Lu Guan extended his hand as well, saying politely, "Hello. Your talent is truly unique. It would be wonderful if our guild could have someone like you in the future." The words were both a deliberate compliment and genuinely sincere. Jia Tianlu's expression instantly turned wary. "Kid, I'm warning you. We brought you here to treat your wounds. Don't even think about trying to poach members from our Dragon Ascension Guild." Lu Guan was somewhat speechless. His future guild was still just a small fry. Facing the mighty Dragon Ascension Guild, even if he wanted to poach members, they'd have to be willing to follow him. Lu Guan tugged at the corner of his mouth. "You're overthinking it. Now, what solutions have you come up with for the wounds caused by the river Styx's corrosive waters?" Jia Tianlu grumbled. "The way you talk, it sounds like the Dragon Ascension Guild owes you something." "Young lady, you should have this thoroughly examined." Renwaning agreed readily, guiding Lu Guan to sit on a nursing bed. Lu Guan didn't hesitate, sitting down and saying, "This injury of mine is actually connected to your Dragon Ascension Guild." Jia Tianlu thought about it and realized he was right. But theoretically, even if that's true, didn't you choose to enter the Yellow Springs Rift yourself? Besides, you didn't hand over that 8-foot jade hook to the Dragon Ascension Guild either. At this thought, Jia Tianlu's eyes suddenly darted around. "Kid, where's the 8-foot Magatama?" Lu Guan asked warily, "What are you up to?" Jia Tianlu chuckled. "It's an extremely rare god-tier artifact on the entire Blue Star. Of course I want to see it." Lu Guan, however, noticed a more crucial piece of information hidden within those words. What did he mean by extremely rare? If it's merely rare, that implies he's seen other god-tier artifacts before. Besides the 8-foot Magatama, were there other god-tier artifacts on Blue Star? Lu Guan asked doubtfully. A flicker of contempt crossed Jia Tianlu's eyes. "Kid, you don't seriously believe this world only has the one divine great item you obtained, do you?" Lu Guan remained silent. However, before becoming a gifted one, none of the materials he had researched mentioned any other divine tier artifacts. Come to think of it, he didn't even know about the 8-foot Magatama, did he? After his moment of disdain, Jia Tianlu proceeded to explain. "Correct. As far as our Dragon Ascension Guild knows, there are only 3 divine tier items in existence worldwide. The God-burying spike, capable of piercing through the hardest substances in existence. The thousand-faced witch drum, which summons beings from other realms to aid in battle. And the last one? That's the real game-changer. The abyssal lamp capable of shattering spatial barriers to traverse freely across countless worlds." As he spoke, Jia Tianlu even wore a slightly exaggerated expression. He seemed to yearn for that kind of power. From Lu Guan's perspective, these 3 items were indeed incredibly powerful. But if they were so formidable, shouldn't the organization possessing these god-tier artifacts have already stood atop the world? Where are these 3 divine great items you speak of? Jia Tianlu looked down at him. "What good would knowing their whereabouts do you?" Lu Guan replied calmly, "Can't I just be curious?" Jia Tianlu nodded. "Come to think of it, the location of the god-burying nail isn't hard to guess. It's in the hands of your good friend's country." Lu Guan pondered. What good friend? But he quickly caught on. Couldn't this old man just speak plainly? Blake is Blake, what's with this good friend nonsense? Jia Tianlu continued, "As for the thousand-faced witch drum, it's in the hands of a tribal chieftain living in the tropical rainforests along Blue Star's equator. Before the world of slaughter descended, there were indeed tribes hidden from the secular world on Blue Star. In truth, beyond these independent tribes, numerous lesser-known small nations with sparse populations also remained largely unknown to the world. That wasn't particularly surprising. But the fact that the Dragon Ascension Guild knew exactly how they obtained god-tier items was downright baffling." Lu Guan did not interrupt Jia Tianlu's narrative. As for the final divine great artifact, the Guichu lamp, Jia Tianlu suddenly turned to Lu Guan. "Hey, why don't you take a guess where this item might be?" Seeing his mysterious demeanor, did he even need to guess? Lu Guan stated directly, "Could it be in the Dragon Kingdom?" Chapter 197, Yamamoto Reina's Invitation. While the two were talking, Renwaning had already retrieved several bottles and jars from the cabinet. She poured the liquids back and forth, eventually blending them into a single bottle of pure, transparent liquid, which she poured into a glass cup. Chairman Lu was so clever he even guessed that. Renwaning's eyes sparkled as she spoke. It was clear she genuinely admired Lu Guan. Jia Tianlu, however, found it rather disappointing. He'd hoped Lu Guan would guess a couple more answers wrong, giving him another chance to mock him. But he was proven right in an instant. That's the downside of talking to a smart person. So boring. Lu Guan couldn't be bothered to respond. He was now more curious about another question. If our Dragon Nation possesses divine tier artifacts, why not reveal them? Wouldn't that intimidate the nations of Blue Star even more? Jia Tianlu curled his lips. Naive. If it were that simple, why do you think Eagle Nation hasn't revealed the existence of the god-burying nails? If Lu Guan knew, he wouldn't have asked. Jia Tianlu sighed and continued, "The main reason is that while we can understand the functions of these god-tier items through their panel descriptions, we have absolutely no idea how to actually use them." Lu Guan was genuinely surprised by this. Aren't items just items? They require energy to activate their functions. How could we not know how to use them? But seeing Jia Tianlu's expectant expression, he ultimately held back from asking the question. The old man knew a lot, but he always seized every opportunity to mock him. That habit was truly irritating. Sure enough, when Lu Guan remained silent, Jia Tianlu grew slightly anxious. "Aren't you even curious about what's going on?" Lu Guan shook his head. "Not curious." He already possessed a divine tier artifact himself. To be honest, he'd suddenly discovered this item's function, but he still didn't know how to use it. According to the panel description, the Yasukani no Magatama contained the energy of laws, capable of creating barriers. But when Lu Guan confronted Abe Gen, he only noticed its energy corroding the power of the underworld. No barrier appeared at all. This was utterly baffling. Jia Tianlu felt a tightness in his chest. Lu Guan hadn't asked, but if he brought it up himself, wouldn't that seem a bit beneath him?
Just then, Renwaning approached carrying that bottle of clear liquid.
Chairman Lu, it's ready.
The holy spring water might sting when applied to the wound, bear with it.
Jia Tianlu called out, hold on. After all this talk, kid, show me that 8-foot Magatama first.
Rest assured, since Principal Lu agreed to let you enter the Yellow Springs Rift, he never intended to take your belongings.
Lu Guanban felt less concerned. He knew the Dragon Ascension Guild couldn't use this item anyway.
Whether it stayed with him or went to them made little difference. Besides, Lu Xiao's original stance was that no divine grade item should fall into the hands of the land of cherry blossoms.
He promptly retrieved the 8-foot Magatama from his storage space. Jia Tianlu, upon seeing this unremarkable piece of jade, suddenly lit up.
After taking it, he turned to Renwaning and said, alright, you may continue.
Renwaning nodded. Well then, Chairman Lu, you'd better brace yourself. She reminded him thoughtfully. Lu Guan dismissed it entirely. What's a little pain?
In the newbie village, he nearly lost his life facing thorn beasts far stronger than himself. When the drops of the river Styx fell, the corrosive wounds seeped into his very marrow, yet he didn't even flinch.
Now it was merely a matter of cleansing the wound. What could it do?
But as the Holy Spirit spring water poured over the now ink-black, crater-like wound,
splash!
A surge of white foam erupted, only to swiftly turn black. Lu Guan felt an excruciating pain radiate from his left arm throughout his entire body. He groaned softly, breaking out in a cold sweat. Before his vision darkened and he passed out, he thought he heard Jia Tianlu's laughter. About 20 minutes later, the medical room became crowded with people. Naturally, they were members of the future guild, along with Black. The arrangements for Lu Xiao's side were largely settled. The main task was for Qiu Jinxian to organize personnel to secure the Yellow Springs Rift realm. After all, the recent upheaval there was still fresh, and no one could predict what might happen next. Having waited for ages without their guild leader returning, everyone grew genuinely concerned and rushed to the medical room together.
Lu Guan finally stirred awake.
The first thing he saw upon opening his eyes was Su Yueying's worried, beautiful face. Immediately after, the others began asking questions in a flurry of concerned voices. Lu Guan raised his left arm. The wound had completely healed, as if it had never been there. Renwaning pushed her way through the crowd.
Chairman Lu, how are you feeling? Lu Guan flexed his arm.
It moved with perfect ease, as if he'd never been injured at all.
Moreover, his energy and stamina were remarkably abundant, clearly the result of his soul healing talent. I feel much better. Thank you. Lu Guan said to Renwaning in a calm tone.
Renwaning smiled faintly.
No need to thank me, Chairman Lu. It's my pleasure.
If you encounter any further issues, Chairman Lu, feel free to come see me anytime.
Lu Guan nodded.
Renwaning's cheeks suddenly flushed slightly.
Mr. Lu, would you mind taking a photo with me? Hearing this, Lu Guan was taken aback. He wasn't some big celebrity. What was there to take a photo with?
But such a small request was hardly something he would refuse.
Alright, kid, what's your next move?
The exchange competition starts in just a few days.
Make sure you're fully prepared for everything. Mentioning it only made Lu Guan's head ache. Because he remembered he still owed energy for the talent he'd borrowed in advance. What a hassle.
So naturally, his next task was to repay that energy. After leaving the Dragon Ascension Guild headquarters, the group prepared to return to the Lu family mansion. Lu Guan was somewhat anxious. However, after experiencing so many events in succession, everyone was exhausted and needed some rest. Moreover, Storm Canyon, the ideal place for everyone to sprint through levels, was now off limits. This downtime should be used to consider which realm to enter next. Lu Guan planned to spend 5 days ensuring he reached at least Tier 2, Level 6. Truthfully, he was not far off from achieving this goal. Luo Hongyang, Li Son, and Uncle Lin all had a good chance of reaching Tier 2, Level 5. The remaining members would naturally start at least at Tier 2, Level 4. This outcome, however, didn't quite satisfy Lu Guan. After all, his initial ideal expectation had been for the entire future guild to reach Tier 2, Level 5 or higher. Before reaching the Lu family mansion, Lu Guan's message panel suddenly flashed. He assumed the message was from Jia Tianlu or Lu Xiao. But upon opening it, it was from Yamamoto Reina. Chapter 198, What do you think of Lu Guan? Chairman, what's wrong? Su Yuaning, sitting in the passenger seat, noticed the chairman driving with his gaze suddenly fixed on mid-air, his expression slightly startled. She feared his wounds from the river of the dead had flared up again. She couldn't help but ask with genuine concern. Lu Guan shook his head. He immediately pulled the car over to the side of the road. Everyone in the car was puzzled. It was a message from Yamamoto Reina. Lu Guan turned to explain. Su Yueying's heart immediately grew wary upon hearing this. Yamamoto Reina? If it weren't for the things her teacher did, why would the president have to suffer so much for no reason? What else does she want to do? To be honest, this incident had little to do with Yamamoto Reina herself. In fact, she had even played a role in helping others.
After all, if she hadn't tossed the Yasukani no Magatama to Lu Guan, the situation back then would have been impossible to turn around. But Lu Guan naturally wouldn't argue with Su Yueying over such a minor point.
She didn't specify what it was about, just wanted to invite me to Manglan Tea House.
Manglan Tea House? Isn't that the base of the Lonting Guild's third battle group? Why would she choose that place? Su Yueying, however, seemed a bit bewildered. Actually, it was quite easy to explain. Lu Guan remarked, she's probably trying to show me she means no harm. Su Yueying pondered for a moment. That makes sense. So, President, are you planning to go? Since they've extended an invitation, why wouldn't Lu Guan attend? Though the 8-foot Magatama is in our possession, we still don't know how to use it. Perhaps she might uncover some secrets. Su Yueying didn't really have any reason to object. Then I'll go with you. Lu Guan shook his head. You should go back with the others and get some rest. We should also discuss which realm would be best for our next move. Besides, as vice president, you might be needed to handle any unexpected matters. Su Yuning thought, if even Sato-ken was preparing to return home first, what else could possibly happen? But then she remembered that she could indeed be of greater assistance to Lu Guan at the Lu family estate. Alright then, President, you must take good care of yourself. Lu Guan nodded. From the perspective of the entire Blue Star, his strength was now approaching mid-tier 3rd stage. It should be others who were wary of him. Star City. Manglan Tea House remained closed today. Because they were entertaining a distinguished guest none other than Yamamoto Reina. Zhou Manglan personally sat across from the coolly beautiful young woman in the main hall. The two appeared to be enjoying a pleasant conversation. Bai Xiaocha stood in the center, diligently preparing gongfu tea for both of them. Due to the nature of their third battle group, Zhou Manglan had learned about the events at the Yellow Springs Rift early on. Simultaneously, she had deduced Yamamoto Reina's current predicament. Unlike certain members of the Dragon Ascension Guild or the Future Guild, Zhou Manglan harbored a certain fondness for this beautiful, aloof young woman from the land of cherry blossoms. She understood Yamamoto Reina's past. It could only be said that she, too, was a pitiable figure. Miss Reina, though I haven't known Lu Guan for long, I'm curious what kind of person do you think he is? Yamamoto Reina composed herself. Yamamoto Reina seemed lost in thought. She suddenly realized that while she harbored feelings for Lu Guancong, she had never truly considered what kind of person he was. He seemed rather taciturn and mysterious. Yet he was sharp-witted, exceptionally capable, and gave off an aura of unfathomable depth. Yamamoto Reina was speaking from the heart. Chatting with Zhou Manglan made her feel relaxed and at ease, completely letting down her guard. Of course, this was largely due to Zhou Manglan's natural talent. I think you've left out the most important point. Bai Xiaocha suddenly interjected. Both of them turned their gaze toward her at once. What? Bai Xiaocha continued, it's just that Brother Lu is so handsome. After saying this, as if something occurred to her, her pretty face flushed slightly, and she wore a delighted expression. Zhou Manglan was left speechless. You're daydreaming again. That said, Lu Guan does carry his mother's delicate beauty from years past, combined with his father's resolute strength, truly a fine specimen. What do you think, Reina? Yamamoto Reina had been pondering other matters when Zhou Manglan suddenly addressed her. Yes, Lu Guan is very brave. Yamamoto Reina replied instinctively. The air was filled with the lingering scent of sandalwood and the rich aroma of tea. Suddenly, the main hall door was pushed open. The three seated around the tea table all turned toward the doorway. Who else could it be but Lu Guan? Yamamoto Reina had merely been murmuring to herself, but upon seeing Lu Guan, her eyes suddenly sparkled. Aunt Zhou, Xiaocha, what were you chatting about? This was Lu Guan's second visit here. Breathing in the sandalwood incense, he felt less guarded than last time, much more relaxed. This likely stemmed from his growing conviction that Zhou Manglan was someone he could fully trust. The moment she saw him, Bai Xiaocha didn't even bother brewing the gongfu tea. She rushed forward to greet him. Her eyes immediately darted to Lu Guan's left arm. Brother Lu, the wound from the River of the Dead has completely healed. Bai Xiaochai was genuinely happy for Lu Guan. MHM. Lu Guan nodded with a smile. Oh, and I must thank you for your auspicious cloud wrist guard. It was a huge help during the Yellow Springs Rift. But all the healing energy inside it's been used up now. Bai Xiaocha casually replied, no problem. This bracelet can be recharged separately. Brother Lu, hand me the bracelet, I'll recharge it for you right now. After all, it really is quite useful. Lu Guan didn't hesitate to hand it over. Consider it a favor owed to you. Bai Xiaocha responded somewhat coyly, Brother Lu, you're being too formal. I'm just happy to be able to help you. Her voice was a bit soft. Fortunately, Lu Guan caught every word. Aunt Zhou and Miss Lingna are over there. You go ahead and join them. I'll start by replenishing your Shangyun wrist guards. Lu Guan nodded and replied, all right. Then Bai Xiaocha left. Seated by the window, Lu Guan observed Zhou Manglan and Yamamoto Reina looking perfectly at ease. Lu Guan knew that if Yamamoto Reina had sought him out this time, it couldn't be anything bad. He walked over slowly. How's your injury? Zhou Menglin asked with genuine concern. This wasn't mere politeness.
It was genuine concern from an elder toward a younger person. Lu Guan immediately exposed his left arm.
He knew Zhou Menglin must already be aware of what happened in the Yellow Springs Rift. It's all right now.
Zhou Menglin said with genuine relief.
Sit. Lu Guan sat down beside Zhou Menglin, facing Yamamoto Reina. Lu Guan, thank you for keeping our appointment.
I apologize for what happened with the teacher earlier.
Yamamoto Reina spoke up first. Chapter 199, Thunder Cliff. Her tone was sincere.
Lu Guan didn't really think this matter had much to do with her. But as a Dragon Nation citizen, he couldn't help but view Cherry Blossom Nation through a tinted lens. As for this cool, beautiful girl, he could only say he didn't dislike her.
Thus, faced with Yamamoto Reina's earnest demeanor, Lu Guan's response was inevitably lukewarm. An apology wasn't really necessary. Abe Gen is Abe Gen, you are you.
You made your choice during the Yellow Springs Rift.
Hearing his words, Yamamoto Reina lowered her eyelids slightly.
Her long lashes casting faint shadows across her fair complexion.
As long as Lu Guanjuan doesn't blame me anymore.
Zhou Menglin lifted her teacup, sipped, then turned to Lu Guan.
What's done is done.
The most important thing is that Reina can discern right from wrong at critical moments.
Lu Guan, you shouldn't be so serious either. Hearing this, Lu Guan was somewhat taken aback. Was Zhou Menglin trying to exonerate Yamamoto Reina? And what did Zhou Menglin just call her? Reina.
Something didn't seem quite right here. Even as an ordinary citizen of the Dragon Nation, he found it hard to harbor any affection for the elite gifted individuals of the Cherry Blossom Nation. Could it be that the commander of the Dragon Pool Guild's 3rd battle group has some serious issues with his resolve? But Lu Guan certainly couldn't voice such thoughts outright. So Miss Yamamoto Reina specifically asked me here just to apologize? Yamamoto Reina lifted her head. Her clear eyes met Lu Guan's directly. Opening her mouth, yet suddenly hesitating. She seemed to sense Lu Guan's indifference toward her. Zhou Menglin decided to speak up. I'll explain. Chairman Lu, Reina specifically asked to meet you here because she needs your help with something.
Hearing this, Lu Guan couldn't help but grow even more astonished. He thought to himself, did Aunt Zhou take the wrong medicine today? Or did she cast Mirror Flower, Water Moon on Yamamoto Reina only to get hit by it herself?
Calling him Chairman Lu clearly signaled she was distancing herself from him and siding with Yamamoto Reina.
Still, Lu Guan maintained his composure and calmly inquired, regarding matters in Sakura country, how might I be of assistance?
Yamamoto Reina immediately replied, this matter, only you, Lu Guan, can help me.
Lu Guanjuan, you see. Yamamoto Ruji, the one you killed during the prison break abyss incident, he was my brother. Lu Guan's eyes instantly grew colder. So she finally brought this up. Yet Lu Guan detected no malice in Yamamoto Reina. I already knew. So what are you trying to say? Seek revenge for your brother? A rare flicker of panic flickered in Yamamoto Reina's icy eyes.
She hastily explained, no, that's not it. Truthfully, my brother and I never shared much affection. His life or death only affects the Yamamoto family's interests, it has nothing to do with me. This left Lu Guan somewhat puzzled. Aren't you two siblings? How can it not concern you? Zhou Menglin interjected, because we share the same father but different mothers. Countless historical cases on Blue Star have already taught us. The larger the family, the more tangled its internal relationships tend to become. Therefore, Reina's visit to the Dragon Nation this time was entirely arranged by Abe Gen. Lu Guan couldn't help but feel even more bewildered. Abe Gen's primary objective was to obtain the power of the underworld. What does that have to do with Miss Yamamoto Reina? Yamamoto Ruji was a gifted individual highly valued by the Dark Cherry Guild, and moreover, he was Abe Gen's direct disciple. Lu Guan could see that Abe Gen genuinely intended to avenge his disciple. But clearly, his primary objective remained the power of the underworld. After all, if he truly wanted revenge, he had plenty of opportunities to act. Why would he need the Dark Cherry Guild leader to personally intervene when his publicly acknowledged status is merely a Tier 2, Level 4 E-rank talent? Zhou Menglin could only continue explaining, that's precisely the point. Abe Gen had arranged for Reina to accompany him precisely to demonstrate his respect for the Yamamoto family. This way, those who covet the Yamamoto family would dare not act recklessly. As for the specifics, they involved the intricate power struggles within Sakura Nation. It's complicated, and you don't need to know the details. Now that Abe Gen is dead, the Yamamoto family has lost its greatest protector. Even that Sato Takaru used this to blackmail Reina in the headquarters meeting room. Even a fool could see Sato Ken's intentions toward Yamamoto Reina, and Lu Guan instantly understood what he was threatening her with. Lu Guan was sharp. There's no need to elaborate further on this matter. But what does any of this have to do with me? A glistening film formed over Yamamoto Reina's bright eyes. That's why I'm asking you, Lu Guan, to help me. Sato Ken will surely spread lies once he returns to Sakura country to achieve his goals. I need Lu Guanjuan to serve as my witness. Lu Guan pondered for a moment, then shook his head repeatedly. Yamamoto Reina bit her lip at the sight.
Suddenly, she dropped to her knees before Lu Guan with a thud. If Lu Guan agrees to my request, I am willing to give everything I have to him. Including my body. Yamamoto Reina mustered tremendous courage to utter these words. Lu Guan's lips twitched. Zhou Menglin hadn't expected Yamamoto Reina to say such a thing either. Miss Yamamoto, there's no need for this. I believe there must be some misunderstanding. What I mean is, now that your Yamamoto family's patron has fallen, do you really think they'd care about the real reason behind your betrayal of Abe Gen? Yamamoto Reina clearly wasn't an idiot. I know, but I only hope you can buy me a little more time. Lu Guan shook his head decisively. Sorry, even if I wanted to help, I can't right now. The guild exchange tournament is about to begin, and I still need to lead my members through their final sprint to level up. There's simply no time. Yamamoto Reina felt a wave of despair wash over her at Lu Guan's refusal. But Lu Guan's next words brought a flicker of hope back to her heart. It's okay, I can wait until after the guild exchange tournament ends. Lu Guan remained silent. Zhou Menglin interjected, it's only a few more days anyway. Reina will be staying with me for now. After all, sending her back to Sakura country now would be like sending a lamb to the slaughter. This was between the two of them. Lu Guan wasn't particularly concerned. Oh, Ancho, we've been out of Storm Canyon for less than 7 days. Do you know of any other realms suitable for leveling up quickly? Lu Guan turned to ask. Zhou Menglin pondered carefully for a moment. For lower level realms, besides the Void Insect Nest, there are at least 2 or 3 alternatives. But if we're talking about realms comparable to Stormwind Canyon, there really isn't one. Just then, Yamamoto Reina suddenly spoke up, leveling sprint? Within our Sakura Nation's exclusive realms, there's an open realm called Thundercliff. It's perfect for leveling up. I wonder if Lu Guan is interested. Chapter 200, Reina's Past. To expel a team leader from the Dark Cherry Guild, at least the guild master or multiple team leaders must agree. So as long as Yamamoto Reina doesn't return to Japan, Sato-ken can't do much about her. Once she returns, it's not hard to imagine what she'll face. Out of sympathy, Zhou Menglin was still willing to lend Yamamoto Reina a hand. Before Lu Guan's arrival, she had already mobilized Mirror Flower Watermoon to investigate Yamamoto Reina's past. It turned out that in that family, where sons were severely favored over daughters, Yamamoto Reina had been cherished by her family since childhood. But it was only because she was cute and pretty. She was thus raised as a tool. It was unimaginable that a mere 6-year-old girl had to endure the daily torment of starvation diets, corset tightening, and wearing tiny shoes. The purpose of the dieting was obvious. To keep her figure slender. Chronic malnutrition would cultivate a delicate, fragile appearance. Corseting, meanwhile, would shape her abdomen into a slender, defined form, developing a waist so narrow it could be grasped in one hand. As for the tight shoes, this is even easier to understand. Japan, however, did not share the aesthetic of bound feet. After all, such extreme foot binding leads to foot deformities. Bare feet aren't particularly attractive. But as is well known, Japanese men place great importance on the beauty of a woman's feet. Therefore, they prefer feet with a natural shape, though smaller ones are preferred. Wearing small shoes can restrict growth to a certain extent without altering the overall shape of the foot. Yet this suffering was scarcely less grueling than the foot binding endured by women in ancient China. Yamamoto Reina endured this inhuman torment for 12 years. Until the world of slaughter engulfed Blue Star. Originally, the Yamamoto family had opposed her awakening. After all, the process carried significant risks. They feared that the tool they had painstakingly cultivated for over a decade might be ruined in the newbie village. After all, her destiny was merely to marry a powerful figure in the land of cherry blossoms and solidify the family's standing. What difference did it make whether she was a gifted one or not? But Yamamoto Reina refused to accept this. She chose to awaken on her own. Fortunately, the gods smiled upon her. She awakened an A-rank talent, just like Yamamoto Ruji, and was recruited into the Dark Sakura Guild. She trained relentlessly, leveling up and improving herself. Through immense hardship, she finally reached her current position. Zhou Menglin felt pity for this poor girl since birth. No one had truly loved or protected her. All she'd known was pain and exploitation. That's why she was willing to protect her. Even if it was just this once. Of course, this was also due to Yamamoto Reina's position. She had tangibly helped Lu Guan obtain the Yasukani no Magatama and eliminated her own teacher. Lu Guan was unaware of these details and didn't ask further. Thundercliff? The name sounded unfamiliar to him. That was only natural. Before becoming a talent, his studies had focused solely on Dragon Nation's exclusive realms and the universal realms. How could he possibly know what existed in the land of cherry blossoms? But Zhou Menglin clearly possessed greater expertise in this area. Hearing this, she nodded vigorously. It was indeed a good choice. Talented individuals around Tier 2, Level 5 could quickly gain energy rewards at Thundercliff. Many Stage 2, Level 6 talents also break through to the late Stage 2 there. Lu Guan trusted Zhou Menglin. If that's the case, it really is quite good. Yamamoto Reina's eyes lit up slightly. Lu Guan, if you're certain about choosing Thundercliff, can you add me to your group? Adding one more person wouldn't be a problem. But why would Lu Guan want to include her? Give me a reason. Yamamoto Reina pondered. I know a bit more about Thundercliff. I can offer you assistance. And my combat strength won't be a burden to you in that realm. Lu Guan had no reason to object to that. After all, her level surpassed his own. Zhou Menglin asked on her behalf, then what is your purpose in going to Thundercliff? The question slipped out almost unconsciously. Extracting intelligence at every opportunity, that was the essence of being the third battle group's commander. Yamamoto Reina didn't beat around the bush. I only need the Thundercliff's lightning stones. But that's secondary. Lu Guan asked in confusion, then what is the primary purpose? Yamamoto Reina looked at Lu Guan. I wish to assist you, Lu Guan, and I hope you can assist me in return. So straightforward. Lu Guan was momentarily at a loss for words. Lightstone is a rare material. Nowadays, many gifted individuals use it to craft weapons, equipment, or for other practical purposes. The price isn't exorbitant. A single lightning stone goes for around 100,000 yuan. Lu Guan didn't mind this expense. Alright, tomorrow at 11 a.m., I'll send you an invitation on time. Yamamoto Reina broke into a smile. Thank you, Lu Guan. At that moment, Bai Xiaocha emerged from inside. Brother Lu. I've fully recharged the Shangyun wrist guard. Take good care of it. She approached and handed the item to Lu Guan. I just heard you mention going to Thundercliff? Captain Zhou, I've been stuck at Tier 2, Level 3 for ages now. May I request a few days off to join Chairman Lu and the others? Zhou Menglin frowned. No. Bai Xiaocha protested, why not? I'm participating in the guild exchange tournament too. If I could level up one more time this time, wouldn't it boost our Dragon Nation's win rate a bit? Zhou Menglin understood this perfectly well. At your level, Thundercliff is far too dangerous. Even with Lu Guan there, he won't have time to look out for you. Bai Xiaocha realized she had a point. She certainly didn't want to hold Brother Lu back. She could only sulk in frustration. Lu Guan suddenly recalled something. During their previous level grinding sprint, Zhang Yan'an was the only healer in the party, and she'd always end up exhausted. If Bai Xiaocha joined the team, the efficiency boost she could bring to this team would far outweigh any burden she might cause. Besides, she really needed to level up. With that thought, Lu Guan stated decisively, Aunt Zhou, I think we should bring Xiaocha along. Bai Xiaochai's eyes lit up instantly. Just as Zhou Menglin was about to speak, it suddenly dawned on her. The future guild only had 10 members in total. How could she have overlooked something so obvious? Alright then. I can lend you Xiaocha. But you have to promise to bring her back to me in one piece. Bai Xiaocha pouted reproachfully, Captain Zhou, what are you saying? I'm not some piece of cargo, how can you just lend me? Zhou Menglin snorted, you're just a little fool. Lu Guan fell silent. It must be said, their superior-subordinate relationship was remarkably harmonious. Aunt Zhou, rest assured. I'll protect her. Chapter 201, I must lose weight. Lu Family Mansion. The moment Lu Guan returned, Su Yuning pressed him, Chairman, what's the deal? What exactly does that Yamamoto Reina want? Lu Guan naturally wouldn't keep it from everyone. He recounted the main points of the incident. The exclusive domain of Sakura Nation Thundercliff? Boss, we just took down their chairman. You're telling us to go into their exclusive territory now? What if those bastards have set up an ambush there, waiting to get revenge on us? Li Song was the first to speak up. His suspicion was actually quite astute. But Bai Lu, blindly devoted to Lu Guan, almost instinctively retorted, how could that be? If you can think of it, wouldn't the guild leader have thought of it too? He must have his reasons for bringing Yamamoto Reina along. It just goes to show that die-hard fans really don't have much brainpower. His own analysis, combined with Zhou Menglin's behavior, meant Lu Guan hadn't even considered this possibility. After a moment of deep thought, Su Haokai said, President, we really need to be cautious. Sato-kan will definitely make this public once he returns home. After all, most of the levelers at Thundercliff are Japanese nationals. If we run into them, trouble is bound to follow. Luo Hongyang scoffed, we killed Abe Gen, what's there to fear about them? Su Haokai responded with foresight, Sato-kan has his own agenda. When he makes this public, he won't necessarily present the truth as it is. The others nodded in understanding. It's not may not it's certain. That sneaky little bastard would definitely twist the truth on purpose. Yuning, is there something you'd like to say? Lu Guan noticed Su Yuaning's expression had grown solemn and couldn't help but ask. President, I can't shake the feeling that Yamamoto Reina has ulterior motives toward you. Su Yueying said earnestly. Lu Guan paused for a moment before replying, she wants me to go to Japan to serve as her witness, proving she never betrayed the Dark Cherry Guild. Su Yueying asked in surprise, did you agree, President? Lu Guan shook his head. No. At Menglin Tea House, he said he'd wait at least until after the exchange competition. But he hasn't decided to help Yamamoto Reina. Su Yuaning patted her chest. That's good. The president is indeed powerful, but two fists can't fight four hands. If I truly agreed to go to Sakura country, I'd be at their mercy by then. Lu Guan turned to the group. Does anyone else have anything to add? That's basically the situation.
Naturally, they had nothing more to say. All that remained was to continue grinding tomorrow.
Alright, let's call it a day. Get some good rest tonight, everyone. We'll resume our leveling sprint tomorrow at noon. With that, Lu Guan turned and headed back to his room.
For the rest of the afternoon, everyone rested in relative quiet. They were utterly exhausted.
Though the combat intensity in the Yellow Springs Rift wasn't high, it was no less demanding than Storm's Edge.
Facing the skeleton warriors and wraiths, they had repeatedly drained their stamina and energy in short bursts. It was like the difference between multiple sprints and a single long-distance run.
Clearly, the continuous sprints took a far greater toll on both body and mind.
The next day, everyone awoke from their slumber feeling refreshed and alert. Even if they hadn't personally entered the Dragon Realm, they had thoroughly studied others' analyses and materials, making it second nature to them. Li Song could even articulate the weaknesses of creatures across various realms. Of course, the accuracy of that was another matter entirely. Thus, they harbored a certain anticipation for the foreign realms.
And Thunder Cliff. Just hearing the name alone felt extraordinary. By noon, Lu Guan formally invited by Xiaocha and Yamamoto Reina to join the team.
Then, together, they located the Thunder Cliff realm on the interface.
Select, then enter. Boom!
The moment they materialized in the realm, a thunderous roar of divine wrath greeted them. The deafening roar startled the girls, sending shivers down their spines.
There was no helping it.
Even as gifted ones, girls' fear of thunder remained deeply ingrained.
The sky was leaden gray. Thick clouds hung low, seemingly within reach.
Within the clouds, countless slender bolts of lightning darted back and forth.
The air was thick with the tang of ozone. Here, it was nothing but islands.
Li Song gazed at the scene before him with some surprise.
In his memory, since Thunder Cliff contained the word thunder, shouldn't this realm be purple?
The sky was purple, the lightning was purple.
Mountains and cliffs alike should be purple. But what did he see now?
A shattered archipelago. And due to the constant pounding of lightning strikes, the land here has almost entirely turned into glassified rock.
This is quite the difference. Miss Lingna, which direction should we head next? Lu Guan surveyed the surroundings and turned to ask.
He observed that the small island they were on was barren and desolate, lacking any living creatures or resources like minerals. Clearly, the terrain of this realm was more complex than ordinary realms.
Yamamoto Reina pointed ahead in response. This area belongs to the outer perimeter. If we proceed forward, we'll encounter realm beasts.
Their levels aren't very high, making it quite suitable for everyone. Li Song said with a hint of reluctance.
Hey, Reina, you're looking down on us here.
Sure, our levels might not match yours, but with our boss leading the way, even the highest level beasts are no problem.
Li Song, who valued honor and loyalty, wanted to call Xiaoba a jerk. But facing Yamamoto Reina's pure and lovely face, he simply couldn't bring himself to do it. Fortunately, Yamamoto Reina didn't seem to mind.
She glanced at Lu Guan, saw he had no objection, and then said, if we enter the inner circle, the beasts we encounter will be significantly higher level than those in the outer perimeter. Few people train there, and thunder disturbances are quite frequent.
Lu Guan nodded. Nothing was more important than acquiring energy.
Especially since he didn't even know how much energy he needed to repay this time.
Staying in the outer zones would clearly be a losing proposition. We're heading straight into the inner circle.
With that, everyone agreed except for Yamamoto Reina, who seemed hesitant.
Finally, Yamamoto Reina took a deep breath. Lu Guanjuan, that area is the core region of Thunder Cliff Thunder Prison Peak. Thunderlight stones typically appear near the Thunder Pool at the peak's summit. Lu Guan didn't hesitate. Let's go.
They reached the very edge of the island. Beneath the island flowed a liquid nearly as clear as water. Though unlike the black waters of the river Styx's tributaries, this liquid held no corrosive properties. But after all, thunder and lightning still fell from the sky from time to time. In just this short while, the thickest bolt they'd witnessed was as thick as an adult's calf. As everyone knows, water conducts electricity. Fortunately, the distance between the islands wasn't too great. With their four-dimensional attributes, leaping to the next island posed little difficulty. But when it came to the little chubby guy, his weight was substantial, yet his strength attribute was admittedly not very high.
President, I've made up my mind once we get back, I'm going on a diet. Chapter 202, The Dog Barked in the Land of Cherry Blossoms.
In the end, little Fatty only managed to leap to the next island with Luo Hongyan's assistance.
Having ambition is a good thing.
But Lu Guan still advised him to be cautious about losing weight. After all, his robust constitution was partly thanks to that layer of fat. Besides, with his appetite, some goals are best left as aspirations. A chubby kid turning skinny? That just wouldn't be cute at all. Upon reaching the second island, they finally encountered several realm beasts. Thundercloud vultures. Wingspan over 2 meters. Entirely deep purple in color.
It finally fulfilled Li Song's expectations of this purple phenomenon in the realm. The Thundercloud Vulture's primary attack method was spewing electric currents from its mouth. But after firing 3 bursts, it would already have soared into the clouds to replenish its lightning elemental energy. These mere D-rank creatures, scattered in small groups of 3 or 5, were now utterly disregarded by the future guild members. Li Song unleashed a blazing storm. Duan Xingqian unleashed Overload. Su Haokai wielded his Blood Rage crossbow, unleashing Blood Rage piercing rainbow. As for Uncle Lin and Luo Hongyang, they had no choice but to engage in close combat. They held no real advantage against the Thundercloud Vultures, whose bodies crackled with lightning elemental energy. Fortunately, with just those 3, it took no more than 10 minutes to eliminate all the attacking beasts. The group pressed onward. Finally, a chain bridge appeared between the second and third islands. Forged from an unidentified black metal. Its surface was pitted and scarred, covered in lightning strike marks, clearly weathered by time. As they crossed, a faint tingling sensation of electricity ran through their feet. It wasn't hard to imagine that if a bolt of lightning suddenly struck from the sky at that moment, they might all be instantly fried into charcoal. After all, metal conducts electricity. Fortunately, no mishaps occurred along the way. Instead, just as they set foot on the third island, 2 Thundercloud Vultures swooped down from the sky, launching a surprise attack. Li Song and Duan Xingqian reacted swiftly, launching a counterattack. The others steadied themselves, ready to fight at a moment's notice. 5 minutes. Party members successfully defeated Thundercloud Vultures, earning 960 energy points. Lu Guan's interface displayed an additional notification. Energy absorbed by future destiny. Repayment progress, 0.5. Lu Guan felt a surge of frustration. After slaying so many Thundercloud Vultures, the energy repayment was a mere 0.5. It seemed this advance opportunity had indeed created a significant deficit. Just then, voices chatting behind them suddenly reached their ears. Hey, isn't that Yamamoto Reina from the Dark Cherry Guild? Guys, we've actually run into Yamamoto Reina, Japan's #1 beauty. What's there to get excited about? Haven't you seen last night's breaking news? Yamamoto Reina betrayed the Dark Sakura Guild and betrayed our entire Sakura nation. What? She's my idol. How could she do something like this? This is so disappointing. Hey, those people with her, they look like they're from the Dragon Nation? Dragon Ascension Guild. They must be members of the Dragon Ascension Guild. Several people chattered away, pointing and gesturing. If the future guild members could understand Sakura Nation's language, they'd be utterly shocked by Yamamoto Reina's influence here. They couldn't understand, but Yamamoto Reina heard every word clearly. Everyone turned their heads in unison. There, not far from them, stood a party of 5. They'd encountered people already upon arriving here. It seemed Thundercliff truly held certain advantages for leveling up. Miss Reina, what are they saying? Although Lu Guan couldn't understand their words, Reina Yamamoto's expression made it clear they weren't discussing anything positive. Who would have thought Sato Ken's movements could be so swift? Lu Guan silently speculated to himself. Yamamoto Reina shook her head, a hint of disappointment in her eyes. It's nothing, Lu Guan. What they're talking about has nothing to do with us. Yamamoto Reina didn't regret defying her teacher. She still felt a sense of guilt toward the Dark Cherry Blossom Guild and the Cherry Blossom Nation. The others didn't dwell on her words. Lu Guan and Su Haokai exchanged a knowing glance. What those guys were saying? You could guess it with your knees. Still, their target seemed to be Yamamoto Reina primarily, with little bearing on themselves, so they chose to ignore it. The group wisely ignored them and headed straight for the 4th island. Those few actually followed behind them, though it was unclear what their purpose was. Probably just a rare chance to catch a glimpse of the goddess Yamamoto Reina? So they wanted to get a closer look. Along the way, they encountered several Thundercloud Vultures. Li Song and Duan Xingqian dispatched them effortlessly. The tailing individuals murmured among themselves once more. Looks like the Dragon Ascension Guild isn't up to par either. Those 2 main fighters, neither even reaching Tier 2 Level 5, dared to enter our nation's Thundercliff domain. They're practically asking for death. And that one just standing there watching, too scared to act. What a piece of trash. You guys, could it be they're all just waiting for our goddess Yamamoto Reina to lead them? The International Guild Exchange Tournament is about to start, right? If the Dragon Ascension Guild is this week, I'd say our Sakura Guild has the championship in the bag. These guys actually have decent judgment. They can pretty much gauge the future guild members' levels. But their words are downright harsh. If they were only criticizing Yamamoto Reina alone, Reina-sama would endure it all. But they didn't stop there. They directly insulted both the Dragon Ascension Guild and the future guild. Calling Lu Guan trash? Yamamoto Reina won't stand for that. Let me tell you this. The Dragon Ascension Guild is far more powerful than you imagine. President Lu is the strongest of the strong. If you keep spouting nonsense behind our backs, don't blame me for getting tough. Watching Yamamoto Reina turn away in anger to scold them, Lu Guan couldn't help but feel puzzled. Miss Reina, what's wrong? The gazes of the future guild members all turned toward them. Yamamoto Reina could only explain, these jerks. They're insulting the Dragon Ascension Guild and calling Lu Guan a weakling. Li Song was the first to protest. What did they say? Those little bastards dare call my boss a weakling? I'll show them just how strong my boss's crew is. With that, Li Song rolled up his sleeves, ready to teach the highest level looking member of that team a lesson. Lu Guan stopped him. It's fine. A dog barking twice won't hurt anyone. Those gifted enough to enter this realm are generally around tier 2, level 5. We outnumber them, so if we start a fight, it'd be bullying. But in a one-on-one fight, Li Song might not be their match. Ever since awakening the Blazing Storm, Li Song's confidence had been skyrocketing. Fortunately, he dared not contradict the boss when he spoke. Chapter 203, Minesweeper Beast. Meanwhile, though those bystanders weren't sure of the strength of this group of Dragon Nation people, Yamamoto Reina, a tier A talent at stage 2, level 7, was practically a household name in Sakura country. No one dared provoke her lightly. Hearing her rebuke, the group muttered among themselves with some trepidation. Their tone dripped with scorn, but they ultimately let loose a threat before leaving with a cold sneer. A flicker of sorrow and anger passed through Yamamoto Reina's icy eyes. Li Song couldn't help but ask, what did they say this time? Yamamoto Reina fell silent for a moment. Truthfully, it wasn't hard to guess what those people had said. They accused Yamamoto Reina of betraying Sakura Nation, handing over such a crucial artifact as the Yasukani no Magatama to the Dragon Ascension Guild. They also declared Thundercliff would not welcome Dragon Nation talents and vowed to find people to drive us out. Lu Guan, what should we do? Yamamoto Reina turned to Lu Guan and asked. Before Lu Guan could respond, Luo Hongyang's face flushed crimson. Thundercliff is an officially recognized domain of Sakura Nation. We don't need their welcome. Lu Guan remained expressionless, nodding in agreement. You're right. Let's keep moving forward. He couldn't care less about those people. If they dared come looking for trouble, Lu Guan wouldn't hold back. The group pressed onward. Yamamoto Reina lowered her head slightly, then suddenly stammered, Lu Guan, everyone. I'm sorry. Lu Guan looked puzzled and asked, what's wrong? Why the sudden apology? Li Song was also a bit speechless. He'd heard that people from the land of cherry blossoms love to apologize, and now he saw it was true. Yesterday, Yamamoto Reina had invited Lu Guan to Menglan Tea House specifically to apologize. Yamamoto Reina explained, I never imagined the talent holders of Sakura country now harbor such deep animosity toward the Longton Guild. Entering Thunder Cliff was her idea. If those people had really called for reinforcements to drive them out, she wouldn't have been able to stay even if she wanted to. Su Yuning had never held much affection for Yamamoto Reina. But seeing her like this now, her heart softened. Miss Reina, this has nothing to do with you. And with the guild leader here, trust me, no one can drive us out. Rest assured. Yamamoto Reina realized the future guild members truly held no blame against her. She could also tell they placed great trust in Lu Guan, so she said no more. Soon, the group reached the 4th island. Here, the thunderclouds overhead had grown noticeably darker and more ominous. The crackling sound of electricity crackled almost incessantly in their ears. Guild leader, there's a pack of beasts over there. Su Yuning pointed ahead. Following her gaze, the group saw a dozen or so thunder beasts coiled not far away. Similar in size to thundercloud vultures, their bodies crackled with electric light, giving the impression of thick, tough hides while being shielded by lightning. Yamamoto Reina spoke up at the right moment, explaining, these lightning harvesting beasts are Class C beasts. They can sense enemies using the electrical charges in the air. We've likely been spotted. Lu Guan, prepare for combat. Class C ferocious beasts. The energy reward would likely be around 1,000 points. But with these beasts gathering in packs, it's worth the fight overall. We still need to cross at least 4 more islands to reach Thunder Prison Peak. It seems the thunder beasts are unavoidable. Lu Guan didn't dwell on it further and nodded. Li Song, Duanxingchen, you two will lead the charge. Yuning, you'll be the main force in the center this time, ready to unleash the 1,000 whirlpools at the opportune moment. The rest of you, adapt as needed. He outlined the strategy in a few brief words. Yamamoto Reina and Bai Xiucha stood beside Uncle Lin and Jiang Nianin respectively. The group had just finished preparing for battle. Roar! The thunder beasts' roar boomed like rolling thunderclouds across the sky. Clearly, they had detected the uninvited guests. A dozen or so ferocious beasts, their bodies crackling with electric arcs, abruptly turned, their blood-red eyes fixed intently on the future guild members. Prepare! Lu Guan shouted a warning to Li Song and Duanxingchen, who were leading the charge. Fiery storm. Li Song immediately activated his innate ability, beginning to gather energy. The mine-sweeping beasts pounded the glass like ground with their hooves, charging forward at astonishing speed. Overload energy. Duanxingchen hurled a ball of light toward the head of the lead minesweeper charging forward. A dull thud echoed, mingled with the crackling sound of electricity. The mine-clearing beast's head was instantly smashed open, blood gushing out. Roar! However, the energy orb clearly hadn't inflicted severe damage. The mine-clearing beast that had been directly hit by the overload explosion stumbled to the ground but managed to scramble back up and continue its charge. Li Song chuckled at the sight. "You're no match for this, huh? Guess you'll have to rely on me after all?" The blazing storm had already accumulated its maximum energy. Li Song let out a strange cry, flexing his arms as searing tons of flame erupted violently. Yet to everyone's surprise, including Lu Guan, when the fiercely powerful blazing storm scorched the bodies of those mine-collecting beasts, a layer of dancing electric arcs appeared on their surfaces, as if forming a natural barrier. The flames coiled around them, sparks flying everywhere, yet not a single hair was singed. "Holy crap, what the hell is going on?" The smile instantly shifted from Li Song's face to Duan Xingqian's. "Seems it wasn't my talent that was too weak." Duan Xingqian's temperament was still much gentler than Li Song's. He refrained from mocking remarks. Yamamoto Reina watched the two of them remain so relaxed at a time like this, and for a moment, she felt slightly surprised. These dozen or so mine beasts were C-rank beasts, each possessing a combined combat strength surpassing most people present. How could they remain so calm? Weren't they afraid of dying? Yamamoto Reina turned her head once more. Lu Guan appeared even more composed, his gaze fixed on the Thunder Prison Peak, which was no longer far away. At that moment, the lead Thunder Beast, struck by the overload energy, was about to charge forward. Blood Rage Piercing Rainbow. Su Haokai's gaze sharpened as he instantly raised the Blood Rage crossbow. A dark crimson energy bolt, accompanied by a piercing shriek, shot straight toward the mine-clearing beast's right eye. Put! The energy bolt pierced clean through the mine hunter's brain without hesitation. Its massive body crashed to the ground, twitching a few times before going still. Team members killed the mine-sweeper beast, gaining 1,200 energy points. Simultaneously, Lu Guan's interface displayed another notification. Energy absorbed by future destiny. Repayment progress, 07. It seemed that in this situation, Su Haokai's attack was more immediately effective. Lu Guan had long suspected this. The various talents awakened by gifted ones, regardless of level, each had their own unique utility. Take the Blood Rage crossbow, for instance. Such a formidable item would lose at least half its power without the mastery of the throwing talent. Chapter 204, the 5-person squad comes looking for trouble again. After the first mine-clearing beast fell, its dozen or so remaining comrades did not pause for a moment. They trampled over its corpse and pressed forward. Whoosh! A ball of lightning suddenly erupted from the second mine-clearing beast's mouth. "Watch out, it's a lightning breath attack." Yamamoto Reina's voice carried a hint of urgency as she warned the group. But the mine-clearing beast was, after all, a C-rank ferocious beast. Her warning came a little too late. By the time the group reacted, the thunderballs were already bearing down on them. Holy! Li Song could only manage a startled cry. In haste, he unleashed a blazing storm, attempting to counter the lightning orb's assault. But the flames instantly passed right through, failing to halt the thunderball's advance. Li Song was struck by the thunderball. An indescribable numbness and excruciating pain swept through his entire body. His entire body was electrified, sending him flying backward as wisps of smoke curled from his skin. His hair stood on end, leaving him looking utterly disheveled. Then, another whoosh. Duan Xingqian was struck by the following lightning orb. Half his body instantly went numb, and even the overloaded energy orb in his hand was shattered. With both combatants incapacitated, the little chubby kid behind them, primarily tasked with absorbing damage and protecting Jiang Yenan and the Su siblings, was exposed. 3 lightning beasts had already charged to within striking distance. The chubby kid stepped forward without hesitation. He swung a punch at the mine-clearing beast's head. But the mine-clearing beast's claws were far quicker than his. Just as the little chubby boy's fist wind barely brushed against it, the landmine beast's claws pressed against his chest. Swish! 4 bloody gashes were torn open. Not fatal, but the pain made the little chubby guy yelp in agony. The other 2 landmines circled around. One was blocked by Luo Hongyang. The other one lunged toward Su Haokai. Uncle Lin's pupils contracted at the sight. Like a venomous snake striking, it lunged straight for the mine-clearing beast's soft underbelly. Swish! The sword tip pierced the mine detector beast's body. Yet, because Uncle Lin's blade was also made of metal, the electrical current coursing through the mine-detecting beast's body instantly found an outlet like a flood, surging along the blade toward Uncle Lin. Uncle Lin's snow-white hair rapidly turned charred black. Fortunately, including Li Song, they were all gifted ones. This lightning-like current would at most render them incapacitated in battle, but it wouldn't endanger their lives. Fortunately, the team now included by Xiucha. Those struck by the lightning beast's current, whether intentionally or not, quickly recovered. But at the same time, more thunder beasts swarmed in from behind. Whirlwind Summon. Su Yuning activated her innate ability. A water tornado roughly 1 meter in diameter abruptly formed a cylindrical barrier. The mine-detecting beast accidentally collided with it, and within a single breath, it was sliced to pieces, its body covered in blood. But it wasn't instantly killed. Cherry Blossom Fall. Fortunately, Yamamoto Reina intervened just in time. A silver katana sliced through the air, tracing a crescent-shaped blade of light. The minesweeper was cleaved clean in two. Witnessing this scene, the crowd felt a slight sense of astonishment. Li Song, who had just recovered, exclaimed in shock, "What just happened? Why did you get zapped by the mine-clearing beast's electric current and not get hurt at all?" Yamamoto Reina was equally puzzled. When she swung her blade, she had mentally prepared herself for the electric current to pass through her body. But to her surprise, nothing happened at all. Lu Guan seemed to have an idea and shouted loudly, "Yuning, keep activating Thousand Whirlwind." Seeing that Thousand Whirlwind didn't pose much threat to the mine beast, Su Yuning was about to withdraw the skill. Hearing Lu Guan's command, she trusted the guild leader must have his reasons. Su Yuning exerted her strength, and the water tornado surged upward once more. The next second, a mine beast charged straight into the very center of the whirlpool. Bai Lu's meticulous observation finally revealed the clue. "President, look! The thunder energy within the thunder beast is being completely absorbed by the thousand whirlpools and channeled into the ground." Hearing this, everyone scrutinized the scene closely. Sure enough, just as Bai Lu had described, any thunder collector beast approaching the water tornado saw the crackling arcs of electricity around it weaken or even vanish entirely. Su Yuning's eyes lit up instantly. She had thought her skill would be completely useless here. Unexpectedly, she herself was the crucial factor. Cherry Blossom Shower. Without the protection of thunder energy, Yamamoto Reina was confident her skills would be enough to handle these mine-gathering beasts. Sure enough, as the pink energy points in midair transformed into elongated shapes, 4 consecutive notifications flashed across everyone's interface. Team member defeated Mine Beast, gained energy 1,200 points. Li Song got fired up seeing this. "Damn it, you thought you could dare to spit lightning balls at me earlier." Fiery Storm. A fiery tongue erupted from before Li Song. This time, the mine collector's fur was instantly engulfed in flames. But even without the protection of thunder energy, their inherent physical constitution was no joke. Li Song endured for over 10 seconds before finally receiving the 3-day notification again. Team member kills mine collector, gains energy 1,200 points. Duan Xingchen also required 2 overloaded energy orbs to take down a single mine collector. Su Yueying kept the 1000 vortex pull active continuously. 5 minutes later, the final mine collector finally collapsed with a thud. Lu Guan's interface displayed a notification. Energy absorbed by future destiny. Repayment progress 11. After such a long time, the repayment progress had finally surpassed 1. Lu Guan still felt a bit of a headache. At this rate, it would likely take 3 or 4 days of intense effort to fully repay the debt. If he were to suddenly awaken or encounter some unexpected opportunity during this period, that would be disastrous. Fortunately, Yamamoto Reina mentioned that the beasts on Thunder Prison Peak would be of a higher tier. He still had to pay it off as quickly as possible. "Boss, it's got to be you. You actually came up with such a brilliant way to break through the Thunder Beast's defenses. Otherwise, this wave alone would have cost us precious time." Li Song wasted no time in offering his flattery. Lu Guan was at a loss for words, mainly because he wasn't in the mood to engage right now. "Let's keep moving." Just as everyone was about to lift their feet to take a step, someone suddenly shouted from behind, "Halt! Are you people from the Dragon Kingdom?" He was actually speaking the dragon tongue, though it was clearly tinged with the accent of the Cherry Blossom Nation. The group turned around. First in sight was the same 5-person squad that had hurriedly departed earlier. Beside these 5, they were now accompanied by over a dozen others. Leading them was a lean, sharp-eyed young man wielding a katana that glowed with an eerie blue light. Behind him stood a burly middle-aged man with a slightly sleazy appearance, sporting a flashy white bandage tied around his forehead. Lu Guan frowned. Their purpose in appearing here was obvious. He stepped forward first and demanded, "Who are you?" Chapter 205, Beast Transformation Talent. Lu Guan's voice was calm, yet carried an intangible sense of pressure. His gaze swept over the 20-odd Cherry Blossom Nation talent users like lightning cracking down from the sky. The burly youth at the front curled his lips in a sneer. In stiff, broken dragon speech, he declared, "Listen well, people of the Dragon Nation. We are the Thunderblade Guild of Sakura Nation. Thundercliff is our exclusive domain. Outsiders are not welcome. If you don't want to get beaten up, you'd better leave this domain immediately." The other party was straightforward. They stated their purpose and identity directly. After hearing this, Yamamoto Reina considered for a moment before saying, "You're Watanabe Ichiro, head of the Thunderblade Guild?" She recognized the deep blue Tachi sword. The Lightning Blade Guild held some renown in Sakura Nation, boasting over 200 members. Though Watanabe Ichiro himself had no major connections. But after all, Sakura Nation was a small country with a large population. The situation with the gifted guilds was similar to that in the Dragon Kingdom. Many ordinary, low-level gifted individuals would be grateful just to have the chance to join a guild. Watanabe Ichiro was one of the luckier ones. Not only did he awaken a C-rank multidimensional enhancement talent, but he also unexpectedly obtained a guild token. And so it was.
In just 4 months, he had developed the Thunderblade Guild to its current standing.
When Yamamoto Reina called his name, Watanabe Ichiro's eyes lit up. Miss Reina? So you really are hanging out with this bunch of Dragon Nation people? Yamamoto Reina replied coldly, Watanabe Ichiro, what's your tone? Thundercliff is indeed Sakura Nation's exclusive domain, but it is also an open realm. Any nation's ordinary gifted may enter to explore. Lu Guan and his companions are my friends, and they are our guests. Watanabe Ichiro scoffed. Friends? Guests? Miss Reina, we are fully aware of your actions in the Dragon Nation. To curry favor with the Dragon Ascension Guild, you caused the death of Chairman Abe Gen and handed over the Yasakani no Magatama. You are nothing but a disgrace to Sakura Nation. What right do you have to call Dragon Nation citizens our guests? To curry favor with the Dragon Ascension Guild? Is this how Sato Takaru slanders me after returning home? Though Yamamoto Reina showed no outward reaction, a profound sense of injustice welled up inside her.
I didn't curry favor with the Dragon Ascension Guild, nor did I ever want to harm my teacher.
Watanabe Ichiro snapped indignantly, then why don't you dare return to Sakura country? Why stay in the Dragon Nation?
The sleazy burly man was growing impatient.
Damn it, President Watanabe. Why are you still wasting words with them? Let's just gang up and kick these trash out. As for Yamamoto Reina, we'll capture her and hand her over to the Dark Sakura Guild. We might even get some benefits out of it.
The moment these words left his mouth, the atmosphere instantly became tense and charged. Members of the Thunderblade Guild drew their weapons.
Most wielded standard tachi, naginata, and katana.
The future guild, however, remained completely unmoved.
While their opponents often surrendered, and Thundercliff was their home turf. But if it came to blows, they wouldn't be afraid. Because standing before them, Lu Guan. Watanabe Ichiro recognized Lu Guan as the leader of the opposing group. Dragon Nation, I'm giving you one last chance.
If you don't withdraw from the domain now, don't blame us for being ruthless.
Yamamoto Reina prepared for battle.
Lu Guan, Watanabe Ichiro is also a tier 2, level 8 talent user. Moreover, his combat prowess far surpasses even Sato Takaru's.
Though she knew Lu Guanjuan could even kill Abe Gen, he wouldn't take Watanabe Ichiro seriously.
She still felt compelled to mention it, lest he become complacent.
Lu Guan merely nodded calmly. My time is limited. So I'll give you one chance. Don't bring trouble upon yourselves. Watanabe Ichiro froze upon hearing this.
The 5-person team from Sakura country had already briefed them upon finding them. According to their observations, the combat levels of these Dragon Nation members were all around tier 2, level 3 or 4, and their awakened talent levels weren't particularly high either. Additionally, they had witnessed the future guild members battling the mind beasts from a nearby vantage point.
It could be said that only Yamamoto Reina was even remotely strong.
So how dare that cocky brat speak to him like that?
Watanabe Ichiro was about to explode.
The sleazy, burly man beside him was already seething with rage.
What did you say? You trash from Rikoku, you're asking for it. Wolf form. With a roar unlike any humans.
Long gray hairs sprouted across the burly man's face. His limbs and torso gradually thickened and grew more muscular. He had activated a D-rank talent extremely rare among Eastern gifted ones.
Beast transformation. The awakening of human talents on Blue Star is somewhat related to genetic factors.
This relatively primitive beast transformation gene was slightly more common in the West.
Besides Yamamoto Reina, you all can come at me together. Perhaps due to activating his wolf form.
This sleazy, burly man suddenly radiated a wild, powerful aura. He pointed at the future guild members and declared arrogantly. However, judging solely by this aura, his combat prowess was clearly inferior to Watanabe Ichiro's. If the future guild members truly attacked together, he wouldn't stand a chance.
Lu Guan stepped forward. Yamamoto Reina kindly warned, you'd better not act impulsively. The sleazy burly man's eyes had turned a deep green, sweeping over Yamamoto Reina. Traitor! If you want to die too, feel free to join the trash from the Dragon Nation.
A chorus of boos erupted from the crowd behind him. The sleazy brute was also a tier 2, level 7 talent user. They had witnessed his power firsthand. He could single-handedly obliterate a thunder-shielded thunder beast.
Yet just now, they observed that Yamamoto Reina seemed incapable of such feats.
This only underscored just how formidable the burly man was in his wolf form.
Good advice falls on deaf ears.
Seeing that her words fell on deaf ears, Yamamoto Reina could only shake her head and fall silent.
Lu Guan wouldn't actually order everyone to attack together. That would be bullying. Besides, it was completely unnecessary. I've said it before, my time is running out. My apologies. Blitz. He didn't give his opponent a moment to react, launching his most mastered skill completely out of the blue. At that moment,
the burly brute had barely raised his wolf claws when suddenly, everything blurred before his eyes. A figure. And a crimson blade's glint flashed past. Everyone across the way was utterly stunned. What just happened? The speed was simply too fast, no one could see clearly. Is that burly guy dead?
The question had barely formed in their minds. A crimson line swiftly emerged from the center of the burly man's body. Then his body split cleanly in two, left and right. Thud, thud, he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 206, Watercress. Time seemed to stand still. The entire world seemed to be filled only with the rolling thunder. The lecherous brute was truly dead. Split cleanly in two from head to waist by Lu Guan's blade. When he activated his beast transformation talent, his werewolf form's four-dimensional attributes were a full 25% higher than his normal state. Who exactly was this seemingly unremarkable young man? A tier 2, level 7 powerhouse wasn't even a match for him in a single strike. And the teleportation ability he used was merely a skill awakened at the lowly E tier. This means his level is at least 2 tiers higher than that burly brute. Could that kid even be a tier 3 talent user? This is absolutely terrifying. Watanabe Ichiro watched his vice president's body collapse to the ground, uttering two stammered US before the rest of his words seemed to get stuck in his throat, utterly unable to form them. Lu Guan swept a cold glance over the group, his aura radiating power. Anyone else want to die? Come on. Or you can all come at once. Over 20 people across from him stared blankly at the corpse on the ground. All of them had become gifted. How could any of these hands remain clean? Even if they hadn't killed their own kind, the number of realm beings who had died by their hands was certainly not small. Yet facing Lu Guan, not a single one dared utter another word. One word out of place and he'd cleave them in two. This isn't human. A demon, perhaps. Unless you're eager to die again, best not to provoke us any further. Lu Guan spoke casually, as if he'd just crushed an ant between his fingers. Watanabe Ichiro suddenly cried out, "Wait, you. Lu Guan turned, void blade raised. What? You want to test your skills? Recalling how this man had instantly slaughtered the burly thug in the blink of an eye, Watanabe Ichiro couldn't help but shudder. No. Lu Guan's brow furrowed slightly. Then what do you want? I've no patience for your nonsense. Watanabe Ichiro swallowed hard before plucking up his courage to say, "Do you dare tell me your name?" What was Lu Guan afraid of? But what good would telling him do anyway? Li San, however, wasn't one to shy away from trouble. He shouted out loud. "Listen up, you bastards, mark my words. My boss isn't part of the Dragon Ascension Guild. He's the future leader of our guild, Lu Guan." At the mention of that name, the crowd across the way fell into complete silence. Lu Guan. Isn't he the one who killed Abe Xian in the Yellow Springs Rift? No wonder he could cleave a tier 2, level 7 talent in two with a single strike. And this future guild, why does it sound so familiar? Wasn't it the one that appeared in the global announcement earlier? Everyone was utterly stunned. Lu Guan refused to waste any more time here. "Let's go." He called out to the group, then turned and walked away. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. After taking down that sleazy burly guy, he'd been planning to activate his plunder skill. After all, the D-rank talent beast transformation was quite decent. Unfortunately, there were simply too many people around. Playing it safe, Lu Guan had no choice but to abandon the idea. Li Song spat on the ground as he walked. After mentioning the boss's name just now, those bastards nearly themselves. They'd been so cocky earlier, I thought they must be something special. Jiang Xiaocha chuckled. Honestly, Brother Lu / just now gave me quite a scare. Brother Lu, you're truly formidable. Bai Lu waved his hand dismissively. Actually, that's just basic stuff for our leader. That bastard kept calling Longwa trash. Let's see if they dare insult our dragon nation so casually again. Lu Guan remained impassive. His brutal response was certainly tied to that burly man's excessive words. You could say he brought it upon himself. As they spoke, they soon reached the next island. As they drew closer to Thunder Prison Peak, even more active arcs of electricity began to appear in the air. Electric currents occasionally darted across the exposed skin and hair of the group. The crackling sound echoed incessantly in my ears. Crack! A thick bolt of lightning suddenly struck down before the crowd. Purple-black ground instantly billowed with black smoke. Yet when the smoke cleared, the ground bore no trace whatsoever. Evidently, this island had long since been tempered by countless lightning strikes, becoming incredibly resilient. Startled, Su Yuaning instinctively moved closer to Lu Guan. That lightning was so powerful, if it had actually struck her, she might have been electrocuted instantly. Li Song patted his chest. Holy crap, that was terrifying. Never in my life have I seen lightning this thick, let alone right before my eyes. It nearly blinded me. Yamamoto Reina glanced up at the sky and warned everyone. Everyone, be extremely careful. Keep moving forward, the lightning will only get denser. If you don't react fast enough, you could really get struck dead. Everyone felt a bit helpless. Even if you react as fast as possible, can you outrun lightning? If only we had a lightning rod. Luo Hongyang muttered absent-mindedly. He'd only meant it as an offhand remark, but it gave Su Haokai an idea. Water conducts electricity. Didn't we use this method to deal with the lightning beasts before? Yuning, you could try activating the 1000 Vortex attraction to draw the lightning down to the ground. Activating the 1000 Vortex summon at full power would indeed consume an enormous amount of energy. But if we keep it confined to the rotating water droplets, it might sustain itself for a while. If it gets too tiring, just take more breaks. It's far less taxing than having everyone live in constant fear. Su Yuaning and Lu Guan exchanged a glance. Seeing the guild leader raise no objection, she hesitated no longer. Whirlpool Summon. She activated the skill directly. Countless water droplets appeared in midair, slowly swirling to form a water tornado 4 or 5 meters tall. Given the abundant water element in Thundercliff, Su Yuaning felt it didn't consume much physical or mental energy. Just then, a thunderous crash echoed. Another bolt of lightning struck down. Originally aimed at the group. But just as it reached the group's heads, it made a sharp turn, drawn toward the water tornado, and finally struck the ground not far from them. It really works. Now we're set no more worrying about lightning strikes from behind. Everyone was overjoyed at the sight. Even Uncle Lin couldn't help but marvel. Could a talent user's skill be used like this? After their initial excitement, the group was about to continue on their way. A crackling sound of electricity suddenly filled their ears. Looking around, they saw nothing but occasional arcs of electricity dancing through the air. Nothing else could be making that sound. It's the malignant water cress. Watch out. They'll burst out of the water and attack us. Yamamoto Reina's words had barely left her lips. A splashing sound erupted from the island shore not far from the group. Chapter 207, A Massive Energy Surge. Now the group could pinpoint the exact source of the electrical hum. Turning their heads, they saw a purple leaf the size of a lotus petal slowly rising from the depths. Attached to it was a stem no thicker than a finger, which swiftly lunged toward the group. This thing releases electric arcs. Watch out. Yamamoto Reina shouted the warning. No sooner had she spoken. The water plant's forward momentum halted abruptly. The next second, sure enough, a stream of electricity shot out from the small hole in its center. Like glowing little snakes, it slithered toward the group. Damn it, why always me? Li Song cursed angrily. He was genuinely fed up. Last time on the island, a thunder beast's lightning orb nearly electrocuted him to death. Now, the electric arcs from the water hyacinth were still heading straight for him. This Thunder Cliff and I just don't get along. Li Song grumbled. Fortunately, the arc wasn't moving particularly fast. Li Song sidestepped and dodged it successfully. But just as he breathed a sigh of relief, another arc followed close behind, its timing elusive. Li Song had no time to react, only instinctively ducking low. Fortunately, he narrowly dodged that arc as well. Yet a third arc came in quick succession. Just as Li Song was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the crackling sound was already close to his ear. The next second, he felt an intense burning pain surge up from his groin. Everyone watched as his body shook violently. Soon, wisps of smoke began to rise from his head. Nyenin, healing aura. Lu Guan watched as Li Song's eyes began to roll back, and he bellowed the command. In the brief span of a single breath, the roots of the water lettuce had already stretched out, nearly touching the faces of the crowd. Dozens more water hyacinths rapidly surfaced with a splashing sound. Lu Guan activated his skill. Shadow Blade Pursuit. A phantom blade locked onto the foremost waterweed. Clang! Lu Guan was slightly taken aback. After all, the evil plants were merely vegetation, and most of their roots and stems weren't particularly resilient. Yet this water plant actually withstood the dark blade pursuit. Yamamoto Reina clearly knew more about the water plants than Lu Guan did. Instead of activating her Cherry Blossom Blizzard talent, instead raising her katana and suddenly darting to the water hyacinth's side. Hey! A slash came down. Swish! Sizzle! Large sections of Mizuki's leaves fell to the ground. The root stem released an electric arc over 10 centimeters long. Yamamoto Reina swiftly retreated several steps, rejoining the group. Lu Guanjuan, we need to hurry. As long as we stay away from the island's shore, these vicious plants won't be able to touch us. Yamamoto Reina urged. Everyone thought that would be enough. Upon hearing this, they realized the panel hadn't received any notification about receiving energy rewards. It turned out that Yamamoto Reina hadn't actually succeeded in killing the evil plant. Lu Guan also realized this just then. To kill the evil plant, one must destroy its root system. But Mizuki's roots were deeply embedded in the water. How could anyone possibly sever them? Fortunately, after brief treatment, Li Song had finally regained some mobility. Alright, follow Reina's lead. Everyone fall back immediately. Lu Guan made a decisive call. Luo Hongyang yanked Li Song to his feet as he still trembled. You're not exactly a featherweight yourself, you know. Stop picking on him. He's got a natural talent for strength enhancement. Lifting Li Song, who was practically muscle weak, felt surprisingly strenuous. Li Song's mind was clear, and he desperately wanted to retort. But he simply didn't have the strength left. The group was just about to act on Lu Guan's orders. They hadn't taken more than a few steps. A notification suddenly popped up on the interface. Party members successfully defeated Shueikue, earning 2,850 energy points. Reward obtained, Watercress Seedling X1. Item description, intermediate consumable. Used to rapidly release an electric arc, instantly paralyzing the enemy's body. Energy absorbed by future destiny. Repayment progress, 15. Lu Guan froze upon seeing the panel notification. Ha! What's going on? Shueikue has been killed. The energy reward is so high, and there are even intermediate consumables. Shueikue. Though this item's level is lower than the King Serpent's energy core, and its power seems slightly inferior. But its ability to paralyze an enemy's body is incredibly rare. Just look at how Li Song got zapped. This is definitely a valuable item. Everyone present, except Lu Guan, visibly froze for a moment. They too had received the notification alert. Their gazes immediately turned toward Lu Guan. Besides the guild leader, who else possessed the power to take down Shueikue? But Lu Guan's orders were clearly for everyone to retreat immediately, and he hadn't even launched an attack just now. Only Lu Guan seemed to snap out of it, turning toward Su Yuaning. Sure enough, she now held a fist-sized, deep blue crystal in her hand. The tidal heart. That explains it. The water root system lies beneath the water. Su Yuaning's innate ability was water manipulation. Moreover, the tidal heart is a high-grade artifact, possessing the power to manipulate the very essence of water. Besides Su Yuaning, who else could possibly do this? I knew it. President, I succeeded. Su Yuaning cheered with delight. Lu Guan was also quite surprised. But now was no time for idle chatter. Yuning, can you attack the waterweed's root system? Su Yuaning nodded. Yes, President. Using the power of the tidal heart, I can form water blades underwater. These waterweed roots are actually quite fragile, they can be severed with ease. Lu Guan's face broke into a smile. But before he could continue, an electric arc surged toward Su Yuaning. Lu Guan reacted swiftly, yanking Su Yuaning toward him. Caught off guard, Su Yuaning lost her balance and fell into Lu Guan's arms. Ah! She let out a soft cry. The crackling sound brushed past her ear. She felt the president's solid chest, it felt so reassuring. Simultaneously, the large water plant and leaves that followed the electric arc also swept toward them. Lu Guan dared not delay. The electric arcs emitted by that vicious plant could instantly incapacitate anyone. It wasn't hard to imagine what would happen if those large leaves made contact. Long-range skills couldn't penetrate the water plant's root defense. Lu Guan followed Yamamoto Reina's example, first pushing away Su Yuaning, whose face had inexplicably flushed crimson. Then he raised the void blade high. Yamamoto Reina warned, cut at the point where its branches and leaves connect. Lu Guan understood, and brought his blade down. Sure enough, the clanging of metal against metal ceased. Large sections of the water lettuce leaves were severed effortlessly. The water plantain, as if a living being had lost its eyes, froze mid-air. So it used its broad leaves to sense the enemy's position. Lu Guan's eyes lit up. Formation. If they hadn't discovered it, it wouldn't have mattered. But now that they'd uncovered the waterweed's weakness, and Su Yuaning had successfully eliminated it, the rewards for water hyacinths were so generous, and there were so many of them. To miss out on this would be such a waste. Chapter 208, Striking It Rich. Water hyacinths sprouted from the water surface like mushrooms after rain, one after another. Their leaves formed a dense wall, advancing straight toward the group. The innate skills of Li Song and Duan Xingqian, who had been the main combatants, were inexplicably rendered ineffective against these vicious plants. Li Song's blazing storm sent tongues of flame licking at the water hyacinth leaves. They merely evaporated into a cloud of steam, inflicting not a shred of damage. After all, the roots of these malignant plants were directly connected to the entire realm's water supply. Even if he could persist longer, could he possibly burn all that water dry? Similarly, Duan Xingqian's overload energy sphere exploded only for its energy to be effortlessly dissipated by the water hyacinth leaves. The only ones capable of truly damaging the water plants were Lu Guan, Yamamoto Reina, and Uncle Lin. Soon, a notification popped up on everyone's interface. Team members successfully defeated Shueikue, earning 2,850 energy points. Reward obtained, Water Clover Seedling X1. Party members successfully defeated Shueikue, gaining 2,850 energy points. Reward obtained, Watercress Seedling X1. Su Yuaning began her work. However, harnessing the tidal heart to harvest the evil plant's roots proved far more challenging than anticipated. First, the tidal heart was a high-grade artifact that consumed considerable energy to activate. Second, the watercress's roots were deeply embedded in the waterbed, demanding immense effort to channel additional elemental energy. Fortunately, the waterweed's roots were exceptionally fragile. With Su Yuaning's relentless attacks, kill reward notifications popped up one after another. With such high energy rewards in Shueikue's eye by her side, even if her body was exhausted, she felt she could push through for a little longer. Yamamoto Reina and Uncle Lin moved swiftly. Before the water lilies that had already reached the shore could discharge their electric arcs, they pushed their speed to the absolute limit. In the blink of an eye, the two of them severed at least 10 watercress leaves. It was as if they'd carved a small doorway in that purple wall. But compared to Lu Guan, their efforts were truly insignificant. He activated his phantom talent, moving so fast it was nearly invisible to the naked eye. Lu Guan's blade flashed with each strike. Those few who could only offer ineffective support from a distance watched as purple leaves fell in a flurry, nearly half the purple wall stripped away. But the water hyacinths were numerous indeed. Several water lilies, having advanced to a certain distance, simultaneously unleashed arcs of electricity. In an instant, arcs of electricity danced wildly through the air. Li Song now had a psychological shadow whenever he saw this thing. Before the arcs even reached him, every strand of his hair stood on end. Damn it! After cursing under his breath, Li Song executed a leap and roll, scrambling far away. Duan Xingqian certainly didn't want to experience the shock of those arcs again either, so he dodged just as quickly. The arcs, having lost their original target, all turned toward the little chubby guy behind them. Seeing this, the chubby kid felt utterly hopeless. His speed attribute was the lowest. With the electric arcs moving so fast, what could he possibly do? He didn't know if his exceptionally high physical constitution could withstand the direct hit. Just as the closest arc was about to touch the little chubby boy's nose, suddenly, a column of water shot up before him. Several arcs were instantly absorbed by the water column and channeled into the ground. The little chubby boy stood frozen in place, still a bit dazed. He wondered, could the current from all these arcs fry him instantly? What are you standing there for? Get away! Su Yuaning called out a warning. That water column earlier was naturally released by her, barely managing to divert her attention and activate the tidal heart. Clearly, the water Aram's electric arc attacks had limited range. As long as they maintained sufficient distance, the plants wouldn't easily launch their assault. This would also give Lu Guan and the others more time to sever the waterweed leaves. Beside them, Su Haokai quickly pulled the little chubby boy back, retreating several steps. Meanwhile, Lu Guan had already severed over a dozen more water kelp plants. The purple wall was finally dismantled by more than half. But immediately afterward, another rush of water sounded. A second purple wall formed by water hyacinths surged forward. Lu Guan narrowed his eyes. Uncle Lin, Miss Lingna. The remaining water hyacinths are yours to handle. Without waiting for their response, he teleported to the second purple wall. The void blade raised high, his form once again transforming into a phantom. In an instant, purple water hyacinth leaves rustled and fell. Any stragglers were swiftly dealt with by Yamamoto Reina and Uncle Lin from behind. Lu Guan truly embodied the spirit of a lone warrior holding the pass against 1,000 foes. Team members successfully defeated Water Cabbage, earning 2,850 energy points. Reward obtained, Watercress Seedling X1. Reward, Medium Grade Energy Crystal X1. The kill reward notifications kept flooding the screen. Lu Guan and his companion's stamina drained like water. Su Yuning had lost count of how many malignant plants she had already slain. President, I'm nearing my limit. At this point, she could barely hold on any longer and had to speak up. Lu Guan, however, showed no surprise. After cutting down so many water hyacinth leaves, even he was starting to feel overwhelmed. Yet more water hyacinths kept surfacing, as if they were endless. He surmised that at Su Yueying's level, she truly couldn't continue any longer. Lu Guan made a decisive call. There are too many water hyacinths. Prepare to retreat. Uncle Lin and Yamamoto Reina responded simultaneously. The three men covered their retreat while carefully pulling back. Su Yueying, protected by Su Haokai and Little Fatty, quickly departed the area with the rest of the group. Finally, after retreating about 20 meters, the roots of the water plants stretched to their absolute limit. They could only watch helplessly as their enemies escaped. The group found a relatively safe spot and finally had a chance to rest. The reason it was only relatively safe. Because in this realm filled with thunder, there could be no truly safe zone. Even on the outer islands, the lightning never ceased. Now, due to the lightning's overwhelming power, Lu Guan dared not even take out his protective ring. Just think about it, even the ground on these islands had been shattered into glass shards. How many strikes could the little cabin withstand? Li Song and the others were holding up fine. They couldn't really contribute much against Chuekue, so they might as well conserve their strength. Su Yuning, however, was nearly drained of strength. And the most troublesome part was that activating the tidal heart drained her mental energy tremendously. Even Jiang Yan'an's healing aura couldn't restore her energy quickly enough. Holy crap! Boss, we actually harvested over 20 waterweed seedlings this time. Li Song exclaimed in astonishment. He promptly retrieved one from the guild storage space. This waterweed seed was about the size of a quail egg. Its entire body was a bright purple. Though its surface was perfectly smooth, devoid of any patterns or markings. Everyone could distinctly sense a powerful surge of lightning elemental energy seemed to be stirring within the seed. Chapter 209, Thunder Spirit. Intermediate consumables command high prices on the trading market. Especially for powerful and practical offensive consumables like the watercress seedling, a single one could easily fetch hundreds of thousands. After all, even now, those who've reached the third tier of talent are few and far between. The watercress seed's power might even overwhelm mid-tier stage 3 users. It could be said that, at a critical moment, this is what saves your life. We've truly struck gold this time. Bai Lu's eyes gleamed as he stared at the water lotus seed in Li Song's hand. Thanks to the vice president, anyone else would have been unable to strike those underwater evil plants. Duan Xingchen agreed. After all, even though he came from a well-off family, such a useful item wouldn't be easy to find on the trading market. Li Song sighed, I'd love to test the power of this thing. Honestly. Everyone else was also incredibly curious what kind of attack would Shueikue Z unleash. I advise you not to act impulsively. Testing this could cost you over 100,000 silver coins. Bai Lu, having endured a life of hardship, was acutely sensitive to the value of money. Although they had gathered quite a few water kelp seedlings this time, spending over 100,000 just to test something felt utterly insane, something she found hard to accept. Besides, this was obtained at the cost of the vice president nearly collapsing from exhaustion. We must cherish it. Bai Lu added. Truth be told, before Li Song became a street thug, his life had been far harder than Bai Lu's. He certainly wouldn't want to do something like this either. He was just talking. Bai Lu's words reminded everyone. They'd been so preoccupied with tallying their gains that they hadn't checked on the state of their greatest contributor. All eyes turned to Su Yuaning. Her face was slightly pale, her eyes somewhat vacant. This was a clear sign of both physical and mental exhaustion. Sister-in-law, are you alright? Li Song asked. Su Yuaning frowned. She simply didn't have the energy left to scold Li Song. It's fine. Let me rest for another 10 minutes. It won't delay everyone's progress too much. She had thought their inquiries were meant to rush her. Vice President, what kind of talk is that? Even if we leave the realm now, it's worth it. With so many water cabbage seeds, we could use one per match in the exchange tournament, enough to carry us all the way to victory. Vice President, you really should rest a little longer. Su Yueying slowly lowered her head. Right, I'll sound the horn for everyone. Bai Lu suddenly remembered, though the sanctuary ring was unusable, they still had a natural horn. With her energy and stamina at peak levels now, it felt good to be of service. Without further ado, White Deer retrieved the life horn from the guild storage space. The moment its distant sound echoed, everyone felt their hearts grow still, as if bathed in a gentle spring breeze. It must be said, Bai Lu's endurance far surpassed Bai Xiaochai's. She blew it non-stop for a full 15 minutes. Last time, Bai Xiaochai hadn't managed to last nearly that long. I can't do this anymore. Blowing this thing, though it does help me regain my energy too. But my mouth just can't take it anymore. Intermediate items just aren't as effective as high-tier ones. Still, in these brief 15 minutes, Su Yueying has clearly recovered most of her strength. I'm feeling much better now. President, what should we do next? Should we still go kill Water Lotus? Su Yueying sat up from the ground, brushing imaginary dust off her butt. That human needs pyramid theory says the highest human need is actually to realize self-worth. That's spot on. As vice president, Su Yueying hadn't contributed much during the recent level grinding sprint. This had always weighed on her conscience. It felt like her position as vice president was only secure because of Lu Guan's favor. Like a half-decorative vase. But when they took down Shueikue, she finally got to be a key player. Su Yuaning found it incredibly satisfying. But Lu Guan shook his head. Though Shueikue's bounty was generous, she was simply too formidable. Seeing you take it down alone, the efficiency was actually quite low. This was a practical consideration. Su Yueying pondered for a moment. That was indeed true. Lu Guan glanced over. In an open-type domain like this, there are plenty of gifted individuals. We should hurry to Thunder Prison Peak first, lest others snatch up any valuable finds. Besides that, Lu Guan actually had other thoughts. His interface displayed the final notification. Energy absorbed by future opportunity. Repayment progress, 168. After all that effort, only 168? Killing high-level beasts would be faster. With his multi-talented nature, no matter which realm he entered, he'd stumble upon opportunities far too easily. He hadn't forgotten that SSS-tier talent description. The thought of unknown misfortune descending was unbearable. Everyone looked up. The ever-approaching Thunder Prison Peak resembled an enormous sword thrust upside down into the earth. Its tip plunged deep into the water, its hilt piercing straight through the clouds. High above, countless bolts of lightning furiously struck the main body of Thunder Prison Peak. The blinding light of the lightning illuminated half the sky. Li Song wiped his face. The energy of this thunder element is incredibly abundant. Good heavens! Yamamoto Reina walked to Lu Guan's side. Her cool eyes fixed on the thunderclouds crowning the peak. Lu Guanjuan, lightning stones usually appear near the thunder pools at the summit. That's where the thunder energy is purest and most violent. Additionally, lightning spirits dwell near the pool. Are we certain we want to go there? Lu Guan asked in confusion. Thunder spirits? Another unfamiliar name.
This suddenly reminded him of the water orbs he encountered in Storm Canyon.
Could those things have been water sprites? Yamamoto Reina nodded.
The attack power of a thunder spirit could nearly match that of a talent at tier 2, level 7 or above.
Late tier 2. Excellent. Lu Guan was not worried but delighted.
Such formidable attack power meant the rewards would undoubtedly be more substantial.
Everyone remained vigilant at all times, and the thunderclouds overhead could unleash lightning at any moment.
When the guild leader decided to proceed, the others naturally raised no objections and responded in unison. Later, while traversing the final 2 islands, the group successfully eliminated 2 more large groups of ferocious beasts. Energy rewards exceeded 2,000 points each. It must be said that Thunder Cliff truly is an ideal realm for intensive leveling. The only drawback was that the levels of these beasts and vile plants were still slightly too high for the guild members' future needs. Dealing with it proved a bit of a minor setback. After clearing these 2 waves of monsters, Lu Guan's energy repayment level reached 15. At this rate, Lu Guan estimated that within 3 days at most, he should be able to fully repay the energy borrowed from the future.
Chapter 210, Thunder Pool.
The summit of Thunder Prison Peak pierced directly through the clouds.
Since this realm's emergence, no one had ever ascended to such lofty heights. The leaden clouds held surging thunderous energy. Even a 5th-tier talent would likely perish beneath 10,000 zhang of thunder, wouldn't they? The thunder pool mentioned by Yamamoto Reina was situated halfway up the peak.
Above it lies a relatively open platform. At its center lies a massive crater, approximately 20 meters in diameter.
Su Yuning gazed at the churning, boiling silver-white lightning plasma within the pit, finding it utterly fascinating. So this is the thunder pool? Countless tiny lightning bolts darted through the pool, exploding upon impact. Above the pool, dense thunderclouds swirled into a colossal vortex, periodically unleashing bolts of lightning that plunged like silver dragons into the pool, stirring up even more frenzied energy. Yamamoto Reina's expression remained far more composed than the others. Indeed, this was the thunder pool. The thunderous plasma within contained immensely potent elemental lightning energy. Even the slightest contact could cause one to explode instantly. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaocha instinctively took 2 steps back.
It sounded far more terrifying than the waters of the river Styx.
That's the lightning stone. So this stuff is so abundant in Thunder Cliff.
She pointed to several thumb-sized, irregularly shaped, pale purple translucent stones lying quietly beside the lightning pool. As a member of the 3rd battle group, she recognized this substance.
And she also knew. Weapons forged with lightning stone not only increased toughness but also released lightning elemental energy, capable of disrupting opponents to some extent. This was especially true when facing opponents wielding metal weapons.
A sufficient quantity of lightning stone could even unleash thunderous energy powerful enough to make an opponent drop their weapon. These materials, sourced from the world of slaughter, weren't particularly expensive on the trading market.
But lightning stone is undoubtedly one of the rarest materials. It's not that it's exceptionally useful. The main issue is the extremely high risk involved in its collection.
As the name suggests, lightning stones are formed when vast expanses of earth and rock endure countless lightning strikes over eons.
And who would dare venture into such places? In truth, for current gifted individuals, there are already numerous materials from the killing world that they haven't even figured out how to utilize yet. Moreover, far superior materials abound for both combat and daily life. This duality makes lightning stone both rare and surprisingly affordable. Yamamoto Reina had long desired to reforge her katana using lightning stone. The katana she currently wields wasn't actually forged in the killing world, though its materials do include some rare substances obtained from the realm. For a guild as powerful as Dark Cherry, acquiring some lightning stone should not have been difficult. Yet, though her master had promised her, he had yet to deliver for reasons unknown. Now, Yamamoto Reina likely couldn't return to the Dark Cherry Guild. That's why she wanted to take advantage of Lu Guan's upcoming leveling push with the future guild to gather some here. Yamamoto Reina's eyes lit up. This quantity of lightning stones would be sufficient to forge 2 katana swords. With that thought in mind, she was about to step forward. Zzzt. A crackling electrical hum filled the air. The air at the edge of the lightning pool suddenly began to violently distort. Dozens of silvery white spherical shadows materialized out of thin air. Their forms were indistinct, somewhat resembling a famous type of doll from the land of cherry blossoms. Sunny day dolls. Except they were constantly flickering with electric arcs, and their expressions were far from the serene calm of the original dolls. Instead, they carried a hint of anger. These are lightning spirits? Bai Xiaochai exclaimed in surprise. Yamamoto Reina had mentioned that thunder spirits possess combat power reaching the late 2nd tier. Without knowing the attack patterns of these lightning spirits, the future guild members were truly in danger. He stepped forward without hesitation. Without a word, he unleashed a skill, launching a probing attack. Shadow Blade Pursuit. A soft thud echoed. The dark blade struck the lightning spirit's body squarely. The already blurry form of the lightning spirit wavered momentarily. Lu Guan's eyes flashed with sharp brilliance. If the Dark Blade pursuit could damage the lightning spirit, it meant both physical and elemental attacks were effective against it. Li Song, Duan Xingqian, launch your attacks. Lu Guan barked the order. The future guild members were already primed for battle. Hearing Lu Guan's command, Li Song roared, "Coming, boss!" Blazing storm. Flames erupted in a torrent.
The searing fire elemental energy struck several lightning elementals simultaneously, scorching the weather dolls and causing their forms to sway violently.
Overload. Duan Xingqian's energy orb followed close behind, striking one of the lightning elementals. The orb exploded, unleashing a torrent of energy. Combined with Li Song's blazing storm, two lightning sprites swayed even more violently. Even the electric arcs surrounding them dimmed considerably.
Yet the combined assault of the two still failed to kill the lightning spirits. Seeing this, the others weren't overly surprised. How could a late-stage Tier 2 powerhouse fail to withstand the combined assault of two mid-stage opponents?
Blood Rage Piercing Rainbow. Su Haokai unleashed his skill at that moment. The power of Blood Rage Piercing Rainbow differed from that of Blazing Storm and Overload Energy.
Below Tier 3, scarcely any living being could withstand the energy arrows of the Blood Rage Bow. High-tier items are high-tier items. A soft pop echoed. One of the violently trembling lightning elementals burst like a punctured balloon, instantly disintegrating into a shower of electric sparks that vanished into thin air. Party members defeated Thunder Spirit, gaining energy 2,500 points. The energy reward was indeed substantial.
But the efficiency was a bit low. Whirlwind Summon.
Su Yueying commanded sharply.
A water tornado erupted from the ground. Yet at that very moment, the lightning spirit seemed finally to have coalesced.
One of the lightning sprites shot forward, darting into the water tornado of its own accord. Just as Su Yueying was about to unleash her power.
But suddenly, that lightning spirit unfurled its form.
The arcing electricity surrounding it began to dart about at breakneck speed. At that moment, the waterspout began to swirl. Su Yueying saw this and felt alarm bells ringing in her heart. The lightning spirit that had burrowed into the thousand vortex seemed to have found the most comfortable nest. The arcs of electricity dancing around its body suddenly surged.
ZZZZT. Frenzied currents instantly surged through the entire waterspout.
Everyone watched helplessly as the once docile droplets grew increasingly violent, the entire waterspout rapidly transforming into a blinding, dazzling silver.
A water tornado transformed into a lightning tornado? Yuning, stop releasing the skill immediately.
Lu Guan shouted at the top of his lungs.
President, Zhen Xianyin is beyond my control. What should I do? How could Su Yueying not have realized something was wrong? She had already activated the skill.
Yet the thunder tornado kept spinning for some reason, clearly controlled by the thunder spirit.
Whoosh!
Suddenly, a bolt of lightning shot out from the thunder tornado.
Chapter 211, Taking Stock of the Harvest.
He closed his eyes once more. He poured all his energy into his own recovery. The icy chill in his left arm persisted. But suppressed by the protective ring and his own will, it lay dormant for now. Nurtured by the warmth of the sanctuary ring's cabin and bathed in the continuous healing aura radiating from Zhang Yan'an after her awakening,
Future Guild's recovery progressed far faster than anticipated. One night passed. Zhang Yan'an's healing aura, like an eternal sacred flame, continued to envelop Luo Hongyang.
Charred flesh began to peel away, revealing fresh pink skin beneath. The stark white bones were now covered by a faint layer of energy. The thunderous energy within his organs was gradually being purged. Though Luo Hongyang remained weak, his breathing had steadied considerably, and he occasionally uttered a few indistinct murmurs. Lu Guan's mental energy had recovered to about 60 or 70%, thanks to the protective ring and his own efforts. The excruciating pain in his sea of consciousness eased considerably. Though the latent threat of the Yellow Springs power in his left arm remained like a thorn in his side, it was at least temporarily suppressed. He opened his eyes, the weariness fading from his gaze, replaced by a renewed sharpness and depth. Li Song, Su Haokai, Duan Xingqian, Uncle Lin, Little Fatty, and the others had also largely regained their strength.
Minor injuries had long healed under the lingering effects of Zhang Yan'an's aura, leaving them all energetic and eager to fight.
President, Hongyang's condition is stable, and Yan'an and Xiaocha have recovered.
Should we continue?
Su Haokai looked at Lu Guan, his eyes gleaming with eagerness for leveling up and growth. The peril of Thunder Cliff had exacted a price, but it had also intensified their thirst for power. Lu Guan rose to his feet, flexing his muscles as he felt the renewed power surging within him. He walked to the window, gazing out at the relatively calm yet still lightning-streaked tundra plateau. This place is no longer safe for us to linger.
Though temporarily safe, Thunder Cliff was never meant for long stays. Our objective here is accomplished. Next, while ensuring safety, we'll use the outer regions to sprint through leveling. His gaze swept over the group, finally settling on Yamamoto Reina. Miss Reina, which outer areas would be suitable for our current level to grind? Yamamoto Reina had already risen to her feet.
Upon hearing the question, she paused briefly to consider. The edge of the tundra plateau, near the shattered Thunder Hills.
That area is densely populated with low-tier thunder crystal beasts and a few mid-tier thunder horn lizards. The energy concentration is moderate, and the open terrain facilitates observation and retreat. As long as we don't venture deep into the hills, the chance of encountering powerful thunder beasts is quite low. Alright, target the edge of the Thunderclap Hills. Lu Guan made the decision. The group quickly gathered their belongings. The group stepped out of the small cabin once more, and Lu Guan stowed away his protection ring. The wind across the tundra plateau carried a damp chill and a faint scent of ozone. In the distance, the contours of the shattered thunder hills undulated beneath the leaden sky, where flickering arcs of lightning and shadowy beast forms flickered between the ridges. The team maintained a defensive formation as they advanced toward their target area. Soon, they encountered their first wave of enemies. 5 low-tier lightning crystal beasts. Roar! The lightning beast spotted the intruders and charged forward with a roar. Li Song, clear the way with Blazing Storm. Lu Guan's command was concise. Got it. Watch my Blazing Storm. Li Song let out a strange cry as pent-up fury erupted into searing tongues of flame, instantly engulfing the 2 lead thunder crystal beasts. Whoosh! Whoosh! Su Haokai's blood rage crossbow emitted a soft whine as 2 energy bolts pierced the eye sockets of the remaining 2 thunder crystal beasts, extinguishing their soul flames. The last beast was blasted away by Duan Xingqian's overload energy sphere. The battle was clean and decisive, greatly boosting the team's confidence. Over the next half-day, the team moved like a highly efficient harvesting machine, roaming the edges of the shattered thunder hills. With the life or death trials behind them and Lu Guan's precise command, their coordination grew seamless. Su Yueying's 1,000 whirlpools unleashed its full power in open terrain, sweeping water blade storms through small groups of thunder crystal beasts. Yamamoto Reina's cherry blossom blade glowed like the Grim Reaper's scythe, precisely harvesting mid-tier thunder horn lizards. Lu Guan mostly remained in command, occasionally stepping in to eliminate troublesome individuals. Simultaneously, he cautiously attempted to channel faint electrical arcs within the relatively mild thunderstorm environment. Zhang Yan'an's healing aura and Bai Xiaocha's auspicious cloud bracer's energy continuously restored the party's condition, dispelling minor combat injuries and the erosion of thunder energy. Team members slay thunder crystal beasts, gaining 1800 energy. Party members defeat thunder horn lizard, gaining energy 2500 points. Panel notifications flooded the screen like a relentless stream. The high-intensity combat, combined with the Thunder Cliff's potent energy environment, combined with the accumulated strength from the life or death battle at Thunder Prison Peak, the moment of breakthrough finally arrived. Duan Xingqian was the first to break through. Stuck at the peak of Tier 2, Level 4, he suddenly unleashed a powerful energy surge after slaying an elite Thunderhorn lizard, his aura surging dramatically. I've leveled up. Stage 2, Level 5. Duan Xingqian felt the surging power within him, overwhelmed with both surprise and delight. Next was Li Song. He cackled wildly as he hurled a massive firestorm into the beast horde. Amidst the sky-reaching flames, his level successfully surged upward. I'm Stage 2, Level 5 now, too awesome. Su Haokai calmly released an arrow. He pinned a lightning horn lizard attempting a sneak attack to the ground, and a flash of light appeared on his body as well. Tier 2, Level 4. His voice carried a hint of relief and joy. Uncle Lin, after blocking a thunder crystal beast's pounce, also glowed with the light of advancement. At Lu Guan's signal, Little Fatty braced against several low-tier thunder crystal beasts' attacks and successfully leveled up. Even Luo Hongyang, who had just recovered from severe injuries, gained a level thanks to Zhang Yan'an's continuous healing and the shared energy rewards from the team members. Though Zhang Yan'an and Bai Xiaochai focused primarily on healing and recovery. But immersed in the high-energy environment and fueled by the team's combat feedback, their levels steadily climbed as well. Finally, Lu Guan stood atop a small hill, surveying the thunder beast herd below, now completely wiped out by the team. He felt the surging power within his body and the fullness in his spiritual sea. As another surge of pure energy flooded his body, the barrier shattered instantly. Name, Lu Guan. Level, Tier 2, Level 6. Strength, 208. Speed, 285. Spirit, 272. Constitution, 195. Combat power, 3120. Tier 2, Level 6. All attributes have been comprehensively enhanced, with personal combat power breaking through the 3000 mark. Though his mental strength still fell short of peak condition, the fundamental enhancement from leveling up made him feel better than ever. The icy chill in his left arm seemed to fade slightly under the surge of vitality brought by the level up. The fading sunset struggled to pierce the thick leaden clouds, casting a dim, yellowish light across the tundra. The fighting had temporarily ceased. The group gathered in a circle, their faces wearing weary yet exhilarated smiles. Though their wounds remained, the level up brought tangible strength and a sense of security. Lu Guan called out loudly, "Take inventory of our spoils." Chapter 212, Hidden Threats. Boss, we really hit the jackpot at Thunder Cliff this time. Li Song grinned, pumping his fist excitedly, as if he could still feel the newly awakened power surging within him. Level 2, Tier 5. I feel like I could take on 10 of the previous ones now. Duan Xingqian, you agree, right? Duan Xingqian's usually composed face couldn't hide his delight. The energy rewards were indeed generous, and the power of the overload talent felt significantly enhanced. All thanks to the guild leader's excellent command. His gaze fell upon the upright figure leading the team, his eyes brimming with admiration. Su Haokai, blood-red crossbow slung over his back, strode forward with steady, purposeful steps. Feeling the surging power within him, he felt more confident about the upcoming guild exchange tournament. Though still panting after leveling up, little Fatty wore a broad smile, his steps seeming lighter. Luo Hongyang's injuries were no longer serious thanks to Jiang Yan'an and Bai Xiaochuo's continuous healing. He was now engaged in a low-voiced conversation with Uncle Lin, sharing insights from the battle. Bai Lu tugged at Jiang Yan'an's sleeve, whispering about the precise coordination of the healing aura during the fight. Su Yuning stayed close to Lu Guan, her gaze frequently resting on him with concern and a hint of barely perceptible worry. She noticed. Although the guild leader's rank had risen to Tier 2, Level 6, his aura had grown deeper and more restrained. The area on his left arm, once corroded by the river Styx, still seemed to carry an unshakable chill. Even in the masculine energy-filled environment of Thundercliff, it hadn't been completely dispelled. President, how are you feeling? Su Yueying couldn't help but ask softly. Lu Guan didn't pause his stride, glancing down at his left arm. Though the black hole-like wound had been healed by the Holy Spirit Spring, its flesh restored to normal. Yet a bone-chilling ache, like a maggot gnawing at his marrow, had never truly vanished. Especially when he had just channeled the thunder with all his might, expending immense energy, that icy chill seemed to stir, growing more active as if waiting for its chance. It's nothing. Lu Guan's voice remained calm, betraying no emotion. Merely the lingering influence of the Yellow Spring's power, requiring time to gradually fade. He turned his gaze inward. The clear attribute boosts on his interface showed comprehensive enhancements across strength, speed, spirit, and constitution. His combat power had even surpassed the 3,000 mark, reaching 3,120 points. Yet behind this formidable power, the latent threat in his left arm loomed like a ticking time bomb. He had to divert part of his focus to suppress it. He attempted to channel the newly awakened power within his body to flush out that icy chill. The effect was negligible, as if that force had fused with his very flesh and bone. Walking slightly behind the group, Yamamoto Reina's icy gaze swept over Lu Guan's left arm before quickly averting. She could naturally sense that icy aura, so incongruous with Thundercliff. Sato Ken's slander, Watanabe Ichiro's crushing defeat, and Lu Guan's terrifying display of power. All of this made her feelings toward the Dragon Nation's chairman increasingly complex. Silently, she stowed away the lightning stones gathered during this expedition. She contemplated how to utilize them, perhaps repaying certain debts at some future moment. Lu Guan's thoughts, however, were more focused on the 5 thunder essences stored in his spatial pouch. They felt smooth to the touch, yet contained a thunder essence power so violent it bordered on extreme. He tentatively touched one with a thread of his spiritual energy. ZZZZT. A pure and overbearing surge of thunder energy instantly surged back through his spiritual energy. Simultaneously, it brought a peculiar sense of comfort, as if it could wash away the fatigue within his soul. The purity of this energy far surpassed that of ordinary energy crystals. It even showed faint signs of suppressing the icy chill in his left arm. Good stuff. Lu Guan silently praised within his heart. This thunder essence not only contained immense power, but its pure, primal thunder essence might just be the key to countering the frigid cold of the Yellow Springs. He suppressed the urge to absorb it immediately, deciding to return to a safe environment for careful study. The group soon departed the Thundercliff realm, setting foot once more upon the soil of Blue Star. The familiar air and sunlight instantly relaxed their taut nerves. Phew, finally back. Li Song stretched dramatically. Blue Star's air still smelled the most pleasant, even if it wasn't as invigorating as Thundercliff's. Next up, full force preparation for the Guild Exchange Tournament. Su Haokai looked at Lu Guan. Guild leader, shall we return to the Lu family estate? Lu Guan nodded. Yes. We'll return to rest, take stock of our gains, and formulate our next plan. The competition was imminent, and time was tight. However, shortly after they departed the dimensional portal, Lu Guan's message panel suddenly flashed. It was from Principal Lu. President Lu, come to Dragon Ascension headquarters immediately. Major adjustments to the tournament rules require an urgent meeting of all participating guild leaders. The message was brief. Yet it carried an undeniable weight of urgency. Lu Guan's brow furrowed slightly. The rules for the Guild Exchange Tournament had been announced in advance. Now, with the event approaching, they're suddenly being changed? And such an urgent summons to all guild leaders, this couldn't bode well. Principal Lu urgently summoned us to the Dragon Ascension headquarters. Lu Guan addressed the group, his gaze sweeping over Yamamoto Reina. Miss Reina, you. Yamamoto Reina immediately replied, perhaps I can be of assistance. She was referring to her status as the representative of Sakura Nation, which might grant her insight into the rule changes. Lu Guan paused briefly before nodding in agreement. All right. The group immediately turned around and hurried toward the headquarters of the Dragon Ascension Guild. At the same time, Land of Cherry Blossoms. Sato family headquarters. Sato Takaro listened grimly as his subordinate reported everything that had transpired at Thunder Cliff. Watanabe Ichiro suffered a crushing defeat and the vice president was cleaved in two by Lu Guan's blade. The elite Thunder Spirit was destroyed by summoned heavenly lightning. The Thunder Spirit essence was seized and Satoshin fled back like a stray dog. Damn it! Useless! A bunch of useless trash. Sato-ken violently smashed the teacup in his hand to shards, sending fragments flying everywhere. His handsome face contorted with rage. Lu Guan, always Lu Guan. How dare he humiliate the Sato family like this? And that Yamamoto Reina, betraying us. His eyes flashed with venom as he paced back and forth. Guild Exchange Tournament, Dragon Ascension Guild, Lu Guan. Sato-ken muttered to himself, a cruel smirk curling his lips. Very well. Since you Dragon Nation wants to play, let's play for high stakes. The Dark Cherry Guild's gift, I'm sure you'll love it. He activated his communication panel, his voice icy and dripping with malice. Plan activated ahead of schedule. The Dragon Ascension Guild of the Dragon Nation and Lu Guan, the future guild leader. I will make sure they have no place to be buried. Dragon Soaring Guild headquarters. The atmosphere was more solemn than usual. Within the vast conference hall, over a dozen individuals of extraordinary presence had already gathered. All were guild masters participating in the International Guild Exchange Tournament. Lu Xiao sat solemnly at the head of the table, his expression grave. Jia Tianlu stood behind him, his brow furrowed. Chapter 213, Last-minute rule change for the exchange tournament. When Lu Guan entered the conference room with the core members of the future guild and Yamamoto Reina, they immediately drew the attention of everyone present. Surprise, scrutiny, curiosity, and even a hint of barely perceptible hostility mingled together. Chairman Lu, you've arrived. Principal Lu saw Lu Guan and gave a slight nod. His gaze lingered briefly on Yamamoto Reina behind him. Without further inquiry, he cut straight to the point. Most people are here now. Let's make this quick. We just received an urgent notice from the International Convention Organization. The rules for this year's Guild Exchange competition have been forcibly altered at the last minute. The moment these words were spoken, a low murmur of astonishment rippled through the conference room. Modify the rules? You've got to be kidding me. The competition starts in 3 days. Who proposed the changes? Why weren't we informed beforehand? What rules have been changed, and how does this benefit us? Principal Lu raised his hand to quell the murmurs, his voice tinged with gravity. The proposal came from the Iron Cross Guild of Eagle Nation, the Dark Cherry Guild of Sakura Nation, and the Knights Templar of the Western Federation. They argued that to counter increasingly severe threats to the realm, it was necessary to select elites with greater practical combat adaptability. They forcibly pushed through the rule changes and secured support from over half the council nations. He surveyed the assembly, enunciating each word. The primary change in the new rules is shifting the scenario from within our Dragon Nation to the Abyssal Secret Realm, a survival challenge. A burly guild leader, bearing a massive battle axe on his back, frowned and asked, "The Abyssal Realm? What kind of place is that? The name alone suggests it's no friendly territory." Jia Tianlu took up the explanation, his tone grave. "It's a recently discovered public realm that's already been preliminarily classified as high risk. Located somewhere in the deep sea, its entrance is extremely unstable. The environment inside is exceptionally harsh, filled with chaotic spatial fissures, powerful unknown creatures, and all manner of bizarre energy turbulence. More critically, this realm appears to possess some form of psychic contamination. Prolonged exposure corrodes the mind." The conference room fell instantly silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. High-risk realm. Psychic contamination. This isn't a competition, it's a death wish. Principal Lu continued, the new rules stipulate that each participating nation must send an elite team of no more than 50 members into the Abyssal Secret Realm. Team composition is unrestricted. It may consist of elite members from a single guild or a coalition of multiple guilds. Final scores will be determined by the team's survival time within the rift, exploration depth, number of high-tier creatures slain, plus the quality and quantity of abyssal crystals retrieved, all combined for the final score. Su Haokai couldn't help but mutter under his breath, survival time? Doesn't that mean we might have to stay inside until we can't hold on anymore, or? Principal Lu nodded. There's no explicit time limit. Theoretically, teams can keep exploring indefinitely, but each additional day brings exponentially greater danger and risk of mental corruption. The final rankings would determine each nation's share in the next round of domain allocations and resource quotas based on their scores. Another female president turned pale. A high-risk realm with psychic contamination? This is practically throwing our elite into the fire. This is a conspiracy by Eagle Nation and Cherry Blossom Nation. The president, bearing a massive axe, roared, they must have obtained intelligence on the abyssal fissure beforehand, aiming to suppress us. Principal Lu's voice was solemn. Dwelling on this now is futile. The rules are set and cannot be changed. Our Dragon Nation must immediately select our most elite forces, devise strategies, and confront this challenge. I have gathered you all here to discuss potential candidates and formulate an initial plan. All eyes turned to Lu Guan simultaneously. The future guild's strength surged dramatically during their Thunder Cliff expedition, and Lu Guan himself remains profoundly enigmatic, undoubtedly a core candidate.
Lu Guan remained composed, as if anticipating this very outcome.
He spoke, regarding personnel, all core members of the future guild may participate.
Additionally, I propose adding Commander Zhou Menglin from the Dragon Ascension Guild's 3rd Battle Group and Captain Xiao Xinxin from the 9th Battle Group. Captain Zhou's Mirror Flower Water Moon talent proves exceptionally effective in reconnaissance, countering illusions, and providing mental defense.
Captain Xiao's instant construction talent enables rapid defensive fortification, crucial in complex environments.
Lu and Jia Tianlu exchanged glances, each seeing approval in the other's eyes.
Lu Guan's proposal perfectly aligned with their internal deliberations. Lu made the decision. Agreed. President Lu, future guild members Zhou Menglin, Xiao Xinxian, plus 2 more healing specialists from my Dragon Ascension Guild. We'll form a 50-person team under your full command. Lu Guan accepted without hesitation. In such circumstances, a strong command core was crucial.
The meeting continued for another half hour. They preliminarily discussed potential hazards in the Abyss Rift, supply preparations, communication protocols, and strategies for encountering other guilds.
Yamamoto Reina remained silent throughout, but listened intently.
Occasionally, when Lu Guan glanced her way, she would give a slight nod in acknowledgement. After the meeting concluded, everyone dispersed to make their own preparations.
Lu Guan led the future guild members and Yamamoto Reina back to the Lu family mansion.
Only upon returning to the familiar confines of the mansion did the tension in everyone's nerves finally begin to ease. The pressure from consecutive battles and sudden rule changes has left everyone exhausted.
Everyone should rest well and recover first.
Lu Guan called out, "Nianan, Xiaocha, thank you for looking after Hong Yang and Uncle Lin."
Zhang Nianan and Bai Xiaocha nodded in agreement. Don't worry, President. Lu Guan then entered the meditation chamber alone.
He sat cross-legged and retrieved a Thunder Spirit essence from his storage space. The bead, about the size of a lychee, was perfectly round, with silver light flowing within. It seemed to contain a miniature thunderous galaxy within, held in his palm. He could sense the surging, pure essence of thunder within, faintly resonating with the stray electrical charges in the air. He drew a deep breath, summoning a thread of gentle spiritual energy, and cautiously probed into the core of the Thunder Essence Spirit. Splash! Like a drop of water splashing into boiling oil. The violent thunder energy was instantly triggered, surging back with overwhelming force along the spiritual energy. Lu Guan was prepared. The phantom of the void blade flashed in his consciousness, severing most of the onslaught. Simultaneously, he guided the pure essence of thunder back to its source, slowly channeling it into his left arm. Sizzle! When the first strand of pure thunder power touched the icy, festering area on his left arm, it was like ice meeting fire. A searing, excruciating pain, as if tearing flesh and bone apart, instantly surged through him. Lu Guan grunted, cold sweat instantly beating on his forehead. The frigid force, as if a living entity, was enraged and lashed out violently, attempting to devour the invading thunder. Yet the essence of thunder within the lightning spirit core was supremely potent and pure, embodying the most intense and radiant essence of thunder. Though scarce in quantity, it carried a purifying will as resplendent as the majesty of heaven itself. Chapter 214, Soul Tempering with the Thunder Spirit Essence. Inside the room, Lu Guan sat cross-legged, his palm cradling the Thunder Essence Spirit, a seed the size of a lychee, containing a galaxy of thunder within. The bone-piercing chill deep within his left arm, originating from the fissure of the netherworld, stung relentlessly. It seemed a constant reminder of the venomous gift left behind by Abe Xian. The essence of thunder was supremely yang and supremely fierce. He hoped it could suppress this biting cold. Lu Guan drew a deep breath, his gaze sharp as a blade. Without further hesitation, he channeled a thread of gentle yet resilient spiritual energy, cautiously probing into the core of the Thunder Spirit Essence. Sizzle! Like boiling oil meeting cold water, the violent essence of thunder was instantly ignited. Silver-white lightning serpents surged upward along the spiritual energy, carrying a destructive aura that charged straight toward his sea of consciousness. Lu Guan was prepared. The phantom of the void blade flickered within his sea of consciousness, severing most of the spiritual assault. Simultaneously, he forcibly channeled the refined thunder essence now tamed by a thread, slowly guiding it toward the frigid core coiled within his left arm. Poof! Agony! Indescribable agony instantly engulfed his entire body. As if ice and fire were violently colliding and tearing at the very marrow of his bones. The muscles in his left arm spasmed uncontrollably, veins bulging beneath the skin. Silver-white arcs of lightning flashed intermittently, while an eerie black mist seeped out. That frigid force, like an enraged venomous snake, lashed back madly, attempting to devour the invading thunder. Veins bulged on Lu Guan's forehead as cold sweat instantly soaked through his clothes. But he clenched his jaw, focused his mind, and clung desperately to the channeling path, refusing to let even a shred of the thunder's power slip out of control. A purifying will as resplendent as the majesty of heaven clashed with the bone-chilling, soul-corroding power of the underworld in a brutal tug of war within the confined space.
With each collision, Lu Guan felt as though his very flesh and bones were being torn apart and reshaped. Yet, as the pure essence of thunder continued to flow in, the stubborn, bone-chilling cold was indeed being worn down and suppressed, bit by bit. Though the process was slow and excruciatingly painful, the results were undeniable. What delighted Lu Guan even more was that, as he battled this extreme agony and channeled the raging thunder, his spiritual power, like refined iron repeatedly hammered in a forge, was being tempered and strengthened at an unprecedented rate. His sea of consciousness expanded amidst the excruciating pain. His mental perception grew sharper and more refined. On the interface, the mental attribute value began to surge wildly. Mental attribute 1. Mental attribute 1. When the energy of the first Thunder Spirit essence was fully channeled and exhausted, that icy, stinging sensation visibly diminished by at least 30%. Meanwhile, Lu Guan's mental attribute had surged past the 400-point threshold. This explosive surge in mental power brought a leap in thought speed, an expansion of perceptual range, and a more refined mastery over his own energy. The effects were remarkable. Lu Guan's eyes flashed with intensity, his exhaustion tinged with uncontrollable excitement. Without hesitation, he retrieved the second Thunder Spirit essence, determined to press on with unbroken momentum. However, just as his spiritual energy was about to probe in once more, a notification suddenly appeared on the interface. It was a voice message from Principal Lu. Lu Guan frowned, forcing himself to suppress his urge to continue cultivation, and answered the call. Chairman Lu, something's happened in Guihai City. Lu Zhao's voice was heavier than ever, tinged with urgency. The realm of carnage had forcibly descended, the situation strikingly similar to what had occurred in Xiangyang City. But the energy fluctuations are even more bizarre and violent. The entire city is now shrouded in a deep purple fog, and the spatial barrier is exceptionally solid. Our people have tried multiple methods but cannot break through. Another realm has forcibly descended? Lu Guan's heart sank. Instantly, he recalled the eternal night wasteland of Xiangyang City and that mysterious masked sage. Unknown. The energy signatures are chaotic, showing intense psychic interference and spatial distortion. Lu Xiao spoke rapidly. Our preliminary assessment indicates this realm's threat level may surpass that of the eternal night wasteland. Moreover, Guihai City is a major coastal hub with millions of residents. If things spiral out of control, the consequences would be unimaginable. He paused, his tone carrying an unquestionable plea. Chairman Lu, we need you. We need your Dark Moonstone Bell. During the Xiangyang City incident, only you carrying an item from the Eternal Night Waste successfully breached the barrier. This time, the Dark Moonstone Bell is our best hope for opening the passage. Moreover, with the tournament imminent, the Abyssal Secret Realm is fraught with peril. This operation also allows us to draw elite members from both the Future Guild and our own Dragon Ascension Guild. It's an excellent opportunity for practical coordination before the actual tournament. 40 elite warriors are already assembled, all that's missing is you. Guihai City. Purple haze. Mental interference. Spatial distortion. Lu Guan's mind instantly flashed with images of the Dawn Guild, the Masked Sage, and that eerie purification ritual. He sensed vaguely that this descent was no mere coincidence. Understood. Lu Guan's voice was steady and resolute as he made his decision in an instant. I'll leave immediately. Where to? Principal Lu visibly relaxed. Chairman Lu, I'm counting on you. Communication terminated. Lu Guan glanced at the 4 remaining Thunder Spirit essences in his hand and tucked them away without hesitation. The surge in his spiritual power sharpened his mind and heightened his perception of energy. Though the latent threat in his left arm remained unresolved, his strength had undeniably reached a new level. With the Abyss Secret Realm imminent and Guihai City facing imminent peril, the cohesion of these 40 individuals was crucial. He rose abruptly, pushed open the meditation chamber door, and his crisp, commanding voice instantly echoed throughout the entire Lu family estate. Everyone, assemble. We are heading to Guihai City. The atmosphere in the Lu family mansion instantly grew tense. The news of Guihai City and the descending realm sent shockwaves through the recently relaxed crowd, turning every face pale. The horrors of Xiangyang City were still fresh in their minds, and now another city was facing disaster. Damn it, is this never going to end? Li Song cursed under his breath, but his movements were swift as he quickly inspected his gear. President, what kind of realm is it this time? Su Haokai asked in a low voice, his eyes filled with worry. Unknown, but the threat level may exceed that of the Eternal Night Wasteland. Lu Guan's response was concise as his gaze swept over the rapidly assembling group. Lu Xiao has assembled 40 elite members from the Future Guild and Dragon Ascension Guild for a joint operation under my command. Our primary objective is to use the Dark Moonstone Bell to breach the dimensional barrier and enter Guihai City. Su Yuning's eyes lit up. The Dark Moonstone Bell? President, let me assist you this time. Lu Guan nodded. Yuning's water control might disrupt the purple mist. Everyone else, maintain maximum alertness, Miss Reina. He glanced at Yamamoto Reina beside him. This mission may be dangerous. You? Yamamoto Reina's cool voice held resolve. I want to go see for myself. Perhaps I can be of assistance. She said no more, but her eyes made her stance clear. Alright, let's go. Chapter 215, Fog envelopes Guihai City. Without further ado, the group raced toward the eastern outskirts of Guihai City. Before reaching their destination, they beheld the astonishing spectacle enveloping the land from afar. The entire sky above Guihai City was completely shrouded in a thick, indissoluble deep purple mist. The mist churned and surged like a living entity, faintly emanating an unsettling aura of malevolence and chaos. Space itself warped with abnormal ripples, as if a resilient transparent membrane had completely sealed off the interior from the outside world. Temporary Command Center, eastern suburbs of Guihai City. A suffocating sense of anxiety permeated the air, far more intense than what had been felt during the Shenyang City incident. The makeshift camp erected by the Dragon Ascension Guild was brightly lit, yet it failed to dispel the heavy shadow weighing on everyone's hearts. When Lu Guan and his group arrived, Jia Tianlu was already waiting before the massive holographic sand table. At the center of the table, the three-dimensional model of Guihai City was completely engulfed by a churning, deep purple fog. Red warning ripples flickered along its edges, signaling spatial distortions and energy anomalies. You're finally here, kids. Jia Tianlu stepped forward, his face bearing an unprecedented gravity. Even a hint of exhaustion was visible. He pointed directly at the sand table. This situation is far worse than what happened in Shenyang City last time. This purple mist not only seals off the interior from the outside, possessing potent psychic contamination properties, but more troublingly, it has caused spatial distortions in folds. Conventional methods couldn't budge this barrier an inch. Furthermore, energy scans revealed chaotic and powerful life reactions within the purple mist, brimming with malevolence. Communication with the interior had been completely severed, yet millions of lives hung in the balance. He looked at Lu Guan, his gaze complex. The Dark Moonstone Bell is our only hope, our key to breaking through. During the incident at Sunrise City, only you carrying the core artifact from the Eternal Night Wasteland managed to breach the barrier. Lu Guan's gaze swept over the unsettling purple patch on the sand table. He nodded slightly, his voice steady. Understood. Are all the Dragon Ascension Guild members assembled? Xiao Xinxian's voice came through. All present. Behind him stood 40 members, radiating an aura of steel. They wore the standard combat uniforms of different battalions within the Dragon Ascension Guild, their eyes sharp and their aura solemn. The lowest ranked among them were at least Tier 2 level 5, with several elite members boasting Tier 2 levels 8 and 9. Their gazes toward Lu Guan held curiosity, scrutiny, and a quiet reverence that had quietly taken root after the Shenyang City incident. The entire future guild, along with the elite fighters drawn from various Dragon Ascension Guild battalions, 42 men in total, are now under your full command. Young man, the safety of millions in Guihai City rests on your shoulders, Jia Tianlu declared solemnly. Lu Guan wasted no words, his gaze sweeping over the men behind him. Break through the purple mist barrier and enter Guihai City. Our primary objectives: establish a secure base, gather intelligence, locate survivors, and locate the domain core. During the operation, all commands come from me. Understood? The entire group responded in unison, understood. Lu Guan nodded. Advance. The group swiftly departed the camp, advancing toward the purple abyss that swallowed the city. The closer they drew, the more suffocating the oppressive pressure became. The air was thick with an indescribable stench, a sickly sweet and putrid mixture. Inhaling it felt like countless tiny insects gnawing at one's nerves, causing mental haze and restless agitation. Deep purple mist hung thick as liquid. Amidst its churning swells, distorted building outlines and fractured streets became faintly visible, as if the entire city had been dragged into a nightmare from another dimension. The mental interference had begun. Su Yueying's face paled slightly, yet her gaze remained resolute. She clutched the tidal heart tightly, a sapphire blue aura swirling around her, forming a thin watery membrane that attempted to filter out the pervasive mental pollution. Zhang Yan'an and Bai Lu immediately activated Healing Aura and Life Contract, enveloping the future guild members in a faint, soothing glow that eased their discomfort. On the Dragon Ascension Guild side, several psychic or support-type talent users also activated skills to shield their teammates. Lu Guan stood at the edge of the purple mist, feeling the resilient, twisted spatial barrier. He drew a deep breath, suppressing the dull ache in his left arm and the mental disturbance caused by the purple mist. From his storage space, he retrieved the Dark Moonstone Bell. Ancient runes swirled across the stone bell's surface. The moment it touched the purple mist, as if stimulated, it suddenly glowed with a deep, eerie light. An aura entirely different from the purple mist, yet equally ancient and chaotic, began to spread. Yu Ning, prepare to control water. Attempt to disrupt the purple mist's flow. Lu Guan barked. Got it. Su Yuning immediately focused her mind, causing the tidal heart to glow intensely. Her hands pressed forward, attempting to manipulate the moisture within the purple mist to create disruption. Yamamoto Reina, maintain vigilance around us. Any suspicious movement, shoot to kill. Lu Guan ordered again. Understood. Lu Guan. Yamamoto Reina's icy voice rang out as her silver katana silently drew halfway from its scabbard. Cherry Blossom's innate power surged, ready to unleash. Her icy eyes scanned the churning purple mist with vigilance. Lu Guan hesitated no longer, channeling his spiritual energy into the dark moonstone bell. The runes on the stone bell seemed to come alive, their glow intensifying. An invisible wave radiated outward from the stone bell, crashing violently against the purple mist barrier ahead. A deep, resonant sound, like the tolling of an ancient bell, echoed through the air. It was not sound, but a vibration that directly affected both space and the spiritual realm. Crack, crack, crack. A bone-chilling crackling of space fracturing filled the air. Before Lu Guan, the purple mist churned violently. The resilient spatial barrier shattered like glass struck by a heavy hammer, instantly covered in spiderweb-like cracks. At the center of the fractures, a narrow opening, barely wide enough for one person to pass through, its edges warping and flickering, was forcibly torn open. Success! Li Song couldn't help but utter a low cry. The passage is unstable. Hurry through! Lu Guan barked sharply, maintaining his mental energy output as veins pulsed visibly on his temples. Each use of the dark moonstone bell consumed immense energy, especially when confronting such a higher-tier dimensional barrier. Quickly, action team, follow me! Xiaoshenxian reacted fastest, growling low, leading several speed-specialized Longting elites. They blurred into streaks of motion and charged without hesitation toward the warped portal. Future Guild, follow! Su Haokai followed closely behind, his blood rage crossbow at the ready, providing cover as his sister Su Yueying, Jiang Nianen, and the others rushed in. Lu Guan stood at the edge of the opening like a pillar in the flood, continuously channeling psychic energy to stabilize the passage. Members of the Dragon Ascension Guild and Future Guild streamed through one after another. Just as the last few Dragon Ascendant members were about to pass through, a sudden change occurred. Hiss! Several piercing, soul-shredding screeches echoed from the depths of the purple mist. Immediately after, several blurry shadows, composed entirely of swirling purple mist, burst out like ghostly apparitions from the mist walls flanking the cave entrance. Their forms were twisted and shifting. Some resembled humans, others beasts. The only distinct feature was the pair of purple, pupil-less eyes glowing with pure, unadulterated malice. Chapter 216, The Enchanted City. Deep purple fog churned like a living creature, completely engulfing Guihai City. The instant one stepped into the fog wall, an indescribable viscous sensation and a pungent, sickly sweet stench of decay assaulted their senses, as if they were immersed in the rotting entrails of some colossal creature. Hiss! This stench! It felt like rediscovering the void bug nest. The stench was utterly nauseating. Li Song furrowed his brow, trying to hold his breath to ease the waves of dizziness and irritation the stench brought on. The mental pollution is reacting this quickly. Su Yuaning's face paled slightly. The tidal heart in her hand shimmered with azure light, forming a thin watery membrane around her body, attempting to filter out the pervasive mental corruption. Over at the Dragon Ascension Guild, several psychic-type or support-type talent users activated their skills in unison, providing shields for their teammates. Lu Guan led the advance, bearing the crushing weight of the purple mist's pressure. A stinging ache like needles pricked the old wound on his left arm, once corroded by the waters of the river Styx. It seemed to resonate faintly with some energy within the purple mist. His brow furrowed slightly as his gaze swept sharply around the surroundings. His vision compressed to less than 20 meters. Distorted building outlines flickered in and out of view within the thick fog, resembling the skeletal remains of a monstrous beast. The street beneath his feet was coated in a viscous, dark purple substance, thick as grease. Each step produced an unpleasant squelching sound. The air was thick with incomprehensible mutterings, like countless restless spirits whispering in his ears, unsettling his mind. Maintain formation. Stay focused. Lu Guan's voice cut through the fog, carrying a reassuring steadiness. The dark moonstone bell in his hand emitted a faint, eerie glow, as if silently resisting the purple mist. Captain, this mist seems to have a life of its own. Su Yuning kept close beside Lu Guan, the tidal heart's light flickering erratically on the water membrane. I tried manipulating the water vapor within it, but it felt incredibly sluggish and imbued with a strong sense of malevolence. Be careful. Lu Guan nodded, his mental energy intensely focused as he sensed every subtle fluctuation around them. The group advanced cautiously. Suddenly, Lu Guan halted in his tracks and barked, "Stop!" almost simultaneously with his command. The swirling purple mist ahead erupted into violent turbulence. Hiss! Several piercing, ear-splitting screeches erupted without warning, as if they could tear apart souls. Immediately after, several blurry shadows, composed entirely of flowing purple mist, burst out like ghostly apparitions from the mist walls on both sides. Their forms twisted and shifted, Some resembled humans with dislocated limbs, others beasts with monstrous jaws. The only distinct feature was the pair of flickering purple dots eyes without pupils. Purple mist phantoms? Attack! Xiaoshenqian roared sharply, reacting with lightning speed. However, a power-type talent from the Dragon Ascension Guild, wielding an alloy battle-axe, roared as he swung at the nearest phantom. Swish! The battle-axe sliced clean through the phantom's body without resistance. As if striking empty air, the phantom merely rippled slightly, its speed unabated, its claw-like mist arms already reaching for the talent user's face. Ah! A piercing scream echoed. Corrosive wounds instantly carved deep gashes into the gifted individual's face, exposing bone. Purple mist swirled around the wounds as his eyes rolled back, his body convulsing violently. As if struck by a tremendous mental shock, he fell backward, stiff as a board. Physical attacks are ineffective. Bai Xiaocha cried out, immediately enveloping him in a healing green light. Yet the purple mist stubbornly clung to the wounds, severely diminishing the healing effect. Energy attacks. Target their core light points. Lu Guan ordered calmly, his figure flickering as he moved. Overload. Duanxingqian's energy orb slammed into one phantom's purple light point first. Put! The orb exploded, unleashing a torrent of energy. The phantom emitted an even shriller screech. Its form violently rippled. The purple light point noticeably dimmed but did not vanish. Enraged, it lunged at Duanxingqian with even greater speed. Fiery storm. Li San's fiery tongues erupted, engulfing the other phantom within their grasp. The searing flames scorched the mist. A sizzling sound filled the air. The phantom twisted and rolled within the flames, emitting agonized screeches. Yet it too did not vanish immediately. Instead, it burst from the flames, charging toward Li San with a trail of burning purple mist. Watch out! Luo Hongyang yanked Li San aside, only to have his own arm swept by the phantom's claw strike. The resilient combat suit instantly corroded open, skin searing with burning pain and numbness. Blood rage pierces the sky. Su Haokai's crimson arrow tore through the air, striking the core purple dot of a phantom with pinpoint accuracy. Pop! A soft pop. The phantom shattered like a punctured bubble, instantly dissipating into ordinary purple mist. Only a rice grain-sized, faintly glowing purple crystal remained, falling to the ground. Party members defeated the purple mist phantom, gaining 2,200 energy. Item obtained, purple mist crystal. Effective. The core is the weak point. Su Haokai's spirits lifted. Whirlwind summon. Su Yueying let out a sharp command as a water tornado erupted from the ground, attempting to trap several phantoms. Yet the moment the whirlwind touched the purple mist phantoms, Su Yueying's face paled and she let out a muffled groan. She felt her water-controlling energy become tainted, growing sluggish and heavy. The whirlpool rapidly destabilized, easily broken free by the phantoms. Miss Reina. Lu Guan looked at Yamamoto Reina. Understood. Yamamoto Reina's cool voice rang out as her silver katana blurred into a trail of afterimages. Cherry blossom shower. Pink energy sparks drifted like falling cherry blossoms, instantly enveloping the two phantoms lunging toward Jiang Yinan. Where the blade's light passed, those pink specks seemed to carry some kind of annihilating force. The phantoms' bodies dissolved as swiftly as melting ice, leaving behind only two slightly larger purple mist crystals. Party members defeated purple mist phantoms, gaining energy, 2,200 points. Item obtained, purple mist crystal. Nice. The group perked up. Yamamoto Reina's cherry blossom fall talent seemed to have a remarkable effect on these spiritual energy entities. However, more purple mist phantoms surged in from all directions, their shrieks echoing relentlessly. The battle instantly descended into chaos. Physical attacks proved ineffective, while energy strikes required extreme precision to hit the rapidly moving purple specks. Moreover, it seemed a certain level of intensity was required to eliminate them completely. Members of the Dragon Ascension Guild and Future Guild were overwhelmed, their healing auras flashing constantly. Lu Guan's eyes turned cold as he held nothing back. He locked onto an elite phantom lunging toward Bai Xiaocha. Flash strike. His figure vanished instantly, reappearing beside the phantom. Shadow blade pursuit. A crimson phantom blade shot forth silently, piercing precisely into the blinding purple light. Sizzle. As if a red-hot branding iron plunged into ice water, the phantom emitted a shrill, piercing screech as its entire body violently twisted and boiled. Boom! It exploded. Chapter 217, Spatial Fold. Team members defeated the Purple Mist Phantom, gaining 2,200 energy points. Item obtained, Purple Mist Crystal. Lu Guan's movements were ghostly swift, strike and retreat in an instant, without pause. The dull ache in his left arm seemed to intensify slightly as he launched his attack, but he forced it down. Don't spread out. Haokai, Xingqian, Yuaning, try to disrupt the mist's flow. Miss Lingna, let's launch our attack together. Lu Guan's command was concise and forceful, like an anchor steadying the ship, quickly stabilizing the somewhat flustered team.
The battle intensified as purple mist churned violently. Energy flares flickered, intertwined with shrieks and battle cries. The exploration of Guihai City received its brutal baptism the moment they stepped into the purple mist. After a fierce struggle, the dozen or so purple mist phantoms that had ambushed them were finally wiped out. Purple crystals of varying sizes littered the ground, emitting a faint glow and an ominous aura. Everyone bore wounds to varying degrees, especially those struck directly by the phantoms. The wounds were not only severely corroded but also left lingering mental pain and confusion. Zhang Yan'an and Bai Xiaochai's healing auras scarcely ceased. Assess casualties, collect crystals, and rest here for 5 minutes. Lu Guan's voice was grave as his gaze swept over the group. The power-type talent from the Dragon Ascension Guild who had been attacked first suffered the most severe injuries, while the horrific corrosion on his face had been contained, but his spirit was broken. His gaze unfocused, clearly suffering severe psychological trauma. Guild leader. These crystals. Su Yuaning retrieved a refined crystal, its surface icy to the touch. Purple liquid seemed to flow within, emitting a mental pollution aura that made her deeply uncomfortable. Lu Guan cautioned. Avoid prolonged contact. Use energy barriers. The others complied and stored the crystals away. During the brief respite, the atmosphere grew heavy. The dangers of this purple mist realm far exceeded their initial expectations. Physical immunity, psychic attacks, high-speed movement, and a small core weak point. These purple mist phantoms were assassins among assassins. Press forward, maintaining maximum alertness, Lu Guan ordered. The team set out once more, even more cautious than before. As they delved deeper, the city's scenery grew increasingly bizarre. Buildings along the streets twisted and warped. Windows stared like the hollow eyes of monsters at these unwelcome intruders. The grease beneath their feet grew thicker, emitting an increasingly pungent stench. Even more unsettling, something seemed amiss with the very fabric of space. Why do I feel like we've walked down this street before? Li Song scratched his head, glancing at a nearby building completely enveloped by purple vines. Its shape twisted beyond recognition. It felt strangely familiar. It wasn't that we'd walked this way before space itself was folding. Duan Xingqian's expression turned grave as he pointed toward an intersection ahead. Look, we clearly came from the left road just now, but now when we look back, the view of that road is completely different. Everyone followed his gaze. Sure enough, the street we just walked down had become blurred and distorted, as if viewed through a layer of shimmering frosted glass, and the road that should have been ahead now appeared eerily off to the side. It's a spatial distortion. Everyone, stay together. Qiao Xinqian, with his wealth of experience, immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Getting separated in this environment would have unimaginable consequences. The group trudged through the warped spatial labyrinth, completely disoriented. They could only rely on Lu Guan's powerful psychic senses and the Dark Moonstone Bell's faint detection of spatial fluctuations to discern a general direction. The indistinct murmurs in their ears seemed to grow clearer, faintly revealing fragments of words filled with resentment and madness. Abyss, sovereign, purification, agony. Su Yuning drew closer to Lu Guan, her voice tinged with unease. Guild leader, did you hear that? What was that sound? These whispers, they seemed connected to those people purified by the Dawn Guild in Xiangyang City. Lu Guan's eyes narrowed sharply. Exactly. That fanatical adoration in twisted tone, it's identical. Could this purple mist realm also be connected to the Dawn Guild? Just then, Uncle Lin, patrolling the flank of the group, suddenly grunted and staggered. Uncle Lin, what's wrong? Su Haokai rushed to support him. Uncle Lin's face had gone pale as he pointed toward a seemingly ordinary wall ahead. There's something there. A powerful psychic shock. Everyone followed his gaze. On the wall, covered in thick purple moss, a bizarre pattern emerged, outlined in dark purple energy. The pattern was intricate and twisted, centered around an eyeball devoid of pupils. Surrounding it were countless humanoid symbols writhing in agony, emitting nauseating psychic fluctuations. A mental imprint. Yamamoto Reina's cool voice carried a weight of gravity. Don't look directly at it. It's actively attacking the minds of those who approach. The words had barely left her mouth. Several members of the group with weaker psychic attributes, including the chubby kid, felt an intense wave of dizziness and nausea, as if countless hands were tearing at their souls. Piercing wails echoed in their ears. Humph! Lu Guan's eyes turned cold, and he hesitated no longer. His figure flickered as he launched a surprise attack, instantly appearing before the wall, the void blade in his hand, emitting a crimson-red glow that seemed to tear through space, slashed fiercely at the enormous purple vertical eye. Swish! The blade pierced the wall without resistance, sending fragments of stone flying. However, the imprint pattern, composed of pure psychic energy, merely rippled slightly like a reflection in water, completely unscathed. The light at the eye center instead intensified, unleashing an even more powerful psychic shockwave. Like an invisible sledgehammer, it slammed into Lu Guan,
who stood mere inches away. Lu Guan was prepared. The phantom of the void blade flickered, severing most of the onslaught. Yet the bone-chilling, malevolent intent still sent a stabbing pain through his brow, causing his mind to churn violently. Falling cherry blossoms. Yamamoto Reina's clear shout rang out as the silver blade light transformed into a shower of pink light, precisely showering the vertical eye imprint. The pink sparks touched the dark purple energy, emitting a sizzling sound, like cold water splashing into hot oil. The vertical eye's glow dimmed noticeably, and the mental fluctuations it emitted weakened slightly. It worked, yet Yamamoto Reina's complexion paled slightly. Clearly, countering such potent psychic corruption was taking a toll on her. President, the energy fluctuations from this mark share the same source as the surrounding purple mist. Su Yueying gripped the title heart tightly, her sapphire eyes fixed intently on the wall, her voice tinged with surprise. It's absorbing the purple mist's energy to sustain itself. My thousand whirlwind can sense the connection between them. Same source? Absorbing the purple mist's energy? A flash of insight struck Lu Guan's mind. He made an immediate decision, pointing at the swirling purple mist surrounding the wall imprint. Yu Ning, use the title heart. Can you sever its energy connection to the purple mist? Chapter 218, Breaking the Stalemate. The massive purple vertical eye imprint on the wall. After withstanding Yamamoto Reina's blossoming cherry petals attack, though its glow dimmed slightly, the spiritual malice it emitted grew more concentrated and piercing. Like an enraged living entity, invisible spiritual spikes rained down upon the nearest Lu Guan. Humph! Lu Guan grunted, the phantom void blade in his mind's eye flickering wildly, severing most of the assault. Yet that bone-chilling, corrosive malevolence clung to him like maggots in the flesh, still causing excruciating pain between his brows. His mind churned violently, while the stabbing pain in his left arm intensified abruptly, as if countless ice needles were churning within his marrow. President, Su Yueying cried out. The title heart blazed with brilliant blue light, a condensed stream of water attempting to coil around Lu Guan, seeking to share his mental burden, but the effect was minimal. Miss Reina, Zhang Yanan and Bai Xiaocha's healing auras instantly enveloped the tottering Yamamoto Reina. Her face was as pale as paper, a trace of blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Clearly, the forced burst of power had subjected her to immense mental backlash. Her usually cool eyes now held a trace of exhaustion and pain. I'm fine. Yamamoto Reina's voice was slightly hoarse as she forced herself to stand straight, her silver katana still clenched tightly in her grasp. She stared warily at the brand. Her gaze shifted to Lu Guan's retreating figure, a complex flicker passing through her eyes. Had he not stood at the forefront just now, absorbing the brunt of the mark's fury, her injuries would have been far worse. It's absorbing the purple mist to heal. Su Yuaning's voice carried urgency as the title heart in her hand trembled violently. She could distinctly feel the swirling deep purple mist around them being drawn like an invisible vortex. Thread by thread, it flowed into the markings on the wall, and the dim glow was visibly regaining its intensity. Physical attacks ineffective. Energy attacks are ineffective. Mental attacks cause severe backlash. It can also absorb environmental energy to regenerate. This mental imprint is an utterly incurable scourge. A wave of despair washed over the team. The Dragon Ascension Guild's elite members looked grim. They'd weathered countless battles, but this bizarre, relentless foe was a first. Li Song gritted his teeth, flames flickering in his palms. Yet he couldn't find a target to strike. Duan Xingqian's overloaded energy sphere coalesced and dissipated at his fingertips. Unable to find a target to strike, Lu Guan endured the stabbing pain in his mind and the icy chill in his left arm, his brain racing. Su Yueying's discovery held the key. Same origin. Absorb. His gaze locked onto the core of the vertical eye imprint, that deep purple light point seeming to connect to an abyss of boundless malevolence. The stabbing pain in his left arm and the psychic fluctuations emanating from the mark were like two invisible strings, creating a heart-stopping resonance within the purple mist. Resonance? Same origin? Lu Guan's eyes suddenly sharpened as an extremely risky thought flashed through his mind. He ceased attempting to resist the mark's assault with his own psychic power. Instead, he performed an action that sent shockwaves through everyone present. Slowly, he raised his excruciatingly painful left arm, deliberately positioning the wound, corroded by the river Styx's waters and radiating a chilling aura, toward the purple vertical-eyed mark on the wall. President, what are you doing? Su Haokai cried out, believing Lu Guan was about to sacrifice himself. Su Yueying's face drained of color, the glow of the title heart momentarily faltering. However, the moment the icy aura emanating from Lu Guan's left arm touched the purple light of the mark, a sudden change occurred. A resonance far more intense than before erupted. No longer a mere sting, but a deeper, more profound tremor as if originating from the very depths of the soul. At the black hole-like wound on Lu Guan's left arm, the lingering ink-cold power of the yellow springs, as if provoked by its own kind, suddenly turned frenzied. A chill, deathly stillness, black energy, carrying the stench of decaying void, seeped out uncontrollably. Like a venomous serpent seeking its prey, it lunged fiercely toward the purple vertical eye imprint. The mark on the wall seemed to sense this sudden, evil energy of equal or even greater antiquity. Its core purple light abruptly contracted, then erupted with an even more blinding radiance. It no longer merely unleashed psychic assaults, instead, like a ravenous maw, it sought to devour this delicious offering that had come willingly. Two equally evil and chaotic energies, yet fundamentally different in nature. The chaotic mental corruption of the purple mist and the void-rotting, frigid cold of the Styx waters, crashed violently within the confined space before the wall. Sizzle. No earth-shattering explosion, only a teeth-grinding, ear-piercing sound, as if space itself was being torn apart. Purple-black energy turbulence churned like a boiling cauldron of oil, madly eroding, tearing, and annihilating each other. The purple vertical eye imprint on the wall twisted violently, rippling, emitting a silent shriek. Its process of absorbing the purple mist to recover was forcibly interrupted. The core energy that constituted its very being was being violently shattered by that bone-chilling, deathly still force. Lu Guan's face instantly drained of color, his body swaying violently. He felt himself become the battlefield where these two terrifying energies clashed. His left arm felt as if it would shatter completely from the freezing cold, while his consciousness was being repeatedly hammered like a heavy blow. But he gritted his teeth, clinging to his senses, channeling the yellow spring's power erupting from his left arm like a dagger, stabbing relentlessly at the core of the imprint. Yu Ning, try again. Sever its connection to the purple mist. Lu Guan's voice was hoarse and strained, yet unwaveringly resolute. Su Yuning instantly grasped Lu Guan's intent. He was using his own body and old wounds as conduits, channeling the yellow spring's power to contaminate and destroy the core of the imprint. Her task was to strike at the root of the problem. Tidal heart, thousand vortex drawl. Su Yueying let out a fierce cry, channeling all her psychic energy into the azure crystal. This time, she did not attempt to manipulate the purple mist itself, but instead precisely controlled the omnipresent water vapor contained within it. Centered on that wall, the purple mist within a 10-meter radius suddenly grew sluggish and heavy. An invisible barrier, composed of pure water element, instantly materialized. Like a dam, it forcibly severed the torrent of energy surging from the purple mist toward the imprint. Deprived of the purple mist's constant replenishment and ravaged by the relentless corrosion of the yellow spring's power, the purple vertical eye imprint on the wall finally collapsed. Snap, crackle crackle. The sound echoed like shattering glass. The massive vertical eye pattern was covered in spiderweb-like cracks, its core purple light rapidly fading. Roar. A roar filled with resentment and venom, as if a roar from the depths of the nine-nether abyss exploded directly within everyone's souls. Immediately after, the entire imprint exploded with a thunderous boom. A dense purple mist was scattered by the explosive energy. Only a deep, crack-ridden crater remained on the wall. A deep purple rhombic crystal, radiating intense psychic fluctuations and faint spatial ripples, clattered onto the viscous floor. Chapter 219, Aggregation Purification. Team members destroyed the core of the mental imprint, gaining 5,000 energy points. Item obtained, Abyssal Eye Fragment. The moment the imprint exploded, the terrifying psychic pressure enveloping everyone vanished abruptly. Everyone felt a sudden lightness in their heads, as if a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted. Even the irritating murmurs in the air seemed to fade slightly. Success! Li Song plopped down onto the ground, gasping for breath. The soul-shaking roar moments ago had nearly shattered his mental resolve. President! Su Yueying rushed to Lu Guan's side first, steadying his swaying body. Lu Guan's face was as pale as paper. Cold sweat beaded his forehead, and his left arm trembled slightly beyond his control. From the edges of the black hole-like wound, wisps of black, icy mist seemed to slowly dissipate, yet his entire arm radiated an unnatural bluish-gray hue. I'm fine, just a bit drained. Lu Guan's voice was weak, yet his gaze remained sharp, forcing the latent power within his left arm placed an immense burden on both his mind and body. He swiftly retrieved a thunder essence core from his storage space and clutched it in his hand. Pure thunder energy surged through his arm and into his body. A faint warmth spread through him, barely suppressing the churning qi and blood and the icy chill in his left arm. Jiang Yan'an and Bai Xiaochai's healing auras immediately enveloped him. Warm life energy nourished his damaged spirit and weary body. Meanwhile, Yamamoto Reina, supported by the others, managed to steady herself. She watched Lu Guan's retreating figure. A fleeting, almost imperceptible flicker of concern and admiration passed through her cold, clear eyes. That insane tactic, using himself as bait to provoke two evil forces into mutual destruction, was something only a rare individual would dare conceive, let alone execute. Miss Reina, how are you? Bai Xiaocha asked with concern, the Shingyun bracelet on her wrist emitting a soft healing glow. I'm fine, just a bit mentally drained. Yamamoto Reina shook her head slightly.
her gaze fixed on the deep purple rhombic crystal fragment, the eye of the abyss, lying on the ground. She could sense the immense, chaotic psychic energy within it, along with a faint trace of spatial coordinates. "This thing is dangerous," she warned softly. Xiao Zhenxian stepped forward, carefully sealing the crystal within a specially designed energy isolation box. Bringing it back to headquarters for research might reveal the source of this ghostly mist. The crisis seemed temporarily averted, and the group's taut nerves relaxed slightly. However, just as they prepared to rest briefly, another anomaly occurred. "Watch out! The purple mist is changing," Luo Hongyang, on watch duty, suddenly bellowed. The purple mist, which had been rolling slowly around them, now churned violently like water disturbed by a pebble. Countless tiny purple specks separated from the mist, swarming like summoned fireflies, madly converging above the group's heads. Hiss, roar, chilling whistles and low growls erupted from all directions, more chaotic and raucous than the previous phantoms, as if thousands of voices were roaring in unison. In the blink of an eye, a colossal, deep purple fog cloud, over 10 meters in diameter, coalesced overhead. Countless twisted, agonized human faces and beastly shadows flickered faintly across its surface, emitting silent wails. An eyeball formed from countless tiny purple lights slowly opened at its center. It coldly locked onto the people below. "Holy, what the hell is this thing?" Li Song's scalp prickled with dread as Blazing Storm instinctively prepared to unleash. "Don't move!" Lu Guan barked the warning, forcing himself upright with an intensely grave expression. This entity was formed by the residual spiritual fragments of the illusions and imprints destroyed earlier, fused with the resentment inherent in the purple mist itself. Physical attacks are completely ineffective. Energy attacks will be dispersed and absorbed. Mental attacks risk backfiring and causing assimilation. The intensity of mental corruption emanating from this conglomerate far surpasses that of the previous individual phantoms and imprints. Merely gazing into that murky giant eye induces dizziness and vertigo, causing negative emotions to surge wildly within. The murky giant eye blinked violently. Buzz, an invisible psychic storm, several times more powerful than the previous mental imprint, crashed down like a tsunami. This time, it no longer targeted individuals, it engulfed the entire team. "Ugh! My head!" Screams erupted instantly, except for Lu Guan, Yamamoto Reina, Su Haokai, and a few others with higher mental attributes or special protection. Most members, including several Dragon Ascension Guild elites, clutched their heads in agony, crouching or kneeling down. Blood even seeped from their 7 orifices. Jiang Yan'an and Bai Xiaochuo's healing auras flickered violently before fading instantly. Their own faces turned deathly pale as they teetered on the brink of collapse. A flicker of cruel satisfaction passed through the giant eye at the center of the conglomerate. More purple mist surged madly into its body, causing it to swell further and its oppressive aura to intensify. It descended slowly, as if intent on crushing and devouring every insignificant soul below. It must not be allowed to absorb any more purple mist. Su Yueying gritted her teeth and activated Tidal Heart once more. Thousand Vortex Drawl. She attempted to create a massive whirlpool beneath the conglomerate, hoping to disrupt or even sever the purple mist supply. Yet the entity's energy level was too high. The moment her vortex formed, it was shattered by the raging energy, and the backlash caused her to spit out a small mouthful of blood. Falling cherry blossoms, Yamamoto Reina summoned her resolve, transforming the silver blade light into a larger shower of pink light that rained down upon the conglomerate. The light rain plunged into the purple mist, emitting a dense sizzling sound. The distorted human faces on the entity's surface emitted even more piercing, silent screams, and its descent slowed momentarily. But Yamamoto Reina's face instantly paled further. Her body swayed, clearly nearing the end of her strength. "Haokai, try that." Lu Guan's gaze locked onto the Blood Rage crossbow in Su Haokai's hands. This weapon's origins were mysterious, and it seemed to have a special effect on energy entities. Su Haokai instantly understood. A resolute glint flashed in his eyes. Ignoring the excruciating pain in his mind, he frantically channeled his remaining mental energy into the Blood Rage crossbow. Blood Rage pierces the rainbow. He roared in fury and released the bowstring. This time, what shot forth was no longer a dark crimson energy arrow, but a beam condensed to its absolute limit, radiating a faint, sacred golden red glow. This beam seemed to contain some kind of will that suppressed evil. With unstoppable momentum, it shot straight toward the murky giant eye at the center of the conglomerate. Sizzle! The golden red beam pierced through the layers of purple mist and resentment like a red-hot branding iron through ice, effortlessly penetrating the defenses and striking the core of the giant eye with pinpoint accuracy. Roar! A soul-piercing shriek, far more agonizing than when the previous imprint shattered, echoed across the heavens. The entire purple mist space seemed to tremble. The murky giant eye at the center of the conglomerate seemed doused in corrosive acid, instantly billowing dark purple smoke as its light rapidly dimmed. Chapter 220, The Purifying Arrow. A golden red beam, like dawn tearing through the night of despair, pierced precisely into the core of that murky giant eye at the center of the conglomerate. Roar! A soul-piercing shriek, more agonizing and shrill than when the imprint shattered earlier, erupted as if from the deepest abyss of the netherworld. It instantly pierced the thick purple mist, striking the depths of every soul present. The entire purple mist space shook violently. The twisted outlines of structures swayed violently in view, while the viscous grease beneath their feet churned and bubbled like boiling liquid. The conglomerate's massive form stiffened abruptly, then began convulsing violently. The murky giant eye at its center seemed doused in acid, instantly belching thick purple-black smoke, and its blinding light rapidly dimmed, shrinking, like a star on the verge of extinction. Countless twisted, agonized human faces and beastly shadows around the giant eye emitted silent wails, their forms blurring as if they might disintegrate at any moment. Effective! Su Haokai's face was deathly pale. That strike had nearly drained his remaining spiritual energy, yet his eyes blazed with wild ecstasy. The Blood Rage crossbow ran slightly warm, its bowstring still quivering faintly. That crimson gold beam seemed imbued with some sacred will that suppressed the impure. It had dealt an unprecedented blow to the conglomerate. Well done, Haokai! Li Song's spirit surged, gritting his teeth against the lingering stabbing pain in his mind. Flames erupted from his fists. Strike while the iron is hot, finish it off. Lu Guan's voice carried a barely perceptible hint of weakness. Don't let your guard down. He suppressed the intensifying icy cold stabbing pain in his left arm, triggered by the earlier summoning of the Yellow Spring's power. His gaze sharp as an eagle's. It's not dead yet. Yuaning, Miss Lingna, prepare for the second wave of attacks. Everyone else, blanket the core area with energy attacks, don't give it a moment to breathe. Su Yuning wiped the blood from her lips, her sapphire eyes flashing with unwavering resolve. The tidal heart glowed once more. She no longer attempted to manipulate the purple mist on a large scale. Instead, she concentrated her psychic energy into a focused beam like a precision scalpel and drove it fiercely into the swirling purple mist junctions surrounding the conglomerate's giant eye. Thousand vortex drawl. Invisible energy strands coiled around the target, further disrupting the conglomerate's process of absorbing purple mist to regenerate. Yamamoto Reina took a deep breath, suppressing the churning blood and tremors within her consciousness. The silver katana traced an arc of mystical energy in her grasp, scattering pink cherry blossom sparks once more condensed than before. Carrying an aura of desolate decay, they fell with precision toward the violently fluctuating purple mist resentment surrounding the giant eye. Cherry blossoms in full bloom. Wherever the pink light touched, the purple mist sizzled and melted like ignited dry leaves. The entity's volume visibly shrank by a full circle. Members of the Future Guild and Dragon Ascension Guild endured the mental discomfort. Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, they unleashed their most powerful energy attacks like a torrential downpour upon the dim core of the giant eye. Flames, light orbs, arrows, and lightning serpents intertwined into a torrent of destruction, crashing violently upon the target area. Boom! A violent energy explosion churned the purple mist into a raging torrent, its blinding light illuminating the surroundings as bright as day. The conglomerate emitted a final, resentful shriek. Its colossal form twisted violently under the savage energy assault. Finally, it burst like a punctured balloon. Team members defeated the purple mist aggregate, gaining 12,000 energy. Items obtained: Abyssal Ichor Fragment X1, Purple Mist Crystal X15. The thick, impenetrable purple mist was violently pushed aside by the explosion's shockwave, creating a brief vacuum. Countless tiny purple sparks scattered like fireflies abandoned their hive. They scattered in the explosion's aftermath, emitting faint whispers before gradually fading away. A fragment several times larger than the previous abyssal eye shard, a core crystal, deep purple throughout, seemed to have liquid purple light flowing within, its surface covered in fine cracks. Along with a dozen or so distinctly more condensed purple mist crystals, they clattered onto the viscous ground. It was over. Duan Xingchen collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. The overload of energy had nearly drained his physical strength. The little chubby guy collapsed flat on his back, whimpering softly. The mental shock from earlier still made his head buzz. Xiao Cha, Su Yu, activate your healing talents. Xiao Zhenxian mustered his strength to command, and the elite members of the Dragon Ascension Guild sprang into action. Finally got rid of that damn thing. Li Song wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The mental pressure from that conglomerate had left his legs feeling weak even now. Don't let your guard down. There's something wrong with this purple mist itself. Xiao Zhenxian's voice was grave as he signaled the Dragon Ascension Guild members to swiftly secure their perimeter. He looked at Lu Guan, his eyes reflecting a mix of lingering fear and admiration. President Lu, we owe it all to you just now. Lu Guan's face remained pale. He shook his head slightly, his voice carrying a barely perceptible hoarseness. The energy fluctuations here are too bizarre. The earlier battle might have drawn more of them,
Zhang Yan'an and Bai Xiaochua's healing auras continued to envelop Lu Guan and Yamamoto Reina,
allowing a faint flush of color to return to their faces.
Yamamoto Reina silently sheathed her katana, her cool gaze sweeping over Lu Guan's left arm.
The lingering chill emanating from it stirred a faint unease within her.
Su Haokai gripped the Blood Rage crossbow, sensing the peculiar divine will lingering within it. It feels strange, President. The Blood Rage crossbow seemed to have activated some deeper power.
That crimson gold light seemed inherently designed to suppress these defiled entities.
He paused, then added, but the cost is immense.
I don't think I can unleash another strike like that anytime soon.
Lu Guan nodded, his gaze shifting to Duan Xingchen. Yes, conserve your energy. Xingchen, your light shield is your primary defense. Conserve your mental energy. Duan Xingchen responded,
the radiance of his shield dimming slightly yet remaining steadfast.
Under Lu Guan's command, the team cautiously pressed deeper into the city.
The purple mist remained thick,
yet the omnipresent,
piercing mental whispers seemed to have weakened somewhat following the annihilation of the conglomerate.
In its place came a deeper, more resonant murmur like a sigh rising from the earth's core. The abyss. Sovereign. Eternity. Purification.
This low murmur was intermittent, yet it carried a heart-stopping allure,
as if summoning lost souls to embrace some eternal embrace. Su Yueying's delicate brows furrowed as she drew closer to Lu Guan. Again, the abyss and purification. President,
this is almost identical to what those purified in Xiangyang City were muttering.
Lu Guan's eyes turned icy. The Dawn Guild, this organization lurking in the shadows like a specter. Chapter 221, Rescue at the Mall. Heighten vigilance. Monitor any clues related to the Dawn Guild. Lu Guan ordered in a deep voice.
A vague premonition stirred within him, the calamity befalling Guihai City might be far more than just the arrival of the realm. Just as they rounded a street corner,
a muffled, intermittent sob drifted faintly from ahead. Someone's there.
Bai Xiaochua perked up, pointing toward a half-collapsed shopping mall. The first floor was covered in thick, purple, viscous substance, but behind a shattered display window on the second floor, a figure seemed to be moving. The group immediately went on high alert.
In this environment, survivors were certainly welcome news, but they could just as easily be a trap. Team leader Chiu, take men to secure the perimeter. Haokai, Xingchen, come with me to investigate upstairs. Lu Guan gave the orders. The three approached the building cautiously. Duan Xingchen led the way, deploying his light energy shield. Su Haokai held his Blood Rage crossbow at the ready. Lu Guan gripped his void blade, his psychic energy intensely focused.
Climbing the broken staircase and piled rubble, they struggled up to the second floor. The sobbing came from a clothing store fitting room, barely blocked by shelves and debris. To whoever's in there were the rescue teams from the Dragon Ascension Guild and the Future Guild.
It's temporarily safe outside. You can come out now.
Su Haokai called out, his voice steady as he could manage. The sobbing abruptly ceased.
After a moment of dead silence, the fitting room door creaked open a crack, revealing a pair of terrified, bloodshot eyes. It was a girl who looked only 15 or 16, her face dirty, hair disheveled, and clad in a tattered department store uniform.
Are you really here to rescue us? Her voice trembled, tinged with incredulous hope. Her gaze darted warily around the three of them, lingering especially on Lu Guan's long sword, which glowed with a dark red light, and the light shield before Duan Xingchen. Finally, the urge to survive overpowered her fear. She flung the door open, stumbled forward, and collapsed to her knees, sobbing uncontrollably. Save us, please save everyone. Lu Guan's eyes narrowed. How many people are still inside? The girl pointed to a staff passageway behind the fitting rooms, blocked by a display rack. There are still over a dozen people in there. We've been hiding here for days. Monsters are everywhere outside. And those lunatics. Su Haokai pressed. Madmen? What madmen? The girl's face contorted with sheer terror. Yes, madmen. They wear white robes, their eyes glowing green. They chanted something eternal void, purification, rebirth. They weren't afraid of the monsters. The monsters don't attack them either. They even want to take us away. Her voice grew shrill with terror. It's the Dawn Guild. No doubt. Lu Guan, Su Haokai, and Duan Xingchen all shared this thought simultaneously. Those white robes, the fanatical slogans, and their immunity to the purple mist phantoms, it was identical to Xiangyang City. Where are those white-robed figures now? Lu Guan's voice carried a hint of chill. No, I don't know. They appeared out of nowhere, sometimes snatching one or two people away, then vanished just as abruptly. The girl shivered uncontrollably. We can only hide desperately. Just now, when we heard a loud noise outside, we dared to speak up. Lu Guan's heart sank. Millions of citizens in Guihai City, a significant portion of them, it seemed, had already been or were currently being purified by the Dawn Guild. becoming part of this purple mist disaster, or even turning into the Dawn Union's minions. Those survivors hiding away were like lambs led to slaughter. Take us to see the others, Lu Guan said in a deep voice. The core of the disaster in Guihai City seemed to point toward that mysterious and sinister Dawn Guild. Finding these survivors could not only save lives but also yield crucial clues about the Dawn Guild and the truth behind this purple mist. Guided by the young girl, Lu Guan and his two companions traversed a cluttered employee passageway, entering a relatively spacious warehouse. The air was thick with the stench of sweat, mold, and fear. In the dim light, a dozen figures huddled behind stacks of cardboard boxes in the corner. Upon seeing intruders enter, they immediately huddled together in terror, only relaxing slightly once they recognized the girl and Lu Guan's group. The group included both men and women, young and old alike. Most were mall employees and stranded customers. Each of them looked gaunt and pale, their eyes filled with terror and numbness. Their bodies bore varying degrees of abrasions or traces of purple mist corrosion. Upon seeing Lu Guan and his two companions, especially their clean, well-groomed appearance, a faint spark of hope flickered anew in their eyes. Rescue. Could it really be the rescue team? A white-haired elder rose unsteadily to his feet. He was the de facto leader here, an elderly security guard from the mall. Yes, old man. We're from the Dragon Ascension Guild and the Future Guild. We're working to clear the purple mist and rescue survivors. Su Haokai made his voice sound as gentle and reassuring as possible. Suppressed sobs and low cheers rose from the crowd. Seeing hope in the depths of despair instantly relaxed their taut nerves, and many collapsed to the ground. Lu Guan's gaze swept swiftly across the crowd. Most reacted with normal fear, exhaustion, and relief at being rescued. Yet among them, 2 or 3 individuals, though visibly moved, seemed to conceal an unusual calm in the depths of their eyes. Dressed in ordinary clothes, they blended unremarkably into the crowd. Elderly ones, how long have you been hiding here? Do you still have enough food and water? Is anyone injured? Duan Xingchen retracted his light shield, trying to appear as harmless as possible. We've been hiding for about 4 days. The old security guard sighed. Food? There are still some crackers and bottled water in the mall warehouse. If we ration them carefully, it should barely last. Water's almost gone. The injured. He pointed to a pale, unconscious middle-aged man in the corner. Old Wine got scratched by one of those purple shadows, and his arm rotted away. He's running a high fever too. He was talking nonsense, muttering something about the abyssal void and a sovereign. The abyss again. Lu Guan crouched beside the unconscious man. The man's left arm bore a deep, bone-exposing corrosion wound. Its edges glowed an eerie purple, emitting a faint aura of mental corruption identical to the damage inflicted by the purple mist phantoms. He murmured incoherently. His mind was corrupted, his flesh eroded by the purple mist's energy. Lu Guan's voice was grave. Nyenan. He called out through the guild channel. Soon, Zhang Nyenan and Bai Xiaocha, escorted by Qiu Zhenxian and the others, also entered the warehouse. Zhang Nyenan immediately activated a healing aura to envelop the wounded, while Bai Xiaocha attempted to purify the purple mist from the wounds using her healing energy.